I truly don't understand. Why did you bring back child? White Zetsu's original body demanded angrily. Their consciousnesses could communicate, but that only happened when the original body actively probed or when a clone actively sent a signal. When the clones found Feiyu, they hadn't transmitted the news to the main body. At that moment, White Zetsu's main body was still on the battlefield, watching Obito's furious slaughter of the hidden Miss Shinobi. He followed Obito back to the base, not bothering to pay attention to the actions of his other clones. White Zetsu number 2 pouted and said, "This child seems to be destined to cross our path. Why don't we take him in?" The original body sneered coldly. "Absurd. What would we possibly gain from adopting a human child?" He was just about to remove Feiyu when Madara and Obito, who were both standing nearby, suddenly stirred. The two had just emerged from the world of illusion back to reality. Madara, an old man whose presence was both weighty and enigmatic, spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Obito, from this moment on, you are the savior of this world. Now, I will pass on to you the forbidden Uchiha Jutsu, the Six Paths Technique, and the Yin-Yang Release." As he spoke, Madara raised a hand and placed it on White Zetsu's right shoulder. A black liquid spread out, gradually enveloping half of White Zetsu's body before it came to a slow stop. "I have infused my will into White Zetsu's body. You can consider half of him as an extension of myself. This is a remnant of the Yin-Yang Release. He is now a piece on your board in the coming game." With those words, Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal. The chest of the Hashirama statue carved in the wall glowed faintly, revealing the end of a black rod threaded with branching filaments. "Obito, this black rod carries my will. Should you ever need the power of the Six Paths, use it." Throughout all this, Uchiha Obito said nothing. He simply listened, quiet and intent, as Madara spoke. Just then, Madara seemed to sense something and turned his head ever so slightly, his gaze settling at last on the infant cradled in White Zetsu number 2's arms. "Who is this child? Why is he here?" White Zetsu number 2 stepped forward at once, lifting Feiyu up for Madara to see. "Lord Madara, this is an abandoned baby I just picked up. Isn't he adorable? Why don't we take him in?" But Madara's face remained expressionless, his eyes cold and without the faintest trace of kindness. He wasn't one to waste time on such trifles. He said nothing, but his hand began to rise, and a terrible, oppressive air filled the room. He fully intended to kill the child then and there. Though just an infant, Feiyu could keenly sense the suffocating intent to kill that weighed in the air. "Please don't. Lord Madara, you can't kill me. Actually, when I watched Naruto before, you were always my favorite character. Really, you were." Desperate to stay alive, Feiyu mustered his most pitiable, charming smile. At that, Madara's raised hand slowly came to a halt. This child, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Madara's eyes, and deep within his heart, he felt an inexplicable sense of affinity. The last time he felt this, his younger brother Izuna was still alive. Sensing the subtle change in Madara's expression, White Zetsu number 2 realized that Madara had taken an interest in Feiyu. He hurriedly placed the child in Madara's arms. "Lord Madara, please take a closer look at him. This child is truly special." He truly was. Even in such a short time, Madara could unmistakably sense something different about Feiyu. To be honest, Madara found himself somewhat fond of this child. Yet, what good did it do to be fond of him? Madara was all too aware that his days were numbered. Holding Feiyu in his arms, Madara said nothing. He moved slowly toward Obito. The 3 chakra transmission tubes trailing from his back, usually loose, gradually became taut. With a sudden tearing sound, the tubes snapped. His very existence now relied entirely on those tubes, which fed his withered body with precious energy and sustained his fading life. A ragged gasp escaped him the moment the tubes broke. Madara's body lurched, suddenly bereft of support. Startled, Feiyu tightened his tiny grip on Madara's shoulder, barely managing not to slip from his arms. With staggering steps, Madara collapsed onto his throne, his voice frail and wavering. "Go now, Obito. I haven't much time left. In the days before my return, you must. You must." Before he could finish his dying words, Madara suddenly fell silent. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet. His abrupt movement startled both White Zetsu and Obito. Bewildered, White Zetsu number 2 muttered, "What's going on? Is this a final surge before death?" The real White Zetsu immediately disagreed. "Impossible. The tubes are disconnected. Lord Madara shouldn't even be able to hold on right now." But Lord Madara... Even Madara himself was amazed. Instinctively, he raised his right fist, feeling a strange current of energy surging from within. He was more vigorous than just moments before. He tested his legs and took a few steps. His back no longer ached, his limbs felt weightless, and his stride was easy and strong. How strange. Why am I not dead yet? This can't be right. Suddenly, he noticed the child in his arms, smiling up at him. Feiyu's smile radiated with life, warmer and brighter than any chakra Madara had ever sensed. Realization struck. Could it be? Is it because of this child? To test his theory, Madara lifted Feiyu from his arms and passed him to White Zetsu. Watch over him for me, will you? Yes, Lord Madara, White Zetsu replied, stepping forward to take the child. But Feiyu had barely left Madara's embrace before he was struck with a wave of weakness, an acute, overwhelming exhaustion, like the cold shadow of death itself. Quick, give the child back to me, Madara cried, summoning the last of his strength. Baiju was a little confused, but he still obeyed Madara's instructions and placed Feiyu back into Madara's arms. The feeling of death miraculously vanished. In its place, a current of restorative energy surged through him. Though not overwhelming, Madara Uchiha could clearly sense his once failing organs beginning to revive. Even the chakra he had struggled to gather was gradually returning. This is an omen of good fortune. Madara stared intently at the infant Feiyu in his arms, his expression shifting from surprise to delight. He had never imagined that this child would possess the power to bring him back to youth. The more he gazed at Feiyu, the more intimate a bond he felt, as if he could hardly bear to let go. It was as though the child held an inexplicable charm, making one want to keep him close and cherish him dearly. Madara couldn't contain his joy. He lifted Feiyu up and burst into laughter, his voice still carrying a rasp of age, but sounding noticeably more vigorous than before. Obito, Black Zetsu, and the many white Zetsus present were all struck dumb with astonishment. After a moment, one of the white Zetsus ventured cautiously, Lord Madara, if you don't mind me asking, will you still die? I really should have died already, but it seems now I can't. Not only that, I can feel myself growing younger again, Madara declared, brimming with excitement. If my guess is correct, it's all thanks to this child. Heaven itself has granted me a treasure in my final moments. This is fate, destined by the heavens. From this day forward, this child belongs to me. Uchiha Madara, look closely, doesn't he even resemble my younger brother a bit? The people around him were stunned by Madara's sudden outburst of joy and near madness, and for a long moment, no one could respond. Before they could gather their wits, Madara had already kicked aside the scythe, handle cane that had accompanied him for years, and returned to his throne, clutching Feiyu tightly. It seems my time has not come. Obito, return the black staff to me. If my body truly regains its prime, there'll be no need for you to labor over my resurrection. His voice was resolute. The Eye of the Moon plan will be completed by me, Uchiha Madara, personally. Obito was left at a loss. Only a moment ago, he'd felt so needed. Now he was suddenly redundant. The sting of disappointment flashed across his face, but quickly faded. For Obito, the only thing that mattered was the world where Rin existed. Who created it in the end was of no consequence to him. Seeing Madara alive and well, Black Zetsu felt no discontent. If anything, he was secretly pleased. If Madara could carry out the Moon's plan himself, that would be even more perfect in Black Zetsu's eyes. Not only would this save a great deal of trouble, but it also meant the opportunity to resurrect his mother, Kaguya, was now within reach. White Zetsu, what's this child's name? Madara Uchiha asked as he played with the baby in his arms, turning to White Zetsu for an answer. White Zetsu number 2 shrugged helplessly. I don't know either. Lord Madara, why not name him yourself? Madara nodded, then fell into thoughtful silence, searching for a pleasant name in his mind. At that moment, he noticed a couple of faint characters scrawled on the tattered cloth wrapped around the baby. Fei, you, Madara instinctively read the words aloud. Feiyu? Little one, is that your name? He asked gently, testing the sound. The baby reached out with tiny hands, eyes lively and curious, as if responding to the name. Madara let out a hearty laugh. Ah, well then, Feiyu it is. Lowering his gaze to the child in his arms, his eyes softened. I, Madara Uchiha, have weathered countless storms in my life. Now I stand alone, and you are a gift from the heavens. From this day forth, I'll take you as my godson. Feiyu, will you accept? For a figure as revered as Madara Uchiha, one among the greatest in the world of shinobi, to personally offer to take someone as his son, who could refuse such a rare chance? Feiyu's little hands waved even more energetically, a bright smile lighting up his face. Madara, looking upon him, felt his heart swell with satisfaction. Good, very good. I have a feeling Feiyu can understand everything I say. What a clever child. At this moment, White Zetsu timely reminded him. Lord Madara, now that you've decided to direct the plan personally, should I retrieve the Rinnegan you left in that child of the Uzumaki clan? Madara shook his head. There's no need for that just yet. Let's wait until my body has recovered further. As long as my godson stays with me, at this pace my strength should return to its peak in a few years' time. The Rinnegan will be mine sooner or later. Let Nagato handle things for now. Besides, there's something even more important right now. Black and white Zetsu, along with Obito, asked in unison. What could be more important? Madara hugged Feiyu closer, a rare, gentle smile curving his lips. Raising a child. White Zetsu, go fetch some milk for me. It must be breast milk. I won't have the child go hungry. Obito, go out and buy some quality diapers. Our little Feiyu must always be clean and fresh. Black Zetsu, actually never mind. Go take a break somewhere and don't scare my son. Madara's secret hideout, before the Gedo statue and beneath the Hashirama sculpture. Madara rocked Feiyu softly, lulling him to sleep. He'd been holding the child almost all day, unwilling to put him down. He even carried Feiyu with him into the bathroom. Trusting others with the baby only left him ill at ease. But with Feiyu by his side, he didn't mind at all. In fact, he felt even more at ease, as if his strength was greater than usual. His stream of urine arced through the air, nearly reaching 2 meters. Madara nodded with satisfaction. Though I haven't returned to my peak, hitting 2 meters is already impressive. Without a doubt, this was the most direct sign that his body was regaining its vigor. The truth was, Madara had kept Feiyu close not just to speed up his recovery, but because he'd become increasingly fond of the child. So much so that he treated him as if he were made of glass, afraid that even a breath might harm him. Feiyu, in turn, was completely enveloped in the affection Madara offered. For the first time, he felt that his most fragile childhood days could be safely sheltered under Madara's attentive care. What Feiyu never expected was that Madara could have such a gentle side. Still, Madara's habit of not washing his hands after using the toilet was truly a headache. Despite that, Feiyu thoroughly enjoyed Madara's devotion. However, the efficiency of white Zetsu and Obito was enough to make anyone anxious. After nearly a whole day, there was still no news of diapers or milk. Feiyu found himself caught in a miserable predicament. His stomach ached with hunger, while down below he could barely endure it any longer. He longed to vent his discomfort with a loud cry. But since Madara had cradled him tightly in his arms the entire time, Feiyu couldn't bring himself to leave any traces on that thin, tattered robe. So, he began to smack his lips and gently pat his little stomach with his tiny hand, doing all he could to make Madara understand his plight. La, he mumbled incoherently, catching Madara's attention. Noticing Feiyu's sudden restlessness, Madara immediately transformed into a gently rocking cradle, softly swaying Feiyu back and forth. Comforting him in a low, soothing voice, "Little Feiyu, what's wrong? Are you cold? Don't worry, Godfather will hold you tight. We'll be warmer together." No sooner had Madara finished speaking than he pulled Feiyu even closer, holding him snugly to his chest. Feiyu was on the brink of collapse. His poor stomach couldn't withstand such pressure, not to mention Madara's persistent rocking and the gentle humming meant to coax him into tranquility. "Madara, you're too strong. Don't do this, please. I can't take it anymore. If this keeps up, disaster is inevitable." At last, under the overwhelming pressure and the tender swaying, Feiyu completely lost control. A rush of warmth seeped from his swaddling blankets, trickling down the hem of Madara's clothes. The harsh scent of ammonia filled the air in no time. Madara looked down at the little Feiyu in his arms, pausing in surprise. He leaned closer and sniffed, frowning faintly. Just as he suspected, Feiyu had wet himself. Feiyu's cheeks burned so red it seemed blood might drip from them, and his mouth fumbled out a muffled sound. "Mba makabieka. Madara, this is only the beginning. Put me down right now, or else it's not just going to be wetting my pants, and you won't be able to handle it." Just at this critical moment, Obito finally returned. "Obito, come here." Little Feiyu wet his diaper. "You handle the changing." Well, Obito frowned. "I don't like kids." Uchiha, Madara replied coldly. "Are you defying me? Or do you no longer wish to ever see Rin again?" Obito retorted. "And just what does changing this baby's diaper have to do with seeing Rin?" Madara's voice was sharp as a blade. "Of course it does. If I say it matters, it matters." Obito cursed inwardly. Damn this stubborn old Uchiha. Though he felt a surge of resentment, he had no choice. He was living under someone else's roof and needed Madara's help. In the end, he could only do as he was told. With deep reluctance, Obito took little Feiyu from Madara's arms and placed the child onto the stone slab nearby. He unwrapped the swaddling cloth and took out a fresh diaper, preparing for the change. "Wait a second. What is that smell?" Obito wrinkled his nose abruptly. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but grumble, "Great. This little guy pooped. Madara's face remained stern. Obito, just whom are you calling a stinky brat? At that moment, Black Zetsu, fused to Obito, gave a little wiggle in excitement. Let me see. Come on, lift the blanket. Let me get a look. Zetsu stroked his chin in an exaggerated manner. Wow, that's a well-formed one. Obito snorted. If you like it so much, why don't you change his diaper yourself? Black Zetsu, brimming with glee, replied, I'm you right now and you're me. We're one and the same, aren't we? It's all the same who does it. Obito could only steel himself and clean up little Feiyu, finally securing a clean diaper in place. And in that very moment, he suddenly heard a crisp, joyful laugh. He looked down and saw Feiyu beaming up at him with a radiant smile. For the first time, their eyes met in a wordless exchange. In those few seconds, Obito felt something shifting inside him, a softening of his heart. Just as White Zetsu had said, this child possessed a mysterious charm that was simply impossible to resist. The scowl and distaste that had twisted his face just moments before melted away, replaced by a look brimming with tenderness and a fierce urge to protect. Little Feiyu felt utterly different from Kakashi or Rin. Kakashi was the embodiment of friendship. Rin was the love Obito could never confess. But Feiyu stirred in him a new and unfamiliar feeling, a bond that seemed woven from the very fabric of blood. He didn't have the words for it. People called it family, but Obito himself had never experienced such warmth. So even as the emotion welled up inside him, he found himself grasping for any way to name it. This child truly is adorable, Obito thought. No wonder even someone as cold as Madara would be drawn to him. I never imagined I'd feel this way too. Just as he was lost in thought, Obito suddenly sensed a strange feeling on his face. A faint warmth seemed to bloom at the spot of his left eye. My injured left eye, is it healing? He wondered in astonishment. Could this be the rejuvenating power Madara mentioned? Obito's fondness for Feiyu became more and more apparent. As he changed the diaper, he couldn't help but marvel at Feiyu's cuteness. Standing to the side, Madara asked in a low voice, Obito, are you done yet? If you've finished, hand Feiyu back to me, I want to hold him. Obito hesitated for a moment, quickly taking off Feiyu's diaper as he mumbled, Not yet, just give me a bit longer. Madara, growing impatient, urged him, How can changing a diaper take so long? Hurry up. Obito could only nod in agreement, yet his hands continued their dawdling routine. Like this, he put the new diaper on and took it off several times before Madara finally lost his patience. Reluctantly, Obito handed Feiyu back to Madara. Ever since Feiyu returned to Madara's arms, Obito had shadowed them wherever they went, never straying far. Madara eyed him curiously. Why don't you go and get some rest? Why do you keep following me everywhere? Obito seemed a little embarrassed. He turned away, pretending to look elsewhere, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm just out for a stroll. Though he said so, he couldn't help but steal glances at Feiyu from the corner of his eye. Madara quickly saw through Obito's little act and asked, with a hint of amusement, What is it? Do you want to hold Feiyu again? Obito nodded eagerly. Just as he reached out his hands, White Zetsu suddenly popped up and blocked his way. Rising from the earth, White Zetsu beamed ingratiatingly at Madara and said, Lord Madara, is it my turn now? May I hold Feiyu for a while? Madara fixed him with a cold gaze and asked sharply, So you're finally back. Where's the milk? Where's my son's milk? White Zetsu let out a boisterous laugh, and suddenly, a dozen or so of his clones emerged from the ground around them. The bellies of each clone split open, and from within stepped out a group of elegantly dressed, dignified women. Madara stood there, momentarily speechless. He frowned, raising his voice, White Zetsu, I sent you to find milk, so why have you brought back a crowd of women? White Zetsu puffed out his chest in pride and explained, These women are wet nurses I just brought from the daimyo's manor in a neighboring country. They used to care for the daimyo's young son, and they seem quite professional, so I brought them all here. I thought, rather than just looking for milk, why not bring the wet nurses themselves? This way, the milk is always fresh and there's a steady supply. Whenever Feiyu is hungry, he'll have someone to look after him. Hearing this, both Madara and Obito shared a glance of approval and praised him. Well done. At that moment, the wet nurses slowly began to wake up from the ground, anxiety flickering across their faces. One of them whispered nervously, It's so dark here. Where are we? Their memories were still lingering on their days in Daming Prefecture. At that time, they would sit together, nibbling on the nutritious supplements distributed by the authorities, while preparing to feed the young master of the household. No one could have imagined that, right in the middle of a meal, everything would go black. When they regained consciousness, none of them had any idea where they were. The women's eyes flew open in panic as they looked nervously around. But when they finally registered the strange and unsettling forms of the White Zetsu clones nearby, terror overwhelmed them. They crumpled to the ground, dropping to their knees, pleading desperately, "Please, sirs, spare us. We're just the most ordinary wet nurses from Daming Prefecture. If you hold any grudge against Daming, please seek him out instead. We know nothing and are of no use to you. We only know how to feed children, nothing else." Uchiha Madara nodded in reply. "It's precisely people like you that I need. Now, come over here and begin nursing." "What?" All the women froze in shock, instinctively bringing their hands up to protect their chests and clutching their collars tightly. A collective thought flashed in their minds. Could this old man really be the kind of pervert from the rumors? Seeing them timid and paralyzed with fear, White Zetsu barked harshly. "What are you waiting for? Move now. Listen carefully. As long as you take good care of him, I can guarantee your safety and ensure you want for nothing. But if you slack off even a little, you'd better believe I'll eat you right now. It's been 3 days since I had human flesh." With that, White Zetsu pulled his jaws wide, baring fangs so fierce they sent shudders down spines. "See? That's how I eat people. With women like you, I could devour 3 in a single meal." Faced with such a horrifying threat, the women didn't dare hesitate a moment longer. In a flurry of panic, they scrambled to their feet and rushed to Madara, hastily undoing their garments as they formed a circle around him. Their eyes squeezed shut as they murmured, "Sir, please, take your pick, whichever you want to feed from." At that moment, Madara found himself suddenly surrounded so closely by a ring of women that he shouted, "Who told you to get so close to me? The one I want fed isn't any of you, it's him." With that, he scooped the small Feiyu up from his arms. Only then did the nurses notice there was a child nestled against Madara's chest. In their panic and in the dim light, no one had realized the child was there. Relief flooded the group, and they let out long sighs. Feeding a child they could handle. Madara frowned. "Put your clothes back on and line up. Stand properly in a queue." At his words, and with White Zetsu standing guard with piercing eyes, the wet nurses quickly tidied themselves and stood meekly in a row. Madara, still cradling Feiyu, walked to the front of the line and spoke gently. "Feiyu, which one would you like to try first? I'll take you by each, and if any catches your interest, just tell your father." Though Feiyu's soul was that of an adult transmigrator, in his previous life, he had never experienced anything even remotely like this. At most, I had only seen such scenes occasionally in videos or movies. I was completely unfamiliar with this environment. Never would I have imagined that in a world of ninja, I would actually encounter something like this. Why am I not an adult? Though Feiyu's body was just that of a young child, his mind had long since matured. Facing everything before him, he found it nearly impossible to stay focused. All he could do was resign himself to the situation and try to focus on eating. There was nothing else he could do, which left him feeling both helpless and deeply embarrassed, as though both his spirit and body were suffering a double torment. Uchiha Madara carried Feiyu, walking past each of the wet nurses assigned to serve the residents of the Great Lord. These women's striking figures made it obvious what their profession was at a glance. Feiyu hadn't even reached the 3rd nurse before his excitement had gotten the better of him, and he found himself with a nosebleed. How humiliating! Feeling the sudden warmth trickling from his nose, Feiyu inwardly mocked himself. He knew very well that this feeding arrangement would likely continue for quite some time. For his first meal to begin in such embarrassment left him wishing he could sink into the floor. As for the true reason for his nosebleed, he understood fully, though no one else did. When Uchiha Madara saw Feiyu's nose starting to bleed, he panicked. "What's going on? Why is my son having a nosebleed?" Hearing the commotion, Obito rushed over, worry etched across his face. Could it be some kind of congenital illness? "No, I'll have to go fetch a doctor." Just as Obito was about to run off, White Zetsu quickly stopped him. "Let me go instead. I'm much faster. Plus, I just got back from the neighboring lord's mansion and know their medical team well. You two take care of Feiyu. I'll be right back." With that, White Zetsu and his clones quickly melted into the ground, disappearing from sight. Madara and Obito anxiously kept watch at Feiyu's side, watching the blood stream from his nose. It distressed them more than if they were sick themselves. Fortunately, Feiyu's nosebleed didn't last too long. After a few minutes, it finally stopped, leaving no major problem. In the end, Madara personally picked out the healthiest-looking wet nurse for Feiyu, and the child was finally able to eat a satisfying meal. Yet even during the meal, Feiyu couldn't help but have 3 more nosebleeds. Though Madara and Obito were both worried, Feiyu insisted on finishing his meal. All they could do was anxiously wait by his side until he was finished. Good times, as always, passed too quickly. In no time, an hour had slipped away. Had Feiyu not eaten so much that he had to pause and burp a couple of times, he might have kept eating. Watching all this, Obito couldn't help but sigh. This child was truly starved. A glint of anger flashed in Madara's eyes. If I ever find out who Feiyu's biological parents are, I swear I'll kill them myself. No one, no matter who they are, deserves to be a parent if they abandon their own child. Such people don't deserve to live in this world, much less have a place in the world of illusions that awaits in the future. Black Zetsu had always dared not approach, worried that his appearance might frighten Feiyu. But now, he finally mustered the courage, quietly drawing near and secretly observing this baby who was being so carefully looked after by everyone. He was filled with curiosity about Feiyu, yet still kept his distance. The moment Black Zetsu appeared, the nursemaids turned pale with fright once more. Previously, they had thought that White Zetsu was already the most terrifying being in the world, never imagining there could be something, or someone, even more fearsome. Yet, among those present, there was one woman who remained calm throughout, the nursemaid who had always been responsible for Feiyu. At that moment, she paid almost no attention to Black Zetsu at all. Her eyes were fixed solely on the baby in her arms. This child is absolutely adorable when he's feeding. Master, may I look after him always? Just then, White Zetsu returned, accompanied by a host of his clones. This time, they had quite a haul. Not only had they brought back 5 trembling doctors, but also several others who, just like the nursemaids, had been snatched from the homes of nobles in neighboring lands. Under White Zetsu's intimidating presence, the doctors dared not slack off for even an instant. They gave Feiyu a thorough examination, checking every detail with utmost care. When they finished, their faces were full of astonishment as they exchanged looks of wonder. It was the first time they had ever seen such a healthy baby, showing almost no sign of defect whatsoever. What was even more surprising was that all of Feiyu's vitals far surpassed those of ordinary infants. He bristled with life and vigor, nothing at all like a child who'd been abandoned. This child is exceedingly healthy, stronger even than most babies. You really have nothing at all to worry about, one of the doctors declared. At the doctor's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Madara Uchiha spoke up. As long as everything is fine. White Zetsu, return these doctors to where they came from. There's a stash of money in the storeroom. Take 2 bundles and reward them. Understood, Lord Madara. White Zetsu replied with a nod. He then turned to the doctors. Come with me. I'll hand out your payment and see you home. But remember, keep everything you saw today to yourselves. Even if you did tell anyone, they wouldn't believe you, and they'd never find this place. If not for Madara's good mood and specific order to let the doctors go, White Zetsu would have simply silenced them for good. At that moment, one of the doctors pleaded, forget the reward. Could you let us stay? The leading doctor ventured. I beg your pardon? White Zetsu was momentarily taken aback. You wish to stay? Yes, the doctor replied. We were all moved by that child's spirit. We want to stay by his side, to watch over him as he grows, and to hope that he stays this healthy, always. Of course, it would be even better if we could adopt him. Before the words were finished, 5 White Zetsu clones suddenly emerged from underground. Their abdomens split open, wrapping around the doctors in an instant. With a cold voice, White Zetsu warned, You're lucky to be alive, yet you dare make such requests? Leave at once. In no time, the clones escorted the doctors away. After being fed, little Feiyu drifted off to sleep, lying quietly in the small bed crafted with style. Madara Uchiha, Obito, White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu all gathered around his bedside, their faces alight with smiles, reluctant to leave. Earlier, Black Zetsu had quietly approached and taken a peek at Feiyu, even reaching out to gently touch him. Even he was moved by Feiyu's adorable innocence, despite keeping a clear head. Black Zetsu remarked, Lord Madara, I've noticed something peculiar. Little Feiyu seems to have a mysterious charm. Everyone who spends time with him can't help but grow fond of him. Madara's gaze was fixed on Feiyu as he replied, I've been well aware of that. No need for your reminder. What truly matters is nurturing him to be one of our own. This child is no ordinary boy. Obito chimed in. From now on, I'll take care of changing his diapers. White Zetsu added smugly. Then I'll be in charge of entertaining him. Making children laugh is my specialty. Madara declared with conviction. I don't care what happens during the day, but at night, only I get to sleep by his side. I'm his one and only godfather. The rest of you are at best his caretakers. Black Zetsu sighed, so between day and night, you've taken it all. I suppose that makes me Feiyu's shadow. With me nearby, nowhere he goes will harm ever reach him. And so, with the care of one godfather, 3 doting caretakers, and a bevy of attentive nurses, Feiyu grew up in happiness. With style, Uzumaki Zetsu built numerous rooms within the base for the nurses' use. On normal days, the various White Zetsu kept Feiyu entertained. The nurses handled his feedings, Madara kept him company at night, while Obito looked after his daily needs. Time passed swiftly, and before anyone realized it, Feiyu had already turned 2. On this day, he received another chance to check in with the system. Ding. Check. In successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Transcendent Understanding talent. Talent. Transcendent Understanding. Exceptionally high acuity, extraordinary memory. No matter if it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or any other skill, with just a hint of guidance, he can master it instantly and never forget. With this newfound talent, Feiyu was overjoyed. Thanks to Transcendent Understanding, he could walk independently for the first time that very same day. Watching Feiyu run and play through the base, Madara could not hide his astonishment and pride. Full of admiration, he exclaimed, "As expected of my godson, this is a true genius." But chimed in with a grin. "This is all thanks to my careful guidance every day." The nursemaids nearby immediately protested. "That's not true. It's because we take such good care of him and feed him so well." Obito cleared his throat and looked up, saying, "As Feiyu's personal cleaner, I've done my fair share too." Over the past year, everyone surrounding Feiyu had changed in noticeable ways. Uchiha Madara now looked much younger, at least 10 years younger than before. His wrinkles had faded, and his steps were surer and steadier. The scars on Obito's face had significantly lightened. The most incredible thing was that a new, though not fully developed, eyeball had started growing in his left eye socket. He still couldn't see from it yet, but it seemed only a matter of time until his sight returned. The nursemaids were rejuvenated as well, their faces and figures restored to how they had looked at 20. Only Baiju and Heiju appeared unchanged, looking exactly as they always had. "Son, slow down, be careful not to fall." Uchiha Madara's gentle gaze never left Feiyu for a moment, following him wherever he ran. Baiju chuckled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Lord Madara. With me here, Feiyu won't get hurt." Obito glanced around, puzzled. "Strange, where's Heiju? He always shadows Feiyu like his own shadow. Why isn't he here today?" Madara's expression showed a trace of displeasure as he shook his head. "I have no idea where he's run off to. He's gotten bold lately, sneaking out without permission instead of staying home to look after the child. When he gets back, I'll make sure to give him a stern talking to." Just then, Heiju emerged from the wall. Before he could say a word, Madara demanded angrily, "Where have you been? This isn't the first time you've left without telling anyone." Heiju hurried to explain. "Lord Madara, I just returned from the Hidden Leaf Village. I've been doing surveillance there for some time. According to my information, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will give birth in half a month. Now is the perfect time to capture the Nine-Tails. Is the Nine-Tails more important than my son?" Madara's tone was resolute. "A Jinchuriki giving birth means nothing to me. When I'm back at my peak, catching the Nine-Tails will be simple. There's no need to make a move while the host is vulnerable. That sort of thing isn't worth my attention at all." Heiju had no words in the face of Madara's declaration and could only bow his head in silence. With a determined look, Madara turned to those around him and gave a solemn command. "Remember, our only job now is to focus on caring for little Feiyu. Nothing must happen to him, no matter what. When my body is fully recovered, my son will be all grown up. Just wait. When I was young, I could have dealt with all 9 enemies in a single day." As Uchiha Madara lectured the room, the mischievous little Feiyu ran at full tilt and leaped into the arms of a nanny who had just stepped out of her room, latching eagerly onto her for milk. "See? My son is so clever. When he's hungry, he knows to seek out milk himself." Everyone present fell silent for a moment. "A monster, he's a true genius." Time slipped by, and another year passed. Little Feiyu grew at an astonishing pace, surpassing the average child both physically and mentally. His language skills were equally remarkable. Before long, he could engage in fluent conversation with crystal-clear pronunciation and impeccable logic. The foster fathers present found it hard to believe, a child speaking so well after such a short time. Of course, speaking itself is nothing extraordinary, but Feiyu could not only converse fluently, he was adept at organizing his thoughts and expressing himself systematically. To call him simply a prodigy would be an understatement. Since he learned to speak, he became the darling of the entire household. "Godfather, teach me ninjutsu." "Oh, you want to learn ninjutsu?" "Yes." Perched atop white Zetsu's shoulders, Feiyu nodded with wide, eager eyes. "I have a big appetite, but eating takes too much time. I want to learn the shadow clone technique and send my duplicates to eat with me. With 15 nannies and 29 shadow clones, I could eat as much as 30 people at once." Uchiha Madara burst out laughing. Only a child could come up with something like that. Feiyu grinned from ear to ear. "Well, that's because I am a child." Even Madara couldn't help but chuckle. "I almost forgot, given how mature you sound these days. Sometimes I think you're already a grown man. But you're still far too young. Training in ninjutsu too early could harm your body. Let's wait a few more years, and I'll teach you then." Feiyu gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Please, Godfather, just this once I really can do it. Madara could never refuse him when he begged, so he relented. All right, I'll teach you now. White Zetsu, set him down. Feiyu hopped off White Zetsu's back. Madara led him to an open space and explained patiently. Before I teach you the shadow clone technique, you must master the 3 basic skills: clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Only a solid grasp of these can prepare you for more advanced ninjutsu. With this, Madara formed hand seals with practice speed. There was a soft poof, and a swirl of white smoke rose up. In an instant, he had taken on White Zetsu's appearance. This is the transformation technique. It lets you take on anyone's form. He returned to his original guise, formed another hand sign, and instantly, a double of himself stood by his side, indistinguishable from the real thing. This is the clone technique. It isn't that useful by itself, but in combat, it can create all sorts of opportunities, like distracting your enemies. With a sharp snap and a puff of smoke, the demonstration continued. Suddenly, both Madara Uchiha's real body and his clone dissolved into a puff of smoke. When a mist cleared, only a small stone lay where he had stood. At that exact moment, Madara's voice sounded from behind Feiyu. That was the body replacement technique. It's primarily used to avoid taking damage. Madara walked over, gently ruffling Feiyu's hair. Son, master these 3 techniques first. Once you have them down, I'll teach you more. I'm going to rest for a bit nearby. White Zetsu and Obito will stay here with you. Remember, don't push yourself. Getting hurt is never worth it. Okay. Feiyu nodded vigorously and spread his little hands, carefully mimicking the signs Madara had just demonstrated. His earnest and innocent expression made a faint smile appear on Madara's face. As Madara turned away, he gave White Zetsu and Obito a quiet reminder. Help him practice, but never let a session go beyond half an hour. Don't let him tire himself out. White Zetsu replied cheerfully. Don't worry, Lord Madara. Feiyu is still so young. He can't even draw out his chakra yet. At most, he'll just copy the hand signs. It won't be too much for him. Obito chimed in as well. He'll probably get bored after playing for a while and go do something else. Kids change interests so fast. You really don't need to worry. Before he could finish speaking, a second Feiyu, identical in every way, suddenly appeared right beside the first. I did it! Feiyu cried out. Everyone was left speechless. Madara, Obito, and White Zetsu all stared in astonishment at the clone. This duplicate was so lifelike, no ordinary person could possibly tell them apart. After watching the technique just once, Feiyu had perfectly performed the clone jutsu, a feat made all the more incredible by the fact that he had only just turned 3 years old. Madara could barely contain his excitement. My son can not only heal others and win their hearts, his natural talent is second to none. Ha! With him by my side, I really have a shot at achieving my dream. White Zetsu agreed. That's right. Someday, your dream will come true. Obito murmured hopefully. Grow up fast, Feiyu. I hope someday you and Madara will take me along to find Rin. From the shadows, Black Zetsu whispered to himself. So, there truly exists someone even more astonishing than Mother in this world. Feiyu's breathtaking learning speed was all thanks to his remarkable gift, transcendent comprehension. With incredible perception and memory, he could swiftly grasp anything, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, or any other skill, as long as someone gave him a little guidance, and he never forgot what he learned. This extraordinary talent was a reward he'd claimed from the system through a sign, and at the tender age of 2. Today, on his 3rd birthday, Feiyu welcomed yet another chance, his once-a-year system sign. I wonder what kind of talent I'll receive this time. At that moment, Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu were all gathered around Feiyu, showering him with praise. Taking advantage of their distraction, Feiyu quietly turned away and called out to the system in his heart, ready to start his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. Please choose one of the following 2 rewards. A. 3-Tomo Sharingan. Upgradable. The Sharingan possesses formidable powers of perception, replication, and hypnosis. It can see details invisible to ordinary eyes and perceive the flow of chakra. The Sharingan is adept at seeing through illusions and performing them. It can also continuously evolve, growing ever stronger. Evolution path. 1-Tomo Sharingan, 2-Tomo Sharingan, 3-Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo, Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan Rinnegan. B. Byakugan upgradable. Variant possible. The Byakugan grants the ability to see through objects with a full 360-degree field of vision, free from the caged bird seal. With pinpoint accuracy, it can identify the target's chakra pathways and vital points. When infused with chakra, its perception becomes incredibly acute. Evolution path. Byakugan Tensigan. Variant state, pure eye. Originating from the Akatsuki clan's eye techniques, the means of awakening this dojutsu are shrouded in mystery. The pure eye inherits all of the Byakugan's abilities, but also pierces through spatial movement and teleportation. Please make your choice, host. Feiyu frowned as he weighed the two options before him. He couldn't deny that, at first glance, the Sharingan seemed like the obvious choice. In the world of Naruto, the Sharingan stood out as a powerful dojutsu, famous for its unique eye techniques and the formidable Susanoo. But what gave Feiyu pause was the potential mutation of the Byakugan, the pure eye. The Eye of Fate. Even just the name radiated an aura of overwhelming power. Moreover, the Tensigan was not to be underestimated. In certain aspects, it could even rival the Rinnegan. Which one should I choose? Feiyu found himself caught in a dilemma. Please make your choice soon, host. Don't worry, any unchosen rewards will still be available in future check-ins. If there'll be other chances, why am I stressing over this? In that case, I'll go with A, the Sharingan. Feiyu finally made up his mind. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan will automatically merge with your own eyes. Simply channel chakra into your eyes to activate them. A tingle, like an electric current, flashed through Feiyu's eyes. Instinctively, he directed his chakra, and when he opened his eyes again, his pupils had been dyed a vivid crimson. So this is the Sharingan? Feiyu lifted his hand, marveling at the transformation. The world around him looked entirely different now. He could clearly see the flow of chakra within his own body. It was an extraordinary sensation. Just then, Uchiha Madara's voice pulled him back to reality. Son, what are you daydreaming about? Come over and let your godfather check on you. Feiyu immediately turned and trotted over to Madara's side. Madara gathered the boy into his arms, his tone gentle. This is your first time using jutsu. Do you feel any discomfort? Are you tired? Feiyu ran his fingers through Madara's long hair, answering with pride. Godfather, I don't feel tired at all. These basic jutsu are so easy to learn. Can you teach me something harder? From the side, White Zetsu commented in admiration. He really is as remarkable as I thought. A child worth watching. Obito, on the other hand, couldn't help but poke fun at himself. At his age, forget about ninjutsu. Back then I couldn't even help the elderly cross the road without getting lost. Madara nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Feiyu's natural talent may even surpass my own when I was young. But as he spoke, a hint of loneliness crept into his expression. White Zetsu, have you found any leads on Feiyu's biological parents during this time? White Zetsu replied, Lord Madara, I've searched all the nearby and distant villages, but found nothing. There's no trace of Feiyu's birth parents. Madara fell silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Forget it. There's no need to keep searching. With such exceptional talent, I'm sure he descends from ninja blood. But there are no shinobi villages within dozens of miles, so we're unlikely to find anything. Obito nodded in agreement. I think so too. Maybe some kunoichi from a great nation gave birth to Feiyu, but for some reason, she couldn't take him with her and had to leave him here. She probably didn't have any other choice. This world can be so cruel. That's exactly why we must work even harder to change this world. Madara's voice took on a resolute note. At that moment, Black Zetsu chimed in. Lord Madara, have you noticed how, as Feiyu grows, he looks more and more like your younger brother? Madara nodded. I've noticed it too. But to me, Feiyu's features seem to embody the very likeness of the Uchiha clan itself. What about you, Obito? What do you think? Obito studied Feiyu carefully for a moment, then replied. He really does look a bit like us. Madara Uchiha gave a faint smile, as if something had just occurred to him, but he shook his head right after. No, that's impossible. Even if Feiyu looks similar, he isn't one of the Uchiha. When it came to recognizing members of his own clan, Madara had always been supremely confident. Back then, he had recognized Obito's bloodline at first glance. Yet, despite Feiyu's resemblance, Madara could never detect that familiar sense of kinship or resonance that came from true Uchiha blood. As Feiyu listened to his godfather and the other dads discussing, a wave of unease washed over him. He pondered silently. Should I show them the Sharingan I just awakened? Let them see for themselves. After all, the Sharingan is bound to be discovered eventually, and these people will probably be by my side for a long time. There's really no point in hiding it. In fact, there's no need to hide at all. Although he'd made up his mind, Feiyu didn't act right away. The Sharingan only awakened under intense emotional stress. If he wanted everyone to see, at least it couldn't look too intentional. At that moment, his gaze happened to fall on a spiderweb in grass. There, a cockroach was being slowly wrapped up and devoured by a yellow spider. Opportunity struck. Oh no, little strong, Feiyu shouted, leaping out of Madara's embrace and dashing toward the web. Little Strong, what's happened to you? You died such a tragic death, Little Strong. He squeezed out a few tears, then turned back, choking up. Godfather, my Little Strong is gone. I'm so sad. It hurts so much. Feiyu's sudden outburst left Madara and the other guardians momentarily stunned. When they looked closer, they finally realized that this so-called Little Strong was just a cockroach caught in a spider's web. Sigh, it looks like Feiyu really is just a child after all. When I was that age, I used to have naive thoughts like that too. Madara couldn't help but smile in exasperation. He was just about to comfort Feiyu when he suddenly noticed a change in the boy's eyes. They had turned a vivid blood red, with black tomo swirling into view, the unmistakable pattern of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Feiyu, your eyes, Madara exclaimed, swiftly sweeping Feiyu into his arms so their eyes met. The Sharingan, that's it, the real thing. Feiyu actually carries the Uchiha bloodline. Ha! Who would have thought I could make such a mistake? He hugged Feiyu tight, his voice thick with excitement, even trembling just a little. I'm overjoyed, my child. Truly overjoyed. Madara wasn't the only one moved to the core. The other guardians were equally thrilled. Obito burst out. Hey, 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's his first time awakening it. And he's already got 3 Tomo. Compared to him, I still have a long way to go. White Zetsu said reverently, a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Lord Madara. Feiyu is nothing short of a gift from the heavens to you. Yet to think he could awaken the Sharingan just from the death of a cockroach, that truly caught me by surprise. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu quietly communicated to White Zetsu in his mind. All those years ago, Indra awakened his Sharingan for the first time because of the death of a little dog. Maybe Feiyu held a special, profound affection for that cockroach. Still, back then, Indra's Sharingan manifested with 2 Tomo from the very start. Does this mean Feiyu's talent could even surpass Indra's? The way our son is growing, the future is something to look forward to. Who knows, even our respected mother might grow fond of him. Madara held Feiyu in his arms, utterly reluctant to let go, carefully studying him for a long while before finally setting him gently on the ground. Looking at the 3-year-old standing before him, Madara couldn't help but marvel. As far as I know, never in the Uchiha clan's history has anyone ever awakened a 3 Tomo Sharingan on their very first awakening. Feiyu is the first, and he's only 3. If I nurture him with all my heart, one day his strength might surpass even my own prime, and Hashirama's as well. No, perhaps it is inevitable. With talent like his, perhaps it won't even take a few years before he reaches heights no one else can match. When that day comes, my son could become invincible in this world. Black Zetsu interjected. Invincible, I believe you, but what if even stronger enemies appear someday? Life is unpredictable. There are always surprises. Just like how, looking at the bright full moon tonight, who can guarantee that no threat might appear from beyond our horizon? Madara remained calm as he replied. As long as I am here, no one will lay a finger on my son, not even a hair on his head. In his heart, he already regarded Feiyu as his own flesh and blood. Obito couldn't help but grumble, Madara, Feiyu and I are both just kids, both heirs to the Uchiha blood. So why were you so cold when you found me? Why were you always so impatient and indifferent with me? White Zetsu couldn't hold back a snicker. Oh, Obito, are you jealous of Feiyu now? Madara didn't even spare Obito a glance. Instead, he replied frostily, Are you as adorable as little Feiyu? Do you have Feiyu's gifts? Can you heal others with the same miraculous power? And aside from thinking about Rin all day, what else is there to you? Obito pursed his lips and fell silent. He couldn't argue back, for everything Madara said was true. Feiyu's cuteness and talent aside, that mysterious healing ability that could mend the people around him was awe-inspiring all on its own. For these past 3 years, Obito had stayed right by little Feiyu's side, never leaving. Now, the sightless left eye he once despaired over had almost entirely recovered to its former clarity. Seeing Obito fall silent, Madara Uchiha said no more. He bent down and crouched in front of Feiyu, gently raising his hand to tousle the boy's hair as he spoke softly. My son, I can tell you have a natural talent for ninjutsu, and you truly love to learn. Since that is the case, from this day forward, I will guide you personally every day without any slack. But be prepared, it will be a grueling path, and I will be strict. You must promise to persevere. When you've grown stronger and stand by my side, perhaps, just perhaps, my wish can be realized all the sooner. Feiyu nodded earnestly, a determined light flashing in his eyes. I understand, Godfather. Please believe in me. I promise I'll do my best. Hearing Feiyu's innocent but resolute reply, Madara straightened up, took the boy's small hand, and threw his head back in booming laughter. Good, my son. Then let us begin right away. With that, Madara prepared to lead Feiyu to a nearby grove to start their training. They had just taken a few steps when White Zetsu suddenly called out, "Lord Madara, please wait. I have urgent news to report." Irritation flickered across Madara's face as he turned back. What could be so important? Is there anything more vital right now than teaching my son ninjutsu? This time, White Zetsu's expression was grave. Gone was his usual light-hearted demeanor. Lord Madara, this is a true emergency. Seeing White Zetsu so serious, Madara's gaze grew somber as well. He lowered his head and said to Feiyu, "Wait here for a moment, son. There's something I need to discuss with your uncle Zetsu." Feiyu obediently agreed, "All right, godfather." Madara walked over to White Zetsu and asked in a low voice, "Tell me what's happened." White Zetsu lowered his voice even further. "Lord Madara, Yahiko is dead." Madara's brows twitched into a subtle frown. "Yahiko? Who is he?" Black Zetsu offered an explanation. He was Nagato's closest friend. Their bond was deep. Yahiko's death has dealt a tremendous blow to Nagato. From what I've seen, it seems Nagato is beginning to realize that love and hope alone can never bring peace to the shinobi world. A cold chuckle escaped Madara's lips. So, Nagato has finally shed his naivety, has he? That is the nature of growth. Sooner or later, everyone learns this truth. These past few years, I've spent all my time with Feiyu and paid little heed to Nagato's affairs. What has he been up to lately? And tell me, how exactly did Yahiko die? White Zetsu replied, "Recently, Nagato and his close friends, Yahiko and Konin, formed a mercenary group in Amage-Cure. They called it Akatsuki. Their ultimate goal was to bring peace to Amage-Cure and to the whole world. But as Akatsuki grew in strength and numbers, Hanzo, the current leader of Amage-Cure, began to feel threatened. He secretly colluded with Danzo from the Hidden Leaf, plotting a conspiracy that ultimately resulted in Yahiko's death during the incident. Yet it was precisely because of Yahiko's demise that Nagato awakened the full power of the Rinnegan, to the point where he could even summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes glimmered with a sharp light, a faint cold smile curving at his lips. That Yahiko fellow died at just the right moment. "Originally, I intended to wait until I regained my peak strength before personally reshaping this world. But I hadn't expected Nagato to develop so quickly. He can already summon the demonic statue. As expected from a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he truly has the makings of a remarkable pawn. With such potential, it would be a waste not to put him to use." Madara's gaze grew even colder and more resolute. A master manipulator, he paused only briefly before issuing his command. "Obito, approach Nagato in my name and share our ideals with him. After what he's been through, our philosophy should resonate with him greatly. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, you two will assist Obito, supporting him as needed." "Understood." Obito turned and left immediately. As he was leaving, he remembered to call out to young Feiyu. "Feiyu, we're heading out to take care of a little business. We'll be back soon. Don't worry if you prefer not to join us. We'll be thinking of you." "Wait, I'm not finished talking yet." Madara's stern voice stopped them in their tracks. "The Akatsuki, what an interesting organization. Even the name is quite compelling. If we want to see our ideals fulfilled, we'll need far more powerful allies. Tell Nagato that he should recruit as many like-minded, strong individuals as possible to our cause and stir chaos throughout the world. When the great nations are forced to reveal their true faces, that shall be the moment of my return, when I re-emerge at my zenith. Go now, and carry out my orders as I've given them." Half a day had passed since Obito and Black and White Zetsu left to carry out their mission. In the meantime, Uchiha Madara and his son, Feiyu, had been training ninjutsu deep in the forest. Ever since the chakra pipes on Madara's back had been removed, as long as Feiyu remained close, Madara could freely move about outside. Basking in the sunlight instead of being trapped in the darkness of his old cave, Madara found such a life incredibly satisfying at first. He could train alongside his son, occasionally offering guidance, a peaceful, stable retirement after the long years of war. Something he'd always longed for. Yet, as time passed, Madara gradually realized things weren't as simple as he had imagined. Feiyu was gifted beyond measure. Whatever ninjutsu he taught, Feiyu would master it in an instant. The speed at which Feiyu learned had long since surpassed the limits of his own talent. It was now determined only by how quickly Madara could form the hand seals himself, and by the number of seals each jutsu required. At the very start, Madara taught Feiyu the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique. This was a basic technique that every Uchiha mastered. Considering Feiyu's young age, Madara deliberately slowed down the hand seals. Afraid the boy might not keep up, as he demonstrated, he patiently explained. Pay careful attention. These are the fundamental hand signs for the great fireball technique. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Once you've finished the seals, focus your chakra in your throat, then exhale the flames. Just as Madara completed the seals and was about to unleash the technique, he realized to his astonishment that Feiyu had finished the sequence almost at the same moment. What's more, while Madara was still gathering chakra, Feiyu had already spit out a sizable fireball. Though it wasn't perfect, it was clear proof that Feiyu had already grasped the technique. Madara Uchiha was momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself. He learned it this quickly? If Feiyu's swift mastery of the basic clone techniques had surprised him, his speed with the great fireball technique was truly startling. Feiyu, bursting with excitement, announced, "Godfather, I did it. Teach me the next jutsu, please." At that moment, Feiyu was just like a child longing for knowledge, full of anticipation for every new ninja art. Still a bit concerned, Madara said, "Show me one more time. I need to see if you've really mastered it." Without a hint of hesitation, Feiyu swiftly formed the seals from memory and successfully released another gigantic fireball. With his natural talent, learning such jutsu seemed almost effortless. He showed no sign of difficulty at all. In less than half a minute, Feiyu had completely mastered the Uchiha clan's foundational ninjutsu. Madara felt a blend of astonishment and satisfaction and decided to continue the lesson while the momentum lasted. "Next, we'll work on fire style, majestic destroyer flame," Madara said seriously. "This one is far more difficult. It's not just about the sequence of hand seals. The real key is intuition and control over your chakra. Watch closely, your godfather is about to demonstrate." Madara began the seals, channeled his chakra, and in the blink of an eye, a massive wave of scorching flames erupted from his mouth. Sweeping forward and unfurling into a sea of fire, the power and scope far surpassed that of the great fireball from earlier. After displaying the technique, Madara lifted his head with confidence and a hint of pride. "Son, this is one of the fire-style techniques your godfather excels at. Its power and effect depend entirely on the skill of the user. Used well, it's an incredibly powerful technique." But he paused, then added, "What you saw just now was only a small patch of flames. Once I've regained my youth, I'll show you what this technique is truly capable of." Madara's voice grew serious as he offered some final advice. "This jutsu isn't easy to master. Take your time and practice. I'll be resting over there for a bit." Due to his advanced age and weakened body, Uchiha Madara felt abnormally exhausted after consecutively using 2 jutsu. But he truly needed to recover his strength. But before he could even sit down, Feiyu had already conjured up an even grander sea of fire, its power and expanse far surpassing what Madara himself had just unleashed. He learned it this quickly. Madara was completely stunned, frozen in place, his mind in turmoil and heart filled with shock. But he noticed that when Feiyu performed the fireball and flame destruction techniques, he hadn't relied on the Sharingan at all. This meant Feiyu didn't depend on ocular powers to mimic the jutsu. Instead, he had comprehended and mastered them independently. Relying solely on his innate talent and understanding, such a gift could no longer be described as genius or even prodigy. That he was like a deity among men. Feiyu called out in excitement, "Godfather, I've already mastered this jutsu. Once I gain more chakra in the future, I'll definitely be able to make it even more powerful. Come on, teach me the next technique." For a moment, Madara was left speechless and could only manage a wry smile. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How troublesome. If this went on, he'd never have a chance to rest. Yet, thinking further, Madara realized he could no longer imagine what heights Feiyu might reach as he grew up, or what status he would command in the world of shinobi. In time, no matter how powerful the ninja, they would all pale in comparison to Feiyu. Including Madara himself, and even Hashirama would not be his equal. Since my brilliant boy is so clever, I'll only demonstrate each of my ninjutsu once from now on. Make sure you pay close attention. Understood, Godfather. All right, I'm coming, get ready. Got it, Godfather. Fire style. On that day, Uchiha Madara presented all the fire style jutsu he had mastered. With the aid of his innate talent, Feiyu absorbed every technique flawlessly, executing them with such skill that he seemed even more adept than Madara himself. As the bright moon hung overhead, Madara leaned wearily against a tree, out of breath, and waved at the still enthusiastic Feiyu. "That'll do, son. It's getting late. Let's call it a day and head home. Tomorrow, I'll have Obito teach you other types of ninjutsu." A full day of training had truly worn out Madara, who was more accustomed to rest than exertion. Feiyu's small hand clasped Madara's big hand, the two, one large, one small, walking side by side on their way home. "Godfather, it's so late. Why aren't Obito and Nanny Zetsu back yet? They're tied up with an assignment I gave them. This is the first time I've been apart from them for so long. I actually miss them a little. The whole day nearly gone, and a simple task still drags on. Don't worry, son. I'll summon them back for you right away. With a sidelong, frosty glance, Madara signaled. At his feet, a white Zetsu clone burrowed up from the ground. Lord Madara, your orders? Where's Obito? Hasn't he finished what I asked him to do? Obito's already succeeded in persuading Nagato. They're in the land of water now. Using his Sharingan, Obito has taken control of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. At this point, the entire Hidden Mist village is practically ours. The fourth Mizukage, Madara arched an eyebrow and let out a deep, meaningful chuckle. If I recall, he's the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, isn't he? Yes, Lord Madara. Right now, Obito, Nagato, and my main body are scouting for strong individuals to recruit as new members for the Akatsuki. Good, well done. Madara nodded in approval. Tell them to return as soon as they can. Little Fei-Yu is missing them. Yes, sir. In the forest beside the Hidden Mist village in the land of water, three shadowy figures strode slowly along a narrow path. Obito walked in the center. On his right were the merged forms of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. On his left was the Deva path, animated by Nagato using Yahiko's corpse. Obito spoke. Nagato, are you planning to show yourself to the world like this from now on? Pain, Deva path replied. Yes. My legs are too badly injured. I can no longer walk. From now on, I'll let Yahiko's feet finish the journey for me. Obito, that works. Remember, Nagato, with those Rinnegan eyes of yours, you possess the power to bring true change to this world. I hope you never forget that. After a brief silence, the Deva Path of Pain softly replied, I understand, Madara. I will change this world. When people have known pain, they begin to fear it, to dread its return. They will go to great lengths to avoid suffering again, and thus will hesitate to inflict pain on the weak or on smaller nations. I want everyone in this world to feel Yahiko's pain. Only then will people cease to hurt one another. Only then will there be no more disputes between nations, no more war, whether between the mighty or the small. This is what I've seen with these Rinnegan eyes, the only way to achieve true peace in this world. Hearing this, Obito's gaze dimmed, shadows flickering in his eyes. Yes, that's why I sought you out, our shared goal. However, perhaps this is not the only path to peace. The Deva Path turned his head, studying Obito's profile as he waited for an answer. Several moments passed before Obito spoke, his voice distant and low. If everyone in this world were simply to fall asleep, they would never hurt each other again. The Deva Path was taken aback. Is such a thing even possible, Madara? Obito let out a faint chuckle and shook his head. I was only joking. He said nothing more. The three of them pressed on, and after a few minutes, a sudden voice echoed in the minds of Obito and Zetsu, the impatient call of a white Zetsu clone. Lord Madara says you should hurry back. Fei-Yu misses you. What? Fei-Yu misses us. Obito and White Zetsu were deeply moved, touched that the child affection hadn't been in vain. Nagato, Zetsu and I have other matters to attend to for now. You focus on recruiting new members for the organization. When the time comes and we need you, I'll come find you myself. Obito stopped, gave these final instructions to the Deva Path, and then, as the space around his eyes shimmered and twisted, he vanished without a trace. At the same time, Zetsu slipped quietly underground. Soon, the land of Kirigakure was empty of their presence, as if they had never been there. Once the two had disappeared, delicate paper butterflies began to flutter and gather around the Deva Path. As more and more of them converged, Konan slowly emerged, her form halfway materializing from the shifting paper wings. Nagato, can we really trust this man who calls himself Uchiha Madara? I don't know. The Deva Path shook his head slightly. All I know is that he understands the Rinnegan better than anyone else. He's the only one who can reveal to me more of its powers and secrets. After all, he is a legendary figure. His actions, at least, are understandable. Konan hesitated. So what path will we take from here on? For now, we follow the instructions we've been given. Before anything else, though, Akatsuki needs a safe haven, a place to call our own. As he spoke, the Deva Path's purple gaze grew colder and harsher. Amigakure is our true home, the home of the three of us. That man, Hanzo, he is not fit to rule our land. Konan, have you found the 5 corpses I asked for? Yes, I have. And these 5 corpses all share one peculiar thing in common. Perhaps it was destined to be. Oh, what do you mean? These 5 people, while alive, all once crossed paths with our master. Are you talking about Master Jiraiya? Tendo murmured softly, his emotionless profile seeming to reveal a fleeting hint of nostalgia for the past, though it disappeared almost instantly. Once upon a time, I believed that people could truly understand each other, that love alone could change everything. But looking back now, it was Master Jiraiya who was too naive, and we were just as naive. Let's go, Conan. Take me to those 5 corpses. Once the 6 paths of pain are complete, it's time for us to go home. Conan nodded, her expression tinged with melancholy. All right. At Uchiha Madara's secret base, the old man and his son had had a long and tiring day, especially Madara, whose aging body was close to its limits. All he wanted now was to pull little Feiyu into bed and drift off into a blissful sleep. Son, come to bed. Tonight, your godfather will hold you while you sleep. Sitting on the bed, Madara gently patted the empty spot beside him, inviting Feiyu to climb up. I want to take a bath first. I'm drenched in sweat and smell terrible. Godfather, would you bathe with me? Please. No father could refuse such a request from his child. Madara, ever the doting parent, mustered the last of his strength, went to an empty space at the edge of the hall, and smiled. Watch closely, son. Dad's about to make you a bathhouse. Wood-style, grand bath technique. With a tremendous crash, a massive wooden tub emerged from the ground, spanning nearly 20 meters across. Forget bathing, you could easily swim laps in it. The problem of the bath was solved, but now there was only the water left. But Madara was utterly untroubled. Deep beneath the secret base lay a hot spring well, brimming with naturally heated, mineral-rich water. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. Though water techniques had never been Madara's main focus, he had witnessed enough foes perform them. With his Sharingan's imitative prowess, he flawlessly mimicked the hand signs, summoning a giant water dragon from the underground spring, sending it crashing into the bath. Wow, Godfather, you're incredible. Oomph. That was nothing. There's truly nothing your godfather can't do. Madara nearly floated with pride at his son's praise. Every father knows. Nothing makes you prouder than the admiring gaze of your child. Come now, son, let's bathe together. In high spirits, Madara swiftly shed his clothes and dove into the tub. So quickly, in fact, that Feiyu barely caught a glimpse of his father's figure before he was submerged and out of sight. Seeing this, Feiyu quickly followed, and the father and son both leapt high into the air and jumped into the bath one after another. 2 splashes, one big and one small, burst across the surface, and as they both emerged from the water to see each other, they couldn't help but burst out laughing together. Pure, unrestrained joy echoing in their voices. Such heartfelt happiness was something Madara Uchiha hadn't experienced for most of his life. Godfather, it's so wonderful to have you. You too, my good boy. Feiyu giggled and splashed around in the tub as much as he liked, the sweat and exhaustion melting away, to be replaced with a blissful delight that was beyond words. Madara leaned back quietly to one side, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Feiyu, his eyes full of affection. It wasn't that he didn't want to join Feiyu in the fun, but due to the face that was embedded in his chest, he hesitated to reveal it, afraid it might frighten his young son. Just then, Obito and Zetsu returned. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this massive facility in the Great Hall, the two stood frozen for a moment. Then, understanding dawning on their faces, they exchanged a grin, began undressing, and eagerly joined in. White Zetsu exclaimed, "Wow, this is my first time taking a bath. It actually feels pretty nice." Black Zetsu replied, "You do realize part of you is always soaking underground, right? Makes me think being a clone is more comfortable than being the original." Uzumaki Zetsu chimed in. "I love bath time. Feels so good for my skin. Come on, little Feiyu, sing along with me. Just let loose." Obito shot back, "Enough. Get off of me. I want to hold little Feiyu. And I mean up close." TSK, Obito, you really dare to scold me? Fine, just this once, for Feiyu's sake. I'll let you off easy today. Uzumaki Zetsu peeled off his skin-like body and slipped down from Obito's shoulders. Impatient, Obito immediately swam over and scooped up Feiyu, settling him on his own shoulders, and spoke to him tenderly. "Come on, Feiyu. Want to try something fun in the water? Remember the shoulder rides? When you were just a toddler, I used to do this with you all the time." Riding atop Obito's shoulders as he splashed through the water, Feiyu felt an exhilarating rush. There was nothing quite like feeling like a child again. In his heart, he sighed, this really is the best part of being a kid. For a good half hour, Obito showed no hint of tiring as he continued to swim with Feiyu perched on his shoulders. Black Zetsu called out, "All right now, Obito, don't you think it's my turn?" White Zetsu protested, "It should be mine. I was already in line for second." Uzumaki Zetsu objected loudly, No. Obviously, it's my turn. Feiyu, how about experiencing what it feels like to be completely wrapped up? That's my specialty. So warm and snug. Ahem. Madara Uchiha cleared his throat, prompting everyone to fall silent in an instant. Come here, son. Let Godfather give you a hug. All right, got it, Godfather. As Feiyu was about to slide down from Obito's neck, a sharp voice suddenly cut him off. Wait, I can see again. Obito shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. In that very moment, something miraculous happened. His left eye, once empty, had been restored. Bursts of triumphant laughter erupted from Obito, ringing through the room. This feeling, he hadn't experienced it in such a long time. Little Feiyu, you truly are my lucky star. Swept up in his overflowing joy, Obito pulled Feiyu into a tight embrace, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Double Kamui. Obito could no longer hold himself back. He immediately activated his Sharingan powers. Before their eyes, a massive, ethereal Susanoo torso formed and surged up to shield him. Spectacular! Obito let out a deeply satisfied shout, his elation welling up from deep within. Uchiha Madara looked on in astonishment and delight at Obito's healed Sharingan. Now, with renewed certainty, he knew Feiyu's mysterious power was indeed real. His own return to full strength was within reach, just around the corner. Feiyu, come here. Hurry to your godfather's side, Madara called warmly. Feiyu slipped from Obito's arms and swam over to him. Godfather, I want a hug. Ah, you really are my good boy. Unable to contain himself, Madara lifted little Feiyu high into the air, his excitement bubbling over. In just 3 short years, my wonderful boy has managed to restore Obito's hollow eye. Regaining my full power is now only a matter of time. Haha, perhaps I'll even create another pair of Rinnegan. Hee, Feiyu, knowing full well, but feigning ignorance, simply grinned goofily. Obito, how did the task I gave you today go? Collecting himself, Madara turned and asked. Believe me, Madara, our first step is all but complete. Given a little more time, the dream nation we envisioned might arrive even sooner than expected. Obito replied with confidence. The Akatsuki is recruiting new members as we speak. Soon, this world will become something entirely new. Excellent, very good, confirmed Madara with a satisfied nod. I've overexerted myself today, so tomorrow, you and Zetsu will teach little Feiyu ninjutsu. Of course, I'd be more than happy to. Obito turned to Feiyu, his tone gentle. My only goal now is to raise little Feiyu into a true grown-up. Lounging lazily in Madara's embrace, Feiyu casually said, Obito, dear caretaker, when you have the chance, can you take me to see the world outside? I've always been curious about it. Absolutely, Obito replied, thumping his chest in assurance. There's so many incredible things out there. It would do you good to see the wider world. Tomorrow, I plan to recruit more for the Akatsuki. If you're interested, I can take you along. Yes, I'd love that. Feiyu agreed cheerfully. Obito, you can take my son out, but if he so much as gets a scratch, you'll have to answer to me. Madara Uchiha shot Obito a glare, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Obito responded, Madara, you don't need to remind me. If anyone dares lay a finger on little Feiyu, I won't tolerate it. Not even for a second. Oomph. As long as you understand, Madara snorted, his tone softening only a little. This is only because it's Feiyu's own request. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him take a single step away from me. Black Zetsu spoke up. Rest assured, Lord Madara, I am Feiyu's shadow. I would never let him come to any harm. Then White Zetsu chimed in. But speaking of which, Lord Madara, are you sure it's really okay to let Feiyu join our operations so early? He's still just a child. Whirlpool Zetsu giggled mischievously. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? Wasn't little Obito also just a kid? And he handled the tasks given to him perfectly well. Madara gazed at Feiyu, his eyes filled with a deep, fatherly affection. After a thoughtful pause, he whispered gently, My son is no ordinary child. Although he looks young, his heart holds a maturity far beyond his years. It will be good for him to experience the world a little. Besides, this will give me some time to rest and recover. Hearing this, Feiyu felt a subtle shock stir in his heart. As expected of his godfather, Madara's insight was truly remarkable. Over time, Feiyu often felt as if nothing could escape Madara's watchful eyes. But even if he did see through everything, so what? The bond they shared now was as close as father and son. As long as that bond remained, nothing else really mattered. After years of companionship and care, Feiyu had finally come to understand. Madara, for all his coldness on the outside, was at heart a gentle giant yearning for peace. In these twilight years, what he lacked most was simply love. And Feiyu's presence had filled that missing piece in Madara's life. Although not related by blood, their father-son bond felt deeper than family. This feeling was wonderful. Come here, son. Madara smiled and beckoned with his hand, calling Feiyu to his side. Feiyu splashed eagerly over to Madara, diving straight into his arms and nuzzling up close. The warmth of this embrace was beyond words. Chuckling, Madara gently pinched Feiyu's tiny nose. What a mischievous little scamp you are, he said indulgently. For the next few days, let Obito and Zetsu take you outside and show you the world. I'm sorry, son. Your old man can't go with you just yet. My body still needs to recover. But once I'm better, I'll take you myself on adventures across mountains and rivers. Anywhere you want to go, I'll go with you. The whole world belongs to the two of us. Okay. Feiyu nodded enthusiastically, his heart leaping with joy. Finally, he was going out. After years cooped up inside the base, he could hardly contain his excitement. Judging by the situation, tomorrow, Obito's coming-of-age journey marks the foundation of the new Akatsuki. To think I'd get to witness, with my own eyes, the early days when the first boy band of the Hidden Leaf is being recruited, Feather couldn't help but feel genuinely excited. Feather, my child, I have one piece of advice for you. Listen closely. Obito, Zetsu, you too as well. Standing before Feather, Madara Uchiha set aside his usual doting manner and put on a stern face. No matter where you go in the future, no matter what takes you away, no matter how far, and even if your work isn't done, I have only one expectation for you. Whatever happens, make sure you come home for dinner at night. Godfather will be waiting for you. Understand, Godfather? Hearing Madara's words, so firm and yet suffused with warmth, Feather felt a rush of heat in his chest, his eyes prickling with emotion. Alone in a world not his own, to have stumbled into the care of this kind of father, it was truly a blessing. Come on, son, let's wash up and head to bed. All right. At dawn the next day, at the entrance to the base, Feather donned a brand new purple robe, flanked by Obito and Zetsu. Behind the trio stood Madara Uchiha, there to see them off. Obito, Zetsu, you must be back before dinner. And if my son comes back with even a single scratch on him, you both know what'll be waiting. Obito turned and snorted. Humph. Old man, you're not the only one who cares about Feather, so stop fussing already. Zetsu chimed in. Don't worry, Lord Madara. Please rest at home and build your strength. You can look forward to the day you step out into the world again. Feather said, Godfather, I'll be home before nightfall. Honestly, I can't fall asleep without you nearby. Good boy. I'll hold you to that. You promised. Pinkies swear. Sometimes, in front of Feather, Madara seemed more like a child himself. After their pinky promise, Madara gently ruffled Feather's hair, his heart full, and whispered, Go on then. MHM, we're off, Godfather. Madara watched as the three of them disappeared down the road, not turning away until they'd vanished from sight. Only then did he reluctantly head back into the base. No sooner had he set foot within than Madara calmly lifted a hand, extended 2 fingers, and, without flinching, gouged the Sharingan from his own eye socket, calling out in a cold voice. Zetsu, help me staunch the bleeding. The white Zetsu clones, tasked with his care, stood frozen in shock and cried out, Lord Madara, what are you doing? Without a hint of emotion, Madara replied, Other people's eyes are useless to me now. You saw Obito's newly awakened left eye, didn't you? Perhaps, given some time, I'll have a chance as well. To carry another's eyes only impedes the rebirth of my own, so I may as well remove them. Only then did the white Zetsu clones truly understand Madara's intentions. After stopping the bleeding, the hollow in his eye socket didn't seem to matter anymore. Instead, Uchiha Madara felt an emptiness settle deep within his heart. Zetsu, where have Feiyu and the others gotten by now? There shouldn't be any trouble on the road, should there? It's only been a few minutes since he left, and yet I already find myself missing him. Zetsu, remember to give me real-time updates on my son's situation. Report every 10 minutes, no, every 5 minutes. Over on Feiyu's end, there wasn't much need to actually walk. In order to save time on the journey, and with Feiyu's consent, Obito simply drew him straight into the Kamui dimension. The moment he stepped into the Kamui space and took in the boundless surroundings, Feiyu couldn't help but gasp in wonder. So, this is the Kamui dimension? It's unbelievably vast. There's even air in here. What a convenient ability. I can't help but wonder what my own Mangekyo Sharingan power will turn out to be. I'm really looking forward to it. Before long, as the air rippled with another spatial distortion, Obito himself entered the Kamui space. Feiyu, we're almost at our destination. But before that, there are some things I need you to know. Go ahead, Dad, Feiyu replied with a playful tone. In public, I've always referred to myself as Uchiha Madara. In the days ahead, you're bound to meet some new faces. When introducing you, I'll let them know you're my son. Patting his chest for emphasis, Feiyu promised, Don't worry, Dad. You can trust me. I won't let it slip. Satisfied, Obito nodded approvingly. Just as I thought. You really are as sharp as they come. That puts my mind at ease. Dad, so, where are we heading exactly? To the Hidden Rain Village. It's a place where rain never stops falling. That's where our most important piece lies in wait. Let's go, we're here. Another ripple of spatial energy, and before Fuyu could even react, the two of them slipped seamlessly back into the real world. They now found themselves in a dim, cavernous room. In its very center stood 7 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. 6 men and 1 woman. The 6 men had dead white faces utterly devoid of expression, pierced through with black rods. The woman, with her short blue hair, looked just a touch less pale than the men, but not by much. Her mood seemed anything but cheerful. In a dark corner, a corpse, bloodied head to toe, lay crumpled. Feiyu recognized it instantly. The fallen leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo. So, after all this preparation, do I finally get to fulfill my long-cherished wish? Thunder cracked overhead. Obito, now fully adopting the identity of Uchiha Madara, spoke in a deep, resonant voice from behind the 6 paths of pain. The 6 paths turned to look. The Deva path, standing at their head, spoke first. You're here, Madara. Yes. Obito crossed his arms over his chest and nodded slightly. At last, the civil war in the Rain Village is over. Now, what we must do is begin the pursuit of our final ambition, together. Konan, eyeing the child beside Obito, asked cautiously, And who is this little kid? He is my son, Uchiha Fuyu. Obito replied with calm certainty. The son of Uchiha Madara. Your son? The words left both Tendo and Konan visibly stunned. Fuyu said nothing. He simply revealed the Sharingan in his eyes for all to see. The 3-Tomo Sharingan. A jolt of shock raced through Tendo and Konan. The sudden appearance of the Sharingan was more than enough proof. This boy truly hailed from the Uchiha clan. Yet what shocked them most was his age. Surely not more than 4 or 5 years old, and already blessed with such terrifying talent. Only Madara's child could be this extraordinary. Obito's tone turned businesslike. Let's get to the point. The real reason I'm here today is to tell you about a few candidates I want you to recruit in Akatsuki's name. Their abilities are exceptional. Tendo nodded, a slight smile undercutting the sternness of his words. That suits me well. Bringing in weaklings would only cause us trouble. Tell me, who are they? Obito answered crisply. A rogue from the Hidden Waterfall, Kaku, the immortal ninja, and a defector from the Hidden Sand, the genius puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand. The full details of both these renegades, their skills, locations, everything, you'll have at your disposal. Just these 2? Konan pressed. Obito nodded. Yes. For now, these 2 are my top recommendations. As for others, I'll keep an eye out in the near future. If you find anyone else suitable, you can bring them in, but don't let our numbers swell too large. Aside from myself, 10 is the perfect number for our group. Right now, he continued, Akatsuki's ranks include you, Konan, and Zetsu behind me. 3 in total. Go and find the remaining 7. At this, Tendo could not help but ask, And why don't you count yourself among us? Obito's voice turned distant, shrouded in a touch of mystery. I'll remain in the shadows a while longer. My identity is complicated. This will allow us to move more freely. When the time is right, I'll join you myself. For now, Akatsuki is yours to lead. Pain considered this and nodded. All right, understood. Obito spread his hands, a cold chuckle escaping him. Then, for the sake of our great cause, go. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave you for now. Zetsu, stay behind and lead them to Sasori and Kaku. Zetsu bowed respectfully. Understood. Obito said no more. He lowered his gaze and gently took Fuyu's small hand. Come, my son. It's time. We're off to the land of water. A whirl of chakra shimmered in the air, and before anyone could react, Obito and Fuyu were gone, swallowed by the vortex and vanished into thin air. As their echoes faded away, Konan turned to Zetsu, fixing him with a frosty stare. I never imagined Madara would have a son. Fuyu's presence, it's so much warmer than Madara's ever was. If not for those Sharingan eyes and his overwhelming talent, I never would have believed they were father and son. Black Zetsu said, Of course. Feiyu is the true child of destiny. He's the only one who can change this rotten world. Just wait and see. One day he'll surpass even Madara. The voice of the will of heaven interrupted. Let's leave those words for later, Zetsu. Tell me where the 2 targets are. White Zetsu piped up. Oh dear, no chit-chat at all, huh? Going straight for the main point. What a good habit. Black Zetsu snapped, be quiet. Sasori of the Red Sand is currently in a border village of the Land of Wind, and the bounty ninja Kakuzu is hunting shinobi in the Land of Grass. Let's go. Our clones will guide you there. Outside, on the road to the land of water, Obito, for once, wasn't rushing at full speed. Instead, he and Feiyu walked side by side at a leisurely pace. Over the past few years, his personality had changed a great deal. He found himself thinking less and less of Rin. Strangely, whenever Feiyu was beside him, his hollow heart felt a peculiar sense of contentment. This feeling was different from both love and friendship. Orphaned and alone, he called it family. Though he often jokingly called himself Feiyu's nanny dad, deep down, Obito saw Feiyu as his own little brother. Hey, Feiyu, what do you think of the scenery here? Isn't it much nicer than back home? Are you hungry? Why don't we grab a bite to eat? I'm not hungry, nanny dad. Teach me ninjutsu. I heard from White Zetsu yesterday that you managed to control the Mizukage with your Sharingan. That's incredible. I want to learn that. What? You know about that? Obito was startled, realizing that Zetsu and Madara truly didn't shy away from talking business in front of Feiyu. They really are something, discussing these things around a kid, he grumbled, agitation bubbling up. But after a moment, he calmed down. Thinking it through, Feiyu had spent years listening to them and learning by osmosis. He was sharp. He'd likely figured out their plans and motives long ago. There was no point hiding it. Sooner or later, Feiyu would grow up, and these things couldn't be concealed forever. With that, Obito tried probing. Feiyu, do you know about your godfathers and my plan? Feiyu didn't hesitate. Of course I do. Isn't it about letting everyone live forever in a dream? Sounds pretty nice to me. Obito's voice grew tight. So, do you agree with it? Of course I agree. Feiyu replied without a moment's doubt. Your dream is my dream. Godfather, you, White Zetsu dad, Black Zetsu dad, you're the people I cherish most. You're the ones who took me in. As long as you're happy, that's enough for me. What everyone else chooses, well, that's their business, not mine. When I grow up, I won't let anyone hurt you. Even if, one day, you want to hurt each other, I'll never let something like that happen. Promise. Such warm words nearly brought Obito to tears. Feiyu, you little grown-up, you really know how to pierce right into someone's heart with your words. Come on, let your nanny treat you to some dango. Forget the land of water. We'll go tomorrow instead. Nanny, I'm not really hungry. Why don't you teach me ninjutsu first? No way. Mealtime is mealtime. Ever heard the saying, there's a kind of hunger your father feels for you? That's exactly what's happening now. Eat first, then we'll study. Not a second sooner. All right, but I want a big portion. Ah, you got it. Let's go. Obito's original goal today was to head to the Hidden Mist Village, seize control of the 4th Mizukage to implement ruthless policies, weaken their forces, and maybe recruit some talented ninjas for his own use. Looking back now, he'd completely tossed his plans aside. Meanwhile, the ever-diligent Pain had wasted no time. Guided by Zetsu, he had already arrived in a forest on the borders of the Land of Grass. Is our man here? Gazing at the thick woods before him, Tendo asked, where's the exact location? White Zetsu replied, right at the far end of these trees. At this very moment, he's in the middle of a fight, taking on dozens of ninja. A tremendous explosion thundered in the distance before White Zetsu even finished speaking. Thick smoke billowed, the ground littered with fresh corpses and blood flowing like a crimson river. Amidst the carnage stood a short-haired man, bare-chested and masked, who hoisted up a barely breathing ninja with one hand and sneered. Is this all you've got? Doesn't seem like I'll make much money out of this. Bastard. With his last ounce of strength, the ninja cursed him, then fell silent forever. The masked man tossed the lifeless body aside without a second thought and dusted himself off, ready to leave. Suddenly, a giant aloe-like leaf sprouted up beside him. Well, now that was quite reckless of you, came a playful voice. What the hell is that? Startled by Zetsu's bizarre appearance, the masked man leapt back, landing warily on open ground. As he turned, Tendo and Zetsu stepped forward from the swirling smoke, stopping just a few steps away. Who are you people? Kakuzu demanded on guard. Tendo didn't waste words. He came straight to the point. The Undying Ninja, Kakuzu. We're here to welcome you into the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki? And what exactly do you do? Despite his long life, Kakuzu had never heard of such an organization. White Zetsu chuckled. TSK. Akatsuki exists to bring about true peace in this world. Kakuzu showed not the slightest concern. I have no interest in being part of some boring organization. The only thing that holds any appeal for me now is money. Tendo's tone was utterly imperious, paying Kakuzu's feelings no heed whatsoever. Whether you're interested or not, you must join the Akatsuki. You sure know how to talk big. Kakuzu's words had been brushed aside, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Looks like you're another fool who doesn't know just how insignificant he really is. He sneered. Even if your heads won't fetch much at market, I've already decided. The lot of you must die. As he spoke, thick black threads erupted from the stitches along Kakuzu's arms. Pain's Tendo closed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. So, you're challenging me? Very well. If I win, I'll take you back with me to join the Akatsuki. You bastard. Kakuzu could no longer hold back the killing intent boiling up inside him. His iron-hard fists clenched tight, both arms swinging as he hurled his punches straight at Tendo. White Zetsu squinted disdainfully. Hey, so this is the secret art of Takigakure. Earth Grudge Fear? Looks freakish when activated. Black Zetsu replied drily. Considering how we look, we're in no position to judge anyone else. Pain's Tendo didn't even flinch. He didn't so much as move a step. Just as the black fists were about to smash into his face, a tremendous force burst from his body, surging outward. Shinra Tensei! Kakuzu barely had time to react before the overwhelming blow sent him tumbling helplessly through the air. What kind of power is this? Dazed, Kakuzu tried to process what had happened. In all his years, he had never known fear like this. The man before him hadn't even moved, hadn't formed a single hand sign, hadn't shown so much as the rise and fall of his breath. And yet, somehow, Kakuzu had been sent flying. A chill crept into his heart as he realized he'd encountered an opponent unlike any he'd faced before. Damn it! The composure and indifference on Tendo's face only stoked Kakuzu's fury. He resolved to unleash his deadliest move and give it everything he had. Get lost. Don't you dare underestimate me. I'll make you pay for this. Tendo raised a hand ever so slightly, his voice cold. I don't underestimate you at all. In fact, it's because I value your strength that I've come to invite you personally to join my organization. Bansho Tenin. Just as Kakuzu braced himself, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, he was suddenly swept off his feet, drawn inexorably forward by an unseen force straight toward Tendo. His power. Could it be he controls gravity and repulsion? Kakuzu was keenly intelligent in battle, and he instantly grasped the true nature and terrifying potential of Tendo's abilities. In this moment, he finally realized there is always someone stronger, always a higher peak to climb. With his current strength, defeating the man before him would be nothing short of impossible. Seeing the look on Kakuzu's face, Tendo knew his fighting spirit had been completely extinguished. It's over. You have lost. Tendo slowly lowered his hand. Kakuzu dropped to his knees, unwilling to concede, and demanded, to possess such mysterious power, what are you really? Tendo replied, I am the god who will correct this world. Come, immortal one, I will grant you a place to stand. There are few people in this world bold enough to call themselves gods. They are either true gods or madmen. And the man before him, clearly, was not the latter. Kakuzu stood up and, eyes closed, gave a brief snort. With someone like you joining this organization, I suspect there will be no shortage of famous bounties to pursue in the future. Thinking about it, it seems the Akatsuki really is a surprisingly profitable group. Well, if there's money to be made, then I'll join. As he finished speaking, Zetsu slipped up from underground, voice tinged with mischief. Then it settled. No backing out now, my name's Zetsu. I'm a member too. Looking forward to working together. Kakuzu turned to glance at the strange, aloe-like being beneath him, frowning with suspicion. Seems the members of this group are all rather unusual, he mused silently. That's settled. Our mission here is done. Let's head back. In the next instant, the three figures vanished into the depths of the forest. At the border of the Land of Wind, before a ruined village, a red-haired youth walked across the desert sand, grumbling, TCH, what a desolate place. There's practically nothing here I can use for materials. I hope the next village I find yields more valuable stuff. As he muttered to himself, a fierce gust swept in, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the sky. Startled, the redhead looked up and saw a half-human, half-angelic woman hovering aloft on powerful wings. I've heard the rumors. News that the small villages scattered throughout the Land of Wind were slaughtered overnight. Looks like this was your handiwork, Sasori of the Red Sand. At her words, Sasori instantly readied himself for battle. And who are you? Here, for revenge. No. The woman shook her head gently. My name is Conan. I'm a member of Akatsuki. I've come to invite you to join us, to become one of our own. Sasori answered bluntly. Akatsuki? Never heard of it. Conan pressed on. The organization's plans cannot proceed without your strength. Lend us your power. A cold chuckle slipped from Sasori as he bowed his head in contempt. The way you talk, you really don't think much of me, do you? Conan descended from the air. The swirling sand transformed into a flurry of white sheets, trapping Sasori within a screen of paper. Sasori, believe it or not, I'm helping you. At least this way, you won't have to wander any longer. You can think of Akatsuki as a sanctuary for those who have betrayed their hidden villages. No one will come looking for trouble here. No one would even dare. Sasori of the Red Sand snorted. Your abilities, they're rather artistic, I must admit. Conan didn't respond. She simply continued in her calm voice. In the Akatsuki, as long as you complete the missions you're assigned, no one interferes with what you do. I see. Sounds fairly appealing. But, as Sasori spoke, he swiftly drew a scroll from behind his back. With a dull thud, his third Kazekage puppet materialized before Conan. Sasori, with a touch of pride, declared, "This is my masterpiece. I thought luck wasn't on my side today, but running into you, well, the village may have turned out empty, but here you are, a specimen of exceptional quality delivered right to my door." Conan wasn't fazed. Her reply was cold and steady. "What do you intend to do? Come now, woman, try to be happy about this. I'll turn you into a work of art to rival my third Kazekage collection." With a flick of his fingers, 10 chakra threads sprang out and attached to the puppet. In an instant, the puppet seemed to come alive, wielding its great arm blades and lunging at Conan with blinding speed. There was a vicious sound as Conan's body was sliced neatly into 3. Sasori sneered at the scene. Was that really all you had? But then his eyes widened in surprise. Conan's broken form fluttered apart into countless pristine sheets of white paper. The paper swirled, rapidly reforming in her body once more. What kind of jutsu is this? Sasori could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never witnessed such a beautiful technique. Conan's gaze sharpened. Honestly, you're difficult to deal with. My technique is immune to physical attacks and poisons. In a way, I'm your natural enemy. If you won't cooperate, I'll have to bring you in by force. Sasori's interest only grew. You're even more intriguing than I thought. Be obedient and let me examine your body. It'll be thorough, I promise. Conan sighed softly, falling silent. Sheets of paper spread outward, splitting into 2 coordinated waves heading for both the puppet and Sasori himself. Caught off guard, Sasori fired off hidden weapons, but they merely passed harmlessly through Conan's form, inflicting no damage at all. I told you, physical attacks are useless against me. Instead of attacking me, you'd better start worrying about yourself. Damn it, Sasori gnashed his teeth, reluctantly lowering his hands. His prized puppet was already ensnared, completely wrapped in Conan's white paper and rendered inoperable, and his own body was quickly being pinned down as well. He never imagined he would lose, much less so utterly. This encounter only strengthened his resolve. Deep down, he made a silent vow. If he truly wanted to grow stronger, he must transform himself into a puppet as well. You've lost, Conan spoke calmly, her tone unruffled. I'll say it once more, lend us your strength. TCH, Sasori of the Red Sand let go of his disappointment and summoned back the third Kazekage puppet, letting out a soft laugh. If I can't defeat you, then I have no other choice. It seems my artistry still isn't enough. I'll follow you. Wherever you go, that's where I'll be. Conan called back her sheets of paper as well. I didn't expect you to be so reasonable about it. Sasori gave a faint snort, lifting his gaze to the sky. I'm simply intrigued by your ninjutsu. Besides, I want to see what the other members of Akatsuki are like. Just like you, perhaps someone else might inspire in me an artistic sense I've never experienced before. Conan replied. On that point, I can't promise you'll find anyone who shares your exact interests. But as long as you choose to join us, the possibilities are endless. That in itself is enough. After a moment's silence, the two exchanged a glance. No words were necessary. Then, one after another, they turned northward and set out. Elsewhere, Zetsu's silhouette appeared atop a nearby sandstone pillar. Black Zetsu spoke with satisfaction. Everything's going smoothly on this end as well. White Zetsu chimed in. Yes, the immortal ninja Kakuzu and Sasori the puppet master have both been brought into the fold. Our surveillance mission is finished. So what now? Black Zetsu answered cheerfully. Naturally, let's go find Toby. I want to keep Fuyu company. White Zetsu snickered. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let me see where they are right now, huh? Black Zetsu asked what's wrong. White Zetsu grumbled in exasperation. Unbelievable. We've been running ourselves ragged out here in the middle of nowhere, and Toby's just strolling down a shopping street, taking his sweet time eating dango. Come on, let's go find him. At the border of the land of water, coastal towns tend to be bustling, and Toby had brought Fuyu along to one such commercial district, sampling a variety of local snacks and treats. Earlier, Fuyu insisted he wouldn't eat a thing, but now he was thoroughly engrossed, eating with gusto. This is so good. Toby chuckled warmly, watching Fuyu devour his food with delight. If you like it, have as much as you want. Toby, you scoundrel. All at once, an enormous reed leaf burst from the earth, and Zetsu's furious shout rang out. The sun's almost setting. How are you still lazing around eating? Don't you have any real work to do? Zetsu's sudden appearance stunned everyone in the snack shop. Their bizarre looks clearly marked them as trouble. In a flash, all the customers except for the owner bolted, leaving the place deserted. Obito set down the strawberry pie in his hand and was just about to explain when Feiyu suddenly spoke up. It's not Obito Dad's fault, Black Zetsu Dad. I was the one pestering him to take me out for food. I've long grown tired of the food the nannies make at home. It's not too much to ask for something a little special now that I finally got a chance to see the outside world, is it? Hee hee. Oh, so it's that little Feiyu wanted to eat out. Zetsu's demeanor changed faster than flipping the page of a book. He instantly turned gentle, saying, Little Feiyu, did you get enough? If not, Dad can have a chef make you something extra. With that, Zetsu turned and glared coldly at the shopkeeper, who was still slumped on the ground, and barked an order. Hey, old man, bring us some more food. And remember, only the freshest. What are you standing there for? Move it. Obito shot Zetsu a look of disdain and scoffed. Humph, you've already scared him senseless with that face. Leave it to me. Besides, it makes for a good lesson. Come on, Feiyu, come with me. Obito took Feiyu's hand and led him over to the shopkeeper. His scarlet Sharingan flickered ominously. He lifted the shopkeeper's chin with one hand, formed a seal with the other, and murmured, Look into my eyes. In an instant, a touch of red flashed in the terrified man's eyes. His expression went slack. His gaze turned empty and hollow. Prepare us some more dishes. Use only the finest ingredients. I understand. The shopkeeper, expressionless and stiff as a puppet, rose and shuffled toward the kitchen. Did you see that clearly, Feiyu? That is the power of a Sharingan illusion. Obito tousled Feiyu's hair and continued his explanation. The Uchiha illusions can be triggered with just a glance. You can trap the victim in a moment's nightmare, robbing them of control over their body. You can disrupt their actions, or even take over their mind for a short time. You carry the Uchiha blood. Both eyes awakened to the three-tomo Sharingan. With your quick instincts, mastering this shouldn't be difficult for you. The shopkeeper's right there in the kitchen. Go ahead, give it a try. All right, I'll do my best. Feiyu knew well the power of illusions. Mastering them would be a huge leap for his own abilities. Once Feiyu stepped into the kitchen, Black Zetsu lowered his voice, making it even raspier. Obito, aren't you spoiling Feiyu a bit too much? Don't forget Lord Madara's orders. Obito turned away, dismissively. Like I need you to remind me? You hardly want to talk. The moment Feiyu wanted more food, you dropped your tough act and started doting on him. Black and White Zetsu protested in unison. Of course. We're his dads, aren't we? Obito shot back. And am I not? After a brief exchange of glaring, the two dads turned away in haughty defiance at the same moment, each refusing to acknowledge the other any longer. And just like that, a whole minute slipped by in silence. Obito was the first to break the ice, speaking up. Look, we're both fathers now. Everything we do is for our children. There's no point in arguing. Let's get down to business. How's it going with Nagato? White Zetsu pursed his lips, his tone dripping with reluctance. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Come on, White Zetsu, don't act so childish. Black Zetsu chided softly, then turned to Obito to deliver today's report. Kakuzu and Sasori have officially joined the Akatsuki. Good, Obito nodded in approval. Nagato never disappoints. His ability to execute a plan is truly reliable. But a handful of members isn't nearly enough. We need to find more trustworthy recruits. Got anyone in mind? Black Zetsu asked. I do have a candidate, someone whose skills and temperament are perfect for the organization. The trouble is, he won't be easy to recruit. Bringing him in will take some finesse. White Zetsu blinked in surprise. Who is it? Uchiha Itachi from Konoha. At the mention of the name, Obito's gaze drifted toward the distant northeast. Itachi may be young, but he's calm, and his abilities are exceptional. He's a rare genius, even by Konoha standards. I've got some intel on Konoha myself, Black Zetsu interjected. But for what I know, the most gifted Uchiha in the clan isn't Itachi, but Shisui. His Mangekyo Sharingan, Koto Emitsukami, is terrifying. Why not go after him instead? I understand that, Obito replied with a shake of his head, but Shisui just isn't suited for Akatsuki. He's too devoted to Konoha. There's almost no chance of winning him over. And because his Mangekyo ability is so unique, I'd rather stay clear. If he were to control us, or any of Akatsuki's members, it would be catastrophic. You're right, Black Zetsu agreed, his tone grave. Shisui is unpredictable. He could become a major variable in our future plans. We'll either have to eliminate him or get our hands on his eyes. I have a plan, one that might grant us Shisui's eyes. With some luck, we could even persuade Itachi to join Akatsuki, Obito said slowly. Oh, White Zetsu's eyes lit up, and he pressed eagerly. What's the plan? Obito replied, his voice low and deliberate. According to my information, there's a slippery fellow in Konoha named Danzo. He harbors a deep grudge against the Uchiha clan and does everything in his power to suppress them. The fourth Hokage, Minato, disapproves of his actions, but in the end he still answers to the third, Hiruzen Toby. Hiruzen turns a blind eye. Outwardly he opposes it, but his actions say otherwise, tacitly allowing it all to pass. Because of this, the Uchiha clan has also been ostracized by Konoha. Their current standing in the village is far from what it once was, and many in the clan are beginning to harbor thoughts of rebellion. The present peace is merely the result of a missing spark. We can take advantage of this and fan the flames for them. White Zetsu, your disguise technique is second to none. No sensory ninja could ever detect you. I want you to transform into a member of the Uchiha leadership and carry out an assassination attempt on the Hokage. If the assassination succeeds, all the better. If it fails, it's no great loss. The fuse will have been lit, and a major conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha will be unavoidable. My prediction is that the Uchiha will lose. Their members will become rogue ninja. When that happens, Itachi, branded as a traitor, will be much easier for Akatsuki to recruit. Hearing this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but praise. An excellent plan, Obito. Sharp thinking as always. Obito snorted coldly. If only Madara had listened to me back then. If he'd let me capture the Nine Tails when Kushina, the Jinchuriki, was giving birth a few years ago, we wouldn't have to bother with all these troublesome schemes now. With the Sharingan, I could have controlled the Nine Tails. Even if the attempt failed, it would have sown discord and mistrust between Konoha and the Uchiha. There's a chance that Itachi would already be on our side, and Shisui's Sharingan would be mine as well. Black Zetsu replied, you make a good point. But what's done is done. There's no need to discuss it further. Obito, when do you intend to carry out your plan to destroy the Uchiha clan? Obito answered, as soon as possible. The Akatsuki must come together quickly. White Zetsu responded with eager enthusiasm. Understood, I'll take a trip to Konoha tonight and pay a little visit to those two Hokage's bedrooms. Just then, Feiyu came running out of the kitchen, carrying a large steaming tray of snacks. Daddies, lunch is ready. Why are you carrying it out yourself? What if you burn yourself? Zetsu hurriedly took the platter from Feiyu's hands and passed it over to Obito. Little Feiyu, are you all right? Did you get burned? Zetsu fussed over him, gently blowing cool air onto Feiyu's tiny paws. Obito stared blankly, the platter in his hands, and asked, bewildered, Hey, Zetsu, why are you handing this to me? Aren't you worried I'll get burned? TCH, with skin as thick as yours, what's a little heat to you? Obito had no patience to argue with White Zetsu. He simply strode forward, plucked Feiyu from Zetsu's arms, and gently asked, So, Feiyu, have you mastered the art of Jinjutsu? Of course, Feiyu straightened up and patted his chest with pride. I not only got Jinjutsu down pat, but I also watched carefully while the chef was cooking. I've already memorized how to make all of these special snacks. After speaking, Feiyu pointed to the plate of snacks. I made all these myself. Gentlemen, please help yourselves. It's getting late. Eat up, so you'll have energy for dinner once you get home. Zetsu and Obito instantly took their seats. If Xiao Feiyu made it, I've absolutely got to try it. A goofy laugh bubbled up between them. As evening descended, the appointed time set by Lord Madara arrived, and the three returned together to the base. Uchiha Madara was already waiting eagerly at the door, eyes full of anticipation. Never before had Zetsu and Obito experienced such a warm welcome. My son, when Madara caught sight of Feiyu, joy lit up his face. Father and son rushed toward each other, meeting in a tight embrace. It's only been a day apart, but I've missed you like crazy. Godfather, I missed you too. Come on, let's go home for dinner. Cradling Feiyu, Madara strode back into the house. Obito and Zetsu followed close behind. Obito leaned over to Zetsu. Time to set our plan in motion. Zetsu muttered under his breath, understood, and with that his form slipped soundlessly into the ground, vanishing from sight. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. On an open patch of earth within the Uchiha compound, Itachi Uchiha was practicing his shuriken throws. Little Sasuke watched from the side, utterly enthralled, showering praise on his brother. Big brother, you're amazing. I want to learn too. Itachi smiled gently. You're still young. When you're a little older, I'll teach you, I promise. But I don't want to wait. Sasuke pouted, his cheeks puffed in annoyance. I heard that when you were my age, you could already use advanced ninjutsu. I'm your little brother. There's no way I'll fall behind in talent. Seeing Sasuke sulk, Itachi waved him over with a fond, indulgent gesture. Come here, Sasuke. Sasuke scampered over, his face bright with excitement. He thought his brother had given in and would start teaching him right then, but instead, Itachi gently pressed his finger to Sasuke's forehead, giving him a light poke. "Forgive me, Sasuke. Next time I promise." "Ow, that hurt." Sasuke clutched his forehead, pouting in defeat. "Come on, big brother, not again." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden afterglow brushed across the brothers' faces. Itachi took Sasuke's hand, his voice full of tenderness. "Let's go home, Sasuke. If we're any later, Mother will start to worry." "All right," Sasuke replied, his voice tinged with disappointment. "But next time, you really have to teach me." Itachi smiled, lifting Sasuke onto his back as he glanced back warmly. "Absolutely. Next time." Before long, the two arrived at their doorstep. Uchiha Fugaku sat on the front porch, his expression solemn. Beside him stood several elders from the Uchiha clan, all gathered in secretive discussion, their faces etched with gravity. It was clear something critical and confidential was being debated. "Clan head, I can't stand that old Danzo any longer. He's driving us into a corner. He actually sent people today demanding 10 of our young ninja to join his organization, the Root. Is that any place for anyone, let alone one of our clan? Does he mean to wipe out the Uchiha for good?" "Thankfully, clan leader, you stood your ground and refused him outright. But this means things are completely out in the open with Danzo. We didn't give him the respect he wanted today, so who knows what dirty tricks he'll try against the Uchiha from now on. Clan leader, maybe it's time. We rebel. My son told me that while he was on a mission for the police force, he caught sight of an ANBU following him. Clearly, the village doesn't trust us anymore." "Yes, I've experienced this myself. The ANBU disappear whenever real trouble hits the village, but when it comes to snooping on their own people, they become unbelievably diligent. If we're going to be slowly bled dry until we die out, we might as well strike first. Let's rebel." "Rebel? That's a thought we cannot afford. The Uchiha may be the strongest clan in the village, but up against all of Konoha's power, we're hardly worth mentioning. Come on, don't lose your nerve. We're a clan that grows stronger the more we fight. In battle, it's inevitable that some will lose loved ones or friends. And when there is loss, there is pain. There is hatred. Who knows? We might see many new Mangekyo awaken because of it. And don't forget, we possess unique and forbidden techniques tied to the Sharingan. Techniques our young ones know nothing about yet, but we elders understand clearly. If we taught them, our strength as a clan would reach new heights. If we put our lives on the line and fight with everything we have, we absolutely have the power to stand against Konoha." "That's right. Clan leader, you take the 4th Hokage, and we'll handle the 3rd in Danzo. The legendary Sannin aren't even in the village. The timing couldn't be better. And don't forget, we have our ace in the hole, Uchiha Sure Sway. And Itachi's abilities are nothing to underestimate. Looking at it this way, our chances of winning don't seem so slim." The room was charged with excitement. The clan elders were fervently listing every strength and advantage the Uchiha held. Uchiha Fugaku sat in silence, his expression dark. Listening to his trusted advisors growing ever more animated, he held his tongue. As clan leader, his decision would determine the fate of everyone who bore the Uchiha name. He didn't dare make a hasty choice. Just then, the creak of the courtyard gate opening caught his attention. "That's enough for now. My 2 sons have come home." At once, the elders fell silent and turned to look. Uchiha Itachi was carrying Sasuke on his back as the two made their way inside. "This meeting is over. Let's leave things here for today. Clan leader, please don't take our words lightly." I understand." The elders rose from their seats one after another, and Itachi Uchiha watched their departing figures, his gaze growing ever more conflicted. "Itachi, Sasuke, you're finally back. Hurry and wash your hands, then come eat." Their mother, Mikoto Uchiha, placed steaming dishes on the table, urging her sons with affectionate indulgence. "Okay," answered the brothers in unison. The 4 of them sat together, a family filled with happiness. Night fell, and the house was quiet. Sasuke was deep in sleep, but Itachi lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to drift off. Suddenly, 2 dark shadows zipped past outside the window. Though it happened in a blink, Itachi's keen eyes missed nothing. Uncle Yashiro? Tekka. He recognized them instantly. Those figures could be none other than Yashiro Uchiha and Tekka Uchiha. What are they doing out so late? And why do they look so anxious and furtive? Itachi frowned slightly, a strange sense of foreboding welling up inside him. And his intuition proved to be right. Less than a minute later, a flurry of urgent knocks rattled the door. Fugaku Uchiha went to answer it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw dozens of masked Anbu shinobi standing outside, their murderous intent practically tangible. Fugaku understood that they hadn't come with good intentions, but still maintained courtesy. it's late. What brings you to my door at this hour? The Anbu captain acted as if he hadn't heard Fugaku at all. Ignoring all pleasantries, he commanded his subordinates, search. Wait, don't push us too far. Fugaku's anger flared. His Sharingan activated, burning crimson, as he raised his arms and shouted, anyone who dares cross my threshold will meet one in death. The Anbu captain scoffed coldly. Fugaku, it's fortunate you answered at once. Had you hesitated longer, we would have stormed in on suspicion of harboring fugitives without concern for your dignity. Harboring fugitives? Fugaku was taken aback. What are you talking about? Who do you accuse me of hiding? Yashiro Uchiha and Tekka Uchiha. Them? They should be at home right now. Besides, what have they done to warrant this show of force? What, you don't know? Wasn't it your order? The Anbu captain's words grew ever icier, stabbing straight into Fugaku's heart. Moments ago, Yashiro Uchiha and Tekka Uchiha broke into the residences of the 3rd and 4th Hokage, attempting assassination. What? That's impossible. They would never do something so reckless. Huh? Still denying it? Both Hokage saw it with their own eyes, and this was no mere transformation technique. The chakra signature matched theirs exactly. Our sensory ninja confirmed it beyond doubt. Clan head Fugaku, there's no point arguing with me. They're your people. If you have anything to say, you'd best go explain it to the 2 Hokage yourself. The Hokage building in the office. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat behind his desk. On the sofa sat the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Toby, along with Danzo Shimura, Kohori and Hamura Mitokado. There's nothing left to discuss. Danzo was the first to break the silence. The Uchiha clan's ambitions are right before our eyes. What we should do now is send every member of the Anbu en route, he pressed on, lock down the Uchiha compound, and not let a single one escape. Hamura nodded, his tone grave. Since the founding of the village, no one has dared to assassinate the Hokage. If we don't make an example of the Uchiha clan, how will we maintain order in the future? Danzo snorted. Hamura's right. If we tolerate this, soon every stray cat and dog will challenge the authority of Konoha's highest office. Minato shook his head. No, we can't act rashly. The facts aren't clear yet, and we can't decide on something so important without proper investigation. Koharu's eyes were cold as she retorted. The truth is right in front of us. The Uchiha have shown signs of rebellion for some time now. How much longer are we going to indulge them? Danzo squinted, pushing even harder. Minato, this is not the time for personal feelings or indecision. As Hokage, you must act decisively. Minato rose from his chair, gazing out the window, trouble etched on his face. The weight from these elders pressed heavily on him, each, in their own right, an institution. And in all fairness, at least on the surface, their arguments made sense. But something about the situation unsettled Minato. It was all too convenient, too simple. The Uchiha were known for their formidable strength. If their true intent was to assassinate the Hokage, they would never have sent only Yashiro Uchiha and Tekka Uchiha. These two, though leaders within the clan and captains of the Konoha police, didn't have what it took to be assassins. Fugaku Uchiha couldn't possibly be foolish enough to send just them for such an audacious act. There has to be a scheme behind this, Minato thought to himself. Danzo's hostility toward the Uchiha was an open secret among the village's higher-ups, and Minato was well aware of it. He suspected that the mastermind behind this assassination attempt was none other than Danzo himself, the thief who shouts, "Stop, thief!" to cover his own tracks. Minato understood Fugaku's heart. He might harbor resentment. After all, his clan was under constant pressure from Danzo, but it was hard to believe he'd truly revolt. Even if he did, he wouldn't be reckless enough to send only 2 men, knowing it would only make things worse for everyone. Wouldn't that just fan the flames of conflict? No one benefits from such chaos, except, perhaps, Danzo himself. The more Minato pondered, the more certain he became. Danzo was at the heart of this. After a brief silence, Hiruzen Toby, the 3rd Hokage, who had been quietly smoking all this while, finally spoke. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to him. Within the upper echelons of the village, although Minato Namikaze held the lofty title of 4th Hokage, the senior advisors, Danzo Shimura, Kohori and Hamura Mitokado, had never truly regarded him with respect. Instead, they listened to the words of Hiruzen Toby. No matter their outward disagreement, the final decisions made by Hiruzen were seldom truly opposed. After all, in both status and experience, Toby was, at the very least, their equal, if not above them. Minato was different. Though talented, he had trained under Jiraiya, who was himself Toby's disciple. By lineage, Minato was essentially a grand student, a position that naturally did not carry much weight among these elders. Deep down, Minato whispered to himself, Lord Third, please stand by me in this matter. He knew that if even Hiruzen supported the plan to wipe out the Uchiha clan, he would have nothing more to say. With a slow exhale, Hiruzen released a cloud of thick smoke and finally spoke. This affair may not be as straightforward as it appears. I suggest we summon Fugaku Uchiha and speak with him face to face before making any decisions. Danzo retorted in a cold, sharp tone. Do you really think Fugaku Uchiha would show up? For all we know, he may already be conspiring to launch a full-scale rebellion. Hiruzen responded, his voice calm. If he truly refuses to come, then it won't be too late for us to act. At Sarutobi's unwavering stance, the room fell silent, and no one argued further. Someone, fetch me a messenger. With a faint pop, a cloud of white smoke appeared. An unassuming Anbu operative kneeled on one knee in the middle of the hall. Send word to Uchiha Fugaku, clan leader of the Uchiha. Tell him to present himself at the Hokage's office. Understood. Beyond the walls of Konoha, deep within the forest undergrowth, two corpses lay sprawled on the ground. One was Uchiha Teka, the other, Uchiha Yashiro. Black Zetsu's voice murmured, Shall we devour them? Which one do you want? I'll take Teka, replied White Zetsu, smacking his lips. He's in his 40s, just the age I like best. Tisich, you really are ravenous. You'll eat just about anything, won't you? With a sickening, tearing sound, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu split apart, each preparing to savor their grisly meal. Don't forget to take their Sharingan eyes, Black Zetsu reminded. Bring them to Madara. We may find use for them in time. Leaving that to me, I'll make sure of it. As the two Zetsus feasted, the air around them began to ripple and swirl, distorting with a low hum as Obito materialized from the vortex. So how did things go? White Zetsu licked his lips before glancing up, a sly grin on his face. It went smoothly. My two clones, disguised as Uchiha clan members, have completed the assassinations. The spark is set. Black Zetsu's voice was low and gleeful. Tonight, we're in for quite a show. With a casual gesture, White Zetsu tore off a hunk of bloody flesh and extended it toward Obito. Care to have a taste? The flesh of your own kin does have a unique flavor. After all, Obito shot him an exasperated look and vanished into the swirling vortex. I'm going to check out the situation. When you're done eating, come find me. White Zetsu brought the meat to his lips. TCH, poor guy missing out. This meat is absolutely delicious. Black Zetsu snapped. Enough chit-chat. Just eat. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, lanterns glowed brightly, illuminating every corner. The news that Teka and Yashiro had attempted to assassinate the Hokage had already spread through the entire clan. The members of the Anbu had just finished a thorough search, but there was no sign of either man. Damn it, where could those two have run off to? Did they sprout wings and fly away? Growled the Anbu captain. A nearby subordinate responded. Let's question Fugaku Uchiha again. He must know where they're hiding. Fugaku replied, It's no use asking me. I truly know nothing about this. A rush of air cut through the room as a new Anbu appeared. Captain, orders from a third. Fugaku Uchiha is to report to the Hokage's office at once. Understood. The Anbu captain nodded, then turned to Fugaku. Let's go. The Hokage wishes to see you. Fugaku's expression grew even sterner, a deep foreboding settling in his heart. My husband, father, daddy, Mikoto, Itachi, and little Sasuke all looked on, faces clouded with worry. The assassination of the Hokage was a grave crime. Even if Fugaku was unaware of it, the head of the Uchiha clan could not escape responsibility for the misdeeds of his kin. Husband, you can't go. Tears shimmered at the corners of Mikoto's eyes. She knew all too well, if he left now, their chances of ever seeing him again were slim. Fugaku smiled gently, gathering Mikoto into a brief embrace before ruffling the hair of Itachi and little Sasuke. Don't worry, Mikoto. I'll be fine. Wait for me at home, and take care of Itachi and Sasuke. I'll be back before you know it. Wait for me to return, he said, his voice steady. As his father's figure was led away, Itachi's gaze grew conflicted. He had clearly seen Teka and Yashiro's faces. They could be no one else. Could Uncle Yashiro and Brother Teka really have tried to kill the Hokage? Why would they do such a thing? Don't they realize this would bring utter disaster onto the Uchiha? No matter how hard Itachi tried, he could not understand, but the events had happened right before his own eyes. Just then, there was a sudden flutter of wings. A crow landed softly on his shoulder. He knew it at once. This was Shisui Uchiha's crow. Mom, I'm going to the bathroom, he called out. Sasuke, don't cry. Father will be home very soon. Mikoto murmured, comforting Sasuke, as Itachi slipped away into the night. He followed the crow's lead, and before long, beneath the shelter of a tree, he found Shisui waiting. "Itachi, where's your father?" Shisui asked him bluntly. "He's been taken away by the Anbu. The Hokage wants to see him." "Did the clan leader resist?" "He didn't." Shisui Uchiha nodded, a look of concern clouding his face. "Itachi, I'm afraid the Uchiha clan is facing a great upheaval." "Shisui, someone's framing Tekoka and Uncle Yadai. I know they would never do such a thing." Itachi Uchiha's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve as he spoke. Shisui gave him a long, meaningful look. He could only shake his head with a sigh, then reached out and patted Itachi's shoulder, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. "Itachi, of course I understand, but that's not the real problem anymore. Whether they did it or not isn't what matters now. The most important thing is what the village's top brass believe. They're not fools. Surely they can see someone is setting up the Uchiha clan." Itachi's face was etched with worry. "Then, if that's the case, the Hokage wouldn't hurt my father, would he?" Shisui let out a quiet sigh. "If all they do is give a punishment, that wouldn't be so bad. What I fear most is conflict breaking out between the village and the Uchiha. If things go that far, the village would be awash in blood, and many more innocents would lose their lives." "No, that can't happen," Itachi replied at once. "The third and fourth Hokage would never let things get that far. Itachi, this is a grave matter. Even with both Hokage determined to keep the peace, there are circumstances beyond anyone's control. They may be forced to act against their own will." Shisui explained patiently. "This news will spread quickly. Unless the village leaders make a statement, it will be hard to calm the public. Besides, you know as well as I do, most of our clan resents the village leadership's oppression. When something like this happens, and everyone hears about it, many will be willing to believe the accusations are true. Maybe it's possible the village leadership orchestrated all of this." Hearing Shisui's words, Itachi seemed to understand. "Does that mean this is a dead end? Is bloodshed the only way out?" Shisui let out a long, weary sigh, saying nothing more. "Hokage Tower, Hokage's office." A knock echoed through the room. "Come in." From inside, the voice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could be heard. The door creaked open, and the Anbu captain led Fugaku Uchiha inside. "Third Lord, Fourth Lord, I've brought him." "Good. You may go." "Yes, sir." The Anbu captain bowed and closed the door behind him. "Fugaku Uchiha, as the head of the Uchiha clan, do you have anything you wish to say?" Mitamonen was the first to speak up, breaking the silence. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was unwavering as he addressed the room. "Third Hokage, fourth Hokage, esteemed advisors, I swear to you here and now, the Uchiha clan holds no hidden intentions toward Konoha. We would never stoop to committing such an act of treachery as assassination." Shimura Danzo let out a low, derisive grunt. "Then let me ask you, where are Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Teka right now?" "I don't know," Fugaku responded, his tone controlled. "I've already sent members of the police force to search their homes, but they weren't there. The AMBU were present as well, and can testify to this." Koyudatane interjected. "Of course they're not there. According to AMBU's report, the last place those two were seen was in your own home. After that, they vanished." Fugaku's reply remained resolute. "That, I truly don't know." Danzo scoffed, about to press the point, when Toby Hiruzen, the third Hokage, cut him off. "Fugaku," Hiruzen said gravely, "if your conscience is clear, will you submit to an investigation? I will have a member of the Yamanaka clan examine your memories. If this has nothing to do with you or the Uchiha, Minato, and I will drop the matter." A heavy silence fell. Fugaku said nothing. In truth, he was afraid. Just this very evening, both Teka and Hakadai had urged him to raise a rebellion. Should the Yamanaka peer into his mind, there would be no way to explain it away. Danzo pressed his advantage, his challenge sharp as a kunai. "Fugaku, why the hesitation? Do you have something to hide?" Taking a shaky breath, Fugaku finally answered, "Honored elders, if you insist on this, then you're showing you don't trust the Uchiha clan." With no other way out, he hardened his tone. "I can't say what Hakadai and Teka had in mind, but Danzo, you of all people should understand that they've been driven to this only by your relentless pressure." Danzo's eyes grew colder. "Fugaku, what are you implying? Today you came to our compound demanding 10 young Uchiha to join the Root organization. We know all too well how Root treats its members. As clan head, how could I gamble with the lives of our fresh blood?" Danzo shot back. "Fugaku, this is a show of distrust toward Konoha's leadership. As shinobi, we must be prepared to make sacrifices. On this front, the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans are far more enlightened than you. This isn't about picking on the Uchiha. Every other clan's young ninja have joined Root willingly. Only you have refused to send even one." Fugaku's eyes flashed with anger. That is exactly why this whole crisis has erupted. I'm certain that everything that happened today is your doing in the shadows. The Uchiha refused to take the blame for this. Insolence. Danzo's voice cracked like a whip, icy and severe. I'm an elder of this village. Every action I take is for the good of Konoha, and you dare suspect me? All right. Sensing the conversation was taking a dangerous turn, Hiruzen Sir Toby quickly cut in, saying, Fugaku, everything must be based on evidence. I won't make things difficult for you, nor for the Uchiha clan. After all, the strength of the Uchiha has played a vital role in Konoha's development. But the fact remains, Minato and I were indeed attacked by Tekka and Yatsushiro. That's undeniable. How about this? Hand those two over to us, and I'll let the matter rest. Fugaku Uchiha's face grew troubled. Lord Third, it's not that I don't wish to comply. Truthfully, I have no idea where the two of them are right now. Hamura Midokado stepped in sharply. Then clearly you have something to hide. Can't you even keep tabs on your own people? Fugaku felt a deep frustration, unable to defend himself no matter what he said. How about this? Minato Namikaze suddenly interjected. Fugaku, I'll give you a few days to find Tekka and Yatsushiro. Once you bring them back, then we can talk everything over in detail. Is that fair? As he spoke, Minato gave Fugaku a meaningful look. Catching the hint, Fugaku quickly responded. Lord Fourth, I promise I will find them. By then, I'll give all of you a proper explanation. Very well. You may go now, Minato said with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. Fugaku bowed gratefully and was just about to leave when Danzo Shimura abruptly barked. No, he can't go. What use is finding those two underlings? I suggest we send in the Yamanaka clan now to probe Fugaku's memories immediately. Fugaku's lips twitched, but he said nothing. Danzo, let's follow Minato's plan, Hiruzen said calmly. After all, he's the Hokage now. Hiruzen, that's settled then. Fugaku, you may take your leave. Hiruzen's words left no room for debate. Thank you, Lord Third. With gratitude, Fugaku bowed again and exited the room. Bang! As the door closed behind Fugaku, Danzo's voice turned icy as he challenged. Hiruzen, you're far too soft. Haven't you ever heard? Better to execute 1,000 by mistake than let a single traitor go free? Danzo, this isn't about being soft. It's about you being too extreme. Hiruzen replied with a helpless shake of his head. He took a deep drag from his pipe, then added, Let's conduct a proper investigation. First, we'll take it from there. Danzo's face darkened with fury, shifting through shades of red and purple, and he stormed out of the room. I have no idea what the second Hokage ever saw in you. With a temperament like yours, the village will only suffer greater harm. Leaving behind this final rebuke, Danzo disappeared. Minato let out a long, relieved sigh. With Danzo gone, the pressure on him lessened considerably. Hiruzen Saru Toby stood up. It's getting late. Let's adjourn the meeting. Hamura Midokado spoke up. Hiruzen, let's have some members of the ANBU guard you tonight. I'm worried something might go wrong. That's right. If there's another assassination attempt, I'm afraid your old bones won't be able to take it. I'll be fine. Everyone, you may leave. Minato, please stay behind. Then we'll be taking our leave first. Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatane replied in unison. As Danzo was leaving, he cast a cold glance at the two Hokage before him and offered a sharp reminder. This matter concerns not just the safety of the village, but also the attitude of Konoha's leadership. Hiruzen, Minato, I still believe it would be best to keep the entire Uchiha clan under control. With those words, Danzo said no more. He turned and left, the door slamming shut behind him. Hiruzen let out a weary sigh and set down his pipe, shaking his head in resignation. Don't mind him, Minato. Danzo may come off as harsh and lacking in warmth, but his words are for the good of the village. I understand. That's always been his way. I'm used to it by now. Minato Namikaze replied with an awkward smile, then his face grew serious. Still, Lord Third, we truly mustn't go down that path. The Uchiha clan has poured heart and soul into protecting Konoha for decades. If this incident were to destroy them, it would chill the hearts of every villager and the other ninja clans as well. Hiruzen nodded. I understand, Minato. Remember, I'm already retired. If I weren't forced into this by circumstance, I wouldn't have intervened or even cared. Do as your heart tells you. You are the Hokage now, the one in power. There's no need to be constrained by the opinions of the old guard, myself included. I'm tired as well. Let's go home. In the early hours before dawn, near the banks of a Naka river that bordered the Uchiha district, Shisui Uchiha arrived, carrying his sword on his back, worry clouding his face and caution in his every step. He glanced around constantly, as though waiting for someone. After a few minutes, a voice belonging to Danzo drifted in quietly from behind him. Every time I see you, I'm reminded of an old friend, Uchiha Kagami. On the battlefield, your father Sharingan saved both me and Hiruzen more times than I can count. If not for him, we would not be standing here today. Konoha itself would not be what it is. Kagami's will of fire burned brighter than anyone's. Shisui turned to face him, polite on the surface but with a veil of wariness in his eyes. Lord Danzo, was there something you needed from me? Danzo replied, I heard there was a gathering among the Uchiha this evening, attended by Fugaku Uchiha and all the senior officials from the police force. How much do you know about what was discussed? Uchiha Shisui fell silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening as he shook his head. I'm not sure. The clan leader didn't ask me to participate. Danzo interjected. Why not? You're the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the future pillar of your people. Is it just because you've grown too close with Konoha's higher-ups that you're now suspected? No, Lord Danzo, the clan leader. At those words, Shisui hurried to explain, but Danzo raised his hand just slightly, cutting him off. Shisui, no need to explain. Root isn't just for show. I know at least a little about the schemes your clan has been involved in lately. No matter how much you try to cover for them, it can no longer be hidden. Today, the Uchiha only sent assassins after the second and current Hokage. But if your clan chooses to rebel outright one day, you already know what the consequences would be. Shisui, you don't want to see even more people die, do you? I know you're different from the other Uchiha. Your heart carries the true will of fire. You're above narrow clan loyalty. Your devotion has always been to the village. With someone like you, perhaps things can still change. Shisui answered, Lord Danzo, what do you want me to do to change the current situation? The power of your Mangekyo Sharingan. As he spoke, a greedy glimmer flickered in Danzo's eyes. Koto Tsukumi might play a decisive role. Shisui hesitated. You want me to control the clan leader? No. Danzo showed a cold, mocking smile and shook his head. What I want is for you, quietly and without anyone noticing, to seize control of Hiruzen Toby and Minato Namikaze. Shisui was stunned. What did you say? What are you saying? Shisui was so shocked it took him a moment to process. Danzo actually wanted him to manipulate both Hokage. What on earth was this supposed to mean? Shisui couldn't make sense of it at all, and his gaze towards Danzo became more vigilant than ever. Danzo continued, Don't panic, Shisui. This is simply the condition I'm offering you. As long as you agree, control the two of them for me, and make them step down of their own accord, then appoint me as the fifth Hokage. Once it's done, I promise you, from that day forth, the Uchiha clan status in Konoha will be at the highest level, the equal of the Shimura clan. And all talk of assassinations and rebellion will be left in the past. Well, do you accept this kind of thing? Shisui didn't even hesitate. He cut in, his words resolute and unwavering. Absolutely not. I will never do anything that would harm the Hokage. Shisui knew all too well what kind of man Danzo was. If he truly became Hokage, the Uchiha would be one step away from their utter destruction. No matter what he truly felt inside, at least on the surface, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Toby, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, spoke in defense of the Uchiha clan. But Danzo was different. Whether openly or in secret, he made things difficult for the Uchiha at every turn. He was just short of attacking them outright. The conditions Danzo set forth were completely unbelievable to Shisui. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Lord Danzo, Shisui said, eager to get away from Danzo as quickly as possible. At this moment, he saw Danzo's ambition for what it was. What Danzo desired all along was the position of Hokage. Shisui, did you really think I would just let you walk away so easily? Danzo no longer tried to hide his intentions, his face darkening with a vicious glint in his eyes. Since your eyes won't serve my purpose, I suppose I'll have to take them myself. The words had barely left his lips when Danzo made his move. A large, powerful hand landed heavily on Shisui's shoulder. Your Sharingan, it's mine now. Just as Danzo's fingers were about to reach for Shisui's eye, his entire body froze suddenly in place. Is this a ninjutsu? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Uchiha Shisui. Expressionless, Shisui replied with cold composure. Don't worry, it's just a simple illusion. You'll wake up soon. As for what happened today, I won't say a word to anyone. It'll be as if this conversation never took place. With that, Shisui released Danzo and prepared to leave. He had barely taken a few steps when a chilling sense of murderous intent crawled up his spine. Danzo, he had vanished without a trace. Alarm bells rang in Shisui's heart, but before he could even turn around, a powerful fist crashed hard into his abdomen. Two more heavy blows landed across his face. Unable to dodge in time, Shisui felt a searing pain. A ruthless hand had gouged out his right eye. Danzo wasn't pretending any longer. In front of Shisui, he took the freshly taken Sharingan and embedded it into his own right eye socket. The original eye gradually lost its color, turning milky white. A Sharingan? Danzo, you... Shisui's face was awash in sheer shock. The pain in his right eye secondary to the horror gripping him. How do you have a Uchiha Sharingan? Whose eye is that? And the technique you just used, was it the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi? Shisui's voice rose with urgency. Danzo, just how much of the Uchiha clan's secrets do you know? These are things you have no need to know, Danzo replied coldly. You're right, I will become my new replacement. Since you've already come this far, you may as well hand over the left one as well. In a sudden rush, a squad of root ninjas appeared all around Danzo, forming a tight encirclement around Shisui. Take it down. Secure his left eye, Danzo commanded. Yes, sir. The root ninjas sprang into action, closing in on Shisui from all sides. Shisui no longer hesitated. His hands moved in a blur of seals, fire style, great fireball, jutsu. A massive ball of fire shot from his mouth, and the root ninjas reacted without hesitation, instantly conjuring a water-style technique in response. Water-style, wild water wave. The moment fire and water collided, a huge cloud of steam erupted between them. Shisui knew this was his one chance to escape. With a swift spin, he vanished from sight. The body flicker technique is it. As the steam faded, Danzo scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto a direction. After him, we absolutely cannot let him get away. In the woods near the banks of the Nanga River, Uchiha Shisui darted between the trees. Now, exhaustion weighed down both his body and spirit, leaving him swept up in a tide of despair and helplessness. He was growing weary of it all. What was the point of these missions? What did it truly mean to be a shinobi, to belong to a clan, to serve the village? What did the will of fire really mean? He had given so much, only to be treated this way. Was there meaning in this world anymore? Pain. The pain was overwhelming. Uchiha Shisui had lost hope in this world. Suddenly, a kunai tipped with poisonous gas thudded into the ground at his feet. Preoccupied with doubt, Shisui reacted a moment too late. Caught off guard, a thick cloud of poison exploded outward. This is bad. A wave of dizziness crashed over him, and his vision began to blur. Did I breathe in poison? Summoning his will, Shisui leapt away, gulping mouthfuls of fresh air. At that moment, several shadowy figures in black cloaks emerged around him. Uchiha Shisui, you have nowhere left to run. Give yourself up. The root ninjas all drew kunai fitted with explosive tags. Their squad captain issued a cold order. Avoid his face. Aim for his legs. Cripple him so he can't escape, but do not, under any circumstances, damage his eyes. Go! Kunai hurtled through the air. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shisui summoned every last ounce of his strength for his ultimate technique. I have something I must accomplish. I can't die here. Susanoo. With a deafening roar, the instant the explosive tags detonated, a giant green spectral warrior emerged from the billowing smoke and darkness. Wow, what is that? The root ninjas were stunned. None of them had ever witnessed such a sight. Susanoo 99 arrows. Shisui opened the breastplate of Susanoo, unleashing a torrent of green chakra arrows from its core. They shot forth at impossible speed, leaving no room to dodge. Screams and cries of agony filled the forest. With a single move, half of Danzo's assembled root squad was taken out, dead or gravely injured. Such was the might of Susanoo. Huff, huff, huff. Summoning Susanoo had drained almost everything from Shisui. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath in agony. The green half-body, Susanoo, also gradually faded away. This is our chance. The rest of you, attack with me. Among the root shinobi still able to fight, only 4 remained, including their captain. The 4 grouped together, just as they were about to launch an all-out assault on Shisui Uchiha. Shisui swiftly stood up. Staggering, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. He's so fast. Where did he go? Find him quickly. We can't let him escape. The few remaining searched in all directions, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't sense Shisui Uchiha's presence. Suddenly, in the shadowy night, several bright little fireballs shot through the forest like meteors. The fireballs struck the root shinobi with deadly accuracy, knocking them hard to the ground, unconscious. Gasping for breath, Shisui Uchiha felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders as he finished off everyone. He raised his head weakly, his eyes dull as he gazed at the bright moon above, as if making a silent vow in his heart. In this moment, the last spark faded from his eyes, Not even the moonlight could cast a glow within them. Uchiha clan compound, clan leader's residence. It was already the early hours of the next day. Though it should have been a time for peaceful sleep, the entire clan compound was ablaze with light. Fugaku Uchiha and several high-ranking members of the clan stood in the courtyard, faces tense and anxious, as if awaiting some grave news. Before long, several young Uchiha shinobi appeared in front of Fugaku, each reporting in turn. Clan leader, we've conducted a thorough search of the compound. There's no sign of Tika or Yatsushiro. Clan leader, my men and I have searched the entire village. We couldn't find them anywhere. Clan leader, the families and merchants allied with us outside the village have all responded. Tika and Yatsushiro seem not to have gone to any of them. Clan leader, even our sensory ninjas haven't been able to detect their chakra. Damn it, what, did they just vanish into thin air? How could Tika and Yatsushiro be so reckless? They put the entire Uchiha clan in dire peril. Exactly. Tika, I could maybe understand. He's young, impulsive, and inexperienced. But Yatsushiro is over 40. How could he have done something so mindless? What use is complaining now? For the Uchiha, it's over for us. If news of the assassination spreads, how will we ever show our faces in the village again? Clan leader, things have come this far. Maybe we should just go all in, simply. Silence. Fugaku Uchiha shouted sternly. What nonsense are you spouting? Haven't things escalated enough already? Kume, to the shrine. As he spoke, Fugaku shot his companions a meaningful look, signaling them to follow quietly and not say another unnecessary word. Father, it's so late. Are you really going to hold a clan meeting in a shrine now? Itachi Uchiha rushed out of the house. Itachi, don't worry about me. Right now, it's a matter of life and death for the Uchiha clan. As the head of the family, I must bear this responsibility. You should go back and get some sleep. Take care of your mother and Sasuke. With these words, Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied by the clan elders, took his leave and walked away. Itachi watched his father's retreating figure, his eyes clouded with conflicting emotions. Is rebellion really the only path left to us? He wondered silently. He could see that most members of the clan harbored rebellious intentions. There had always been discontent, but now it was stronger than ever. If they rose up, it would ignite a bloody battle between the Uchiha and the other clans of Konoha, perhaps even inviting enemies from other lands to exploit their weakness. And if that happens, Itachi murmured to himself in a low, forlorn voice, how many innocents will bleed? How many families will be torn apart? As someone who had survived war, Itachi understood all too well the terror and cruelty it entailed. On the battlefield, human life meant nothing. He let out a heavy sigh and prepared to return inside. Just then, Shisui's crow appeared once again. The jet-black bird landed on his shoulder, and for some reason, Itachi found something different about it tonight. Its cries sounded almost like a lament. He knew this was Shisui summoning him. A vague sense of unease welled up in Itachi's chest. Steadying himself, he followed the crow's lead, heading off into the darkness. By the banks of the Naka River. You're here, Itachi. Smiling faintly, Shisui Uchiha turned to greet him. The sight of Shisui shocked Itachi. Shisui, your eye? What happened to you? I'm all right. There's no need to worry about me. Shisui replied with a gentle smile, as if he had already come to terms with everything. I'm about to die, Itachi. Before I go, I want to entrust my left eye to you. You are my only true friend, the one person I can trust with this. Danzo stole my right eye. As a fellow Uchiha, he never truly trusted me. In the end, I suppose, I was simply too naive. I always believed I could use my eyes to change everything, that I could see through anyone. But in truth, I never truly saw through Danzo's true nature. Today, he finally revealed what he really wanted. I used to think his opposition to the Uchiha was just his way of protecting the village, just another form of extremism. But his real ambition is the position of Hokage. Danzo actually wanted me to use Kodo Amatsukami to help him seize the title of Hokage. I refused, and we fought. At first, I had the upper hand. But to my surprise, hidden beneath his bandages, his right, I was also a Sharingan. He could even use one of the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, Izanagi. You must never follow the same path I walked, Itachi. If the village falls into Danzo's hands, it will be doomed. I've learned to let go of everything. Honestly, I'm just so tired now. No matter how piercing the eyes, they can never see through a human heart. A soft, sickening sound followed. Before Itachi could speak, Shisui reached up and in a swift movement, dug his hand into his left eye, gouging it out. This is my last will and testament, written by my own hand. My eyes hold a unique power that could spark bitter conflict. In my letter, I claim to have destroyed both eyes myself. I need you to protect this secret for me. Itachi, whatever you do, Don't trust Danzo. He doesn't care about the village, only about becoming Hokage. His ambition is boundless, maybe even reaching for the whole world. Having explained everything, Uchiha Shisui walks slowly to the river's edge, preparing to end his life by jumping into the gorge. Itachi wanted to stop him, but he also understood. This was Shisui's choice alone. Perhaps he truly was exhausted. There was a sudden splash. With a quiet smile, Uchiha Shisui leaped into the water and vanished beneath its surface. Pain. A deep, stabbing pain shot through Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He could feel something shifting, something awakening within him. To witness a friend's death, has the Mangekyo Sharingan finally awakened? It seems not arriving sooner was the right choice. Unexpectedly, my clansman has awakened a new Mangekyo once more. A voice Itachi had never heard before echoed from behind him. Who's there? Itachi whirled around, his eyes sharp with caution. From a swirling vortex of space, a mysterious man in a mask emerged. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. On the surface, Itachi's expression didn't waver. Yet inside, turbulent waves of emotion crashed violently. The name Madara, he knew it well. He'd read it more than once in the clan's ancient scrolls. A legendary figure like this. How could he possibly still be alive? You don't believe me? Noticing Itachi's reaction, the masked man lifted his head ever so slightly. Under the moonlight, his Sharingan glowed an ominous red. Space itself rippled, drawing everything toward the masked man's right eye. In a single instant, his body slipped into the swirl, and when Itachi's awareness snapped into focus, Madara was suddenly standing by his side. This is Mangekyo Sharingan's ability? At first, Itachi thought this strange technique was some space-time jutsu, but now he saw the truth. It was a power of the eye itself. No one in the clan wielded such a force. Even so, Itachi could not bring himself to believe this man was truly Uchiha Madara. It was simply too fantastic. If he had really lived this long, could he still be human, or had he become some sort of demon? Itachi, stop wasting energy doubting my identity. What you should really be concerned with is, why have I come to seek you out? As soon as he finished speaking, Obito followed the river with his gaze and got straight to the point. At such a young age, you already possess wisdom and strength beyond your years, Itachi. I admire you. Are you interested in working for me? Itachi Uchiha remained silent, saying nothing. He neither agreed nor refused right away. At this moment, what intrigued him most was, what plans did this man who called himself Madara have after hiding in the shadows for so long? What was he plotting? Let's say I believe that you, Madara. What is it that you want from me? After a brief pause, Itachi finally spoke. He decided to pretend to agree, hoping to coax more information out of the mysterious masked man. Obito replied, join the mercenary group under my command, and help me carry out the Moon's Eye plan. The Moon's Eye plan? Itachi frowned slightly. And what's that? A cold chuckle escaped Obito, and he revealed his intentions without reservation. Collect every tailed beast, resurrect the body of the 10 tails, sealed long ago on the moon by the Sage of Six Paths. I will then become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, gain the Sage's powers, awaken the Moon's Eye, and cast infinite Tsukuyami upon the world by projecting my dojutsu onto the moon. By doing so, I control every person on Earth, unite the world, and create a peace that exists only in illusion. Shocked, Itachi's eyes widened. He had never heard such mysterious terms before. Infinite Tsukuyami, a world of illusion. If that were true, wouldn't it just be a false world? Nothing but a grand lie? Itachi bowed his head, growing certain that the man before him was utterly mad. How could something so impossible even exist? Obito continued. You see, Itachi, wherever there is light, there must be shadow. As long as the concept of victory exists, so too must defeat. There's no true right or wrong in this world. Selfish desires inevitably lead to war. As we protect love, hatred inevitably follows. It's cause and effect, and can never truly be divided. Of course, that's how it works for most people. But we are different. We can create a world with only winners, only peace, only love. A world where all those things exist and nothing else. These are not empty words. If you go to the Uchiha Naka Shrine, in the main hall beneath the 7th tatama mat on the right, you'll find a stone tablet. Everything I've told you is written clearly upon it. Itachi responded coldly. Impossible. I've seen that stone tablet before by chance, and the writing on it can't be fully deciphered. There's nothing about what you just said. Obito shook his head. Naturally, you can't read it. The stone records the mysteries of all things, secrets left by the Sage of Six Paths. To truly read it, you must have the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Rinnegan. Without the power of those eyes, the script remains incomprehensible. The Sage of Six Paths? The Rinnegan? These legendary words crashed around in Itachi's mind, colliding and rebounding. Doubt crept into his heart. More than anything, it was the masked man's words, so mysterious at first that they sounded like empty talk. Yet when he pondered them carefully, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps there was something to them after all. Itachi, aren't you weary of this false world? You've seen friends die right before your eyes. Why did he choose to end his own life? It's for this very reason. Never mind nations or villages. Even within clans and their communities, suspicion and distrust are inevitable. Erasing these divisions is impossible without one side making a sacrifice. That's how the line between victor and vanquished appears. If you win, you get to continue surviving, scraping by in this hollow world, scheming and struggling just to live another day. If you lose, though it might be liberation of a sword, your fate is sealed along with your life. What meaning is left in keeping such a counterfeit world spinning onward? Whether what I say is right or wrong, you don't need to puzzle over it any further. Now that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you can read more of the stone tablet for yourself. I can take you there right now. Once you see it with your own eyes, you'll understand what I mean. Without waiting for Itachi's reply, Toby immediately activated his Mangekyo. Space twisted around them, and Itachi was drawn into the void. A rush of spatial distortion followed, and Toby's own figure also vanished from sight. In the next instant, they appeared before the Uchiha Naka shrine, in front of the ancient stone tablet. Their silhouettes emerged from the swirling vortex. See for yourself, Itachi. Toby folded his arms across his chest, leaning against the wall. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the tablet. As his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly formed, he studied the inscribed secrets. A minute later, a bead of cold sweat traced down his cheek. Everything Madara said is true. Deep inside, he began to believe that the figure before him truly might be Madara. Otherwise, how could he know so much? But the latter parts of the inscription eluded Itachi's understanding. He remembered Madara mentioning that the ending could only be read by those who possessed the Rinnegan. As though sensing Itachi's hesitation, Toby murmured, almost to himself, "Within my organization, there's someone who possesses the Rinnegan. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see him." Itachi's heart leapt once again. To think that the Rinnegan truly existed in this world. His curiosity about the organization deepened. Yet this plan, they called it a project, was something he couldn't wholly accept. And still, strangely, he found himself drawn to the idea. What is real and what is false? The loss of his closest friend, Uchiha Shisui, had slowly forced him to face the cruelty of these legendary words crashed around inside Itachi's mind, colliding chaotically. Doubt began to grow in his heart. Mostly, it was because the masked man's speech was draped in riddles. At first, it sounded like empty posturing, but the more Itachi lingered on each phrase, the more he felt that some hidden thread of truth might run through them. Itachi, aren't you tired yet of this false world? Your friend died, right in front of your eyes. Why did he choose to end his own life? The reason lies right here. Even setting aside the rifts between nations, even within a single village or clan, divisions and distrust are almost unavoidable. To erase those walls completely, to truly resolve these fractures, someone must pay the ultimate price. Without sacrifice, that's impossible. That's how the cycle of winners and losers begins. If you win, sure, you get to keep on living. But what is that life? Just more of the same. Hiding and scheming in a world built upon lies and manipulation. If you lose, it is a kind of relief, but the cost is your own life. Tell me, what is the meaning of letting such a hollow world persist? Whether you believe what I say or not is beside the point. By now, you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The stone tablet will reveal more to your eyes than to most. I can take you there right now. Once you've seen what's written, you'll understand the truth in my words. Before Itachi could respond, Toby unleashed his Mangekyo power, drawing Itachi into a swirling void. With a ripple of space, Toby's own form vanished as well. In the next instant, they stood before the Uchiha Naka shrine, directly in front of the ancient stone tablet. Emerging from the vortex, the two figures appeared in silence. See for yourself, Itachi. Toby crossed his arms and leaned casually against the wall. Itachi stared at the stone tablet before him, his Mangekyo Sharingan forming in his eyes. Time slipped by. After a full minute, a cold bead of sweat traced down his cheek. Everything Madara said, it's all true. A conviction was dawning in his chest. The man before him might just be Madara himself. After all, how else could anyone know so much? But soon, the inscriptions on the back of the tablet became incomprehensible to him. Itachi remembered what Madara had once mentioned. Only those with the Rinnegan could fully decipher the final secrets. As if sensing Itachi's thoughts, Toby murmured softly, "Someone in my organization wields the Rinnegan. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourself." Itachi's breath caught. Could it really be true? Was there truly someone alive with the Rinnegan? His curiosity about this mysterious organization grew even stronger. Yet, something about their so-called plan left him uneasy. He couldn't quite bring himself to approve. And yet, deep inside, there was an inescapable pull, something almost like longing. What, after all, was real? And what was just another layer of illusion? The death of his closest friend, Uchiha Shisui, had forced Itachi to see the harshness of the world with new eyes. Having lived through the horrors of the Third Great Ninja War as a child, Itachi understood the devastation of open conflict. Yet even in this so-called era of peace, where blades no longer flashed in the open, he saw how a single fleeting thought, hidden deep in a human heart, could become an even deadlier weapon. Shisui died just like that. Think it over, Itachi. I'll come back for your answer. With these parting words, Obito vanished, leaving only Uchiha Itachi standing there, staring at the stone tablet before him in silent shock, unable to calm his turbulent mind for a long while. We're back. Obito and Zetsu arrived at Madara's secret hideout just as morning broke. Madara and Feiyu had only just woken up. "You two were out all night. Where have you been?" Madara shot them a sidelong, slightly disapproving look. Obito made no attempt to hide anything. First, he scooped Feiyu up and showered him with affectionate attention. Then, he proceeded to tell Madara everything that had happened. As expected, Madara's eyes grew colder. Konoha's attitude toward the Uchiha hasn't changed one bit. Even if it weren't for the two of you lighting the fuse, I doubt the days before the Uchiha are completely cast out by Konoha would have lasted much longer. Feiyu caught every word clearly. It seems my presence has truly shifted the course of this world's fate. He mused inwardly. White Zetsu interjected playfully. "Lord Madara, seeing your clan suffer like this, doesn't it pain you?" Madara grunted, pulling Feiyu from Obito's arms and holding him close. "The clan, you say? Right now, I only care about my son. Come here, son. Give me a kiss." Feeling overwhelmed by Madara's obsessive affection, Feiyu chimed in. "Obito, are you doing all this just to recruit that Uchiha Itachi fellow into the Akatsuki?" Obito nodded. "Yes, that's right." "In that case," Feiyu went on with a mischievous smile, "why not just bring the entire Uchiha clan over and put them to work for us? The more the merrier, after all." Obito was taken aback. He removed his mask and broke into a laugh. "Honestly, I never considered bringing in quite that many. My son has a point, so let's do it." Madara pinched Feiyu's cheek fondly. "The fuse has been lit. It's only a matter of time before the Uchiha are destroyed by Konoha. Rather than let their lives be squandered in pointless struggle, why not let them serve my cause instead? As my kin, they deserve a shot at joining our grand undertaking." Well then, realizing Madara's intent, Obito nodded. "I'll come up with a strategy to bring the Uchiha over to our side." "There's no need to beat around the bush," Madara said gruffly. "You're acting in my name, do it openly. Talk to them directly. If they're miserable in Konoha and want to join, let them in. If not, then so be it. They'll just get swallowed up in Konoha's false pretenses in the end. From the very beginning, I knew things would end up like this. But back then, our people were already weary of conflict. No one was willing to leave with me. Now, I'll give them another chance. And honestly, I'm only doing this for the sake of my son, Feiyu. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't bother taking them in at all." This was Feiyu's first time offering a suggestion, and even though it might have just been an offhand remark, Madara didn't hesitate for a second. He went along with it right away. After all, there was no harm in it. More importantly, he didn't want to see his son disappointed. If he wanted to raise Feiyu well, he couldn't ignore anything the boy said. Encouragement and affirmation. Those were the best ways to nurture his son's spirit. Obito spoke up. "All right then. Tomorrow, I need to swing by Kirigakura first to take care of some business. After I'm done, I'll reach out to the Uchiha clan." At that, Feiyu quickly chimed in. "Obito, Dad, if you're busy, I can handle the Uchiha in Konoha. Trust me, I can do it." "What?" Madara, Obito, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu all stared at him, momentarily stunned. Madara said, "Son, I know you want to help your old man, but you're still too young. When you're older and ready to take things on yourself, then I'll let you step out into the world. All right? I'd only worry about you now." Obito added, "Little Feiyu, be good and listen to your godfather. Let your papa handle these things. All you need to do is grow up healthy and happy." White Zetsu chimed in. "Feiyu, have you been bored lately? Tell you what, tomorrow I won't go anywhere. I'll stay home just to play with you." "How about that?" Black Zetsu piped up. "Count me in too. Oh, and tonight it's my turn to tuck you in." I just learned a new bedtime story called Little Blackie Finds His Mother. His mom was sealed away by villains, and he struggles through all kinds of hardships just to reunite with her. It's really inspiring. You'll love it. Feiyu knew they would never let him go out on his own. Their love was just too deep, and they always worried he'd run into danger. But to be honest, he was utterly bored these past few years, stuck at the base day after day. He felt like he was rusting away. What's more, ever since the system had awakened inside him, he hadn't triggered a single mission yet. No missions meant no rewards. The only way he could get rewards now was from the annual system sign-in. That cycle was just too long. Feiyu's patience was wearing thin. He really wanted to head out and see the world for himself. Besides, his godfather's men were as good as his own. The Akatsuki belonged to Madara, but in a way, they belonged to him as well. With nothing to lose and everything to gain, why shouldn't he jump at the chance? Please, Godfather, let me go. If you're worried, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu can come with me. Obito Dad's been running all over the place lately without rest. I just want to help share the burden for all of you. As Feiyu pleaded, he unleashed his ultimate weapon. He started to pout and beg in the most adorable way possible. This tactic never fails. Madara is completely helpless against it. As long as Feiyu acts a little spoiled, Madara Uchiha can't help but soften, doing his best to meet Feiyu's every wish. Well, all right then. Seeing Feiyu's pitiful, pleading look, Madara's heart melted instantly. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Tomorrow you two are to sneak into Konoha with little Feiyu. Make sure you take good care of him. White Zetsu sked. Don't worry, Lord Madara. Feiyu is like a precious treasure to me as well. I'd never let any harm come to him. Good. That's what I want to hear. Madara turned, reaching out with his large hand to ruffle Feiyu's hair. Son, it'll probably be a few more years before your godfather can restore his body to its prime. If we go out now, I won't be able to spend much time with you. Once I'm back in top form, I'll make up for all the times I couldn't be by your side. When that day comes, don't blame me for being too clingy. I would never, Godfather. How could I ever tire of your company? Madara laughed, his voice full and booming. That's my boy. Come, let's get a training. Today we'll focus on ninjutsu other than fire style. All right, Godfather. Konoha Village, Uchiha Compound. The sun had just risen when Itachi Uchiha quietly pushed open the house door, trying to slip back into his room unnoticed. He didn't want to disturb Sasuke, nor did he want his father to learn he'd been out all night. Itachi, where have you been? Fugaku Uchiha's stern voice echoed from the main hall. Itachi spun around, only to see Fugaku seated cross-legged on the tatami mat, arms folded across his chest, his expression imposing and severe. Fugaku, too, hadn't slept a wink. He'd sat there the entire night until dawn. With such major upheaval in the clan, it was no wonder the head of the family was plagued by sleeplessness. Itachi hesitated for a moment, then replied calmly, Father, I couldn't sleep. I went to the riverside to train and just got back. But this wasn't the truth. Itachi always preferred to keep things buried inside. Fugaku knew his child far too well. Itachi had always been like this, secretive since he was young. In the past, Fugaku might have turned a blind eye, but not anymore. He was done indulging his son. Itachi, did you go to the Naka shrine? Just now someone informed me they saw you coming out from there. Itachi froze slightly. There was no hiding it this time. Father, last night, I encountered a mysterious masked man. He possesses the Sharingan, and the moment the word Sharingan left his lips, Fugaku's eyes widened. And what? He claimed to be Uchiha Madara. You said who? Fugaku was utterly stunned. Lately, it seemed one bizarre incident followed another. Last night, two of his most trusted followers had foolishly attempted to assassinate the two Hokage. Even now, Fugaku could not fathom how they could have committed such a reckless act. And now, his son was claiming to have met Uchiha Madara. Had everyone gone mad? Was he the only sane one left? Uchiha Madara, what kind of figure was he? He was nothing less than a living legend. Itachi, are you still unwilling to tell me the truth? If you don't want to talk, so be it. But why invoke the name of our ancestors to deceive me? Do you really take your father for a fool? Though after that final battle at the Valley of the End, whether Uchiha Madara lived or died has always remained a mystery. How many years have passed since then? Even if he survived back then, there's no way he could still be alive now. Uchiha Fugaku's agitation was beginning to show. Itachi, however, did not wish to explain much further. When he first encountered the man with a mysterious mask who called himself Madara, he too had thought the man was merely spinning lies. Father, he was the one who took me to the Naka shrine, and he spoke of infinite Tsukimi and the Rinnegan. He told me he had deciphered all that was engraved on the stone tablet. Fugaku was stunned into silence. Seeing that his father was so shocked he could hardly form words, Itachi continued. He said the very purpose of the Uchiha clan's existence is to ensure the success of infinite Tsukuyami. That is, the power of the Sharingan. Father, what do you think of this? Fugaku remained speechless, his shock holding him fast. It took a long moment before he finally spoke. Itachi, why would he seek you out? I'm not sure. Itachi shook his head, feigning ignorance. He had no intention of telling his father about Shisui's suicide, the eyes entrusted to him, or his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had promised Shisui that he would bury that secret deep within his heart, never to be revealed. Fugaku's brow furrowed as he studied Itachi's impassive expression, and he pressed on. Then, can you take me to meet him? The man who claims to be Madara, Itachi replied. He didn't tell me where he's hiding. He only said he would seek me out. I see. Fugaku lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. All right, the next time he comes to you, make sure you bring me along. Try not to meet him alone. I fear for your safety. I understand, father. You've been up all night. Go back to your room and get some rest. Yes. Itachi bowed to his father before quietly returning to his bedroom. There, Sasuke lay fast asleep, a gentle smile on his lips as if he was lost in a pleasant dream. Itachi smiled, stooped down, and picked up the blanket Sasuke had kicked onto the floor, then tucked it carefully back over his brother. Sasuke, don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, your brother will always protect you. Forever. The next day, land of water, village hidden in the mist. Inside the Mizukage building, conference hall. A crowd of Mist Village higher-ups and elite shinobi settled into their seats, one after another. All of them were waiting for a single person. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Just moments ago, these people had received an urgent message that the Mizukage had called for an immediate meeting. Before long, Yagura entered the hall, striding slowly to the head of the table. I've called you all here on such short notice because there are several matters I must inform you about. First, I've discovered that our village's secret jutsu techniques are being increasingly targeted for theft, and leaks of sensitive information are a serious problem. To address this, I have decided that Mist Village will close its borders to the outside world. Close the country. The announcement drew immediate frowns from the council. This was no trivial matter. Shutting themselves off would deal a heavy blow to the local economy. In addition, Yagura continued, closing our borders is only the first step. Mist Village has too many clans with Kekkei Genkai and secret arts, making them frequent targets of foreign covetousness. You all know, a fallen shinobi's body is among our most valuable assets. Should one of our Kekkei Genkai clansmen fall into enemy hands, the consequences are unimaginable. This is not the first time it has happened. Therefore, I have resolved that we will mobilize all our forces at any cost to hunt down and eliminate our own bloodline ninja. The other nations have always sought to seize them, haven't they? Then let us cut the problem at the root, deal with it from within, so that our enemies will have nothing left to covet and will no longer harass us. At those words, the room erupted into shocked commotion. Was this really the same Mizukage they had always known for his open-minded approach? Was this a policy befitting a Kage? Mizukage-sama, I must protest. First, sealing our borders would devastate our economy. Second, exterminating our own bloodline clans. That is far too extreme. Such a move would cripple Mist Village's strength. Since when do we defeat no enemies but sacrifice thousands of our own? That's right. The Land of Water stands among the 5 great nations precisely because Mist Village is home to so many bloodline clans. Carry on like this, and we'll destroy ourselves. It's true. In order to keep our secrets and Kekkei Genkai safe, we can't tear ourselves apart. Mizukage-sama, please reconsider. Yagura's voice was cold as he scoffed. Weakening ourselves is still better than letting our enemies grow stronger. For the village to have a future, we must be willing to make painful sacrifices. And let me be clear, I didn't call you here to seek your opinions. This is an order. I expect everyone to carry it out immediately. All right, that concludes the discussion of the first matter. Now, I will announce the second decision. There is no shortage of talented young shinobi among the current generation. It's time to fill the vacancies among the 7 ninja swordsmen. As he said this, Yagura cast a meaningful glance at the 3 men standing behind him. They were Kisame Hoshigaki, Juzo Biwa, and Raiga Kurisuke. The 7 swordsmen of the mist had always obeyed only the orders of the Mizukage, operating under his direct command. Traditionally, there had always been 7 members, but not long ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, 4 of them had fallen while facing Might Due of the Leaf. Kushiru, Jinpachi, Jinin, and Amuri. Only 3 survived, and even their survival was mere luck. The famed 7 ninja swordsmen cannot remain incomplete any longer. We need fresh blood, young warriors to fill our ranks. This will also allow them to serve me more effectively. Do any of you have candidates to recommend? Yagura's voice was cold and biting as he addressed the gathering. The hall fell utterly silent. No one dared utter a word. The aura of the fourth Mizukage today was especially cold, bone-chilling even. If none of you wish to recommend anyone, then I'll make the decisions myself. For now, I have my eye on Mangetsu Hozuki. He can join the swordsman. As for the remaining spots, I'll take my time to consider. That's all I have to say. From this moment on, every word I speak shall be carried out at once, without error. With that, Yagura rose and left the hall, not granting the elders even a chance to voice objections. Not that any of them dared. His gaze today felt murderous, enough to chill them to the core. Minutes later, all members of the Hidden Mist Assassination Squad had assembled on the rooftop. Kisame Hashigaki, you'll lead 3 squads to the territory of the Yuki clan. Any with awakened Kekkei Genkai, kill them. Leave none alive. Juzo Biwa, take your men and go to the domain of the Take Torai clan. Raiga Kurisuki, your task is to eliminate other shinobi with Kekkei Genkai. Go! For shinobi, obedience to orders is absolute. No matter their feelings, they must set aside all emotion and become instruments of their leader's will. When the assassination squad departed, Yagura turned and beckoned Mangetsu Hozuki to approach. Mangetsu hurried over, brimming with joy, then dropped respectfully to one knee before the Mizukage. Lord Mizukage, Mangetsu, I summoned you here because I hope you will join the 7 ninja swordsmen and serve the village. You are talented, and your innate understanding of the swords is remarkable. Yagura gestured to a set of unclaimed blades beside him. Go ahead, choose the sword you wish to wield. Laid out on the table were 4 swords. The long blade Nuabari, the explosive blade Shibuki, the blunt sword Kabutawari, and the twin swords Kiba. The full moon shone bright in Guidang Manue's eyes, and he could no longer contain the excitement swelling in his chest. Seizing a blade at random, he showcased his swordsmanship right in front of Kokitsu Yagura. In no time, he displayed his skills with all 4 ninja swords in turn. In his hands, the blades seemed almost alive, their lethal aura filling the air. Excellent. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, Yagura said, nodding his approval. Among them, Guidang Manuel appeared especially taken with the twin swords, Samahata and Hiramakarei. Returning the blade to his side, he asked respectfully, Lord Mizukage, may I be the master of the twin swords? Hiramakarei? They resonate deeply with me. You may, Yagura granted. Thank you, Lord Mizukage. Now that you've made your choice, Manuel, I have a mission for you, Yagura continued. I await your orders, my lord. Yagura approached his young subordinate, lowering his voice to a chilling whisper by Manuel's ear. I want you to keep watch over Suikazan Fugaku, Hashigaki Mangetsu, and Kurisuki Raiga. Observe whether they carry out their missions with full commitment. If you see even a hint of sabotage or leniency, you don't need to report back. Simply eliminate them. What? Guidang Manuel's eyes widened in shock. Never would he have imagined that on his very first day as a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, his first assignment would be to spy on his own seniors, and perhaps even be ordered to kill them. Lord Mizukage, this... What? Are you hesitating? Yagura's voice cut sharper than any blade. Everything we do is for the village. As a ninja, you must be prepared to set aside all personal feelings. Do I really need to remind you of that? I understand, Lord Mizukage, Manuel replied, gathering himself. Good. Then off you go. I'll assign a squad of elite jonin to assist with your reconnaissance. Yes, sir. Guidang Manuel swallowed hard, trying to mask his anxiety with a show of resolve. With a determined nod, he quickly took his leave. Once everyone had departed, Yagura remained alone, until a warped shadow flickered into view behind him. The next moment, Obito emerged from within the swirling distortion. Lifting his gaze to the fog-filled sky, Obito murmured in a voice as cold as the mist, Kirigakure, its end is near. Today, this mist will bear the color of blood. Meanwhile, outside the secret base of Uchiha Madara, a very different scene was unfolding. Perched atop White Zetsu's shoulders rode Feiyu, while Black Zetsu trudged along with a small pack stuffed full of snacks and goodies, a burden Madara himself had insisted on. This was the day Feiyu was to travel to Konoha and attempt to recruit members of the Uchiha clan. Worrying that his precious protege might forget to eat while busy with the mission, Madara had forcefully packed him off with plenty of treats. White Zetsu, can't you just let me down? I can walk by myself, protested Feiyu. No can do. Lord Madara's orders. This is your first mission. Even if you fail, that's fine, but you mustn't come to any harm, no matter what. Xiao Feiyu, you're still too young. Please, let me carry you on my back. If you fall and get hurt, I won't survive the scolding. With a sigh, Feiyu shook his head helplessly. Truly, having a good father is better than anything else. Some privileges are impossible to avoid, even if you want to. All right, we'll be off now. Lord Madara. With us here, you can rest assured, they said. Uchiha pinched Fei유's cheek gently, his voice warm as he offered a reminder. My son, remember, those Uchihas now are junior to you by generations. You owe them no courtesies. You're my son, so hold yourself with pride. Never forget, you are the son of Uchiha Madara. If you must wrong the whole world, so be it, but never let the world wrong you. Whatever happens, your father will always be behind you. Go on now, and be sure to come back before supper. Without you, I have no appetite to eat. I know, Dad, Feiyu replied affectionately. After father and son parted, White Zetsu carried Feiyu on his back, while Black Zetsu trailed behind with a little bag as they set out for the land of fire. Feiyu, sit tight in my arms now. I'm going to use my cloak technique and burrow underground. We'll get to Konoha in no time. All right, Papa Zetsu. Let's head straight to the Uchiha clan leader's home. I want to talk to him. Understood. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu melded together, wrapping Feiyu securely between them, then slipped into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Konoha Village, Namake's Minato's home. Kushina Uzumaki placed steaming hot breakfast on the table and called out. Minato, breakfast is ready. Wake up Naruto, will you? He's been drowsy lately. This habit isn't good. Minato smiled sheepishly, scratching his head as he sat down. Let him sleep a bit longer. He's still so young. Once he starts at the Ninja Academy, he'll naturally stop oversleeping. You always spoil him. Kushina shot her husband a look, then noticed Minato had barely taken 2 bites before putting on his coat to leave. Minato, why are you eating so little? I can't help it. There's so much official work now. Besides, the Cloud delegation will be visiting the village soon to discuss cooperation. I need to prepare in advance. The Cloud again. You really have to be careful with those two-faced schemers. You know they kidnapped me when I was a child. Who knows what underhanded things they'll try this time. Don't worry, I'll be on my guard. And what about the Uchiha assassination incident? What's your plan? Minato, something about this case feels off. You have to get to the bottom of it before making any decisions. Yes, I understand. Mikoto is my dearest friend, and Fugaku gets along well with you too. We know better than anyone that they'd never order their clan members to endanger the Hokage. By the way, have you found Uchiha Tekka and Yashiro yet? Not yet. Minato Namikaze shook his head with a helpless sigh. To be honest, the current situation is looking grim for the Uchiha clan. Those two have vanished in a thin air, and if we can't find them soon, things will get complicated. Sigh. At his words, Kushina grew visibly tense. She hurried up to Minato, leaned in close, and whispered into his ear, I can't shake the feeling that someone is trying to frame the Uchiha, and there's one person I find especially suspicious. Who? Danzo Shimura. Kushina, it's best not to say things that are divisive. Minato quickly tried to calm his wife. Danzo wouldn't stoop to such things, even if his methods tend to be extreme, and yes, sometimes downright cold. Everything he does for the sake of the village. He'd never do something to undermine our unity. Minato, you're too naive. I can't think of anyone more suspicious than him. That old fox has been making trouble for the Uchiha for years. He doesn't even always respect your authority. If it were me instead of you and Fugaku with your good tempers, I would have challenged Danzo to a fight by now. Seeing Kushina bristle with anger, Minato offered an awkward smile, quickly trying to pacify her. Let's not get too worked up, all right? Take a breath. Calm down. I've got things to do, so I'll head out now. I'll bring some Ichiraka ramen home for you and Naruto tonight after work. With that, Minato turned and hurried out the door. Phew. Once outside, Minato let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then made his way toward the Hokage's office. The Namake's home was close to the Hokage tower, so it wasn't long before Minato arrived at his office. At the side of the desk cluttered with leftover files and reports from yesterday, he couldn't help but let out a quiet lament. Another long, exhausting day ahead. No sooner had Minato settled into his chair and begun to sort through the mountain of paperwork than a group of elderly figures entered the room without even knocking. He didn't have to guess. Here came those old codgers again. The senior Konoha advisory trio, Danzo Shimura, Kohori Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado. Minato frowned in irritation. With so much work piled up, these old advisors insisted on pestering him time and again, truly exasperating. Minato, there's something urgent we need to discuss with you. The three, by long habit, sat side by side on his office couch. Kohori Udatane was the first to speak up. We deliberated all night and have decided that we can no longer afford to give the Uchiha clan any more time. Those two assassins have vanished without a trace. This kind of disappearance could only be an inside job. For all we know, Fugaku Uchiha may have already silenced them. Otherwise, given the skills of the ANBU, How could those two still be unaccounted for, even if they fled to the ends of the earth? Minato's expression darkened, his reply hard and firm. This matter is crucial. It will decide the fate of an entire clan. We can't just make wild guesses. There's no harm in waiting until the investigation is finished before making a decision. Humph, how shallow. Danzo gave a cold snort and said, as the head of the village, ruling with a weak hand is unacceptable. If we truly wait until the day everything is clear, the Uchiha will have already made all their preparations. When they suddenly rebel, what will we do then? Minato, have you thought about the consequences? It's better to wrongly punish 1,000 than let a single traitor slip away. You must have heard this saying countless times. The Uchiha have harbored dissent for a long time. Such a disloyal clan must be strangled in the cradle as soon as possible. They've already sent assassins to your own home, and you still naively want to rear a tiger and invite disaster. Besides, the envoy group from the Hidden Cloud will arrive in Konoha in just a few days. If the Uchiha were to betray us on the day of their visit, wouldn't we lose all face in front of outsiders? I know you have a good relationship with Fugaku Uchiha, but let me remind you, now is not the time for personal feelings. As Hokage, you must keep all favoritism far from your judgment. Minato Namikaze said nothing, though inside, his anger was burning. Danzo's words, though not without reason, sounded as if he had the good of the village in mind, but his tone made it clear he had little respect for Minato, the fourth Hokage. Minato forced himself to swallow his fury. For the sake of harmony among the village leadership, he was not ready to fall out with these elders just yet. All of them were his elders, and Minato could only feel a sense of powerlessness. Sensing that tensions were rising, Midokado Hamura stepped in to ease the situation. He gave a soft cough and tried to mediate. Minato, don't blame us for being harsh. We really are doing this for the development and stability of the village. If you are still unwilling to take action against the Uchiha, we won't press the issue further. But there are two demands you must agree to. First, order the Uchiha clan not to take a single step outside their district until the truth is uncovered. Every member must submit to the investigation, no exceptions. Second, increase the number of Anbu and elite Jonin teams to surround the Uchiha compound, focusing on surveillance and defense, so that even if they launch a rebellion, we can respond immediately. These two demands were a blow meant to destroy both the body and the spirit. If enforced, would the Uchiha ever be able to regain their dignity in the village? Yet if he refused, and the Uchiha truly rebelled in the future, Konoha would be caught off guard. Fine, I accept your demands, Minato replied at last. I'll inform the Uchiha clan of these two conditions. At these words, Danzo's narrow eyes gleamed with a faint flash of satisfaction. Good. It's all for the village. I'm glad you understand us. Root and the Anbu will cooperate with you as well. With their goals achieved, the three elders took their leave, one after another, without lingering a moment longer. Sigh. Minato Namikaze scratched his head in resignation and sank back into his chair. After drafting a document, he glanced at its contents and murmured to himself, Fugaku, I hope you can understand my position. With a gentle wave of his hand, a white-haired Anbu youth appeared in the office without a sound. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? Kakashi, I've told you, when it's just the two of us, it's fine if you call me sensei. Yes, sensei. You'll be leaving the Anbu soon, but there's one last mission I want you to carry out before that. Minato placed the document into a scroll and offered it to Kakashi. Go to the Uchiha compound and deliver this scroll to Fugaku Uchiha personally, and pass along a message for me. Tell him, I hope he can endure this for a while and keep the clan calm. Tell him not to worry about the rumors or the attitudes outside. Both the third and fourth Hokage will get to the bottom of this. Understood. A sharp hiss sounded as Kakashi accepted the scroll. In an instant, his form vanished in a cloud of smoke. At the gates of the Uchiha compound, outside the clan leader's residence, a steady knocking interrupted the quiet. From inside, Fugaku Uchiha heard the sound and quickly prevented Mikoto from answering the door. He stood, speaking softly, allow me. Fugaku walked to the door and opened it, revealing the white-haired Anbu youth waiting outside. Mr. Fugaku, this is an order from the fourth Hokage. The youth handed him the scroll. Hokage-sama asked me to tell you. He hopes you can bear with this for now. Keep your clan's emotions steady, and trust that he and the third will uncover the truth. With that, the Anbu youth departed swiftly, leaving nothing behind, not a trace. Fugaku unrolled the scroll and read its contents. When he finished, the veins stood out on his hands, and a furious fire burned within his chest. Are they really trying to force our entire clan into a corner? Being secretly watched was one thing. Now, they were brazenly restricting their movements. He wanted to explode, but knew that even Minato was powerless to resist. This was clearly the pressure from those advisors. Minato, I know you trust me, but I truly can't hold on much longer. Now that this order is out, how am I supposed to calm the clan? Fugaku looked to the heavens and let out a deep, mournful sigh. Maybe the only path left to us really is betrayal. Just then, a young and unfamiliar voice piped up at his side. Hey, hello there, Fugaku Uchiha. Startled, Fugaku spun around, only to see a child standing behind him, smiling brightly. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be about the same age as Sasuke, perhaps only a year or two older. Uchiha Fugaku was utterly astonished. A child had managed to appear right by his side without him sensing even the faintest trace of the boy's presence. But what truly shocked him were the boy's eyes. Both of them displayed the fully awakened, three-tomo Sharingan. He was from the Uchiha clan. At such a young age, his eyes had already reached this extraordinary level. Who are you? How'd you get here? Bearing my clan's Sharingan. Why have I never seen you before? A cheerful smile broke across the boy's face as he answered. My name is Feiyu, son of Uchiha Madara. What? Madara? Madara's son? He has a son. Fugaku could no longer contain his shock. It seemed what Itachi had told him a few days ago might truly be the case. Madara had come to speak to his son, Itachi, before, and now Madara's son stood before him. Father. Both Itachi and Sasuke, hearing the commotion in the courtyard, rushed outside. The sight of Feiyu stunned them as well. Sasuke, in particular, was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. The boy in front of him, who looked about his own age, had actually awakened the fully developed three-tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Sasuke himself had yet to even awaken the most basic form. Comparing oneself to others could indeed be a maddening thing. In contrast, Itachi maintained a calm exterior, though a turbulent storm was raging within. This child was anything but simple. Uchiha Itachi quickly asked, Father, who is he? He's a child of the Uchiha, so why have I never met him before? With lingering fear in his voice, Fugaku answered, This is my first time meeting him as well. He is Madara's son, named Feiyu. So it's true. Itachi, ever perceptive, had already surmised as much. A child with such bizarrely prodigious talent, wearing garb reminiscent of the man he'd once met claiming to be Madara. He was certainly deeply tied to Madara himself. Feiyu spoke up sternly and with unexpected maturity. I won't waste words. Clan head of the Uchiha, Uchiha Fugaku. In the name of my father, Uchiha Madara, I'm here to deliver a message. Leave Konoha. Join us. The power of the Uchiha shouldn't be buried here, serving others. Feiyu's words struck a deep, painful chord in Fugaku's heart. The only reason he had endured so much for this long was not out of cowardice, but because, bearing the responsibility of a clan leader, he had to think of the fate and future of every one of his people. As a father, he also had to consider his wife and children. Day and night, the thought of uprising filled his mind. He longed to take the life of Danzo with his own hands. But if they truly were to rebel, the Uchiha would face utter annihilation, down to the last descendant. With these worries ever looming, the passionate man of his youth had become cautious and hesitant. But now things were different. That man, so godlike, so untouchable, had actually extended an olive branch to him. The once dim and hopeless future of the Uchiha clan was at last on the verge of a new beginning. Feather. Then Uchiha Fugaku started to speak, but suddenly cut himself off, closing his mouth mid-sentence. He realized he might have said something inappropriate. Considering their seniority, Feather was, after all, much older than him. The Uchiha clan placed great importance on etiquette. How could he address Feather by name so directly? After careful consideration, Fugaku decided a more respectful title was necessary. Feather. Lord Feather, he amended, I am willing to lead the Uchiha clan to follow Lord Madara, but please give me a little time. Allow me to consult with my clansmen first. They, too, can hardly bear Konoha's oppressive rule anymore. Lord Madara is not only our ancestor, but also the very symbol of the Uchiha, someone who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage. I have no doubt my clansmen will be willing to follow. But if we all leave together in such numbers, the spectacle would surely draw the attention of the village's surveillance forces. We'll need to plan carefully, map out our escape route. Please wait here in my home for a moment. I'll be right back. Mikoto, Sasuke, take Lord Feather to the sitting room, and see that he is treated with the utmost respect. Feather waved his hand with a relaxed air, replying lightly, That won't be necessary. Since I am here, I already have my ways to ensure everyone's safe departure. None of the ANBU will even notice. Oh, Fugaku's eyes lit up at this. If they truly could leave without detection, then none of his people would have to risk their lives. With such ability, Lord Feather, I am much more at ease. I shall begin preparations at once. and ready the clan. Very well. I'll wait for you here in the house, Feather answered. And without further formality, he turned and walked straight to the sitting room, as though he had returned to his own home. Once Feather was inside, Uchiha Itachi's expression grew troubled. He quietly asked, Father, are you really going to sever ties with Konoha and join Madara? Fugaku sighed deeply, his voice heavy with resignation. On the surface, things may appear calm, but beneath it all, we in the village are practically at each other's throats. Now that we have a chance at a clean escape, I must seize it while I can. As he spoke, Fugaku handed a scroll to Itachi. See for yourself. This is the order the 4th Hokage just issued to the Uchiha. Itachi carefully unrolled the scroll, scrutinizing its contents. By the time he reached the end, his eyes flashed with subtle emotion, and a faint twitch played at the corner of his lips. The village really was pushing them unbearably hard. How is this any different from house arrest? Steadying his emotions, Itachi pressed on. Father, do you really believe he is Madara's son? Given Madara's age, his son should be far older. Yet this feather seems barely a year or two older than Sasuke. Fugaku said, At first, I didn't quite believe it. But his Sharingan is genuine, his bearing is remarkable, and for reasons I can't explain, there's something about this child's face that inspires trust and warmth in me. I find it impossible to refuse his requests. Perhaps it's the pull of our blood connection. Itachi nodded in agreement. That's right. I feel the same way. Compared to the Madara I met before, I find myself liking Feiyu even more. Of course, this wasn't any sort of blood suppression at work. It was merely Feiyu's chosen by heaven talent taking effect. Not that they would ever know that. Itachi, do you agree with father's decision? Itachi fell silent for a moment, then answered resolutely, I do. Right now, we have a chance to let the Uchiha withdraw safely without a war with the village. We should seize this opportunity. Good. Then come with me to inform our clansmen. Be careful, though. Don't let the Anbu hiding in the shadows catch on to anything. Understand? In the living room, Mikoto brought out a plate of refreshments with a smile, gently setting it before Feiyu. To think that the mysterious Lord Madara of our clan is still alive, and he is such a handsome son. Sister-in-law, you're not bad-looking yourself, Feiyu quipped playfully. Mikoto blushed at the compliment, her voice shy as she replied, You really know how to flatter, don't you? Such an old soul in a child. How old are you now? I'll be 4 soon, Feiyu answered. Though she had expected as much, Mikoto was still taken aback. A child just half a year older than Sasuke, yet the maturity in his gaze and speech already surpassed even her own son, Itachi. She had always thought that children as thoughtful and precocious as Itachi were a rarity. Even within the village, such kids could be counted on one hand. But today, she realized there was someone even more extraordinary, beyond belief, really. And his looks, utterly charming. There seemed to be a magnetic quality about him that made Mikoto constantly want to steal another glance. And Mikoto wasn't the only one astonished. So was Sasuke. In his small heart, a wave of shock crashed through him. He's about my age, so why does he feel stronger than my brother? Sasuke, who was always striving to be the best, felt a surge of frustration. Not only was this boy just half a year older, but he had already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Beyond extraordinary. Normally, Itachi was his greatest idol, the strongest in both strength and mind among all the children, without question. But now, a child even younger than his brother had appeared, one who seemed even more formidable. What stung the most was the way his father respectfully called Feiyu sir. A deep sense of defeat washed over him. I must work hard and strive to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the future. No, I have to surpass him. Sasuke made this silent vow deep in his heart. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Feiyu continued to tease each other with playful banter, their laughter light and scattered throughout the room. Before long, Fugaku and Itachi returned indoors. Lord Feiyu, I have informed all of our clansmen, Fugaku reported. They are willing to serve your father, Lord Madara, and are ready to depart at any moment. Excellent. Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and popped the last morsel of tea cake into his mouth. Chewing as he spoke, he said, Well then, let's be on our way. White Zetsu Nanny, it's your moment to shine. Hello, came a greeting as White Zetsu's body emerged from beneath the floorboards. Hello, everyone. His sudden appearance startled everyone except Feiyu. Mikoto, in particular, was so shocked that she covered her eyes with both hands. After all, White Zetsu wasn't wearing anything to speak of. There's no need to panic, Feiyu explained patiently. He's my nanny, and also my father's trusted aide. His appearance is a bit unsettling at first, but you'll get used to it after a while. He went on, He'll be our way out of Konoha. There's no need to resist. It'll all be over soon. With those words, several more White Zetsu clones emerged. At the same time, across other houses in the Uchiha compound, the very same scene was unfolding. The clones parted their bellies wide, and without hesitation, enveloped the men, women, young, and old of the clan within themselves. Then, one by one, the white Zetsu clones dove back underground, vanishing completely from sight. In that moment, the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, where they had lived for generations, became eerily silent. Not a trace of life remained. Just like that, right under Konoha's nose, every member of the Uchiha clan had vanished into thin air. Outside the compound, groups of Anbu were hidden in the shadows. They were assigned to keep constant surveillance on the Uchiha. Not even a fly could slip through unnoticed. Perhaps the monotony of the task was getting to them, because one Anbu sneered, "Humph, they're behaving themselves, aren't they? Taking it quite well. No one's dared to even try escaping. They're just afraid of dying. If any of them sets foot outside the clan grounds, we're authorized to carry out the Hokage's orders. No mercy. Eliminate them on the spot." You have to admit, the Uchihas are pitiful now. Their dignity is utterly shattered. Serves them right. Who told them to attempt assassinating the Hokage? For a crime that grave, even wiping out their whole clan wouldn't be too much. But don't you think it's strange? The compound is a little too quiet. It's as if no one's even in there. Impossible. We've had people posted all around. They haven't left their stations for a second. Even if they wanted to escape, there's nowhere to go. I'm sure they're just cowering inside, waiting for judgment to fall. Yes, Captain, if you're still worried, I'll try sensing the area. The sensory ninja quickly formed hand seals and began to sense his surroundings. Oh, what? This is bad, really bad. This is bad, really bad. The sensory ninja's voice trembled with disbelief, his face filled with shock. The captain of the Anbu team urged him anxiously. What is it? What happened? Speak quickly. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, there's no one. Not a single person. What did you say? How is that possible? The Anbu captain was stunned, a chill running down his spine. He made no attempt to hide any longer. Instead, he immediately switched on the radio at his ear and barked out an order to all Anbu members. All units, follow me. We're searching the Uchiha compound now. A flurry of black, cloaked shadows scattered throughout the clan's territory. Doors were kicked open one after another. They searched every room, inside and out, but didn't find even a trace of a single person. This is impossible. The entire clan vanished, right under our noses with all these men watching. Damn. The Anbu captain clenched his fist and smashed it against the wall. Report this to the Hokage, he said wearily to his subordinates. Things turning out this way was a grave failure of his leadership. Most troubling, he had no idea how or when the Uchiha had disappeared. Not the slightest sign or warning. It was as if they'd melted away into thin air. In the Hokage's office, upon hearing the report from the Anbu, Minato Namikaze's face darkened, shock settling in his heart. Yet before he could sort out how the Uchiha had vanished, those infuriating elders barged in uninvited. Koharu Uchiha spoke first. Minato, the entire Uchiha clan is missing. You must be aware by now. Hamura Mitokado followed. We told you to keep them under surveillance. Is this your idea of vigilance? Things have escalated because of your negligence, Minato. As the fourth Hokage, you bear undeniable responsibility. Danzo Shimura snorted. If we'd done as I recommended from the start, resolving it with force and suppressing the Uchiha, there's no way they could have escaped. Koharu nodded in agreement. They're openly defecting. I suggest we immediately list all Uchiha as rogue ninjas and launch a worldwide manhunt. No. Danzo rejected the idea at once. This is our clan's disgrace. It must remain a secret. If the neighboring nations find out, Konoha will become a laughing stock. Hunting them down will have to be done in the shadows. Hamura nodded approvingly. Agreed. Now's the time to activate our spies planted in other countries. If we learn the Uchiha have fled abroad, they're to be eliminated, without hesitation or mercy. Transferred, Dormitory Koharu said. Yes, the Sharingan possesses overwhelming power. We absolutely cannot allow it to fall into the hands of any other nation. Taking advantage of the direction of the wind, Shimura Danzo pressed the matter. Admit it, Minato. Your orders and decisions always come too late, and you're far too indecisive. At this point, I seriously doubt that you're truly qualified to shoulder the responsibilities of the Hokage. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha also seized the opportunity to chime in. This is a disgrace, Minato. You can't make prompt decisions, leaving the village in peril. All of this falls squarely on your shoulders as Hokage. In the end, you're still too young. Your leadership and decision-making just aren't mature or comprehensive enough. You always let your emotions get tangled up in how you do things. Minato Namikaze gritted his teeth to tamp down the simmering anger within him. No matter how sharp or unpleasant the words hurled by these old-timers, he refused to answer back. After all, if he looked at the results, responsibility indeed rested with him. Who could have foreseen the Uchiha clan vanishing into thin air? What on earth had happened here? Was it possible that some external force had gotten involved? Minato knew better than anyone how powerful the Uchiha were. With their strength alone, this simply shouldn't be possible. He spoke, steady and resolute. Honored elders, now is not the time for blame. Finding the Uchiha clan is our utmost priority. When this matter is resolved, I'll give you all an explanation you can accept. If I fail to handle this properly, then I'll step down of my own accord and put the position of Hokage in the hands of someone more capable. As Minato made his solemn vow right in front of them, the three elders exchanged glances, then nodded together. Very well, Minato. We'll await your results. But if you can't give us and the village an answer we can accept, remember the promise you've made today. I will. You have my word. After they left, Minato turned to look out the window, casting his gaze toward the distant Uchiha district. In a low, pained whisper, he spoke. Fugaku, do you still not trust me? You've taken so many with you. Where could you possibly go? Where is there for you to go? Why did it have to come to this? At the Uchiha clan's secret hideout, Madara sat alone in a chair, quietly sensing the changes in his body. Over the past few years, his condition had greatly improved. All of his internal organs had gradually returned to normal. The shock of white hair had started to darken, and several teeth had grown back. Even the skin on his hands had become tight and healthy, and, most importantly, his kidneys showed no signs of failing now. Staring at his palms, Madara muttered to himself, "Why does it feel like my recovery is so slow? Obito's left, I healed in just 3 years." A clone of white Zetsu responded, "There's no need to worry, Lord Madara. Perhaps it's simply because Obito was much younger than you." Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment before nodding. "It's not impossible. Besides, Obito's eye injury is still fresh. Let's not talk about this. How's my son doing? Has the Uchiha clan been giving him a hard time?" Madara asked, his voice full of concern. The white Zetsu clone replied, clicking its tongue in amusement. "You can rest easy, Lord Madara. Young Feiyu completed his mission effortlessly, truly without breaking a sweat. They're on their way back now and should arrive soon." "Excellent. He really is my son," Madara said with great satisfaction. But then his demeanor changed abruptly, his expression turning serious. "And what about Obito? Has that brat been slacking off?" White Zetsu's voice took on a mischievous edge. "He's far more ruthless than young Feiyu. Right now, Kirigakure is nothing short of a living hell. It's less like weakening a great nation and more like settling personal grudges." Madara's tone was dismissive. "I don't care. Let him do as he pleases, as long as my plan proceeds smoothly." Land of Water, Kirigakure. The erratic, violent actions of the fourth Mizukage left all the villagers stunned and fearful. Even something as mundane as a stroll along the street could turn deadly, as nearby ninja were inexplicably cut down in cold blood. The entire village was gripped with terror, its vitality drained away. Both shinobi and ordinary citizens barricaded themselves indoors, afraid to step outside, each terrified that, at any moment, baseless accusations would be leveled against them, and an assassin's blade might follow soon after. Throughout the morning, both the Yuki and Take-Torai clans suffered near extermination, massacred almost to the last. And they weren't the only ones. Several other ninja clans with secret techniques were not spared. Inside the Mizukage's office, Yagura Karatachi's gaze was as cold as ice as he looked at the man before him. Juzo Biwa. "Juzo, you let me down. Why did so many members of the Take-Torai clan manage to escape?" Clutching his bloodied arm, Juzo gritted his teeth and replied, "Their Shikatsumiyaku ability is formidable. My team and I fought them all day, and in the end, I was the only one left. The remaining Take-Torai realized they couldn't defeat me head-on, so they began a fighting retreat. I was gravely injured and simply couldn't keep up the chase." Yagura cut him off coldly. "I'm not interested in your explanations. I only care about results. There must not be a single Take-Torai left alive. I'll allocate some more men to assist you. Take them and leave now. There's no time to rest. If you fail again, you'll no longer be worthy to serve my side. That executioner's blade in your hands would be better given to someone else. Go, and don't disappoint me again." Juzo Biwa felt a chill pierce his heart. Was this really the fourth Mizukage he once knew? How could he have changed so drastically? Now, seriously wounded, he received no sympathy, just more orders, as if his injuries were of no consequence. If he failed, the executioner's blade would be passed to another, and he himself cast aside. This job, I just can't do it anymore. With anger simmering in his heart, Juzo Biwa struggled to keep his composure and bowed his head, replying, "Understood, Lord Mizukage." "Very well. You may go." Juzo Biwa stepped out of the Mizukage's tower. He gazed up at the thick, blood-red mist spreading across the sky, as if he were seeing his own future written in it. This place he had spent half his life in. Suddenly, it felt like there was no space for him anymore. To hell with it. With a hardening expression, Juzo made a bold decision in his heart. He would betray the village. Right now, without a moment's hesitation. He didn't even bother tending to his wounds. All he wanted was to escape this place that had made him lose hope. As soon as he passed through the main gates, Juzo strode north, alone and determined. Just then, a voice he had never heard before sounded from behind him. "Juzo Biwa, would you care to join the Akatsuki?" Juzo froze in shock, whipping around in an instant, his hand grabbing the hilt of his sword as he fixed his gaze on the mysterious masked man who had appeared out of nowhere behind him. "Who are you?" "I'm here to lead you out of this hell, to offer you a place to belong," the man replied, his voice calm and composed. "I don't need that. I can't stand people like you who act all mysterious." Juzo cut the conversation short. Without another word, he swung the executioner's blade, cleaving toward the masked stranger with blinding speed. But the man made no move to dodge. He merely stood tall and unflinching. "You looking down on me? Courting death?" Juzo snarled, putting his full strength into his strike. Yet, instead of the sight of blood and gore he expected, something impossible happened. The executioner's blade passed right through the masked man's body, as if slicing through thin air. What on earth is going on? Juzo's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Only now did he realize this man before him was no ordinary opponent. He scrutinized the masked figure from head to toe. In the thick mist, Juzo finally caught a glimpse of a crimson glow in the man's right eye. "A Sharingan? So you're from the Uchiha clan? Did Konoha send you?" "No, I don't belong to any nation or shinobi village. I've created my own organization. I'm looking to gather powerful, like-minded comrades to help me reshape this cold and deceitful world. So, interested in joining me?" Juzo faltered for a moment at these words. Who is this guy? Is he insane? Something's off about him. And what he says is nothing but vague nonsense. With that, Juzo answered resolutely, "Sorry, but your organization doesn't interest me. Stop wasting my time and go look elsewhere." The masked man gave a cold, mirthless laugh. "Juzo, don't you want to change this world? Of all people, you should know just how twisted it is." Juzo replied, "As if I don't know that. The idea of changing the world is nothing but empty talk. How could just a few people accomplish something so grand so easily?" Obito replied, "If you follow me, it's absolutely possible. Once you join us, you'll understand everything in time." Juzo Biwa looked a bit surprised. "Are you serious about this?" Obito nodded. "You don't have anywhere else to go right now anyway, do you? Why not come back with me and take a look at the organization? Whether you stay or leave is up to you in the end." "Are all the members in your organization as crazy as you? Just a bunch of wild minds?" Juzo slung his executioner's blade back over his shoulder and continued. "Well, now you've piqued my curiosity. All right, I'll go with you and see for myself." Having achieved his aim, Obito fell silent, turned around, and walked off into the distance. "Follow me. I'll take you back." The two figures trailed one behind the other, their silhouettes slowly swallowed up by the dense mist. Elsewhere, Pain, Deva Path, and Sasori of the Red Sand arrived at the edge of a thick forest. "Sasori, is Orochimaru here?" "Yeah, that's right. These are the coordinates my subordinates provided. Leader, leave Orochimaru to me. I want to show him exactly what happens to those who dare pry into Akatsuki's affairs." "Don't be careless, Sasori. From what I know, Orochimaru's unpredictable. You rarely hear a word about him. The fact that we found his location this easily may well mean he has his own agenda." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sinister wind began to stir nearby, carrying with it the chill of evil intent. A man, hair cascading down to his waist and a serpentine tongue flicking from his lips, emerged from the shadowy breeze, approaching the two. TSK. Since this is our first meeting, shall I introduce myself?" "Spare me the pleasantries. I know exactly who you are," Sasori answered in his characteristically raspy tone. "I've gathered quite a lot of information about you." Orochimaru licked his lips with morbid eagerness. "Oh, is that so? I am truly flattered." "TCH," Sasori snorted disdainfully. "Even your current investigation into the Akatsuki is no secret to me." Unfazed, Orochimaru rested his hand casually at his hip. "Is that right?" So you've come to silence me? I actually know quite a bit about you, too. The genius puppet master who assassinated the third Kazekage, Sasori of the Red Sand. Though you hide away inside that grotesque Hiriko armor, your true trump card is the human puppet made from the Kazekage himself, isn't it? So your intel goes deep. A murderous light flashed in Sasori's eyes. Anyone who knew his secret and was beyond his control could never be allowed to live. He swung the menacing tail of Hiriko and demanded, I don't recall ever leaking anything about the Kazekage. How did you find out? Orochimaru replied, Tisk, as for me, I always find myself compelled to dig deep into anything that piques my interest. I can't help it. It's just pure curiosity. Though I kept up a friendly conversation with Sasori, my eyes were constantly glued to Pain, who stood right beside him. The Rinnegan. There was no mistaking it. Those concentric circles, the etched patterns, the unique shape. It matched every tale told in legend, exactly as described. A low, sinister chuckle slipped from my lips. There was no longer any reason to hide the greed burning within me. My excitement had reached its peak. I must say, I find the Akatsuki organization utterly fascinating. I truly can't wait to delve deeper into its mysteries. For a brief moment, a wild wind whipped through the air, much like the restless ambition surging inside me. Sensing my feverish intent, Sasori of the Red Sand snorted coldly. I don't care what you're curious about. Either way, your life ends here. That's hardly certain, I replied with a sly smile. There's every chance I might be the one to seize you instead. Sasori, I'll tear every scrap of information about the Akatsuki from your body. Sasori sneered, the corners of his mouth curling with disdain. Oh, you got guts. Even with that snake-like face of yours that makes my skin crawl. Orochimaru, today, I'll see you dead. With that grim vow, he shot a look at Pain. Remember our arrangement. You're not to interfere. I know. Pain stepped back expressionless, withdrawing from the scene to give Sasori free rein. Good. In that case, Orochimaru, I've no interest in childish games. Let's not pretend. Let's fight for real. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of smoke burst outward as Sasori of the Red Sand dismissed Hiriko and revealed his true form. Though Hiriko alone would suffice to deal with you, I want you to fully experience what it means to be utterly defeated. He whipped out a scroll. With a flourish, it unfurled in midair, the thread of chakra shooting into place, animating the puppet of the third Kazekage, who hovered before him. Agile chakra threads controlled the puppet's every subtle movement. In Sasori's hands, the aura of the third Kazekage was undiminished, as if the man himself still lived. A thorough defeat, you say? I must admit, I'm very much looking forward to it. You won't have to wait long. Savor it while you can. Secret red technique. Performance of 100 puppets. Sasori's delicate hand swept gracefully, and the talismans on the third Kazekage puppet's arms were to life. In an instant, thousands of arms sprang forth, lashing out toward me. This is my first time facing a human puppet. Fascinating. Such ugly things do make hiding mechanisms so convenient. My body moved with effortless agility, springing back and forth across the ground, neatly evading every one of those grasping arms. Quick on your feet, but it's far from over. With the faintest flick of Sasori's little finger, the 1,000 arms began to split apart, releasing a thick fog of violet poison into the air. Poison, is it? Orochimaru gave a playful grin. Though I'm immune to all poisons now, dodging or not hardly matters, but you know I do love a good challenge. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru formed a seal with one hand, then unleashed a mighty gale from his mouth. In an instant, the turbulent wind swept away every trace of poison, leaving not a single wisp behind. This time, it's my turn to strike first. With those words, Orochimaru's neck stretched at an unnatural speed, his mouth gaping wide and dripping with saliva, lunging straight for Sasori's throat. Sasori sneered in disgust. You really are revolting in every way. Can you even call yourself human? But Sasori didn't bother evading, letting Orochimaru bite down as he pleased. HM? Could it be? After a few bites, Orochimaru sensed something was off and swiftly retracted his serpentine neck. I see. Looks like I'm not the only one interested in body modifications, Sasori. Now that you're nothing but a human puppet, are we really so different, you and I? To think, you were once a legend of the hidden sand village. Yet look at you now. You've fallen far from those heights. You call this falling? Sasori scoffed, his tone cold as ever. Just like your gaudy techniques, you're utterly tasteless. He raised both hands, elevating the third Kazekage puppet to its highest point. The opinions of ordinary people mean nothing to me. Only realizing the supreme heights of my art truly matters. Orochimaru, open those ugly snake eyes of yours and witness what real art is. Magnet style, iron sand drizzle. A human puppet, yet it truly can use the same jutsu it wielded in life. How remarkable! Orochimaru mused inwardly, his curiosity piqued. This hunger for the unknown made him yearn to uncover the mechanics behind such a marvel. One day, I'll unravel the secrets of these extraordinary puppets. Life is utterly fascinating, an endless field of study. Orochimaru had never forgotten his own shinobi path, to master every technique and grasp the ultimate truths of the world. He pursued his goal with tireless dedication. Boom! Suddenly, above the battlefield, waves of iron sand surged across the sky, transforming into countless black needles that rained down onto Orochimaru's position like a deadly storm. The attack covered a vast area, and the iron sand's magnetic force made evasion impossible. Resistance was the only option. But who could possibly withstand the power of Sasori's enhanced iron sand? Iron sand drizzle, an almost inescapable killer move. With a sickening squelch, the black needles pierced Orochimaru's body. Then, with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground like a skewered beast, looking nothing like himself. Every inch of flesh tattered and torn. Was that really all there is to you? Had I known, I'd have let you make 2 moves first. Sasori dismissed Orochimaru's efforts with a smirk, drawing the Kazekage puppet back to his side, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. The legendary 3 shinobi are nothing special after all. This is the fate of those who covet the Akatsuki. With the outcome decided, Sasori of the Red Sand lost any hesitation. Confidently, he sealed away the Kazekage puppet into his scroll. Let's go. It's over. Sasori turned, his expression full of pride, and looked at Pain, who stood calmly nearby. Just then, Orochimaru's haunting voice drifted through the air. Hee, to think a puppet could be crafted so masterfully. Truly magnificent. Tell me, do the other members of the Akatsuki also possess such fascinating abilities as yours? Sasori's face darkened. Still not dead? What a persistent fellow. With a sly chuckle, Orochimaru opened his cavernous maw, and a brand new version of himself slithered out from within, darting forward like a dragon in flight, straight toward the 2 of them. Sasori assumed he would be Orochimaru's target. He quickly readied his defense, but Orochimaru ignored him entirely and swept past, stretching out a hand directly toward Pain's face. The surprise attack filled Orochimaru with sudden confidence. He cried out, excitedly, "The Rinnegan is mine." Pain remained serene and unmoved. Reckless. At the very moment Orochimaru's fingers were about to dig into Pain's eyes, an invisible barrier, undetectable to the naked eye, suddenly sprang up between them. What? Orochimaru gasped, stunned. What is this? Pain calmly raised his hand, his voice chilling and godlike. Orochimaru, this is the judgment your greed has called down upon you. Shinra Tensei. With a great crash, Orochimaru was sent flying, tumbling violently through the air. He let out a pained cry as his mind reeled, not even having the chance to counterattack. But that wasn't all. Even the entire forest around them was dramatically blown apart, upheaved under Pain's power. What is this technique? What kind of power is this? Orochimaru exclaimed, shocked. The Rinnegan was truly terrifying. Raising his right hand, Pain aimed his palm at the disheveled Orochimaru. Orochimaru, even in jest there are limits. You have crossed the line. I suppose you're right. Orochimaru awkwardly rose to his feet and brushed the dust from his clothes. I thought luck might be on my side, but now I see it's not so simple to get what I want. So I'll get right to the point. I want to join Akatsuki. Will you let me? What? Sasori, who had just pulled himself out from a pile of shattered wood, glared with hostility. You, after everything you've done, you still dare make such an outrageous request? Orochimaru replied. As I said earlier, I'm quite fascinated by the Akatsuki now. Since that's the case, wouldn't letting me join be the fastest way to achieve my aims? I'm very strong, you know. With me on board, there's nothing but benefit for the Akatsuki. At this, Sasori of the Red Sand frowned. You lost to me, didn't you? And still you brag. Orochimaru replied with cool indifference. TSK, I didn't even fight you seriously. You should have sensed that, shouldn't you? TCH. Sasori grit his teeth and fell silent. He knew, deep down, that Orochimaru was telling the truth. Pain closed his eyes and stood in silence for a moment, then spoke. Very well. Sasori stared in disbelief. Hey, you're not really thinking of letting him join, are you? That creepy guy is obviously up to no good. He's blatantly here just to fish for information. None of that matters. Pain shared his own reasoning. Better to keep an untrustworthy person close than let him roam free, gathering secrets unchecked. Besides, he should know, as long as I'm here, he'll never dare cross the line. Orochimaru answered frankly. Yes, I'm well aware of that. And he truly meant it. Just from their brief exchange, he could tell the gulf between himself and Pain. Let's go. Turning away, Pain set off on his own. Sasori shot Orochimaru a resentful glance and muttered under his breath. Maybe we'll be colleagues from now on, but I'm warning you. Don't speak to me unless you must. I can't stand you. You're vile inside and out. Orochimaru only chuckled softly, undisturbed by Sasori's venom. Meanwhile, his mind lingered on Pain. That face. Somehow, it feels awfully familiar. If I recall correctly, wasn't he that brat I met all those years ago? A sly smile played on Orochimaru's lips. How fascinating, the way fate works, wouldn't you say, Jiraiya? In Uchiha Madara's secret hideout. Godfather, I'm back. White Zetsu sprang up from beneath Madara's feet, holding Feiyu high. My good child, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Madara swept Feiyu up in his arms, nuzzling their faces together. In no time, clones of White Zetsu began to wriggle out of the ground one after another, sprouting like mushrooms after the rain. Within each one, wrapped tight, was a member of the Uchiha clan. Monantai, Manana. Uchiha Fugaku instantly spotted the man standing at the center. Despite some signs of age on his face, there was no mistaking the bearing and presence of Uchiha Madara himself. The most legendary ancestor of them all was, unbelievably, alive. A pressure rooted in bloodline made even Fugaku, the clan head, shiver uncontrollably. He struggled to hide his fear. If Mikoto hadn't been right there beside him, he might have gone over to pay homage on the spot. It wasn't just Fugaku. Every Uchiha present was struck speechless, barely daring to draw breath. When they first arrived, they'd all harbor doubts. Now, the living, breathing Madara Uchiha before their eyes shattered all doubts. Lord Madara. Fugaku Uchiha was the first to set an example. Bringing along his clansmen, he stepped in front of Madara and bowed respectfully. Since our clan's founding, I am the 8th head of the Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha. It is truly an honor to meet you today, Lord Madara. It is my own incompetence, a shame to our ancestors' teachings, that has led the Uchiha to be sidelined everywhere in Konoha, plunged into chaos and danger, and even teetering on the brink of extinction. Today we have come to pledge ourselves to you, hoping you can lead the Uchiha to greatness once again. Should you need anything, we will give everything, life or limb, without hesitation. That's enough. Spare me the unnecessary words. I don't expect anything. With his empty, hollow eyes shut, Madara's voice rang out coldly. Right now, he felt very little warmth toward his kin, despite their shared blood. Back then, Madara had already understood that the Uchiha were destined to face such a fate. The hostility from the village leaders and some of the villagers was far too deep, so he chose to leave the village. Unfortunately, they didn't believe him, and not a single clansman was willing to follow. Madara felt a deep sense of shame then. He considered himself a failure. He had lost his most precious younger brother, failed to keep his promise to protect the Uchiha, and in the end, was betrayed and abandoned by all. Now all of that seemed meaningless to him. Between nations, villages, clans, even people, when has there ever been true sincerity? There are no lasting bonds, only shifting winners and losers, driven by self-interest, nothing more. At this point, all he wished for was Feiyu's happiness, and perhaps, to finish his own goals, taking life one uncertain step at a time. You're Fugaku, right? Yes, Lord Madara. Good. I have something that needs you and the clan to handle right away. Your word is our command. My son is growing and needs fresh food. There's a wide open field next door. Gather the clan and go farm it. Well, ooh. Farm? Did I hear that right? The Uchiha, proud as we are, wherever we go, people fall over themselves to win our favor. Now that we've returned to our ancestor, are we really being sent off to toil in the fields? Are we to put aside our ninja arts, pick up hoes, and become farmers instead? A test. This has to be a test. Fugaku screamed inwardly. Our ancestor must be testing whether we truly mean what we say. Yes, that must be it. How could he possibly have us growing crops? That would be ridiculous. He'd never done such menial work in his entire life. It wasn't just him. Uproar rippled through the gathered clan members. Sasuke's young face was etched with confusion and a hint of frustration. Big brother, who's that grumpy blind old fart anyway? Why is Dad being so obedient to him? Fugaku had always been a figure of great authority in Sasuke's heart. Not just the head of the Uchiha clan, but also the chief of the police force. Within the village, aside from the Hokage or a select few upper echelon leaders, no one would dare show him even a hint of disrespect. Even the Hokage himself had never treated his father so lightly. Sasuke, lower your voice, reminded Itachi in a hushed tone. He's a patriarch of the Uchiha clan, a figure who stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage in that legendary era. The first Hokage? Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Then how old must he be? I'm not sure. Itachi shook his head, the confusion plain in his voice. There are so many suspicious things. The fact that Madara isn't dead, the mystery behind his missing eyes, and how someone of such advanced age could have such a young son. And perhaps the most important thing of all, Itachi lowered his head, voice barely above a whisper. This elder Madara isn't at all the same man I met previously, which can only mean that this older Madara is the real one. So just who is that man in the mask? Itachi's keen intuition sensed that this place was hiding far too many secrets. As Itachi pondered, so too did Fugaku. Though Madara's order for him to lead the clan in farming had come as a heavy blow, the string of improbable developments right before him sparked his curiosity. The secrets carved upon the stone tablet, the reason behind Madara's immortality. Perhaps he had already uncovered the true power of the Sharingan. Coming here was the right choice, Fugaku thought to himself. No matter what awaits us, I must lead the clan forward along this path, even if that means tilling the fields. Still, Fugaku held on to a sliver of hope. Lord Madara couldn't possibly be serious about making us farmers, could he? This must be some kind of test. With his resolve strengthening, Fugaku answered firmly. Lord Madara, the Uchiha clan will obey your every command. Even should we be told to farm the fields, we would do so without the slightest complaint. Excellent. Madara gave a slight wave to White Zetsu. Go on, hand him the list. Understood. White Zetsu cheerfully produced a slip of paper and handed it to Fugaku. Here are the ingredients for Lord Madara's son, little Feiyu's favorite dishes. The fields are just outside. You can purchase seeds as needed. Set your own work hours, but Lord Madara cares only about results. Don't stand around, get to it. White Zetsu chimed, almost gleefully. Fugaku was left dumbstruck. This time, Lord Madara wasn't joking. He truly meant for the Uchiha clan to till the land. Also, his son might have fresh ingredients to eat and grow up strong. Lord Madara, Fugaku wanted to protest, but by then Madara had already walked off, gently cradling Feiyu and softly coaxing the child. With a sigh, Fugaku could only shake his head in helpless resignation. He unfolded the list. Garland chrysanthemum, bitter lettuce, baby bok choy. A long list of leafy greens stretched out before his eyes. Chief, do we really have to go farm vegetables? What else can we do? Our ancestors have given their orders. As their descendants, we have no way to defy them. Fugaku let out a long sigh. Perhaps it's because I failed to lead the Uchiha well enough. This must be Lord Madara's way of punishing me. Try to look on the bright side. Country life is better than constant fighting. At least it's peaceful. A debt owed must finally be repaid. There's no escaping it. Come, follow me to the fields. Chief, are we really just going to walk out in the open like this? I have a feeling the hidden leaf will surely send people to keep an eye on us. Tisk, came an eerie reminder from the side. Don't worry about Konoha's people. This is a remote place. Besides, within 5 kilometers, my surveillance web is everywhere. You can farm as boldly as you like. There's a small village nearby. Go there for seeds and farming tools. My clone can show you the way. Fugaku recalled that, just moments ago, Lord Madara had addressed this odd, ghost-like fellow as White Zetsu. Although White Zetsu seemed strange, it made sense. Anyone who could serve Lord Madara would be anything but normal. In that case, we'll be counting on you, Mr. White Zetsu. Half an hour later, on a broad expanse of land, a great number of people lined up in rows, each wearing a shirt adorned with a ping-pong paddle symbol on the back. They gripped hoes and tilled the soil beneath the blazing sun. The men broke ground, the women sowed seeds. Together they painted a scene unlike any other. Madara Uchiha stood on a rise, holding little Feiyu's hand as he surveyed the land, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu standing by his side. Black Zetsu clicked his tongue. Who'd have thought they'd really go through with it? White Zetsu spoke with a quiet certainty. They have no choice. This is the power of bloodline. Lord Madara, I see your intent clearly. You are tempering their character, aren't you? Madara snorted. What do I care about their attitude? I simply want my son to have fresh, healthy vegetables. These are critical years for his growth. I won't risk negligence. But the Uchiha have truly fallen. I could sense only a handful who are barely up to standard. There are 1 or 2 promising sprouts, but after the rest, they're little better than dead weight. Compared to my era, they're simply not on the same level. Black Zetsu ventured. Lord Madara, aren't you going to train them? No matter what, Uchiha blood flows in their veins. With the right instruction, their strength could grow in no time. Madara replied. I have no intention of doing that. If I have time for such things, I'd rather spend it with my son. As he finished speaking, Madara crouched down and ruffled Feiyu's head with a smile. Son, since you've so successfully completed your first mission, tell me, what do you want most right now? Name it. Even if it's the moon, your godfather will pluck it down for you. Godfather, Just as Feiyu was about to speak, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System task triggered. The ultimate check-in system, designed to make the host the strongest. System task 1. Master would release. Task completion reward. Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode. Wow! Feiyu was astonished. His heart raced with excitement. If I can complete this task, wouldn't I be invincible? No wonder it's called the ultimate check-in system. It truly lives up to its name. This system is absolutely determined to make me the strongest. After endless anticipation, finally, the first system task has been triggered. Since it's here, why hesitate? There's no reason to decline. I accept. Feiyu lifted his head, eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Madara. Godfather, I want to learn wood release. Uchiha Madara was taken aback when he heard this. He found himself in a dilemma. Wood release isn't something you can simply learn on a whim. You need to transplant Hashirama's cells. Back when I bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and kept it in my mouth, I used Izanagi to revive myself, then transplanted the flesh into my wound. Only then did I manage to obtain Hashirama's cells, and, with them, the power of wood release. Though it might sound smooth, only those who have experienced it firsthand know the agony of rejection that rages through the body during the transplantation. Without an indomitable will, you'd be devoured by Hashirama's overwhelmingly vigorous cells. The powers themselves are fundamentally incompatible after all. Senju and Uchiha, two forces at odds, becoming one to give rise to all phenomena. Such words are carved into the stone monument of the Uchiha clan. Those very words were what gave Madara the resolve to bite the flesh. Having endured that pain himself, how could Madara possibly allow his son to experience the same suffering? Besides, Feiyu was still so young. His body simply couldn't take it. When I transplanted Hashirama's cells into Obito, it was nothing more than a desperate gamble. Half his body had been crushed. If he survived after the transplantation, all well and good. If not, it couldn't be helped. My son, let's choose something else, Madara said, troubled. You're still too young for wood release. When you're older, I'll teach you, all right? Feiyu, of course, understood Madara's concerns. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. He just couldn't bear for Feiyu to suffer, afraid that the transplantation of Hashirama cells would bring him too much pain. But Feiyu wasn't afraid at all. With the innate gift of life as steadfast as stone protecting him, at most he'd suffer some pain, but death was impossible. For the sake of the system's reward, what was a little pain? Moreover, he didn't actually have the Uchiha bloodline. His Sharingan required a massive amount of chakra to maintain, and his reserves weren't particularly high. That's why he almost never used the Sharingan openly. The fact that he could use it so conveniently was only thanks to the system's help. With Hashirama's cells, he'd never have to worry about running out of strength when using the Sharingan in the future. Godfather, let me learn it. You promised me. Whatever request I make, you won't refuse me. What? Do you not love me anymore? Uchiha Madara feared nothing. Neither the heavens above nor the earth below. Yet if there was one thing that truly unsettled him, it was watching his son act spoiled in front of him. Seeing Feiyu's aggrieved little face, Madara instantly melted. Yes, you can learn. Madara pursed his lips, his voice gentle with concern. But son, you have to think it through. Mastering wood release will require sacrifice. There's a good chance it will be painful. Can you accept that? I can. Feiyu nodded emphatically, eagerness shining in his eyes. He patted his chest and proclaimed, Godfather, trust me. I'm your son, aren't I? With a bit of hardship. I want to grow stronger, so that one day I can protect you. Just as you protect me every single day now. Those words struck a chord deep within Madara. After so many years spent in the lonely emptiness of old age, nothing was more healing than a child's heartwarming words. You're a good boy, my wonderful son. All right, come home with me. So long as I'm here, I'll make sure you suffer as little as possible. As Madara spoke, his expression grew grave, as if he'd made a momentous decision deep within. Inside the secret base, Madara gently laid Feiyu on the bed. Son, wood release is different from other types of ninjutsu. To awaken it, you need vital cells transplanted into your body. The process is excruciatingly painful, and you. It's fine, Godfather. I can handle it. Madara could only manage a resigned laugh. Child, I know you're strong, but as your father, it pains me to see you suffer. So, I'll put you under a jinjutsu. Within that illusion, everything will be under my control. For now, just enjoy a little peace. I'd much rather see you sleeping soundly than watch you in pain. But, Godfather, Feiyu glanced uncertainly at Madara's eerie, vacant eyes. Your eyes? It's nothing. Don't underestimate your old man. Madara sat beside the bed, patting Feiyu's small hand. Jinjutsu doesn't have to rely solely on the Sharingan. If it's me, even a single hair is enough. Now sleep, my child. Raising his hand, Madara formed a seal with one hand. The next moment, Feiyu's vision blurred, and he promptly drifted into a deep sleep, a gentle smile, yet lingering on his face. Judging by his expression, the dream he'd entered must have been a pleasant one. Lord Madara, leave the next step to me, White Zetsu volunteered, approaching and extending a hand to Feiyu's chest. He was ready to inject the Hashirama cells from his own body into Feiyu. Wait, Madara snapped, his voice curt. No need. When it comes to my son, I'll do it myself. A tearing sound broke the stillness. Under White Zetsu's astonished gaze, Madara raised his palm and forcefully shredded his tunic, exposing the pale skin and that unmistakable face of Hashirama carved upon his chest. Baiju was shocked. Lord Madara, you're not planning to? Only then did he understand why Madara wouldn't let him get involved. Baiju, you're merely an artificial human cultivated from Hashirama cells. You're not pure. This flesh on my chest, on the other hand, is true, genuine Hashirama cell tissue. Although Feiyu is my sworn godson, over the years I have come to see him as my own flesh and blood. How could I bear to let him use a mere imitation? And besides, truthfully, I have some selfish reasons for this transplant. I want to transfer not only my cells and blood into Feiyu, but also a part of myself. Feiyu is still young. His chakra reserves are insignificant. He cannot possibly withstand the power of Hashirama cells alone. Only by injecting cells that carry my own can I help him minimize the suffering. I want Feiyu to truly become my son. Baiju gasped, but, Lord Madara, your health isn't good to begin with. You've only just managed to recover a little, and now you're not only going to cut away Hashirama's tissue from your chest, but also your own flesh. Won't all these years of recovery have gone to waste? What does it matter? Madara's voice rang with unshakable resolve. The strength I regained these past years, I owe to my son. Giving it back is only right. If it means my son can suffer less, there's nothing I wouldn't do. As soon as the words left his lips, Madara brought the edge of his hand down onto his own chest, slicing out a fresh, bloody chunk of flesh with hard determination. Hashirama's face embedded in his chest was now only half there. The rest he held in his hand, still clinging with his own sinew and blood. Blue chakra flared in Madara's palm as he fought to ignore the searing pain of tearing away his own flesh. He pressed that piece against Feiyu's body. Lord Madara, let me stop your bleeding. Don't interfere. The bleeding can wait. Madara gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping down his face, but he paid it no mind. He focused all his will on manipulating the chakra, meticulously merging the flesh into Feiyu's body. It was delicate work. Precision was everything. Madara refused even a hint of carelessness. The more seamless the fusion, the less strain Feiyu's body would have to endure. Sensing the pain, Feiyu stirred slightly in his sleep, his brows drawing together in a faint frown. But whether his dream felt too real, or Madara's jinjutsu was too powerful, he did not wake. He remained deeply lost within the illusion. My son, bear with it a bit longer. It's almost over, Madara whispered. From now on, both Hashirama's and my own blood will flow within you. Starting today, you're truly a child bound by my blood and Hashirama's. Half an hour passed. The transplantation of Hashirama's in Madara's cells was finally complete. The moment Madara released his chakra, a wave of dizziness swept over him. His legs trembled. He nearly collapsed. Lord Madara, Baiju hurriedly caught him. Madara gave a weary chuckle. Heh, getting old. I really am past my prime. Madara let out a self-deprecating chuckle. This has nothing to do with age, Lord Madara. You're suffering from severe blood loss and anemia. Hold still. I'll stop the bleeding for you. White Zetsu carefully helped Madara onto a chair, swiftly tending to his wound. Just then, a swirl of distortion appeared nearby, and Obito emerged from it. He lifted his eyes and was immediately struck by Madara's disheveled state. What happened here? Obito was genuinely taken aback. Madara, did you get into a fight with some old lady outside? Who managed to claw a chunk of flesh out of you? I warned you, old ladies are mysterious beings. Even if you're Madara, you don't want to provoke one. Obito couldn't hide his glee at Madara's expense. It was a rare sight to see Madara so humbled, and Obito wasn't about to miss an opportunity to tease him. Madara didn't bother to argue. He didn't have the strength, nor the interest. Without so much as a glance at Obito, he focused solely on letting White Zetsu patch him up. As a worldly battlefield correspondent, White Zetsu patiently explained. Don't talk nonsense, little Obito. Lord Madara here. He just transplanted a piece of his own heart's flesh into young Feiyu. What? Madara, why would you do that? You see, Feiyu wanted some of Hashirama's cells, so Lord Madara transplanted pure Hashirama cells into him, along with a piece of his own. Obito fell silent, words stuck in his throat. No point comparing. Such comparisons only prove maddening. When he'd lost half his body, Madara hadn't been willing to use his stash of pure Hashirama cells, only giving him the mass-produced, engineered variety. But for Feiyu, Madara had offered up his most precious, irreplaceable gift. A twinge of jealousy flickered in Obito's heart, but soon he let it go. After all, this was Feiyu. If it were Obito's choice, he too would have given up his very best without hesitation. Before long, White Zetsu had stopped the bleeding. The pain faded from Madara's face, replaced by stoic calm. Now it was just a matter of waiting for his flesh to gradually regenerate. Hashirama's face was already restoring itself with astonishing speed. Most of the injury had visibly healed. Repairing his own body, however, would require a bit more time. On the bed, Feiyu was still caught in a blissful illusion, dreaming deeply. In that conjured world, Madara, restored to his prime, was traveling the world with Feiyu, their combined might making the world tremble. At the height of this joy, a sudden digital chime rang in Feiyu's ears. Ding! The system has detected successful transplantation of Hashirama cells into the host. Mokuton abilities unlocked. Mission accomplished. Reward. Sage mode of Hashirama, the Thousand Hands. In the next instant, a blazing current of energy surged through Feiyu's body. So hot! With a gasp, Feiyu's eyes snapped open, returning to reality. Hearing his son's startled cry, Madara, who had been resting, hurried over, supported by White Zetsu and Obito, to Feiyu's side. My son, how do you feel now? Madara asked anxiously. Godfather, I'm alright. Wait, what's? How did your chest get hurt like this? When Feiyu saw the wound on Madara's chest, he began to understand. While he himself had been lost in the euphoria of Jinjutsu, his godfather must have suffered unimaginable pain. Tears welled up, then spilled over, hot and unrestrained, running down his cheeks. Godfather, I never imagined you'd go this far. If I had known, I'd rather die than ever learn with style. Feiyu was filled with remorse. His own stubbornness had forced his godfather to pay too high a price. Madara, however, merely chuckled and gently stroked Feiyu's hair. It's all right, my son. This was my choice, not your burden to bear. Now at last we're bound by true blood. From now on, drop that god part. Call me your real father. Dad, Feiyu cried, and the two embraced, holding each other close. My child, you've just finished merging with the cells. Don't push your body too hard just yet. Give yourself a couple of days to adjust. Dad, you too. That wound on your chest must still hurt so much. I'll stay with you these next days. I'm not going anywhere. A gentle laugh. Good boy, my eldest, how thoughtful you are. Half a year later, inside their secret base, Madara and Feiyu were enjoying a leisurely meal, sampling vegetables grown by the Uchiha clan. You just can't beat all natural produce, Feiyu said sincerely. Food grown without any tricks or shortcuts. You can truly taste the difference. During this time, Feiyu had never once left Madara's side. Day and night, he remained with him, inseparable, even sharing a bed every night as their routine. Bathed in the close proximity of Feiyu's inherited gifts, Madara's body recovered at an astonishing rate. He looked no older than in his early 60s now. New eyes were already forming where his sockets had once been empty, and the wound on his chest had long since healed. They say that the longer two people spend together, the more they come to resemble each other. It seemed to be true. Madara found that. As Feiyu grew, his features became more and more like his own. Perhaps even more handsome. This is fate. My blood is shining through. Madara marveled silently. Obito too had grown a great deal, not just in height, but in strength and stamina as well. In contrast, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu remained the same as ever, unchanged by the passing days. For half a year, the Uchiha clansmen tilled and tended the earth with dedication, and many of them had grown quite fond of this simple country life, with only Itachi and Sasuke as exceptions. The two brothers would slip away into the quiet woods every night, pushing themselves through grueling training in pursuit of ever greater strength. Itachi, Sasuke, you two must be tired, so I brought some fruit to share. A young woman with long hair and a sweet smile walked over, carrying a basket on her arm. She, too, was a member of the Uchiha and a close friend of Itachi's, Uchiha Izumi. Though called a friend, she had long harbored an unspoken affection for him. She was a kunoichi, blessed with remarkable talent. The reason Izumi chose the path of a ninja was entirely because she wanted to walk the same road as the person she liked, Itachi. Back when they were still students at the Ninja Academy, Izumi had once confessed her feelings to Itachi in front of a tea house, but unfortunately, he hadn't accepted her directly. And so, to this day, the relationship between them remained that of friends. Izumi sees. Sasuke called out energetically when he saw Izumi appear. He hurried over to her side, picked up an apple, and chomped into it with delight. Brother, Izumi sis is so gentle and thoughtful. If she could become my sister-in-law, how wonderful would that be? I'd raise both hands in support. As he offered his enthusiastic endorsement, Sasuke met Izumi's eyes, and she flashed him an approving look, a big, encouraging thumbs up with her gaze. Itachi wiped the sweat from his brow, completely missing the undertone, and said, Sasuke, don't talk nonsense. Your sister Izumi and I are still young. Izumi chimed in, so, if we grow up, does that mean there'll be a chance for us? Itachi froze at her words, his cheeks flushing red, and he didn't reply. Sasuke burst out laughing. My brother's blushing. This is the first time I've ever seen him like this. He teased, genuinely amused. Itachi chuckled a little, but said nothing more, choosing instead to settle himself nearby and quietly eat some fruit. Right now, he felt content with life as it was, simple and fulfilling. Keeping away from ninja life, away from missions, away from bloodshed and war. With more time to spend with his family and friends, this was infinitely better than what being a shinobi ever brought him. This was the life Itachi truly yearned for, an ordinary, peaceful existence. The three children gathered together, sharing delicious fruit in each other's company. But just then, a voice broke the brief spell of tranquility. So this is where you are, Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku approached slowly. At once, both Itachi and Sasuke put down their fruit and jumped down from the rocks. Itachi asked, Father, is there something you need from me and Sasuke? No, Fugaku shook his head. I only need to speak to you. I finally received orders from Lord Madara. He wants me to select 50 of the clan's strongest from among all our people, to face him as opponents, all at once. What? You want to challenge 50 people? That blind old man. Sasuke snorted with innocent disdain. He's just bragging. The way he looks, he probably struggles just to walk down the street. The last time the Uchiha clan had seen Madara was 6 months ago. In all that time, Madara hadn't showed himself to them even once, and out of respect, none dared disturb him. Instead, they'd simply tended to his ancestral land for half a year. Still not convinced, Sasuke grumbled. Why does Itachi need to handle this? Let me do it. I could beat him myself. Fugaku snapped. That's enough. Watch your tongue, Sasuke. Lord Madara's power runs fathoms deep. You will not speak of him so carelessly. Sasuke turned away stubbornly, muttering, TCH. He truly couldn't fathom how a blind old man could possibly have the courage to face 50 of the Uchiha's elite ninjas. Fugaku no longer paid Sasuke any attention, turning instead to Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, you're here too. You'll be participating as well. Understood, clan leader. Though still young, Uchiha Izumi had already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Fugaku fully acknowledged her abilities. Dad, don't leave me out. I want to join in too. Seeing his father ignore him alone, Sasuke grew visibly upset. No way. Your strength isn't enough. You couldn't even make the top 50. Don't underestimate me. I've been training with my brother all this time. I'm much stronger than I used to be. That's still not enough. You haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet. What use could you be if you got up there? Fugaku's refusal was absolute. He didn't mean to discourage Sasuke. He just knew his own son's limits all too well. It was easy to make mistakes during combat, and he feared Sasuke might get hurt. But Dad, Enough. No more arguments. Lord Madara went to the trouble of giving our clan this mission. How can I let a child like you take part? This isn't some playground. Lord Madara wouldn't be pleased. With that, Fugaku simply turned and walked away, unmoved by Sasuke's voice calling out from behind. After venting for a while, Sasuke, now thoroughly dejected, slumped back down on a stone, sulking alone. I'm so sick of living under someone else's roof. My father is so powerful. Why does he just follow the orders of that blind old man without question? Big brother, please, can you talk to Dad for me? Let me join, please. I want to expose that blind old man. I'm sure he's all talk, nothing more. Sasuke had never taken Madara seriously in the least. Itachi smiled gently, lifting his hand to tap Sasuke's forehead. Next time, Sasuke. This time, listen to father. Just watch me from the sidelines, all right? The next morning arrived. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a group of clan members, stood in front of Madara's secret base, waiting for his appearance. After a moment, the stone door slowly slid open. Madara, holding Feiyu's hand, emerged from within. Everyone was stunned at the sight of Madara. The aged and withered look was gone. Somehow, he seemed much younger. How on earth did Lord Madara do that? The clan members were shocked, their impression of their ancestor shifting yet again. I want to see what this current body of mine is truly capable of. You've spent half a year working the fields. I hope your skills in ninjutsu haven't gotten rusty. Madara pointed to the open space nearby. Let's go. We'll use that area. Don't go easy on me just because I look old. Give me everything you've got, understood? Understood, Lord Madara. The group followed Madara over to the training ground. Dad, I've never seen you fight anyone before. Today, I'm really going to open my eyes. Chuckling, he replied, "Ha, my son, you better watch carefully." Once everyone had taken their positions, the duel was about to begin. Although Madara looked much younger now, he still bore some of the signs of age. As Fugaku stepped forward, he spoke first. Lord Madara, how about we warm up a bit? We can start with a one-on-one. With a cold shake of his head, Madara retorted, You, along with everyone behind you, come at me together. Enough with the pointless talk. I've been itching for this. The moment he finished speaking, Madara pressed his hands together. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted before Madara, roaring to life. The Uchiha were stunned. Grand Fireball Jutsu was a technique they all knew intimately. Nearly everyone could perform it. But the sheer size of Madara's fireball was outrageous. At this distance, it blotted out the sky itself. What kind of monstrous chakra reserves did it take to produce something so overwhelming? So this is the power of Lord Madara. Madara's fireball wasn't just enormous. It blazed forward with terrifying speed. At this critical life-or-death moment, the Uchiha clan snapped out of their amazement. Quick, use water style. No, Lord Madara is testing us. Fire style is the symbol of the Uchiha. Are we saying the might of the whole clan can't match the strength of one man? Everyone, counter with the Grand Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, echoed 50-fold. Though this was only a practice duel, the scene before them was no different from a real battlefield. In fact, it was even more awe-inspiring. With a thunderous boom, 50 blazing fireballs collided headlong with Madara's massive inferno, shaking the earth 3 times over. Clan leader, Lord Madara isn't holding back at all. We need to go all out. If we don't, we won't survive. The speaker was Uchiha Yakum, one of Fugaku's most trusted lieutenants in the police force. Utterly loyal in both thought and deed, Yakum was also one of the clan's rare medical ninja. Before the match, Fugaku had warned everyone. With Madara being elderly, frail, and blind, there was no need to go too hard. Just make your point and hold back. But no one had expected Madara to unleash such terrifying power. Now, forget holding back. If 50 of us can manage to overpower him together, that'll be a victory. Of course I know that, Fugaku replied, gravely nodding. I underestimated our ancestor. His power, it's far beyond what we imagined. If this is what he's capable of in his old age, just how terrifying must he have been in his youth? At that moment, a small figure darted past Fugaku. Father, our chakra is nowhere near Lord Madara's level. Engaging him with ninjutsu is to our disadvantage. Let's fight him with taijutsu instead. Hearing this, Fugaku's eyes lit up, and he cast a look of approval at his son, Uchiha Itachi. What Itachi said was true. No matter how powerful Madara was, age had already taken its toll on his body, and with complete blindness, his physical abilities were surely not what they once were. Another of Fugaku's trusted men, Uchiha Inaho, rebuked coldly. Itachi, this is shameful. I refuse to take advantage of someone's weakness. I want to see what kind of storm the legendary Madara can stir up with that sickly body of his. With that, ignoring the other's attempts to stop him, Inaho swiftly drew 2 kunai and charged forward. He hadn't lost his composure. He simply reasoned that after unleashing such a monstrous fireball, Madara must have little chakra left to control. But Madara Uchiha was not a man bound by ordinary logic. Sensing someone rushing at him, a cold smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips. So, they really think I'm washed up. Just one man dares take me head on. A sharp sound sliced through the air as Inaho hurled both kunai straight at Madara's face. Without a flicker of emotion, Madara tilted his head aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. That was just a feint. Forgive my audacity, Lord Madara. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. After forming the seals, a stream of dragon-shaped flames shot straight from Inaho's mouth. The fire dragon roared forward with blinding speed and fearsome force. It's over. A heartbeat later, the fire dragon crashed against Madara, and the ground at his feet erupted in thick, billowing smoke. Inaho, you! Cold sweat broke out on Fugaku's brow at the sight. He had never expected Madara to stand his ground without even attempting to evade. Or perhaps Madara simply couldn't dodge in time. Old age truly had dulled his movements. Dragon Flame Jutsu wasn't a high-level fire release. Most of their clan could perform it. Its only real advantage was speed, the fastest among fire-style techniques, often catching opponents off guard. Quick, put out the fire. If the clan's ancestor really died here, it would be a disaster. Oomph. Is that really all you think of me? From within the haze, Madara's harsh voice rang out. When the smoke cleared, Madara stood unharmed, without even the slightest wrinkle in his clothes. My descendants, do not let me down. If your fire techniques can't even singe my robes, don't embarrass yourselves by using them. Uchiha Inaho was so shocked he could hardly speak. An overwhelming sense of awe rippled through him. He had never imagined that the full force of his jutsu would do nothing to Madara. In that moment, he finally realized just how foolish his earlier thoughts and actions had been. Even age spots are far beyond your reach on your own. Oomph, since you are all my descendants, I'll show you something extraordinary. And with so many people here, it's the perfect chance to test this jutsu. Madara Uchiha joined his hands, his expression shifting subtly. Mokutan, advent of a world of trees. All at once, the earth began to tremble ever so slightly. As the clansmen looked around in confusion, a vast forest of trees and vines burst forth from the ground. The trees seemed to grow in an instant, filling the entire arena with no space left untouched. This is Mokutan. What in the world? Isn't Mokutan the first Hokage's technique? How is Lord Madara? Though they were utterly bewildered, the truth was right before their eyes. Those vines, seemingly alive, wrapped tightly around everyone present. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they couldn't escape Mokutan's binding grip. Is it over? Madara lowered his hands, letting out a faint sigh. This sparring match had two purposes. First, to gauge the extent of my current strength. Second, to select from among you those worthy of my guidance. From the looks of it, the Uchiha bloodline and talent have already become diluted. So many people, and yet not a single one could catch my eye. Damn it, father-brother. Outside the field, Sasuke had been watching with the other clansmen. Seeing his father and brother swallowed up by Mokutan, their fates uncertain, his rage reached its peak. Gritting his teeth, a surge of electricity raced through his mind, sending sparks behind his eyes, but Sasuke could hardly care about that now. All that mattered was his family's safety. With all his might, Sasuke broke free from his mother Mikoto's grasp and dashed wildly toward Madara. Hey, blind old man, release your jutsu. Give back my father and my brother. If anything happens to them, I'll never forgive you. Oh, hearing Sasuke's young voice, Madara paused, surprised. He sensed a familiar aura within Sasuke, one much like his own. Boy, what's your name? My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I'm a son of Fugaku Uchiha, and Itachi's little brother. So you have an older brother too? Interesting. Madara's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems there is some connection between us, you and I. I'll remember your name. But Sasuke had no interest in Madara's words. He only wanted his family released. Blind old man, didn't you hear me? Release my family right now. Madara took no offense at Sasuke's rudeness. I'm testing their resolve. If they're lacking in spirit, they're unworthy to serve under me. If you can't even break free from a mere wooden jutsu, then your very existence is meaningless. Damn it. Sasuke could no longer restrain the rage inside him. His eyes burned crimson as he shouted and charged straight at Madara. At that moment, thunderous crashing noises erupted behind him. It was the sound of splintering wood. Sasuke whipped around just in time to see several figures bursting out from the heaps of timber, landing quickly by his side. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Go back. This isn't where you should be. Clan leader, your son sure worries about you. Little brother, there's no need to fret. We're all right. Those who broke free from the wooden restraints were Fugaku, Itachi, and Uchiha Yakuai. It seems the Uchiha clan hasn't fallen that far after all. There are still a few among you worthy of my attention, Madara remarked coldly, his tone wavering between mockery and hidden praise. With that, Madara turned and commanded the wooden constructs to retreat, drawing them back beneath the earth. I didn't aim to kill. Those people can still be saved. They're only unconscious. Go tend to them. When you're finished, the rest of you come see me. I'll bestow new power upon you. And bring along that fellow who dared to face me solo. Crude as he may be, his courage is commendable. With those words, Uchiha Madara slowly strolled away from the battlefield. A heavy sigh of relief escaped Fugaku, as though a great weight had lifted from his chest. Big brother. Sasuke flung himself into Itachi's arms, bursting into tears. You scare me half to death. I thought I'd never see you or father again. Gently, Itachi lowered his head and replied with warmth. What are you saying, silly? How could we leave you so easily? We still have to watch over you. Huh? Sasuke, your eyes? Itachi stared at Sasuke in surprise. Those eyes, unmistakably, a single Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke, you've awakened a Sharingan. Wah, oh really? Sasuke blinked away his tears, stunned and speechless. Unlike Itachi's excitement, Fugaku remained composed. Not bad. Who would have thought that this spar with Lord Madara would bring such an unexpected reward? The anger in his heart awakened Sasuke's Sharingan without him even realizing it. Slowly, Sasuke began to process what had happened. This is amazing. I finally have the Sharingan. Sasuke's joy was pure and infectious. Now that he had the Sharingan, he believed his father might finally regard him with the same pride as he did his older brother. All right, let's leave that for later. Yakumi, Itachi, help me treat our clansmen. Sasuke, come along too. Yes, sir. A few hours later, under Fugaku's command, all the injured clan members were carried back to the surrounding territory and treated in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, at Madara's secret base, my son, after watching the recent battle, what do you think of your father's strength? You were incredible, father. Haha. Wait until the day I regain my youth. Then you'll truly see what it means to be impressive. By the way, I've selected a few promising people from the clan to serve as your personal guards. They can also spar with you regularly. If you ever want to go out and have fun, take them with you. Just then, White Zetsu emerged from underground. Lord Madara, Fugaku has brought 3 people here to see you. All right, let them in. Right away. Moments later, White Zetsu led Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Inaho, and Yakumi into the chamber. Lord Madara. The 4 men bowed deeply in unison, their voices carrying conviction. The power Madara had just displayed had left them utterly awestruck. You 4 are satisfactory. I intend to focus on cultivating your talents. As he spoke, Madara gestured toward a carving on the stone wall. I imagine you're curious about why Possess would release. Take a look for yourselves. What do you see? Following the direction of Madara's finger, the 4 gazed at the stone wall, where the statue of Hashirama Senju was etched in stone. Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. Is that the first Hokage? That's right. These were cultivated from Hashirama cells. I could transplant those cells into your bodies as well. Fugaku gasped, his eyes flickering uneasily, clear resistance in his expression. Madara sensed Fugaku's misgivings and demanded coldly, "What's this? Are you unwilling to gain the power of wood release? As head of the Uchiha, you should have read the Uchiha stone tablet beneath Nakano's shrine. I can tell you've awakened the Mangekyo, haven't you? Uchiha and Senju united, together command all things under heaven. With Hashirama cells, your power will be transformed beyond recognition." Lord Madara. Fugaku hesitated, visibly troubled. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I've done some research on Hashirama cells. Konoha once conducted experiments on cultivating and transplanting them. Back then, those experiments claimed the lives of a whole generation of elite ninja. Even the Senju themselves couldn't withstand Hashirama's cells. They perished, their bodies torn apart. That's why the Senju clan is nearly extinct. Madara snorted, scoffing with disdain. No one understands Hashirama like I do. The crude experiments done in Konoha can't possibly compare to the cells I've cultivated. As he spoke, Madara waved a hand in White Zetsu's direction. This fellow here is a creation I cultivated using Hashirama's cells. I'll have him inject his cells into your bodies. Once you adjust to them, you'll gain new strength. Besides, as someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan, you should know, the more you use your eyes, the greater the strain becomes. With Hashirama cells, you won't have to worry about that anymore. Whether you want them or not, the choice is yours. I won't force you. Once he finished, Madara fell silent. Clan leader, I want the transplant. As Fugaku hesitated, Inaho turned to him with determination and declared, I want revenge. Revenge against Konoha. With great power, we'll never have to fear them again. The Uchiha have been trampled beneath their feet for too long. This time, I want them to experience what it feels like to be under someone else's heel. Yakumi Uchiha chimed in. Clan leader, that's exactly how I feel. If we don't take this chance, we'll never have another shot at turning things around. Besides, this is a gift from our ancestor. I believe in his power. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, then turned to Itachi, seeking his opinion. Itachi didn't say a word, but in his heart, his decision was made. He would accept the transplantation. Only with more power could he hope to better protect his brother. Everything he did was for Sasuke. Although Itachi remained silent, Fugaku could see the determination in his eyes. With that, he had no reason to refuse. Truthfully, part of him was even looking forward to seeing just how much his strength would increase after gaining the wood release. Perhaps he'd reach Kage-level power without much trouble. If Konoha ever sent pursuers after their clan, he'd finally have the strength to protect them more effectively. It seems your minds are made up. In that case, follow me. White Zetsu grinned slyly, leading them toward a secret chamber. Just then, a swirling vortex of space appeared, and Obito's figure emerged from the void. White Zetsu raised a hand in greeting. Yo, you're back right on time. Obito glanced at White Zetsu and the few Uchiha behind him without saying a word, then made his way straight toward Madara. Tisk tisk, you've gotten more and more ill-mannered as you've grown up, White Zetsu commented with a mocking smile, watching Obito's retreating back. Itachi kept his eyes fixed on Obito, quietly whispering to Fugaku, Father, that masked man is the one who approached me before. Fugaku nodded, then turned to White Zetsu and asked, Mr. White Zetsu, is that young man also Lord Madara's son? That mysterious ability that appeared out of nowhere. Surely it wasn't a space-time ninjutsu, but rather the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku observed closely. The vortex-like space seemed to manifest around the masked man's right eye. With a boisterous laugh, White Zetsu declared, Don't be absurd. Lord Madara only has one son, Feiyu. That other man is merely a colleague working alongside us by chance. Oh, by the way, you should know him too. He's from Konoha, you know. Oh, Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Who is he? That guy? His name is Uchiha Obito, said White Zetsu. What? The four of them exclaimed in unison, truly stunned. That name, they heard it, and then some. Wasn't he the orphan boy who supposedly died in the Battle of Canopy Bridge a few years ago? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? That's right. I remember he even donated Sharingan before dying. The very one in Kakashi's left eye. Inaho and Yakomi exchanged uncertain glances, clearly struggling to believe what they'd heard. As members of the same clan, they knew Obito's abilities better than anyone. He was always at the bottom of the ranks among his peers, an out-and-out underachiever. Yet the aura from that masked man just now had been overwhelming, so intense that just walking past had sent chills down their spines. How could someone once considered mediocre, in only a few years, become so powerful, even awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Who would believe such a story? And there was the most obvious question. The man they just seen had both of his Sharingan intact. Even if Obito did survive, he should only have one eye. Noticing their bewilderment, White Zetsu chuckled. No need to be so shocked. It's a long story, but there's a reason he's become what he is today. It's all thanks to the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Without them, he wouldn't have survived. And of course, Feiyu's unique ability played an indispensable role as well. Along the way, White Zetsu, ever loquacious, spilled every secret as if they were mere tales shared over tea. Fugaku and his companions listened as though caught up in a fantastical legend. Their faces registered nothing but astonishment. It was beyond belief. Lord Madara's son, Feiyu, actually possessed rejuvenating, restoring abilities? Now everything made sense. Why Lord Madara seemed to grow younger with each passing year, and how Obito's lost eye could be restored. It was all thanks to Feiyu's miraculous power. How frustrating. Fugaku lamented inwardly. As fellow Uchiha, why didn't either of his two sons have such an astonishing gift? Was it all down to genetics? That couldn't be. He, after all, was the clan head, second only to Madara himself among all the Uchiha. His genes shouldn't be lacking. Could it be a matter of looks? While Fugaku puzzled over this, the secret chamber finally came into view. White Zetsu pushed the door open with a tisk-tisk and beckoned them in. All right, everyone, inside you go. From this day forward, you will be reborn. Land of Fire. In the village of Konoha, deep in the underground root base. Danzo sat high at the center, surrounded by a group of root shinobi kneeling on one knee, all dressed in black robes. The Uchiha clan has vanished for half a year now, with not a word since. Minato still hasn't given me an explanation. I believe the time has come. Danzo narrowed his eyes, speaking calmly. During the regular meeting, I plan to bring a few comrades with me to force Minato to step down. You're to stay hidden near the Hokage building, ready for anything. Prevent Minato from doing anything desperate if he feels cornered. Yes, sir, the root shinobi replied in unison, their voices echoing together. One of them rose from his knee and stepped forward, his tone a bit agitated. Lord Danzo, I have something to report. Speak. The day before yesterday, following your orders, I went to pursue the ninja of the Fuma clan to obtain their chakra research. Unfortunately, they managed to escape. At those words, Danzo lifted his gaze slightly. Very well. The mission failed. You should know what that means. The root shinobi seemed utterly unconcerned for his own life or that of his comrades. Understand, my lord. If not for an unexpected discovery, I wouldn't have returned to see you. I would have led my squad to commit suicide this morning. What did you find? The root ninja lifted his head. We chased them all the way to the foothills of the mountain peninsula. Suddenly, there was an ear-splitting explosion in the distance. At that very instant, the Fuma clan ninja simply vanished. We thought it was a diversion by other Fuma members, so we investigated in the direction of the blast. Instead, we stumbled upon what appeared to be traces of Uchiha clan members. At this, Danzo's eyes snapped wide open. Are you sure? I'm certain. I recognized several familiar faces from the Uchiha, and there were men and women, young and old. But what? Danzo pressed. The root ninja swallowed, mustering the courage to continue. They were farming. Farming? Yes, everyone I saw was working the fields. Even a few of the elite Uchiha shinobi. Danzo fell silent. Yet beneath that stillness, his heart surged with excitement. How pitiful, the once proud Uchiha clan, reduced to such a sorry state. I thought they'd seek refuge with another nation, but it seems they still covet Konoha's strength. No other country dares draw our fire, it seems. He sighed, then looked up at the root shinobi. Did you engage with them? The root ninja shook his head. No, I didn't take any action. I didn't want to alert them prematurely, and more importantly, there's some kind of unknown barrier surrounding the area. With our current abilities, we can't get inside. Danzo nodded. That's the right call, not alerting them. With just a few of you, there's no way you could withstand the full might of the Uchiha clan. He paused, narrowing his eyes and falling silent for a moment as he considered his next move. Then, in a measured voice, he spoke. Recall all root operatives. Tonight, we will quietly head to the mountain peninsula. I'll be joining you myself. Our objective, the lives of every single member of the Uchiha clan. Leave no one behind. Tonight, I will erase the Uchiha name from this world, once and for all. Remember, this information must not reach anyone, not even the village. In Konoha Village, inside the Hokage Tower, the conference room was filled with Konoha senior leadership. Today was the weekly meeting, a regular session to review policies and summarize the affairs of the week, attended by all key administrators. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, sat at the head of the table. Beside him, the third Hokage, Uruzan Toby, listened quietly, pipe in hand. It's strange, why isn't Danzo here? Koharu Udatane glanced at the empty seat next to her, curiosity in her voice. Hamiru Kato adjusted his glasses. Maybe he's still tied up with his own business. Should we wait a bit longer? Minato gave an awkward smile, but said nothing more. At that moment, Hiruzan's voice broke the silence. There's no need to wait for him. It's just a routine meeting, not a time for any major decisions. With those words, Hiruzan exhaled a thick puff of smoke, nodded at Minato, and quietly reminded him, Remember, Minato, you're the Hokage now. There's no need to defer to us old folks anymore. Minato, perhaps too kind or simply too young, still felt awkward about showing any disrespect to his elders, even as Hokage. Now, with Hiruzan's support, he felt emboldened. He got to his feet and declared, Very well, let's begin the meeting. Wait. Suddenly, the door opened. Danzo Shimura arrived, leaning on his cane, moving at a measured pace. You're not even waiting for me to start? Don't forget, I'm one of the village's senior advisors. He spoke as he made his way to his seat and sat down. Not wanting to waste any more time, Minato decided not to argue and move straight into the day's agenda. But before he could begin, Danzo cut in with a forceful tone. Minato, in front of all these people, let me ask you, do you still remember the promise you made to us half a year ago? At Danzo's words, Minato's heart tightened. He knew exactly what Danzo was about to bring up. Ignoring the darkening expression on Minato's face, Danzo pressed on. You promised? If you couldn't find the missing Uchiha clan within half a year, you would willingly step down as Hokage and let someone more capable take your place. These words, you did say them, didn't you? Minato Namikaze clenched his teeth and replied helplessly, Yes, I said it. Very good. Danzo's face twisted into a cold sneer. Minato, I've watched you grow up. Out of personal regard, I didn't want to put undue pressure on you and gave you a whole 6 months to investigate the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. But for the sake of the village's future, I have no choice but to ask you today. After half a year, have you found them? Minato shook his head and answered honestly, Not yet. Danzo slammed his hand down on the table in anger. Minato, as the fourth Hokage, it was bad enough for the village to lose the might of the Uchiha clan under your watch. But now, after 6 months, you still haven't found a trace of them. I truly doubt whether you're suited to hold the title of Hokage at all. Do you admit that, during your tenure, the losses to the village are immeasurable? I admit it, Minato conceded, fully aware of his own failings and unwilling to argue further. Then, I hope you have the sense to keep your word and fulfill your promise. Having secured the answer he wanted, Danzo felt a thrill of triumph. His tone lost its earlier severity. As long as Minato stepped down as promised, there was a high chance Danzo would become the 5th Hokage. He was uncertain about Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions, but Kohori Utatane and Hamura Mitokado would surely support him. A long, slow sigh escaped Minato's lips as everyone's eyes fell upon him. For the first time in a long while, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Honestly, he hadn't wanted to be Hokage for quite some time. When he was still young and idealistic, he believed that as Hokage, all he had to do was protect the village from foreign threats, let the new generation grow up strong and healthy, and the country would prosper in peace. But after a few years in office, he realized the tangled web of schemes and power plays was endless. This was a far cry from his original aspiration. He'd have preferred to return to being a simple ninja, quietly serving the village from the shadows, at least without being so completely drained in mind and spirit. During this period, Minato had visited Hiruzen Sarutobi more than once, urging him to postpone retirement and return as Hokage, but Sarutobi had refused every time, albeit politely. Sarutobi promised he'd support Minato often, but as for exactly how he would support him, Minato had seen precious little proof. Now it was time to lay down this heavy burden in front of everyone. The pressure of being Hokage was just too great. And, since it stemmed from a promise he himself had made, a binding military order, by duty and by reason, this was a fault in his own abilities, and Minato bore no resentment. However, even if he were to step down, Minato had no intention of letting Danzo take the reins. That old schemer was far too dangerous. If Danzo became Hokage, the village would surely be doomed beyond redemption. After much thought, Minato finally voiced the decision he had reached long ago. Half a year ago, the disappearance of the Uchiha clan from the village was an incident for which I cannot shirk responsibility. This much, I understand all too well. In these years as Hokage, I have come to a deeply painful realization. I am not decisive enough. I believed people could truly understand one another, but in the end, I found that my choices could bring great harm to our village. Perhaps, I was simply too naive. Naive people aren't fit to be the leader of a village. Still, I believe, one day, people will truly understand each other. That was Master Jiraiya's teaching to me, and it has become my own way of a ninja. Therefore, I've decided to step down as Hokage and entrust this heavy responsibility back to the 3rd Hokage. At these words, everyone present was visibly taken aback. How could this be? No one had anticipated Minato Namake's move, least of all Danzo. Hamura Mitokado and Kohori Utatane offered no comment. Their preference had always quietly leaned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. They usually supported Danzo only out of a sense of intimidation. As long as Sarutobi held the power, Hamura and Kohori believed Danzo would not dare to touch them. With a sigh, Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his head and opened his eyes, the weight clear in his voice. Minato, you really think too highly of these old bones of mine. But since things have come to this, there's not much more I can say. Very well, Minato, I will temporarily reprise my role as Hokage. For now, I want you by my side, learning from me. When you feel truly ready, I'll hand the title back to you. So, everyone, what do you think? With the 3rd Hokage himself speaking, who among them dared object? No one, save for one. No, I absolutely refuse to accept this. Hiruzen, you're as indecisive as ever. With you in charge, Konoha will never stand above the 5 great nations. Danzo rose, his voice sharp with frustration. Sarutobi met him with a gentle smile and replied softly, I've never aimed to lead Konoha to the top of the world. I care nothing for such empty glory. As long as the will of fire can be passed down forever, that is enough for me. Damn it. Danzo ground his teeth in anger. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Silence, Danzo. I am Hokage here. With matters decided, Danzo saw no point in fruitless argument. He turned abruptly and strode toward the door. Where do you think you're going? Sarutobi took the Hokage's hat from Minato and set it squarely upon his head, his tone rebuking. Danzo, the meeting isn't over yet. Are you saying you don't wish to attend? Danzo glanced back, his eyes narrow. For the sake of the village, I have more important matters to address. I won't waste my time on these pointless meetings with you all. Seeing Danzo openly refuse to give him any respect, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, and after a moment of silence, shook his head helplessly. Let be, one less person won't matter. The meeting will go on as planned. Danzo left the Hokage tower alone. As he descended the last flight of stairs, he turned back to gaze at the Hokage rock in the distance. One day, I will become Hokage, he vowed, his eyes fierce with ambition. I'll make all other nations bow before Konoha. Oath made, Danzo signaled with his eyes. Instantly, a root ninja appeared in front of him. Lord Danzo, what are your orders? Bring me the boy called Kabuto, the genin under Orochimaru who stayed in the village. Tell him I have urgent business with his master. Yes, sir. Evening fell. Danzo walked alone into a secluded temple. A chill wind whispered through the shadows as Danzo spoke quietly. Come out. I know you're here. A spectral form swept across the gloom. Orochimaru materialized before Danzo. You're late, Danzo. Orochimaru greeted him with a serpentine chuckle. Danzo lifted his head, his voice calm and cool. Your entrances are always so peculiar. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. You didn't ask me here just for old time's sake, did you? Out with it. What urgent matter do you wish to discuss? I found where the missing Uchiha clan is hiding. Oh, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. Impressive. I searched everywhere and found nothing. So what's your plan? I intend to wipe out the entire clan, Danzo declared coldly. I'll make their eyes serve my purpose. Orochimaru, if I recall, you have quite a fondness for that boy, Itachi Uchiha. Danzo deliberately emphasized the name. Orochimaru let out a greedy, sinister laugh. Ha. As expected, nothing escaped your notice. That's a valuable secret. Are you telling me because you want my help? Your research on Hashirama cells is ongoing, isn't it? Orochimaru hummed with twisted delight, nodding. For him, experiments came before all else. He would never abandon them. Perfect. Orochimaru, tonight I'll lead my men to eradicate the Uchiha clan. If you're interested, you can come. If you want Itachi Uchiha's body, you may take it. Orochimaru, well aware that Danzo never gives without expecting something in return, smiled slyly. Let's speak plainly. What exactly do you want from me? I want Hashirama's cells, Danzo said without preamble. After we destroy the Uchiha, I'll collect their Sharingan for my own use. To control a multitude of Sharingan, I'll need Hashirama's cells. As he spoke, Danzo slowly raised his right hand. Make me an arm teeming with Hashirama's cells, then transplant that Sharingan war trophy onto it. Uchiha Itachi, this is my repayment for all your hard work. Tisk, tiska tisk. Orochimaru's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was deeply startled. That old fox Danzo is insatiably greedy. He wants to possess both the power of the Uchiha and the Senju at the same time. Still, the terms he offered were simply too tempting for Orochimaru to refuse. Uchiha Itachi, what a prize. If he declined, surely Danzo would never reveal the Uchiha's hiding place to him. Besides, their secret dealings were far from over. To maintain this partnership, Orochimaru decided not to hesitate any longer and nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your conditions. Danzo changed his tone. Let me make this clear. If you want Itachi's body, you'll have to get it yourself. All I can do is tell you where he is. That's already a considerable favor. You understand, in a world of shinobi, information is everything. Agreed. No problem. A greedy smile crept on Orochimaru's face. As it happens, I've recently found a perfectly compatible specimen. His unique constitution lets him accept any organs or cells without rejection. I'll use his right arm as the vessel for your combined Senju and Uchiha powers. Fine. Just don't try anything funny. His goal achieved, Danzo saw no need to linger. Tonight was crucial for him, and time was pressing. Toby Hiruzen had left him simmering with resentment. He intended to take out all that pin-up rage on the Uchiha clan. Oh, Danzo, there's one more thing I'd like to confirm. Just as Danzo was about to step out, Orochimaru called out to him. Is Hanzo of the Rain already dead? I know you, and he had an on and off relationship. Surely you'd know, wouldn't you? Danzo was secretly alarmed. Orochimaru is as sharp as ever. He even knows about my past dealings with Hanzo. Danzo, seeing there was no point in hiding it, replied, We haven't been in touch for a long time. As for whether he's alive or dead now, I truly don't know. All right then. Hearing the answer, Orochimaru's eyes flashed, but he chose not to press further. What brought that question on all of a sudden? Orochimaru slipped past Danzo, letting out a cold chuckle. Oh, nothing. Just idle curiosity. Recently, Orochimaru had been watching Pain and his close companion Konin from within the Akatsuki organization. He discovered that nearly all of Akatsuki's secret bases were concentrated around Amage Cure, and that Konin's chakra signature would always vanish within the hidden rain. Most telling of all, they both wore Rain Village headbands. Bit by bit, Orochimaru became convinced. The Akatsuki leader Pain's lair must be hidden somewhere within Amage Cure. Combining Danzo's answer with the long silence from Hanzo, it seemed almost certain now. Amage Cure must have changed hands, and most likely new master was Pain. How intriguing this is becoming. Orochimaru mused to himself with a sly smile. Once I obtain the young body of Uchiha Itachi, I'll have a chance to infiltrate the hidden reign and seize the Rinnegan, all while hiding my tracks from the rest of the Akatsuki. TSK, that one-of-kind divine I'll be mine in the end. Deep in Uchiha Madara's secret base, night had fallen, blanketing everything in stillness. Nearby, a small village lay nestled in the dark, peaceful and undisturbed, a secluded haven for the Uchiha clan. Far from the world's chaos, these people quietly tended their fields, letting the cruelty of the outside fade into distant memory. Mom, why aren't father and brother back yet? Sasuke stood by the window, anxiety etched across his face. His mother Makoto finished making his bed, then walked over and smiled reassuringly. Maybe Lord Madara has given them a special mission. It's late, get some sleep. By the time you wake, I'm sure they'll be home. No, I want to go out and train. Sasuke shook his head hard, unable to calm his worries about his brother. Sleep was the last thing on his mind. Huh? Sasuke, come back here right now. Makoto called after him in alarm. But Sasuke ignored her cry, leapt through the window, and vanished into the dark woods beyond. This child, honestly, Makoto sighed helplessly. At the summit of the mountain peninsula, a crowd of ninjas in black cloaks and masks, all from Root, were assembled, their eyes fixed on the cliffs below, hungry and alert. At the very front stood Danzo himself. He glanced around, sneering. Fugaku, you're truly cunning. You even laid an illusion over the Uchiha flame formation. No wonder my men were fooled. A Root ninja at his side inquired. What do you mean, Lord Danzo? Danzo raised a finger, pointing into the distance. There! That should be the Uchiha's hidden sanctuary. All around it, you'll find a secret barrier technique handed down through the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha flame formation. What? The Root ninjas peered in the direction he indicated, but saw nothing. Danzo's face darkened. It's pointless to look. Without a Sharingan, you won't spot it. Although the Uchiha flame formation appears to be a wall of scarlet fire, the casters have hidden its true nature. They've masked the barrier in a ninjutsu that only a Sharingan can unravel. Those cursed Uchiha... I see. So that's why I couldn't identify what kind of barrier it was this morning. So, Lord Danzo, how do we break through it? Break it? Danzo frowned. Legend has it the flames of this formation are the infernal fire of Ajura itself. They consume all, turning everything to ash. To destroy this barrier by brute force would be near impossible, like reaching for the stars. The Root ninjas glanced at each other in uncertainty. If even Lord Danzo was out of solutions, then it seemed today's effort would all be for nothing. Don't panic. I have a plan, Danzo said, bringing his fingers to his lips. For my goals, I can sacrifice anything, even my own summoning beast. Danzo bit his finger, letting blood pool in his palm before pressing it to the earth. Summoning jutsu. With a deep, booming bellow, a giant tapir appeared before them. This was Danzo's exclusive summoning beast. Its cavernous mouth could use wind release to swallow all that lay before it. Go, Baku. Now is the time for you to serve me. Devour all the fire ahead until there's nothing left. This command was, in essence, sending Baku to its doom. Perhaps Danzo's methods of manipulation were simply too powerful. Not only did he raise a legion of loyal ninjas, even his summoning beast followed his every order without complaint. At Danzo's command, Baku lumbered forward without the slightest hint of resistance, raised its trunk, opened its gaping maw, and took in a mighty breath toward the fiery barrier. Its roar echoed as it moved to fulfill Danzo's will. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha's secret hideout, Madara suddenly woke up, still cradling young Feiyu in his arms, and attuned his senses to the world outside. Dad, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Feiyu asked drowsily, rubbing his eyes and stifling yawn. Someone's tampering with the barrier I set up. Who dares? Madara's brows furrowed in annoyance. Ah, Lord Madara, you're awake. White Zetsu poked his head out from underground. The intruder is Konoha's Danzo. He's brought a group of Root ninjas with him. I guess they're aiming for the Uchiha clan. Danzo, Madara's eyes narrowed. And who is that? White Zetsu answered respectfully. He's from the Shimura clan, a senior advisor to Konoha, and once a disciple of Tobarama Senju. Danzo's inherited Senju's doctrine well. In fact, he's played a major role in bringing the Uchiha to this tragic point. At the mention of Tobarama, an old, inextinguishable rage flared in Madara's heart. Tobarama, he spat. The very man who murdered his own younger brother. It would be one thing if he alone hated the Uchiha, but to pass on his extremist ideas to future generations. A man like Danzo must not be allowed to live. Madara swung his legs over the side of the bed, intent on killing this apprentice of his mortal enemy with his own hands. Dad, let me handle it, Feiyu exclaimed, jumping to Madara's side and holding his father's arm in reassurance. Don't be angry, or it'll be bad for your health. I watched you fight this morning, so tonight, it should be my turn to put on a good show for you. White Zetsu interjected with a sly grin. Little Feiyu, don't underestimate Danzo. He's a formidable opponent. Feiyu, of course, knew Danzo's strength, but he was absolutely confident in his own power now. Dad's enemy successor should be dealt with by his own son, don't you think? Trust me, Dad. If you're really worried, you could just watch from the sidelines. Okay. Feather turned a pleading gaze toward Lord Madara. Father, your son is all grown up now. It's time I protected you in return. Madara couldn't help himself. He burst into laughter, deeply moved by Feather's heartfelt words. Alright, son, I'll let you take this on. But listen, if I sense you're in any danger, I'll step in immediately. Don't go blaming your father now. Feather answered without hesitation. No problem. Promise. The two sealed their pact with a pinky swear, big hand clasping small, and together they strode toward the doorway. Wait, said White Zetsu, raising a hand and gesturing toward the secret chamber. Take the others with you as well. If our clansmen are in trouble, they'll be anxious to help. I only injected a small dose of Hashirama cells into them today. By now, they should have nearly adapted. This is the perfect chance for them to get a feel for their new power, he suggested. Madara nodded in agreement. Good point. Go and gather them. My son and I will head out first. With that, father and son stepped out through the stone doors and set off into the distance. Outside the blazing barrier of the fire formation, as the nightmare beast collapsed and breathed its last gasp, the wall of fire before it flickered out, having been consumed entirely, Danzo lifted his head slightly, waving for his men to advance. A ruthless gleam flickered in his eyes as he barked. Go. Remember, leave no survivors. Take every awakened Sharingan you find. Bring them all back to me. Yes, sir. The root ninjas darted off like shadows, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Danzo ambled along the country path at a leisurely pace. He trusted in his subordinates' abilities. By the time he arrived, it would all be over. Just then, an old man and a young boy suddenly appeared before him. Hey, old geezer. Are you Danzo, huh? Danzo stared at the pair, a boy and an elderly man nearly matching his own age. Cold sweat prickled his brow. They looked so familiar. There was something hauntingly recognizable about the face, the hair, the accent, that commanding air. But most of all, it was the aura surrounding the old man. It could only be Uchiha Madara. There was no mistaking it. He'd met Madara a few times in his youth. Madara might not remember him, but those memories had left a lasting impression. Still, Danzo was an old hand at the game. Even though he was inwardly shaken, his outward expression remained calm and collected. Madara's still alive? Trying to shake me with a trick like this? Ridiculous. It must be an Uchiha illusion. Nothing more than a deception. With that thought, Danzo shot the two a scornful glance and muttered under his breath. Uchiha, don't waste your time struggling. Whatever you try, nothing will change your clan's annihilation. Oomph. Such arrogance. Madara sneered, not even taking Danzo seriously. Whatever Tobarama taught you, the result is still worthless. If my son hadn't insisted on challenging you himself, you'd already be nothing but ashes by now. Go on, son. Finish him. As soon as the words were spoken, Lord Madara crossed his legs and sat off to the side, preparing to leisurely enjoy Zaifuyu's performance. Danzo's brows knit together. You're letting a brat challenge me to a duel? Where does such confidence come from? Humiliated in this way by the Uchiha, Danzo could finally take no more. He was a respected senior advisor of the Leaf, the third Hokage's right-hand man, and the head of Root. Yet he was being toyed with like this. Danzo stepped forward, drew a kunai, and charged straight at Feiyu. Feiyu was a little excited. This was his first real fight since arriving in this world. Danzo was the perfect opponent to test his own mettle. When Danzo attacked, Feiyu instantly leapt to the side, perfectly dodging the kunai. Oh, for someone so young, you're quite nimble. Well, let's see how you handle this. Danzo crouched low, puffed out his cheeks, and called out. Wind style, vacuum wave. It was one of Danzo's signature jutsu, a razor-sharp gust like a cutting wind, deadly enough to slice clean through flesh if it found its mark. Feiyu smirked, activated his Sharingan, and soared easily into the air, eluding the attack once again. This kid. A chill ran through Danzo's heart. Never did he expect to see a child activate the three-tomo Sharingan. Who was this sinister little Uchiha? He had intel on all clan members, yet this unfamiliar child was a complete unknown. Danzo's face grew grave. After just a few exchanges, he realized the boy's natural talent rivaled Itachi's own. Still, no matter how strong Feiyu was, Danzo had absolute confidence in himself. When it came to battlefield experience, he far outstripped the boy. That last vacuum wave had just been a feint. The real test was about to begin. Because Feiyu had dodged into the air to avoid Danzo's move, he was now vulnerable. As Feiyu turned to face Danzo again, Danzo unleashed his next jutsu. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Several high-pressure wind spheres shot from Danzo's mouth like bullets. TCH. Feiyu knew escape was impossible, so he didn't even try. Instead, he braced himself, relying on his diamond body technique to withstand the hit. It should be nothing to worry about. That's handled. All that's left is the old man. Seeing that Feiyu had made no effort to dodge, Danzo assumed he'd given up and considered victory certain. But just then, a sudden, powerful gust swept in from the side, so strong that it scattered Danzo's vacuum bullets before they could strike. My good boy, remember this for next time. In situations like this, don't jump into the air where your movement is restricted. It only puts you at a disadvantage. Uchiha Madara, holding his traditional war fan, sat nearby, offering patient, fatherly advice. Dad, honestly, you really didn't have to step in that little wind technique. I probably could have handled it myself. Haha, even if you could, you shouldn't have to. I don't want anyone else's filthy tricks leaving a mark on you. Feather shook his head with helpless exasperation. Madara was simply too doting, to the point where even Feather himself felt it was a bit much. He'd hoped to test his own resistance, but Madara had swept the attack away with a single flick of his fan before it even reached him. Well, in that case, let's give it another try. Feather landed on the ground and charged straight at Danzo. Danzo hadn't yet recovered from shock. His eyes were locked onto the fan in Madara's hand. Such overwhelming power. Could it really be the legendary Uchiha fan? He'd been searching for it for so long, only to find it in this stranger's grasp. But why did this mysterious old man have it? Could he really be? Before Danzo could puzzle it out, Feather was already upon him, fists swinging. This brat, are you looking down on me? Danzo's anger flared. There was no time to dodge, but years of battle experience brought his body into motion on reflex. If he couldn't avoid the blow, he'd make sure the kid tasted a little pain as well. A heavy thud rang out as Feather's small fist landed on the left side of Danzo's face, just as Danzo's own fist crashed down toward Feather's right cheek. Feather didn't try to dodge. Danzo's punch would pack a punch. If Feather could endure it, he'd know most other ninja couldn't break through his defense. It was a sound plan. Yet Feather forgot one crucial thing, his father. You old fool, got a death wish? You dare lay hands on my son? Just as Danzo's fist was about to land, Madara's hollow eyes blazed like fire. He shot to his feet, intercepting Danzo's punch, and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to Danzo's right cheek. Danzo's head buzzed as if a beehive had burst open inside his skull. His left cheek already throbbed from Feather's punch, but Madara's smack left him utterly stunned. Reeling back a few steps, Danzo fought to regain his footing, his vision swimming with flashing lights. Clutching his face, Danzo gritted his teeth and shouted, "D-damn it! Wasn't this supposed to be a fair fight? Why do you keep interfering?" Uchiha Madara tilted his chin with evident pride. When I say a fair fight, I mean my son gets to spar with you. As for you, attack all you want, but you may not lay a finger on my boy. Get that through your thick skull. With that, Madara strode off the battlefield and sat down at the sidelines once more. Go on, continue your duel. Danzo stood dumbfounded in place. This unreasonable old man, this overwhelming might. He had no choice but to admit it. This was none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Damn it, I've run into something I can't handle. Shaking his head hard, Danzo slowly forced himself to focus. Uchiha Madara is still alive, and he's got a little devil for a son. What in the world am I supposed to do now? There was no way he could ever be a match for Madara. He had to find a way to escape. As long as he could keep his life, there was always hope for the future. Where there are green hills, there's bound to be firewood. HM, you want to run? Feiyu saw right through Danzo's intentions and shouted, Our duel isn't over yet. You're not allowed to leave. After fighting for so long, Feiyu was frustrated that he still hadn't truly tested his abilities. But if Feiyu's heart was bitter, Danzo's was even worse. You evil little Uchiha brat. You call this a duel? Danzo retorted. Listen to yourself. Is that even reasonable? He continued. How is it fair that I can attack, but can't even hit you, while you can hit me all you want? For a so-called duel, where is the fairness in this? Danzo was completely rattled, his voice quivering as emotion broke through. That tremor in his speech revealed not only his humiliation, but also fear and resentment. More than anything, he just wanted to flee. The fate of the Uchiha clan could wait. His own life was on the line. Danzo spun around, ready to make his getaway, but Feiyu leaped forward and seized him by the arm. Damn brat, let me go, Danzo snarled. Seeing Feiyu clinging to him, Danzo puffed up his cheeks, preparing to blow Feiyu away with his wind-style techniques. But just as he was about to unleash his jutsu, he suddenly felt a chilling, murderous intent surging up behind him. It was Madara's killing intent. Danzo's eyes flew open in terror, and he gulped. If he attacked Feiyu now, there was no way he'd survive. Trying to run? Get back here. I haven't had enough of this duel yet. Feiyu, still gripping Danzo's arm, promptly flipped him over his shoulder and slammed him to the ground. Danzo, you old scoundrel, get up. The duel's not finished. If you don't attack me, I swear, I'll finish you myself. Lying on the ground, Danzo looked at Feiyu, then turned to glance at Madara. With a chilling voice, Madara warned, if you so much as touch a hair on my son's head, I'll kill you where you stand. Danzo was devastated. He wanted to cry, but couldn't shed a single tear. What on earth did these two want from him? It wasn't that Danzo didn't want to fight back. It was that he couldn't. As long as the Uchiha fan was around, he was completely suppressed. His strongest wind style moves meant nothing against that fan. Damn it, what a disgrace. All his life, he'd never been humiliated like this. Pinned to the ground by the Uchiha, utterly powerless to resist, and made to play the fool for their amusement. As despair closed in, a sliver of reason still clung to him. It was time to play his last card. His right eye, the Sharingan he'd taken from Shisui. He would have preferred not to use it, but with death so near, he had no other choice. Staggering to his feet, Danzo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a souvenir from Madara's earlier slap. Become my puppet, Uchiha Madara. Even you can't resist this technique. He opened the eye hidden beneath his bandages. Gradually, the pupil pattern shifted, transforming into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. An overwhelming wave of dizziness and heaviness crashed through his body in an instant. Without Uchiha blood or the cells of Hashirama, he was utterly incapable of wielding the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan perfectly. The cost was simply too great. He had no strength left anywhere in his body. Sigh. Once this is over, I must get Orochimaru to transplant Hashirama cells for me as soon as possible. The thought was reassuring, but reality proved far more brutal. Just as he activated the Mangekyo, a small hand, swift as lightning, slapped over his right eye. Danzo, don't think I'm unaware of your secret. Your trump card, Kotoame Tsukumi. With a sickening squelch, Feiyu's fingers stabbed straight into Danzo's eye socket, forcefully gouging out the Sharingan hidden beneath his bandages. Aya! Blood gushed forth, and Danzo collapsed to his knees, howling in agony. My eye! My eye! Damn brat! How did you know? Danzo was at a loss. He had counted on catching everyone off guard, since possessing Shisui's Sharingan was a closely guarded secret, one even Madara wouldn't have discovered. Yet against all odds, this boy called Feiyu had seen straight through him. He tried to struggle, tried to snatch Shisui's eye back from Feiyu, but after using the Mangekyo, his body was at its absolute limit. He hadn't even the strength to lift his arms. How odd. Uchiha Madara slowly regained his senses. For just a moment, it felt as if my consciousness had blinked out of existence. Yet at the same time, it hadn't. Ever vigilant, Madara sensed that something had gone awry. Father! Feiyu leaped to Madara's side, opening his palm to reveal the Sharingan clenched in his fist. That man just tried to use the Sharingan to control you, but the moment he started, I ripped it out. Oh! Madara's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. Whose eye is this? To think it could control even me. Feiyu explained, it belongs to Uchiha Shisui. His Mangekyo Sharingan's ability is called Kotoame Tsukumi, the most powerful Jinjutsu, able to manipulate a person's while undetected. Madara fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Now, that is quite the ability. With that, Madara took Feiyu by the hand and slowly walked over to Danzo, who was still writhing in pain on the ground. Glaring down at him, Madara barked with icy disdain. You arrogant fool! How dare you steal and misuse the power of the Uchiha? Without Uchiha blood, trying to wield the Mangekyo, all you've managed is to rob yourself of even the strength to stand. At first, I only wanted to kill you. But now, your life doesn't interest me in the least. For someone like you, who has spent years tormenting and plotting against the Uchiha clan, death would be far too merciful. Starting today, you will live as my son's dog. The rest of your days will be spent in atonement. White Zetsu, Madara shouted, and a white Zetsu creature emerged silently from the earth. Oh my, Madara-sama, you've taken care of Danzo already? What would you like me to do? With a flick of his hand, Madara tossed Shisui's eye to White Zetsu. Put this right eye in. Understood. White Zetsu replied without further questions. Whatever Madara ordered, he did. There was a soft squelch as White Zetsu pressed the eyeball into his right socket. Wow, So this is what the Sharingan sees like. Feels amazing. Like a curious child. White Zetsu glanced eagerly around the room. That's enough. Stop messing around, Madara snapped. Use the power of the Mangekyo to control Danzo. Make him understand. He's nothing but a hound for Feiyu. Don't tell me you can't activate the Mangekyo. Even Danzo can. After all the years you've been with me, if you can't, you're useless. All right, White Zetsu replied, a playful smile curling his lips. Don't worry, Madara-sama. I have plenty of talent too. With that, he crawled over to Danzo, lifting the old man's chin with one hand and grinning wickedly. Come now, little Danzo. Remember this, you're a dog. A loyal watchdog for little Feiyu. Rage flickered in Danzo's eyes, fierce and unyielding, but soon it faded, clouding over into a dull, foolish calm. I am Lord Feiyu's dog. Danzo mumbled in a numb, hollow tone. No, 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 White Zetsu corrected, shaking his head as he gently scratched under Danzo's chin. A dog doesn't talk like a person. Danzo tilted his head, grunting and whining for a moment before suddenly barking out. Woof! Woof woof! Woof woof woof! Good boy. White Zetsu cooed, thoroughly pleased. He turned to Madara, hoping for praise. All done, Madara-sama. Excellent. With a flick of his wrist, Madara used wood release to conjure up a tremendously sturdy vine and handed one end to Feiyu. My good child, take this. This will be your leash. From now on, this old fellow is yours to train. If anyone gives you trouble, just unleash Danzo and have him bite them. White Zetsu took the other end of the vine and fastened it firmly around Danzo's neck. Feiyu, for his part, could only stare in disbelief. Who would have thought that his first pet in this world would be Danzo of all people? Watching Danzo grovel at his feet, wagging his rump and tongue lolling, Feiyu was so appalled he almost lost his supper. Truly hideous. Dad, do you really expect me to keep this thing? I'll have to walk him morning and night. I don't think I can even get up that early, Feiyu protested, clearly reluctant. It's no trouble, Uchiha Madara replied with a gentle smile. As a senior advisor of Konoha and Tobirama student, being the Uchiha's watchdog is a fitting enough punishment. Consider this my birthday gift to you. You must accept it. Only then did Feiyu remember. Tomorrow was his birthday. One more year older, and finally the long-awaited sign-in day had come. Seeing his father's insistence, Feiyu decided, at least for now, to accept the gift. Having a dog for a bodyguard isn't so bad, after all. Besides, whether I let him out for a walk is entirely up to my mood. No matter how I treat Danzo, he'll always serve me with unwavering loyalty. Let's go, son. Time to catch up on some sleep, Uchiha Madara said with a lazy stretch. Feiyu held Danzo in his left hand and Madara in his right, making their way back to the base together with White Zetsu. Woof! Woof woof! Echoed from beside them. Elsewhere, in the Uchiha territory, the ground was littered with corpses clad in black robes. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Inaho, and Yakumi stood at the main gate, their faces hardened with ruthless determination. Before them, only 3 members of Root remain alive. Damn it, why isn't Lord Danzo here yet? We're no match for the Uchiha without him. No, haven't you realized what's happening? The Root captain, Terai, shook his head in resentment. The Uchiha's strength has skyrocketed. It's as if their chakra is inexhaustible. The 2 Root members behind him fell silent. They knew their captain was right. Fugaku was always formidable, but now even Inaho and Yakumi had slain numerous Root members on their own, a stark contrast to their former abilities. Terai gritted his teeth, then whispered, I'll throw a smoke bomb in a moment. We have to use the chaos to run. At least one of us must escape and report this surge in the Uchiha's power to Lord Danzo. Understood. All right, get ready. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Terai silently reached into the pouch at his waist. Just as he was about to throw the smoke bomb, a ferocious, beastly howl tore through the silence. What was that sound? Fugaku frowned. It was unlike anything he'd heard before, half human, half dog. Stay sharp. It could be Root's backup. Fugaku warned in a low voice. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a flash, standing between the 2 sides. Captain, look, it's Lord Danzo, the Root ninja cried, nearly jubilant. Their leader was here. Finally, they might be saved. But as he looked a little closer, Terai's face paled in confusion. Danzo looked nothing like before. He was crouching on all 4s like an Inuzuka hound, his right cheek smeared with blood, saliva dripping from his mouth, glaring furiously at the Root members. Fugaku was dumbstruck as well. Was this really Danzo? In just half a year, he turned into this? Lord Danzo, what happened to you? Terai asked hastily. Danzo dug his fingers hard into the ground, bared his teeth, and snarled at his former subordinates. Woof! Woof woof woof! Woof woof woof! Danzo's bizarre barking left everyone present frozen in shock. What on earth was this? Some kind of outrageous performance art? Amid the stunned gazes of the root ninjas and Fugaku, Danzo lunged at the root agents like a rabid hound. He wasn't just a mad dog. He was something even more unhinged. Lord Danzo, what are you? Their words were cut short by screams. In the blink of an eye, Danzo had ripped open the throats of two root ninjas. Blood poured out endlessly. Only Captain Terai was left, trembling in terror nearby. While everyone gawked in disbelief, Madara and Feiyu strolled leisurely before them. Lord Madara, young master, Fugaku greeted Madara and Feiyu respectfully. Madara nodded, replying, from now on, Danzo is just another dog under my son's command. The grievances Uchiha endured before, all that pain, Danzo will spend the rest of his dog's life repaying it. So that's what's going on. Fugaku and the others finally understood. Danzo had been reduced to this state by none other than Lord Madara. The satisfaction in their hearts was indescribable. Watching Danzo maul the root ninjas, Fugaku trembled all over with excitement. With a dismissive wave, Madara said, all right, all of you go home and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, you'll have to get up early to dig vegetables for my son. Yes, sir, they chorused. Once Fugaku and the others departed, things quieted down where Danzo was as well. Terai had been mauled beyond recognition. There wasn't a single patch of unmarred flesh left on him. Root ninjas were famous for their loyalty. Terai never once fought back, even as he drew his final breaths. And so, at this very moment, Konoha's shadowy Anbu division, known as Root, the darkness of the ninja, was wiped out of the shinobi world for good. White Zetsu watched and clucked his tongue. Tis TSK. I bet tomorrow Danzo's going to be so sore he won't know what hit him. Madara, you're ruthless. Just to get him moving, you stuffed him with 20 whole military ration pills. Madara snorted. What else could I do? Ever since I used that Manjikyu power, Danzo can barely crawl. If I hadn't drugged him, would you have had my precious son drag him back by force? He's just a dog now. His life isn't worth a thing. Letting him live is already the greatest mercy the Uchiha can grant. You're not wrong about that. White Zetsu chuckled, scratching his head. Feiyu took hold of Danzo's leash again. Father, you always look after me. But of course. By the way, son, tell me, how did you know Danzo had a Sharingan? The question caught Feiyu off guard, but he quickly thought on his feet and answered, Uncle Obito told me. Whenever we slept together, he'd tell me bedtime stories. Not bad. At least Obito did something useful for once. Madara grunted, frowning as his gaze swept over the corpses strewn across the ground, thick with the stench of blood. White Zetsu, take care of these bodies. Not wishing for Feiyu to smell the sordid carnage, Madara scooped him up and hefted him onto his shoulder. Let's go, son. Lead the way. I need you to guide me home so we can get some sleep. If you'd like, I can tell you a bedtime story, just like Obito does. Let me share something from my own childhood. That sounds great. Feiyu perked up right away. Hearing Master Madara speak from first-hand experience was so much more thrilling than simply seeing for himself. Let's go home. With Feiyu slung over his shoulder, Uchiha Madara slowly melted away into the darkness. Zetsu glanced over the bodies strewn across the ground, baring his teeth as he muttered to himself. There's so much meat here, more than I could ever finish. I should call Black Zetsu over to... Makoto, we're home. Mother and little brother. Voices echoed from the courtyard of the Fugaku household, Fugaku and Itachi returning. Makoto hurriedly pulled on her clothes and rushed to the door, her voice tinged with worry. You're finally back. What kept you so late? Did Lord Madara summon you for something urgent? It was nothing. He just shared some long-lost Uchiha secret techniques with us, Fugaku replied, shooting a knowing glance at Itachi. Neither had any intention of telling Makoto about the transplant of Hashirama cells, nor did they want to alarm her about the Root Division's assault on the Uchiha. Oh, that's a relief. I was worried he'd sent you off on some dangerous mission. Makoto sighed, a look of tension fading as she patted her chest. Seeing her husband and children safe and sound, the worry that had weighed on her heart finally eased. Fugaku settled at the doorway, kicking off his shoes before stepping inside. With all this noise, I'm surprised Sasuke isn't up already. His vigilance needs some work. Itachi smiled. Father, you're too strict with Sasuke. He's just a little boy. It's normal for him to sleep soundly. With that, Itachi tiptoed toward the bedroom, careful not to disturb Sasuke. Makoto, smiling, began tidying Fugaku and Itachi's shoes. She looked up and called, Itachi, Sasuke's not home. He's out training, so you don't need to be so quiet. What? Fugaku and Itachi both started in surprise. Training? He hasn't come home this late. Noticing their worried expressions, Makoto waved it off. He was a little anxious about you too, tossing and turning and unable to sleep. He decided to head out and train to clear his mind. What's wrong? Isn't this normal? He and Itachi go out practically every night. They might be fine most days, but tonight was different. The clan grounds had just narrowly avoided a break-in by the Root Division, thanks to Fugaku and the others arriving in time to fend them off. And given how Root operated, chances were high they'd already scouted the entire area. Sasuke could be in danger. A chill gripped Itachi. He quickly slipped his shoes back on and dashed for the door. Father, mother, I'm going to find Sasuke, don't worry. Mikoto was left staring in confusion at Itachi's hurried retreat. What's gotten into him, dear? Has something happened outside? Uchiha Fugaku wore a grave expression. After a brief moment of silence, he let out a faint sigh. It's nothing. Maybe Itachi just missed his little brother too much after not seeing him all day. Don't worry, Itachi will bring Sasuke back soon. In the woods bordering the clan's compound, Itachi's figure darted swiftly through the trees. He had only one destination in mind, the very place where he and Sasuke often trained together. Sasuke, please be safe. Itachi prayed silently in his heart as he moved. Before long, he arrived at a clearing in the middle of the woods. The training ground. He'd made it. It was unnaturally quiet here. Even the usual chorus of insects and birds had vanished, leaving only an ominous silence. Instead, he could faintly hear the subtle sound of a snake flicking its tongue. Sasuke, Itachi called out loudly, scanning his surroundings. No answer. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon two people lying atop a giant boulder. It was Izumi and Sasuke. That boulder couldn't have been more familiar. Every time Uchiha Izumi arrived with her basket of fruit, they would sit together atop that stone, sharing fruit and taking a break. Seeing Sasuke lying there, his fate unknown, pain pierced Itachi's heart like a blade. He wanted to rush to help, but his calm nature compelled him to pause and carefully survey the area. There could be traps hidden nearby. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the clearing, and a raspy voice carried on the gusts. Tisk TSK. Itachi, I just knew that using your little brother and your friend as bait would surely lure you here. Itachi's face darkened. That voice was all too familiar. Orochimaru. So it's you? As Orochimaru glided out of the shadows, Itachi understood at once how dangerous his opponent was. His voice turned cold as he demanded, What do you want with me? Orochimaru flicked out his long tongue, licking the corner of his lips. Why, I want you, of course. Itachi, I'm quite fond of your body. Here's my offer. Your life, in exchange for your brother Sasuke's, and that girl's. What do you say? What do you want with my body? But of course, I seek eternal life. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, naked obsession burning in his eyes. You are the perfect vessel, indispensable to fulfilling my dream. Come, become one with me. You'll experience pleasures beyond anything you've ever imagined. Itachi stood firm, returning Orochimaru's gaze with icy resolve. Enough with your nonsense. I'll say it once more. Let my brother go. A smirk curled Orochimaru's lips as he toyed with Itachi. Suddenly, a giant serpent slithered from his sleeve, its jaws gaping as it coiled menacingly around Sasuke. Itachi, I'd rather not fight you. It would be such a shame if your body were damaged. Be good and do as I say, or your brother's fate. Well, who can say? You're too naive, Orochimaru. A flicker of resolve flashed in Itachi's eyes. The very next instant, the world before them warped and shifted. Everything changed in a heartbeat. What is? Suddenly, Orochimaru realized his body was utterly paralyzed. And it wasn't he who had a snake coiled around Sasuke. The situation had flipped. Sasuke and Izumi were already standing behind Itachi. Jinjutsu? Damn it, when did this? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief at the reality unfolding before him. Foolish Orochimaru. Before these eyes of mine, anything you try, it's useless. Uchiha, Itachi. In Orochimaru's heart, complicated feelings welled up. So young, yet able to toy with him so easily in the palm of his hand. No wonder he had caught Orochimaru's attention. A low laugh bubbled from Orochimaru, soft at first, then rising into delirious cackling. Today I was careless, Itachi. But someday, I will have you. With a sudden puff, Orochimaru transformed into a swirl of smoke and vanished. His presence faded completely, no trace left in the surroundings. Itachi had no intention of pursuing. Right now, Sasuke and Izumi's safety was far more important. Sasuke, Izumi. Uchiha Itachi leapt onto the stone, gathering Sasuke in his arms. He pressed his hand to Sasuke's chest and felt a heartbeat. His little brother was alive. Izumi, too, was unscathed, seemingly only unconscious. Relief swept through Itachi, his tense nerves finally loosening. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a hand sign, Itachi created a clone. Each of them, the original and the clone, took Sasuke and Izumi, heading back in the direction of the Uchiha compound. Only when his figure had vanished completely did Obito begin to emerge, his form rippling into view on the boulder. Alongside him appeared Zetsu, rising from the earth. White Zetsu clicked his tongue. TSK. Who would have thought Orochimaru had his eyes on Uchiha Itachi? Just what is that guy scheming? He's already an Akatsuki, yet he's still so slippery. Obito responded, he truly is a dangerous man. The only reason Nagato brought him into the organization was to keep him close, keep a tighter watch on him. Black Zetsu chimed in, still, Uchiha Itachi is powerful in his own right. Now, with Hashirama cells to strengthen him, if we could make full use of him, he'd be a valuable piece on the board. Obito shook his head. Don't be fooled by his age. His mind is as shrewd as any Kage. To make him follow orders without question, now, that's a challenge. At those words, Black Zetsu let out a sinister chuckle. No matter. The Uchiha clan is already in Lord Madara's hands. Even Fugaku listens well enough. And even if Itachi develops his own ideas, doesn't he still have Sasuke? Sasuke, the little brother. That's his greatest weakness. What's more, our entire grand plan is for the Uchiha clan's benefit. Without our intervention, Konoha would have wiped them out long ago. Obito fell silent. White Zetsu pressed on. So what's your next move, little Obito? Obito spoke first. Our top priority is to get the Akatsuki organization up and running, then use them to take on the dirty work nations want to keep hidden. We'll push the animosity between countries to its peak. The Mist Village in the Land of Water, one of the 5 great nations, is just about finished. As for the other countries, they aren't far from the same fate. Zetsu grinned slyly. Haha. Once your blueprint is complete, Lord Madara should be able to return to his prime. Black Zetsu chimed in exactly. One day, this world will become exactly as we've envisioned it. There was a pause. Hearing this, Obito fell silent for a moment, a sudden flicker of doubt in his heart. Honestly, it's a pity about Feiyu. That child's talent is extraordinary. Black Zetsu was momentarily stunned. Obito, you aren't thinking of backing out, are you? What's there to regret? In our dream world, Feiyu will have a good life too. And besides, Lord Madara won't be fighting you for him anymore. In that dream, Rin and Feiyu will both be yours. Isn't that peaceful and pleasant? Rin, at the mention of her name, Obito's resolve returned, his eyes growing determined once again. You're right. No matter how much I cherish Feiyu, I have a more important mission, to set this twisted world right. If everyone lives in a dream, then conflict will vanish from this world forever. Black Zetsu nodded, clearly pleased. Now that's more like it. But he kept his true motives well hidden. Black Zetsu knew better than anyone what the outcome of the infinite Tsukuyomi would be. He too was fond of Feiyu, and had quietly made his own plans for the boy's future. When the infinite Tsukuyomi was triggered, he would use Madara to revive his mother Kaguya, and then have her release Feiyu from the illusion. Judging by Feiyu's looks and spirit, Kaguya would surely grow fond of him as well. Then, the 3 of them could live together as a family, perhaps even nurture a new world from the beginning. Such a beautiful prospect. Black Zetsu found himself daydreaming constantly about that day. Until then, he had only one goal, to stabilize Madara's and Obito's hearts, making sure neither wavered or ruined his grand designs. Obito was manageable, but Madara was his real concern. Nowadays, Madara seemed increasingly distracted, though perhaps distracted wasn't quite the word. He lived for Feiyu now. Nothing else seemed to matter to him anymore. It wasn't like before, when this rotten world was always on his lips. Feiyu's presence had given Madara something real and tangible to care for in this world. And that was a danger sign. Looks like I'll need to keep a much closer eye on things from now on. Black Zetsu mused inwardly. Meanwhile, in another room, Madara and Feiyu's bedroom. It was supposed to be Madara telling Feiyu a story to help him sleep, but as the tale went on, it was Madara who dozed off first. Feiyu, meanwhile, listened to the soft, rhythmic sounds of Madara's breathing. Yet he was wide awake, his mind far too active to even think of sleep. It wasn't that Bane's story wasn't interesting. Far from it. The real reason was that midnight was fast approaching. Feiyu was about to turn another year older. The moment he'd been eagerly awaiting, the check-in time, was almost here, and the excitement made sleep impossible. 5, 4, 3. Feiyu silently counted down his mind. 2, 1. A familiar chime rang out, crisp and bright. Check in. Feiyu exclaimed, hardly able to contain himself. He honestly couldn't be bothered with the system's usual long-winded introduction. You have successfully checked in. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 talent points. Talent points? Feiyu blinked in surprise. From now on, hosts may use talent points to upgrade your existing talents, enhancing their powers and effects. Talent points are awarded through check-in or system task rewards. Your current talents are as follows. Child of Destiny, Level 1. Life as Solid as Stone, Level 1. An Extraordinary Insight, Level 1. You may invest all your talent points into the talent of your choice, or distribute them evenly. The maximum talent level is 10, with each level requiring more points to upgrade than the last. Upgrading from Level 1 to Level 2 requires 10 talent points. So many, Feiyu muttered with a pout. That's so stingy. He'd been looking forward to this check-in for a whole year, only to get just 10 talent points. Barely enough for one level up. If he wanted to max out his talents, how long would that take? The system's check-in rewards encompass all things imaginable. The quantity and nature of each reward depend entirely on probability and luck the system offered, its tone leaving no room for argument. Feiyu's face fell. There was no retort to that. It was clear. The poor haul this time was just bad luck. 10 measly talent points, but better than nothing. He consoled himself. Even the leg of a locust is still meat. He set aside his disappointment and shifted his attention to reviewing his talents. Even at Level 1, all three looked impressively powerful, at least on paper. If he could max them out, wouldn't he just soar to greatness? He quickly decided against splitting the points. It made more sense to prioritize the talent most useful to him right now. With that thought, Feiyu locked his gaze onto Life as Solid as Stone. The other two talents were already outrageously strong at Level 1, so there wasn't much point in upgrading those at the moment. Only Life as Solid as Stone truly fit his current needs. Not only would it make him tougher, it might even help those around him turn back the clock. If his dad got his youth back, Feiyu wouldn't have to stay holed up in this ghost of a place all day. He could roam the world alongside the fully restored Bane. What could be better than that? That settled it. Without a second thought, Feiyu poured all 10 talent points into Life as Solid as Stone. Another crisp chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The talent, Life as Solid as Stone, has been upgraded to Level 2. Life like Solid Stone, LV2. Effect 1. Your life force is as unyielding as a stone. Immune to all poisons, untouched by sickness. Unless struck by some external force, your lifespan may stretch across centuries, even millennia. You now possess the power of regeneration. So long as you're alive, any injured organs or lost limbs will grow back within an hour. Effect 2. Any creature that spends a long time by your side will gain boons. Longer life, a stronger constitution, old wounds fully healed, and a fresh burst of vitality. Each effect twice as potent as that of the previous level. Note, should they leave your presence for too long, these effects will fade, but any organs or limbs already healed will remain undiminished. Both effects had received rather generous upgrades. Feiyu was more than pleased. What caught him truly off guard, however, was his newfound ability to regenerate. It was hard to believe this was still just LV2. Son, why aren't you asleep yet? Ban's voice brought Feiyu out of his thoughts. Dad, there's my good boy. Come, get closer. Lie here by my arm. Let your head rest right here. Ban wrapped Feiyu tightly in his embrace. My dear son, I don't know why, but whenever I hold you, my whole body feels warm. Tonight the feeling is even stronger. It's as if every bone and sinew in me is being reforged. Everything feels so clear and renewed. Feiyu understood at once. This was the Life like Solid Stone LV2 effect at work. He was amazed that Ban could notice the change so quickly. Clearly, the improvement was undeniable. Dad, I'm sure you'll be back in your prime before long. And when that time comes, you got to take me out to see the world. Ban laughed heartily, the sound rich and hearty. Of course, wherever you want to go, we'll go. The whole world is yours if you so desire. I never say what I don't mean. Now, close those eyes and rest. Okay. The next morning, as Ban and Feiyu woke, they found Taito standing right beside their bed, staring fixedly at them. Ban had been sleeping so soundly, wrapped up with Feiyu, that he hadn't noticed Taito sneaking into their room. How did you get in here? Ban barked. Taito pointed to his eye. With these, I can go anywhere I please. From now on, you're not allowed in my bedroom without my permission. This wasn't just grogginess from waking. Ban was genuinely angry. And where on earth is Danzo? What's he good for if he doesn't even alert me when someone comes in? Taito ignored the scolding and sat down beside Feiyu. Little Feiyu, today it's finally our turn to look after you. Black Zetsu oozed through the door crack like a slithering heap. That's right. I've waited for this day so long. In this not-so-large family, Feiyu was in high demand. But under Ban's formidable rule, the babysitters only got 1 day a week to spend with Feiyu, and only during daylight hours. For the rest of the time, Lord Madara almost never let go. No way. Before Feiyu could say a word, Madara turned a cold face and flatly rejected a Beto and Black Zetsu. Today is little Feiyu's birthday. He's staying with me. Hey, old man, Don't go too far. Obito protested. We only get 1 day a week to spend alone with Feiyu, and now you want to rob us of evenness, right? We can't just break the rules. White Zetsu poked his head out of the ground, chiming in, yeah, exactly. Lord Madara, you should listen to the people's voice. Madara scoffed dismissively. Oomph. My rules are the rules. You rotten old Uchiha. You're evil to the core. I swear I'll... What did you just call me? You looking for a rebellion? Try saying that again. I said you're downright evil. The two of them squared off, sparks practically flying, ready to clash at any moment. At this critical point, Feiyu quickly tried to smooth things over. Daddy, please don't fight. Today is my birthday, after all. Hearing Feiyu speak up, Obito fell silent. He and Madara exchanged a glance. An intense, electric tension seemed to crackle between them. Oomph. Both snorted at the same time, swiveling their heads away, clearly unwilling to acknowledge each other. Feiyu could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. On one side was his father, on the other his two dads. Trying to keep the peace was truly challenging. He needed to strike the best balance he could. Dad, don't be angry, Feiyu started by coaxing Madara. Daddy and the others aren't wrong. They really care about your son, too. They only get this 1 day a week, so please, let me spend some time with them. I promise, I'll come back as soon as the sun sets, and we can celebrate my birthday together then. After that, Feiyu turned to Obito and Black Zetsu. Dads, it's only because my father loves me so much that he's acting this way. You both know what kind of person he is. He's never been overbearing or arbitrary. Not in the slightest. Never been overbearing? Says who? Obito and Zetsu silently grumbled in perfect unison. But grumbles were just grumbles. They both knew Feiyu was trying his best to defuse the tension, and more importantly, speaking up for them. Catching Feiyu's frantic signals, Obito finally got the hint. With clear reluctance, he addressed Madara. Madara, about calling you a rotten old man, just now. Sorry, I was out of line. You. Madara bristled with anger. That's what you call an apology? If you weren't Feiyu's dad, I'd send you off to see Rin right now. Care to test me? Sensing danger, Obito immediately activated Kamui, sweeping Feiyu away into a different dimension. The moment Madara realized Feiyu's presence had vanished, he knew Obito was behind it. Brat, give me back my son, right now. Obito chuckled mischievously. Old man, by your rules, Feiyu belongs to Jue, and me today during the day. Tonight, I'll make sure to bring him back to you. Goodbye. Ignoring Madara's attempts to stop him, Obito unleashed his Kamui, vanishing completely until not a trace of his figure remained. Lord Madara, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave as well. With that, Black Zetsu, a sludgy stream of blackness, slipped out through the crack in the door. White Zetsu, meanwhile, began melting into the earth, calling back cheerfully, Bye-bye, Lord Madara. Don't worry, we'll take good care of little Feiyu. Each of them made a more peculiar exit than the last. Defiance. They're all defiant. If my precious son isn't back before dinner, you all know what fate awaits you. With a huff, Madara threw on his clothes and stormed out of the bedroom. At the door, he spotted Danzo sprawled at the threshold, looking innocently obedient. Madara barked. What are you staring at? Struggling to guard a door. You really are Tobirama's disciple. You'll go without dinner tonight. Danzo, face full of grievance, whimpered softly, woof. At the entrance to the Uchiha compound, a swirling vortex of space materialized, and from it Obito emerged, holding Feiyu in his arms. Daddy, where are we going to play today? Obito gently pinched Feiyu's little nose, doting on him. Once I'm done with my work today, I'll take you wherever you want to go. Then let's try some special snacks. No problem. The two chatted as they strolled into the Uchiha grounds. As they passed, every clan member who spotted Feiyu would stop and greet him enthusiastically. Good morning, Lord Feiyu. Morning. Thank you all for your hard work in the fields. It's nothing. So long as you're happy, we can rest easy. Ever since Madara had displayed his formidable strength, the clan's attitude toward both Madara and his son Feiyu had undergone a complete transformation. Where once there was outward respect but inner skepticism, now there was nothing but wholehearted admiration. Madara's absolute power had finally won them over, and with such an impressive father, his son naturally basked in the glory. Before long, the pair arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's front door. Daddy, what are we doing here? I need to see Itachi about something. I want to invite him to join my organization. Inside the house, Fugaku and Mikoto were gathered in the living room along with others, and Uchiha Yakomi was also present. He had come specifically to treat Sasuke and Izumi. After performing medical ninjutsu, Yakomi respectfully reported, Clan leader, they'll wake up soon. It was just a sleeping drug, their bodies aren't harmed. That's a relief. Fugaku let out a long breath. To think Orochimaru, missing from the village for so long, would suddenly appear here, and even go after Sasuke and Izumi. What is he after? Fugaku's anger simmered. Seeing Sasuke like this filled him with worry and heartache. Uchiha Itachi stood expressionless to the side. He hadn't told his family about Orochimaru coveting his body, not wanting to cause them unnecessary worry. The fact that his own troubles had dragged Sasuke and Izumi into danger made him deeply remorseful. Fugaku sensed someone approaching and quickly turned around, only to see Obito carrying Feiyu into the living room. Feiyu-sama. Obito. Fugaku's gaze grew complicated as he looked at Obito. Even now, it was hard to believe that the man before him was once that noisy, hopeless child always lagging behind. Fugaku, I need to talk to you, Obito stated bluntly. I've established an organization called Akatsuki, created for Madara's grand vision. This group needs the strength of your son, Uchiha Itachi. Starting today, I want him to join us. Before Fugaku could respond, Itachi spoke up directly. Sorry, but I'm not interested in joining right now. Madara's ambitions had nothing to do with him. All Itachi wanted was to stay by Sasuke's side, shielding him from all harm. Obito narrowed his eyes, glancing at the unconscious Sasuke before murmuring, Itachi, you will join us. Orochimaru is one of Akatsuki's members. Don't you want to see him again? At the mention of that name, a killing intent, subtle but chilling, flashed in Itachi's eyes. After a short, heavy pause, he finally spoke softly, Very well, I'll join. On the border of Amigakure, at a secluded stone mountain, Obito led Feiyu by the hand, with Uchiha Itachi following close behind. They stopped at a massive stone gate. We're here. This is Akatsuki's base. As if sensing an arrival within, a rumbling echoed out, and the enormous stone doors slowly creaked open, revealing a world engulfed in darkness. They moved forward, Obito reminding, within this organization, I'll go by the name Madara. There may be times in the future where I'll use other names as well. I hope you'll cooperate and not give anything away. Itachi nodded silently, saying nothing. Obito paused, curious. Aren't you even a little curious why I hide my identity? With calm indifference, Itachi replied. You must have your reasons for doing so. I have no interest in things that don't concern me. Besides, when the time comes and you're ready, I trust you'll tell me without needing to be asked. Obito could only wonder silently to himself. This man really is impossible to read. Not long after, they reached a vast hall. Against one wall loomed a colossal statue. Itachi's eyes locked onto it, transfixed. He couldn't help but ask, This statue, what is it for? From the shadows, Pain and Konan appeared slowly. Pain answered, It is called the Gedo statue, a weapon of ultimate war. It is the vessel of the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails? Itachi was secretly startled. So the Ten Tails actually existed. Yet what surprised him even more were Pain's eyes. Those purple pupils, swirling with a hypnotic spiral pattern. The one Obito spoke of, the man with the Rinnegan, had to be him. The Rinnegan and the vessel of the Ten Tails, so many legendary things, witnessed with his very own eyes today. Though turmoil raged in Itachi's heart, his face betrayed nothing at all. So, you must be Uchiha Itachi. Welcome to the group. My name is Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. Pain stepped forward and introduced himself in a low voice. This is Konan at my side, a core member of the organization. Konan looked coldly at Itachi's face, her brow furrowing. You should do something about that headband of yours. In a heartbeat, a crisp sheet of white paper flashed across Itachi's forehead. He didn't even blink. He knew Konan meant him no harm. In the next instant, a deep scratch was etched through the leaf symbol on his headband. Konan withdrew her paper and murmured softly, There, that looks much better. With those words, Pain and Konan turned and walked away. Pain called back, Itachi, come with me. I'll introduce you to the rest of the group. You'll be assigned a partner, and from now on, you'll carry out missions as a two-person team. Itachi said nothing and followed quietly behind. Soon, only Feiyu and Obito remained in the Great Hall. All right, Feiyu, I'm done with work for today. Let's go, how about some food? Obito said cheerily. Hold on, Dad Obito. Let me take a look inside, please. I want to see the other Akatsuki members. Feiyu's heart thudded with excitement. Just now, the aura around Pain and Konan had been overwhelming. The true Akatsuki lived up to their fearsome reputation. So cool. If the story didn't revolve around its main protagonist, these people would certainly have shaken the world. Obito, naturally, couldn't refuse Feiyu's plea. All right, if you really want to peek, I'll show you around. Inside the room, as the door swung open, Feiyu beheld all the current members of Akatsuki. There was Juzo Biwa, Sasori of the Red Sand, Orochimaru, and Kakuzu. Next to Kakuzu stood a bumbling figure tall, broad-limbed, with the unmistakable look of a background character. Tugging at Obito's sleeve, Feiyu signaled for him to crouch down. Obito bent over, and Feiyu leaned in to whisper curiously, "Dad, who's that guy?" Obito shook his head. "No idea. Pain recruited him a couple of days ago. He's Kakuzu's new partner now." Oh, recognition flashed across Feiyu's face. He recalled that, before meeting Haiden, all of Kakuzu's partners had met their end at his own hands. It seemed this background character, too, didn't have long to live. The moment Itachi appeared, Orochimaru's eyes glittered with greed. "Well, isn't this Itachi? It's been a while, hasn't it, Mama?" Itachi tightened his fist behind his back, restraining himself from taking down the man who had hurt his brother right then and there. But he knew the time wasn't right. Once he joined this organization, opportunities would come. Pain spoke. He's the newest member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. Incidentally, he shares a hometown with Orochimaru. But a shared origin means nothing to this organization. From now on, you both belong to Akatsuki. Our goal is to achieve true peace for the world. That's why we don't care about your past or birthplace. We gather only the most exceptional shinobi. You have no homeland. Forget your homeland. Reject your homeland. With Akatsuki replacing all nations and villages, we will rule the entire world. With that stirring declaration finished, Pain turned to Juzo Biwa. "Juzo, Itachi will be your new partner. That's all I have to say. You're all dismissed. Go about your missions. For our cause. Disperse." Who's this adorable little brat over here? Just as the Akatsuki members were about to take their leave, Orochimaru suddenly noticed the child standing behind Conan. Pain shot Orochimaru a cold look. "This is none of your business. Don't pry." A raspy, mocking chuckle came from within Sasori's crimson puppet, hidden from view. After being rebuked, Orochimaru said nothing, just curled his lips into an awkward smile. With a series of muffled thuds, the members vanished one after another in puffs of smoke. Pain turned to Toby and said, "Madara, your son strikes me as exceptionally gifted. Would you consider having him join the Akatsuki?" At this, Toby barked, "Join? Watch how you speak. This organization was always meant to be his as well." While the two conversed, Feiyu and Conan were already deep in cheerful chatter. The more Conan looked at Feiyu's face, the more fondness she felt. "Little Feiyu, don't call me Annie anymore. From now on, just call me Sister Conan, all right?" "All right, Sister Conan. That's a good boy." Conan smiled warmly, gently pinching Feiyu's cheek in praise. Toby looked to Pain and said in a low voice, "The Akatsuki has grown considerably, but we still don't have enough members." Pain nodded. "I'm aware of that. I've already begun searching for suitable candidates. Deidara from Wagakure. He's a truly skilled shinobi. And Kisame Hashigaki from Kirigakure," Toby added. "I have my eye on him as well. His temperament is a perfect fit for the Akatsuki." Pain said, "The mist is your territory. Recruiting him should be a breeze for you, shouldn't it?" Obito nodded, his expression calm. "It's only a matter of time now." After coming to an agreement, the two finally noticed Feiyu and Conan standing nearby. Seeing Conan shed her usual aloofness, Pain spoke quietly. "Madara, your son isn't ordinary. I've never seen Conan act like this around strangers. She's someone who keeps her guard up, except around her closest friends." Obito chuckled softly at this. "Well, of course I'm aware of that. My son's ability to get along with others. Few can compare with him. That's enough. We've said all we needed to say. I'll be heading off now. Today is my son's birthday." With that, Obito walked over to Feiyu's side. "Come on, son. Let's go." "All right." Feiyu nodded, then turned back to wave. "See you next time, Sister Conan, Brother Pain." "Go on." Then Conan smiled gently at him. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the head of the room. Alongside him were Hamura Midokado, Kohuru Udatain, and Minato Namikaze, each wearing a grave expression. Sarutobi set down his pipe, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. "Danzo has vanished. You're all aware of this, I assume." Everyone present exchanged knowing glances. "It's not just him. Every single member of the Root organization vanished without a trace as well." Hamura sighed quietly and continued. "At the moment, it's only my suspicion, but perhaps Danzo resented being passed over for the seat of Hokage, and that's what led him to abandon the leaf. Danzo's disappearance had everyone among the village's top brass convinced that he'd defected. With his formidable skills, no one could believe he had simply been forced out, especially with all his loyal subordinates vanishing alongside him. Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh. "There have just been too many strange occurrences lately. I know Danzo's nature well. As extreme as his methods might be, I can't believe he would ever betray the village. But the facts are what they are. and there's nothing more I can say. All I can admit is, I misjudged him. I never expected he would leave the village simply because he didn't become Hokage. Sir Toby's voice carried a note of regret. So soon after taking up the mantle, he'd lost one of Konoha's key figures. Koharu spoke up. There's no use blaming yourself now. The best thing we can do is send people out to investigate Danzo's whereabouts quietly. Sarutobi agreed. Yes, I'm already on it. I've sent out 10 elite ninja squads to track down any trace of Danzo. But as of now, there's not been the slightest word. Mito Minion said, with Danzo's abilities, if he truly wants to hide himself, no matter how many people we send out, chances are we'll come back empty-handed. Minato Namikaze replied, I trust that Lord Danzo wouldn't do such a thing. There's something strange about this whole ordeal. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, resignation in his voice. Enough. Regardless, the disappearance of Danzo and all the root members is already a fact. The only thing we can do now is to protect the village and prevent any further accidents. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, political achievements were a matter of utmost importance. He loathed having any kind of blemish on his record. After pondering in silence for a moment, Hiruzen changed the subject. Lately, I've been considering signing an alliance agreement with Sunageki of the Land of Wind. What are your thoughts on this? Koharu responded, I agree, of course. The Land of Wind is one of the 5 great nations after all, and their strength can't be underestimated. I've also heard the 4th Kazekage, Raza, can manipulate gold dust. Forming an alliance with them can only be to our profit and never a loss. Mito Minion nodded. Koharu's right. I support the idea as well. With that said, all the elders turned their eyes to Minato Namikaze. Minato scratched his head sheepishly and offered a light-hearted chuckle. Ha. I have no objections either. Very well, it's decided then. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the letter he had written and placed it on the desk. If no one has objections, I'll see to it that this agreement is carried out at once. Sounds good. Koharu and Minion nodded in unison. All right, let's do it. Sarutobi beckoned casually, and in a flash, an Anbu operative appeared before him. Lord Hokage, you called? Without hesitation, Hiruzen wrapped his handwritten letter in a scroll and handed it over to the ninja. I want every one of you to keep Danzo's whereabouts in mind as a priority. Also, deliver this scroll to the communications department. Have them send it to the Land of Wind. Understood. Grasping his orders, the Anbu operative vanished in a swirl of smoke, gone in the blink of an eye. Somewhere in the village, outside a dango shop, Asuma, Might Guy, and Kurenai were leisurely savoring skewered dumplings. Before long, Kakashi walked by along the street. Hey Kakashi, come join us, his friends called out. Kakashi only glanced over briefly, not stopping his pace, and continued walking off alone. The deaths of Rin and Obito had left a lasting shadow on his heart these past years. Seeing his silhouette fading into the distance, Might Guy called out loudly, Hey, Kakashi, aren't you even going to greet your friends? Kakashi seemed not to hear, his figure growing smaller and smaller as he walked away. Sigh, this guy. Their friends were clearly worried. There's no use worrying, said Genma Shiranui, a toothpick dangling nonchalantly from his lips. We were prepared for the loss of comrades the moment we became ninja. These things are inevitable. Sensing the gloom settling over the group, Asuma Sarutobi took a bite of dango and skillfully changed the subject. By the way, have you heard? Lord Danzo has gone missing. Oh, really? Kurenai Yuhi looked both shocked and confused. I'm not making it up, Asuma replied. I heard it from my father myself at lunch today. Might Guy shook his head in amazement. Strange things just keep happening. The Uchiha clan vanished half a year ago, and now Lord Danzo has disappeared too. What on earth is going on? They all glanced at each other, searching for answers that just weren't there. Come to think of it, Itachi and Shisui. What a loss, Kurenai said softly, sadness in her voice. I had such high hopes for both of them, but I never imagined they'd ever leave the village. Hearing this, Asuma frowned, a touch of jealousy in his tone. Kurenai, maybe you haven't heard, but rumor has it, Shisui Uchiha is already dead. What? Everyone stared at him in shock. Where did you hear that? My father mentioned it, though he's only speculating, Asuma replied. If the third Hokage thinks that way, there's probably something to it. The group lapsed into thoughtful silence. What's with all the doom and gloom? Guy piped up, swallowing a mouthful of dango and trying to rouse their spirits. No matter what happens in the village, we are always ninja of the hidden leaf. We possess the will of fire. There's no way we can stay this downhearted. Come on, everyone, let's get fired up. This is what youth is all about. On the border of the Land of Water, a bustling street lined with food stalls. Phew, that hit the spot. Feiyu and Obito had demolished an entire table loaded with seafood, while Black Zetsu and White Zetsu sat quietly at the side. Hey, Uncle Black Zetsu, Uncle White Zetsu, aren't you two going to eat? We're at the seaside. How can you not at least have a taste? Feiyu said, clutching a giant lobster as he spoke. White Zetsu laughed sheepishly. Well, this stuff just isn't our style. We only like eating human flesh. Ha ha ha. Black Zetsu glared. Why are you saying such things in front of the kid? White Zetsu, rein it in. Soon, another seafood feast was brought out, filling up the table once more. Feiyu looked overwhelmed. Dad Obito, why did you order all this again? There's no way just the two of us can finish it all. Obito's eyes were warm with affection. It's your birthday today, and it's my treat. I want you to enjoy all the seafood you want. Eat to your heart's content. Hee hee, if you say so, Dad, I won't hold back. Boss, 2 more bowls of shark fin soup, please. Feiyu couldn't hide his excitement. Coming right up. I'll get it ready. The owner beamed, bowing repeatedly with a big smile. At long last, they finally landed some truly big spenders, the kind who, in a single meal, could outspend an entire month's earnings for the little eatery. The owner knew he had to go above and beyond with his service. Shark fin soup coming right up. In no time, the boss himself brought over 2 steaming bowls to the table. Gentlemen, please take your time and enjoy. If you have any requests, just say the word. Our restaurant prides itself on one thing. If it swims in the ocean, I've got it. Oh, Baiju shrugged casually. What about something that runs on land? Do you have that? The boss couldn't help but feel uneasy at Baiju's bizarre appearance. But when money's involved, who can say no? As far as he was concerned, anyone willing to spend lavishly deserved the best treatment. Well, I suppose that could be arranged. Sir, what sort of meat are you interested in? Just let me know. A sly grin spread over Baiju's face, his saw-like teeth parting menacingly. Human flesh. Do you happen to have that? There was an awkward pause. The boss forced out a nervous laugh. Ah, sir, you certainly have a unique sense of humor. Ah. Baiju let the subject drop and gestured for the boss to leave. The owner, reading the room, bowed out gracefully while Feiyu and Obito continued devouring their meal with gusto. Baiju remarked, Obito, thanks to your policy of isolating the country, now even the borders of the land of water are feeling the effects. Obito snorted. And what does that have to do with me? Each nation might have a daimyo in charge, but in reality, it's the Kage of the ninja village who calls the shots. The other Kage just haven't figured that out yet. At least the Mizukage of the land of water is still playing by the rules. Otherwise, I might have just taken control directly. Feiyu intervened. All right, you doting uncles, can we not talk shop tonight? It's my birthday, you know, and I like a little fun. Feiyu cared little for politics. Happiness was all that mattered to him. Obito, watching as Feiyu tucked into his shark fin, commented, All right, we'll drop it, little Feiyu. But you know, seeing shark fin reminds me of Kisame Hashigaki from the Hidden Mist. If we could recruit him into the Akatsuki, he'd be a huge boost to our team. Black Zetsu snorted. You really have your eyes set on raiding the Hidden Mist, don't you? As if recruiting Zabuza Momochi wasn't enough for you. You want Kisame as well. Baiju said, Since we're already in the land of water, how about we swing by the Hidden Mist and pay him a visit? Obito agreed. Sounds good. Feiyu, patting his belly, said, I'm quite full now. Why don't we leave right away? Obito replied, Sure. Little Feiyu, you want to come along with us? Feiyu nodded enthusiastically. Of course. The Akatsuki is your carefully cultivated organization, but one day it'll be mine, too. I should at least get to shake hands with my future employees. Then let's go. No sooner had Obito finished speaking than he activated Kamui, sweeping Feiyu and the remains of their seafood feast into his otherworldly space. In the next instant, Obito himself vanished in a swirling vortex. Only Black Zetsu and Baiju were left, staring at each other. Black Zetsu broke the silence. Did you remember to bring any money? Baiju shook his head. I've never truly understood what money is supposed to mean. Not in this lifetime. Black Zetsu clicked his tongue. TSK. Looks like we're about to dine and dash, huh? Baiju sighed. Seems like it's our only option. I really can't fathom why people in this world insist on using money as a medium for all their dealings. With that, the two Zetsus slipped away underground, vanishing without so much as a goodbye. A little while later, the owner emerged from the kitchen, dishes in hand. Where did everyone go? The entire table was empty. Aside from a few scraps of seafood, all that was left was a wad of cash, dirt clinging to the notes, right where they'd last been placed. Land of water, on the outskirts of the Hidden Mist village. Kisame and Itachi flitted through the forest. Kisame called out, Hey, Leaf Ninja, do you know a guy named Might Away? Itachi replied, I only know a ninja by the name of Might Guy. Oh, that kid, said Kisame, his tone pensive. I remember him. I used to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. Because of my Dewey, the 7 swordsmen were whittled down to just 3 back then. Who would have thought that mustachioed man, who couldn't even use ninjutsu, would unleash such a forbidden taijutsu? So, I need to clear something up first. I don't care why you joined the Akatsuki, nor am I interested in telling you my own reasons. Frankly, they don't matter. Itachi, I only want to know, why did you betray the Leaf? As far as I know, the Hidden Leaf Village is supposed to be a place that welcomes all types of ninja. There was a long silence before Itachi responded, his voice distant. Perhaps, but that place only welcomes everyone except the Uchiha. Kisame scoffed lightly. If you think the Leaf is bad, you should have seen my village. True terror is where nobody even dares trust their own comrades. There's nothing left there for me to be nostalgic about. Itachi, I'll put this out there now. Since we've been paired up, you're my partner. Ninjas are known for being cold-hearted, but I'm not like that. I can be ruthless to a target, but when it comes to my comrades, I'd stake my life on the line. Whatever you might think, I want you to know exactly where I stand. Itachi met his gaze. It's easy to see that you're a good ninja. Compared to you, I'm not worthy of the title. Kisame grunted. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just someone who refuses to be bound by fate. Before long, a dark group of figures slipped through the trees below. They carried a palanquin between them. Our target has arrived. Move in. Kisame issued the command, and in a flash, the two appeared before the palanquin. Huh? Who are you people? Out of the way now. If you know what's good for you, the guard shouted with harsh voices. Kisame narrowed his eyes and sneered. Juzo Biwa drew the executioner's blade from his back with a look of disdain. All of you are always talking about peace and stability among the hidden villages, but deep down you're still worried that your own village's power will diminish. You're always plotting in secret how to weaken the other villages while strengthening yourselves. But you don't want these machinations to be discovered by other countries and villages. So that's where Akatsuki comes in. That's why we're so busy. You hypocrites. I have no personal grudge against you, but your fate is sealed. There's only one end for you. All of you are going to die. With those words, Juzo swung the executioner's blade and charged straight at the guards. A vicious metallic sound rang out. In just a few seconds, every guard was cut down, their lives ended by the executioner's blade. Itachi Uchiha never even got a chance to intervene. Juzo finished the job on his own, with effortless efficiency. Juzo stepped over the bodies with contempt, turning to Itachi with a cold voice. What are you waiting for, kid? Snap out of it. We've got another mission waiting for us. TCH, the more peaceful the world becomes, the busier we get. Only now do I finally understand why Akatsuki exists. The two of them moved swiftly, heading deeper into the land of water. Juzo spoke. You see now, Itachi, this is what Akatsuki is really about, an organization that reveals the darkest sides of the ninja world. Itachi replied. Leader Pain said that Akatsuki will one day rule the world. Juzo snorted. That's easier said than done. Ruling the world isn't so simple. Just look at us now. We're still stuck handling the dirty work no other village wants to touch. You have to build up enough money and strength first. Only then can you think about reaching for greater goals. Itachi felt a trace of emotion in his heart. It was his first time working with Juzo, yet he could sense that Juzo truly regarded him as a comrade. That was more than he could say for the higher-ups back in Konoha. As night approached, Itachi and Juzo pushed north without pause. When they reached the depths of the country, Juzo reminded Itachi in a cold voice. Hey, we're almost at the destination. Just so you know, our mission this time is to assassinate someone inside the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Water. This sort of internal family strife, heirs fighting for succession, happens all the time among the daimyo clans. Human beings, when it comes down to it, talk about nations, clans, or even family bonds. But as soon as there's a struggle for power, everyone turns into selfish, hypocritical monsters. I know the Hidden Mist Village. Their ninja aren't allowed to interfere in the daimyo's household affairs. That's why someone came to Akatsuki with the request in the first place. Our opponents should be nothing more than a bunch of fools wielding clumsy weapons, just hapless guards. We're unlikely to run into any real ninja. Sigh. Just another boring mission. Juzo Biwa grumbled incessantly. Itachi Uchiha said nothing, only giving the faintest of nods. You really aren't much of a talker, are you? Honestly, you're such a dull person. Juzo muttered with clear annoyance. But setting foot in the Land of Water carries its own risks. Itachi, have you heard what happens when foreign ninja are found here? He continued in a lowered voice. Itachi replied with an impassive expression. Kirigakure doesn't negotiate for their captives. Any foreign ninja captured here are thoroughly investigated for their techniques and then executed. A touch of gravity crept into Juzo's tone. I can see you know all about the ruthless ways of Kirigakure. This village has a special unit dedicated to hunting down defectors. Listen, Itachi, if either of us gets caught, if it's me, remember this, don't hesitate. Kill me quickly. I'd rather die than suffer their torture. If it's you, I would do the same. Understood? He added, locking eyes with his companion. Itachi replied quietly, understood. Before long, Juzo and Itachi arrived at the gates of a sprawling mansion hidden within the trees. Juzo leaned in and whispered, hey, let me ask you, are you any good at sneaking in? Itachi answered simply, I'm decent. Good, Juzo said with a sly grin. Let's see what you can do then. I'll go ahead and draw their attention. With that, he darted from the cover of the forest and strode straight toward the mansion gate. The guards quickly spotted him, barking out, who goes there? Juzo scoffed, exasperated. What a stupid question. I'm carrying a massive sword. Obviously, I'm here to kill your master. Did you think I came to sell giant swords at your doorstep? The head guard's eyes flashed with anger. Such audacity. Everyone attack. Cut him down where he stands. In an instant, dozens of guards swarmed around Juzo in tight formation. A cruel, self-satisfied grin played on the head guard's lips. Nobody's getting past me, not tonight. As for you, you scribble-faced freak, you'll die in ways you never imagined. Juzo smirked. Don't be too sure of yourself. Maybe take a look behind you first. The head guard spun around. In the gloom, he saw a pair of glowing red eyes standing right at his back. Ew. How did you get in here? Panic seized him, but as he tried to raise his blade, a sudden wave of weakness overtook his entire body. His vision blurred, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Captain! The other guards shouted in alarm. Seeing their leader fall, they abandoned Juzo and charged at Itachi Uchiha, swords at the ready. However, their fate was no different from that of the captain of the guards. Before they could run more than a few steps, they lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground one after another. The Sharingan really lives up to its name. This ninjutsu is way too handy. Juzo Biwa couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After entering the mansion from the main courtyard, every guard who leapt out to block their path met the same end. Juzo Biwa cut them down where they stood, leaving only the last candidate heir, who trembled in fear. Juzo Biwa raised his massive executioner's blade and stood coldly before the quaking youth. Young man, I know you're honest and upright, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. Someone despicable has paid for your life, so you have to die. Don't blame me. If you must blame something, blame this twisted world. Human nature is cruel, and being a good person rarely ends well. With a single swing, the blade flashed, head separated from shoulders. Let's go. We must leave before the Kirigakure ninja arrive. With their mission accomplished, neither Juzo Biwa nor Itachi dared to linger. They swiftly made for the border of the land of water. After running for a long while, several figures suddenly appeared, keeping close behind them. TCH, what a nuisance. We've been found. Juzo Biwa spat in annoyance, then deftly formed a series of hand seals. Hidden mist jutsu. Thick mist quickly blanketed the surroundings. In a heavy fog, visibility dropped to almost nothing, making it nearly impossible to track their movements. Juzo shot a warning glance at Itachi. This won't fool them for long, but it'll buy us plenty of time to escape. Itachi, stay close behind me. I'll lead you out. All right. They pressed on, but a crisp shout suddenly rang out from behind. Wind release, typhoon blast. A fierce gale whipped through and swept away the dense mist in an instant. Juzo Biwa's heart tightened, and his expression grew grim. Damn it, I can't believe our pursuer is him. If it's him, there's no way we can outrun him. We'll have to fight head-on. Damn. Jaw clenched, Juzo Biwa drew his executioner's blade and assumed his highest level of readiness. Itachi asked calmly, who is it? The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. In seconds, several masked members of Kirigakure's Anbu surrounded them. Their leader a short, doll-faced youth with pale green hair and striking violet eyes. He's the Mizukage? Itachi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Mizukage to look even younger than himself. Juzo Biwa gritted his teeth. Don't let that baby face fool you. This guy's as cold-blooded as they come. Itachi, remember what I told you. Itachi was silent for a moment, then nodded. I remember. Good. If I get captured, you must kill me. With that, Juzo Biwa let out a furious roar and charged at Yagura, blade swinging for the kill. Yagura's eyes flashed with disdain. I never expected to see you again in this country, Juzo, the rogue ninja. You've truly disappointed me. Today, you'll leave both your great blade and your life here. And you, Itachi with the Sharingan, don't think you'll fare any better. I have enough questions for the two of you to fill an ocean. Yagura swung his small hand through the air, commanding all the hidden mist ninja. Go, capture them. There were so many opponents that the two of them had little hope of holding out for long. In less than a minute, Juzo was seized by two hidden mist ninja. Itachi, don't forget what you promised me. Juzo barked with a fierce glare. In the next instant, Itachi appeared before Juzo, kunai in hand, and drove it straight into his chest. What's going on? Itachi's sudden move left all the hidden mist ninja utterly stunned, a loss for words. Amidst this split-second hesitation, several more Juzos suddenly appear behind them, cutting down multiple hidden mist ninja in a flash. The Juzo who was stabbed by Itachi collapsed and melted into nothing but a puddle of water. Damn it, it was a water clone. At that moment, the real Juzo sprang out from behind Yagura, brandishing the executioner's blade overhead. Oh no, Lord Mizuki, look out! The surviving hidden mist ninja, alarmed for their leader's safety, scrambled to rush to his aid. But in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi was already weaving a fireball jutsu, releasing a blazing torrent straight at Juzo and Yagura. A roar of flames engulfed them, swallowing Yagura in the fireball almost instantly. As for the Juzo struck by the flames, he was yet another water clone. With Yagura out of the fight, it took only seconds before every remaining hidden mist ninja fell before Juzo and Itachi, leaving none alive. You are unforgivable. Just as the flames were snuffed out by a sudden gust of wind, an ominous, blood-red beast appeared before the two of them. Yagura, now partially transformed into his tailed beast. So this is the power of a tailed beast. For the first time, Itachi felt a flicker of unease at the sight. Juzo warned, Yagura is a Jinchuriki. He can control the tailed beast's power. Be alert. Yagura darted at Juzo in a flash, landing a single devastating punch that sent Juzo flying. Without pause, he immediately lunged at Itachi. Though Itachi tried to dodge, Yagura's touch still found him. In an instant, Itachi's body was encased, layer upon layer, in hard coral. Itachi, that's Yagura's coral palm jutsu. Hold on, I'm coming for you. Seeing Itachi in mortal danger, Juzo scrambled back to his feet, slashed Yagura aside, and then brought his blade smashing down onto the coral, shattering it and setting Itachi free. Just then, razor-sharp chakra filled the air, swirling with a lethal edge. This is bad. Juzo spun around, only to see Yagura already forming a tailed beast ball, its destructive might just seconds from release. And with a deafening explosion, the tailed beast bomb shot forth with terrifying speed. The coral beneath Itachi's feet had yet to be fully cleared away. In that desperate instant, Juzo made a snap decision. There was no time to think. He swung his blade with all his might, bringing it down hard on the tailed beast bomb. A thunderous impact rang out. The executioner's blade snapped in two under the force. The brutal shock wave hurled Itachi far from where he'd been standing. Juzo, Itachi called out, regaining his senses. When the smoke finally cleared, he saw Juzo slumped painfully against a tree stump, most of the great sword's broken blade embedded in his own abdomen, blood mingling with torn flesh. As death crept ever closer, Juzo forced out his words, voice ragged and faltering. Run, get out of here, Itachi. Don't worry about me. You can't win against him. If it's you, I'm sure you can escape. No sooner had he spoken than Yagura's second-tailed beast bomb began to take shape, crackling with deadly energy. What are you standing there for? Run, hurry, get out. Juzo barked urgently. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi hesitated no longer. He immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, he commanded. A torrent of black flames erupted, engulfing Yagura completely. It burns. What is this? Yagura screamed. The beastly chakra cloak vanished as the black fire seared him, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his body scorched, barely clinging to life. Damn it, Yagura choked out, his voice fading. My subordinates, they'll be here soon. You won't make it out of this. With those final words, Yagura fell unconscious, his fate uncertain. Coughing blood, Juzo looked up. Itachi, did you kill the Mizuki? No, he should still be alive, Itachi replied, shaking his head. The beast's chakra cloak shielded him from most of Amaterasu's fire. Then, you need to run. Reinforcement from the village. They'll be here any moment. But your wounds. Itachi's gaze fell worriedly on the blade protruding from Juzo's belly. Juzo let out a weak laugh, his hand pressed to the injury. It's over for me, and you know it. Even without medical ninjutsu. There's no saving me now. I'm sorry, Yodzet. Itachi murmured. What are you apologizing for? This has nothing to do with you. Honestly, I did it on purpose. Who'd be stupid enough to block a tailed beast bomb with their sword if they weren't ready to die? Huh? Dying here in my homeland, that's always been my wish. As a Kirigakure shinobi, I, Juzo, am returning this blade to the village with my last breath. Consider the debt to my homeland repaid. Itachi's expression was pained. If there's anything you want to say to someone, if there's a message you want delivered, tell me. Juzo managed a wistful laugh. Idiot, there's no one I care about that much. With shaking hands, Juzo reached for the broken executioner's blade, fingertips brushing its surface. All this time, I thought my only partner was this sword. But, Itachi, having you by my side at the end wasn't so bad. You should go now, Itachi. Let me have a moment alone with my village. This hidden village of blood mist. I have such mixed feelings about it, both love and hate. With these last words, Juzo Biwa exhaled his final breath and closed his eyes. Uchiha Itachi picked up the broken blade in silence, setting it gently by Juzo's side. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought before turning around and walking away. Almost instinctively, he brushed the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. No red tears fell. Ever since I awakened to Mangekyo, my eyes no longer feel so strained. The power of Hashirama's cells really is remarkable. At the Akatsuki base, phantoms of each member flickered into view as they gathered once more. Seeing the empty spot beside Itachi, Orochimaru let out a sly chuckle. My, Itachi, where's your partner? Itachi said nothing. He didn't even spare Orochimaru a glance. Pain spoke in a low voice. Juzo Biwa was killed. The enemy was the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with malicious delight. Oh, so you're saying that after facing off against the fourth Mizukage, Itachi still made it out unharmed? Impressive. Itachi remained silent. Pain continued, and one more member died today. His gaze shifted over to Kakuzu. With a haughty snort, Kakuzu turned his head away. Oomph. Black Zetsu chimed in. Rather than killed, it'd be more accurate to say he was betrayed by one of our own. Kakuzu scoffed. What's it got to do with me? He hesitated and paid the price. I can't help that. White Zetsu let out a clicking sound, full of sarcasm. TSK. Who's in the right or wrong? I'll leave that for everyone to decide. As the words faded, a moving image appeared before the Akatsuki. In the vision, Kakuzu and his former partner were embroiled in a fierce fight with the enemy. The outcome hung in balance, neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Kakuzu slipped in from behind, unleashing a powerful fire release with his earth grudge fear, engulfing both his partner and the enemy in a single devastating blaze. When the flames died down, nothing but ashes remained. In a heartbeat, the scene vanished. Everyone fell silent. Sasori of the Red Sand was the first to speak. You did that on purpose. Orochimaru's lips curled in a mocking smile. Exactly, deliberate as can be. Kakuzu snorted in irritation. He could have dodged. If he was too slow, how's that my problem? Orochimaru's tone turned mocking. Tisk seems like you and your partners never got along. You wanted to do him in for a long time, haven't you? Kakuzu shrugged as if he couldn't care less. That's right. So what? Sasori said calmly. Nothing unusual about it. I wanted to kill my own partner before. More than once, in fact. Orochimaru smirked. Still holding a grudge against me, I see. Pitiful little art master. Pain cut their banter short. Enough chit-chat. Akatsuki operates in pairs. Here's what we'll do. Kakuzu, Itachi, you'll team up for the next few days. We'll reconsider the pairings once we find more suitable partners. Kakuzu snorted. I don't really care, just as long as this guy doesn't get on my nerves. Whoever annoys me, I'll kill them. After a long silence, Uchiha Itachi finally spoke. I don't know how to please you, and I'm not interested in trying. Kakuzu snapped back fiercely. Don't know how? Well, once we're partnered up, I'll teach you. You'll understand soon enough. Hold on. Uchiha Itachi should be on my team. Actually, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Sasori, the Red Sand, protested with open displeasure. Grotesque little snake, are you really going to ignore me? Pain opened his Rinnegan eyes, exuding an overwhelming presence. Enough, all of you. As long as the mission is done, you can settle your private grudges however you like. Akatsuki needs new members. We'll discuss these things once the others arrive. Dismissed. At Uchiha Madara's residence. Dad, I'm home, came Feiyu's voice from outside the door. Madara burst out to greet him. My dear boy, you're finally back. Quick, look at your old man's eyes. Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, then joy. The once empty eye sockets were now filled with two lively, brilliant eyeballs. A brand new set of Sharingan with 3 tomo. Dad, your eyes are finally healed. That's right, and it just so happens to be on your birthday. See what I mean? Everything in this world follows its own destined course. You're my lucky star. Madara, exhilarated, scooped Feiyu up in a big hug, then assumed a mysterious air as he went on. Son, let your old man show you a magic trick. As he spoke, Madara winked mischievously. Look, these are Sharingan, right? Now, watch closely. Just in a moment, I'll turn these eyes into something else entirely. At that, Madara opened his eyes wide, and there, unambiguously, appeared a pair of authentic Rinnegan. The second pair of Rinnegan ever to exist in this world, both belonging to Uchiha Madara. Son, these eyes are truly something special. When you're older, I'll get you your own pair. Really? That sounds amazing. Feiyu nodded eagerly. Come on now, your birthday feast is ready. It's all signature dishes passed down through the Uchiha, inherited for generations. Fugaku may not be much in terms of power, but he does a fine job at cooking the family recipes. Let's dig in tonight, just the two of us. Feiyu and Obito had eaten so much that day. Their stomachs were about to burst, but with the legendary clan dishes on the table, how could they pass up the chance to try? It's been a long time since I've tasted authentic Uchiha cuisine. Obito followed, right on Madara's heels, hoping to snag a bite. Madara glanced sideways, face stern as he rebuked. Kid, why are you tagging along like some stray shadow? This is a father-son moment. Obito was caught off guard. What's that supposed to mean? I'm here to eat, obviously. Madara replied. Did I say you could join us? You haven't even finished your chores. Get back to work. I didn't prepare your portion. At that, Obito was seething with anger, about to fire back when Zetsu abruptly stepped in front of him. Obito, you do have something to handle. Nagato's looking for you. TCH, damn it. Obito grumbled with irritation. Still, however much he complained, he was living under someone else's roof. When there was work to do, he had no choice but to go. Besides, if Nagato was reaching out to him directly, it had to be important. Normally, Nagato wasn't one for casual conversation. Feather, wait for me. I'll be back to keep you company as soon as I'm done. Obito shouted, craning his neck to make sure his voice carried to where Madara was walking away with Hane in his arms. Madara didn't slow down, but tossed back curtly. Having my son keep you company the entire day is more than generous. Don't push your luck, greedy brat. With that, he strode off towards the dining hall without looking back. Amage Cure atop the tower. Outside, sheets of rain poured relentlessly from the sky. On the observation deck, Pain and Conan stood stone-faced at the edge, as if waiting for someone's arrival. After a few moments, a ripple in space flickered inside the chamber. Obito emerged quietly from another dimension. I heard from Zetsu you had something for me? Obito set aside his cloak and spoke in a calm voice. Pain replied, the Akatsuki has lost 2 members. To keep our plan on schedule, we need new blood to join. Madara, the 2 candidates you recommended before, I think it's time to recruit them. Very well. Obito nodded. Kisame Hoshigaki from Kirigakure. I'll handle bringing him in. He should be here within a few days. As for Deidara from Awagakure, send someone after him in the next few days. Zetsu knows exactly where he is. You can ask him for the details. Pain said, understood. Obito gave a small nod, then looked into Pain's eyes and fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something. At length, he asked, Nagato, what if I told you that there might be someone else in this world who possesses the same Rinnegan as you? Would you believe it? At those words, Pain's brow drew together into a frown. He pondered in silence for a long while before finally responding. Impossible. The Rinnegan is the eye of the gods. There can only be one savior in this world, and that is me. It was late at night. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool silver glow. Uchiha Itachi sat alone atop a cliff, gazing out at the landscape below, lost in thought. His new partner, Kakuzu, wandered over and called coldly from behind. Hey, time to head out. Itachi raised his head. Where to? Kakuzu scowled. What's with all the questions? Just follow orders, and keep the chatter to a minimum. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha replied in a soft, expressionless voice. I recall that our leader did not assign us any tasks tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninjas on your own, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to waste on that. Kakuzu's brows drew together in a dark scowl, his murderous intent surging. You talk too much, brat. With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm instantly turning jet black. He wanted nothing more than to kill Itachi that very instant. The moment Itachi sensed that lethal intent, the black in his eyes shifted to a burning crimson. He turned and fixed Kakuzu with a cold and piercing stare. Kakuzu froze in place, as if bound by unseen chains. It wasn't that he'd been caught in one of Itachi's illusions. The truth was he had glimpsed the unfathomable depths hidden in those Sharingan eyes. The threat was so overwhelming, he dared not make a move. TCH. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting coldly. Won't even go make money with me. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm done here. I'm in a good mood today. But in the future, you'd better not get in my way. Flinging these words over his shoulder, Kakuzu spun and left with a haughty air. Itachi didn't bother to respond. He simply gazed off into the distance, as calm as if nothing had happened. Before long, another unexpected guest arrived, breaking the quiet. Well. So Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, this should be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move. Don't you think, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, his expression icy and detached as his gaze landed on the serpent. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what would you be waiting for me for? You're too great a threat to be left alone. I haven't forgotten how you hurt my little brother, Sasuke. Not for a moment. Orochimaru paused, startled by the mounting chill on Itachi's face. In that instant, he understood the old saying, the hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He'd come here as the hunter, only to realize that, to Itachi, he was nothing more than prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was for one thing only, to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no time, unleashing Amaterasu without another word. Instantly, a mass of black flames erupted before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's agonized screams tore through the air. The black fire continued to rage, but gradually the cries fell silent. Exhaling deeply, Itachi gazed down at the twisted, smoldering figure on the ground, what remained of Orochimaru. A heavy breath escaped him. It's finished. He had absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even Orochimaru's notorious strength meant nothing. In the end, even a mighty live only once. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet, thinking to return to his clan's compound, to see his parents, to check on Sasuke. But before he could leave, a cold chill crept, unbidden, up his spine, a warning from the depths of his instincts. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you're trying to drag me along to hunt down Bounty Nin for your own gain, I'm afraid I'm not interested, and frankly, I don't have time for such trivialities. Kakuzu's brow furrowed. A surge of murderous intent filled the air as he snapped. You talk too much, brat. As the last word fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, and his arm darkened instantly, turning as black as pitch. He truly intended to kill Uchiha Itachi. But in the instant he sensed that killing intent, Itachi's eyes flashed from jet black to a blood-red glow. He turned his gaze directly on Kakuzu, cold and unflinching, meeting his murderous stare with icy composure. Kakuzu suddenly froze, unable to move. It wasn't that he'd been caught in one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, it was the fathomless power hidden within those Sharingan eyes, a force so profound that he dared not make a move. Tisich, Kakuzu grunted, slowly lowering his fist. You refuse a chance to make money. What an ungrateful fool. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. Today, I'm in a good mood, but you'd better not cross me again. With those sharp words tossed behind him, Kakuzu turned on his heel and strutted away with a prideful air. Itachi gave no further response. It was as if nothing had ever happened, his gaze drifting calmly toward the distant horizon. But tranquility never lasts long. Before much time had passed, another uninvited guest appeared without warning. Well. Looks like that Kakuzu fellow finally left. Your partner's gone, which makes this the perfect opportunity for me. Wouldn't you say? Itachi, are you ready for what comes next? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi turned slowly, his expression colder than winter as he regarded his new adversary. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what exactly for? You are a threat, a dangerous one. I haven't forgotten how you hurt my younger brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru was taken aback, watching as Itachi's profile grew even more chilling. Only then did Orochimaru finally grasp the meaning of the old saying. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought himself the hunter, but Itachi clearly saw him as the quarry. Orochimaru, joining Akatsuki wasn't my goal. Killing you is. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted not a single moment. The flames of Amaterasu erupted instantly. A torrent of pitch-black fire surged before Orochimaru. Cries and screams of agony escaped him, echoing through the darkness. But the flames raged on, merciless and consuming. Eventually, Orochimaru's cries faded away into silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's mangled form, collapsed and unrecognizable on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was helpless. In the end, no matter how strong one is, a life can only be spent once. Itachi slowly stood and prepared to return to his family's home, to see his parents and brother. But before he could take his leave, a sudden chill crept up his spine, a cold sense of danger that seemed to come from nowhere, stirring every instinct in his body. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and replied softly, "I recall the leader assigned no mission to us tonight. If you wish to drag me away for some bounty hunting on your own, I'm afraid I have neither the time nor the interest." Kakuzu's brows drew together in a dark scowl, killing intent radiating from him. "You talk too much for a brat." As the words left his mouth, Kakuzu raised his fist, the skin of his arm swiftly turning pitch black. He wanted to kill Itachi. The instant that murderous intent flared, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to a deep blood red. He turned his gaze, cold and unforgiving, toward Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Kakuzu froze in place, inexplicably immobilized. It wasn't that he was caught in one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, it was the fathomless power lurking in those eyes that made him wary, unwilling to make a move. "Tisich." Kakuzu lowered his fist slowly, snorting coldly. "Not even interested in making money. What an ungrateful kid. Suit yourself. I'm leaving." He flung out his words with contempt. "Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood. Next time, you better not cross me." Throwing out these final lines with an air of arrogance, Kakuzu turned on his heel and strode away. Itachi made no response. As if nothing at all had happened, he gazed off quietly into the distance. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest made an unexpected entrance. "TSK. Looks like Kakuzu has finally left. Without your partner around, it's the perfect opportunity for me. Wouldn't you say, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming?" The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, his expression ice-cold as he looked at him. "Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? And for what exactly?" "You're a dangerous presence. I haven't forgotten what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke, last time." Orochimaru hesitated at these words, eyeing Itachi's increasingly frigid profile. Only then did he understand the old adage. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Here he thought he was the predator, yet Itachi saw him only as quarry. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A surge of inky black flames erupted before Orochimaru. Agonized cries tore the air as Orochimaru writhed in pain. The black fire continued to rage, but his screams gradually faded into silence. Itachi exhaled deeply, surveying Orochimaru's ruined, collapsed figure on the ground. "It's over," he muttered. He trusted completely in the power of his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, not even someone like Orochimaru could stand a chance, for even the mighty only have a single life to lose. Itachi slowly got up, ready to return to his clan's compound to check on his parents and brother. Yet before he could leave, a sudden, inexplicable chill ran down his spine, an instinctive warning from somewhere behind him. Facing Kakuzu's insolence, Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't flicker. He replied softly, "As far as I recall, the leader hasn't given us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along on your personal hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm afraid you're out of luck. I have neither the time nor the interest." Kakuzu's brow tightened, murderous intent radiating from him. "You talk too much, brat." As soon as he spat out the words, his fist shot up, his arm turning as black as midnight. He clearly wanted to kill Itachi. In the instant that threat filled the air, Itachi's eyes shifted from inky black to a deep blood red. He glanced coldly over his shoulder, locking eyes with Kakuzu, whose intentions were all too clear. For a moment, Kakuzu froze. It was not the work of ninjutsu, but something far deeper. He suddenly sensed the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes, and all his bravado vanished. He dare not make a move. "TCH, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting in contempt. "I offer you a chance to make some money, and you still refuse. You really don't know what's good for you. Go or stay, suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but next time, you'd better stay out of my way." With those curt words, Kakuzu turned on his heel and strode off, his pride still intact. Itachi said nothing in response. He simply stared into the distance, as calm as if nothing had happened. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest appeared from the shadows. TSK. So Kakuzu's finally gone. Your partner isn't around, Itachi. This must be my perfect chance. Tell me, are you ready? It was Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Itachi slowly turned to face him, his expression cold and distant. "In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? And what might that be for?" "You're a threat. I haven't forgotten what you did to my little brother Sasuke. Orochimaru faltered for an instant, his snake-like eyes narrowing as he regarded the ever-chilling profile of Itachi. In that moment, he finally understood. The hunter often arrives in the form of its prey. He thought himself to be the hunter, yet Itachi saw him as the hunted. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of pitch-black flames erupted in front of Orochimaru. Screams tore through the night, agonized and unending. The black fire raged on, but the agonizing cries gradually faded away. Itachi exhaled, gazing down at Orochimaru's twisted, crumpled form on the ground. A heavy breath left his lips. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes of his, not even someone as formidable as Orochimaru could stand chance. In the end, even the mightiest have only one life to lose. Itachi rose slowly, preparing to visit his parents and brother back at the clan's compound. But before he could leave, a primal sense of dread suddenly crawled up his spine, as if his very body was warning him of a danger lurking behind. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. I recall that our leader didn't issue us any orders for tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninjas for your own sake, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm neither interested, nor do I have the free time for it. Kakuzu's brows furrowed, his killing intent surging. You talk too much, brat. With that, he raised his fist, and his arm darkened instantly, taking on a jet-black sheen. Kakuzu wanted to finish Itachi off then and there. In that split second, as the murderous aura bore down, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to a fierce crimson. He turned his head sharply, leveling an icy stare at Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Faced with that gaze, Kakuzu froze, rooted to the spot without knowing why. It wasn't that he had been caught in one of Itachi's genjutsu. No, the power lurking deep within those Sharingan eyes was unfathomable, and he dared not make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting coldly. Wouldn't even go make money with me. You really don't know what's good for you. Go if you want. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but here's some advice. You'd better not cross me in the future. With these words tossed carelessly behind him, Kakuzu turned and stalked away in a huff. Itachi gave no response, only staring quietly into the distance as if nothing at all had happened. Before long, another uninvited guest made their appearance, slipping in with serpentine silence. TSK, TSK, TSK. So Kakuzu's finally taken off. With your partner gone, now seems like the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, doesn't it, Itachi? Hope you're prepared. It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned his head slowly, fixing Orochimaru with an indifferent, chilling glare. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what? You're a constant threat. I remember all too clearly the last time you harmed my younger brother, Sasuke. Hearing this, Orochimaru faltered, staring at Itachi's increasingly frosty profile. In that moment, he finally understood the saying. A hunter often appears as prey. All this time, he thought he was the one hunting, but to Itachi, he was the prey. Orochimaru, the real reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without a hint of hesitation, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A mass of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru, consuming everything in their path. Orochimaru screamed in agony, a wailing that echoed, raw and unrestrained. Soon, the black fire raged on, but his screams slowly died away. Gazing down at the charred, unrecognizable figure of Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, Itachi exhaled deeply, the tension leaving his body. It's over. He had every confidence in Amaterasu. Before these eyes of his, it didn't matter how strong Orochimaru was. There was simply no escape. After all, even the mightiest only have one life to lose. Itachi rose quietly, preparing to return to the Uchiha compound to see his parents and his brother. But just before he turned to leave, a sudden chill crept up his spine, an instinctive warning that danger still lurked behind. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression did not change. He responded softly. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you're planning to drag me along to hunt bounty targets on your own, I'm afraid I have neither the time nor the inclination. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, and murderous intent surged from him. You're a really mouthy brat, he growled. With that, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned as black as pitch. He was intent on killing Uchiha Itachi. The moment he sensed this killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to blood red. He turned, fixing Kakuzu with a cold, piercing glare. Kakuzu suddenly froze, his body as if seized by an invisible force. It wasn't that he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, he'd sensed the unfathomable power concealed within those Sharingan eyes. He dare not make a move. With a grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and snorted, "You won't even let me help you make money. Truly, you don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving," he shot back. "I'm in a good mood today, so here's some advice. Don't get in my way next time." Tossing these words over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned away in a huff, striding off in a prideful manner. Itachi offered no reply. He simply stared quietly into the distance, resembling someone untouched by the incident, as if the moment had never happened at all. Before long, another intruder arrived unannounced. Well, so Kakuzu finally left. "With your troublesome partner out of the way, now's the perfect opportunity for me to strike, isn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming?" It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi slowly turned his head, his gaze ice-cold as he fixed it on Orochimaru. "In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? And what exactly for?" Orochimaru asked. "You are a constant threat. I still haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time." Itachi's voice was stone-cold, every word striking with precision. Orochimaru paused, taken aback. Staring at Itachi's face, growing colder by the second, he suddenly understood the old adage. The hunter often appears as the prey. He had thought of himself as the predator, never expecting Itachi viewed him as prey. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was for this moment, to kill you. Amaterasu." Without another word, Itachi unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan. An all-consuming black fire erupted before Orochimaru. A hellish wail tore through the air as Orochimaru was engulfed in agony. Soon, though the black flames still raged, his pained cries faded into silence. Itachi exhaled quietly. Looking down at Orochimaru's disfigured form collapsed on the ground. He allowed himself a heavy sigh of relief. It's over. He had absolute confidence in Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even Orochimaru's power was meaningless, for in the end, even the mightiest have only one life to forfeit. Itachi rose slowly to his feet, intending to return to his clan's compound, to visit his parents and his brother once more. Yet as he turned to leave, a sudden, bone-deep chill crept up behind him, a warning from his body, impossible to ignore. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, replying in a soft, indifferent tone. "As far as I recall, the leader didn't issue us any missions for tonight. If you're thinking of dragging me along on your personal hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'm neither interested, nor do I have the time for such things." Kakuzu scowled, his brow furrowing as a murderous intent surged from him. "You insolent brat." With those words, he raised his fist, and in an instant, his arm took on a sleek, jet-black color. He fully intended to kill Uchiha Itachi. But the moment he sensed this killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from a deep black to a blood-red gleam. He looked over his shoulder, his cold gaze fixing on Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Kakuzu froze, caught off guard. It wasn't a Jinjutsu holding him in place. Rather, it was the unfathomable power he sensed hidden within those Sharingan eyes, a force he dared not challenge. "Oomph." Kakuzu let out a withering snort, slowly lowering his fist. "Won't even join me to make a little money. Some people just don't know what's good for them. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. And let me give you a bit of advice. I'm in a good mood today, but in the future, you'd best stay out of my way." With those words thrown over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and left, prideful and defiant. Itachi offered no reply. He simply gazed calmly into the distance, as though nothing at all had transpired. Not long after, an uninvited guest arrived on the scene. TSK. "So, Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, this seems like a perfect opportunity for me, doesn't it, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself?" It was the voice of Orochimaru. Itachi turned, his expression as cold as ever, fixing Orochimaru with an icy stare. "In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? And what could you possibly be waiting for?" "You are a threat I can't ignore. I haven't forgotten the last time you tried to hurt my little brother, Sasuke." Orochimaru hesitated, his attention drawn to Itachi's face, which appeared ever more chilling in the shadows. In that sudden realization, he understood the truth of the old saying, "The hunter often appears in the guise of prey." He'd thought himself the predator, but in Itachi's eyes, he was the hunted. "Orochimaru, the very reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In front of Orochimaru, black flames roared to life. Orochimaru cried out, his screams echoing in agony. The black fire continued its relentless assault, until finally the cries died away, leaving only an eerie silence. With a low exhale, Itachi let out the breath he'd been holding. He stared at the crumpled, unrecognizable form of Orochimaru lying on the ground. It's over. He held unwavering confidence in the power of his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. After all, no matter how powerful, a life can only be lost once. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet, planning to visit his parents and brother back in the clan compound. But before he could leave, an inexplicable chill crept down his spine, a warning as if from the very core of his being. Faced with Kakuzu's blatant disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless. His reply was quiet but sharp. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you want me to tag along on your little side quest to hunt bounty ninjas, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm neither interested, nor do I have the time to spare. Kakuzu's brows drew together into a fierce scowl, his murderous intent tangible. You talk too much for a brat. With those words, Kakuzu drew back his fist, his arm quickly turning pitch black, crackling with dangerous energy. He looked ready to strike Itachi down. But in the very instant he unleashed his killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to crimson. The Sharingan fully awakened as he turned to meet Kakuzu's murderous gaze, cold and unyielding. Kakuzu froze on the spot, unexpectedly unable to move. It wasn't ninjutsu that trapped him. It was the overwhelming power hidden in Itachi's eyes, unfathomable and menacing. For the first time, he hesitated. Humph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, giving a disgruntled snort. You won't even come make money with me. Don't you know what's good for you? Fine, do as you please. I'm leaving. Today I'm in a good mood. Next time, you'd better not get in my way. With that, Kakuzu turned with a huff, striding away with something between arrogance and petulance. Itachi gave him no reply, merely kept his calm gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as if nothing had happened at all. But peace is always fleeting. Not long after, another unwelcome guest crept onto the scene. A sly, hissing voice cut through the stillness. Well, Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, I'd say this is the perfect moment for me to strike. Don't you think, Itachi? Have you steeled yourself? It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly, meeting Orochimaru's eyes with the same icy calm. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Oh, waiting for me? For what exactly? Orochimaru sneered, intrigued. You are a constant threat. I still remember how you hurt my younger brother Sasuke last time. The image is crystal clear in my mind. Orochimaru faltered at those words. As he stared into Itachi's increasingly frigid profile, he finally understood the ancient adage. It is often the prey who turns out to be the hunter. He had fancied himself the predator, yet Itachi had long ago pegged him as the prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed the black flames of Amaterasu. Infernal black fire erupted before Orochimaru, engulfing him completely. A tortured scream tore through the air, raw and piercing. Orochimaru writhed in agony, but the black flames only raged even hotter as his cries gradually faded to silence. Heaving a slow, deep breath, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's now unrecognizable form, collapsed in ruin on the ground. It's over, he whispered, relief flickering across his face for the briefest moment. He harbored absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. Under these eyes, not even Orochimaru's strength could save him. After all, no matter how strong you are, a life is still just one life. Itachi rose gently, intent on visiting his parents and brother back at the clan compound. Yet just as he was about to leave, a strange chill suddenly crept up his spine, as if from the depths of his instincts. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't waver. He replied quietly, as far as I recall, the boss didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you're trying to take me along with you to hunt bounty targets of your own accord, I'm sorry. I have neither the time nor the interest for such things. Kakuzu's brows knitted together as a murderous aura welled up around him. You run your mouth too much, brat. As his words fell, he lifted a fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He truly meant to kill Uchiha Itachi. But in the same instant that killing intent rose, Itachi's eyes shifted, the dark pupils burning to crimson. He turned his piercing gaze back at Kakuzu, meeting his murderous intent with cold indifference. For a moment, Kakuzu froze, inexplicably immobilized. It wasn't that he was caught by one of Itachi's illusions. He could sense the unfathomable, dangerous power concealed within those Sharingan eyes, and dared not make a move. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and let out a cold, dismissive snort. I offer you a way to make money, and you refuse? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself, then. I'm leaving. And since I happen to be in a decent mood today, here's some advice. Don't get in my way from now on. Tossing these words over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and stalked off, haughty and indignant. Itachi offered no further response, his demeanor unchanged as he continued to gaze into the distance, as though nothing at all had happened. Before long, another uninvited guest arrived. TSK. So, Kakuzu finally headed off. With your partner gone, this must be my perfect chance, don't you think, Itachi? Are you ready to face me now? Came a hissing, serpentine voice. It was Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, his expression still stone-cold as he fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Waiting for what? You're a dangerous threat, and I haven't forgotten what you did to my little brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru paused at that, staring at the growing chill on Itachi's face. And for the first time, he understood that old adage, sometimes the hunter appears in the guise of prey. He'd mistaken himself for the hunter, only to realize Itachi had always regarded him as the real quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. There was no need for further words. In an instant, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A searing jet of black flame roared forth, engulfing the space before Orochimaru. A scream of agony tore through the air, echoing again and again as the black fire consumed him. Soon, the flames continued to rage, yet the pitiful cries gradually faded into silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's ruined, scorched body sprawled on the earth and let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's over. There was absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru was utterly helpless, for, in the end, even the strongest have but one life. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return home, to see his parents and his brother. But before he could leave, a sudden, instinctive chill raced down his spine. Something, an unexplainable sense of cold foreboding, had crept up behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions for tonight. If you're trying to drag me along for some bounty hunting on your own, I'm afraid I'm not interested, and I certainly don't have that kind of idle time. Kakuzu's brow furrowed tightly. A murderous aura surged around him. You talk too much for a brat. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He was intent on killing Itachi. In that very moment, as the killing intent closed in, Itachi's eyes changed from deep black to a blood-red crimson. He glanced sharply over his shoulder, his cold gaze settling on Kaku, whose hand was poised to strike. Kakuzu suddenly froze in place. It wasn't that he had fallen victim to one of Itachi's illusions. No, it was the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes that made him hesitate, paralyzing his intent to attack. Umph. Kakuzu finally snorted, slowly lowering his fist. Won't even come with me to earn some money. Really, you have no idea what's good for you. He threw one last parting shot over his shoulder. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. Just remember, today I'm in a good mood, but in the future, you'd better stay out of my way. With those arrogant words, Kakuzu turned and left, his stride betraying a mixture of indignation and pride. Itachi offered no response. He simply gazed into the distance with an eerie calm, as if nothing at all had transpired. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest arrived. A mocking, drawn-out voice broke the silence. Well, Kakuzu finally left. Now that your partner's gone, this seems like the perfect moment for me to make my move, doesn't it, Itachi? Are you prepared? It was Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi turned his head slowly, fixing Orochimaru with a frosty, indifferent stare. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? Waiting for me, why? You're a constant threat. The last time, when you hurt my younger brother Sasuke, I remember it all too clearly. Orochimaru paused, caught off guard by the icy profile of Itachi, the hunter's face now unmistakably cold and resolute. It was then that the infamous saying came to mind. The hunter often appears as the hunted. Orochimaru thought he was the predator, only to realize Itachi had seen him all along as the prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to hunt you down. Amaterasu. Without a word of warning, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. Out of nowhere, a blaze of jet-black fire erupted before Orochimaru. A tortured scream tore through the air, rising and falling in agony, a symphony of pain. Soon, Though the black flames continued to rage, the agonized cries gradually faded into silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru, now collapsed in a ruined heap on the ground, his features unrecognizable. "It's over," he murmured at last. He trusted completely in the absolute power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was ultimately powerless. In the end, no matter how strong, one's life could only be spent once. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan and check in on his parents and brother. Yet before he could take his leave, an inexplicable chill traveled up his spine, a warning, sudden and primal, tingling across his back. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained impassive, his voice low and calm. "I recall the leader did not assign us any missions tonight. If you want to take me along with you to hunt down bounty targets for your own gain, sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time to spare." Kakuzu's brow furrowed deeply, a murderous aura swirling around him. "You talk too much, Brad." With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm instantly turning pitch black. He fully intended to kill Itachi. The instant he sensed that killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to blood red. He turned to look back coldly at Kakuzu, who was poised to strike him down. For a brief, pregnant moment, Kakuzu froze in place. It wasn't because he'd fallen into Itachi's jinjutsu. Instead, what stopped him was the overwhelming force emanating from the depths of those spinning Sharingan eyes, something he could not fathom, much less challenge. With a disgruntled snort, Kakuzu lowered his fist. "If you'd rather not make some extra money, fine. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving." He added sharply, "I'm in a good mood today, but don't cross me again if you know what's best." Tossing these words over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and stalked off, prideful and unyielding. Itachi said nothing in reply. As if nothing had happened, he quietly returned his gaze to the distant horizon, calm as ever. Barely a moment had passed before another uninvited guest slipped onto the scene. Well. Kakuzu's finally out of the way. It was Orochimaru's sibilant voice. "With your partner gone, this might just be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move. Itachi, I hope you're ready for what's to come." Itachi slowly turned to face him, his expression as cold as winter steel. "In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "For me? And what exactly are you waiting for?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Your constant threat. The last time you hurt my brother Sasuke is still fresh in my mind," Itachi replied, his tone glacial. Orochimaru hesitated for a heartbeat, staring at Itachi's face, which seemed to grow even colder with the mention of his brother. It was then he understood the truth behind the words. Predators often appear as prey. He had thought himself the hunter, yet Itachi had always regarded him as the hunted. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without wasting another breath, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, an inferno of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A chorus of tortured, inhuman screams tore from Orochimaru's throat. The black flames raged, devouring everything in their path, until finally the tormented cries faded into silence. With a slow exhale, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's charred, unrecognizable form sprawled on the ground. At last, he let out a heavy sigh. It's over. He had absolute trust in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, not even someone as formidable as Orochimaru could hope to resist. After all, even the mightiest have only one life to lose. Rising quietly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan's grounds to check on his parents and his brother. But before he could take his leave, a sudden and inexplicable chill ran down his spine, as if his body sensed a new danger lurking just behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained impassive, his voice calm and soft as he replied, "I recall that our leader hasn't given us any assignments tonight. If you want to drag me along for your own bounty hunting, I'm afraid you'll have to do without me. I'm neither interested, nor do I have time to spare." Kakuzu's brow furrowed, malice radiating from him. "You talk too much for your own good, Brad." As the words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, and his arm instantly turned pitch black, veins bulging with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Itachi. The moment that killing intent surged forth, Itachi's eyes shifted from their dark hue to a vivid, bloody red. He turned his head sharply, fixing Kakuzu with an icy gaze that stopped him dead in his tracks. Kakuzu froze, inexplicably unable to move. It wasn't that he'd been caught in one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, he could feel the unfathomable power hidden within Itachi's Sharingan. Power so deep, he dared not make a move. "Oomph." Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, grumbling with a cold snort. "Suit yourself," refusing a chance to make money. You really don't know what's good for you. Go if you want. I'm leaving. He spat out a few more words, prideful and brash, and turned away without looking back. Itachi offered no response. He simply stared quietly off into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. Before long, another unexpected visitor arrived. A sly, mocking sound echoed through the darkness. Well, Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner gone, now's the perfect time for me to make my move. Itachi, have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned to face him, his expression cold as ever. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what? Orochimaru asked, curiosity tinged with caution. You're a threat. I still remember clearly what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru was taken aback by those words. Staring at the chilling silhouette of Itachi, he finally understood. The hunter often appears as the prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, when all along, Itachi saw him as the quarry. Orochimaru, joining Akatsuki was never my goal. I came here to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed his jutsu. A blazing mass of midnight flames erupted before Orochimaru. Aya! Orochimaru's agonized screams tore through the air, echoing and fading as the black flames raged on. Soon, the cries diminished, while the inferno blazed ever fiercer. Itachi let out a heavy sigh, gazing down at Orochimaru's charred, featureless form, now sprawled on the ground. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even Orochimaru's strength meant nothing. In the end, even the strongest only live once. Rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to return to his clan's compound, hoping to see his parents and his brother. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden and unexplainable chill crept up his spine, as if from instinct. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained utterly expressionless, his voice quiet and chill. I recall the leader hasn't assigned us any mission tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along to hunt bounty ninjas for your own gain, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have time to spare for that. Kakuzu's brows drew tight, a murderous aura flaring from him. You talk too much for a brat. With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant his arm darkened as if shadowed by solid steel. He meant to kill Itachi right then and there. In that charged moment, as he sensed bloodlust, Itachi's eyes shifted from inky black to a crimson glow. He turned, his gaze icy and unmoved, meeting Kakuzu's murderous intent head-on. Kakuzu froze in place, inexplicably hesitant, not ensnared by Jinjutsu, but because he could sense the ominous depths and unfathomable strength hidden in Itachi's Sharingan. He didn't dare strike. With a snore of contempt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. Don't want to make money, huh? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood tonight, but in future, you'd better not cross me. With those prideful words tossed behind him, Kakuzu turned on his heel and strode away, arrogance in every step. Itachi offered no response. He merely let his gaze drift quietly into the distance, unperturbed, as if nothing at all had happened. Not long after, another unexpected visitor arrived without warning. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, this should be the perfect opportunity for me to act, isn't it, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi slowly looked back over his shoulder, his expression icy and indifferent as he faced him. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what would you be waiting for? You are a true threat. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused at that, taking in Itachi's sharply cold profile. Only then did he understand the old saying, the hunter often arrives in the guise of prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, never realizing that, in Itachi's eyes, he was the prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A surge of pitch-black fire erupted before Orochimaru. Orochimaru howled and writhed in agony as the flames consumed him. The black fire still raged, but Orochimaru's cries of pain slowly faded, until all was quiet. Drawing a steady breath, Itachi looked down at what little remained of the writhing, ruined figure on the ground, his expression one of deep relief. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, however powerful Orochimaru might have been, it was meaningless. After all, even the strongest only have one life. Rising with quiet resolution, Itachi prepared to return to his clan and see his parents and younger brother. But before he could leave, a sudden and inexplicable chill swept over him from behind, a cold instinctive shiver running down his spine. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and replied softly. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you're trying to drag me along on your personal hunt for bounty nin, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time to waste on such things. Kakuzu's brow tightened, and a murderous intent filled the air. You irritating brat. As the words left his mouth, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm darkening ominously. He wanted to kill Itachi right then and there. Sensing that intent in an instant, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to crimson. He glanced back coldly at Kakuzu, who looked ready to strike. For a heartbeat, Kakuzu froze in place. It wasn't a jinjutsu holding him still, but rather the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He didn't dare make a move. With a low grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and scoffed. Turning down a chance to make money. You really don't know what's good for you. Do whatever you want. I'm leaving. Kakuzu tossed the words over his shoulder as he turned away, his arrogance on full display. I'm in a good mood today, but in the future, you'd best stay out of my way. He strode off, his pride leaving him bristling. Itachi said nothing more. He simply gazed into the distance, as calm and unruffled as ever. Not long after, another uninvited guest appeared. Mamai, looks like Kakuzu has finally left. Your partner's gone, so now's the perfect time for me to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned to face him, his expression frigid and indifferent. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You're a dangerous one. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru hesitated, staring at Itachi's ever-colder profile. In that moment, the meaning of the phrase, the hunter often appears as the prey, became clear. He'd thought himself the predator, never imagining that, in Itachi's eyes, he was the prey. Orochimaru, joining the Akatsuki, my only purpose is to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A jet-black inferno erupted in front of Orochimaru. A terrible scream tore through the night as Orochimaru writhed in agony. The flames raged on, consuming everything, while the wailing gradually faded to silence. With a deep breath, Itachi regarded Orochimaru's ruined form slumped on the ground and allowed himself a heavy sigh of relief. It's over. He trusted in his Amaterasu completely. Against these eyes, even Orochimaru's strength meant nothing. In the end, even the mighty only have one life to lose. Slowly, Itachi rose, intending to visit his parents and brother at the clan compound. But before he could leave, a chill suddenly crept up his spine, a warning from deep within. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained impassive, replying softly. If I recall correctly, the leader gave us no orders tonight. If you want to drag me off to hunt bounty nin for your own amusement, I'm afraid I have no interest, nor the time to spare. Kakuzu's brows knit in irritation, and murderous intent crackled in the air. You bothersome brat, he snarled, raising a fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi right then and there. The moment he sensed that killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to scarlet. He turned his gaze back, cold and piercing, locking onto Kakuzu's murderous glare. Kakuzu abruptly froze, though it wasn't due to any illusion cast by Itachi. Instead, it was the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes that rooted him to the spot. He dare not make a move. Humph. Kakuzu finally grunted, lowering his fist and scoffing. Won't even take the chance to make some money. What an ungrateful idiot. Do as you please. I'm leaving, he spat, and with those parting words, Kakuzu turned away, as proud and petulant as ever. I'm in a good mood today, but next time, you'd best not cross me. Itachi said nothing in response. He simply gazed into the distance, as though nothing had happened at all. But before long, another uninvited guest arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. So Kakuzu has finally left. The voice slithered out of the darkness, slick and mocking. With your partner gone, this must be the perfect moment for me to make my move. Don't you think, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned, his expression frosty and detached as he faced him. Actually, Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? And what for? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You're a threat, an ever-present danger. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru started, taken aback. As he looked into Itachi's glacial profile, he finally understood the old saying, the hunter often appears in the guise of the hunted. He had thought himself the predator, only to realize Itachi saw him as prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no words. In an instant, the black flames of Amaterasu burst forth, engulfing the space before Orochimaru. A guttural howl tore from Orochimaru's throat, raw and agonized. As the black fire raged on, his cries dwindled away into silence. A long, heavy breath escaped Itachi as he looked at the scorched, unrecognizable form collapsed on the ground. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was powerless. For even the strongest only possess a single, fragile life. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet, intending to return to his clan and see his parents and brother. But just before he could depart, a sudden, inexplicable chill crept up his spine, an instinctual warning that something was terribly amiss behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his voice calm and soft as he replied. I recall the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you intend to drag me along on one of your bounty hunts, I'm afraid I'm not interested, and I certainly have no time to spare. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his killing intent palpable. You talk too much, brat. With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant, his arm turned pitch black. He was intent on killing Itachi. Sensing this murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to crimson. He turned his gaze coldly upon Kakuzu, who stood poised to strike. For a brief moment, Kakuzu froze, inexplicably unable to act. It wasn't some ninjutsu that held him still, but rather the fathomless power hidden deep within Itachi's Sharingan. So profound that Kakuzu dared not make a move. TCH, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a chilly snort. Refuse a chance to make money, will you? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. And since I'm in a good mood today, you'd better not cross me next time. With these haughty parting words, Kakuzu turned and strutted away. Itachi offered no reply. He simply stared into the distance, as serene as if nothing had happened at all. Not long after, another uninvited guest suddenly arrived. Well, Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner gone, now's as good a time as any to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? I trust you're ready. It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned slowly, his gaze icy and indifferent as it landed on him. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You're a constant threat, and I haven't forgotten what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru was caught off guard. As he took in Itachi's ever-colder profile, he was struck by the truth of an old saying. The hunter often arrives in the guise of prey. He had thought himself the hunter, but to Itachi, he was the prey. Orochimaru, I joined Akatsuki with a single purpose, to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In front of Orochimaru, pitch-black flames erupted. A tortured howl of agony tore from Orochimaru. The black flames raged on, and gradually, the pained cries faded to silence. With a heavy exhale, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's ruined form sprawled on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Before his Sharingan, no matter how powerful Orochimaru might be, it was meaningless. After all, no matter how strong one is, a life is only ever worth so much. Itachi slowly straightened, planning to head home to see his parents and brother. But before he could leave, instinct brought him up short. A sudden chill ran down his spine, as though something unseen was lurking just behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained impassive as he replied in a calm, quiet voice. As far as I recall, the leader didn't give us any mission tonight. If you want to drag me along while you go after bounty targets for your own profit, I'm afraid I have neither the interest nor the leisure for that. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his killing intent surging. You talk too much, brat. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. The moment that murderous aura reached him, Itachi's eyes transformed from deep black to blood red. He glanced coolly over his shoulder, eyes fixed coldly on Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Kakuzu was suddenly paralyzed, for reasons he couldn't explain. He hadn't been caught by Itachi's Jinjutsu, but the fathomless power hidden within those Sharingan eyes made him hesitate. He dared not move. With a faint, disdainful grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. You'd even refuse to make some money. What an ungrateful fool. He spat. Do whatever you want. I'm leaving. And after adding, count yourself lucky my mood's good today, but you'd better not cross me next time. Kakuzu turned away with that characteristic arrogance and stormed off. Itachi offered no response, only kept gazing quietly into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. Not long after, an unexpected visitor appeared. Tisk TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. Now that your partner's gone, Itachi, this should be the perfect opportunity for me to strike. Tell me, are you ready for what's coming? It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha, Itachi slowly turned around, his expression as cold as ever as he fixed Orochimaru with his gaze. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You're a constant threat. I remember all too well what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke, last time. Orochimaru was briefly stunned. Staring at Itachi's increasingly frigid profile, he finally understood the old saying, the hunter often appears as the prey. He believed himself to be the hunter, but hadn't realized that Itachi saw him as prey all along. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting a single word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In front of Orochimaru, a roaring black flame burst forth, swallowing everything in its path. Orochimaru screamed with agony, his cries echoing, raw and tortured, through the night. The black flames raged on, but soon, those cries dwindled and faded into silence. With a low exhalation, Itachi gazed at Orochimaru's unrecognizable, collapsed form on the ground. He released a deep, steadying breath. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, not even Orochimaru, no matter how powerful, could hope to prevail. In the end, even the mightiest have only one life. Itachi rose slowly, intending to return to the clan grounds to see his parents and brother. Yet before he could leave, a sudden chill raced up his spine, the unmistakable warning of danger, prickling at his senses from behind. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied softly. As far as I remember, the leader didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you want to drag me along with you to hunt down bounty ninjas for your own gain, I'm afraid you're out of luck. I'm neither interested, nor do I have the time. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, and a murderous aura flared around him. You talk too much, brat. With that, Kakuzu lifted his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black. The killing intent was clear. He was ready to strike down Uchiha Itachi. Sensing this deadly intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to a blood-red hue in a heartbeat. He turned and met Kakuzu's gaze, his expression cold and unyielding. Kakuzu froze, though not because of any ninjutsu cast by Itachi. No, it was the overwhelming, unfathomable power hidden in the Sharingan that rooted him in place. He dared not make a move. With a grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and snorted coldly. I try to bring you along to make money, and you still refuse. You really don't know what's good for you. Forget it. Go wherever you want. I'm leaving. As it happens, I'm in a good mood today, but remember this. From now on, you'd better not get in my way. Flinging out these final words in stubborn pride, Kakuzu turned on his heel and strode off. Itachi offered no response. As if nothing had happened, he resumed, gazing quietly into the distance. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest appeared. A slick, serpentine voice echoed, well, Kakuzu finally left. Now that your partner's out of the picture, it's the perfect opportunity, wouldn't you say, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? It was Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi turned his head slowly, fixing Orochimaru with an icy, detached stare. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? What for? You're a threat to everyone. I still remember what you did to my brother Sasuke. That memory hasn't faded in the slightest. Orochimaru blinked in surprise. Looking at Itachi's cold profile, he finally grasped the meaning behind the saying, the hunter often arrives as the prey. All this time, he thought he was the hunter, never realizing that Itachi had always seen him as quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting a breath, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A mass of inky black flames ignited before Orochimaru, devouring everything in their path. Orochimaru's cries split the silence, agonized, guttural, desperate. But soon, even those dying moans faded away, swallowed by the unceasing storm of black fire. Taking a deep breath, Itachi gazed at the charred, deformed body sprawled before him. The ordeal was over. It's finished. He was certain of Amaterasu's power. Not even someone as formidable as Orochimaru could hope to withstand these eyes. In the end, the lives of the strong are fragile all the same. Slowly, Itachi rose, intending to return home to check on his parents and little brother. But just as he turned to leave, a sudden chill crept up his spine, instinctively warning him. Something ominous was waiting behind him. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his voice soft and calmly measured. I recall that the leader didn't issue us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets with you, I'm afraid I have no interest, nor do I have time to waste on such things. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his anger becoming nearly palpable. You talk too much, brat. With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arms suddenly turning jet black. He had every intention of killing Itachi right then and there. At the very instant he sensed killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to glowing crimson. He turned his gaze coldly back at Kakuzu, locking eyes with the would-be attacker. Kakuzu abruptly froze. It wasn't that he'd been caught in an illusion. Instead, it was the unfathomable power lurking within Itachi's Sharingan that made him hesitate. He dare not strike. TCH. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, scoffing. You won't even help me make money. What an ungrateful little wretch. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd best not cross me in the future. With these parting words, Kakuzu turned away in a huff, prideful and annoyed. Itachi didn't respond, simply letting his gaze drift into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. It wasn't long before another unwelcome guest suddenly arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. So Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner gone, this should be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, shouldn't it, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned slowly, his eyes icy as he looked at him. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what purpose? You're a dangerous existence. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused, noting how Itachi's profile seemed even colder and more distant. In that moment, he understood the old saying, the hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He'd thought himself the predator, yet Itachi had seen him as prey all along. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no words. He unleashed Amaterasu at once. A torrent of inky black flames erupted in front of Orochimaru. No AR. Orochimaru's agonized cries pierced the air, echoing long and loud. The black fire raged on, but gradually, his screams faded to silence. With a slow exhale, Itachi regarded Orochimaru's motionless, disfigured figure on the ground and finally allowed himself a deep breath. It's over. He was utterly confident in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, not even Orochimaru's strength could make a difference. For even the strongest only have one life. Itachi slowly stood, intending to return to his clan's compound to visit his parents and younger brother. But before he could set off, a sudden, inexplicable chill crept up his spine, as if his very body sensed that something was amiss behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi expressionlessly replied in a soft voice. As far as I recall, the leader hasn't assigned us any tasks tonight. If you want to drag me along on your personal hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time for such trivialities. Kakuzu's brows knitted tightly, and a wave of murderous intent filled the air. You talk too much, brat. As his words dropped, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in the blink of an eye, his arm turned jet black. He truly intended to kill Uchiha Itachi. Sensing the murderous intent, Itachi's onyx eyes instantly flared scarlet. He turned, and with a cold, piercing glare, fixed his gaze on Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. At that moment, Kakuzu froze, paralyzed by something he couldn't name. It wasn't ninjutsu. He simply felt the unfathomable depths of power lurking in Itachi's Sharingan. He dared not make a move. Umph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a cold snort. Won't even come make money with me. What an ungrateful kid. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but in the future, you'd best stay out of my way. With these huffy remarks, Kakuzu turned and strode away, bristling with pride. Itachi offered no response. Unruffled, he continued gazing into the distance, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived. TSK. So, Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, now's the perfect moment for me to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? Have you braced yourself? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, meeting Orochimaru's eyes with a look of cold indifference. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You've always posed a serious threat. What you did to my little brother, Sasuke, the memory is still fresh. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. As he looked upon Itachi's increasingly frigid profile, he recalled the old saying, the hunter often appears as prey. He had thought himself the predator, but now realized Itachi saw him only as the quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki is to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting another word, Itachi unleashed the black flames of Amaterasu. A searing blaze, as dark as midnight, erupted before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's scream pierced the air, agonized and unending. The black fire raged on, but soon his tormented cries faded, replaced by a suffocating silence. With a deep, heavy breath, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's collapsed, unrecognizable body. At last, he exhaled, relief mingled with finality. It's over. He had absolute faith in Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru ultimately stood no chance. After all, even the greatest warrior has but one life. Slowly rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to visit his clan's compound, to see his parents and brother. Yet, just before he could depart, a chill suddenly crept down his spine, as if some instinctual warning had flared within him. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and responded softly. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along on your personal hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have the time for your little side business. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, seething with murderous intent. You talk too much, brat. With that, he raised his fist, and instantly his arm turned pitch black. The urge to kill Itachi was all-consuming. In that same instant, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to a burning crimson. He turned his gaze directly on Kakuzu, fixing him with a cold, piercing stare. Kakuzu froze in place, paralyzed, not by Itachi's ninjutsu, but by sensing the unfathomable power hidden within Itachi's Sharingan. He dare not strike. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, scoffing coldly. Won't even come make easy money with me. You're impossible to deal with. He shot Itachi a withering glare. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. But just so you know, I'm in a good mood tonight. Next time, it might not be so pretty if you cross me. With those words tossed carelessly over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and stalked off, haughty to the end. Itachi made no reply. He simply kept gazing softly into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. But before long, another uninvited guest arrived. TSK. So Kakuzu finally took his leave. With your partner gone, this is the perfect opportunity for me, isn't it, Itachi? I hope you're ready for what comes next. The voice slithered through the night. It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly, his face etched in icy indifference. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru, he said. Waiting for me? And why would you do that? You're a walking threat. Last time you hurt my little brother Sasuke. It's something I haven't forgotten. Orochimaru paused at the words, his gaze locked on Itachi's ever-colder profile. Only now did he understand the old saying. The hunter often appears as the prey. He had come thinking himself the predator, never realizing Itachi had long seen him as the true target. Orochimaru, the very reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A guttural scream of pain tore through the stillness. The black fire raged on, relentless. Gradually, the screams faded into silence. Itachi exhaled deeply, studying Orochimaru's scorched, collapsed figure on the ground. It's over, he murmured. He had absolute confidence in Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance, because every strong soul, after all, has but one life. Itachi rose quietly, intending to visit his father, mother, and younger brother back in their clan's compound. But before he could leave, a chill crept up his spine, an unexplainable sense of foreboding, born straight from instinct. In the face of Kakuzu's brazen disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, his voice barely audible as he replied. As far as I recall, the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you're trying to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets for your own profit, I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I'm neither interested, nor do I have the time to waste on such things. Kakuzu's brows tightened, a murderous aura rising in him. You talk too much, brat, he growled. With that, Kakuzu raised his fist, the skin of his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He was ready to kill Itachi then and there. In that very moment, as the killing intent pierced the air, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a glowing scarlet. He turned his gaze back, coldly locking eyes with the would-be attacker. Kakuzu suddenly froze, his body instinctively tensing up. It wasn't a ninjutsu that had taken hold of him, but rather the unmeasurable depths of power hidden within those Sharingan eyes, so vast and ominous that he dared not lay a finger on Itachi. Umph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting with thinly veiled annoyance. Passing up the chance to make money. You really don't know what's good for you. Do as you please. I'm leaving, he snapped. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better steer clear of me in the future. With those words tossed carelessly over his shoulder, Kakuzu stomped off, bristling with reluctant pride. Itachi gave no response, merely continuing to stare into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. But before long, another uninvited presence arrived, as sudden as a chill wind. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left, huh? Your partner's gone. Seems like the perfect time for me to make my move. Tell me, Itachi, are you ready for this? That unmistakable oily voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned around slowly, his face untouched by emotion as he looked straight at him. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Oh, waiting for me? Whatever for? You are a dangerous man. The last time you hurt my little brother Sasuke is a memory that still burns bright in my mind. Orochimaru stiffened at those words, watching as Itachi's expression grew even more frigid. Only then did he truly grasp the meaning behind the saying, hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. He had fancied himself the predator, never realizing that Itachi had marked him as his quarry all along. Orochimaru, the only reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi didn't waste another word, unleashing Amaterasu in a heartbeat. A cascade of black flames surged forth, consuming the space before Orochimaru. Eahak! Orochimaru howled in agony, his scream echoing through the emptiness. The black flames continued to rage, and soon the world grew quiet once more as the wails abruptly faded. Drawing a slow, measured breath, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's smoldering, crumpled form sprawled across the ground, his features rendered unrecognizable. It's over. Itachi had absolute faith in the power of Amaterasu. Against the might of those eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru simply stood no chance. In the end, even the greatest can only die once. Rising to his feet, Itachi intended to return to his clan and check in on his parents and brother. Yet, just before taking his leave, a chill crept down his spine, a quick, instinctive warning that someone or something was lurking behind him. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. As far as I remember, the boss didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down Bounty Ninja with you, I'm afraid I'm not interested. And I don't have time to waste on that kind of thing. Kakuzu's brows furrowed, a murderous aura rising from him. You talk too much, brat. With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned jet black. He wanted to kill Itachi Uchiha. The moment Itachi sensed that killing intent, his eyes shifted from onyx to a glowing crimson. He glanced over his shoulder, returning Kakuzu's deadly stare with a cold, steady gaze. Kakuzu froze where he stood, not because he'd fallen victim to one of Itachi's illusions, but because he could feel the fathomless, overwhelming power hidden within those Sharingan eyes. It was a dangerous force, and he didn't dare make a move. Tsich. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist with a low, disdainful snort. Not even interested in making money with me. You really don't know what's good for you. Do whatever you want. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better remember this. Don't get on my bad side in the future. Flinging the words behind him, Kakuzu turned away proudly and left. Itachi made no reply. He simply gazed quietly into the distance, as though nothing had happened at all. Not long after, an unexpected guest arrived, uninvited. TSK. Well, it looks like Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner gone, this must be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, wouldn't you say, Itachi? Are you prepared for what comes next? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi Uchiha slowly turned his head, meeting Orochimaru's presence with a look as cold as winter shadow. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? What for? You're a threat, one I can't ignore. I vividly remember what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru paused at those words, staring at Itachi's profile, which was growing colder by the second. Only then did he understand the meaning behind the saying, the hunter often appears as the hunted. He had always believed himself to be the predator, never expecting that, in Itachi's eyes, he was the prey. Orochimaru, the sole reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without uttering another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu with a flick of his eyes. A surge of black flames erupted in front of Orochimaru. A guttural scream of agony filled the air. The black fire writhed and blazed on, the anguished screams soon fading into silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's ruined form, collapsed on the ground, unrecognizable. It's over. He had absolute confidence in the power of his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, Even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was powerless. After all, a strong man's life, no matter how mighty, is but one. Itachi rose quietly, preparing to return to his clan to see his parents and brother. But before he could leave, an inexplicable chill crept down his spine, his body instinctively sensing a new and silent threat behind him. Confronted by Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, replying softly. As far as I recall, the boss didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets of your own accord, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to spare. Kakuzu's brows knit together, his killing intent palpable. You insolent brat. As he spoke, he raised his fist, and in an instant, his arm turned pitch black, ready to strike. It was clear Kakuzu wanted to kill Itachi then and there. Sensing the bloodlust, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a vivid crimson. He glanced coldly over his shoulder at Kakuzu, who was about to attack. Kakuzu froze inexplicably. It wasn't Jinjutsu. It was the bottomless, unfathomable power swirling in Itachi's Sharingan that stopped him in his tracks and made him hesitate. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting coldly. Don't want to make money, huh? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. His tone prickly, he added. I'm in a decent mood today, but next time, you'd best not cross me. Tossing out these words with a haughty flip, Kakuzu turned and strode away. Itachi offered no response. He simply gazed off into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. Not long after, another uninvited guest suddenly appeared. TSK. So Kakuzu's finally gone. Now that your partner isn't here, this is the perfect chance for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? It was Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Uchiha Itachi turned slowly, his gaze frosty as he regarded him. To be honest, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And for what exactly? Orochimaru asked, arching an eyebrow. You're a constant threat. What you did to my younger brother Sasuke. I remember it clearly. Hearing this, Orochimaru hesitated, noticing how the chill in Itachi's profile seemed to deepen. Only then did he realize the truth of the saying. A hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He thought himself the hunter. How wrong he was. To Itachi, he was the prey. Orochimaru, the only reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no words. In a heartbeat, he unleashed Amaterasu. Black flames ignited and surged before Orochimaru. Aya! Orochimaru's agonized screams echoed as pain consumed him. The infernal flames only blazed fiercer, while Orochimaru's wails gradually faded into silence. Itachi exhaled quietly as he looked down at the scorched, unrecognizable form of Orochimaru collapsed on the ground. It's over. He held absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, no matter how formidable Orochimaru was, it would make no difference. After all, there is but one life for even the mightiest. Itachi slowly rose, ready to pay a visit to his parents and brother at the clan compound. Yet before he could depart, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, a foreboding sense, as if some new threat was looming just behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression did not change. He quietly replied, as far as I recall, the boss hasn't given us any assignments tonight. If you want to drag me along for your little bounty hunt, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'm not interested, and I don't have time to waste. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous air rising around him. You talk too much, brat. As he finished speaking, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm turning obsidian black in an instant. He wanted to kill Itachi. The moment Itachi sensed that killing intent, his eyes shifted from jet black to burning scarlet. He turned his head and regarded Kakuzu with a cold, measuring stare. Kakuzu froze, inexplicably rooted to the spot. It wasn't that he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions. He could feel the unfathomable depth of power hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He dared not make a move. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting with disdain. Won't even come earn money with me. Some people just don't know what's good for them. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but next time, don't get in my way if you know what's good for you. He tossed out those words with a haughty flick as he turned to leave. Itachi did not answer, simply gazing into the distance as if nothing had happened. But not long after, another uninvited guest suddenly appeared. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. Now that your partner's gone, this feels like the perfect moment for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? Are you prepared? It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi turned at a measured pace, his face growing colder as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Why is that? You're a dangerous presence. I'm not forgotten what you did to my younger brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused, thrown off by Itachi's steadily chilling profile. Only then did he realize the meaning of that old hunter's saying, "A hunter often appears in the guise of prey." He thought he was the one on the hunt, never suspecting Itachi had marked him as quarry all along. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi didn't waste a single word more. In an instant, he unleashed Amaterasu. An inky blaze erupted before Orochimaru, churning with otherworldly heat. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Orochimaru writhed in exquisite agony. The black flames kept raging long after the cries began to fade, until at last silence. Itachi watched as Orochimaru collapsed in a ruined heap, unrecognizable and broken. He let out a slow, steadying breath. It's over. Itachi had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was utterly helpless. After all, even the strongest have but one life to lose. He rose slowly, intending to return to the clan and visit his parents and little brother. But just before leaving, a cold shiver ran inexplicably down his spine. As if on some primal level, his body sensed a new threat stirring behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's blatant disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his voice soft as he replied, "As far as I recall, the boss didn't give us any orders tonight. If you're trying to rope me into hunting bounty targets with you, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm neither interested nor do I have the time to spare." Kakuzu's brows drew together in a frown, his murderous intent flaring. "You little brat, so full of yourself." As his words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, the color of his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He was prepared to kill Uchiha Itachi. But in that split second when he sensed the killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to a blood-red crimson. He turned his head slightly, directing a cold, cutting gaze at Kakuzu. A sharp, stifling silence hung in the air. Kakuzu froze, his body locking up inexplicably. It wasn't that he'd been caught in one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, it was the unfathomable, terrifying power hidden in those Sharingan eyes. Power that made him hesitate to strike. With a grunt, Kakuzu let his fist drop, scoffing coldly, "Trying to bring you along to earn some extra cash, and you don't even know what's good for you. Fine, you're lost. Suit yourself. I'm out of here." He turned abruptly, pride radiating from his posture as he tossed another warning over his shoulder. "I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better watch yourself from now on." With those harsh parting words, Kakuzu strode away, his arrogance refusing to be hidden. Itachi, for his part, offered no response. He simply stood there, gaze drifting into the distance, as if nothing had happened. But peace never lasts long. Soon after, another uninvited guest arrived, his voice slithering through the night. Well, so Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the picture, this is the perfect chance for me, isn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for this?" It was Orochimaru. Slowly, Itachi turned, his expression icy as he regarded the serpentine intruder. "In fact, Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you." "Waiting? And what exactly have you been waiting for?" Orochimaru asked, surprised. "You're a formidable threat. I haven't forgotten how you hurt my brother Sasuke last time." At Itachi's words, Orochimaru paused, the chill in Itachi's profile, making things suddenly, painfully clear. That famous saying echoed in his mind. The hunter often appears as the hunted. All this time, he thought himself the predator, but Itachi saw him as prey. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you." Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A jet-black flame erupted before Orochimaru, consuming everything in its path. Orochimaru's anguished screams tore through the silence. But soon, as the black fire raged on, his cries faded into silence. Letting out a slow breath, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's scorched and ruined figure, collapsed on the ground. "It's over," he whispered, relieved. He trusted completely in the power of his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru could do nothing. No matter how mighty, every strong heart beats only once. Rising to his feet, Itachi readied himself to return to his clan, eager to see his parents and brother again. But just as he was about to leave, a cold shiver crept up his spine, a primal warning, whispering that something was terribly wrong behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. "As far as I recall, the leader hasn't given us any assignments tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along while you hunt for bounty targets on your own, I'm afraid I'm not interested. I just don't have the time to spare." Kakuzu's brow furrowed, murderous intent swirling around him. You talk too much, brat. As his words fell, he raised his fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi right then and there. The moment he sensed this killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to a vivid scarlet. He cast a cold, sharp glare back at Kakuzu, who was preparing to strike. Kakuzu froze, inexplicably rooted to the spot. It wasn't ninjutsu that stopped him. It was the fathomless depth of power hidden in Itachi's Sharingan, a force Kakuzu dared not challenge. Oomph. Slowly lowering his fist, Kakuzu let out a disdainful grunt. You won't even come make money with me. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better remember not to cross me in the future. With those words, Kakuzu turned away in a huff, leaving with a swagger of pride. Itachi offered no response, simply gazing calmly into the distance, as if nothing had occurred. Not long after, another uninvited guest appeared, breaking the uneasy quiet. TSK. So Kakuzu is finally gone. Now that you're all alone, Itachi, this is the perfect chance for me. Wouldn't you say? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned his head slowly, his expression icy cold as he looked at Orochimaru. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what exactly? Your constant threat. I haven't forgotten what you did to my younger brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru was taken aback, staring at Itachi's face, now colder than ever. Only then did he understand the saying, the hunter often appears in the guise of prey. What he thought was a hunt was in fact the opposite. He had become the prey in Itachi's eyes. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi instantly unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames burst forth before Orochimaru. A tortured scream echoed through the air, full of pain and despair. Orochimaru howled as the black fire raged on, and gradually, his cries faded to silence. Exhaling slowly, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's half-charred, unrecognizable form sprawled on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was reduced to nothing. After all, even the greatest of the strong have but one life. Itachi rose to his feet, intending to visit his parents and brother back in the clan compound. But before he could leave, a shiver ran down his spine, a sudden, inexplicable chill from behind, as if his body itself sensed a new and unknown threat. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha's expression remained impassive as he replied in a soft voice. As far as I remember, the boss didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along on a personal errand to hunt down some bounty ninja, I'm afraid I have no interest, and certainly no time, for that sort of thing. At these words, Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous air swirling about him. You annoying little brat, he growled. With that, he raised his fist, his arm turning as black as pitch in an instant. He wanted to kill Itachi right then and there. The moment he sensed Kakuzu's bloodlust, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to vivid crimson. He shot a cold, sidelong glance at his would-be attacker, eyes icy and unyielding. Without warning, Kakuzu stopped dead in his tracks. It wasn't the effect of one of Itachi's illusions, but rather the unfathomable power lurking within those Sharingan eyes. Kakuzu hesitated, unwilling to strike. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a derisive snort. Won't even come help me make easy money. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here, he added, casting one final glare. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. Next time, don't push your luck. Having tossed out those parting words, Kakuzu turned away in a huff, striding off with wounded pride. Itachi offered no response. He stood as calm as ever, gazing off into the distance, as if nothing had happened. Before long, another unwelcome visitor appeared. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left, did he? Your partner's gone, and now it should be my perfect chance, shouldn't it? Itachi, are you ready for what's coming? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned, slowly, meeting him with that same cold, detached stare. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what exactly? Orochimaru asked. You've always been a dangerous presence. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. At this, Orochimaru paused, taking in the chill that seemed to emanate from Itachi's every word. Seeing Itachi's ever-colder profile, he suddenly realized the truth behind the saying. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought he was the hunter, never imagining Itachi already regarded him as the quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, jet-black flames erupted, engulfing Orochimaru. Orochimaru's agonized screams tore through the night. The inferno raged on, his cries slowly fading into silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's crumpled, unrecognizable form, sprawled upon the ground. A weight seemed to lift from his heart. It's over. He had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Against the power of these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. After all, no matter how strong you become, a life still hangs by a single thread. Itachi slowly rose to his feet, intending to return to his clan's compound to check in on his parents and brother. But before he could take a single step, a primal sense of unease suddenly prickled at his back, as if warning him of a new threat yet unseen. Faced with Kakuzu's rude provocation, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless as he replied quietly. I recall the leader didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you try and drag me along on your personal hunt for bounty ninja, I'm sorry, but I have neither the time nor the interest for such things. Kakuzu's brows furrowed, a murderous intent flooding the air. You insolent brat. Abruptly, he raised his fist, and his arm darkened to a deep, inky black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. In that instant, sensing the imminent threat, Itachi's eyes shifted from pitch black to a piercing crimson. He turned his gaze back, coldly locking eyes with Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. For a moment, Kakuzu froze, inexplicably unable to move. He hadn't fallen into one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes, and he dared not press forward. With a disdainful grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and sneered. You refuse to make money even when given the chance. Truly, you don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself, I'm leaving. He tossed out a few more words over his shoulder. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. In the future, you'd best not cross me. Tossing these lines behind him, Kakuzu spun around and strode off arrogantly. Itachi made no reply. He simply continued gazing off into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived. Well, so Kakuzu finally left. Without your partner around, this must be the perfect time for me to make my move, right, Itachi? Are you prepared for what's coming? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Slowly, Uchiha Itachi turned his head, his expression chilling as he met Orochimaru's eyes. In truth, Orochimaru, he said softly, I've been waiting for you. For me? And what would you be waiting for? You are a dangerous individual. I still vividly remember the last time you hurt my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru paused at that, taken aback as he glanced at Itachi's increasingly icy profile. Only now did he recall the old saying. The hunter often appears as the hunted. He had thought himself the predator, but in Itachi's eyes, he was nothing more than prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without a hint of hesitation, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. An overwhelming black flame exploded in front of Orochimaru. He screamed, a wrenching, agonized wail echoing in the darkness. The black flames burned on mercilessly until gradually all sound faded away. Releasing a heavy breath, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's ruined, slumped form, lying motionless on the ground. It's over, he murmured. Of his Amaterasu, Itachi was utterly confident. Against these eyes, not even Orochimaru, no matter how strong, could possibly survive. After all, even the mightiest only have a single life to lose. Rising slowly, Itachi readied himself to return home, to visit his parents and his younger brother. But before he could leave, a sudden, inexplicable chill crept up his spine, as if his body sensed a new threat lurking unseen behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, his voice calm and quiet. If I remember correctly, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt bounty targets for your own gain, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time to spare for that. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, and an aura of killing intent filled the air. You talk too much for a brat. As his words fell, Kakuzu drew back his fist. In an instant, his arm turned pitch black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. The moment he sensed that murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a vivid crimson. He shot a cold glance back at Kakuzu, his gaze chilling, as if daring him to move. For a brief moment, Kakuzu froze in place, stiff and unmoving. It wasn't that he had fallen into one of Itachi's illusions, but from the depths of Itachi's Sharingan, he glimpsed an unfathomable power, an abyss that sent a chill down his spine. He dare not take another step. With a grunt of frustration, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and let out a cold snort. Turning down easy money. What an ungrateful brat. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but next time, stay out of my way. Leaving these sharp words behind, Kakuzu spun around and strode away with arrogant pride. Itachi gave no further response. It was as if nothing had happened. He simply returned his gaze to the distant horizon, calm and silent. Not long after, an unexpected guest suddenly arrived. A sly, hissing voice echoed through the quiet night. Well. Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, Itachi, this must be the perfect chance for me to make my move, don't you think? Are you ready? It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly, his face as emotionless and cold as ever as he looked upon his would-be attacker. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Whatever for? You're a dangerous presence. What you did to my brother Sasuke last time is still fresh in my mind. Orochimaru started in surprise, staring at Itachi's profile, which was now colder than ever. In that moment, he finally understood the old saying, the hunter often appears as prey. He thought he'd come here to hunt, but in Itachi's eyes, he was the prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. Immediately, black flames roared up before Orochimaru, devouring everything in their path. A pained, inhuman scream tore through the night. The black fire continued its relentless onslaught, and soon, the agonized cries faded into silence. Itachi exhaled deeply, looking upon Orochimaru's unrecognizable, scorched form crumpled on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even Orochimaru's strength meant nothing at all. In the end, no matter how strong a person may be, they only have one life. Itachi slowly got to his feet, planning to return to his clan's home, to see his parents and his little brother. But before he could take a single step, a surge of cold dread rose, unbidden, at his back, an instinctive shiver that warned of danger looming behind him. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and responded softly. As far as I recall, our leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you're planning to drag me along for your own hunt against some bounty ninja, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm not interested, and I certainly don't have time to spare. Kakuzu's brows knitted together, a murderous intent suddenly flaring in his eyes. You mouthy brat. As the words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant, his arm darkened to an inky black. He truly intended to kill Itachi. The very instant that lethal intent was unleashed, Itachi's eyes shifted from their deep black to a blazing crimson. He glanced back over his shoulder, fixing Kakuzu with a cold, unflinching stare. Somehow, Kakuzu froze in place. He wasn't caught in any illusion. No, it was the unfathomable power surging within Itachi's Sharingan that made him hesitate, held back by a primal sense of dread. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a derisive snort. Passing up a chance to make money. What an ungrateful kid you are. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. And since I'm in a decent mood today, here's a bit of advice. From now on, you'd better not cross me. With those prideful words tossed over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and strode away. Itachi didn't bother to reply. He looked into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened, his gaze as deep and untroubled as ever. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived in the night, sudden and unexpected. Well. Looks like that Kakuzu fellow finally took a hint and left. With your partner gone, Itachi, this might just be the best chance I've had in a while. So are you prepared? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned his head slowly, his expression as cold as ever as he eyed his newest adversary. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? And what could you possibly be waiting for me to do? You're a threat, no doubt about it. I still remember, crystal clear, what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused, momentarily stunned by the icy cast of Itachi's features. In that moment, he finally understood the weight behind the saying. The hunter often appears as prey. He'd thought of himself as the predator, never once realizing Itachi had always seen him as the quarry. Orochimaru, my purpose in joining the Akatsuki was always, from the very start, to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning a jet-black inferno that roared up before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's agonized screams and moans ripped through the silence. But soon, as those black flames raged on, the cries faded, dwindling into eerie silence. At last, letting out a heavy, exhausted breath, Itachi gazed down at the fallen Orochimaru, whose form was now barely recognizable. It's over. Itachi had complete faith in the power of Amaterasu. Against the might of these eyes, even someone like Orochimaru was rendered powerless. In the end, even the strong have but one life to lose. Rising slowly to his feet, Itachi turned, intent on paying his family a visit to his father, mother, and little brother. But before he could leave, his instincts suddenly prickled, and a chill ran inexplicably down his spine, warning him that something was amiss behind him. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, his voice calm and quiet as he replied, "As far as I remember, the leader hasn't assigned us a mission tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets on your own, I'm afraid I have no interest. I don't have the time to waste, either." Kakuzu's brow furrowed deeply, a deadly intent swirling in the air. "You mouthy little brat," he snapped. As the words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, the skin of his arm taking on an ominous, pitch-black hue. He wanted nothing more than to murder Itachi right then and there. But in that instant, as the killing intent cut through the stillness, Itachi's eyes shifted from inky black to a crimson glow. He turned and fixed Kakuzu with a cold, unblinking stare. Kakuzu froze abruptly, as if shackled by an invisible force. It wasn't that he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions. No, it was the immeasurable depth behind Itachi's Sharingan that held him at bay, a force he dared not challenge. With a sharp exhale, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a scornful snort. "Won't even join me to earn some cash. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. If you know what's wise, you'll keep out of my way from now on." With these petulant words tossed over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned away, prideful and disgruntled. Itachi didn't reply. He simply stared off into the distance, unmoved, as if nothing at all had transpired. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived on the scene. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. "Your partner's gone, which makes this the perfect chance for me to strike, doesn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming?" It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned to look at him slowly, his expression icy and distant. "In truth, Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me? And what for? You're a dangerous existence. I still remember all too well how you harmed my brother Sasuke the last time we met." Those words gave Orochimaru pause. As he gazed upon Itachi's frostbitten profile, he finally understood the old saying, "The hunter often appears as prey." He had thought himself the predator, only to realize that, in Itachi's eyes, he was the prey. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you." "Amaterasu." Itachi wasted no words. He unleashed Amaterasu at once. A jet-black flame erupted before Orochimaru, all-consuming and inescapable. Orochimaru screamed, a guttural, torture howl, but the black fire only raged on, and his cries gradually faded to silence. With a long, heavy exhale, Itachi gazed at Orochimaru's ruined body, now collapsed on the ground beyond all recognition. At last he could breathe easy. It's over. He had absolute faith in the power of Amaterasu. Before these eyes of his, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was powerless. In the end, no matter how strong you are, you only have one life to lose. Rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to walk back to see his parents and his brother. But before he could leave, a chill, strange and sudden, crept up his spine. Some instinct warned him something was not right behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha's expression remained blank as he replied softly, "I recall the leader didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you want to drag me along on some bounty hunting for your own gain, I must decline. I'm not interested, nor do I have time for that." Kakuzu's brow knitted tightly, his aura turning deadly. "You talk too much for a brat." With those words, he raised his fist, the color of his arm darkening instantly to an inky black. The intent to kill was unmistakable. He wanted Itachi dead. But the moment that killing intent reached him, Itachi's eyes shifted from stark black to blood red. He turned, fixing Kakuzu with a cold, piercing gaze. Kakuzu froze, as if an invisible weight pressed down on him. He hadn't fallen under a ninjutsu. Rather, he sensed the unfathomable depths of power concealed within Itachi's Sharingan. He found himself unable to act. With a disdainful snort, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. "Suit yourself. Refusing a chance to make some money. How ungrateful can you be? Whatever, go or don't. I'm out of here. You're lucky I'm in a good mood tonight. Next time, you'd better watch yourself around me." Hurling out these words, Kakuzu turned with haughty indignation and strode away. Itachi offered no response. As though nothing had happened, he continued, gazing quietly into the distance. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest appeared. "TSK. The telltale drawl of Orochimaru rang out from the shadows. So, Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the picture, this is my perfect chance, isn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? Itachi looked over his shoulder with a cold indifference. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Oh, waiting for me? For what exactly? You're a threat, one I can't ignore. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru faltered, taking in the glacial set of Itachi's face. At that moment, he truly understood the old saying, the hunter often appears as prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, never realizing Itachi saw him only as prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki is simple. It was to kill you. Amaterasu. Wasting no words, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, a wave of jet-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A wail of agony tore from Orochimaru's lips, each scream more anguished than the last. The black fire devoured everything, and soon, the cries faded into silence. Heaving a heavy breath, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's collapsed, now unrecognizable form. It's over. He had unwavering confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, not even Orochimaru's strength meant anything. In the end, even the greatest of the strong have only one life. Slowly, Itachi rose, preparing to visit his family, his parents, and his brother. But before he could leave, a strange chill ran down his spine, instinctively warning him something was amiss behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha's expression remained untouched. In a soft voice, he replied, as far as I recall, the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down some wanted ninja for a personal bounty, I'm sorry. I'm not interested, and I certainly have better things to do. Kakuzu's brows knitted together, a murderous intent flaring to life. You little brat, always running your mouth. With that, he raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black. He actually meant to kill Itachi. The moment Itachi sensed that murderous intent, his eyes shifted from black to a vivid crimson. He turned his gaze over his shoulder and met Kakuzu's would-be attack with a cold, unflinching stare. Kakuzu suddenly froze in place. It wasn't that he had fallen under Itachi's ninjutsu. Rather, it was the immeasurable power he sensed hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He didn't dare to make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a frosty snort. Can't believe you're turning down an easy profit. Really ungrateful, you know that? Suit yourself. I'm out of here, he spat. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better not cross me again. With those words, Kakuzu turned away with haughty defiance and strode off. Itachi gave no reply. He simply stood there, gazing into the distance as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another unwanted guest appeared out of nowhere. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, Itachi, don't you agree this is the perfect moment for me to make my move? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Itachi turned slowly to face him, his expression as cold and distant as ever. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what reason? Your constant threat. I still clearly remember what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused, momentarily caught off guard as he watched Itachi's increasingly icy profile. Only then did Orochimaru understand the old adage. The hunter often arrives disguised as prey. He had thought he was the hunter, never expecting that Itachi saw him only as quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki in the first place was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no words. He unleashed Amaterasu without hesitation. Instantly, a mass of jet-black flames erupted in front of Orochimaru. A guttural, agonized howl filled the air as Orochimaru was swallowed by the searing black fire. The flames raged on, yet the tortured cries gradually faded away. Itachi exhaled deeply as he gazed at Orochimaru's twisted, burnt figure lying prone on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. Not even someone as formidable as Orochimaru could stand before these eyes. After all, even the mighty only have one life to lose. Itachi rose quietly, intending to visit his parents and brother in their clan's compound. But before he could leave, some instinct deep within him sent a sudden chill racing up his spine. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha kept an impassive face and replied softly. As I recall, the leader didn't give us any task for tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down some bounty ninja on your own, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm neither interested, nor do I have time to waste. Kakuzu's brow knit tightly, and a murderous aura surged from him. You talk too much for a brat, he growled. With those words, he raised his fist, his arm instantly turning pitch black. His intent was clear. He wanted to kill Itachi. Sensing that intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to a glowing crimson. In a swift motion, he turned to fix a cold, piercing gaze on Kakuzu, who was on the verge of striking. Kakuzu found himself frozen, inexplicably unable to move. It wasn't ninjutsu that bound him, but rather the fathomless power he perceived lurking within those Sharingan eyes. Suddenly, he didn't dare go through with his threat. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, let out a disdainful snort, and mocked. Won't even take the chance to earn money. What an ungrateful fool. Go if you want. I'm out of here. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. But for now on, you'd better stay out of my way. With those haughty words, Kakuzu turned on his heel and left in a whirl of pride. Itachi gave no reply. As if nothing had happened at all, he continued to gaze serenely into the distance. Not long after, another uninvited guest appeared all of a sudden. TSK. Well, it seems Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner gone, now's the perfect time for me to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for this? The sibilant voice belonged to Orochimaru. Slowly, Itachi turned to face him, his icy demeanor unshaken. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what, pray tell, for? You're a threat, Itachi said, his eyes narrowing. I still vividly remember what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused, startled by the ever-colder cast of Itachi's profile. Only then did he understand words. A hunter often appears first as prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, yet realized Itachi had always regarded him as just another target. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. With not a word wasted, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, jet-black flames roared up before Orochimaru. Eha! Orochimaru screamed in agony, writhing in the dark inferno. The black fire raged furiously, and after a moment, his screams slowly faded away. Exhaling deeply, Itachi looked down at the unrecognizable figure slumped on the ground. At last, he released a weighty, relieved sigh. It's over. He had absolute faith in Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru stood no chance. In the end, no matter how strong, a person has but one life. Slowly, Itachi stood up, preparing to return home to visit his parents and his brother. Yet before he could leave, a sudden, inexplicable chill ran down his spine, as if warning him of a new threat lurking just behind. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained stone-faced and replied in a soft voice. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along on your personal hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time to spare on such things. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, and murderous intent surged from him. You really are a mouthy brat. With those words, he raised his fist, and his arm turned pitch black in an instant. He was ready to kill Itachi right then and there. In that split second, the moment Itachi sensed the killing intent, his eyes shifted from jet black to a vivid blood red. He turned to glare coldly at Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Kakuzu froze, inexplicably rooted to the spot. It wasn't because he'd fallen into a ninjutsu. Rather, he caught a glimpse of the hidden, unfathomable power within those Sharingan eyes. Power so deep, he dared not make another move. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and let out a cold snort. Not even interested in making money. What an ungrateful wretch. Go or don't. It doesn't matter to me. I'm leaving, he snapped. I'm in a good mood today, but in the future, you'd better not test my patience. With that, Kakuzu turned sharply and walked away, his pride barely concealed. Itachi made no reply. He simply stared calmly into the distance, as if nothing of importance had just occurred. It wasn't long before another unexpected visitor arrived. TSK. So Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, this is the perfect opportunity for me, isn't it, Itachi? Tell me, are you ready? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Slowly, Itachi turned to look at him, his expression as cold and indifferent as ever. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And why would you do that? You're a dangerous threat. I remember all too well what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time. At those words, Orochimaru paused, and as he caught sight of Itachi's increasingly icy profile, a sudden realization dawned on him. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He'd fancied himself the hunter, never suspecting that Itachi saw him as the hunted. Orochimaru, the very reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A mass of inky, Black flames surged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's agonized screams reverberated through the air. The black fire raged on, burning ferociously, until his cries grew fainter and fell silent. Itachi exhaled deeply, gazing at Orochimaru's ruined body sprawled on the ground. It was finally over. He had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, not even Orochimaru's strength could save him. In the end, even the mightiest only have one life to lose. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan's compound and visit his parents and younger brother. Yet, just as he was about to leave, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, as if his very instincts had sensed a lurking danger behind him. Confronted with Kakuzu's brazen disrespect, Uchiha Itachi kept a blank expression and replied quietly. If I recall correctly, the leader didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninjas on your own time, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have the luxury to waste my efforts. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous intent flaring. You troublesome brat. As his words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, the color of his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi right then and there. At the very moment the killing intent thickened, Itachi's eyes changed from obsidian to a burning crimson as he turned his gaze, staring coldly at the would-be murderer. Kakuzu stiffened, caught off guard. Not because he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions, but because he'd sensed the fathomless power hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He no longer dared to strike. Humph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist with a disdainful snort. Won't even come along to earn some cash. You really have no sense. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. In the future, you'd best stay out of my way. With these words thrown over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned with a prideful huff and strode away. Itachi made no response. As if nothing had happened, he simply gazed quietly into the distant night. Soon after, another uninvited guest arrived without warning. TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. Your partner's away. This must be the perfect moment for me to make my move. Don't you think, Itachi? Have you braced yourself? It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi slowly turned, his face an icy mask as he looked upon his new adversary. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You're a threat, Itachi replied, and I remember clearly how you hurt my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused, staring at the ever-colder profile of Itachi, and for the first time realized the truth behind the saying, the hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought he was the predator, only to discover that Itachi had always seen him as a target. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without further words, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of jet-black flames erupted, engulfing Orochimaru. Screams of agony tore through the air, Orochimaru's voice raw and tortured. The black fire blazed relentlessly, and the wailing gradually faded into silence. Exhaling heavily, Itachi gazed at the ruined form of Orochimaru slumped on the ground. He felt a weight lift from his chest. It's over. He had absolute faith in the power of his Amaterasu. Not even Orochimaru, as formidable as he was, could stand against these eyes. After all, even the greatest only have one life to lose. Itachi slowly got to his feet, intent on returning to his clan's compound to check on his parents and younger brother. Just as he was about to leave, his instincts suddenly screamed out, a chill creeping up his back, warning him of an unseen threat lurking nearby. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged. He replied softly, As I recall, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you're trying to drag me along on your little bounty hunt, I'm afraid I have neither the interest nor the time to spare. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, murderous intent sparking in his eyes. You talk too much, brat. With those words, he raised a fist, his arm darkening to a glossy black in an instant. He fully intended to kill Uchiha Itachi right there. The very moment that deadly intent filled the air, Itachi's eyes flashed, turning from deep black to a crimson red. He glanced coldly over his shoulder at Kakuzu, whose killing intent threatened to boil over. For an instant, Kakuzu froze, unable to act, not because he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions, but by the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes. Against that force, he dared not make a move. TCH, with a heavy snort, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. You won't even come help make a little money. What a thankless wretch, he grumbled, turning away with a huff. Do whatever you want. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but from now on, you'd best not cross me. With these words tossed over his shoulder, Kakuzu stalked away, pride written across his back. Itachi offered no reply. He simply continued gazing into the distance, as though nothing at all had happened. Not long afterwards, another uninvited guest arrived without warning. A drawling, mocking voice echoed in the dark. Tisk tsk tsk. So Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, surely this is my perfect chance, isn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for what's about to happen? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned his gaze slowly, his expression as cold as ice. Truth be told, he said in a low voice, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. For me? Whatever for? Orochimaru asked, his curiosity piqued. You've always been a threat in my eyes. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time, Itachi replied, each word landing sharp as a blade. Orochimaru paused, looking at the growing frost on Itachi's profile. Only then did he truly understand the saying. The hunter often appears as the hunted. He had thought himself the predator, but in Itachi's eyes, he was only prey. Orochimaru, I joined Akatsuki for one reason, to kill you. Amaterasu. Wasting no breath on further words, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu at once. A wave of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A guttural cry of agony tore through the darkness as the black fire devoured its prey. Orochimaru's screams grew fainter, the inferno burning ever hotter. At last, all fell silent. Only the sound of the flickering flames remained. Itachi exhaled a heavy breath and looked down at Orochimaru's motionless, ruined form, sprawled on the ground. It's over, he whispered. He had absolute faith in the power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even one as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. After all, even the strongest have but one life to lose. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan to check on his parents and his brother. But before he could depart, a sudden, chilling sensation crept up his spine, a wordless warning from deep inside his soul. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his reply soft but clear. As I recall, the leader didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you want to take me along to hunt down bounty targets on your own, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I don't have the interest or the spare time for such things. Kakuzu's brow furrowed deeply, murderous intent flaring around him. You talk too much, brat. With those words, he raised his fist, his arm instantly turning pitch black. Clearly, he wanted to kill Itachi. The moment Itachi sensed that killing intent, his black eyes bled into scarlet. He turned his gaze back, meeting Kakuzu's murderous stare with a cold, unwavering look. Kakuzu froze where he stood, as if suddenly shackled by invisible bonds. It wasn't that he had fallen into Itachi's illusion. Rather, he was shaken by the unfathomable power hidden within those eyes, and found himself unable to strike. Tisich, Kakuzu slowly let his fist drop, scoffing in disdain. You don't even want to make money with me. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but in the future, you'd better make sure not to cross me. With those haughty words tossed carelessly over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and left, pride written in every step. Itachi made no reply. As if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, he continued, gazing quietly toward the distant horizon. Not long after, another uninvited guest appeared abruptly. Tisk tsk tsk. So Kakuzu finally took off. With your partner gone, it looks like the perfect opportunity for me. Tell me, Itachi, are you ready for this? The oily voice slithered through the stillness. It was Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned to face him, his expression icy and detached. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? And what for? Orochimaru sneered. You've always been a threat. I still remember what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. That wound is fresh in my memory. Orochimaru paused, eyes narrowing as he took in the chill radiating from Itachi's face. Only then did he truly grasp the meaning behind the old saying. The hunter often appears in the guise of the prey. He had fancied himself the predator, but in Itachi's eyes, he was nothing more than quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another wasted word, Itachi invoked the black flames of Amaterasu. A torrent of jet-black fire roared to life right in front of Orochimaru. A guttural scream tore from Orochimaru's lips, drawn out and racked with pain. The black flames raged on, but little by little, his screams faded into silence. Itachi exhaled a heavy, cathartic breath as he looked down at Orochimaru's ruined, crumpled form sprawled on the ground. It's over. He trusted completely in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was rendered powerless. After all, the lives of even the strongest rest upon a single, fragile thread. Itachi slowly rose to his feet, ready to pay a visit to his parents and brother back in the clan compound. But before he could depart, he was seized by an inexplicable chill across his back, a warning whispered from the primal depths of his instinct. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi showed no emotion. He replied in a soft voice, "As far as I recall, the leader issued no missions for us tonight. If you expect me to come along and hunt bounty targets with you for your own gain, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have the time for such things." Kakuzu's brows knit together, and a murderous aura surged all around him. "You talk too much, brat." He raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi right then and there. The very moment he sensed the murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from a deep black to a crimson red. He turned his gaze upon Kakuzu, icy and unwavering. Kakuzu suddenly froze. It wasn't because he'd been caught in one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, he could feel the fathomless power hidden within those eyes, and he dared not make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a cold snort. "Turning down a chance to make money. You really don't know what's good for you." He added, "Suit yourself. I'm leaving. A final warning. I'm in a good mood today, but in the future, you'd better not get in my way." With these words tossed over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and marched away, his pride stung. Itachi offered no response, only continued gazing off into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived without warning. "TSK, TSK, TSK. So Kakuzu finally left, huh? Now that your partner's not around, I'd say this is the perfect opportunity for me to make my move. Itachi, are you prepared for what's coming?" It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi slowly turned his head, his expression as cold as ever as he stared at his visitor. "In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? For what exactly? You're a dangerous existence. I remember all too well what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time." Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Staring at the growing chill on Itachi's profile, he finally understood the meaning of the saying, "The hunter often appears as prey." He had thought himself the hunter, yet Itachi had regarded him as the quarry all along. "Orochimaru, the very reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without wasting another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A jet-black fire erupted before Orochimaru, consuming everything in its path. Screams of agony tore through the air, echoing again and again. Orochimaru's wails soon faded as the black flames continued to seethe. With a heavy sigh, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's ruined and unrecognizable form sprawled on the ground. It's over. He possessed absolute faith in the power of Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as mighty as Orochimaru was utterly powerless. After all, no matter how strong one becomes, life is precious, and there is only ever one. Itachi rose to his feet, intending to return to the clan's compound and see his parents and brother. But before he could leave, a chill, almost instinctive, suddenly crept down his spine from behind. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, responding in a soft, calm voice. "As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions for tonight. If you're trying to drag me along on your personal quest to hunt bounty ninja, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I have neither the time nor the interest." Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous aura flaring up around him. "You little brat, always running your mouth." As the words fell from his lips, he raised a fist, his arm instantly turning pitch black. Kakuzu's intent was clear. He wanted to end Itachi right there. Sensing the wave of bloodlust, Itachi's eyes shifted from obsidian black to a vivid, demonic red. He turned his gaze back, his face ice cold, locking eyes with Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. For a moment, Kakuzu froze, unable to move. It wasn't that he'd been caught in Itachi's ninjutsu. Rather, he'd peered into the bottomless depths of the Sharingan and felt the overwhelming force lurking within. Suddenly, he no longer dared make a move. "TCH, Kakuzu grudgingly lowered his fist and scoffed. "Won't even let me take you to make some money. You really don't know what's good for you." He snorted in irritation. "Whatever. Go your own way. I'm leaving. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. But next time, you'd best stay out of my way." Tossing these sharp words over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and stalked off, pride bristling with every step. Itachi gave no reply, simply gazing quietly into the distance, as though nothing had happened, the world falling back into silence. It hadn't been long before another uninvited guest suddenly arrived. Well. Looks like Kakuzu has finally left. Now that your partner's gone, this is the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? I hope you're ready." It was Orochimaru's voice. Slowly, Itachi turned, fixing Orochimaru with a frostbitten stare. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Whatever for? You're a dangerous one. I still remember all too well what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru faltered, momentarily at a loss as he looked at Itachi's face, now colder than ever. Suddenly, he understood the old saying. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought he was the hunter, but in truth, Itachi had marked him for the kill. Orochimaru, joining the Akatsuki. I did it for one reason only, to eliminate you. Amaterasu. Without another word, black flames erupted and surged toward Orochimaru, engulfing him in an instant. Orochimaru howled in agony, his cries trailing and fading as the jet flames consumed him, burning hungrily and inexorably. The air quivered with their power, but soon his wail subsided. Itachi let out a slow, somber breath as he watched Orochimaru collapse, his features twisted and unrecognizable. It's over. He had absolute faith in Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as overwhelming as Orochimaru was rendered meaningless. After all, no matter how powerful one was, life only comes with a single chance. Itachi rose quietly, preparing to return to his clan's land to check on his parents and his brother. But before he could leave, a strange chill suddenly crept up his spine, as if his body itself sensed that something dangerous was lurking behind him. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unreadable as he replied softly. As far as I recall, the leader assigned us no missions tonight. If you intend to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninjas for your own ends, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have the time for such diversions. Kakuzu's brows drew together in a deep frown, his killing intent rising. You talk too much, brat. As his words faded, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm instantly turning pitch black. He wanted to kill Itachi. The moment that murderous intent surged, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to vivid crimson. He turned his gaze sharply, fixing Kakuzu with a cold look that stopped him in his tracks. Frozen, Kakuzu stared back, strangely immobilized. Not because he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions, but because the depths of his Sharingan held a power far beyond his comprehension, a force he dared not challenge. Kakuzu finally lowered his fist, snorting coldly. Won't even join me to earn some money. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. He threw these words back arrogantly, turning his back and striding away. Itachi remained silent, gazing distantly as though nothing had happened, his calm undisturbed. But peace was fleeting. Before long, another uninvited guest appeared out of nowhere. TSK. So Kakuzu's finally gone, came a hissing voice. Now that your partner's out of the way, this may be the perfect moment for me to strike. Don't you think, Itachi? Are you ready? It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly to face him, his eyes icy and detached. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for exactly? You're always a threat. I still remember all too well what you did to my brother Sasuke. Orochimaru paused at these words, staring at the intense chill in Itachi's profile. Only then did he understand the saying. Sometimes, the hunter approaches in the guise of prey. He had fancied himself the hunter, never realizing that, in Itachi's eyes, he was the hunted. Orochimaru, joining the Akatsuki, my only purpose was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed his Amaterasu. A wave of jet-black flames erupted in front of Orochimaru. A raw, agonized scream tore through the air as Orochimaru writhed in agony. The black flames raged on mercilessly, while the pained cries gradually faded into silence. With a long breath, Itachi gazed at the figure collapsed on the ground, now barely recognizable. At last, he let out a heavy sigh. It's finished. He was utterly confident in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, no matter how powerful Orochimaru was, resistance was meaningless. In the end, even the strongest have but one life. Quietly, Itachi rose, intending to visit his clan and see his parents and brother. But before he could take a step, a sudden, inexplicable chill crawled down his spine, his instincts sounding an urgent warning from behind. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha showed no emotion. His voice was calm as he replied, As I recall, the leader hasn't given us any assignments tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along on a personal mission to hunt bounty targets, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm not interested, and I've got better things to do. Kakuzu's brows knitted together, a murderous aura simmering in the air. You talk too much for a brat. With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm instantly turning pitch black. He meant to kill Itachi right then and there. The moment he felt Kakuzu's killing intent, Itachi's once dark eyes turned crimson red. Without hesitation, he glanced coldly over his shoulder at Kakuzu, who stood ready to strike. Kakuzu froze, inexplicably unable to move. It wasn't because he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions. Instead, he found himself facing the unfathomable power lurking within those Sharingan eyes, a force he dared not challenge. Tisich. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a disdainful snort. You refuse even when I'm offering you a chance to make some money. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better stay out of my way from now on. With those words, Kakuzu turned on his heel and stalked off, prideful and haughty. Itachi didn't bother to respond. He simply gazed off into the distance, as calm as if nothing had happened. But before long, another uninvited guest arrived unexpectedly. TSK. So Kakuzu's finally made himself scarce. With your partner gone, this is the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? I hope you're ready for what's coming. The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Slowly, Itachi turned his head, his eyes cold and emotionless as they fell upon Orochimaru. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Whatever for? You're a dangerous existence. I remember all too well what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru was caught off guard. As he looked at Itachi's ever-colder profile, he finally understood the phrase, a hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. He thought he was the predator, but to Itachi, he was the prey. Orochimaru, joining Akatsuki, for me, it's all about killing you. Amaterasu. Wasting not a single breath, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A mass of black flames erupted, surging hungrily toward Orochimaru. A horrific scream tore through the darkness as Orochimaru writhed in agony. The black fire blazed on, devouring everything in its path, while the screams gradually faded into silence. With a heavy exhalation, Itachi looked down at the mangled figure of Orochimaru lying motionless on the ground and finally allowed himself to breathe out in relief. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru had no hope of surviving. After all, even the strongest only have one life to lose. Slowly, Itachi rose, intending to return to his clan and see his parents and brother. Yet before he could take a single step, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. As if by instinct, he sensed a brand new danger lurking behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and replied softly, I recall our leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along on your private hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm afraid I have neither the interest nor the leisure for that. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, murderous intent flaring. You talk too much, brat. As his words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm darkening in an instant, ready to strike. He intended to kill Itachi. The moment Itachi sensed that lethal intent, his eyes shifted from midnight black to a deep, ominous crimson. He glanced coolly over his shoulder, fixing Kakuzu with a gaze sharp and cold as steel. Kakuzu froze, his body inexplicably stiffening. It was not the effect of Itachi's ninjutsu. Instead, it was the unfathomable power lurking within those Sharingan eyes, something so deep and dangerous that Kakuzu dared not make a move. With a huff, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and scoffed. Won't even come along to make money. Some people just don't appreciate opportunities. Go or don't, it's your choice. I'm leaving. The words dropped like cold iron, and with a dignified arrogance, Kakuzu turned his back and left. Itachi did not reply. He simply stared into the distance, as calm and indifferent as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived, his presence abrupt and sly. My, Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, this seems like the perfect moment for me to strike, doesn't it, Itachi? Are you prepared for what's coming? The voice was unmistakable. Orochimaru. Itachi turned his head slowly, regarding Orochimaru with a cold, impassive look. In truth, I have been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for exactly? You, Itachi answered quietly, are a threat. I have not forgotten what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time. At that, Orochimaru faltered for a moment, staring at Itachi's increasingly frost-bitten profile. In that instant, he understood the saying, the hunter sometimes appears in the guise of the hunted. He had thought himself the predator, not realizing Itachi had always seen him as prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki is to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of pitch-black flame erupted before Orochimaru. His agonized screams echoed through the night, raw and piercing. But as the dark flames continued to rage, Those cries dwindled and finally faded away. Letting out a heavy breath, Itachi gazed down at the charred, formless figure of Orochimaru, collapsed on the ground. It's over. Itachi had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru was utterly defenseless. In this world, even the strongest are granted but one life. Rising to his feet, Itachi was preparing to visit his clan's compound, to see his parents and his brother. But before he could leave, a chill crept up his spine, wordless, primal, a faint but unmistakable sense of danger from behind. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. As far as I recall, the boss hasn't issued us any orders tonight. If you want to privately drag me along to hunt down bounty targets with you, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, and I don't have that kind of spare time. Kakuzu's brows furrowed, and a murderous aura filled the air. You talk too much, brat. As the words left his mouth, he raised his fist, the color of his arm instantly turning pitch black. He clearly intended to kill Itachi then and there. In the split second that murderous intent surged, Itachi's eyes shifted from darkness to a vibrant crimson as he glanced back over his shoulder, coldly meeting Kakuzu's gaze just as he was about to strike. For a moment, Kakuzu froze where he stood. It wasn't that he'd been caught in one of Itachi's genjutsu. Rather, it was the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He didn't dare to make a move. With a huff of disdain, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and scoffed. Won't even help me make some quick money, huh? Typical. Just don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. He tossed these words over his shoulder with a proud twist, then strode away without another glance. Itachi offered no response. He simply gazed into the distance as if nothing had happened, his demeanor as calm as ever. Not long after, yet another uninvited guest appeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. So, Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, now's the perfect moment for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? I hope you're prepared. It was Orochimaru's voice. Slowly, Uchiha Itachi turned to face him, his expression as cold and distant as ever. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what exactly for? Orochimaru asked, amusement flickering in his tone. You are a constant threat, Itachi said quietly. And I remember all too clearly what you did to my brother, Sasuke, last time. Orochimaru hesitated, staring at Itachi's ever-colder silhouette. It was in that instant he understood the old saying, a hunter often appears as prey. He'd thought of himself as the predator, only to realize Itachi saw him as the quarry. Orochimaru, the only reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of jet-black flames erupted before Orochimaru, swallowing him whole. Orochimaru's agonized screams echoed through the air. Soon enough, though the black fire continued to rage, those anguished cries slowly died away. With a deep exhale, Itachi gazed at the charred, unrecognizable form of Orochimaru, sprawled across the ground. At last, he let out a sigh of relief. It's over. He had absolute faith in the power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, no matter how formidable Orochimaru might be, it was meaningless. After all, even the mightiest only have one life to lose. Itachi rose to his feet, ready to return home to see his parents and brother. Yet just before stepping away, a strange instinct flared within him, a chill creeping unmistakably along his spine. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unreadable. In a quiet voice, he replied, as far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions for tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along for your personal hunt for bounty ninja, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, and I don't have time to waste on that. Kakuzu's brows furrowed, and a murderous aura surged around him. You talk too much, brat. With those words, he raised his fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He was ready to kill Itachi. Sensing the murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a piercing crimson. He glanced back coldly, fixing Kakuzu with a chilling stare. For a second, Kakuzu froze, strangely unnerved. It wasn't that he'd fallen under an illusion. Rather, he felt the unfathomable power swirling within Itachi's Sharingan, and he dared not make a move. With a gruff snort, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and muttered, You won't even go make money. What an ungrateful fool. Go or stay, it's your choice. I'm leaving. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. Next time, you'd better stay out of my way. With those words, Kakuzu turned on his heel, storming off with a haughty air. Itachi didn't respond. He simply gazed into the distance, as if nothing had happened. Before long, another uninvited guest arrived, breaking the silence. Well. So Kakuzu's finally gone. Without your partner around, this is a perfect chance for me to strike, isn't it, Itachi? Tell me, are you ready? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, his face as cold as ever as he regarded Orochimaru. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? Waiting for what? You are a constant threat. I vividly remember what you did to my brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru paused, taken aback as he noticed the ever-icier look on Itachi's face. In that moment, he understood all too well what it meant when they said, a hunter often appears disguised as prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, but Itachi had truly been hunting him all along. Orochimaru, the only reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. Black flames erupted before Orochimaru, swallowing him whole. Orochimaru's furious shrieks echoed through the night. Aowiwa. The black flames continued to rage long after his cries faded into silence. With a heavy sigh, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's collapsed, unrecognizable form and let out a long breath. It's over. He had absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, not even Orochimaru, for all his strength, stood a chance. After all, a powerful foe still has only one life. Rising slowly, Itachi made ready to visit his parents and brother back in the clan compound. But just before he could leave, he felt, as if by instinct, a sudden chill creeping up his spine, warning of something unseen behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's insolence, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his reply quiet and calm. As I recall, the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you want to take me along to hunt down bounty ninjas on your own, I'm afraid I'm neither interested nor do I have the leisure time for it. A deep scowl creased Kakuzu's brow, murderous intent coursing through him. You talk too much, Brad. With that, he raised his fist, and in an instant his arm darkened as if cloaked in obsidian. Kakuzu was ready to kill Itachi. The moment he sensed this killing intent, Itachi's black eyes shifted, bleeding into a burning crimson. Coldly, he turned his gaze back, staring icily at the would-be murderer. Kakuzu froze, paralyzed but not by any jinjutsu. What held him wasn't a trick of illusion, but the abyssal power hidden within Itachi's Sharingan. For a brief moment, Kakuzu dared not strike. He slowly lowered his fist, letting out a cold snort. Not even interested in making money. Huh? You don't know a good thing when you see it. Well, suit yourself. I'm leaving. And since I'm in a generous mood today, let me give you a warning. You'd do well to stay out of my way from now on. With this display of wounded pride, Kakuzu spun on his heel and left. Itachi did not respond. He simply gazed into the distance, a silent specter, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest appeared without warning. Well. Finally, that Kakuzu is gone. With your partner out of the way, this seems like the perfect moment for me to make my move, doesn't it, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? It was the unmistakable voice of Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned his head, fixing Orochimaru with an icy, indifferent stare. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. For me? Waiting for what exactly? You're a threat. I still haven't forgotten how you hurt my younger brother, Sasuke, last time. Hearing this, Orochimaru paused, watching the line of Itachi's face grow colder and sharper. For the first time, Orochimaru understood. The hunter often arrives disguised as prey. He'd thought himself the predator, but Itachi saw him only as prey. Orochimaru, the real reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. An inky, black flame erupted at Orochimaru's feet. Orochimaru's agonized screams rang out, raw, desperate. The black fire continued to blaze, and soon, even those pained cries faded to silence. Taking in Orochimaru's scorched, collapsed form, Itachi exhaled, the weight of tension lifting from his chest. It's over. In his eyes, there wasn't a sliver of doubt. Amaterasu would not fail him. Even Orochimaru, for all his strength, was no match for the power in Itachi's eyes. After all, no matter how powerful, a strong man has but one life. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan, to see his parents and his brother. But just as he was about to leave, a shiver ran unexpectedly down his spine, a chill, cold and unfamiliar, as though his very instincts were warning him. Uchiha Itachi, unfazed by Kakuzu's disrespect, replied in a soft voice, his face devoid of emotion. As far as I recall, the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along with you to hunt down bounty targets of your own, I'm afraid I must decline. I have neither the time nor the inclination for such things. Kakuzu's brow furrowed with irritation, his murderous intent surfacing. "You talk too much for a brat." Before his words even faded, Kakuzu raised his fist, and his arm darkened instantly, as if cloaked in pitch black. He intended to kill Itachi right then and there. Sensing the surge of murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a vivid crimson. He glanced over his shoulder, utterly calm, and fixed Kakuzu with a cold, unwavering stare. In that split second, Kakuzu froze. It wasn't Jinjutsu that restrained him. He simply felt the inscrutable, overwhelming power lurking within Sharingan. He dare not make another move. Humph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and let out a disdainful snort. "Can't believe you'd refuse a chance to make money. What an ungrateful fool. Suit yourself. I'm leaving." He tossed the words back, prideful, then turned and strode away. Itachi made no reply. He simply continued gazing distantly ahead, as if nothing at all had happened. But peace was short-lived. Not long after Kakuzu's departure, another uninvited guest suddenly arrived. A mocking voice slithered out. "Tisk tsk?" So Kakuzu finally left. "With your partner gone, this is the ideal moment for me to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? Tell me, are you prepared?" It was Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned his head, his expression icy, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru. "In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Oh, waiting for me? In what for, may I ask?" "You are a threat. I remember all too well how you hurt my brother Sasuke the last time we met." Orochimaru faltered for a moment, staring at the ever-colder profile of Itachi's face. At last, he seemed to understand the proverb, "The hunter often arrives disguised as prey." He had thought himself the predator, never suspecting that Itachi had always seen him as the target. "Orochimaru, the very reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without a single wasted word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A tempest of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru, devouring everything in their path. Orochimaru's screams burst forth, savage and desperate. The black fire raged on as his cries withered away. Itachi watched Orochimaru collapse to the ground, his form twisted beyond recognition. Exhaling heavily, Itachi finally allowed himself a moment's relief. It's over. He trusted absolutely in the power of Amaterasu. Against these eyes, it made no difference how powerful Orochimaru was. There could only be one end. A true shinobi only ever has one life to risk. Rising quietly to his feet, Itachi prepared to visit his parents and brother in the clan compound. But just as he was about to leave, an inexplicable chill crawled down his spine, pure instinct warning him of a new threat lurking behind. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, responding in a soft voice. "I recall that the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets on your own, I'm afraid I'm not interested, and I don't exactly have time to spare." Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his killing intent palpable. "You're a real mouthy brat." As he spoke, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in the blink of an eye, his arm turned pitch black. He was ready to kill Itachi. In the instant that intent to kill flared, Itachi's eyes changed, dark onyx shifting to a burning crimson. He turned his gaze coldly upon Kakuzu, a look that froze a would-be murderer in his tracks. A strange tension seized Kakuzu. It wasn't a Jinjutsu holding him. Rather, it was the forbidding, unknowable power lurking within those Sharingan eyes. He didn't dare make a move. "Umph." Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and snorted. "Don't even want to make money when you're offered a chance. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here." He tossed down those words with a proud flick of his coat and strode away haughtily. Itachi offered no response, simply gazing quietly off into the distance, as if nothing had transpired. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest appeared, cutting through the silence. "Tisk tsk." So Kakuzu finally took his leave. "Now that your partner is gone, this is the perfect opportunity for me to strike, isn't it, Itachi? I hope you're prepared." The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned his head, his expression cold as ever. "Truth is, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? Waiting for what?" "You're a threat. I haven't forgotten what you did to my little brother Sasuke last time." Orochimaru faltered, thrown off by the chill in Itachi's eyes. Only then did he grasp the meaning behind the saying, "The hunter often appears as prey." All along, he had fancied himself the hunter. Little did he know, in Itachi's eyes, he was the prey. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Itachi wasted no words. Black flames erupted instantly, blazing between him and Orochimaru. A terrible cry tore from Orochimaru in agony. Soon, the inky fire continued to rage, but the anguished wailing faded away. Itachi let out a long breath as he looked at Orochimaru's collapsed, disfigured form lying at his feet. It's over. He had total confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru could not withstand it. After all, no matter how strong, a person's life is still only one. Rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to visit his parents and brother back in the clan compound. But before he could take his leave, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill crawling up his back, a warning from his very instincts. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi replied in a quiet, emotionless voice, "As far as I remember, the leader didn't assign us any missions for tonight. If you want to drag me along while you hunt down bounty targets on your own time, sorry, I'm not interested. And frankly, I don't have the luxury of spare time for that." Kakuzu's frown deepened, the air around him thick with murderous intent. "You talk too much, brat." As the words left his lips, Kakuzu raised his fist, and his arm turned pitch black in an instant. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi right there. Sensing the killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from midnight black to a burning crimson. He looked back over his shoulder and fixed Kakuzu with a cold, unwavering gaze. For a moment, Kakuzu froze, inexplicably unable to carry through with his attack. It wasn't ninjutsu that had stopped him, but rather the overwhelming, unfathomable power he felt lurking within the depths of Itachi's Sharingan. He didn't dare make a move. With a scoff, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. "If you won't even bother to help me make some money, you're more trouble than you're worth," he grumbled. "Suit yourself, I'm leaving." He paused, tossing out one last warning. "You're lucky I'm in a good mood tonight. Next time, you'd better watch yourself." With those prideful words, Kakuzu spun on his heel and stormed away. Itachi offered no reply, only continuing to gaze off into the distance, as if none of this had disturbed him in the slightest. But before long, another uninvited guest arrived unexpectedly. Well. So Kakuzu finally left. "With your partner out of the way, I suppose this is the perfect moment for me to strike, wouldn't you say, Itachi? Tell me, are you prepared?" It was Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Slowly, Uchiha Itachi turned to face him, eyes cold and unreadable. "In fact," Itachi said quietly, "I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? Whatever for? You are a constant threat. I remember all too clearly what you did to my brother Sasuke the last time we met." Orochimaru faltered at those words, his gaze falling on the chill etched into the side of Itachi's face. Only now did he understand the saying. Often, the hunter appears in the guise of prey. He had assumed he was stalking Itachi, never realizing Itachi had seen him as his quarry from the start. "Orochimaru," Itachi's voice was calm and final. "The only reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." There was no hesitation. At once, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A wave of pitch-black flames erupted, consuming the space before Orochimaru. A shriek of agony tore through the night as Orochimaru writhed in pain. The black fire raged on, but soon, the anguished cries faded to silence. Letting out a heavy sigh, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru, defeated and unrecognizable on the ground. "It's over." Itachi trusted absolutely in Amaterasu, in the unfathomable might of his eyes. Even a monster like Orochimaru was powerless before this. After all, even the mightiest have but one life. Rising slowly to his feet, Itachi prepared to return to his clan, to see his parents and his brother. But before he could leave, a sudden chill crept up his spine, a primal instinct, warning him that something ominous was lurking behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's open disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, his voice soft and calm. "As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along on your own to hunt down some bounty ninja, I'm afraid you'll have to go without me. I don't have that kind of free time, nor the interest." Kakuzu's brows knit together, a wave of murderous intent surging from him. "You talk too much for such a brat." As the words fell, he raised his fist, and in an instant, the skin of his arm turned pitch black. He truly intended to kill Itachi. The moment he sensed that killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from inky darkness to a glaring crimson. He turned back, coldly meeting Kakuzu's lethal gaze. Kakuzu froze. It wasn't that he'd been caught in one of Itachi's illusions. What paralyzed him was the unfathomable power he sensed hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He dared not make his move. "Umph." Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting in disdain. "You turned down even the chance to make money. What an ungrateful fool." He spat out the words and spun on his heel, his pride wounded. "Suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but next time, you'd better stay out of my way." With that, Kakuzu stalked off, leaving only the chill of his presence behind. Itachi didn't reply. He simply gazed quietly into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest arrived, footsteps soft and serpentine. TSK. Kakuzu's finally gone. Now that your partner isn't here, this seems like the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? Have you steeled yourself for what's to come? It was Orochimaru's voice, sly and lingering. Itachi slowly turned around, his face cold and unmoved as he regarded him. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? What for? You're a constant threat. I vividly remember what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru paused, unsettled by the glint of ice across Itachi's expression. Only then did he grasp the meaning of the words. A hunter often appears under the guise of prey. He'd assumed himself the predator, never expecting that, in Itachi's eyes, he was the hunted. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no words. With a single motion, he unleashed Amaterasu. A jet of black flames erupted before Orochimaru, consuming everything in its path. Orochimaru's anguished screams echoed through the silence, but even as the pitch-black fire raged on, the pained cries gradually faded away. Itachi exhaled a long, heavy breath as he looked down at the smoldering ruin that had been Orochimaru. It's over, he whispered, weary but certain. He had absolute confidence in the power of Amaterasu. No matter how formidable Orochimaru might be, before these eyes, it meant nothing. In the end, even the strongest only have one life to lose. Itachi rose slowly, preparing to return home and visit his parents and brother. But before he could leave, a sudden chill crept across his back, a primal warning, sharp and impossible to ignore. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained impassive as he replied quietly. As I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down Bounty Nin for your personal gain, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to waste on that. Kakuzu's brows knitted tightly, a deadly intent beginning to radiate from him. You little brat, always running your mouth. With that, he raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black. He clearly meant to kill Itachi. The instant he sensed killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from inky darkness to a glowing crimson. He glanced back coldly, locking eyes with the would-be killer. Kakuzu froze inexplicably, not because he had fallen under one of Itachi's illusions, but because he could sense the unfathomable power pulsing beneath those Sharingan eyes. He dare not make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, scoffing, "Won't even join me in making money? You really don't know what's good for you. Go if you want. I'm leaving. Count yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. Next time, you'd better not cross me." With those words tossed down, Kakuzu turned away, haughtiness in every step. Itachi offered no response, gazing into the distance as if nothing at all had transpired. Before long, another uninvited guest made their sudden appearance. Now, Kakuzu's finally left. With your partner gone, Itachi, this must be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, don't you think? Are you prepared? It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi turned slowly toward him, his face colder than ice. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? What for? You're a threat that must be dealt with. I still remember what you did to my brother Sasuke. That wound is fresh in my mind. Orochimaru flinched at the words, his eyes lingering on Itachi's ever-colder profile. In that moment, he understood. Hunters so often appear in the guise of their prey. He'd thought himself the hunter. He hadn't realized Itachi saw him only as quarry. Orochimaru, the real reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted not a single word. The black flames erupted in an instant, surging before Orochimaru. A guttural, agonized scream ripped the air as Orochimaru writhed in pain. The black fire roared hungrily on, but soon the screams fell silent. Exhaling deeply, Uchiha Itachi gazed at Orochimaru's collapsed, burnt figure. He finally allowed himself a heavy breath. It's over. He had absolute trust in his Amaterasu. No matter how formidable Orochimaru had been, those eyes rendered strength meaningless, because in this world, even the strongest are given but one life. Slowly, he got to his feet, intent on visiting his parents and brother back at the clan compound. Yet before he could leave, a shiver of instinct gave him pause. An inexplicable cold crept up his back. Faced with Kakuzu's blatant disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, replying softly. As I recall, the leader hasn't given us any missions for tonight. If you're trying to drag me along for your little bounty hunting spree, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm neither interested nor in the mood. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous aura filling the air. You insolent brat. As he spoke, he raised his fist, and in an instant, his arm darkened, taking on the ominous color of obsidian. He was genuinely ready to kill Itachi. The very moment Kakuzu's intent to kill became clear, Itachi's eyes shifted, black giving way to a deep, blood-red glow. He turned his head coldly, locking eyes with the would-be assassin. His gaze was chilling, hard as steel. Kakuzu froze on the spot, struck silent. It wasn't a jinjutsu. There was no illusion at play. Rather, it was the unfathomable power hidden within those Sharingan eyes that made him hesitate, afraid to make a move. TCH, Kakuzu eventually lowered his fist, letting out a cold huff. You won't even come with me to earn some money. What an ungrateful brat. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better not cross me again. Spewing these words like bitter medicine, Kakuzu turned on his heel and stalked away, his pride wounded. Itachi made no effort to respond. He simply gazed into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. It wasn't long before another unexpected guest arrived. TSK. So, Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, I'd say this is the perfect moment for me. Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? The voice was unmistakably Orochimaru's, oily, sinister, and all too eager. Itachi turned slowly, his expression cold as ever, his eyes unfazed by the threat before him. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Oh, waiting for me? And what exactly for? You are a dangerous man. The last time you hurt my younger brother Sasuke. That's something I haven't forgotten. Orochimaru paused at those words, staring at the increasingly glacial profile of his opponent. Only then did he understand that old saying, the hunter often arrives as prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, never realizing Itachi saw him as the quarry. Orochimaru, I joined Akatsuki for one reason, to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no time, unleashing Amaterasu with lethal calm. Suddenly, a mass of jet-black flames erupted, swirling with furious intensity before Orochimaru. A terrible scream tore through the night, raw and agonized, as the black fire consumed its target. Quickly, the flames continued to rage, while those anguished screams faded, stuttering, until silence claimed them. Exhaling heavily, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru, now reduced to an unrecognizable, crumpled heap on the ground. At last, he allowed himself to relax, however briefly. It's over. He had absolute faith in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was nothing, powerless in the face of certain death. After all, no matter how mighty, every life has but one ending. Itachi rose quietly, intending to go home, perhaps to see his parents and his brother. Yet before he even set out, a primal sense of unease prickled down his spine, as if some hidden danger lurked just behind him. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his voice low and calm. As far as I recall, the boss didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you want to drag me along for some side, job hunting bounty ninja, I'm sorry, you'll have to go alone. I'm neither interested nor free for that sort of thing. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his killing intent spilling out like a shadow. You talk too much for a brat. With those words, Kakuzu drew his fist back, and the color of his arm darkened to a deep, inky black. He intended to kill Itachi right there and then. At the very instant that murderous intent filled the air, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to a burning crimson. In a swift motion, he turned, meeting Kakuzu's murderous stare with a cold, unwavering glance. Kakuzu, without warning, froze in place. It wasn't that he'd fallen into one of Itachi's illusions. No, it was the fathomless power lurking in the depths of that Sharingan that made him hesitate. He did not dare to strike. Kakuzu lowered his arm, scoffing with icy disdain. Won't even come make money with me. You got no sense. What a waste. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a decent mood today. Next time, you're better off not crossing me. Having flung these words behind him, Kakuzu turned away in his usual prideful manner, stalking off without another glance. Itachi made no comment, merely stared quietly into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. Before long, another uninvited guest emerged from the shadows. TSK. So, Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, this seems like the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, doesn't it, Itachi? Are you ready? The voice belonged to none other than Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly, his gaze as cold as frost. Actually, Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? And what could you be waiting for? You're a threat I can't ignore. I haven't forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru's eyes widened for a split second as he saw the frost harden on Itachi's features. In that moment, he understood the old saying, the The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had considered himself the predator, but now, it was Itachi who saw him as the hunted. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted not a single word. In the blink of an eye, flames as black as midnight roared to life in front of Orochimaru. The air filled with Orochimaru's agonized shrieks, cries that pierced the darkness. The unnatural fire raged on, but soon, the wailing faded into silence. Breathing out, Itachi looked down at the scorched and ruined figure collapsed at his feet. He finally allowed himself a heavy sigh. It's over. His faith in Amaterasu was absolute. Against these eyes, not even Orochimaru, with all his strength and plotting, stood a chance. After all, even the strongest only have one life to lose. Itachi rose to his feet, intent on returning home, to visit his parents and brother. Yet, even as he turned to leave, his instincts pricked. A sudden, chilling sense crept up his spine from behind. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi showed no emotion and replied softly, I recall the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets for your own gain, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. I have neither the time nor the inclination. Kakuzu's brow furrowed with irritation, murderous intent swirling in the air. You mouthy little brat. As the words fell, Kakuzu raised his fist, his forearm instantly turning a sinister black. He was ready to kill Uchiha Itachi. The moment he sensed such bloodlust, Itachi's eyes shifted from obsidian to a fiery red. He turned, coldly locking eyes with Kakuzu, who stood poised to strike. For a second, Kakuzu was frozen in place. It wasn't a jinjutsu that held him, but the overwhelming force and unfathomable depth lurking within Itachi's Sharingan. He dared not move against him. With a low, dismissive grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and sneered, not even willing to help earn some money. You really don't know what's good for you. Well, do as you please. I'm leaving. He added one last warning. I'm in a good mood today, but next time, you'd better stay out of my way. With those proud words, Kakuzu turned and strode off. Itachi offered no response. He simply gazed quietly into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. Before long, another unwelcome presence arrived. A mocking, hissing voice echoed through the silence. Tsuke. At last, Kakuzu's gone. With your partner out of the way, this must be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, right, Itachi? Are you prepared for what's coming? It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned his head slowly, meeting Orochimaru's eyes with a chilling indifference. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? Waiting for what exactly? Orochimaru asked, a note of uncertainty in his tone. You're a dangerous existence. I still remember vividly what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru stiffened at those words. Gazing at Itachi's increasingly icy profile, he finally understood the meaning of the phrase, the hunter often appears as prey. He thought he was the predator, yet Itachi saw him as the quarry. Orochimaru, the real reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Wasting not a single breath, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, a mass of jet-black flames surged up before Orochimaru, burning with unearthly ferocity. No. Orochimaru screamed, twisting and writhing in agony. Soon, though the black fire continued to blaze, his cries faded to silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi looked upon the charred, collapsed form that was all that remained of Orochimaru, and let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's done. He had immense faith in the power of his Amaterasu. Against the might of these eyes, not even Orochimaru stood a chance. No matter how strong, in the end, one's life is singular, and once lost, it is gone for good. Rising silently, Itachi prepared to return to his clan to see his parents and younger brother. Yet just before he could leave, a sudden chill crept up his spine, a primal sense of danger he could not explain, as if some unseen threat was lurking just behind him. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and replied softly. As I recall, the leader hasn't given us any missions tonight. If you're trying to drag me along to hunt bounty ninjas with you, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I have neither the interest nor the time for such things. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, and a murderous aura flared up. You talk too much, brat. As the words fell from his lips, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black. He wanted to kill Itachi. Sensing the killing intent, Itachi's eyes transformed from their deep black into a vivid red. He turned his head sharply, his gaze as cold as a blade, locking eyes with Kakuzu, who was on the verge of attacking. Kakuzu suddenly froze, paralyzed by something he couldn't explain. It wasn't some illusion from Itachi's Sharingan. Rather, it was the unfathomable power lurking within those crimson eyes that stopped him in his tracks. He didn't dare to make a move. With a low, disdainful grunt, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. Won't even come earn money with me. You really don't appreciate an opportunity when you see one. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd best stay out of my way from now on. With those sharp, prideful words, Kakuzu spun on his heel and strode away. Itachi gave no response. He simply stared off into the distance, lost in thought, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Before long, yet another uninvited guest appeared. A sly, taunting voice echoed through the silence. My, Kakuzu finally left, I see. Now that your partner isn't around, this should be the perfect opportunity for me to make my move, don't you think? Itachi, are you ready for what's coming? It was Orochimaru's voice. Slowly, Uchiha Itachi turned his head and gazed at him coldly. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Whatever for? You are an ominous, threatening presence. I remember all too well what you did to my brother Sasuke last time. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, staring at Itachi's chilling profile. Only then did he grasp the meaning behind the old saying, the hunter often appears as the prey. He had believed himself the hunter, but Itachi saw him as the prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A mass of black flames surged forth, engulfing Orochimaru. Agonized screams burst out as the searing fire consumed him. The black fire raged on, but the screams eventually faded into silence. Exhaling a deep breath, Itachi looked down at the ruined form of Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, his face unrecognizable. It's over. He held absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. In the face of these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru was powerless. After all, no matter how strong one is, a person only has one life. Itachi rose slowly, preparing to return to his clan to see his parents and his brother. But before he could leave, a chill crept down his spine, a sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if by instinct warning him something wasn't right behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, replying softly. As far as I recall, the leader hasn't given us any assignments tonight. If you're thinking about dragging me off to hunt down bounty targets for your own gain, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. I have neither the interest nor the leisure for that. Kakuzu's brow nodded, murderous intent radiating from him. You really are a mouthy brat. As the words fell, he raised his fist, and, almost instantly, his forearm turned pitch black. He wanted to end Itachi right there. The moment he sensed this intent to kill, Itachi's eyes shifted from deepest black to a vivid crimson. He turned his head, meeting Kakuzu's deadly glare with a frigid, unwavering gaze. For a split second, Kakuzu froze. It wasn't that he'd stumbled into one of Itachi's illusions. Rather, what held him was the unfathomable power he sensed within those Sharingan eyes, a force so profound that he dared not make a move. With a scoff, Kakuzu slowly dropped his fist and said coldly, "Don't want an easy way to make money, do you? You really don't know what's good for you. Whatever, go on and suit yourself. I'm leaving. And since I'm in a good mood tonight, here's some advice. You'd better not cross me in the future." With those cutting words, Kakuzu turned and left, prideful as ever. Itachi gave no response. He simply continued to gaze quietly into the distance, as though nothing at all had happened. It wasn't long before another unexpected guest arrived. A drawling, taunting voice cut through the silence. Well, looks like Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner gone, wouldn't you say now is the perfect time for me to make my move? Itachi, have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned his head and measured calm, his face devoid of emotion as his eyes met Orochimaru's. To tell the truth, he said quietly, I've been expecting you, Orochimaru. Oh, expecting me? And why is that? You're a constant threat, and I still clearly remember how you hurt my younger brother, Sasuke, last time. Orochimaru's expression shifted at these words, and as he looked at Itachi's increasingly cold profile, a realization dawned on him. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He'd fancied himself the hunter, never dreaming that Itachi saw him as the quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Wasting no more words, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, an all-consuming black flame erupted before Orochimaru. A spine-chilling scream rang out as Orochimaru was swallowed by the eerie blaze. The black fire roared on, devouring all, until at last the agonized cries subsided into silence. Itachi let out a heavy breath as he gazed down at Orochimaru's ruined form, now crumpled and barely recognizable. It's over. Itachi had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, no matter how formidable Orochimaru might be, it was utterly meaningless. After all, even the strongest opponent has but one life. Rising quietly, Itachi turned to head back, wanting to visit his parents and his brother in their clan compound. Yet, just as he was about to leave, a shiver ran down his spine, a warning rising from the depths of his instincts. Facing Kakuzu's blatant disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained impassive, his voice soft and measured as he responded. As far as I recall, the leader gave us no mission tonight. If you're trying to drag me off on your little hunt for bounty ninjas, then I'm afraid I have neither the time nor the interest. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. You talk too much for such a brat. As the words left his lips, he raised his fist, and his arm darkened instantly to a slick, obsidian hue. He meant to kill Uchiha Itachi right then. But in that very instant, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to a blazing scarlet. He turned and leveled a cold gaze at Kaku, who was just about to strike. Kakuzu froze, rooted to the spot by something he could not name. It wasn't that Itachi had caught him in a genjutsu. No, it was the unfathomable power simmering in those Sharingan eyes, a depth Kakuzu dared not challenge. TCH, Kakuzu finally lowered his fist, letting out a disdainful huff. Turning down the chance to earn some money. What a thankless little wretch you are. He spat, rolling his eyes. Whatever. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. He stalked off brusquely without a backward glance, tossing his last words over his shoulder. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd best not cross me again. Itachi did not answer. He simply let his gaze drift into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived without warning. Well. Kakuzu finally took his leave. With your partner gone, I believe this is the perfect chance to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself? It was Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Itachi turned his head slowly to regard him, face devoid of emotion. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what exactly for? Orochimaru asked, curiosity tinged with caution. You're a dangerous presence, and the last time you harmed my brother, Sasuke, I haven't forgotten. Hearing this, Orochimaru faltered for a moment. Staring at Itachi's ever-colder profile, he suddenly grasped the truth of the saying. The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought himself the predator, never realizing that, in Itachi's eyes, he had always been the prey. Orochimaru, my purpose in joining Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. Instantly, pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A spine-chilling wail cut through the air as Orochimaru writhed in agony. The black flames blazed on, wild and unstoppable, even as the last of his cries faded into silence. Itachi exhaled deeply, gazing down at Orochimaru's twisted form, collapsed and unrecognizable on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in Amaterasu. Against these eyes, not even a monster like Orochimaru stood a chance. After all, no matter how powerful, a life can only be lost once. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet, intent on returning to the clan's home to see his parents and Sasuke. But before he could leave, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, a primal warning whispering of the danger behind him. Facing Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained blank as he replied softly. I recall the leader didn't give us any assignments tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninja for your own gain, I'm afraid you're on your own. I have neither the patience nor the time for it. Kakuzu frowned, a murderous intent filling the air. You talk too much for a brat like you. As the words left his mouth, he raised his fist, and his arm instantly darkened, turning jet black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. The instant he sensed this lethal intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from pitch black to blood red. He turned sharply, his gaze icy cold as he stared down Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Kakuzu froze in place. It wasn't because he'd fallen for one of Itachi's illusions. It was the unfathomable power lurking within those Sharingan eyes that stopped him in his tracks. He dared not make a move. Slowly, Kakuzu lowered his fist and let out a cold snort. Can't believe you'd pass up a chance to make money. You really are an ungrateful fool. He sneered. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. You'd better not cross me again. Just remember, I'm in a good mood today. With these disdainful words, Kakuzu turned on his heel and stalked away, pride wounded. Itachi offered no response. He simply gazed quietly into the distance, as if nothing had happened. Before long, another uninvited guest appeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. So Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, it's the perfect moment for me, isn't it, Itachi? I hope you're prepared. It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi turned to look at him, his expression as cold as ice. In fact, he said quietly, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? Waiting for what? Orochimaru hissed, in confusion. You're a dangerous existence. I still recall clearly what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke, last time. Orochimaru tensed, gazing at Itachi's even colder profile. In that moment, Orochimaru finally understood the saying. Sometimes the hunter appears as prey. He'd thought himself the predator, but Itachi had always considered him the quarry. Orochimaru, the only reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Itachi wasted no words. He unleashed Amaterasu at once. A torrent of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's agonized screams filled the air. The black fire continued to rage, and gradually, his cries faded away. Letting out a deep sigh, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru's charred and broken form, sprawled on the ground. It's over, he murmured. He had total confidence in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as fearsome as Orochimaru stood no chance. In the end, no matter how powerful, every mighty person's life hangs by a single thread. Rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to return to his clan to see his parents and brother. Yet before he could leave, a chill suddenly crept down his spine, a warning born of pure instinct. Facing Kakuzu's irreverence, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a quiet voice, As far as I recall, the leader hasn't assigned us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets for your own gain, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I have neither the interest nor the spare time for that. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous aura flaring around him. You insolent brat. As the words fell from his lips, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm darkening to an inky black in an instant. He genuinely intended to kill Uchiha Itachi. The moment Kakuzu's bloodlust washed over him, Itachi's eyes shifted from their usual onyx to a vivid crimson. He turned his gaze sharply, fixing Kakuzu with a cold, threatening stare. Kakuzu froze, suddenly immobile, not because he'd fallen into Itachi's genjutsu, but because he was struck by the unfathomable power lurking within those Sharingan eyes. For the first time, he dare not act. Tsich, Kakuzu let out a disdainful scoff as he slowly lowered his fist. I'm offering you a chance to make money, and you turn it down. Some people just don't know what's good for them. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. Next time, you'd better know your place. Flinging these words over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned away in a huff, prideful to the end. Itachi gave no response. To any observer, he looked as if nothing at all had happened, his gaze simply drifting out into the distance. Not long after, another unexpected visitor appeared. My. Kakuzu's finally gone. A voice snaked through the air. With your partner out of the way, now's the perfect time for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? Are you prepared for what's to come? It was Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, meeting Orochimaru's gaze with icy indifference. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru, Itachi said quietly. Waiting for me? And what could that possibly be about? Orochimaru mused. You are a threat I haven't forgotten since the day you hurt my younger brother, Sasuke, Itachi answered, his voice even colder. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, searching Itachi's ever-chilling profile for any sign of weakness. Only then did he understand. The hunter often approaches in the guise of prey. He'd thought himself the predator, but in Itachi's eyes, he was the hunted. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A surge of black flames erupted in front of Orochimaru, devouring everything in their path. Aard. Orochimaru's agonized screams cut through the night. The black fire raged on, but the cries soon faded, leaving only silence. Exhaling deeply, Itachi looked upon Orochimaru's charred, unrecognizable figure sprawled on the ground, and at last allowed himself to relax. It's over. In the power of these eyes, he had absolute faith. Against Amaterasu, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. No matter how mighty, a life can be taken just as swiftly. Itachi slowly got to his feet, intending to return to the clan grounds and see his parents and Sasuke. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden chill traced its way down his spine, an instinctive warning that something was amiss behind him. Facing Kakuzu's open disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, his voice quiet and unhurried. I recall that the leader gave us no orders for tonight. If you want to drag me along on your own to hunt down bounty targets, I'm sorry. I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to waste on that. Kakuzu's brows drew together in irritation, murderous intent surging from him. You're awfully mouthy for a brat. As the words left his lips, he raised his fist, his arm turning instantly pitch black. He intended to kill Uchiha Itachi then and there. The moment he sensed this killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from their dark hue to a burning, blood-red glare. He turned back, staring coldly at Kakuzu, whose hand wavered, poised for violence. Something in that gaze made Kakuzu freeze, strangely, uncontrollably. It wasn't some ninjutsu trapping his mind. Rather, it was the unfathomable, concealed power within those Sharingan eyes. Facing it, he didn't dare make a move. Tisich, Kakuzu grunted, letting his fist slowly fall, his tone dismissive but laced with a grudging respect. Refusing an easy chance to make money. Some people really don't know what's good for them. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. And since I'm in a good mood today, you'd best not tempt me again in the future. With those words, Kakuzu left in a huff, his pride barely masking his frustration. Itachi made no reply. He simply continued to gaze into the distance, as serene as if nothing had happened. But not long after, another uninvited guest arrived, disturbing the quiet. Well. So Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, this should be the perfect opportunity for me to act. Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? Have you prepared yourself for what comes next? It was Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Slowly, Itachi turned to face him, his expression cold and devoid of warmth. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And why is that? You're a dangerous existence. I've never forgotten what you did to my brother Sasuke not long ago. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in surprise, taking in the ever-colder lines of Itachi's profile. In that moment, he suddenly understood what it meant that hunters often appear in the guise of prey. He'd believed himself the predator, only to find, in Itachi's gaze, that he was the prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting another breath, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. Orochimaru screamed, his agony echoing through the night. The black fire raged on, and soon, those cries faded to silence. Letting out a heavy breath, Itachi regarded the crumpled, unrecognizable body on the ground. It's over, he murmured. He trusted completely in the power of Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was ultimately helpless. No matter how strong one was, a life, after all, was still only a single thread. Rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to return home, to see his parents and his brother once more. But just as he was about to leave, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. Itachi froze, his instincts warning him that something was still amiss. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied softly. As I recall, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you want to drag me along on some personal quest to hunt down bounty ninjas, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to spare. Kakuzu's brows knit together, murderous intent crackling in the air. You talk too much for a brat. As he spoke, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned jet black. Clearly, he intended to kill Itachi. Sensing the surge of killing intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to blood red. He glanced coolly over his shoulder, his gaze icy as he fixed Kakuzu with a look that stopped him dead in his tracks. Kakuzu was frozen, not because of any ninjutsu, but because he felt the unfathomable power lurking within Itachi's Sharingan. He didn't dare to make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a frosty snort. You won't even join me to make some money? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd best not cross me in the future. With these words thrown over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned and stomped off, prideful and disgruntled. Itachi offered no response. He simply continued to gaze into the distance, as if nothing at all had occurred. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest appeared, sudden and sly. TSK. Kakuzu's finally gone. Now that your partner isn't around, isn't this a perfect time for me to make my move? Well, Itachi, are you ready? The oily, insinuating voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned his head ever so slowly, his face as cold as marble as he regarded him. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You're a threat. I still remember all too well what you did to my brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. He stared at the ever-colder profile of Itachi, And in that moment, he finally understood what it meant to say, "Hunters often appear as prey." He had deemed himself the predator, but Itachi viewed him as nothing more than the hunted. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A drawn-out, agonized scream tore from Orochimaru's lips. The black fire continued to rage, yet soon the howls faded into silence. Letting out a heavy breath, Itachi looked down at Orochimaru, now collapsed on the ground, his face unrecognizable, his body smoldering. "It's over." Itachi had absolute faith in his own Amaterasu. In the face of these eyes, even Orochimaru, no matter how formidable, didn't stand a chance. After all, no matter how strong you are, you only have one life. Itachi rose slowly, intending to visit his parents and brother back at the clan compound. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden chill pricked the back of his neck. A warning, swift and instinctive, as if his body sensed danger lingering behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, his voice calm and quiet. "As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions for tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninja for your own gain, I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. I neither have the interest nor the spare time for that." Kakuzu's brows furrowed, a cold, murderous aura welling up around him. "You talk too much, brat." As he spoke, he raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black, hard as steel. Clearly, he wanted to kill Itachi. The very moment that killing intent filled the air, Itachi's eyes changed from black to a crimson red. He turned his gaze coldly toward the would-be attacker. Kakuzu suddenly froze, though not because he'd fallen under any illusion. He could sense the unfathomable power lying dormant in Itachi's Sharingan. He dared not make a move. "Oomph!" With a cold snort, Kakuzu reluctantly lowered his fist. "You don't even want to make money. How ungrateful can you get? Suit yourself. I'm leaving." He squared his shoulders and continued haughtily. "Consider yourself lucky. I'm in a good mood today. But from now on, you'd better not get in my way." With those indignant words, Kakuzu turned on his heel and strode away. Itachi didn't respond or even acknowledge it. As if nothing at all had happened, his gaze only lingered on the far horizon. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest appeared from the shadows. TSK. "So Kakuzu's finally gone," came a voice, thick with sly amusement. "With your partner out of the way, now's finally my chance. Tell me, Itachi, are you truly ready?" It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly, fixing the snake-like man with a chillingly indifferent stare. "In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting for me? For what purpose? You are a dangerous being. The last time you harmed my younger brother Sasuke still lingers in my memory." Orochimaru paused, catching the growing frost in Itachi's profile. Only then did he understand the meaning of that old saying. Sometimes the hunter comes disguised as the hunted. He'd thought himself the predator, but Itachi clearly saw him as prey. "Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu." Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. The inky black flames surged forth, engulfing Orochimaru in a blaze that devoured all light and heat. Orochimaru let out a bone-chilling scream of pain. Soon, the black fire raged on, but the tortured cries faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. With a measured breath, Itachi looked down on Orochimaru's charred and defeated form sprawled across the ground. Relief washed over him. It's over. He had nothing but supreme confidence in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. In the end, a powerful life is still only a single life, nothing more. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet, intending to check in on his parents and Sasuke back at the clan compound. But even before he could leave, an unexplained chill snaked up his spine, the instinctive warning that danger was not finished with him yet. Facing Kakuzu's insolence, Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't waver. In a soft and calm voice, he replied, "As far as I remember, the leader hasn't assigned us any mission tonight. If you want to drag me off to hunt down bounty nin for your own profit, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to spare." Kakuzu's brows furrowed, menace flickering in his eyes. "You talk too much for a brat." With those words, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant, a sure sign he intended to kill Itachi. But at the very moment Kakuzu's killer intent flared, Itachi's eyes shifted from midnight black to crimson red. He turned his gaze, cold and sharp, locking eyes with his would-be attacker. For a second, Kakuzu froze where he stood, not because he had fallen into one of Itachi's illusions, but because he sensed Deep within those spinning Sharingan eyes, a power so unfathomable he dared not make a move. TCH. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a scoff. Won't even help me make some money. What an ungrateful little punk. He spat out his words, turning away with a huff. Suit yourself, I'm leaving. You'd better learn to mind your own business and stay out of my way. With that, he turned on his heel and strode off, shoulders stiff with bruised pride. Itachi gave no reply. He only gazed distantly into the gloom, as though nothing at all had transpired. It hadn't been long before another uninvited guest arrived, swift and sly. My. So, Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner out of the way, Itachi, now's my perfect chance, wouldn't you say? Tell me, are you ready? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned to face him, eyes cool and imperturbable. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Oh, waiting for me? Whatever for? You're a threat. The last time you hurt my little brother Sasuke is still fresh in my mind. Orochimaru paused, seeing Itachi's icy profile, and suddenly understood the old warning. The hunter often appears as prey. He'd thought himself the predator, but now saw in Itachi's gaze the eyes of one stalking his quarry. Orochimaru, my reason for joining Akatsuki was always clear, to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. Instantly, flames as black as night erupted before Orochimaru. A tortured scream ripped through the darkness as Orochimaru writhed in agony. The jet-black inferno devoured everything, and soon enough his cries faded to silence. Itachi exhaled, gazing down at Orochimaru's charred form sprawled on the ground. The deed was finished. It's over. He harbored unshakable confidence in his Amaterasu. Against the might of these eyes, not even someone as formidable as Orochimaru could hope to survive. After all, even the strongest only have one life to lose. Quietly, Itachi rose, intent on returning to the clan compound to see his parents and brother. But before he could leave, a chill suddenly crept up his spine, primal and inexplicable, as if instinct itself whispered a warning from behind. Facing Kakuzu's insolent words, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and replied in a calm, quiet voice. As far as I recall, the leader hasn't given us any orders tonight. If you want to drag me along on your little bounty hunt, you'll have to do it without me. I'm not interested, nor do I have time to spare. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, murderous intent swirling around him. You talk too much for a brat. He spat the words, raising his fist as the color of his arm darkened to a pitch black. He meant to kill Itachi. The moment that hunger for blood filled the air, Itachi's eyes shifted from black to a vibrant crimson. He turned his gaze directly and coldly onto the would-be murderer. For a heartbeat, Kakuzu froze, though he had not fallen under a ninjutsu. Instead, it was the fathomless power lurking within Itachi's Sharingan that had stopped him cold. He dared not make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, scoffing. Won't even let me help you make some money? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. And since I'm in a decent mood today, I'll let you off. But next time, don't get in my way. With those words thrown carelessly behind him, Kakuzu turned with a prideful huff and stalked away. Itachi said nothing in response, only continued to stare into the distance as if nothing had happened at all. But peace did not last long. Suddenly, another uninvited guest arrived. TSK. So, Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, Itachi, now's my perfect chance, wouldn't you say? Are you ready? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned to look back at him, his face as cold as ever. Actually, Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? For what? You're a dangerous presence. I still haven't forgotten what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru paused, caught off guard, his gaze lingering on the icy profile of the Uchiha. In that moment, he finally understood the old saying. The hunter often arrives as the prey. He believed himself to be the hunter, but Itachi, it seemed, had always seen him as the quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. Black flames surged into life before Orochimaru, devouring everything in their path. A shriek of agony broke the night, sharp and wild, as the fire consumed him. Yet as the black flames continued their relentless course, the voice faded away, silence swallowing the chaos. With a slow, heavy breath, Itachi gazed down at what little remained of Orochimaru's twisted form. Relief flooded through him at last. It's over. Itachi had absolute faith in Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. After all, a mighty man has but one life. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return home, to see his parents and his younger brother. But before he could leave, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, as though some primal instinct sensed a new threat lurking just behind him. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied softly. As I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets for your own gain, sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have the time to waste on that. Kakuzu's brows furrowed, and a murderous aura swept through the air. You bothersome brat. As the words left his lips, he raised his fist, the skin of his arm instantly turning pitch black. His intent was clear. He wanted to kill Itachi. Sensing the murderous urge, Itachi's eyes shifted from jet black to a piercing crimson as he turned to look coldly at Kakuzu, who was about to strike. For a moment, Kakuzu froze in place. It wasn't that he had fallen into Itachi's ninjutsu. Rather, it was the overwhelming, unfathomable power hidden within the Sharingan that made him hesitate, unwilling to make a move. Oomph. Slowly lowering his fist, Kakuzu let out an icy snort. Won't even come along to make money. What an ungrateful little fool. Go on, see if I care. I'm leaving, he tossed over his shoulder. You better not cross me next time. I'm in a good mood today. With that haughty declaration, Kakuzu turned and strode away. Itachi made no reply, simply gazing languidly into the distance, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest suddenly arrived. My, so Kakuzu's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, this might just be the perfect time for me to make my move, don't you think, Itachi? Are you prepared? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned his head slowly, his expression frosty as he looked at him. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what would you need from me? Orochimaru drawled. You are a constant threat. I haven't forgotten what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru stiffened upon hearing these words, gazing at Itachi's even colder profile. Only then did he truly understand the notion that the hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought himself the hunter, never realizing Itachi saw him as nothing but quarry. Orochimaru, the very reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's anguished wails filled the air. The black flames raged on, yet soon his cries faded away. Exhaling heavily, Itachi gazed down at Orochimaru's scorched and unrecognizable form sprawled on the ground. He let out a slow breath. It's over. He placed absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Against these eyes, not even mighty Orochimaru held any significance. After all, even the strongest have but one life to lose. Rising to his feet, Itachi prepared to return home, hoping to see his parents and brother. Yet just before leaving, almost as if it were instinct, he was suddenly seized by an inexplicable chill crawling up his spine. Faced with Kakuzu's blatant disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's face remained expressionless as he answered softly. I recall the leader hasn't given us any assignments tonight. If you're trying to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninja for your own gain, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time to waste. Kakuzu's brows knit together, his murderous intent palpable. You talk too much, you little brat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakuzu raised his fist, his arm instantly turning jet black. He was clearly ready to kill Itachi. The moment Itachi felt that killing intent, his eyes shifted from pitch black to crimson red. He turned, his gaze frosty as he stared back at Kakuzu, who was poised to strike. Kakuzu froze inexplicably. It wasn't some ninjutsu holding him in place, but rather the terrifying, unfathomable power he sensed hidden within those Sharingan eyes. He didn't dare attack. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, scoffing as he turned away. Not even willing to make money when I offer. You really don't know what's good for you. Do whatever you want. I'm out of here. I'm in a good mood today, but you'd better not cross me from now on. With those arrogant parting words, Kakuzu flipped his cloak and strode away. Itachi made no reply, simply gazing into the distance, as calm as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest suddenly appeared. TSK. At last, Kakuzu's gone. Without your partner, Itachi, now seems to be the perfect time for me to strike, wouldn't you say? I hope you're ready for this. It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi turned his head slowly to regard him, his expression as cold as ever. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for exactly? You're a threat, one I haven't forgotten, not after what you did to my brother Sasuke. Orochimaru froze for a moment, staring at the icy outline of Itachi's face as understanding slowly dawned. He realized the truth in the saying, The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. He had thought himself to be the hunter, only to discover that Itachi saw him as nothing more than quarry. Orochimaru, joining the Akatsuki was always about killing you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. An all-consuming jet-black flame erupted, engulfing the space before Orochimaru. Orochimaru let out a tortured, guttural scream, the agony clear in every note. In moments, the black flames raged on while the cries gradually faded. Breathing out slowly, Itachi looked down at the ruined figure of Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, unrecognizable. He let out a deep sigh of relief. It's over. In his Amaterasu, Itachi had absolute confidence. Before the power of these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was rendered helpless. After all, even the mightiest are still mortal. Itachi rose slowly, intent on returning to the clan compound to check on his parents and his brother. Yet, even before he left, some deep instinct suddenly made him shiver. An icy chill crept up his spine, warning that something was amiss behind him. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft, even voice. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you want to drag me off on your own to hunt down bounty ninjas with you, I'm afraid I have neither the interest nor the spare time for such things. Kakuzu scowled, his killing intent flaring. You mouthy brat. As the words dropped, he raised his fist, and his arm darkened instantly, taking on a jet-black hue. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. The very moment he sensed this murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a piercing, blood red. He turned to face Kakuzu, meeting his would-be attacker with a cold, unwavering stare. Kakuzu froze in place, seized by an inexplicable paralysis. It wasn't that he had fallen into Itachi's jinjutsu. Rather, it was the boundless, unfathomable power he could feel radiating from the depths of Itachi's Sharingan. That force alone was enough to make him hesitate, unable to strike. Tisich. Kakuzu finally lowered his fist, letting out a dismissive snort. Invite you to make money, and you say no? What an ungrateful fool. He waved off the matter, adding, do as you like. I'm leaving. Before turning away with a prideful toss of his head, he shot one last warning. You're lucky I'm in a good mood tonight. Don't test your luck with me again. With those words, Kakuzu stormed off, leaving only his indignation behind. Itachi didn't respond. He simply stood there as if nothing had happened, his gaze distant and serene, quietly watching the world beyond. Not long after, an unexpected visitor arrived out of nowhere. Toot toot toot. So Kakuzu finally left. With your partner gone, now's the perfect time for me to make my move. Don't you think, Itachi? Are you ready for what's coming? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned to face him, his expression icy and unmoved. In fact, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what for? You're a dangerous presence. The last time you harmed my younger brother, Sasuke, the memory was burned into me. Orochimaru's eyes widened at these words, gazing at the ever-colder profile of Itachi. He realized, at last, the truth in the saying, the hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Orochimaru had thought himself the hunter, when all along, in Itachi's gaze, he was the quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without a single wasted word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames erupted at Orochimaru's feet, wild and inescapable. Orochimaru screamed in agony, his howls racked by unimaginable pain. The black fire continued to blaze fiercely, but soon enough, those screams faded away, swallowed up in the inferno. Itachi let out a deep breath as he stared at Orochimaru's ruined form, collapsed and unrecognizable on the ground. It's over. He had absolute faith in the power of his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, no matter how strong Orochimaru was, it was meaningless. After all, even the mightiest live but once. Itachi slowly rose, preparing to return to his clan to check on his parents and his brother. But before he could depart, a shiver ran down his spine, a sudden chill welling up from behind, as if some unknown danger was lurking in the darkness just at his back. Confronted with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained impassive. In a calm, measured voice, he replied, as far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any missions tonight. If you want to drag me along for your personal hunt for bounty ninjas, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I have neither interest nor the leisure for such things. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his killing intent palpable. You talk too much, brat. As the words left his mouth, he raised his fist, and in the blink of an eye, his arm turned jet black. He wanted to kill Itachi right then and there. Sensing the murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a vivid crimson in an instant. With a cold turn of his head, he gazed unflinchingly at the would-be attacker. Kakuzu froze in place, as if seized by something unseen. Not because he'd been caught in an illusion, but because he felt an unfathomable power lurking within Itachi's Sharingan. He didn't dare make a move. Tisich, slowly, Kakuzu lowered his fist, letting out a disdainful snort. Refusing to make money when you've got the chance. One ungrateful fool, he spat. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. Count yourself lucky I'm in a good mood. Don't cross me again. With those parting words, Kakuzu tossed his head and left in a huff. Itachi gave no reply, standing there as if nothing had happened, his gaze still faintly fixed on the distant horizon. Before long, another uninvited guest arrived. A sly, drawn-out voice resounded in the air. Whoa. Kakuzu is finally gone. With your partner out of the way, now's the perfect chance for me to make my move. Itachi, I hope you're ready. Orochimaru's voice slithered through the gathering gloom. Itachi turned his head slowly, his expression every bit as cold as before. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what reason? You're a constant threat. I haven't forgotten how you hurt my younger brother Sasuke last time. A fleeting pause stilled Orochimaru. As he took in the chilling profile of Itachi, he finally understood the old saying, a hunter often dons the guise of prey. He had thought himself the hunter, never suspecting that he was the one being hunted all along. Orochimaru, the only reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. With no need for further words, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A surge of jet-black flames erupted, engulfing Orochimaru in an instant. A horrified scream broke through the night as Orochimaru writhed in agony. But before long, the dreadful flames roared unchecked while those pained cries faded into silence. Itachi exhaled slowly, gazing down at the charred, unrecognizable figure sprawled on the ground. It's over. He had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. In the face of these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru was powerless. After all, the strong have only one life to lose. Rising to his feet, Itachi was ready to return to his clan to see his parents and younger brother. But just as he was about to leave, he was seized by a sudden, inexplicable chill at his back, a warning from the depths of his instincts. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained impassive as he replied softly. As far as I recall, the boss gave us no assignment tonight. If you want to drag me along on your bounty hunting spree without orders, my apologies, but I have neither the interest nor the leisure for that. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous aura filling the air. You annoyingly talkative brat. Without another word, he raised his fist, and his arm instantly turned pitch black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. In that instant, sensing bloodlust, Itachi's eyes shifted from deep black to a piercing crimson. He turned to look directly at Kakuzu, expression cold as winter's chill. Kakuzu suddenly froze. It wasn't because he'd been caught in Itachi's ninjutsu. Rather, in those Sharingan eyes, he sensed a fathomless, unfathomable might. He dared not make a move. With a low, dismissive snort, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist. Won't even come earn easy money. What an ungrateful fool you are. He grumbled. Fine. Stay here, see if I care. I'm out of here. He threw these lines over his shoulder, pride stinging, and strode off in a huff. Itachi offered no reply. As if nothing had happened, he continued to gaze calmly into the distant night. It wasn't long before another uninvited guest arrived, sudden as a chill wind. Well, looks like Kakuzu's finally taken his leave, came a sly, serpentine voice. With your partner gone, this is the perfect moment for me to make my move, wouldn't you say, Itachi? Are you ready? It was Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned, his face stone cold as he looked upon his new adversary. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting? Waiting for what exactly? You've always been a threat. I still remember all too well how you harmed my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru stared for a moment, taken aback. Looking at the chilling profile of Itachi's face, he suddenly understood the old saying. The hunter often approaches as the prey. He'd thought himself the predator, never realizing that, in Itachi's eyes, he was always just the hunted. Orochimaru, the sole reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. There was no more conversation. Itachi unleashed Amaterasu instantly. A mass of jet-black flame erupted before Orochimaru, consuming the space between them. Orochimaru wailed in agony, his scream echoing into the night. The black fire raged on, raging long after the cries had faded and fallen silent. At last, gazing at the charred, unrecognizable figure crumpled on the ground, Itachi allowed himself a deep, weary sigh. It's over. He had absolute confidence in his Amaterasu. Before these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru was utterly helpless. After all, no matter how strong, every life is singular. Death comes only once per soul. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan's compound, to check on his parents and younger brother. But just before he stepped away, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, a primal, inescapable sense of danger creeping up from behind. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a low, even voice. As I recall, the leader gave us no missions for tonight. If you want to take me along to hunt down bounty targets for your own convenience, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have time to waste. Kakuzu's brow nodded, and a murderous intent surged around him. You insolent brat. With those words, he raised his fist, and in an instant, his arm turned pitch black, the threat unmistakable. He wanted to kill Itachi right then and there. But in the same instant he felt that murderous impulse, Itachi's eyes changed from pitch black to a vivid crimson. He turned his gaze back, coldly meeting Kakuzu's deadly intent. A tense silence fell as Kakuzu froze, immobilized by something he couldn't quite explain. It wasn't Jinjutsu holding him still. Rather, it was the unfathomable power concealed deep within those Sharingan eyes that gave him pause. He dared not make a move. Oomph. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a frosty snort. Don't even want to make easy money. What an ungrateful fool. Suit yourself. I'm leaving, he declared, a note of haughtiness in his tone. Today I'm in a good mood, but you'd better not cross me again. With those parting words tossed over his shoulder, Kakuzu strode away in a flourish. Itachi said nothing in response. He simply gazed quietly into the distance, as if nothing at all had occurred. Before long, another uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Whoa. Looks like Kakuzu has finally left. The voice oozed with malice. Your partner's gone, so now's the perfect chance for me to strike, isn't it, Itachi? I hope you're ready for what's coming. It was Orochimaru. Itachi turned his head slowly, his face ice-cold as he regarded the snake-like intruder. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? Whatever for? Orochimaru hissed. You're a threat I can't ignore. The last time you harmed my little brother Sasuke, it left a mark I'll never forget. Orochimaru faltered for a moment, catching the increasingly frigid look on the side of Itachi's face. It was only now he realized the truth behind the old saying. The hunter often arrives disguised as prey. He had thought himself the predator, but to Itachi, he was just another target. Orochimaru, my reason for joining the Akatsuki was simple, to kill you. Amaterasu. Without a word of further warning, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, the divine black flames bursting forth before Orochimaru. Aya! Orochimaru howled in agony, his cries echoing as the black fire devoured him. The flames raged on, and gradually, Orochimaru's wails fell silent. Letting out a deep, heavy sigh, Itachi gazed at what remained of his fallen foe, now little more than a charred and unrecognizable figure slumped on the ground. It's over, he murmured. In the power of Amaterasu, he placed absolute confidence. Against these eyes, even someone as powerful as Orochimaru was ultimately defenseless. After all, even the mightiest can die but once. Rising slowly to his feet, Itachi prepared to return to his clan's grounds, eager to see his parents and brother again. But before he could leave, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, a primal sense of foreboding stirring from somewhere behind him. Facing Kakuzu's blatant disrespect, Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't change. He replied softly, as far as I recall, the boss gave us no orders tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty targets on your own, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I neither have the interest nor the time to waste on that. Kakuzu's brow furrowed deeply, and an unmistakable murderous intent surged from him. You talk too much, brat. As the words left his lips, Kakuzu raised his fist. In an instant, his arm darkened to a pitch-black hue. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi then and there. Sensing Kakuzu's murderous intent, Itachi's black eyes abruptly flared scarlet. He turned his head, meeting Kakuzu's gaze with a chilling, icy stare. Kakuzu's movements froze in midair for reasons he couldn't explain. It wasn't that he'd fallen under one of Itachi's illusions. It was the unfathomable power hidden in those Sharingan eyes, a force so daunting he dared not make a move. With a huff of derision, Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist and let out a cold snort. Trying to help you make money, and you're not interested. Absolutely ungrateful. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. He tossed these words carelessly over his shoulder and walked off with wounded pride. Itachi didn't bother with a response. Instead, He continued gazing into the distance, as if nothing had happened at all. It wasn't long before another unexpected visitor arrived. Amused clicks of the tongue echoed in the air. Well, looks like Kakuzu finally left. Your partner's gone, which means it's the perfect moment for me to make my move. Don't you think, Itachi? Have you steeled yourself for what's coming? It was Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Itachi slowly turned his head, his face as cold and remote as ever. To tell you the truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what, I wonder? You are a menace. The last time, when you hurt my younger brother Sasuke, that's something I haven't forgotten. Orochimaru faltered at those words. Staring at the increasingly frigid profile of Itachi's face, he suddenly understood the hidden meaning behind the saying. The hunter often appears in the guise of hunted. He'd always considered himself the hunter. He never realized that, in Itachi's eyes, he was just prey. Orochimaru, the very reason I joined the Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed the black flames of Amaterasu. A surging blaze as dark as the night burst forth before Orochimaru. Agonized screams and groans filled the air as the flames consumed him. The black fire raged on, but gradually, Orochimaru's cries faltered into silence. Itachi let out a deep sigh, casting his gaze over the ruined figure sprawled on the ground. The ordeal was over. He had absolute faith in Amaterasu. Against these eyes, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru stood no chance. In the end, no matter how powerful one becomes, life is still so very fragile. Slowly, Itachi rose, preparing to return to his clan home and see his parents and younger brother. But before he could set out, a chill, sharp and unbidden, crept over him from behind, as if warning that danger was not yet past. In the face of Kakuzu's disrespect, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and replied in a soft voice. As I recall, the leader gave us no assignments tonight. If you're trying to drag me along on a personal errand to hunt down bounty ninja, I'm afraid I'm not interested, nor do I have time to waste. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, a murderous intent simmering within him. You talk too much, brat. With that, he lifted his fist, and in an instant his arm turned pitch black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. But in that same moment, as the murderous intent swept over him, Itachi's eyes shifted from a deep black to a blazing crimson. He turned his head, fixing the would-be killer with a cold, piercing stare. Kakuzu suddenly froze in his tracks. It wasn't that he had fallen into an illusion. Instead, he sensed the terrifying, unfathomable power hidden within the Sharingan. He dared not strike. TCH. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, letting out a cold snort. I'm offering you a chance to make some money, and you won't even take it? You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm out of here. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood today. In the future, you'd better not get in my way. Flipping out those last words with a haughty air, Kakuzu spun on his heel and left. Itachi said nothing in reply. He simply gazed off into the distance, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived without warning. TSK. So that Kakuzu guy's finally gone. With your partner out of the way, this must be the perfect moment for me to strike, right, Itachi? Tell me, are you prepared for what's coming? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi slowly turned his head, his expression icy as he looked at him. Truth is, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? For what exactly? You're a constant threat. The memory of you hurting my younger brother Sasuke is still vivid in my mind. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Staring at Itachi's now frosted profile, he was struck by the truth of an old saying, the hunter often appears as the prey. He'd thought himself the predator, yet Itachi regarded him as quarry. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Wasting no words, Itachi instantly unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of pitch-black flames surged forward, engulfing Orochimaru. Aakak. Orochimaru's agonized wails filled the air. The black fire roared on, but soon, the screams faded to silence. Exhaling slowly, Itachi looked down at the disfigured, broken figure of Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, and let out a deep sigh of relief. It's over. He had absolute faith in the power of his Amaterasu. No matter how strong Orochimaru was, in the face of these eyes, it meant nothing. After all, a warrior, no matter how mighty, has but one life. Rising slowly to his feet, Itachi prepared to return to the clan and visit his parents and brother. But before he could leave, some instinct caught hold of him. A chill crept up his spine, as if from nowhere, warning him of new danger behind his back. Faced with Kakuzu's disrespect, Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless and responded softly. As far as I recall, the leader didn't assign us any tasks tonight. If you want to drag me along to hunt down bounty ninja for your own profit, sorry, I'm not interested, nor do I have time to spare for it. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, and a murderous aura flared up. You talk too much, you brat. As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his fist, his arm turning pitch black in an instant. He genuinely intended to kill Itachi. Sensing the murderous intent, Itachi's eyes shifted from their usual black to a blood red, and he turned his gaze, coldly meeting Kakuzu's lethal intent. The tension in the air was palpable, but Kakuzu suddenly froze, inexplicably paralyzed, not by one of Itachi's illusions, but by the immense and fathomless power he felt lurking within those Sharingan eyes. He dare not make a move. Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting in contempt. Won't even let me take you along to make some money. You really don't appreciate a good opportunity. Whatever. Suit yourself, I'm leaving. In a good mood today, but next time, you'd best not try my patience, he snapped, tossing out these words with characteristic pride before turning away in a huff. Itachi offered no reply. He simply maintained his quiet gaze out into the distance, as if nothing at all had transpired. Before long, another uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Well. So Kakuzu has finally left. With your partner out of the way, this must be the perfect moment for me to strike. Itachi, have you prepared yourself? The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Itachi turned slowly, meeting Orochimaru's gaze with a cold and indifferent expression. In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru. Waiting for me? And what would that be for? Your constant threat. I haven't forgotten what you did to my younger brother, Sasuke. Orochimaru paused, eyeing Itachi's ever-colder profile. Only then did he truly understand the saying, a hunter often appears in the form of prey. He thought he'd come as the hunter, but to Itachi, he was nothing but prey. Orochimaru, the reason I joined Akatsuki was to kill you. Amaterasu. Without another word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. In front of Orochimaru, black flames erupted like a living nightmare. Eha! Came Orochimaru's cries, agonized and piercing through the air. The black fire devoured mercilessly, until his screams slowly faded into silence. Itachi let out a deep sigh as he gazed upon the disfigured and collapsed Orochimaru. It's over. His faith in Amaterasu was absolute. Even someone as powerful as Orochimaru meant nothing before these eyes. After all, the lives of the strongest are still just a single thread. Rising slowly, Itachi prepared to return to his clan's grounds, to see his parents and his brother. Yet, before he could leave, a strange chill crept up his spine, as if some unknown instinct had awakened, a warning from the darkness behind him. Kakuzu snorted, I don't really care, just as long as this guy doesn't get on my nerves. Anyone bothers me, I'll kill them. After a long silence, Uchiha Itachi finally spoke. I don't know how to please you, nor am I interested. Kakuzu snapped back with a fierce tone. You don't? Well, once we're teamed up, I'll teach you. I'll make sure you understand. Wait. Uchiha Itachi should be on my team. Orochimaru suddenly interrupted. Sasori of the Red Sand retorted in annoyance. Ugly snake, are you ignoring me on purpose? Pain opened his eyes, the Rinnegan gleaming and his presence overwhelming. Enough. Once the mission is done, you can settle your grudges and personal feuds however you want. Akatsuki needs new members. When they arrive, we'll discuss the rest. Dismissed. At Uchiha Madara's residence. Dad, I'm back. From outside the door, Feiyu's voice rang out just as he arrived. Uchiha Madara burst out immediately. My dear boy, you're finally home. Quick, take a look at your old man's eyes. Seeing Madara's eyes, Feiyu was overjoyed. What was once hollow and empty was now filled with two vivid, living eyes. A brand new pair of Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Dad, your eyes have finally healed. That's right. And, wouldn't you know it happened today, your birthday? See? The world moves in mysterious ways. You're my lucky star. Madara picked up Feiyu, beaming with excitement and a hint of mischief as he continued. My boy, watch closely as your old man shows you a magic trick. As he spoke, Madara winked with both eyes. Look, these are the Sharingan, all right. Now, in the next moment, I'll make them change into something else. With that, Madara opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, a pair of unmistakable Rinnegan shined on his face. The second pair of Rinnegan in this world had appeared, and both belonged to Uchiha Madara. My son, these eyes are incredibly powerful. When you're older, I'll get you a pair, too. Really? That'd be awesome, Feiyu nodded eagerly. Come on, the birthday feast is ready. All the signature dishes passed down for the Uchiha clan. Fugaku may not be much a fighter, but he sure keeps the family recipes alive. Today, you and I will have a real father-son celebration. Feiyu and Obito had already eaten a ton that day. Their bellies were nearly bursting, but with a table full of signature Uchiha dishes, they couldn't just let it pass. "It's been ages since I've had an authentic Uchiha meal," Obito said, trailing eagerly behind Madara, hoping to grab a bite. Madara turned his head, eyeing Obito coldly. "Kid, why are you following us everywhere like a shadow?" Obito paused, a little stunned. "What do you mean?" "I'm here to eat, of course," Master Madara said. "Did I ever say I was taking you with me? Your work isn't done yet. Get back to it. I haven't set aside anything for you." "This old geezer," Obito fumed, his anger boiling over. Just as he was about to snap back, Zetsu suddenly stepped in front of him. "Obito, you do still have things to do. Nagato is looking for you." "TCH, damn it," Obito grumbled impatiently. But complaints were just complaints. After all, he was still living under someone else's roof. If there was work to do, he had no choice but to get on with it. Besides, if Nagato had taken the initiative to seek him out, it had to be something important. Nagato rarely took the trouble to speak first. "Hey, Fuyu, wait for me. I'll come back and hang out with you once I'm done." Watching Madara carrying Fuyu away, Obito called out at the top of his voice. Madara, unbothered, called back. "It's already pretty generous for my son to spend the whole day with you. Greedy brat, don't push your luck." "Oomph." With that, Madara turned away and strode toward the dining hall without looking back. Hidden Rain Village, atop the high tower. Outside, a torrential downpour battered the village. Pain and Conan stood at the balcony, their faces devoid of emotion, as if waiting for someone's arrival. After a moment, space rippled for a split second in the inner chamber, and Obito emerged quietly from another dimension. "I heard from Zetsu you wanted to see me." Lowering his cloak, Obito spoke softly. Pain said, "The Akatsuki has lost 2 members. To avoid delaying our plans, we need some new blood. Madara, those 2 candidates you suggested before, I think it's time to bring them in." "All right," Obito nodded. "Kisame Hashigaki from the Hidden Mist. I'll handle recruiting him. Within the next couple of days, I'll bring him here. As for Deidara from the Hidden Stone, send someone for him these next few days. Zetsu knows his exact location, so you can ask him." Pain replied, "Understood." Obito gazed into Pain's eyes, falling silent for a moment before asking, "Nagato, what if I told you? There's someone else out there in this world, someone with Rinnegan eyes just like yours. Would you believe me?" Pain furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing these words. He pondered for a long while before finally responding. "Impossible. The Rinnegan is the eye of the gods. There can be only one savior in this world, and that's me." Deep into the night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Uchiha Itachi sat alone at the edge of a cliff, gazing pensively over the landscape below, lost in thought. His new partner, Kakuzu, quietly approached from behind and shouted coldly, "Hey, it's time for us to head out." Itachi lifted his head. "To where?" Kakuzu snapped. "Why bother asking? Just follow orders and come along. Let's talk, more action." Faced with Kakuzu's rudeness, Itachi simply answered in a calm, emotionless voice. "I remember the leader didn't assign us any mission tonight. If you're hoping to drag me along to hunt down some wanted shinobi for your own sake, I'm sorry. I'm not interested. I don't have the time to spare." Kakuzu's brows knit together, malice radiating from him. "You talk too much, brat." As he spat out the words, Kakuzu raised his fist, and in an instant his arm turned jet black. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. The moment he sensed the intent to kill, Itachi's eyes shifted from their deep darkness to a vivid, blood-red hue. He turned his gaze, ice-cold, locking eyes with Kakuzu, who stood poised to strike. For breath, Kakuzu froze. It wasn't that he'd fallen into Itachi's Jinjutsu. It was the unfathomable power he sensed hidden within the Sharingan. So deep, so ominous that he dared not move against it. "Oomph." Kakuzu slowly lowered his fist, snorting with disdain. "You won't even go make money with me. You really don't know what's good for you. Suit yourself. I'm leaving. In a good mood today, but next time, don't cross me." With a few sharp words tossed behind him, Kakuzu spun on his heel and stormed off, prideful to the last. Itachi offered no response. He gazed off into the distance, as if nothing at all had happened. Not long after, another uninvited guest arrived out of nowhere. My, Kakuzu finally took off. "Now that your teammate is gone, I'd say this is a golden opportunity for me to make my move, isn't it, Itachi? Are you ready?" It was Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi turned his head slowly, looking at him with a cold, emotionless expression. "In truth, I've been waiting for you, Orochimaru." "Waiting? Waiting for what?" "You're a threat, a real one. I haven't forgotten how you hurt my little brother, Sasuke, last time." Orochimaru paused at this, noting how the chill in Itachi's profile only deepened. It was then he realized the full meaning of the phrase. The hunter often appears as the prey. He'd thought himself the hunter, but Itachi had seen him as prey all along. Orochimaru, I joined the Akatsuki for one reason, to kill you. Amaterasu. Without wasting a word, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. A torrent of pitch-black flames erupted before Orochimaru. A wretched scream tore through the night. Orochimaru writhed in torment, undone by fire. The black flames blazed on mercilessly as his cries faded, fading to silence. Finally, Itachi let out a heavy sigh as he looked down at Orochimaru's heap of scorched, ruined flesh. It's over. He had absolute faith in Amaterasu, in the fearsome power of those eyes. Before this gaze, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru simply stood no chance. After all, even the strongest only have one life to lose. Slowly, Itachi rose to his feet, intending to return to see his family, his parents, and his brother. But before he could leave, as if by some primal instinct, a chill crept suddenly up his spine. Itachi spun around at lightning speed, only to see a massive white serpent with a human face bearing down on him, jaws agape and fangs dripping with menace. Startled, Itachi leaped aside and landed on a tree branch. He stared wide-eyed at the serpent covered in ghostly pale scales, his voice cold and sharp with suspicion. Who are you? A raspy, almost gleeful laugh filled the air. Itachi, have you already forgotten our recent sparring match? Orochimaru, how did you end up like this? A twisted, sly hiss escaped Orochimaru's fangs as his tongue flickered with greed. TSK, TSK. This is proof of my eternal life in my truest, purest form. Itachi, do you understand the pain I endure every day? All because of you, I've been forced to change bodies again and again. This suffering is the price of rebirth. But compared to the prize of obtaining you, this pain is nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Now, why don't you be good and surrender your body to me? Witnessing this frenzy of obsession, Uchiha Itachi grew calm once more. Rebirth? No wonder you survived. Orochimaru, all those secret experiments you ran in the shadows of the village. This was your ultimate goal, wasn't it? To become this wretched creature? Orochimaru erupted with laughter. That's right. I have become the world's one true immortal. At those words, Uchiha Itachi fell silent. He simply regarded Orochimaru, his gaze now laced with mocking pity. What does that look supposed to mean, Itachi? Nothing. I just think you're pitiable, that's all. Pitiable? Me? Arrogant brat. I am immortal. It's fleeting things like you who truly deserve pity. A soft, cold chuckle. Itachi closed his eyes and shook his head with a gentle smile. Orochimaru, you don't understand what's truly valuable in this world. I see now, we were never meant to see eye to eye. Sorry, but you won't be getting my body. Oomph. You think you have a choice? Orochimaru ceased his meaningless threats. His gigantic body began to distort and split apart, dissolving into countless little white serpents that writhed toward Uchiha Itachi. Seeing this, Itachi let out a weary sigh. A snake that only knows how to crawl on the earth, yet dreams of soaring the sky. It's nothing but a futile fantasy. With that, he stood his ground, utterly unflinching, letting the swarm of white serpents coil and twist around his form. Orochimaru, the moment you laid eyes on me, your fever dream was already doomed. Say whatever you like, it changes nothing. My future lies within your body, and soon it will be mine. By now, Itachi was engulfed by a living tide of luminous white snakes, unable to move. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with mania, saliva dripping as his enormous body wound about, menacingly circling right before Itachi's gaze. You belong to me now. Give him to me, Itachi. With one savage snap of his jaws, Orochimaru lunged. He had thought he was swallowing Itachi whole, but to his surprise, all he bit in were a few stray crow feathers caught between his teeth. A chorus of harsh caws echoed right beside his face, the sound of crows swirling in the air. What he had just devoured was not Itachi at all, but merely a flock of crows conjured by illusion. Curse it! Orochimaru's fierce eyes darted around, only to see Itachi standing unharmed atop a boulder, gazing at him with the calm detachment of a moonlit night. I told you, it's useless, murmured Uchiha Itachi softly. I have no interest in wasting my time with you. With a faint parting of his eyelids, he prepared to invoke the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan once more. But suddenly, a tremor ran through his body, and a wave of weakness and vertigo swept over him, leaving him reeling. Tisk tsk tisk. Orochimaru's twisted grin widened as he observed Itachi's falter. Looks like it worked. The fluid and blood of the white serpent are a vaporizing paralytic toxin the moment they touch air. I cannot be destroyed, no matter what you throw at me, because you could never hope to kill me. Now, the toxin has claimed every nerve in your body. Any struggle would be pointless, A futile gesture, Itachi. Come now, it's time for us to begin. In the very next instant, Orochimaru's mouth opened wide with inhuman speed and snapped shut. Uchiha Itachi, head to toe, was swallowed whole into his gaping maw. When Itachi's senses returned, he found himself standing on a vast expanse of writhing red flesh, stretching endlessly in every direction. What is this place? This is a pocket dimension within my own body, came Orochimaru's voice from nearby. As he spoke, the undulating walls of flesh rose and coalesced, gradually taking on Orochimaru's unmistakable form. Now enveloped by the close-pressing muscular walls, Orochimaru edged ever closer to Itachi. The ritual of rebirth is about to begin, right here. It's time, Itachi. As the last syllable faded, an eruption of fleshy tendrils burst forth from Itachi's body. All at once, countless figures began to emerge from the meat-like walls around him. These, the discarded bodies Orochimaru had once inhabited. Looking into Itachi's eyes, Orochimaru could scarcely contain his feverish delight. What power in those eyes! Magnificent, truly magnificent. At last you're mine, Itachi. Do you know? I've waited for this day so long. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. At the very least, until I can claim Pain's body, I'll be sure to make the most of yours. Just as Orochimaru was about to make contact, the fleshy tendrils on Itachi's body began to darken and then, one by one, sloughed away. From beneath his feet, a tide of black orb-like masses surged forth, swiftly spreading and consuming the entire pocket realm in absolute darkness. Orochimaru was utterly stupefied. No, impossible. This is a dimension I created. How could you possibly? Looking at Orochimaru's face, twisted with disbelief, Itachi Uchiha replied with an unchanging expression. I told you, no matter what you try, nothing holds meaning in front of these eyes. Now, you understand, don't you? The snake tries to snatch a fledgling, only to be pecked by the eagle. You dream of becoming a dragon. Orochimaru, remember this. Those that crawl the earth will always remain grounded. No, this can't be happening. Orochimaru was utterly panicked. He had planned to take over Itachi's body, but in an unexpected twist, his own body was on the verge of being seized by Itachi instead. Just as his will was about to be completely overridden by Itachi, Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, only to find himself back in reality. What's going on? Orochimaru had regained his original form. He looked up at Itachi before him, his heart still racing, and asked uneasily, Why? Why didn't you seize my power when you had the chance? He couldn't understand it. It was clear that Itachi was just one step away from claiming all his power. But Itachi hadn't done it. After a moment of silence, Itachi quietly gave his answer. Sorry, Orochimaru, your power holds no appeal for me. Itachi Uchiha's words struck deep, wounding not the body, but the soul. If not for his own peculiar resilience, Orochimaru might have died of sheer indignation. All right, Itachi, let me show you my trump card, the Yamada technique. His body writhed with an unnatural, grotesque motion, and then 8 serpent heads burst forth, unleashing a thunderous howl that echoed across the valley. Both believed this battle would remain unseen and unknown, but no one had noticed the presence of a massive plant lurking in the shadows. The plant slowly unfurled, revealing white Zetsu, who scowled in distaste and muttered, What on earth is that thing supposed to be? Black Zetsu snorted. That's the 8-headed serpent, an extremely fearsome technique. White Zetsu asked, What about Orochimaru? Where'd he go? As soon as he finished the question, the centermost serpent's mouth gaped open, and Orochimaru's torso slowly rose from within its maw. Facing the terrifying spectacle of the Yamada no Orochi, Itachi remained unfazed. In a low voice, he remarked, Orochimaru, I didn't think you'd mastered such a forbidden technique. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru withdrew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, grinning wickedly as he declared, When I left the Leaf Village, I took with me the 2 forbidden arts I cherished most. One of them is this, the Yamada technique, my greatest power. As for the other forbidden art, I haven't mastered it yet, but with my research so far, I believe the day I take command of it isn't far off. TSK. Itachi, only I possess the means to unravel the true secrets of this world. Let me say it one more time. If you join me, you'll never regret it. Come on, surrender now, and you won't have to suffer. The power of the 8 branches technique is something not even you can withstand. A low chuckle escaped Itachi's lips as he lowered his head and smiled faintly. That might be true for others, but you've chosen the wrong opponent. As he spoke, both of Itachi's eyes transformed into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The strength of the Uchiha is your kryptonite, Orochimaru. In the very next instant, crimson chakra surged around him, assembling first into a skeletal frame, then rippling with muscle and finally forming a fearsome armor, as a massive red warrior loomed tall before the eight-headed serpent. Is that Susanoo? Orochimaru's eyes went wide. It was the first time he witnessed the true might of Susanoo with his own eyes, and only now did he realize how far Itachi's power had advanced. Even so, though shocked, Orochimaru did not falter. It's nothing but a giant. Compared to my Yamada no Orochi, it still falls far short. The serpent's heads writhed and lunged, all aiming to strike at Susanoo. Itachi's gaze tightened. Susanoo's right hand flared with dazzling red light, manifesting a gourd that began to seethe with blazing crimson flames. In an instant, a long sword materialized from thin air. With a piercing swing, the sword sliced through the striking serpent heads, severing them one after another. Yet the eight-headed serpent boasted terrifying regenerative powers. The flesh at their necks writhed and churned, and the severed heads grew back as if nothing had happened. Ha 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 ha. I told you it's useless. Itachi, you should stop struggling and just accept your fate. Like a madman, Orochimaru drove the eight-headed serpent onward, its massive form clawing its way toward Itachi, while he himself leveled the Kusanagi sword, aiming straight at Itachi within Susanoo's protection. In a flash, the Kusanagi sword elongated rapidly, shooting straight for Itachi's body. I've got you now. Orochimaru's snake-like tongue hungrily licked his lips, convinced that the sword's power was more than enough to pierce Susanoo's defenses. But before the attack could land, Susanoo's right hand swept out with tremendous force, and the crimson blade erupted forward, impaling Orochimaru's body in one swift motion. Arg! Orochimaru froze, then twisted his lips into a cold smile. Heh ha ha. Do you really think an attack of this level can defeat me? I am the immortal Orochimaru. No matter what technique you use, it's useless against. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation surged from within. Orochimaru felt as if his entire body was being hollowed out. Wait, the sword. Could it be the Tatsuka blade? Panic seized Orochimaru. Who could have imagined that the very Tatsuka blade he had spent so long searching for would be hidden within Itachi Uchiha's hands all along? He knew exactly what the blade could do. Sealing. Anyone pierced by it will be trapped in an eternal world of drunken dreams, a prison of illusion from which there is no escape. It is the natural nemesis of those with immortality. Itachi, I will never forgive you. One day I'll return and strip every inch of flesh from your body. Arafat. Orochimaru howled in agony as both his body and the great eight-headed serpent were swallowed by the gourd of the Tatsuka blade. In that instant, all trace of Orochimaru disappeared from his surroundings. It's finally over. The crimson giant encasing Itachi gradually faded from sight. Itachi collapsed to his knees in pain, clutching his chest, his entire body trembling. The strain from consecutively wielding such immense powers had taken a heavy toll. Though he had the support of Hashirama's cells, his body had yet to fully adapt, so the pain remained sharp. But now, with Orochimaru, his greatest nemesis, vanquished, he could finally find some peace of mind. Every sacrifice had been worth it. With the performance over, Zetsu quietly returned to the underground. White, Zetsu muttered. Orochimaru's been sealed away. This is huge. We need to tell little Toby right away. Black Zetsu replied. Agreed, it's definitely news. Besides, Orochimaru was never truly loyal to the Akatsuki. But where's Toby off to now? The Mist Village again. White Zetsu cut in. Enough complaining. Let's get moving. Within the borders of the Land of Water, deep in a forest, a group of Kirigakure ninja sat gathered around a campfire, quietly enjoying their rations and restoring their strength. A young kunoichi stood up, took her food over to a corner, and with a smile, addressed the sharp-faced man sitting at the base of a tree. Kisame, we're comrades. Come eat with everyone, won't you? Please, don't get too close to me, Kisame replied softly, taking a sip of water and politely refusing her invitation. The other ninja nearby grumbled in annoyance. Hey, just ignore him. He's always the odd one out. Yeah, as if he'd ever bother with us code-cracking types from intelligence. The kunoichi smile faded as she shot back, her voice sharp. We're all on the same mission. It doesn't matter which department we're from. There's no need for this division. T-Seach, snorted a burly ninja in disdain. The brains who decode messages and the muscle who guard them. They're never going to get along. You're still too young to get it. The young woman was about to retort, when Kisame suddenly noticed a tremor on the steel wire set nearby. His expression turned grave as he stood and issued a command. Move out. Back to the village. There are pursuers on our trail. Faced with Kisame's seriousness, the The whole group wasted no time. They quickly buried any trace of their campfire, disappearing into the thick of the forest. On the move, the young kunoichi fell in step beside Kisame, her gaze gentle as she said, "Kisame, when the mission's over, let's have a meal together, all right?" Kisame stared at her blankly, offering no response at all. This was the first time a girl had ever invited him to a meal. Could it be that she likes me? But as a ninja, especially one from the Hidden Mist village, matters of romance were hardly that simple. It was simply unrealistic. Kisame quietly lowered his head, sinking into his thoughts. This mission, on the surface, was to escort the Cypher Corps back to the village. But in truth, his real objective was quite different. His direct superior, Fugaku Suikazan, had secretly instructed him that, even if the entire squad was wiped out, no information was allowed to leak. Should anything go wrong, Kisame was to eliminate every one of his comrades. It was the kind of work Kisame had always done, erasing his own teammates. At that moment, a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag suddenly struck the ground near the squad's feet, wrenching Kisame out of his reverie. "Run!" Kisame shouted, swiftly drawing the longsword strapped to his back and moving to shield his comrades as they began to retreat. A chorus of explosions erupted in the forest, one after another, like a relentless storm. Several Cypher Corps ninjas straggled behind. Caught in the blast, they crashed to the ground, gravely injured. "Help me! Hurry, help me!" The wounded ninjas cried out in agony, calling desperately to their comrades. Just then, a shadow landed before them. It was Kisame. He didn't hesitate. His blade flashed, ending every last one of them in an instant. There are too many pursuers. There's no way I can take them all alone. It looks like I have no choice. His expression fierce, Kisame rushed toward the distance. Soon, he caught up with the Cypher Corps. In front of him loomed a cliff. There was nowhere left to run. The others stared at the chasm below, faces pale, terror twisting their features. "Kisame, what do we do?" A kunoichi cried out in fear. Just then, agonized screams rang out behind them. The kunoichi spun around in alarm. Kisame had already dispatched the rest of his comrades and now approached her, sword in hand, step by step. With a swift stroke, blood splattered. The kunoichi collapsed, disbelief etched across her face. "Why?" Expressionless, Kisame answered flatly. "Eliminating my own comrades is my special mission." Hearing that, the kunoichi managed a faint smile, whispering through her pain, "Kisame, your life must be so hard. I just wish that someday maybe we could." Kisame's lips twitched, but with the enemy close behind, he had no time to listen to her final words. His blade fell again, a merciful end. At last, the captain of the pursuing force, Ibiki Marino, advanced slowly and demanded of Kisame, "Why did you kill your companions?" "Why? You're asking me why?" Kisame sheathed his sword behind his back, baring his jagged teeth in a sardonic grin. "You must understand, I can't entrust the code-named ninja to anyone else. They're far too likely to leak information, especially when it comes to you. If fate allows, let's hope we meet again." With those words, Kisame Hashigaki sprang to his feet and leapt off the cliff. "Not good. Stop him." By the time Ibiki Marino realized what was happening, it was already too late. Kisame had already plunged into the river below, disappearing without a trace. An hour later, Kisame arrived at the hideout of his superior, Fugaku Suikazan. "You're back. How did the mission go?" "All the code unit members are dead. I killed them all." Fugaku Suikazan fell silent for a moment, then turned away, speaking in a low voice. "I see. Well done. You've handled it admirably. You're dismissed." Kisame's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he silently tightened his grip around the hilt of his blade. "Sensei, there's something I can't seem to understand. How did the Leaf Ninja learn of our movements? When I think it over, it seems you're the only possible leak." A wet, stabbing sound rang out. Kisame was crazed with bloodlust. Not even his direct superior was spared. Fugaku Suikazan's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed into a pool of blood. "Kisame, you..." Kisame gave a cold snort as he crouched, seizing the great blade Samahata, which had belonged to Fugaku. "Don't blame me. In this world, I can't see clearly what's real and what's false. Everything is merciless and empty." After securing Samahata, Kisame turned and started to leave. He had barely taken a few steps when the voice of the fourth Mizukage suddenly rang out behind him. "You've done well, Kisame. I figured he would drop his guard around a loyal subordinate like you. That's why I subtly sent news of his treachery into your mind. You haven't disappointed me at all. From this moment forth, you are the rightful wielder of Samahata. In that case, you are now my dear, direct subordinate." From the darkness, the figure of Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, emerged. "Ah!" Kisame let out a low chuckle. Until the day you decide to erase me as well? My lord? Yagura replied, wooden and emotionless. I know your character well, so I choose to trust you. You are a shinobi with unwavering loyalty to your missions. For the sake of the nation and the village, you carried out countless dirty, despicable deeds. Someone who has betrayed so many times just to accomplish a mission. Surely you understand how hollow this world truly is. Kisame's eyes were bloodshot. The moment I killed my comrades, I understood it all. Born as a shinobi of the hidden mist, yet forced to kill my own brethren. What does that make me? What even am I? Friend or foe? My purpose? My position? It's all absurd. I feel nothing anymore. The only thing I can feel is my own falsehood. As Kisame listened to the response, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind Yagura. Who's there? Kisame stiffened instantly, gripping the hilt of his blade, his face brimming with hostility. Kisame, let me release you from this world of illusions. Let me build you a place where you truly belong. The stranger's voice was unfamiliar. Kisame had never heard anything like it before. Who are you really? The shadow gave a cold, dismissive snort. Let's start with this nation. All this time, you fought to kill your own comrades, but from now on, fight alongside me as one of my companions. Kisame replied. You certainly seem to know a lot about me, but I know nothing about you. Not even your name. At his words, the shadow slowly opened his eyes. Two crimson pinpoints flashed briefly in the darkness. Those are eyes shining in the dark. The Sharingan. I see. No wonder the Mizuki has changed so much. It's your Sharingan illusion, isn't it? This world truly is nothing but a lie. Kisame shook his head with a bitter smile. To think the one he served all this time was only a phantom. How utterly absurd. Rethinking things, Kisame now asked cautiously. But, possessing a power strong enough to control the fourth Mizuki, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, just who are you? I am Uchiha Madara. What? Kisame gasped in shock. That legendary figure? He's long dead. I can't believe you. The shadow smiled faintly and removed his swirling mask, finally revealing his true face. Believe it or not, I am Madara. With that, Obito openly revealed the entire plan for his Eye of the Moon project to Kisame. Kisame scoffed. Hey, are you out of your mind? How could something like that ever work? Obito answered. If it's me, it will work. Kisame, don't you long for it? In that world, there will be no more lies. There, you'll finally discover your truest self. A sly grin spread across Kisame's face. Haha, when you put it that way, I'd actually like to see that world for myself. Fine, I'll lend you my strength. Obito gave a satisfied nod. Just then, a massive stalk rose from the ground near his feet. The stalk opened up, and white Zetsu and black Zetsu peeked out from inside. White Zetsu announced, Orochimaru is dead. He tried to seize Itachi's body, but was killed by Itachi in the end. Obito responded with a snort. Orochimaru, always causing trouble. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Another wild card taken out. Then, turning to Kisame, Obito introduced, This is Zetsu, a member of my organization. You'll be seeing a lot of each other in the future. Let's go. I'll take you to my organization. The next day, Itachi Uchiha sat quietly by the bridge, waiting for Toby to arrive. At this very moment, the Akatsuki was holding a meeting, but Itachi had chosen not to attend. With Orochimaru now sealed and the threat eliminated, he no longer wished to remain in the organization. After all, the very reason he joined Akatsuki in the first place was to destroy Orochimaru. He waited here for Toby, simply to make his intentions clear in person. A sly chuckle sounded behind him. So, you must be Itachi Uchiha. It was Kisame Hashigaki's voice, unexpected and unfamiliar. Itachi turned, mildly surprised. He had been waiting for Toby, not for a stranger to appear. Especially someone wearing Akatsuki's iconic black cloak adorned with red clouds. The enormous, bizarre blade strapped to the newcomer's back caught Itachi's attention. With languid ease, Kisame introduced himself. The name's Kisame Hashigaki. You can think of me as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I heard your previous partner was Juzo Biwa. I have a feeling we'll get along, so I chose you. From now on, we're partners. I look forward to working together. Just don't let your guard down around me, all right? He gave a cold, mocking laugh. A quiet, dismissive noise escaped Itachi. You do talk a lot. I'm afraid you've picked the wrong partner. I'm planning to leave Akatsuki. Kisame faltered, then grinned, his teeth flashing. Oh, don't tell me you're scared I might kill you. I was only joking, provided you don't get on my bad side. Rising to his feet, Itachi replied seriously. You misinterpret me. My decision to leave has nothing to do with you. It's something I settled on this morning. And now, I intend to tell the leader myself. With that, Itachi narrowed his eyes and strode past Kisame, barely sparing him a glance. You're not going anywhere, Itachi. Suddenly, the swirling vortex of the Kamui space materialized, and Toby's voice rang out. Orochimaru's been dealt with, and if you leave now, there won't be many people left in the organization. You'll have to take responsibility for that. Do you think it's easy for me to recruit new members? Kisame listened, inwardly startled. Was it really true? This man before him had dealt with Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? Ha! Kisame smirked to himself. A partner this dangerous. Now, that's exciting. Yes, he thought, this matches my appetite perfectly. But Itachi paid Toby's words no mind whatsoever. The people he most wanted to see now were Sasuke and his parents. Whether Akatsuki's numbers dwindled or the organization flourished, none of that mattered to him. Without a word to Toby, Itachi walked away. Itachi. Toby's voice rose sharply. Don't forget, the very meaning of this organization's existence is tied to the future of the Uchiha clan. If you truly wish to protect your family, you must continue to watch over them from the shadows. Itachi Uchiha halted his steps and stood silent for a moment. All right, before any new members arrive, I'll remain with the organization for now. When the time comes and enough people have gathered, I ask that you let me leave as promised. Obito nodded. Very well, Itachi. As it happens, there's something I need you to handle right now. Orochimaru, the partner of Sasori of the Red Sand, fell at your hands. You and Kisame are to help Sasori find a new partner. I've already chosen the candidate, and Sasori will accompany you on this mission. Itachi looked back. Who is he? Obito replied. Deidara from Awagakure, just a bored brat obsessed with explosives. Land of Earth, in front of a secluded temple on the outskirts of Awagakure. The guide, Zetsu, led the three men to the entrance and spoke in a quiet voice. Go on in. The kid named Deidara is inside. Kisame glanced around, a smirk tugging at his lips. We're a remote place. Why would he choose to live out here? Black Zetsu gave a low chuckle. Don't underestimate him. He's terrifying in his own way. Used to be the third Tsuchikige's disciple, but with that manic streak, he stirred up so much chaos in the village that the Tsukikige had no choice but to exile him here for reflection. Kisame grinned. Ah, another oddball then. Sasori of the Red Sand remarked dryly. Anyone handpicked by the organization is bound to be a misfit. Come on, let's go see what this kid is made of. With those words, the three entered the temple, leaving Zetsu at the doors. Inside, a blonde-haired boy sat dead center, wholly absorbed in sculpting a clay figurine. Muttering to himself, he molded the clay into the shape of a centipede. Art, the form is coming out perfectly. I really am a born artist. Deidara seemed completely lost in his own creative world, oblivious to their arrival. Kisame broke the silence first. Hey, kid, interested in joining the Akatsuki? The jarring voice of a stranger snapped Deidara out of his thoughts. He turned, annoyed, and scowled at the three intruders. Who are you supposed to be? Can't you see I'm busy here? Sasori cut in, his tone icy. Enough talking. Just answer the question. Will you join the Akatsuki or not? TCH, Deidara, clearly in a good mood, couldn't be bothered to argue and waved them off. What's this Akatsuki thing you're talking about? Never even heard of it. Don't interrupt my art. Get lost already. With that, Deidara held up a small clay spider for them to see. Sasori frowned in distaste. You call that art? Seriously, your sense of aesthetics leaves me speechless. He turned to Itachi and Kisame. Do I really have to partner with someone so ridiculous? Flashy types are fine, but they rarely last long. Uchiha Itachi said, This is our leader's decision. His abilities will be of use to us. Oh, you know what I can do? Deidara's eyes widened in surprise. Who on earth are you people? With a cold chuckle, Kisame Hashigaki replied, You're the one causing those terrifying explosions everywhere lately, aren't you? As someone rejected by your own village, what are you really after? After? What could I possibly be after? Deidara folded his arms with a proud, defiant air, radiating confidence. I never thought I'd be so famous. If even lackeys like you know my name, I'm just taking jobs to create explosions, using my supreme works of art, you see. The three listened in silence as Deidara praised himself, simply watching him without a word. After an awkward hush, Sasori of the Red Sand broke the silence. Is he finished yet? Itachi replied, Hard to say. Kisame reached back, gripping Samahata, his giant sword. Probably. Not that it matters. My patience is running thin. Forget it. Let me handle this. Itachi stepped forward, revealing his scarlet Sharingan eyes. Deidara, fight me. If you lose, you'll join the Akatsuki. Huh, just you. Deidara spread his feet, readying for battle. Then I'll show you my art. It's the highest form, an art that transcends all, you'll see. With that, Deidara tossed a clay spider he had prepared straight at Itachi. Itachi instinctively leapt backward. As the clay spider reached him, Deidara flashed a sly grin and shouted sharply. Now! A thunderous explosion erupted behind Kisame and Sasori. The two didn't move an inch, completely unconcerned. Haha, you see that? That's my art. Deidara shouted gleefully, turning to Kisame and Sasori. He's finished. Now it's your turn, you two. Before the smoke from the explosion could clear, Itachi suddenly sprang out. Deidara stared, momentarily stunned, then broke into a laugh. Not dead yet. You've got some skill. But that's all it is, really. Just as Itachi landed, a giant clay centipede burst from the ground, coiling around his legs and pinning him in place. And now there's no escape for you. Seeing Itachi completely in his grasp, Deidara relaxed and mocked. All that big talk, but this is all you've got? What a disappointment. He quickly formed a hand seal, leaning forward as he declared, This ends now. Deidara opened his mouth wide, ready to shout his command, when Itachi calmly stopped him. Deidara, you'd better take a look at yourself right now. When Deidara met Itachi's crimson, enigmatic eyes, a sudden realization washed over him. In the blink of an eye, he noticed the centipede coiled tightly around his own body. This impossible. Had Itachi not broken the illusion, Deidara might never have noticed, not even in death. Kisame chuckled darkly. Ha ha ha, that was close. Honestly, I've never seen someone blow themselves up before. Wonder what that'd look like. Sasori added coolly, just as I thought. I knew this kid was the type to die young. As the centipede burrowed back underground, Deidara shuddered, cold sweat clinging to his skin, and cried out in shock. Jinjutsu? Damn it, when did it start? Kisame answered with a sly grin. Oh, right from the beginning. The moment you saw Itachi's Sharingan, you were already caught in his illusion. Deidara fell silent, stunned by how outclassed he was. Facing an opponent like this, he felt no more significant than a child's toy. Suddenly, the orange glow of the setting sun streamed in through the blast hole. Deidara's gaze followed the light. Within its blinding brilliance, Itachi's figure seemed painted onto the world itself, motionless, an image of uncanny beauty. Deidara was mesmerized. So beautiful. Could it be this is what art truly is? For the first time, Deidara found himself questioning his own beliefs about art. No, that's not right. Snapping out of his daze, he clutched his head in frustration and muttered with self-mocking disdain. I can't believe I let myself be bewitched by someone else's ability. Is that art? Nonsense. I'll never admit that. True art is the fleeting beauty of a moment. With a swift motion, a black cloak embroidered with red clouds landed before Deidara. Kisame waved his hand. All right, kid, you lost. Like we agreed. Now you're joining the Akatsuki. Fine, I'll accept my loss. Deidara picked up the cloak Kisame tossed to him and wrapped it around his body. But let me be clear, no matter what, I will never give up my pursuit of art. Sasori shrugged dismissively. Do as you please. As long as you complete the missions assigned by the organization, that's all that matters. By the way, your so-called art is dull. True art is eternal. Sasori, manipulating Hiriko, flicked a ring toward Deidara, letting it land in his palm. Deidara opened his hand. It was a ring, engraved with the character for blue. TCH, what would you know? Deidara couldn't even be bothered to argue with Sasori. After slipping the ring onto his finger, he glared at Itachi. Just you wait. I'll remember this. From now on, I swear, I'll never fall for your illusions again. Uchiha Itachi replied, calm as ever. Now that you're part of the organization, I doubt I'll ever need to use Jinjutsu on you again, unless you decide to cause trouble. The indignant Deidara immediately retorted, what did you say? How about a rematch with me right now? Enough already, brat. Sasori of the Red Sand shot him a glare. You and I are teamed up today. We have a mission to carry out. Meanwhile, at Uchiha Madara's secret base, ever since his eyes had regenerated, Lord Madara's restlessness had only grown. Staying cooped up at home, sending his subordinates to execute the grand plan, was starting to get rather dull. Fortunately, he had his son, Feiyu, to keep him company, or else he might have already charged out into the world himself. Even though his strength had yet to return to its former glory, and his body had not regained its youthful vigor. Dad, you always send the caretakers out to work on your plans. You hope that one day everyone in the world will fall into a dream and find their own fulfillment. When that day comes, we'll end up like that too. Feiyu, with nothing better to do, asked on purpose. My dear boy. But of course, Madara replied, doting on him with a gentle nod. Then, could you not put me to sleep? Life inside a dream may have its charms, but it's not real. I don't want to become like that. Silly child. In your dream, everyone you care about would treat you with endless kindness. You could do anything you wished. But that's exactly how my life is right now. Why should I choose an empty dream? Who's to say I wouldn't simply wake up one day? Isn't it warmer, each day, to have you here in reality? Feiyu's words stunned Madara into silence. He had a point, a rather solid one, in fact. Reality had once left Madara deeply disappointed. But since Feiyu's arrival, happiness had quietly crept back into his days. Occasionally, he even caught himself wondering if everything before his eyes was just some beautiful illusion. After all, this level of happiness felt almost unreal. If true happiness is so tangible, why chase after a false version of it? Madara's long-held ambitions began to shift, if only just a little. Never mind. No use overthinking it, Madara decided, shaking off the thought. The Eye of the Moon plan had been so long in the making. Abandoning it halfway would be an awful waste. He'd endured too much for this goal to simply let it go. Rather than giving up, he could pursue both at once. Why not strive for the best of both worlds, perfect the reality, and craft the ideal illusion as well? He would make sure, in both realms, to prepare only the very best for his son. And along the way, he could lead the Uchiha clan to greater heights. He'd once promised his younger brother, Izuna, that he would always protect their clan. Once upon a time, the clan had turned its back on him, unwilling to follow. But now things had changed. The younger members saw him once again as the pillar of their family. Now that he'd regained their trust, he had no choice but to act. Build a hidden village. These 4 words rang powerfully in Madara's mind. The village of Konoha he once founded with his own hands still left him with many regrets. But this time, it would be different. There would only be one person calling the shots, and that person was himself. In a way, he was also laying the foundation for his son's future. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. This is how it should be. My good son, your father has just made a decision, one that concerns the development of the Uchiha clan. It's a matter that's important for your future as well. Do you want to hear it? Of course. All right, then first, have your pet call Fugaku and the others here. When they arrive, I'll tell you all at once. Got it, Dad. Feiyu nodded vigorously, turned, and waved from the doorway. Danzo, come here. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Danzo padded over on all 4s, tongue lolling out, his tail wagging eagerly. Like a true dog, he couldn't wait for his master's affection, eager for a pat and some praise. Good boy, said Feiyu, ruffling Danzo's head with satisfaction. Then he gave his order. For this mission, you're allowed to speak human language. You don't need to bark. Go bring Fugaku, Inaho, and Yukomi here. My dad has something to discuss with them. Hurry. Woof woof. Igadigatis. Understood. Having grown so accustomed to barking, Danzo was momentarily thrown off by speaking like a human. With his orders clear, Danzo dashed off toward the Uchiha compound. A short while later, outside the Fugaku residence, suddenly, a series of barks echoed by the gate. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Fugaku, who was enjoying his tea in the living room, immediately recognized that Danzo had arrived. Frowning, he stood up, grabbed a leftover bone from the kitchen, and stepped out into the yard to let the dog in. Lowering his head, he saw Danzo sprawled on the ground, panting at him. Woof woof. Master has ordered you to bring Inaho and Yukomi. You are to find Lord Madara at once. Fugaku's expression grew complicated. Though he liked to think he'd grown used to Danzo's changes, the sight still made him uncomfortable every time, a little disturbing, actually. Indeed, it was hard not to feel unsettled, seeing a former leader in such a state. It was almost enough to make one sigh in pity. We understand. We'll head over at once. Here, this is for your trouble. As he spoke, Fugaku tossed the bone to the ground. Danzo leapt for it, his jaws snapping around the bone, tearing and gnawing with unrestrained delight. Before long, Uchiha Fugaku, Inaho, and Yukomi arrived together before Master Madara and Feiyu. The 3 of them bowed respectfully. Lord Madara, very well. Uchiha nodded slightly, then spoke. I called you here to announce something. From this moment on, the Uchiha clan will no longer need to till the fields. Really, the 3 were barely able to contain their excitement, their faces alight with hope. The clan's long, bitter days as farmers were finally, mercifully, coming to an end. Fugaku was the first to regain his composure. Calmly, he asked, Lord Madara, what should we do next? Madara replied, just as we did in Konoha. We'll take on missions and earn commissions. I plan to found a new ninja village, led by the Uchiha clan. Oh, hearing this, the 3 men were both startled and delighted. It seemed Lord Madara was finally set on advancing the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yukomi quickly offered his advice. Lord Madara, since we're going to establish our own village, under the One Nation, One Village system, We could first seek out a small nation lacking military strength. If we align ourselves with their daimyo, he could fund our development while we provide them with military protection. This is the best and fastest way to grow. That's right, Fugaku agreed. With the support and prestige of a country behind us, not only would we expand swiftly, but we might even attract other powerful yet scattered ninja clans. Throughout history, this is how major nations' villages have risen in power. Inaho chimed in as well. If things go smoothly, with Lord Madara's strength and our support, perhaps we could even elevate that minor nation into a sixth great power someday. By then, their daimyo will certainly shower us with gratitude. Uchiha frowned slightly, just about to reply, when Feiyu suddenly shouted out. Ridiculous! Are the proud Uchiha meant to become lapdogs for another country's daimyo? What right does a daimyo have to command us, simply because he wears a crown? Even if we were to strictly follow the one nation, one village policy, then that daimyo position ought to be filled by one of our Uchiha. The three men were utterly taken aback. It was as if Feiyu's words had awakened them from a dream. How could a child speak with such conviction and clarity? Madara burst out in booming laughter. Well said. That's the son I'm proud of, so full of spine, just like me. If Hashirama hadn't insisted back then, I'd never have let Konoha join the Land of Fire, much less allow our village to dance to the whims of the daimyo. My mind is made up. The Uchiha village will not rely on any nation. We'll claim land for ourselves, seize the resources, and raise our own people. If any country dares oppose us, we'll simply fight them. Madara's tone only grew more determined and fierce. He stood, raising his voice. If we're to be a ninja village, then we need a Kage. The Uchiha are known for our ocular powers and fire release. Konoha has already taken the title Hokage, and I've no intention of using it. Let's find a name that draws upon our eyes. Ocular power. Eyes. Eye. Pondering for a moment, Madara's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it, eyeshadow. We'll use this title. I, Madara Uchiha, hereby establish the ninja village, Benii Village, as the very first eyeshadow. From this day forward, we officially begin. Eyeshadow. Upon hearing this title, Feiyu suddenly felt a bit awkward. It sounded almost identical to one of those makeup products. But since it was a name his father had come up with after much thought, Feiyu couldn't bring himself to say anything about it. Eyeshadow, then. If it's a shadow, that's what matters. Madara's words had also stirred Fugaku and the others. Thinking of how the Uchiha once lived under others' roofs, with no voice of their own, and now were about to found a village they could truly call their own, the excitement in their hearts, the trembling in their hands, was simply impossible to contain. Madara shrugged. Fugaku, I'll give you a year. For the village's business development, mission sources, housing plans, systems and regulations, and management staff, all these details, you and your team will discuss and decide. I won't interfere. Just make sure that within my set time frame, everything a proper village should have is up and running as it should. Handle the things you can well, and for those you can't, clench your teeth and get it done anyway. If you run into troublemakers or someone beyond your ability to handle, tell me immediately. I'll take care of them myself. My requests, they're not unreasonable, are they? Upon hearing this, Fugaku shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. Not even a little. Thank you, Lord Madara. No. First eyeshadow, for your trust. I will do everything in my power to build Benii Village well. Right then, stop standing around. Get to work. Yes, sir. With deep respect, Fugaku and the others bowed, then took their leave. Come here, my boy. Once all the unnecessary bystanders had gone, Madara Uchiha pulled Feiyu into a gentle embrace and spoke softly. You already know, I'm building up 2 factions right now. Benii Village will handle everything out in the open, diplomacy, finances, even invasion. Though it's just been founded, I believe it's only a matter of time before it becomes the strongest village in the land. The second faction is the Akatsuki. This organization handles everything in the shadows. Any actions we can't take openly will be finished by them. In the future, there may come a day when your father is no longer here. If that day ever arrives, these 2 forces, one in the light, one in the dark, will be the backbone that protects you. Dad, don't say things like that. That day will never come. Madara let out a booming laugh. Of course. Your old man is indomitable. Now, thanks to you, I'm even starting to feel young again. That day should never come, unless something truly unexpected happens. But who can really tell what the future holds? That's why I'm making these preparations. It never hurts to be ready. As Madara mused aloud, he gently patted Feiyu's head. Speaking of which, my good son, your old man needs a favor from you. You're smart, and often come up with ideas and insights that others can hardly imagine. I want you involved in founding the village. I hope you'll take on a supervisory role. If you ever have a different perspective, just speak directly to Fugaku. Don't worry, he'll absolutely listen to you. Feiyu looked up and answered, Dad, you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might mess up the village completely? Madara burst into hearty laughter. There's no one else in this world I trust. Not like I trust you. Go ahead, my son, don't hold back. Use that remarkable mind of yours and show me a shinobi village that's unlike any before. All right, Dad, just watch me. Feiyu agreed without hesitation. With Madara placing his highest hopes on him, there was no way he'd take this task lightly. Moreover, he too wanted to create a shinobi village unbound by outdated norms and obsolete traditions. I'll go speak with Fugaku right now. Go on, then. After another embrace, Feiyu turned to leave. Just as he stepped out the front door, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu quietly slipped out from beside Madara. White Zetsu muttered in a low voice. See? Lord Madara truly dotes on Feiyu. The kid's only been gone a few seconds, and Lord Madara keeps staring at the doorway. He's practically stretching his gaze. Quiet, White Zetsu. Black Zetsu quickly shot him a look, then deliberately scolded in a hushed tone. What Madara-sama does is not for the likes of us to comment on. Ahem. Madara withdrew his lingering gaze, gave a soft cough, shot Black and White Zetsu a sidelong look, and asked coldly. So, the two of you show up out of nowhere. Do you have something to report? TSK. Nothing escapes Lord Madara. White Zetsu answered, grinning. Apart from Obito and me, the Akatsuki now has a full 7 elite members. In terms of ability, most of them already have Kaga-level power. Oh, that's pretty good. Uchiha Madara praised nonchalantly, closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair as if preparing for a midday rest. When Madara said nothing further, Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment and then asked, Madara-sama, now that the Akatsuki's strength is so formidable, is it time to put the final phase of our plan in motion? Should they begin capturing the tailed beasts? Black Zetsu had been waiting for this day for a long time. Once the tailed beasts were hunted down, the day they could awaken Mother Kaguya with infinite Tsukuyomi would be close at hand. He looked at Madara with eager anticipation, waiting for his answer. But Madara's face remained impassive. Eyes closed, still leaning back in his chair, he replied softly. No rush on the tailed beasts. Let's wait a little longer. Black Zetsu asked, bewildered. Lord Madara, now is the perfect time. With these powerful pieces under your command, capturing those 9-tailed beasts will be a breeze. Once Nagato finishes sealing all the beasts, your body should be just about fully recovered, and by then you could... Before he could finish, Madara abruptly cut Black Zetsu off with a harsh tone. I told you, wait. There's no rush. But why? Black Zetsu found Madara's actions increasingly unfathomable, and a sense of dread quietly crept into his heart. No reason. You all can leave now. I'm going to rest. I knew it. Madara's plans have changed. After being chased away, Black Zetsu vented his grievances to White Zetsu in a deserted and remote spot. White Zetsu replied, Well, what can you do? Didn't you already see this coming? I thought you were mentally prepared for this. Black Zetsu sighed. I did psyche myself up, but now that it's actually happening, it's a real punch to the gut. I've schemed for so many years, only to have it all changed by a child. White Zetsu, you really shouldn't have brought Feiyu back in the first place. See what's happened now? Mother's revival plan is ruined. White Zetsu just waved dismissively. Hey, that's not fair. This plan was never really my concern. I don't do things for reasons. I just go with the flow. Besides, I don't have any mommy issues, you know. You, White Zetsu, did you just call me a mama's boy? Black Zetsu wore a look of utter despair. He'd only wanted to vent a little, not expecting White Zetsu's style of comfort to cut even deeper than Madara's. All right. White Zetsu split off from their shared form, patting Black Zetsu's shoulder. Don't overthink it. Who can say what'll happen in the future anyway? You know how Madara is. If he ever gets hit with a strong emotional shock, he'll inevitably fall back into darkness. Right now, Feiyu brings him light. But if something happened to Feiyu, Madara would definitely return to his old ways. Hearing this, Black Zetsu yelled, Absolutely not. I will never let anything happen to Feiyu. A sly smile played on White Zetsu's lips. Are you sure? Because if Feiyu gets hurt, your mother will almost certainly be revived. Black Zetsu furrowed his brow in silence, then muttered, I'll have to give this some more thought. If reviving mother meant sacrificing Feiyu, Black Zetsu hesitated. For all his single-minded devotion to his mother, Feiyu's place in his heart now rivaled even Kaguya's. Fine, take your time and think it over. I'm off to have some fun with Feiyu. White Zetsu, bored of trying to console this mama's boy, turned to leave. Wait, White Zetsu, there's something I need to ask you first. Go ahead. Black Zetsu stared intently at White Zetsu, his voice low as he asked, If one day Just hypothetically, if someday in the future I have to make a move against Feiyu, would you still help me like you always have like you do now? Hearing this, White Zetsu narrowed his eyes and shook his head with a playful smile. If that day really does come, forget it. Even if you just entertain the thought, I'm afraid I'd have to kill you myself. There was a palpable murderous intent in White Zetsu's eyes as he spoke. Such an expression. This was the first time Black Zetsu had ever seen it since he was born. Haha, little Black Zetsu, don't get mad, alright? As long as you keep your hands off Feiyu, we'll stay the best of friends. Unbeatable, just like always. White Zetsu shrugged off the hostility, instantly returning to his usual carefree self. Black Zetsu, still recovering from his surprise, managed a forced sneer. TCH, with your pathetic strength? Talk like you could actually kill me. You never know. With that, White Zetsu slipped silently into the ground and vanished, leaving Black Zetsu standing there alone, deep in thought. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, inside Fugaku's house, all the clan's elites and elders were gathered, their faces alight with excitement. Word had spread. Lord Madara was going to establish a village for the Uchiha. Finally having a village to call their own. This was something beyond their wildest dreams. Ahem. Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat. At once, the bustling crowd below fell silent. Every gaze turned toward Fugaku, each person watching with eager anticipation for him to speak. But Fugaku only prolonged their suspense, letting nearly 2 minutes pass without so much as opening his mouth. Whether on purpose or not was anyone's guess. Clan leader, at least say something. We just heard from Yao that Lord Madara plans to build a village led by the Uchiha. Is that what you called us here to discuss? If it's about that, then I'm wide awake now. No chance of napping. That's right. For the first time, the Uchiha will be masters of their own fate. Let us join in the grand planning for this new village. We've all been waiting for this our whole lives. The crowd erupted with lively chatter, everyone eager to play a part. I've got a ton of ideas already. How about I share one to get things started? Uchiha Inaho jumped up, eyes shining with enthusiasm. I was there just now. You can't imagine how powerful Lord Madara's presence is. Normally, forming a ninja village requires relying on a nation for support. But Lord Madara said otherwise. He believed the Uchiha clan need not lower themselves to seek the protection of mighty nations. We can depend solely on ourselves because the Uchiha have that kind of strength. Any nation that refuses to recognize us, any nation that looks down on us, he'll lead us and we'll fight back. A roar of cheers greeted his words. The crowd swept up in excitement. Well said. That's our Lord Madara for you. With Lord Madara leading us, we'll feast 3 times a day, 9 meals a week. The Uchiha clan will never again have to bow their heads to anyone. From now on, if I don't want to eat beef, I just won't eat beef. No doubt about it. Everyone hold on, let me finish. Sensing the growing excitement, Uchiha Inaho quickly raised his voice to get their attention. All the good things will come later. We'll only get to enjoy once we've built the village. Now, let me finish what I was saying. First, about the location for our village. I think the land right beneath our feet is just perfect. Officially, this is under the jurisdiction of the Land of Grass, but for miles around, no one else lives here, and the government sees this area as unused land. We're unlikely to be bothered. We can go all out here, build houses, set up a commercial street, even a street of food stalls. We need a name, too, to attract more customers. Of course, we're shinobi. Never forget our roots. Our main source of income, the mission system, is just as important. We can send a few people out to spread the word, organize some activities, and take missions from smaller nations that would otherwise go to the big countries. We'll win them over with better value. Before long, word will spread, and as our reputation grows, I'm sure we'll have no trouble growing and thriving. So what do you all think of my plan? With that, Uchiha Inaho lifted his chin with a hint of pride, clearly waiting for their praise. I think it's doable. Since we're just starting out, there's nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. I agree. Let's just go for it. Fine by me. As long as I don't have to farm, I'll do anything. I'll turn over my field right now and build myself a mansion. Sound good to me. I'm building too. For the record, though, the field I cultivated is mine. Nobody better try to take it from me. The discussion grew wilder, with people now arguing over who got which plot of land. That's enough. Quiet. Uchiha Fugaku's shout echoed throughout the hall. What's wrong with all of you? Have you all let your dreams go to your heads? Let me tell you why I've been silent. It's not for lack of ideas. I know how to build a house. Lord Madara entrusted me with building the village, with our future. You could say he's placed all the responsibility on my shoulders, but there's one thing he didn't give me, and that's money. Startup funds for the village. Without that, all these dreams are just empty talk. The moment money was mentioned, Everyone fell silent. The clan leader was right. The Uchiha now had the strength and numbers, but not a cent to their name. When they escaped from Konoha, the clan members had only what they stood in, spirited away by white Zetsu, so quickly that they left everything behind. All they had was a small handful of coins in their pouches, and those had already been spent on seeds and tools for farming. These days, you could say that every household pockets are cleaner than their faces. Ever since they had turned to Lord Madara, they had done plenty of hard work, but not a single coin had made its way into their hands. Still, no one had ever complained. After all, they hadn't really needed money up until now. But things were different now. Since they were setting up a proper new village, they would definitely need some startup funds. Usually, a project like this would require the financial support of allied nations. But Lord Madara's intentions were clear. They would rely on no one but themselves, only the Uchiha. A heavy sigh escaped from Fugaku Uchiha, his face etched with worry. Yakue offered a suggestion. Clan leader, perhaps we should pay Lord Madara another visit and bring up the matter of funding? Fugaku replied. What good would that do? Lord Madara has made himself very clear. We must figure things out ourselves, and he'll only concern himself with the results. Itauka chimed in, but you never know. Maybe Lord Madara has simply forgotten about it. Fugaku shook his head, resolute. Impossible. A man of Lord Madara's caliber? He wouldn't overlook something this important. My feeling is that he simply doesn't want to help, or maybe he has no funds himself. Either way, it's best not to trouble him. Yakue pressed. But clan leader, what harm is there in just asking? It costs nothing after all. Fugaku shot him a sidelong glance, then shut his eyes and gave a small, reluctant shake of the head, refusing to say more. He felt embarrassed to ask, worried he might anger Lord Madara. Seeing this, Itauka and Yakue had no choice but to fall silent. They exchanged a glance, heavy with resignation. Itauka muttered under his breath, the clan leader is excellent in every way, except he's a bit too timid and indecisive, always looking over his shoulder, afraid of what's ahead and behind. He was like this even back in Konoha. Yakue responded, well, what can you do? Best just to be understanding. The room fell quiet. The fire of excitement from earlier faded away from everyone's faces. After a long pause, one of the senior elders finally spoke, breaking the silence that lingered in the hall. Fugaku, since there's no hope of asking Lord Madara for funds, we'll simply have to come up with ways to earn money ourselves. As ninja, the Uchiha are perfectly suited for taking on missions. That's the kind of work we excel at, and the fastest way to earn income. Fugaku nodded. I understand that, but at the moment we have plenty of idle ninja and no clue where to find any missions. The elder replied, we might not get official missions, but there are always less than public jobs to be found through certain channels. At those words, a glint of hope finally appeared in Fugaku's eyes. He asked urgently, which channels? The Naniko clan. Oh, at that, Fugaku's eyes lit up in realization. Of course, how could I have overlooked them? The Ninja Cat clan shares deep ties with the Uchiha family. For generations, the two clans have maintained a cooperative relationship, with the Ninja Cats serving as a vital source of intelligence for the Uchiha. Whenever there are covert or unsavory tasks that should remain out of the public eye, the Ninja Cats always seem to have a way to take them on. Thinking of this, Fugaku's face lit up with delight. But in the next instant, as if some troubling thought crossed his mind, the joy vanished completely. Without a long sigh, we are the proud Uchiha clan, a family of noble standing for hundreds of years. Must we really stoop so low as to take on those shadowy, disgraceful missions just for the sake of money? An elder replied, there's really no other way. Let's earn the money first. Once we have the funds, we can rebuild, establish a proper village, and set up a formal ninja system. There's no shame in making money. Clan leader, Lord Madara's son and Mr. White Zetsu are here to see you. A voice announced the visitors from outside the door. Oh, Fugaku stood up almost reflexively at the news, quickly responding, please bring them in right away. The door creaked open, and Feiyu and White Zetsu entered with measured steps. Lord Feiyu, it's wonderful you could come, Fugaku said, full of respect, stepping aside and offering the main seat. My clansmen and I were just discussing the monumental task of building our village. If you have any advice or see any areas where we might be lacking, please let us know. Some members of the clan looked on in confusion, utterly puzzled. A few murmured quietly among themselves. What's going on with the clan leader? It's understandable to respect Lord Madara's son, but honestly, he's still just a kid, hardly even grown. How much could he really have to add? I really don't get what's going through the clan leader's mind sometimes. Isn't now the perfect time to discuss funding with Feiyu? Maybe even ask him to pass a message to Lord Madara for startup capital. Enough, don't say what shouldn't be said. Yakumi hushed them in a low voice. You all truly don't understand Lord Feiyu. He's no ordinary child. His insight and vision outclass even most adults. Really, the others stared at him, their faces painted with disbelief. Uchiha Yakomi nodded solemnly. Just wait and see. Be quiet for now. After Yakomi's words, the audience fell silent, turning their full attention to Fugaku and Feiyu. Feiyu, undaunted, walked straight over and took the head seat that Fugaku offered. White Zetsu stood behind Feiyu, a sly grin playing on his face. Feiyu spoke up. Fugaku, how is the discussion coming along? Have you laid out a detailed plan yet? Fugaku replied, My lord, we haven't drawn up a plan just yet. We're still figuring out how to raise the money. After all, building a village will require tremendous funds. Without money, it's essentially impossible. Feiyu let out a soft chuckle. Understand. So, have you found a method to raise the funds? Of course. Fugaku quickly composed himself, thumping his chest with conviction as he declared, I'm planning to reach out to the ninja cats. They probably have their own sources of missions. If I lead the clan to take on every mission we can, working like madmen, we should be able to earn enough startup funds for the village within a year. No job is too tough or too dirty. We'll take any mission that pays. Whatever brings in money, we'll do it. When you go back, you can tell Lord Madara that he can absolutely count on me. I promise I won't let him down. Hearing this, White Zetsu chimed in, TSK. Fugaku, isn't this taking things a bit far for the Uchiha? You're one of the most distinguished clans, after all. Fugaku answered firmly, as long as we can fulfill Lord Madara's wishes, there's nothing we wouldn't do. White Zetsu gave a wide grin. Now, that's the spirit. Fugaku replied, It's only what I ought to do. All right, let's not push ourselves too hard, Feiyu said as he looked around, his gaze sweeping over Fugaku and the gathered crowd. Since you've all chosen to follow my father, rest assured, you won't be left to fend for yourselves, not by my father and not by me. You've toiled in the fields all this time, never complaining, and I've seen how loyal you are. We feel the same way. With supporters like you, my father and I could never slack off on our end either. As for the money to build the village, leave that to us. You just focus on the construction. Once the village is up and running, we can form a proper ninja force to accept missions, just like we used to do back in Konoha. The moment these words landed, the faces of the Uchiha in the crowd lit up with joy. Really? That's fantastic. We definitely chose the right people to follow. Yahweh, you were right. There's no way a child could sound this commanding. Lord Feiyu truly isn't an ordinary boy. The clan was bursting with excitement, their cheers rolling in waves. White Zetsu bent down, whispering into Feiyu's ear. Little Feiyu, that's a pretty bold promise. This is a hefty sum, you know? I know Lord Madara's finances inside and out. He doesn't have a single coin to his name. Feiyu replied with a laugh. My father may not have money, but the organization he leads certainly does. Once Uncle Obito comes back, I'll have him take me to Akatsuki. Getting the money will be simple. White Zetsu exclaimed, Oh, right? That didn't even occur to me. But Akatsuki's accounts are managed by Kakuzu, and prying money out of him is almost impossible. He's the stingiest miser I've ever seen. Feiyu arched an eyebrow. How can you call it prying money out? That's our family's money. Kakuzu's only working for my father. After all, I'm my father's son. My father's enterprise is mine by birthright. As the boss, taking profits from my own business is only natural. Who could question it? Meanwhile, deep within the Akatsuki's hidden base, Kakuzu returned alone to the main hall, carrying a sturdy cash box. Just as he walked in, he ran into Itachi and Kisame, who were on their way out. Kisame bared his jagged teeth in a wide grin. I'm making some extra cash again. You really work hard, Kakuzu-senpai. Extra cash? Hardly. Bill collecting, Kakuzu retorted. Oh, you take care of that too, senpai? Oomph. Kakuzu gave a cold snort. The Akatsuki wouldn't last a day without me. As the organization's chief treasurer, it falls to me to settle all our bad debts. There are always a few ignorant countries or clans who, blinded by their own power, refuse to pay for the missions they commission, deadbeats who don't deserve to live in this world. At that, Kisame chuckled darkly. There are actually people who still dare to owe Akatsuki money? Senpai, next time you find one, let me know. I'm bored stiff these days, and my sword, Samahata, is itching for action. Itachi too, right? Itachi Uchiha was silent. Kakuzu shot them both a withering look. You know, I've actually got one last bad debt to settle. The client from your most recent job. Kisame looked surprised. No way. Last mission's client was that business tycoon from Yugakure. Money's the last thing he lacks. Kakuzu snorted. The ones swimming in wealth are always the stingiest and the greediest. With those words, Kakuzu lost interest in further banter and strode deeper into the hall. Wait up, Kaku. Itachi suddenly spoke. Kakuzu stopped mid-step, turning back with narrowed eyes and a look of disbelief. Hearing Uchiha Itachi speak was a rarity. Itachi, so you do talk after all, Kakuzu said quietly, his eyes half-lidded. It's been so long since I last heard your voice, I was starting to think you'd gone mute. What is it? Something you need? Itachi murmured. Kisame, and I carry out only the orders given to us by the leader or Konin. Konin handles all communication and arrangements for our missions. As for whether the client pays or not, Kisame and I aren't involved. We just complete the task. Kakuzu replied. No need to explain, I understand. I never blamed you two or Konin for money I can't collect. Frankly, what I end up retrieving from those deadbeats by force is usually worth far more than the original mission fee. Itachi said, the leader's next assignment for us is actually in Yugikure. Why don't you come along and collect from that debtor of a tycoon yourself? Kakuzu froze for a moment, then chuckled coldly. Haha, I was wondering what you'd say. Are you thinking of making me your unpaid muscle? Personally, I prefer you with your mouth shut. Kisame replied. Come on, don't be like that to Itachi. Following us is actually the boss's idea. Itachi and I have been waiting for you here for quite a while. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're saying it was the boss's order? With a wicked grin, Kisame nodded. Members of Akatsuki always work in pairs, but you've been alone for ages. The boss found someone who'd be the perfect partner for you, someone from the hidden hot water village. Of course, this isn't a wasted trip. There's a reward involved. Catching him is actually a commission from the daimyo of the land of hot water. Your prospective teammate has racked up quite a body count over in Yugikure. Kakuzu fell silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Pair me up with that person? Now I'm curious to see exactly what sort of character he is. Let's be clear. If I'm not satisfied, I might just kill him on the spot. And even if you two try to stop me, it won't matter. Somewhere in the countryside of the land of hot water, just off a rural trail, rustling within the underbrush. 3 shadows flickered past. Kakuzu asked, is this the place? Kisame answered, the coordinates match. Strange though, my Samahata isn't reacting. Normally, if someone in the organization is interested and is nearby, their chakra should set my blade off. Kakuzu huffed. Maybe even the boss misjudges people now and then. Itachi slowly opened his eyes. The target is a serial killer, preying on anyone who passes through here. Since he hasn't shown himself, let's give him a reason to appear. With those words, Itachi vanished and reappeared right in the center of the road, sauntering forward at a leisurely pace. He hadn't gone far when a man suddenly appeared before him. Silver hair slicked back, dressed in black leather, a scarlet triple-bladed scythe slung across his back. The silver-haired man spoke up. Hey, are you alone? How'd you like to join the Jashin cult? Itachi sized him up, replying softly. Jashin cult? What's that? The man snorted. The so-called Jashin cult lets you kill without facing blame. Our faith is centered around killing, the most exhilarating religion there is. Doesn't that get your blood pumping? Hearing this, Itachi gave a faint, downward smile. So, that's what this is about. Seems like you're my target. The silver-haired man frowned. Target? What target? What nonsense are you spouting? Itachi replied. You're the infamous killer haunting this area of Yugikure, aren't you? TCH. The silver-haired man waved his hand carelessly. Killer? You're mistaken. I'm delivering souls, offering their lives up to Lord Jashin. People should be thanking me. Uchiha Itachi ignored his deranged words and murmured to himself, Come out. I found the person we're looking for. In the next instant, Kakuzu and Kisame appeared by Itachi's side, as if materializing out of thin air. Oh, 2 more arrivals. The silver-haired man burst into wild laughter. Not bad, not bad. Today's my lucky day, bringing 3 offerings to Lord Jashin at once. Lord Jashin will surely reward me for this. As he spoke, the silver-haired man drew the triple-bladed scythe strapped to his back, pointing it at the group and continuing. I'll have you know, I'm in a foul mood right now. By calling me a murderer, you've insulted the faith of Jashin. I made up my mind. I'm going to make sure your deaths are nothing but agony. Kakuzu snorted. What a self-absorbed fool. He clearly left his brains at the door. What did you say? The silver-haired man shot back, furious. Who are you calling brainless? I'm smart, you hear me? Extremely smart. Kakuzu could hardly be bothered to respond to this noisy pest. He turned to Itachi and Kisame with a gruff tone. He's the type destined for a quick death. I've already decided. I'll be the one to finish him. Don't get in my way. Kisame shrugged with a toothy grin. Fine by me, senior. Go, all out. With deliberate steps, Kakuzu strode up to the silver-haired man. Kid, you piss me off. And I have very little patience for people like you. As if I'd care what you think. Go to hell, you beady-eyed freak. With that, the silver-haired man swung his triple-bladed scythe at Kakuzu with blinding speed. Beady-eyed, Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed dangerously at the insult. He spread his hands wide and launched both fists straight for the man's heart. With a sickening crunch, Kakuzu's fists punched clean through the man's chest. "Ar!" The silver-haired man howled in pain, clutching his heart. "That hurts, it hurts so damn much. You bastard. I'll make you feel every ounce of it. Screw you, you piece of, you utter idiot." Seeing the man still surprisingly lively, Kakuzu finally sensed something off. "So that's how it is." Kakuzu lowered his head with a cold chuckle. "No wonder the boss partnered you with me. So, we're birds of a feather after all." "What? We're the same sort of people." Haiden scratched his head, gazing intently at Kakuzu with knitted brows. "Wait, are you a follower of Jashin too? But I don't remember ever seeing you." Kakuzu replied. "That's not what I meant by the same." Haiden blinked, his eyes gleaming with a show of wit. "Then what do you mean?" Kisame sneered with relish, mocking them both. "Can't tell if this guy's just hopelessly naive or if he's truly a complete idiot." At these words, Haiden erupted in a fiery rage. "You're the idiot. Your whole family is idiots. You fish-eyed freak. Unforgivable. I absolutely hate it when people call me stupid." Howling, he swung his triple-bladed scythe and charged straight at Kisame. He brushed right past Kakuzu. "Hey, I'm your opponent." Kakuzu yelled in anger. "What's your rush, you big oaf?" Haiden shot back. "In the end, I'll offer all of you as sacrifices to Lord Jashin." Ha ha ha. Just as Haiden's scythe was about to come down, Kisame instantly unsheathed the massive Samahata sword from his back, blocking the strike with just one hand. Haiden gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ha! You fish-eyed freak, you've got some strength, I'll give you that." Standing nearby, Itachi spoke quietly. "To survive so long after having your heart pierced, it seems you do have a unique ability. We've come to invite you to join the Akatsuki. We're not here to fight. Why do you all talk so much?" Haiden retorted. "A bunch of atheists. Enough with the chatter. You're all going to die here." Uchiha Itachi said calmly. "Kisame, don't lose your temper. We're not here for a fight." But Kisame just chuckled. "Itachi, leave him to me for now. This guy has really gotten my blood boiling. I want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve." Kakuzu called out in a deep voice, "He's my prey, Kisame. Stay out of this." Kisame replied coolly, "Senpai, let strength decide. Whoever catches him first gets to claim the prize. Water style, water dragon jutsu." With that, Kisame put away his sword and stepped back, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. A tremendous water dragon shot out from his mouth with a roar. "Try me then," Kakuzu shouted, his lightning mask suddenly splitting open on his back. Lightning style, false darkness. A barrage of razor-sharp lightning spears rained down on Haiden from every angle. Both jutsu were powerful on their own, but merged, water amplifying lightning. The destructive force reached new heights. "Wow, that's spectacular," Haiden marveled with a goofy grin, making no effort to dodge. The very next moment, he took the brunt of the combined assault head-on. "Blast it, that really hurts. You guys, you'll pay for this," he yelled, glaring at them, the marks of water and lightning crackling all over his body. Still, Haiden sprang back to his feet, cursing not a bit cowed. "But I gotta admit, you guys are pretty tough. TSK. Lord Jashin will be so pleased with these offerings." Kisame asked, "So, after seeing what we can do, interested in joining?" TCH. Haiden shot them an unconcerned glance. "That Akatsuki stuff has nothing to do with me. As long as I can kill to my heart's content and offer sacrifices to Lord Jashin, nothing else matters. I'll follow my own will to the end, forever unbound." Hearing this, Kisame's lips curled into a faint smile. I have to say, I agree with you on that." Kakuzu grunted. "What a bunch of nonsense. So noisy." Haiden snapped back. "What did you just say?" Kakuzu replied coolly. "I'm just telling the truth." Haiden bristled. "Blasphemy is a grave sin. Even an apology wouldn't be enough to forgive you." Kakuzu shrugged. "Whether you forgive me or not, what's that got to do with me?" Now, Haiden's demeanor turned serious, his playful tone vanishing as anger took over. "O Lord Jashin, bear witness. I shall send this foolish soul before you in an instant," Kisame remarked. "Impressive, that killing intent is quite something." With fangs bared and hands clawing the air, Haiden launched himself at the trio once more. "Repent with your lives. A lot of you have no respect for the divine." Seeing this, Kakuzu and Kisame readied themselves, adopting fighting stances, more than willing to go another round with him. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, parted his eyelids just slightly. "That's enough. All of you, stop fighting." With a grunt, Haiden's frenzied legs came to a sudden halt. In fact, his whole body seemed rooted to the spot, as if pinned in place. Damn it, what's going on? He strained against invisible bonds, fighting to move, but no matter how much force he mustered, he couldn't budge. Itachi spoke quietly. It's just an ordinary paralysis, jutsu. Looking into Itachi's crimson Sharingan, Kakuzu issued a low warning. Itachi, he's my prey. Let go now. Otherwise, even if it's you, I won't hesitate to kill. Itachi answered with perfect composure. If you want to fight, wait till we've delivered him and reported in. After that, do as you wish. For now, let's focus on finishing the leader's mission. As he finished speaking, Itachi stepped forward, coming to stand beside Haiden. If you crave slaughter, then fine. But killing without plan or purpose, rampaging purely on instinct, all you'll get is the unwanted attention of every major nation. When that happens, even retreat will no longer be an option. And even if you're immortal, even if nothing can kill you, if you get trapped or sealed away like this, then your rampage means nothing. Haiden glared at Itachi, grinding his teeth and shouting, "You, what are you getting at?" With his eyes closed, Itachi dispelled the paralysis jutsu and continued, "Join the Akatsuki. That way, you can act with clear targets and a measure of safety. At least when it comes to killing your assigned targets, you'll be free of restraint and free of consequences. Besides, you're not the only immortal in the organization. There are others like you, even if not in the strictest sense." As he said this, Itachi glanced in Kakuzu's direction. Kakuzu just crossed his arms, turning his head with a haughty humph, as if the whole thing bored him. Haiden blinked, dumbfounded. "Huh, that guy's immortal too." Kisame chuckled. "You'll figure everything out once you get to know them better. Now that you've joined Akatsuki, you can kill as many people as you want. After all, there are plenty of missions for Akatsuki to handle." Haiden sighed. Even he, stubborn as he was, could see it now. There was simply no way he could take on all three of them by himself, no matter how he argued. "Fine, I'll join, just as long as it doesn't get in the way of my preaching." Itachi responded. "Then that settles the negotiation. Welcome aboard. What's your name?" Haiden jabbed his thumb at his own chest. "The name's Haiden." Itachi nodded. "This is Kakuzu. From now on, the two of you will work together. You want me to team up with this clown?" Kakuzu glared daggers at Haiden, his tone menacing. "Got a problem with that? Test me, and I'll bury you myself." "Oh, bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Kisame, prepared for this, tossed Haiden a black cloak embroidered with red clouds. "Enough, Haiden. Trust me. In this organization, Kakuzu is the perfect partner for you. By the way, he's about to wipe out a major family in Yugikure. There will be more than enough people for you to kill." "Really?" The moment he heard this, Haiden's interest peaked. His temper, as usual, flared up and vanished just as quickly. He threw on the red cloud cloak with eager hands. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Which family are we targeting? I know Yugikure well. I can lead the way." Kisame clarified. "The head of the family we're after is the owner of Inunoyu." "Inunoyu." Haiden tilted his head, thinking. Then his eyes lit up. "Oh, I know that place. It's just up ahead in the next town. That family's loaded. Their hot spring business is one of the best in town, and they've got a huge clan." Haiden grew more and more excited, his eyes nearly glowing red. "Lord Jashin, looks like I get to offer you a mountain of sacrifices this time." Joining Akatsuki was definitely the right move. "Enough talk. Get moving," Kakuzu said gruffly, impatience clear in his voice. "I want that guy to learn what happens to people who owe Akatsuki money." Within the Uchiha compound, the village planning meeting was still underway, running smoothly at Fugaku Uchiha's home. Feather and White Zetsu slipped out from the house, off to attend to a matter even more urgent. Money. This cannot wait. The sooner they secured funds, the sooner the village could be built, and the sooner the Uchiha could set their lives back on track. Feather lounged comfortably atop White Zetsu's shoulders. "Hey, Uncle White Zetsu, where's Uncle Toby now? Can you get in touch with him for me? I want to see him." "No problem. Give me a sec." White Zetsu closed his eyes and focused, reaching out through his mind to Black Zetsu. "Hey, tell little Toby to hurry back. Feather's missing him over here." The next moment, the voice of Black Zetsu echoed in his mind. "What a coincidence Obito is missing little Feiyu too. We're almost there, on our way back right now." White Zetsu chimed in, "Okay, Obito will be here soon. Let's just wait here for a bit." "All right." Barely 2 minutes later, a swirling distortion in space suddenly appeared right beside Feiyu. "Little Feiyu, Daddy Obito, it's been so long since we last met. I really missed you." Without hesitation, Obito lifted Feiyu, who was riding on White Zetsu's shoulders, and perched him onto his own neck. "So, what have you been up to lately, Daddy Obito?" "I've been busy in the land of water. There's a lot for me to take care of over there. But never mind that for now. Come on, let me take you out to have some fun." "Wait, the The fun can come later. I have something really important to tell you first. Feiyu jumped down from Obito and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Daddy Obito, I need money. Lots and lots of money. Obito paused, puzzled by the request. Little Feiyu, what do you need the money for? White Zetsu cut in. I bet you haven't heard yet. Just this morning, Lord Madara decided to found a new village led by the Uchiha, completely independent from any nation. Since we can't look to other countries for support, we'll have to raise all the funds ourselves. Oh, Obito's brow furrowed. That old man, always full of wild ideas. Feiyu spoke up. Daddy Obito, my father is doing all this especially for me. So that's it. Hearing Feiyu say this, Obito stopped complaining and simply said, all right then, I'll head back to the Akatsuki and come up with a solid reason to ask Nagato for some money. After all, the cash is with Kakuzu, and that guy guards it tighter than anything. If it's not for the organization, he wouldn't hand out a single cent. White Zetsu agreed. I have to say, I've never seen anyone love money as much as him. Honestly, whenever he asks for money, it's like asking for his life. Feiyu added, then take me with you. I want to get to know the people in the organization better, and if I can work directly with Kakuzu, it'll save you the trouble of getting money from me in the future, Daddy Obito. Obito pretended to be annoyed. Little Feiyu, you're being a bit too polite. I'm your godfather. What's troublesome about helping you out? If you keep saying that, I'm going to get upset. Hee, you're so busy. I just don't want you to overwork yourself. Feiyu clasped Obito's hand and grinned. I know you worry about me, but I worry about you too. No wonder you're my godson. You really are considerate. With a doting smile, Obito gently pinched Feiyu's cheek and sighed. Thinking back, when I was your age, I couldn't even help an old lady cross the street properly. All right, I'll take you to the Akatsuki. The vortex swirled again, and they vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Feiyu and Obito vanished into the swirling vortex, leaving White Zetsu standing all alone, abandoned in the open. Hey, what's going on? You're not bringing me along? Or did you just forget about me? Inside the hidden hot springs village, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden strode down the center of the bustling street in a group of 4. Crowds pressed in on both sides, people dressed in vibrant outfits, the whole town alive with excitement. Welcome, welcome. How about trying our dog bun hot spring? Satisfaction guaranteed. Dog-themed snacks are so outdated. Cats are all the rage now. Everyone loves them. Folks, come over to the Cat Crisp Biscuit Hot Spring. Our cat-eared girls will even give you a massage. Don't listen to him. Come on over. Loyal doggos are humanity's true friends. Independent-minded cats are the true kings around here. The cacophony of hawkers swept over them. Kisame gave a cold laugh. Noisy place. I'd take the chill, sometimes bloody, air of Kirigakure over this any day. Kakuzu replied. It's only lively like this for a few days. This is a village festival, unique to the Hidden Hot Springs, the Dog and Cat Festival. Or maybe it's Cat and Dog Festival. Haiden burst out laughing. Look at you. For an outsider, you're pretty well informed. He's right. This festival's been around since the peace times. It's all about honoring the hot springs themselves. Kisame clicked his tongue. So that's why half the crowd's wearing cat and dog masks. That explains it. Still, seems our timing's off. With all these people, it'll be tricky to make our move. Kakuzu shot Kisame a sharp glance. So what if it's crowded? Anyone who owes me money dies today, no matter what. Kisame grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Aren't you worried all these eyes might blow our cover? Don't forget, we're all rogue ninja. Kakuzu snorted. Why? Afraid your enemies will come hunting for you. Kisame shrugged with a shark-like smile. Come on, old man, you're joking. My enemies are long gone. I made sure of it. My only concern is exposing the Akatsuki in front of all these people. Kisame's words weren't without reason. Kakuzu fell into a thoughtful silence, then turned to Uchiha Itachi. With Itachi Sharingan, we've got nothing to fear. Let's move. The dog spring is just ahead. Haiden looked at Kakuzu bewildered. Kakuzu, so you actually knew where the dog spring was. Why'd you make me lead the way then? Kakuzu snapped back. I just wanted to give a useless idiot like you a job for once. Stop whining, move it. What did you say? Haiden flared up. I've had it with your mouth. I'll cut you down right here. Kakuzu's eyes turned deadly cold. Don't think I enjoy looking at you either. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed these two were bound to cause a commotion right in the middle of the street. At that very moment, a sudden vortex of space twisted into existence beside them. In the blink of an eye, Toby and Zetsu emerged from the swirling void, appearing in front of the 4 men. Toby, Kakuzu asked in confusion, what are you doing here? Even as confusion showed on his face, Kakuzu was secretly taken aback. This was the first time he had ever seen Toby make a move, and this ability to appear out of thin air from a vortex was no ordinary ninjutsu. Drawing on years of surviving countless battles, Kakuzu surmised that this was most likely a space-time jutsu, and one of a remarkably high level at that. Kisame said nothing, though he understood well enough. He knew Toby's true identity was Madara. Itachi remained equally silent. He knew even more, realizing that Toby was, in fact, a Beto. A Beto, putting on exaggerated show, scratched his head and imitated Zetsu's quirky tone. But of course, Kakuzu-senpai, I came to see you. Kakuzu was momentarily stunned. See me? He and Toby had never really crossed paths, barely even exchanged words. Try as he might, Kakuzu couldn't fathom why Toby was suddenly seeking him out today. Obito flashed a mischievous grin and muttered quietly, "This kid here wants to ask you for some money." The moment the word money rang out, Kakuzu's face instantly fell. Asking him for money. How was that any different from asking for his life? You're a bold one, aren't you, Toby? Kakuzu's expression darkened further with irritation. Since I joined the organization, you're only the second person who's dared to ask me for money. Hayden chimed in with a cheeky tone. Oh, that's impressive. Who was the first? Kakuzu replied, the second in command, Conan. The only reason I gave her money was to pay for internal supplies and ninja tools. Perfectly legit expenses. Hayden's dumbfounded eyes filled with even more confusion. You just spat out a bunch of nonsense. I don't get it all. Kakuzu snapped back at him, exasperated. I said to buy explosive tags, you idiot. Why are you yelling at me again? And what if I am? Kakuzu retorted. Seeing the two about to bicker again, Kisame could only smile wryly and mutter, is the boss really sure about putting these two on a team? Honestly, can't even get through 3 sentences without a fight breaking out. Sensing things were about to get out of hand, Obito hurried to interject. Kakuzu-senpai, maybe hold off on the punching for now. I've already checked with Conan-senpai. The kid with me needs money, and she agreed that you should give it to him. It was Conan's idea. Oh, really? Kakuzu shot Obito a skeptical look. Is that true? Hello, everything he said is true. I can vouch for it. Zetsu's voice rose up as he emerged from the ground. Toby, the kid, and I all went back to the base looking for you about the money. But you weren't there. The boss told us you'd gone to Yugakure, so that's why we turned up here. Hearing Baiju's words, Kakuzu finally noticed the boy standing beside Toby. Hey kid, I've seen you before. You've been to the Akatsuki base, Kakuzu said. His tone was much gentler than usual. Truth be told, he didn't care much for children. But for reasons he couldn't explain, he found it impossible to dislike Feiyu, the young boy before him. This realization caught even Kakuzu by surprise. Feiyu looked up at him, an angelic smile lighting up his face. Hello, Uncle Kaku. Uncle. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned aside with his eyes squeezed shut. Oomph. Who are you calling Uncle? Don't try to cozy up to me. Ha. Look at your face, Kakuzu. Is that a blush? Nonsense. I am not blushing. If you keep at it, you'll end up as my next victim. Kakuzu didn't seem to realize that his face had grown terribly warm. It was, after all, the first time a child had ever called him uncle. Everyone feels a little shy or nervous when faced with something for the first time, and even the cold-hearted Kakuzu was no exception. Noticing the teasing glances from the rest of the members, Kakuzu gave an awkward cough and grumbled, I just don't get it. Why did Conan put me in charge of handing money to this brat? I don't buy it. I'm going back to ask her myself. As he finished, a sudden thought struck him. He glanced at Feiyu repeatedly, a note of suspicion in his gaze. Hey, could this kid actually be Conan's illegitimate son? What nonsense. Does he look anything like Conan? Then why does she want to give him money? And she expects me to believe that? What a joke. Anyway, nobody's getting their hands on my money. With a snort, Kakuzu turned resolutely away and strode off into the distance, not sparing them another glance. Uncle Kakuzu, wait a minute, Feiyu called after him. You call the organization's money your own? Is that it? There was a hint of frost in Feiyu's voice, and Kakuzu turned back, the first flickers of murderous intent kindling in his eyes. Why? Do you have a problem with that? No sooner had Kakuzu's killing intent flickered to life than Toby, Baiju, and even Uchiha Itachi immediately positioned themselves in front of Feiyu, their own hostile aura rising in response. It was a show of bloodlust, directed at Kakuzu. Even Kisame looked baffled. What was going on here? These three, all for this child, were actually prepared to stand against Kakuzu. Who exactly was this boy? Hayden, the newest recruit, was getting fired up at the prospect. Hiv. Are we about to gang up on someone? Perfect. Kakuzu, I'll help you out. I still can't stand you, but if we're teammates now, I guess I should lend a hand. Of course, Hayden was less interested in camaraderie and more in the chance to gain a few extra sacrifices. For once, his instincts came in handy. Kakuzu, for his part, was dumbfounded by the way his old teammates closed ranks against him. Over a child, no less. Strangely enough, it was the newest member who actually offered to help. What a fickle world. In the end, the only thing you can really trust is money. Kakuzu, whether you pay or not is your business. But if you dare lay a hand on Feiyu, don't blame us for showing no mercy. White Zetsu was truly angry now. It was rare to see White Zetsu lose his temper. And for Kakuzu, it was almost unheard of. In fact, this was the very first time he'd witnessed White Zetsu's rage. How childish. Kakuzu slowly withdrew his murderous intent. Haiden, already itching to fight, saw that Kakuzu wasn't making a move and immediately complained. What's this? You're not going to fight? What are you afraid of? Don't forget, I've got your back. Kakuzu shot him a glare and replied coldly. Why would I bother attacking a brat? I'm not that bored, and besides, he's not even worth much. A gentle, angelic smile returned to Feiyu's face. Uncle Kakuzu, I just wanted to remind you, organizational assets and personal assets shouldn't be mixed up. Please keep that in mind next time. This sharp-tongued little brat. If it weren't for Itachi, White Zetsu, and the others protecting him, I'd have finished him off already. Even if I didn't dislike him, I'd still do it. Kakuzu cursed inwardly, but all he said was, why do you care so much anyway? The Akatsuki has nothing to do with you. Dads, you don't need to protect me. Let me have a talk with Uncle Kakuzu. It's fine, really. Feiyu gently pushed past the three people blocking his way, smiling as he walked up to Kakuzu. Of course Akatsuki has something to do with me. After all, in the organization's grand scheme, my role is absolutely vital. Even Kakuzu couldn't help but be amused by these words. Feiyu went on. Uncle Kakuzu, let me ask, isn't the first step of Akatsuki's three-phase plan to amass a vast fortune? At that, Kakuzu was caught off guard. How could this kid know about something like that? And the second step, isn't it to use all that money to hire powerful ninja? To build an enormous mercenary army, stirring up conflicts around the world and settling them by force? Kakuzu replied irritably. I know all of that better than you do. What's your point? Look, Feiyu raised his hand and pointed his thumb at his chest, boasting. I'm the mercenary you need. There's no need to spend money on anyone else. Just give it to me. That's why Conan asked you to hand the funds over to me. At this, Kakuzu was left at a loss for words. You? Just a frail little brat. I might be a kid, but I'm no weakling. As Feiyu spoke, he shut his eyes. When he opened them again, two blood-red Sharingan Tomo shone instantly. A pair of genuine three-Tomo Sharingan eyes. What is this? Though Kakuzu felt a jolt of alarm inside, his face remained impassive. He fell silent for a moment. Then a hint of greed flickered in his eyes as he said coldly, I never imagined a kid so young could awaken the three-Tomo Sharingan already. Give you a few more years, and your head might be worth quite a fortune. But right now, with just those Sharingan eyes of yours, I'm not handing over the money. Even if Conan agreed, I'd still refuse. It seemed as if Feiyu had anticipated Kakuzu's response. He raised the corner of his mouth and replied, And what if it's the entire Uchiha clan? Are you joking with me? This is no joke, Uncle Kakuzu. I'm being very serious. Even though Kano has tried to suppress the news about the Uchiha clan's betrayal, you of all people shouldn't have missed it. Kakuzu fell silent for a moment. Keep going. I'm listening. Feiyu didn't mince words. The entire Uchiha clan is joining the Akatsuki. They'll be the Akatsuki's mercenary army. Now, doesn't that sound worth your money? Behind him, Uchiha Itachi frowned deeply. He leaned closer to Obito and whispered, Why am I hearing this for the first time? When did the Uchiha decide to join Akatsuki as a clan? Obito replied softly, Shh, it's not for real. Little Feiyu is just stringing Kakuzu along to make him pay up. Kakuzu said nothing. At last, he understood why the leader and Conan had agreed so readily. Still, for someone as cautious as him, a child's word, even corroborated by Fei and Zetsu, wasn't enough. Kid, I'll need to return to the organization and confirm this with the boss personally. For now, I have an important mission to take care of. All right, Feiyu agreed cheerfully. Since I'm already here, you don't mind having me tag along for the mission, do you? Follow if you're not afraid of dying. Before long, the group arrived at a large, luxurious mansion near Inu-no-Yu Hot Springs. White Zetsu let out a note of amazement. Wow, this place is huge. Is our mission to enjoy a hot spring here before we get started? Kisame shook his head. No, this is our destination. We're here to collect a debt. A debt? Yeah, the head of Inu-no-Yu hired us to assassinate his rival, the owner of Nikko-no-Yu. The grudge runs deep, but after we finished the job, he refused to pay. What? White Zetsu gasped in disbelief. He dares to owe Akatsuki money? Does he have a death wish? So what now? Should I sneak in and drag him out? Kakuzu snorted. No need for theatrics. This is a family operation. I'll just go in myself and deal with all of them. It's about time they learned what it truly means to be in debt to the Akatsuki. The price is always paid in blood. With that, Kakuzu walked to the entrance of the mansion. The man at the door spotted them and quickly switched to a sycophantic smile, greeting them eagerly. Good evening. Here for the hot springs, sir. The bathhouse is right next door. I can take you over. You got good taste. Inu is the best choice, no doubt about it. I'm here to settle a debt. Upon hearing this, the man's face darkened instantly. Collecting a debt? Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy here? Listen, my master. Before he could finish, Kakuzu didn't even spare him a glance. He simply swung his arm and punched straight through the man's heart. The man could only manage a startled grunt. He hadn't even realized what had happened. All he saw was his own heart thumping in Kakuzu's hand. Then his world faded to black, never to open his eyes again. With a thunderous crash, Kakuzu tossed the heart aside and unleashed another heavy punch. The opulent mansion gates shattered in an instant under his blow. Inside, everyone froze for a second. Hearing the commotion, they all turned toward the gates. When they saw the fallen man and the ruined heart, terror swept across their faces, and they cried out in panic. Murder! Someone's been murdered. Hurry, go inform the master. Someone's causing trouble. From Kakuzu's arms, countless black threads unfurled like a web. Anyone who found themselves within Kakuzu's line of sight was instantly ensnared by the inky tendrils, the cords tightening like nooses. None escaped alive. Haiden scowled, clearly annoyed. Hey, leave some for me, would you? I need sacrifices too. Kakuzu shot him a dismissive look. There are plenty more inside. First come, first served. One after the other, they stormed into the depths of the mansion. Tormented screams echoed through the halls, each more pitiful than the last. Outside the gate, Feiyu and the members of Akatsuki stood uncertainly. Weren't they just here to collect a debt? Why did it suddenly turn into a massacre? If everyone's dead, who's left to pay? Uchiha Itachi chimed in calmly. That's Kakuzu's signature method of collecting debts. He wipes out the entire debtor household, then loots them clean. That's what he calls settling the account. Feiyu gave a dry chuckle and shook his head. Well, that's certainly one way to make a little money. With that, he strode confidently into the mansion. White Zetsu hurried after him. Little Feiyu, where are you going? Papa Zetsu, just wait for me here. I'll be back before you know it. If it's Akatsuki's business, then it's my business too. For debts owed to Akatsuki, simply paying with your life isn't enough. I want this family to keep repaying, not just for one lifetime, but for generations to come. Inside the mansion, Feiyu walked the blood-stained halls. Everywhere he passed, dead bodies and scattered flesh littered his path. They really are a big clan. There's no shortage of people here. Obito and White Zetsu, unable to set their worry aside, trailed closely behind Feiyu. Before long, the group arrived at the doorway to the grandest room, deep within the mansion. From inside, desperate pleas for mercy poured out in waves. Please, I beg you, spare me. I'll never do it again. I'll settle all the debts owed, right now. 10 times the amount, even 20. Feiyu and the others stepped into the room. What greeted them inside was far grimmer than anything outside. The bodies of countless guards were pinned to the floor by Haiden's wicked black spears. They looked all too much like freshly grilled skewers. The air was still thick with a pungent, overwhelming smell of blood. TSK. Now, this way of killing, quite intriguing. Kisame grinned widely, his face full of wicked amusement. He and Itachi had, at some point, quietly joined the scene as well. By now, the only living member of the entire clan was the master of Inu, Goba. At this moment, he was being hoisted high in the air by Kakuzu's single hand, screaming desperately for help. But Kakuzu paid no heed to his frantic pleas, his eyes clouded only with disgust and icy indifference. Remember this well. Next time, in your next life, no matter who you owe, never owe the Akatsuki. With those words, the black threads on Kakuzu's right arm burst forth once again. Just as the threads were about to pierce through Goba's chest, a tender young voice suddenly rang out from behind Kaku. Stop! Kakuzu turned his head, glancing down at Feiyu with open irritation. What now? It's nothing. I just feel it's a shame to kill him off like this. Oh, is he someone you know? Not really. Then what's such a shame about it? Because if you kill him, you'll never be able to collect the money he owes Akatsuki, a rather large fortune, I might add. At this, Kakuzu let out a cold, dismissive snort. You think killing him means I don't get the money? Ridiculous. You think I'd bother coming all this way just to let the kill go to waste? Not a chance. I'm taking every coin from this house, and with the lives of this entire clan on the ledger too, I'll consider it fair compensation for my troubles. What I collect here is far more than the commission for any job. Although Kakuzu was greedy for wealth, he still abided by his own code of making money. He wouldn't steal or rob outright. He relied solely on his own labor, fulfilling tasks, or bringing in bounties for those whose heads needed to be relocated. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't harm innocent people outside his target, except for debtors. When it came to those who owed, he didn't see his cleaning out of households as robbery. To him, it was about teaching a lesson. He believed it did not contradict his way of honest earnings. This, in turn, served as a warning to others. A warning that Akatsuki's money simply can't be left unpaid. Feiyu chuckled softly. Uncle Kakuzu, even if you take all the money you can find in this household, that's only what's lying in plain sight. What about the wealth that's hidden out of sight? Wouldn't it be a waste to leave that behind? Kakuzu hidden? That's right. Feiyu nodded. Think of the visible money in this house as a pot of water. But the hidden wealth, that's a mighty river, stretching endlessly. If you work it well, you can draw from it forever without ever running dry. Uncle Kakuzu, you know as well as I do. A single feast can't compare to a lifetime of steady meals. Sustainable, stable sources of income. That's what matters most. This brat, what kind of sweet dreams is he having? Haydn, pierced by a black spear and lying within the circle, shouted, Kakuzu, are you going to kill this old geezer Gubba or not? If you're not, leave him to me. Just shut up for a second. Kakuzu ignored Haydn entirely. He loosened his right hand, and Gubba instantly fell heavily to the ground. Though their contact had been brief, Kakuzu knew full well that the kid before him was no ordinary troublemaker, whether in strength or in wit. He approached Feiyu, crouched down, and fixed him with a conflicted stare. Kid, explain in detail what you just said. Hearing this, Feiyu gave a mysterious smile, leaned in close, and whispered a few words into Kakuzu's ear. As he listened, Kakuzu's eyes grew wider, as if completely drawn in by what Feiyu was saying. So what do you think, Uncle Kakuzu? After hearing you out, I almost feel like I've discovered a whole new world. Kakuzu couldn't help but sigh with genuine amazement. Kid, you really do have a knack for making money. Not bad. You're just my type. If we get the chance, we should definitely talk more. Absolutely. It's a promise then. As Feiyu spoke, he held out his arm to Kakuzu and stuck out his pinky. Let's seal it with a promise. Kakuzu chuckled lowly as he reached out to hook his pinky with Feiyu's. You really are an interesting kid. Feiyu, is it? I won't forget you. Likewise. All right, then Gubba is yours to deal with. Kakuzu gave a hard kick, sending the head of the Inuzuka clan tumbling over. Feiyu, I'll take my leave now. He's yours to handle. When you're done, come find me at the Akatsuki. Your money will be waiting. Got it. Thanks a lot, Uncle Kakuzu. Don't thank me yet. I just hope you'll turn your ideas into reality. Otherwise, even if you're surrounded by protectors, I'll still come for your life, even if it means staking my own. Feiyu replied with absolute confidence. Don't worry, Uncle Kakuzu. Kakuzu nodded, saying nothing more before turning to leave. Obito and White Zetsu came over to Feiyu's side, the latter curious, as ever. Little Feiyu, what did you say to Kakuzu that had him so spellbound? This is actually the first time I've ever heard him praise someone. That cold-blooded, miserly miser. Hearing him laugh from the heart. It's a rare thing, you know? Obito chimed in. Yeah, I'm curious too. What on earth did you tell him? Feiyu gave a secretive grin. Oh, nothing much. I just shared with him some brand new ways to make money. Soon enough, you'll understand. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was already at the door. He glanced at Kisame and Itachi, who were standing where they were, and said coldly, the mission is complete. It's time to head back. Kisame pointed to Haydn, who was still lying in his ritual circle. So what about him? Aren't we supposed to bring him in? And what's he even doing, lying there like that? Kakuzu paused, finally remembering Haydn's presence. He called out in a deep voice, Hey, time to go. Wait a second. I have to finish my ritual. Otherwise, it'd be disrespectful to Lord Jashin. How much longer is that going to take? It takes a total of 30 minutes. What? Kakuzu growled impatiently. Don't tell me you insist on performing this pointless ritual every time you kill someone. Haydn burst into laughter. You're pretty sharp. You guessed right. Kakuzu's face darkened at that, and he turned away, muttering in a low voice to Itachi and Kisame, I swear, I'm never teaming up with him again. A mischievous smirk played across Kisame's face as he taunted. Just accept it, Kakuzu. This is the boss's decision. And besides, he really is the only one who fits as your partner. After all, no matter what, you can't kill him. Kakuzu lifted his chin in a haughty gesture, though the resignation in his heart was obvious. Today I'm just in a good mood. Otherwise, even if it were an order from the boss, I wouldn't care at all. While Haydn was carrying out his ritual, Kakuzu took the opportunity to thoroughly search the mansion on his own. He seemed to have an uncanny sixth sense for money. No matter where it was hidden, he always managed to find it. Perhaps this was a trait that any true money lover possesses. A short while later, Kakuzu returned to the room with the others, holding 2 large bags overflowing with cash. Hey, Hayden, are you done yet? Yeah. Stop rushing me, will you? You're so annoying. Hayden sat up on the ground, clearly irritated. He pulled out the black spear lodged in his own body, and as he did, the unnatural black and white markings on his skin slowly faded back to their normal color. Let's go. Time to return. I'll take you to meet the leader of the organization. With that, Kakuzu tossed one of the bulging sacks to Hayden. Here, hold this. Hayden grabbed it and looked up confused. What's this supposed to mean? Is this for me? For you? Hardly. I just want you to carry it for me. Kakuzu shot back, exasperated, then turned to Feiyu. Feiyu, after you take care of everything here, come find me for your share. Feiyu nodded earnestly, a bright, angelic smile on their face. Okay, Uncle Kakuzu. MHM. With the mission done, there was nothing left for them here. Kakuzu, Hayden, Itachi, and Kisame left together, returning to the organization's base. After they had left, White Zetsu asked in astonishment, My goodness, did that cold, merciless Kakuzu really just call you little Feiyu? And he talks to you so differently from how he talks to everyone else. Wow, Obito chimed in. Now that they're all gone, come on, tell your babysitters here. How exactly did you manage to win over Kakuzu? Obito and White Zetsu were both dying of curiosity. Obito especially. At first, in order to get money for Feiyu, Obito had planned to reveal his true identity to Kakuzu to make sure Kakuzu knew that he was the real mastermind behind the Akatsuki. With Pain and Konin to vouch for him, getting Kakuzu to hand over the money shouldn't have been much of a challenge. But now none of that was needed. Little Feiyu had handled Kakuzu all on his own, even developing a pretty good relationship with him. How could anyone not wonder? Just what method did Feiyu use? Actually, it was quite simple, Feiyu replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a mysterious smile. I just cater to his interests, that's all. If you want money from someone as tight-fisted as him, you have to tempt him with even more money. Just now, I told Uncle Kakuzu, if he lets me handle the onsen owner's life, then every month from now on, the owner will pay him the same amount he owes and was supposed to submit as bounty money. And not just him. In the future, whenever we find debtors who are blind to opportunity and won't pay what they owe, we can do the same thing. Killing debtors outright is too much of a waste. It's better to control them and take over their profits. Halfway through, Feiyu paused and gestured that he was thirsty. Seeing this, White Zetsu quickly handed Feiyu the canteen he always carried. After a sip to wet his throat, Feiyu continued. Uncle Kakuzu is a smart man. He knows a steady stream of food is better than one big feast. But as a member of the organization, he won't always bother with so many debtors and businesses. That's where I come in. I can handle everything for him. He doesn't need to worry about profit or loss. Just collect his cut each month. Whether we lose or make money, I'll give him every coin he's due. In this way, Uncle Kakuzu will be making much more than before and with almost no effort. It's like earning money while lying down. Why wouldn't he want to cooperate? And besides, giving him money doesn't cost me anything. It counts as the organization's profit, but in the end, all that money is mine anyway. At this, White Zetsu and Obito suddenly saw the light. As the realization set in, their shock only grew. Not only did little Feiyu possess extraordinary talent in ninjutsu, but his ideas for making money were just as unconventional. What was even rarer was that he managed to win over that cold, black-hearted miser without lifting a finger or making a fuss. Truly remarkable. Thank you, child. No, I mean young man. No, that's not right, sir. The head of the Inuzuka bathhouse, Guba, was so terrified his words tumbled out incoherently, unable to compose himself. It took him a good while to calm down and finally feel sure that his life was no longer in danger. As the fear subsided, his crafty nature began to surface. With a sly glint in his eye, Guba tried to flatter him. Sir, please believe me. You've saved my life. I'll do exactly as you say. Every last bit of profit Inuzuka bathhouse earns in the future will all go to you. But while those honeyed words came out of his mouth, what he truly thought was quite another story. Give up all future profits? As if that would ever happen. The wise know when to bow to circumstance, Guba figured. He planned to appease this youngster for now, then use his money to hire mercenaries or shinobi from some powerful nation to defend his business. That way, if Kakuzu or any other members of Akatsuki came for him again, he'd have nothing to fear. Watching Guba's pitiful attempts at flattery, Feiyu gave a cold, mirthless chuckle. I may be young, but there's one thing you should know about me. I hardly ever trust what people say. especially not businessmen. I put far more faith in what I see with my own eyes. Two scarlet lights bloomed in Feiyu's eyes. Goba had barely processed what was happening before. At the very instant he saw the Sharingan appear, his thoughts and consciousness dissolved into nothingness. In the end, he understood nothing at all. His will was now completely under Feiyu's control, ensnared by the power of the Sharingan. Done. Feiyu shot a proud look at Toby. So, what do you think, Toby, the little ninjutsu you taught me? I've mastered it now, haven't I? This particular hypnotic jutsu belonged only to those blessed with the Sharingan. Toby himself had used it to control the fourth Mizukichi. Toby raised a hand and a thumbs up. Well done, Feiyu. You've earned my praise. A few hours later, Kakuzu and the others, all four of them, returned to the Akatsuki base together. Pain and Conan were already waiting by the ghetto statue. Welcome to the organization, Haiden, Pain said, passing over a ring engraved with the character 3. From this day on, you are an official member of Akatsuki. Haiden slipped the ring onto his finger. Hey, I heard there's plenty of killing to be had here. That's the only reason I came. You weren't lying to me, right? Conan, her face unreadable, replied, No, it's true. Akatsuki is a group that stops at nothing. Wherever there are assassinations or war, Akatsuki will be there. Haha, excellent. Haiden mimicked the other members, and with a sweep of his kunai, slashed a mark across his bathhouse forehead protector. But honestly, Akatsuki is meaningless to me. As a devout believer, spreading the faith of Lord Jashin is my true calling. Pain said, Do as you wish. As long as you carry out the tasks assigned to you by the organization, the rest of your time is yours. The organization won't interfere. Haiden rubbed his nose with a finger, showing no shame as he spoke up. I've got another request. Can I get a new partner? This guy's always picking on me, and his mouth is even fouler than mine. What did you say? I haven't even started complaining about you, and now you're already complaining about me. Kakuzu shot Haiden a menacing glare, then turned to Pain for support. Leader, honestly, I don't want to be grouped with him either. His sacrifice rituals drag on forever, and it drives me crazy. How dare you say I drive you crazy? If you've got the guts, just kill me then. Oof. Quit your shouting. So what if I say you drive me crazy? If you don't like it, you could try killing me too. You bastard, you stingy, stone-faced miser. TCH, idiot. The two bickered back and forth, determined to argue all night. Enough, stop your squabbling. Pain commanded in a low and heavy voice. No one else could be more suited to team up with each other than you two. The teams are set. If there's nothing more, go receive your new assignments. Wait a second, leader, Conan, there's something I need to clarify with you. Kakuzu spoke up. The Uchiha clan, they're joining us, is that right? Pain nodded. That's correct. With their strength and background as village defectors, they're the perfect fit to become Akatsuki's mercenary group. The Uchiha clan are currently without a permanent home, he continued. The organization's funds can be allocated to cover their daily expenses as compensation. Conan went on, the Uchiha will handle the public missions, while Akatsuki's official members continue with the covert ones. Once our overall strength is established, we'll be ready to proceed to Akatsuki's third phase. Before Kakuzu and the others returned, Obito had already sent White Zetsu ahead to inform Nagato. All right, I understand. With that, Kakuzu became fully convinced of Feiyu's words. We have 500 million Ryo in total. I'll distribute 300 million to the Uchiha. At this, everyone aside from Haiden was stunned. Since when was Kakuzu suddenly so generous? He was actually giving over half the funds to the Uchiha, not at all like his usual penny-pinching, money-hoarding self. Whenever Conan asked him for money, he'd always grumble and haggle, never giving a coin more than he had to. What brought on this sudden show of generosity? Sensing his comrades' bewildered stares, Kakuzu gave a cold snort and said in a puffed-up tone, Surprised? That's just your stereotype of me. As the Akatsuki's treasurer, as long as the money is being put to good use, I can be generous. From now on, put away your prejudices about me. Hey, what are you all chatting about? Sounds lively. Mind if I join in, huh? From across the hall, Daidara's voice grew nearer. He and Sasori had just returned from a mission. Is this big, white-haired guy the new one? Daidara looked Haiden up and down with obvious curiosity. Haiden scoffed. Who are you calling an idiot? Just who do you think you are? Daidara, proud as ever, replied. Show some respect when you speak. You may be older than me, but you still have to address me as the venerable Daidara-senpai. Huh? From a brat like you? Haiden bristled, his anger about to spill over when Pain quickly interjected to smooth things over. All right, that's enough. Settle down, all of you. Daidara, Sasori, have you two completed your mission? Sasori replied flatly, Yes. That nation was handled by me alone. From now on, Its name will be erased from the world map. Kisame clicked his tongue in approval. Impressive. Wiping out a whole country by yourself. Truly deserving of the title Genius Puppeteer. I'd really like to spar with you someday. Meeting Kisame's challenge. A deadly glint flashed in Sasori's eyes as he shot back. If you feel your life is too long, I can grant your wish anytime. I'm quite curious to see how much your tailless-tailed beast reputation is really worth. Kisame sneered. Hell, why not now? My Samahata has never tasted puppet before. Sensing sparks about to fly, Deidara perked up, suddenly brimming with enthusiasm. Turning to Itachi, he declared, Itachi, since our partners are about to clash, shouldn't we have a showdown of our own? Let's see whose skills are superior, my art, or your over-reliance on those Sharingan eyes. Defeating Uchiha Itachi was Deidara's dream. After suffering crushing defeat once before, he had dedicated himself to devising a technique capable of beating Itachi. On top of that, Deidara had installed a tiny telescope over his left eye and trained himself to focus chakra there, making it possible to contract his pupil at will. He'd sharpened these abilities expressly so he could see through Itachi's illusions. Now, with the chance before him, Deidara had no intention of letting it slip away. Yet faced with Deidara's blazing passion, Itachi remained unmoved, offering only a cold response. I'm not interested. Kisame, we still have a task to receive. You do well not to waste your time here. Leader, when you've got details on our next mission, just send them to us remotely with your jutsu. With that, Itachi strode from the base without a backward glance. It had been a long time since he'd visited his clan's home, and he was in the dark about recent events. A strong urge pressed him to return and see for himself. But more than anything, Itachi missed his younger brother, Sasuke. Not being there for him, he couldn't help but wonder how Sasuke had fared lately. Kisame said nothing. He silently released his grip on the great sword, Samahata, then shot a contemptuous smile at Sasori of the Red Sand before following Itachi as they left. Boring. That Itachi, such a pain. Deidara, his boiling spirit doused in an instant, spat out a string of curses in frustration. Sasori of the Red Sand spoke. Let it go, Deidara. There will be more chances in the future. As he spoke, Sasori maneuvered his puppet, Hiriko, back toward his workshop. Leader, the last mission cost me a few puppets. I'll need to shut myself away for a day to replenish my art pieces. Whatever missions are assigned to our group next, let's discuss after I'm done. Deidara replied. Then I'll head back to my room and continue working on my new techniques. Ugh, damn Itachi. Next time, I won't let you slip away, you'll see. Oomph. With that, the two artists returned to their respective quarters, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Conan spoke gently. Come, Haiden, I'll show you to your room. It's right next to Kakuzu's. Haiden shrugged. Don't care about the room. Didn't you say there were missions? Hand a few over. I'm not done with today's bloodshed. Kakuzu cut him off. What's your rush? Calm down. Our team won't be taking any missions for the time being. Soon, we've got something more important to handle. With an arched brow, Haiden pressed. Oh, and what's that? Kakuzu replied. If all goes as planned, Feiyu will be coming to collect the payment. I intend to visit the Uchiha clan's current settlement myself. Kakuzu was always methodical and meticulous. After all, this was no small sum. Even with the leader and Conan as witnesses, he wasn't entirely at ease. He wanted to see the Uchiha clan members personally to make sure they truly had the strength to become Akatsuki's mercenary corps. If he was spending that much money, he needed to be certain it was worth it. Half an hour passed. With a soft ripple of swirling energy, Toby and Feiyu materialized in the base's main hall. Zetsu quickly followed, emerging from the ground. You're back. Pain turned his head impassively. Madara, the task you gave me is complete. Kakuzu is waiting for you in the finance office, or more precisely, he's waiting for Feiyu. Toby nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Conan approached Feiyu, her favorite smile blooming with gentle indulgence. Adorable little Feiyu, we meet again. Do you remember what you're supposed to call me? Feiyu looked up and replied, Sister Conan. Ah, good boy. Overjoyed, Conan swept Feiyu into a warm embrace. This child, he just gets more and more lovable. The scent of blue roses drifted to Feiyu's nose, a delicate, entrancing fragrance. Conan really did smell wonderful. Feiyu felt lightheaded, his cheeks turning scarlet on the spot. Obito cleared his throat softly. Ahem, Conan, put my son down for now. We're short on time, and there's still urgent business to attend to. Reluctantly, Conan set Feiyu down. Obito reached out and took Feiyu by the hand, leading him toward the finance office. Watching Feiyu's departing figure, Conan's eyes shimmered with loneliness. Nagato, if this world didn't know war, then my child, he'd probably be about this age too. Yeah, don't worry, Conan. I promise. I'll craft a world where there's no more war for you. That was Yahiko's dream. Inside the Akatsuki headquarters at the finance office, the door creaked open. Obito, Zetsu, and Feiyu stepped inside. You all got here pretty quick. Upon seeing them, Kakuzu absently jabbed a finger toward a cabinet by the wall. There are 10 chests in there. Each one holds 30 million ryo, a total of 300 million. Feiyu grinned. Hee, thanks Uncle Kakuzu. If you insist, I won't stand on ceremony then. Hold on. Just as Obito was about to swallow up the cabinet into his Kamui dimension, Kakuzu suddenly spoke up. You can take the money, but you'll have to agree to one condition of mine. Feiyu and Obito both furrowed their brows at the same time. Was this miser about to go back on his word? Didn't they just have a perfectly good discussion a moment ago? Even Zetsu, usually light-hearted and good-natured, was starting to lose patience. Kakuzu, what are you scheming this time? Kakuzu responded in a low, steady voice. My request is simple. Take me to meet your fellow Uchiha. The meaning behind his words became instantly clear to all three of them. Still don't trust us? It made sense, though. Having a kid Feiyu's age represent the entire Uchiha clan was bound to raise questions. Uncle Kakuzu never misses a thing. How thorough. That's a perfectly reasonable request. I have no reason to refuse, Feiyu answered candidly, waving his hand. Let's head out now. I'll take you there myself. All right. No need to bring Hayden. That guy gets on my nerves. This isn't a mission. No reason to drag him everywhere. With that, the four of them officially set off together. The Akatsuki base and the Uchiha territory weren't far apart. So during the short journey, Zetsu all but whispered complaints about Kakuzu into Obito and Feiyu's ears the entire way. All that was less than flattering. That cheapskate. Getting anything out of him is harder than squeezing water from stone. We even gave him the position of head of finance out of respect. And look at him, waving around like it's some all-powerful badge. Obito, when we get back, tell Nagato to strip Kakuzu of that title. Hell, let's just kick him out of the Akatsuki once and for all. I've had enough of him. Always wearing that sour face, as if the whole world owes him money. Feather smiled lightly. Baiju, don't get so worked up. Uncle Kakuzu is actually quite decent in his own way. At least when it comes to business, you have to admit he's really responsible, right? Obito nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's what I want to say too. When it comes to letting someone manage Akatsuki's funds, I feel much more at ease with Kakuzu in charge. Plus, his skills are nothing to scoff at. He's a rare talent. Baiju, still fuming, blurted out, what's going on here? How come you're both defending him all of a sudden? Obito replied, just calling it as I see it. We could talk more about this later. We're almost at the clan grounds. The four of them walked through a dense forest, and before them stood a sheer cliff. Feather hopped down from Baiju's shoulders. Uncle Kakuzu, just below that cliff lies the new home of the Uchiha clan. Kakuzu cast a few sideways glances, then snorted coldly. No wonder none of the other major forces in the shinobi world have been able to track you down since your defection from Konoha. Hiding out here, are you? Well, take me to meet your clan then. With that, Kakuzu leapt from the cliff without hesitation. The others followed close behind. Just as Kakuzu was about to reach the ground, a deep, commanding man's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Mokutan, 4 pillars house technique. Mokutan. The words Mokutan struck like a thunderclap, sending a cold sweat down Kakuzu's back. He nearly stumbled upon landing, barely catching himself before he could fall. Who's there? Who's shouting like that? Kakuzu roared, his voice thick with alarm. As far as he knew, Mokutan, would release, was a unique power possessed only by that one man. Long ago, he'd once faced that man in battle. He survived by sheer luck, only because his opponent held back. Since then, Mokutan had become a lingering nightmare in Kakuzu's heart. But that man, the one who wielded would release, had died years ago. Surely, no one else in this world could possess Mokutan now. Suddenly, the earth beneath his feet began to shake violently. While Kakuzu was still trying to make sense of what was happening, an elegant, expansive wooden villa burst forth from the ground. What the? It really is Mokutan. Who are you? What are you doing here? Uchiha Yakumi swiftly appeared before Kakuzu, his face radiating hostility. Along with the clan leader, he had been expanding their settlement with Mokutan, never expecting a stranger to show up on their doorstep. Close behind, Uchiha Inaho arrived, voice urgent. Yakumi, quit wasting words. Just kill him. He's seen us. The secret stronghold of the Uchiha can never be exposed to outsiders. With that, Inaho was ready to strike, but Yakumi seemed to notice something and quickly stopped him. Wait, Dawa. Don't act rashly. The clothes this guy's wearing are the same as Toby's, a black cloak with red clouds. He probably isn't an enemy. That doesn't matter. I don't trust anyone except for clan members. Dawa ignored all advice, clapping his palms together and shouting angrily. Mokutan, shadow binding technique. A long, twisting piece of wood shot out from his sleeve, the branch rapidly elongating and in a blink had tightly bound Kakuzu on the spot. Kakuzu paid no attention to his predicament. His eyes were locked on the pair before him. The very same eyes as Itachi, the three-tomo Sharingan. There was no doubt they were the Uchiha clan. But how could an Uchiha use Mokutan? Kakuzu couldn't make sense of it, no matter how hard he tried. Forget it. Not worth thinking about. It's been so long since I saw Mokutan. It brings back memories of my own humiliating past. Frustration gnawed at Kakuzu. What stung the most was that he'd come here to deliver money. Yet this was the kind of treatment he received. So this is how the Uchiha greet an investor? With a sudden crack, Kakuzu hardened his body and, with a forceful jerk, shattered the wooden branches binding him in an instant. Oof. Not so impressive after all. His eyes narrowed at Daohua as he split off a lightning-infused mass from his back, taunting in a cold voice. Compared to Hashirama Senju, who fought me before, your Mokutan is no match at all. Lightning style, false darkness. A fierce spear of lightning shot forth, casting wild electric bolts across the area, sweeping relentlessly toward Daohua and Yakumi. The attack was so swift, Daohua barely had time to react. It was the greatest display of lightning style he had ever witnessed. Seeing Daohua stunned, Yakumi quickly sprang into action, forming a defensive jutsu. Mokutan, earth pillar wall. A row of curved wooden pillars sprang up, locking together into a sturdy arch that shielded them both, absorbing the brunt of Kakuzu's onslaught. Kakuzu's eyes widened as he caught himself murmuring, "Oh, he can use Mokutan too." One Uchiha wielding Mokutan was surprising enough. Now, there was another. Kakuzu's curiosity about the Uchiha only grew, and, deep down, a spark of excitement was kindled. The Sharingan of the Uchiha was already a force to be reckoned with. Pairing it with Mokutan was like adding wings to a tiger. If they joined the Akatsuki, the stronger they were, the stronger the organization would become. How interesting. Let's see what else you're capable of. No longer planning to hold back, Kakuzu summoned the remaining 3 ominous masks from within. Seeing this, Yakumi recognized they had no choice but to fight, bracing himself for the next wave. Dawa, snap out of it. That guy's techniques are really bizarre. The second round's about to start. Enough. Everyone, stop now. Hold your attacks. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku burst from the shadows of the forest, placing himself firmly between Kaku, Dawa, and Yakumi. His voice, one Kakuzu immediately recognized. It was the same person who had previously called out the Four Pillars clan technique. That grand villa, it must have been built by him using wood release. In other words, he could use wood release too. Kakuzu murmured in a low voice, "Humph." After seeing it so often, it no longer seemed strange. Again and again, Kakuzu was now almost certain that the current Uchiha clan members might all be able to use wood release. One unexpected delight. "Excuse me, sir. I am Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan. May I ask who you are?" Fugaku's expression was gracious, and his demeanor respectful. Judging by the clothing on Kakuzu, Fugaku understood that the man before him was undoubtedly a friend or partner of Toby. In any case, it was unlikely he was an enemy. Moreover, he had just mentioned the word investor. Could it be that Feiyu or Toby had brought someone here to deliver money? Money was precisely what the Uchiha needed most. If that were the case, how could Fugaku dare to be anything but respectful? If he jeopardized Lord Feiyu's plans, that would be disastrous. "Hey, you all, stop fighting already." At that very moment, Toby, Feiyu, and White Zetsu appeared before the crowd. The timing was impeccable. Lord Feiyu. Upon seeing Feiyu, Fugaku, Yakumi, and Inaho immediately bowed deeply, performing a formal salute. This sight astonished Kakuzu yet again. The head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, was actually saluting little Feiyu. The Uchiha clan truly grew ever more unpredictable. Most intriguing of all was that clever, shrewd child. He was even harder for Kakuzu to fathom. "Fugaku, this is Kakuzu. He's here to bring us funds," Feiyu introduced. "From now on, we're all on the same side. Stand down, everyone." On hearing this, Inaho and Yakumi quickly let their guard down. "Our apologies, Mr. Kakuzu. We were out of line earlier." "Oomph. Think nothing of it." Kakuzu didn't mind at all. He withdrew his Earth Grudge Fear technique and said in a deep voice, "A few exchange blows are no trouble. At least I got to witness your strength." As he spoke, Kakuzu pulled out a bundle of scrolls from his robes. "Release." As soon as the scrolls opened, there was a loud thump. With a thick cloud of white smoke, 10 cash boxes appeared atop the scrolls. This is 300 million Ryo, Uchiha. Take it. 300 million? That much. Fugaku beamed with delight and hurriedly motioned Inaho and Yakumi to grasp the money chests. He seemed so eager, as if afraid Kakuzu might reconsider. With the money in hand, Fugaku was just about to express his thanks when Kakuzu glanced into the distance, lifted a hand, and pointed. In the fields over there, a few people are working the land. They wouldn't happen to be Uchiha as well, would they? That's right, there are clan members. Receiving Fugaku's reply, a complicated look briefly flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. Truly a clan that knows how to bend and endure. Not only are they the strongest clan, but after defecting from their village, they had to start again from scratch with their own hands. They even humbled themselves to farm the land, built their own houses with their ninja arts, living completely self-sufficient. I, Kakuzu, have lived for so many years, yet this is the first time I've encountered ninja like you. Though Kakuzu said nothing more aloud, his respect was already written all over his face. For someone as proud and ruthless as Kakuzu, admiration for others was practically unheard of. The leader made the right call. You Uchiha have truly changed my perception. Hiring you was the correct decision. The Uchiha are indeed worthy of trust. Yeah. Fugaku was momentarily stunned, about to question further, when he noticed Feiyu frantically signaling to him with his eyes. He caught on instantly, quickly clamming up and daring not to say another word. After a moment's thought, Kakuzu continued, 300 million Ryo? Will that be enough? More than enough. That kind of money is plenty as our startup fund. No, not enough. No, we have to increase it. Kakuzu was actually insisting on a raise himself. On behalf of Akatsuki, I'll give the Uchiha another 200 million. As long as you keep up the good work in the future, there'll be even more rewards and bonuses. Rewards? Bonuses? Fugaku was growing increasingly confused, but he was certain this must be another scheme from Lord Feiyu to get more money. With years of experience dealing with such situations, he instinctively smiled and chimed in, Rest assured, Mr. Kakuzu, we'll definitely give it our all. Good. Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I'll have the rest of the money sent to you soon. I'm off now. With that, Kakuzu turned on his heel, preparing to leave. Uncle Kakuzu, won't you stay a little longer? Sit down and have a hot cup of tea with us. I don't have the leisure for that. I'll enjoy that tea once the Uchiha rise again. With those words, Kakuzu's figure flickered and he vanished on the spot. Kakuzu was gone. He left with evident satisfaction. He appeared generous on the surface, but in reality, he had his own calculations and agenda. Having witnessed the strength of the Uchiha firsthand, he was thoroughly impressed. No matter what mission might come in the future, he believed the Uchiha would see it through successfully. Once their reputation spread, the number of commissions Akatsuki received would skyrocket. And naturally, so would the profits. The day would soon come when counting money until his hands hurt would finally be a reality. As Akatsuki's finance officer, Kakuzu had spent countless days worrying over the organization's funds. More than once, he had voiced his opinion to Pain, but his suggestions had always been ignored. The rebuttal was always the same. Akatsuki's purpose isn't to make money. No matter how dirty or exhausting, we take every job. Simply put, their main strategy is to focus on cost-effectiveness, gradually getting small countries, minor lords, and noble families around the world accustomed to relying on the Akatsuki rather than the major powers. The goal is to make the ninjas from the great nations lose their jobs, undermining the established ninja system of those powerful countries. It's a smart plan, but over time, the one who suffered most was Kakuzu. He was in charge of finances, and no organization can survive for long without money. But things have changed now, with the strong backing of the Uchiha. Even if they keep slashing prices to compete with a major country for missions, their volume of work is sure to soar. So this is the thrill of investing, huh? Fascinating. Looks like I should start thinking about ways to make money differently. He had always believed in earning wealth through sheer hard work. But ever since he met Feiyu, he suddenly grasped the concept of making money work for you. The future looks promising. Joy written all over his face, Kakuzu sprinted eagerly towards the organization's base. At the same time, back at the Uchiha compound, Fugaku was at a complete loss. Somehow, the whole transaction didn't feel quite right. Lord Feiyu, about this investor, I keep feeling like he's misunderstanding something. He just told me to do a good job, then talked about rewards and bonuses. What is all that supposed to mean? The way he phrased things, it sounds like he's buying the Uchiha, not actually providing us with funds to build the village. Feiyu burst out laughing at his concerns, his laughter echoing clearly. Don't worry about it. Just take the money and use it generously. The future can wait for us to figure it out later. Okay, Fugaku nodded blankly. Since Feiyu had said as much, he saw no need to ask more questions. Rest assured, we'll make the most of these funds. In just 2.5 years, I'll present Lord Madara with a result he'll be proud of. Feiyu nodded, satisfied. Good. Then hurry and get the plan rolling. My father and I both have faith in you. Yes, sir. Bowing once more in respect, Fugaku gathered his people, ready to return and carefully oversee the allocation of the funds. Just before leaving, he brushed past Obito and whispered, "Did Lord Feiyu just take that investor for a ride?" "Probably," Obito replied helplessly with a wry smile. "But don't worry, he won't really suffer any loss. Little Feiyu will find a way to repay those 300 million in different forms over time." Fugaku still didn't quite understand. But since neither Obito nor Feiyu wanted to spell it out, he wisely stifled his curiosity and threw himself into his work. On the way back, gazing at the broad stretch of land beside him, Fugaku couldn't help but smile contentedly. The scent of medicine and the warmth of new rice shoots. Look closely. From now on, this land will truly be a home that belongs to us, and us alone. A home that belongs only to the Uchiha clan. Within the Uchiha clan compound, inside the Fugaku residence. "Sasuke, it's time to eat." Makoto's voice called out from the kitchen. Sasuke, did you hear me?" She called several times, but Sasuke still didn't appear. Makoto placed the freshly prepared dishes on the dining table, wiped her hands, and pushed open the door to Sasuke's bedroom. The room was empty. How odd. Where did that boy run off to? He was home just a moment ago. Makoto shook her head helplessly. Suddenly, her thoughts turned to her eldest son. "Itachi, where are you now? I wonder if you're doing well. Are you eating on time? I truly wish you could come back soon. That way, you could help me keep an eye on Sasuke." Not far from the Fugaku home, deep within the woods, Sasuke was alone, furiously hurling shuriken at a distant wooden stake. Damn it! Why can't I even do something this simple right? Lately, Sasuke had been going through a lot. That boy named Feiyu, he was even younger than Sasuke. Yet in every respect, temperament, status, talent, wisdom, even looks, he outshone him by far. Why? Sasuke's thoughts turned to his father again. Fugaku had been leaving early and returning late these days. Sasuke hardly saw a trace of him, let alone have time for ninja training together. If he didn't work harder, wouldn't he just keep falling further behind? Damn it, if only my brother were here. "Where are you, brother?" Throwing the last of his shuriken, Sasuke's pent-up frustration finally overwhelmed him. His face contorted with anguish, and he cried out in desperation. "Sasuke!" A voice, gentle and familiar, suddenly sounded behind him. Sasuke froze. When he came to his senses, excitement shimmered in his eyes as he whirled around. There, standing atop a stone, was his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, gazing down at him with a soft, warm smile. Brother! He hadn't seen Itachi in so long. Tears welled up in Sasuke's eyes as he rushed forward, flinging himself into his brother's arms. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, his words warm and soothing. "Sasuke, you've grown taller. And your shuriken throwing has become much more precise." "Of course," Sasuke replied, his nose crinkling in a proud pout. "I'm your little brother. There's no way I'd be left behind." But Sasuke's pride lasted only a moment. A shadow crossed his eyes as he remembered something. "But brother, I'm still so far behind. Feiyu is younger than me, but he's so much stronger." Watching Sasuke's stubborn, unwilling expression, Itachi smiled, bent down, and comforted him. "Sasuke, there's no need to compare yourself to him. He's different from us. He's unique in his own way. As long as we keep our feet on the ground and keep moving forward step by step, that's enough." With these words, Itachi Uchiha pulled a few shuriken from his pouch. "Come on, Sasuke, are you ready to train with me? It might be tough." The moment his brother offered to train together, Sasuke was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. As long as I can be with you, I don't care how hard it gets." Soon, the quiet of the woods was broken by the sharp clatter of ninja tools striking each other. As dusk settled in, "Sasuke, the sun's almost down. Time to head home." It wasn't until Itachi's gentle reminder that Sasuke realized how late it had gotten. Lost in the joy of training with his brother, he'd hardly noticed how quickly time had flown by. "Brother, can we train a little longer?" Sasuke pleaded, hopeful. Itachi smiled at Sasuke, then raised his hand and beckoned him closer. With a grin, Sasuke ran over, thinking his brother had agreed, only for his brother to reach out and tap his forehead with a finger, catching him off guard. Sasuke clutched his forehead, groaning, "Ow, that hurts." With a soft chuckle, Itachi said, "Sorry, Sasuke. Next time, I promise." "Well, all right then." Sasuke gave in with a smile. He was all too familiar with this gesture. Whenever his brother said those words and gave that iconic forehead poke, Sasuke knew his brother was making a promise, Not a no, just a not yet. So, Sasuke never insisted further. Just having his brother make time for him was more than enough. By the way, Sasuke, has there been any big decision about the clan lately? Uh-huh. Sasuke nodded. Brother, soon we're going to have our very own village. It's called Hidden Band Village, and the first leader will be none other than Madara Uchiha. I see. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Itachi glanced up at the darkening sky with a gentle smile. The Uchiha clan will finally have a true home. Sasuke, once our clan is settled and things are peaceful, you'll be grown up by then. When that time comes, what do you want to do most? Itachi wanted to hear Sasuke's dreams. What do I want? Of course, I want revenge on Konoha. Every painful memory, the pressure put on father by the village elders, was still vivid in Sasuke's mind. It was Konoha that had driven them from their home, forcing them to hide and struggle in this remote corner of the world. All of this, it's Konoha's fault. Anger blazed in Sasuke's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the single Tomo Sharingan in his eyes glimmered a fierce scarlet, quietly awakening. Seeing this, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. At last, he finally understood. The truth was, his own younger brother was just like the vast majority of the Uchiha clan, where hatred outweighed all else. Itachi wished to persuade him. He felt that someone as young as Sasuke shouldn't have a heart consumed by hatred, but should be content and live a peaceful life. Yet suddenly, he stopped himself. Sasuke's way of thinking wasn't wrong. The one at fault was actually himself. He had inherited the so-called greater good from Uchiha Shisui, that lofty will of fire. But in the end, what was Shisui's fate? Only tragedy. A life lost, gone in a moment. Not even a body left behind. He gained neither sympathy nor commemoration from Konoha, nor did he win a way for the Uchiha to continue. If it weren't for Feiyu's intervention, the Uchiha clan now, their fate would likely be no different from Shisui's. Perhaps only through vengeance, through resistance, through unwavering strength, could a person, or shinobi clan, truly carve their own path forward. Only then could they seize control over their own destiny. Having thought it through, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt much more at ease. His heart was no longer so burdened. There was no need to fret about unnecessary things. As long as his family and his clan were safe and content, that was all that mattered. All those so-called ideals, beyond sounding impressive, were worthless. Sasuke, it's getting late. We should go home now, or father and mother will start to worry. Okay, big brother, you haven't been home in so long. When mom sees you, she'll be so happy. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Itachi's lips as he shook his head. I still have things to do. I won't be coming home tonight. As soon as he heard Itachi was leaving, Sasuke's face instantly dropped. Brother, are you leaving again? What kind of mission has that old man Madara given you, that you never even come home? Sasuke was on the verge of tears. After all this time, yearning to see his brother, it turned out they'd have to part again so soon. Sasuke, behave yourself at home. I will come back. Don't blame our busy father, and don't blame me either. Everything we're doing right now, it's all for the Uchiha. Sasuke barely understood any of Itachi's words. The moment he wanted to ask more, he suddenly realized that Itachi had already disappeared without a trace. Time slipped away. The years flowed swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Now, the Uchiha clan's homeland had shed its former simplicity and transformed into a scene of prosperity. At the great stone tablet by the entrance, 3 bold words gleamed in the daylight. Hidden Madara Village. Though the village covered little land and had but a small population, for all its modesty, everything one could hope for was here. Street food, inns, all kinds of shops, anything one might need could be found. Travelers passing through would always pause for a day or two, resting their feet and soaking in the customs and traditions of this brand new village. Of course, the economy of Hidden Stripe Village was never meant to rely on passing travelers. The shops and inns were built simply to meet the needs of those living within the village itself. The village's primary source of income, like that of the great shinobi nations, came from commission missions. In the early days, due to its lack of reputation, the small neighboring countries and their lords weren't optimistic about this new shinobi village. But as time went on and collaborations became more frequent, clients found themselves very satisfied with the skill and efficiency of Hidden Stripe's ninja. The volume of commissions soared, with even some S-rank missions, traditionally reserved for the ninja of the great nations, coming their way. Once, clients preferred to entrust the challenging S-rank missions to the renowned ninja of the 5 great nations. But now, those who had worked with Hidden Stripe discovered that entrusting S-rank missions to them often yielded even better completion rates than the larger villages. What's more, the fees were surprisingly reasonable. It wasn't a huge price difference, but the value for money was undeniable. People naturally gravitate toward partners who offer the best balance of quality and cost. This is almost a law of human nature. With a growing number of commissions, Hidden Stripe Village prospered even further. Of course, the seed funding from Akatsuki had played a significant role as well. The achievements of the past 2.5 years left Madara, Uchiha, deeply satisfied. This was the vision he had longed for since childhood, the flourishing of the Uchiha clan. He had never truly relished fighting and killing. A life where his clan knew no worries and the world knew peace. Who could possibly object to that? This was precisely why Madara had pursued the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet now, to his astonishment, his wishes had come true in the world of reality. It was the last hope entrusted to him by his younger brother Izuna before his death. Unfortunately, Izuna never got to see it come to fruition. Fortunately, with Feiyu's arrival, a ray of light pierced the darkness that had long enveloped Madara. There was a time when he had lost faith in the world, convinced that victory and defeat determined everything. Winners gained all, while losers lost everything, even kin. To him, the real truth had been that only in an illusion, in a world where everyone was the victor and could live eternally by their own design, could there be peace. But Madara no longer believed that. Now, all he wanted was to spend his days in this reality, raising his son Feiyu with care, to see the Uchiha clan thrive and grow strong. And when his time eventually came, to be able to face his brother again in the Pure Land, with no regrets left behind. How many times, in the silent depths of night, as homesickness flooded his heart, had Madara nearly resorted to the forbidden reanimation jutsu, yearning to summon his brother back from the Pure Land for a simple conversation, to hear his voice once more. But he could never bring himself to use Tobirama's jutsu. Defiling. Dishonorable. He couldn't bear to let his own selfishness disturb the peace his brother had found in the other world. A weary sigh escaped his lips. Looking at the empty chair beside him, Madara, Uchiha murmured faintly, "Who knows where that child Feiyu has wandered off to this time?" Whenever his son wasn't by his side, Madara's thoughts grew wild and wandering. He found himself lost in memories of the past and inroads of regret. Perhaps this is simply the way of all those left behind in empty nests. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly broke through Madara's thoughts. "Lord Madara." "Oh, it's Fugaku." Madara glanced up slightly. "It's been a while since I last saw you. Actually, I've been meaning to speak with you. The Hidden Clan village has grown into such a splendid sight, and much of the credit belongs to you. Well done, truly well done. Thank you for your praise, Lord Madara, but it's really due to Master Feiyu. Without him, there's no way I could have accomplished this alone." "Yeah, that's true." At the mention of little Feiyu, Madara's pride flared up instantly. He made no effort to hide the joy in his voice. "My son is unmatched in this world. No one can hold a candle to him." Yes, Lord Madara, you're absolutely right." Uchiha Fugaku quickly agreed. This wasn't simple flattery. Deep down, he truly admired Feiyu's wisdom and talent. At first, Fugaku had thought only Itachi was astonishingly mature for his age, but after interacting with Feiyu, he realized there's always someone out there more remarkable. "By the way, Fugaku, what brings you here to see me today?" "Oh, it's like this, Lord Madara. Your son just left on a mission with Kamui. He didn't have a chance to report to you, so he asked me to deliver a message on his behalf." Madara paused, a hint of surprise in his voice. "What's going on?" Since the founding of the village, all missions have been carried out by the clan's own shinobi. This was the first time Feiyu had ever gone on a mission himself. He volunteered for the assignment? "Yes, Lord Madara. That boy. What made him suddenly interested in something like this?" "Perhaps it's because of the S-rank mission, my lord." When Feiyu heard the village had accepted an S-rank mission, he rode off with Danzo at lightning speed. Madara fell silent for a moment, then asked in a grave tone, "What kind of mission is it?" "It's a commission from the land of Sugi. Their secret scroll of forbidden ninjutsu, passed down through generations, was snatched by the Cloud. The land of Sugi hopes we can take it back from them." "The Cloud, huh? Those despicable bastards," Madara said with disdain. "They've always been like that, forever chasing after the secret arts or powerful bloodlines of other nations." "That's right. According to our information, just a few years ago, they even tried to snatch the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan in Konoha. If it hadn't been for the Hyuga Patriarch's intervention, the Byakugan might really have been stolen by the Cloud." "Oh." Madara's interest was immediately piqued. "How did Konoha respond?" "Well," Fugaku gave a bitter smile. "Not only was there no strong response, they even handed over an important member of the Hyuga as a peace offering. Why do they need to compensate them? One of the Cloud's people died while trying to steal the Byakugan. The Cloud leaders turned the tables and demanded Konoha give them an explanation, or else they'd start a war. Left with no choice, the third Hokage had the Hyuga make a sacrifice for the greater good. Only then was the crisis resolved." Coward. Always dragging down his own people. I find myself more and more disgusted with that so-called will of fire. Lord Madara, there's something else you should know. The reason this mission was ranked S-class is because the fourth Raikage himself is leading the Kumogakure retrieval team. The Raikage, Madara showed a flicker of surprise. It seems that the secret scroll of the Land of Cedars is truly significant to warrant the Raikage's personal intervention. Interesting. All right, you may leave now. I still need to rest. Lord Madara, I actually came to discuss sending reinforcements. Feiyu is strong, yes, but the enemy is still the Raikage. No need. It doesn't matter who it is. My son can handle it. There's no cause for worry. Well, if you say so. With Madara so resolute, Fugaku could hardly press further. Fugaku bowed and left. As he stepped outside, he couldn't help but mutter to himself in admiration. Lord Madara is truly growing younger. He's transformed in just 2.5 short years. Looks like a man in his 40s now. At this rate, it won't be long before he's returned to his prime. Once Fugaku had gone, black and white Zetsu quietly emerged from beside Madara. Lord Madara, we'd like to take some time away these next few days. We need to head out. A low chuckle escaped Madara as he saw right through their intentions. Time off? Is this for Feiyu? Worried he might get hurt. Of course. His opponent is the Raikage. White Zetsu gawked at Madara, baffled. This was Madara's own son, so why wasn't he worried in the least? No need. Your leave is denied. Madara rose to his feet, draping a robe over his shoulders. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, stay here and wait at home. I'll be back soon. The Raikage, it's been a long time since I stretched my limbs. I do hope he'll put up a decent fight. Within the borders of the Cedar Nation, deep in the forest, for shadows slipped swiftly through the trees. They were Kumogakure's Raikage squad. The fourth Raikage, along with Karai, Amy, and Nikai. Nikai snickered. It was almost too easy to snatch the secret ninja art scroll from the cedars. Their strength is hardly worth mentioning. Karai agreed. Exactly, we've been overestimating them. Lord Raikage, knowing it'd be like this, you needn't have bothered coming yourself. No, Raikage shook his head. A shinobi should never underestimate the enemy, no matter the circumstances. This secret art is vital to Kumogakure. My presence ensures nothing goes awry. Now that the target is secure, let's all move back to the village at full speed. Be on the alert for any trouble. Yes, sir. Chastened by the Raikage command, the squad straightened up. Their pace quickened, cutting even swifter lines through the forest than before. As they ran, sensory ninja Amai suddenly sensed something and quietly warned. Lord Raikage, pursuers have appeared. There are 3 of them. No, 8 in total. They've split into 2 groups, and they're moving fast. 8? Karai asked in confusion. This small country barely has any ninja left, and we've already defeated them all. Where did they find 8 more? Raikage responded in a low, serious voice. They're likely hired ninja from a major country. Everyone, stay sharp. If they can catch up with us at this speed, these opponents are nothing like the ones before. They must be much stronger. I'm sorry, Lord Raikage. If not for us slowing you down, there's no way they could have caught up to you. Don't apologize. You're my squad. We moved together, no one left behind. Sir, why don't we just fight them head-on? There are only 8. No, we can't risk a drawn-out battle now. The mission is urgent. Our top priority is to get the secret ninja scroll back to the village. We've only spotted 8 so far. Who knows how many more might be trailing behind. This isn't our turf. Only back at the village can we be truly safe. Not good, Lord Raikage. 3 of them have already caught up. They're right behind us. Don't worry about them. Move at full speed. Yes, sir. Amai, take the secret ninja scroll and head off alone by another path. We'll regroup in the next town. Understood, Lord Raikage. Figures darted swiftly through the forest. Chasing the Raikage team was none other than Feiyu, riding atop Danzo, with Uchiha Yaoi alongside. Lord Feiyu, I sense a chakra signature escaping down the other path. I noticed. Go after him. Is that safe? If Raikage is with those 3, and they turn back on you, I'm worried you'll be at risk. No need to worry about me. Feiyu nudged Danzo beneath him. My mount's no pushover, either. Now go. If you lose him, we'll be in trouble. Well, all right then. With that, Yaoi dashed into the trees on the other side, quickly vanishing from sight. Not good. Lord Raikage, one of the pursuers has broken off to chase Amai. Looks like the enemy has a sensory ninja too. Damn it. Raikage suddenly stopped, gritting his teeth as he turned. In that case, we'll just have to take care of them as fast as possible. A surge, crackling with energy, a massive amount of lightning-released chakra wrapped around Raikage's entire body. Soon, the pursuers emerged. Seeing who was chasing them, Raikage hesitated. He had considered every possibility, but never expected the pursuer to be just a kid. A kid riding on top of a person? Wait, hold on. This guy he's riding. Why does he look so familiar? Something about this sorry state. It all feels like I've seen it before. It seems like Danzo. Oomph. So it's you, Konoha, that the Land of Cedars has hired, Danzo. But I never imagined you'd show up in person. Could it be that you've come for the secret scroll of forbidden jutsu as well? And who's that kid riding on your back? You treat him so well. Is he your grandson? Bringing your own grandson on a mission? I didn't expect someone like you to care about family. As the Raikage rattled off questions, Danzo never said a word. He just clenched his jaw and fixed the Raikage team with a single, furious eye. Feather's face darkened. Who are you calling names? Watch your mouth. You're the one who's Danzo's grandson. Your whole family are Danzo's grandkids. This brat. How dare you speak to Lord Raikage like that? Karai was instantly enraged, ready to unleash a jutsu and teach Feather a lesson he'd never forget. The Raikage stretched out a hand, face grave, halting Karai in his tracks. What's the point of getting worked up over a little kid? Save your chakra. Keep your focus on Danzo. He's our true enemy. Nikai asked inquisitively. Lord Raikage, is this one-eyed old man called Danzo really that strong? I've heard all the great ninja from Konoha's reputation, but this is the first time I'm hearing his name. This old dog is powerful. As much as the Raikage disliked him, he had a nod. Danzo's true abilities are mystery. He rarely appears in public. I only caught a glimpse of him as a child, following my father to the battlefield. He was a contemporary of the third Hokage of Konoha, both students of Tobirama Senju. Tobirama Senju? The one who could take on the legendary Gold and Silver brothers by himself, even forcing them into a fight to the death with him. The second Hokage? Now Nikai and Karai finally understood why the Raikage was taking things so seriously. This Danzo, he was almost certainly a Kage-level ninja, and there was no intel about his abilities at all. The Raikage roared, and in an instant, lightning-like chakra exploded around his body, crackling with fierce energy. I'll take care of this, old man. You two stay back and support me from the sidelines. Don't get involved. Understood. Karai knew that if he joined the battle, he'd only be a burden to Lord Raikage. This level of combat was simply out of reach for either him or Nikai. The Raikage adjusted his stance, poised to strike, when suddenly Nikai called out. Lord Raikage, time's running out. The fight isn't the goal. Protecting the secret jutsu scroll of the Land of Cedars is our top priority. You don't want us fighting, so we won't hold you back. But look, Danzo has his own baggage right beside him. For a ninja who has spent so many years lurking in the shadows, how could he allow a brat to ride on his back so recklessly? Even if that kid refuses to admit he's his grandson, and even if he truly isn't, the boy's life must still be of great importance to Danzo. We can seize that boy first and use his life to threaten Danzo. Nikai's words struck the Raikage like a revelation. Of course, this is the most tactically sound choice in the moment. Defeating Danzo outright would cost time and energy and might even leave both parties severely wounded. But snatching the boy from him, now that's much simpler. In truth, the Raikage had already considered this option, but he simply couldn't resist an itching impulse within himself. After all, the chance to trade blows with Danzo was a rare opportunity. And through the fight, perhaps he'd finally uncover the secret techniques and hidden powers Danzo kept concealed from the world. He sighed, finally relenting. Enough. This time I won't act on a whim. Everyone, focus on the boy on Danzo's back. Capture him alive. Go. Lightning style, electric mouse shock. Karai struck first. A flurry of small, crackling orbs of lightning shot erratically from his hands, darting toward Danzo and Feiyu like a scurry of electric field mice. Gruff. Danzo, dropping to all fours, bared his teeth and let out two fierce growls before puffing out his cheeks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple blasts of compressed wind chakra fired from Danzo's mouth like bullets from a machine gun. Every bolt of lightning was shattered instantly by these blasts. Damn it, he's a wind-style user. Nature transformations in ninjutsu have their strengths and weaknesses. Wind trumps lightning, unless the difference in strength is overwhelming. In this matchup, Danzo is the nemesis of anyone using lightning style. Nikai felt a shudder of fear, then suddenly recalled something and quickly warned. I remember Amai said just now. There are 8 enemies in total. If we keep tangling here, more and more of their allies will arrive. Boom! Raikage's chakra flared brighter and stronger than before. Does it matter if it's wind style? Does it matter if reinforcements come? Does it matter if it's Danzo? What matters is that we hold them here and stop them from pursuing Amai. That's our mission. Nikai, don't be afraid. Remember, the boy is our top priority. With that, the Raikage sprang forward, appearing behind Danzo in the blink of an eye. Prepara tu di dunce. His right fist arched downward, aiming for Danzo's waist, while his left hand shot out toward Feiyu. With one swift move, he aimed to kill two birds with one stone. Even if he missed Danzo, he would surely capture Feiyu. He's just a child. There's no way he could dodge this attack. But what happened next left the Reikage utterly stunned. The kid he never even took seriously actually caught his strike. Not only in strength, but in speed as well, the boy was by no means inferior. This brat, the Reikage was dumbfounded. No matter how he calculated, he never imagined his attack would be so easily countered by a mere child. Feather gripped his hand and said with a broad grin, "You're not that impressive either. But I have to admit, I should thank you." For the past 2 years, Feather's daily sign-in rewards had all been talent experience points. Just a few days ago, the system suddenly issued a mission. Fight against a Kaga-level ninja. The system's reward. The opponent's jutsu and abilities could be copied 1-to-1 and permanently retained. That was exactly why Feather had taken on this task. Just to meet the Reikage. This kid, he's beyond ordinary. A churning thought repeated over and over in the Reikage's mind. Chakra surged once more in front of him. His hair shot straight up, eyes wide and blazing with fury. He looked every bit the armored warrior. This time, the Reikage was at his peak, wrapped in crackling lightning, moving faster than ever before. Meanwhile, on Danzo's side, a reaction was already in motion. The very instant the Reikage swung his mighty fist, Danzo preemptively dodged to safety. Danzo let out a series of fierce barks toward the Reikage, but then, with a proud toss of his head, he turned to Feather, seeking praise. "Outstanding, little Danzo." Feather scratched Danzo's head and whispered, "See that big, dark-skinned fool? Don't kill him, just rile him up. The more techniques he uses, the more I can learn." "Woof." "Understood." A flood of spirited barking erupted from Danzo. Reikage, Karai, and Nikai were all left completely baffled. What on earth was going on? Ever since seeing Danzo, none of them had heard him speak a single human word, only an unending barrage of dog barks. Was this some kind of strange obsession? Did he have a thing for role-playing? Was he pretending to be a dog? The fierce glare, drool hanging from his mouth, moving on all fours. He was in every way indistinguishable from a real dog. You had to admit, his performance was an absolute 10 out of 10. Don't underestimate him. This could very well be Danzo's strategy. I muttered under his breath. I recall the Inuzuka clan from Leaf Village rose to power with their beast imitation techniques. Danzo's most likely using the same trick. So that's it. Karai and Nikai nodded blankly. They were convinced. And who could blame them? Danzo's performance art was simply too abstract. This was the only explanation that made sense. It was just that the two of them couldn't quite figure out. What was the point of using a technique like this? Could he be secretly preparing something drastic? Enough talk. I'm going to keep attacking. Back me up, all of you. The Reikage knew perfectly well that just standing there analyzing things was pointless now. The only way forward was to keep fighting. Furiously, sheer force was the law of the land. Rather than obsess over Danzo's cryptic tactics, what truly drew his attention was the child on Danzo's back. That kid, the way he dodged the last attack, the speed, the movement, it was all too familiar. It felt exactly like his own. It only lasted for an instant, but the Reikage had still caught a glimpse of it. He simply didn't want to admit it. He needed to see it one more time. This time, he pushed his body's vitality to the very limit. In a flash, the Reikage turned into a bolt of lightning, materializing above Danzo. He focused his lightning release chakra into his leg, bringing it down like a mighty axe, fierce and unstoppable. Let's see if you can dodge this time. Righteous lightning, thunderous axe. Just as his attack was about to strike, Feiyu turned his head with a wicked smile. In that instant, his body exploded with lightning release chakra. His aura was almost identical to the Reikage's. That sly grin was still on his lips, but then he was simply gone. Feiyu, speed for speed, matched the Reikage step for step. Just as I suspected. This time, he saw it clearly. A cold wave swept over the Reikage's heart. At this point, his attack was unstoppable. His leg axe smashed violently into the earth. With a deafening crash, the ground shattered as if struck by an earthquake, leaving a deep crater. The power was tremendous, but nothing more. Across from him, Feiyu calmly stood with Danzo thrown over his shoulder. The lightning release chakra, winding around him, slowly dissipated. "Kid, how do you know my technique? You better start talking now." If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, the Reikage never would have believed it. This lightning release armor. This was the secret passed down by the men of his clan, generation to generation, taught by word of mouth. Under no circumstances should it have leaked. The most outrageous part was, this brat couldn't be more than a few years old. Not only did he use the technique, he wielded it with utter mastery. It was unthinkable. When Feiyu ignored him completely, the Raikage nearly exploded with frustration. Kid, I swear I'll capture you alive and pry the truth from your lips, no matter what it takes. Feiyu curled his lips into a mocking smile, getting hot under the collar. Goose brain. But why panic? You're always borrowing secret techniques from other clans. This is the first time your own family's secrets have leaked. How does it feel? Maybe think of it as cultural exchange. If you really want answers, why not hand over that scroll of the Land of Cedars, secret ninjutsu you pilfered? If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll tell you. He chuckled darkly. Damn it, there's no way I'm giving up that hard-won scroll. The Raikage's face was flushed, barely able to contain his anger. A tinge of black seeped through the crimson hue. You little brat, I swear on the name of the Raikage, I'll drag you back with me, no matter what. Just as the Raikage was about to strike, he suddenly noticed a figure emerging behind Feiyu and Danzo. It was Karai. Though he always followed close by the Raikage's side, Karai had never been able to offer real help, and this gnawed at him. Watching his master locked in a fierce struggle, Karai's frustration flared, and he decided to try a sneak attack to aid the Raikage. Even if he couldn't win with one move, as long as it turned the tide in their favor, that would be enough. You brat, take this. Lightning style, Thunder Mouse Quake. The distance between the two of them was almost nothing. Karai was certain, no matter how fast Feiyu might be, there was simply no way to dodge such a close-range attack. Feiyu spun around, ready to counter, but suddenly his Sharingan picked up something strange about Karai's body. Could this be? There, burrowing right into Karai's chest, was a tiny chakra-infused insect. The creature was so minuscule that, without the Sharingan's power, Feiyu would have never noticed it. Exploding beetle. Feiyu remembered now. He'd heard about this before, a secret technique of the Xinyuan clan. Once the bug entered the body, all it took was a surge of chakra. The host body would rapidly swell as the insect grew, ending in a deadly explosion. Sure enough, as Karai finished weaving his signs and the ninjutsu was about to ignite, his already bulky frame ballooned instantly. Danzo, get out of here now. In Karai's moment of hesitation, Feiyu urgently ordered Danzo to escape from the spot. What the? Panic seized Karai. An overwhelming sense of dread surged through his mind. The Raikage sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted, What's happened, Karai? Lord Raikage, you mustn't come any closer. He couldn't even finish his sentence before a deafening blast echoed. Karai's body exploded, leaving nothing but dust in the air. Karai, watching his comrade perish right before his eyes, rage consumed the Raikage. You little brat, how dare you kill my man? Whoa, hold on. That wasn't my doing. Feiyu gave a wry smile, spreading his hands innocently, about to defend himself, when suddenly 5 figures appeared, each with dog-like tails. The man standing in the center of the group spoke with a chilling tone. Raikage, do you really think a mere kid could pull off something like this? Hand over the secret ninjutsu scroll now, or you'll end up just like your subordinate. With that, he shifted his gaze to Feiyu. And you, brat from Banyan Village, trying to cut in on Xinyuan business? Seems like you're getting tired of living. Once I have that secret scroll, you're next. Xinyuan clan? The Raikage's brow furrowed. He knew that name. It was an organization infamous for hunting down ninjas. How dare a mere group of mercenaries speak so arrogantly in front of Lord Raikage? Lightning style, Thunder Strike. Nakai gathered chakra into his right arm and was just about to unleash it when a searing pain suddenly erupted in his chest. To his shock, the chakra that had built up in his right arm vanished without a trace. A large swelling had appeared over his chest, as if some bug were burrowing beneath his skin. What's wrong, Nakai? Someone called out. Raikage immediately understood. This had to be the work of the Xinyuan group. He charged into their midst, throwing punch after punch, but each time the 5 figures melted into nothing but plumes of black smoke. No matter how fast Raikage attacked, he couldn't touch their true forms. Damn it, what on earth is this power? Anxiety gripped the Raikage, frustration flaring. He wanted to strike again, but Nakai's groans of pain pulled him back to his senses. I can't waste any more time fighting. Saving him comes first. With that, Raikage flashed forward in a brilliant streak of lightning, slinging Nakai over his shoulder, and vanished into the depths of the jungle. You lot wait here, I'll be back. Seeing this, one of the Xinyuan group shouted. Not good, he's getting away. No need to panic, we'll follow. My tracking insects have already marked his chakra. He can run to the edges of the earth, but he'll never escape my grasp. The 5 members exchanged glances. 3 nodded and immediately sprang up, darting off in the direction Raikage had vanished. The remaining 2 turned their attention to Feiyu, expressions twisted with disdain and contempt. TCH, boss, Why leave me behind for this? We only have to deal with a punk and an old geezer. Is it worth both of us getting involved? Oof. The kid doesn't matter, but the old man with him has a bit of bite. Either way, let's make this quick. Still, I do have a few questions before we get started. The man with long white hair raised his voice to Feiyu and Danzo. My name is Jean, leader of the Shinjuan group. You little brat from Banhidden Village. Because your village has risen up, our organization's business has been cut down to nothing. Tell me where your base is, and I'll let you live. Well, hey, did you hear me? Answer. Hey, damn it, Moo. Has this kid gone catatonic with fear? Moo replied, Boss, honestly, he's looking at us like we're nothing. Like he doesn't even care we're here. No matter how Jean, the Shinjuan leader, shouted, Feiyu didn't bother to respond. He didn't even spare them a glance. At that moment, Feiyu was completely absorbed in the sensation of wielding lightning-style chakra mode just moments before. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. That sensation of instant movement, exhilarating. Without a body of exceptional resilience, using this mode would have shattered him from the inside out. Featheryu secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, he possessed the cells of Hashirama inside him. Otherwise, with his frail body alone, there was no way he could have controlled this mode, which pushed his physical vitality to its absolute limit. Woof! Woof! Just as he was still savoring the sensation, Danzo's barking pulled Featheryu's mind back to reality. Looking up, Featheryu saw that the two members of the Shinjuan clan had appeared before him, though he hadn't noticed when they arrived. Their leader, Jean, bellowed with fury, Brat, do you really need me to strangle you before you'll behave? Don't blame me for what happens next. Mu chimed in, Big brother, you don't need to get your hands dirty. Let me deal with him. I've had enough of this kid's attitude. As he spoke, Mu raised his hand with lightning speed, aiming directly for Featheryu's throat. Wood-style, cutting technique. Featheryu simply shot him a cold glance, his fingers barely moving before wooden branches sprang forth from his arm. In the next instant, the branches burrowed savagely into Mu's body, growing rapidly. Mu's flesh was pierced in an instant. It was a gruesome and pitiful sight. Ugh! In his final moment, Mu's eyes widened with terror and disbelief, hopelessness freezing in his gaze. Even as he died, he couldn't comprehend how this seemingly insignificant boy possessed such overwhelming power. Seeing the misery befall his subordinate, Jean, despite his wealth of combat experience, felt a shudder run through his body. He quickly regained his senses and leapt back dozens of meters in a flash. Fresh blood from his fallen comrade still splattered across Jin's face. This kid, what on earth is he? Only now did he understand why Banu village had been able to rise to prominence so rapidly. A single child, one not even fully grown, already had terrifying strength. His most dependable subordinate had been effortlessly dispatched in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't the greatest shock. It was a technique Featheryu used. Wood style, the legendary jutsu made real. At that moment, Jin's mind was filled with only one thought. Run. This strange and powerful child was too far beyond him. He knew he didn't stand a chance. Yet even as he realized this, it was already too late. A streak of lightning flashed past, and in the blink of an eye, Featheryu appeared behind Jin. A sickening sound of flesh and wood, sharp wooden branches tore into Jin's body. In a heartbeat, the leader of the Shinjuan clan and his strongest subordinate had been completely annihilated by Featheryu. They never had a chance to resist or even comprehend what was happening, dying without understanding in a flash. Featheryu withdrew his arm, shaking his head. The Shinjuan clan's strength isn't much to write home about after all. Or maybe it's just that I'm too strong. His mount, Danzo, immediately chimed in approval. Woof, 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 letting the swirling lightning-style chakra dissipate around him. Featheryu let out a deep breath. Perhaps he wasn't yet used to the lightning-style chakra mode. His heart was still racing far too fast. He needed to calm down. Let's go, little Danzo. Time to look for some medicine. Woof. At their master's command, Danzo immediately assumed his position, swiftly taking Feiyu on his back and dashing away into the distance. Before long, under a tree, Feiyu caught sight of Yaoi's figure. Feiyu landed Danzo by Yaoi's side and asked, How did it go? Were you able to catch up with the target? Yaoi hung his head, frustration written all over his face. I'm sorry, Lord Feiyu. I wasn't strong enough. He's a sensory ninja, and he used an escape technique I've never seen before. I lost him. Don't be discouraged. It couldn't be helped. He was, after all, someone close to the Reikage. There's no way his skills would be lacking. Come on, let's keep going. Lord Feiyu, do you have a way to find him? More or less. Just follow me. Let's check the nearest towns around here, quickly. In Feiyu's memory, he recalled that the Reikage had hidden with his injured comrade in a nearby town, where by chance they ran into Tsunade. With Tsunade and Shizun's expert medical ninjutsu, they managed to remove the explosive insects that threatened his life. If they hoped to track them down, their only option was to try their luck in the town. There was nothing else they could do. Evening descended. In a dimly lit room within a small town, Nikai lay on a stone bed, racked with pain. The explosive insects within his body had grown to an alarming size, and an explosion seemed possible at any moment. Reikage stood nearby, brow furrowed tightly and his face stormy with anger. He was deeply concerned for his subordinate's condition, yet despite his formidable strength, there was nothing he could do. Only a skilled medical ninja could save Nikai. He could do nothing but watch in frustration. Lord Reikage. Outside, Amai's voice echoed through the door. Reikage swiftly swung the door open. Amai, you finally returned. Amai lifted a hand and presented a scroll to the Reikage. It's all thanks to Lord Reikage drawing off the main force of the enemy that I managed to escape. Reikage glanced at the scroll in his hands, but there was no joy in his expression. At long last, the secret scroll of ninja arts, passed down for generations in the land of Sugi, is in our possession. But we cannot return to the village just yet. Speaking, the Reikage turned his gaze back toward those inside. Hearing the anguished groans from within the room, Amai's heart tightened, and he rushed inside. Nikai, what's happened to you? Nikai spotted Amai and, forcing a fragile smile, managed to whisper, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Amai placed his hands over Nikai's chest and began a healing jutsu. Idiot, how can you say you're fine? Hang in there. I'll heal you right now. By the way, where's Karai? Where did he go? He's dead. Reikage answered through clenched teeth. He died at the hands of the Shinyuan group, with the same wounds as Nikai. Hearing the news of Karai's death, Amai barely had time to mourn, his face turning grave. Lord Reikage, please tell me in detail what happened after I left. It will help me treat Nikai's injuries. I understand. The Reikage nodded, then recounted everything that had happened, using the fewest words possible to convey the whole story. Under Amai's chakra healing, the explosive bug inside Nikai erupted in violent resistance, causing Nikai even greater pain. His anguished cries rang out over and over. After listening to the Reikage's account, Amai buried his head in thought, analyzing the situation. It seems the cause of the illness is this insect-shaped tumor. Inside, there are explosive chakra masses that absorb the host chakra, and once they've taken in too much, they detonate. You said Karai used ninjutsu right before he died? Using ninjutsu causes a huge surge of chakra, which the tumor absorbs all at once and swells up suddenly. That's why The Reikage interrupted. So that's what triggered the explosion? Then, what about Nikai's condition now? Is there any way to save him? Seeing that the explosive bug inside Nikai's body wasn't getting any smaller despite his efforts, Amai clenched his eyes, shut in frustration, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I'm sorry, Lord Reikage, with my own medical ninjutsu. There's nothing more I can do for Nikai. Wait a moment, that's it. Suddenly, Amai's eyes lit up and he shouted, I may not be able to help, but there's someone who can save Nikai. She's right here in this town. I just saw her. Oh, who is it? The legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade of the Hidden Leaf Village. There isn't a medical ninja alive who can compare to her. The mention of Tsunade's name left the Reikage in heavy silence. Her medical skill was famed throughout the world. Of that, the Reikage was well aware. But relations between the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf had always been tense. Not long ago, the Cloud had even bullied the Hyuga clan of the Leaf with overbearing force. Though that feud had ended with the Leaf apologizing, the Reikage knew full well that his own village had been wrong. Now, to ask the renowned Tsunade to treat a ninja from the Hidden Cloud, it would be no small feat. After a long inner struggle, the Reikage finally spoke, his voice slow and resolute. Understood. I'll go seek her out. Nikai grew agitated. No, Lord Reikage. How can you go begging help from a foreign ninja? That would be a disgrace to the Hidden Cloud. Would you abandon your dignity as Reikage? And you, Amai, how dare you address a ninja from another village as lady? And besides, why would anyone from the Leaf even care about me? This is pointless. Overcome with distress, Nikai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Nikai, stop talking. If you keep this up, you'll only hasten your death. But that's enough. No more arguing, the Reikage shouted, his voice commanding. Nikai, trust me, Tsunade will save you. Even if she refuses, I'll force her to save you if I have to. You're a valued comrade. I care about the honor of the Reikage, but your life is even more important to me. Let's go, Amai. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Feiyu and Yao Wei were scouring the small town in a wide-ranging search. They had been searching for quite some time, but there was still no sign of the Reikage and his companions. Feiyu said, They're not in this town. Come on, let's head to the next one. Yao Wei replied. I really didn't expect there to be so many towns around here. We've already checked 2, and there's still 4 more to go. It's my fault. If only I'd seen through that cloud hidden Jonin's abilities, things wouldn't be such a mess now. Feiyu told him. Enough, stop blaming yourself. Let's hurry. Ever since the founding of Bane Hidden Village, we've always completed every mission 100%. Right now, time is of the essence. I don't want my very first mission to end in failure. With that, the 2 of them darted off toward another town at top speed. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes watched them keenly from not far away. The owner of those eyes wore an enigmatic smile, then melted into the shadows and vanished without a trace. Shizun, we're out of sake. Hurry up and get me another bottle. Hey, Shizun, why are you lying there? Wake up, come on. My sake's all gone. Honestly, how can you be out after just a little bit? Hey boss, bring me another one of those bottles. Inside the izakaya, Tsunade was waving her empty sake bottle, shouting and hollering. Next to her, Shizun was completely passed out from drinking, clutching her little pig tauntaun under the table and snoring softly, drooling all over the floor. With no one bringing her more sake, after a long while, Tsunade stopped shouting. She slumped against the wall in a haze of melancholy, her mind drifting back to the 2 people she cherished most. Nawaki and Dan. I really wish you 2 were still alive. If only I could see you both again, just once. Murmuring in her sorrow, Tsunade spoke to herself. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice broke through to Tsunade's ears. I recognize you. You're Lady Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. I have a request. Please, you must agree to help me. I beg you. Tsunade barely lifted her eyes and saw a person in the Cloud Village ninja garb kneeling respectfully before her. And who are you? I am Amai, a jonin of the Cloud Hidden Village. My comrade has suffered a strange injury. Lady Tsunade, please use your unparalleled medical skills to save him. Are you a medical ninja? I am. Then why not just heal him yourself? Why come to me? My abilities are nowhere near enough. In this world, only you can save my comrade. If I refuse, Lady Tsunade, how could Kimogakure have a nerve to come begging to Konoha? You're the same thieves who tried to steal the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Lady Tsunade, both villages have already resolved that matter. Wasn't it peacefully settled? Peaceful? You call that peaceful? What shameless words from those who benefited. Please, my lady, let bygones be bygones. Lives are at stake now, and time is running out. If you won't come, my comrades will. Get out. Don't bother me with your whining. You're ruining my drinking mood. I'm begging you. Lady Tsunade, that's enough. I'm Maui. At that moment, the Reikage strode forward, face grave as he barked at Tsunade. Tsunade, I knew from the start you wouldn't just help us willingly. His aura and authority far surpassed Amaui's. Tsunade's expression shifted to seriousness as she asked in a low voice, And who might you be? Amaui immediately introduced him. This is the leader of our Kimogakure, the 4th Reikage. Oh, Tsunade paused briefly, then smirked playfully. My, what an important guest we have here. The Reikage replied. If you refuse to come, I'll just have to use force to make you. How amusing, unfazed by the threat. Tsunade snapped back. Do you even know who you're talking to? Just a Reikage? I'll make sure you regret it. Before the Reikage could speak again, a middle-aged man with long hair suddenly entered the tavern. Carrying a bottle of sake, he sat down at the table beside Tsunade. What lousy booze. Tastes awful. Far inferior to what my clan brews. Time does fly. Tsunade, you've really grown up. He grumbled, then lifted his head. His eyes glowed crimson as he murmured to the Reikage. Reikage, I don't have much time. Hand over the secret scrolls of the land of Sugi's jutsu, and I can spare your life. The Sharingan? At the sight of the man's eyes, the Reikage's face darkened. An Uchiha? Bold words. My information says that the Uchiha clan has left Konoha and is now wandering in exile. Tsunade, you know about this, don't you? Tsunade? Tsunade. When Tsunade didn't respond, the Reikage turned toward her, expecting to find her passed out drunk. Instead, all trace of intoxication had vanished from her face, replaced by stark terror. What's wrong with you? Is seeing someone from the Uchiha clan really that shocking? All right, Tsunade, I won't force you anymore. I'll help you capture this Uchiha, so you can bring him back to Konoha for interrogation and find out where their current hideout is. In return, you'll treat my wounded men. How's that sound? Hey, Tsunade, did you hear me? No matter how loudly the Reikage called out, Tsunade gave no response. Her pupils were dilated, her gaze fixed immovably on the middle-aged man. Her mouth hung slightly open, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The middle-aged man sneered. Reikage, you want to take me on? I haven't shown myself in years, and yet today's youngsters seem awfully bold. Insolent. The Raikage, sensing the utter disdain in the man's voice, was finally pushed over the edge. He'd already been simmering with rage because of his injured subordinates. Now, facing such a cocky Uchiha, the Raikage could no longer restrain the anger roiling inside him. He roared, "Step outside. Let's settle this out there. I don't want to harm innocents in this bar." "Commanding me? Just who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man's voice rang out cold and sharp, his finger flicking ever so slightly. In the next instant, torrents of flame erupted, filling the entire room. No, it was the whole street that was engulfed. The Raikage's face changed dramatically. He hastily grabbed Amy and rushed out of the room. Only once he was outside did he realize the devastation. The entire street had been reduced to chaos. Water style, water wave. Amy quickly used water style to douse a small patch of flames, giving them somewhere to regain their footing. The Raikage, anxious to go back for Tsunade, suddenly noticed that she had already appeared behind him, carrying Shizune and her little pig Taunton. "Careful, Raikage. He's no ordinary Uchiha." I thought you'd lost your tongue, Tsunade. Who is that man?" He should be." Seeing Tsunade hesitate, the Raikage pressed her. "Who exactly is he?" "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Madara Uchiha, or at least I think so." Tsunade could only hope she was wrong. She had seen Madara a handful of times when she was a child, but she'd been so young, her memories were just hazy impressions, a fleeting shadow, little more. Later on, as she grew older, she'd seen photographs. Her grandfather Hashirama standing beside Madara. Now, though Madara's appearance had changed considerably from the photos, his aura was unmistakable, especially that overpowering arrogance so clearly captured in those old images. At first, Tsunade hadn't dared believe it, not until she saw him in action. After that, there was no denying it. To wield such terrifying fire style, and those eyes, dark and bottomless, as though able to pierce right through reality. Yes, the Sharingan. Who else could it possibly be, if not Madara? Madara Uchiha? You're saying he's Madara Uchiha? The Raikage and Amy both froze, stunned. "Lady Tsunade, you must have drunk too much." Amy managed a pained smile. "This is hardly the time for such an unbelievable joke, don't you think?" The Raikage wore a grave expression. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. "Impossible. That's simply not possible. They're not even from the same era. Unless we're seeing ghosts. Believe it or not, take it as meeting a ghost if you want." Tsunade gently set the slumbering Shizune aside and spoke sharply. "Whether he's Madara or not, his skills just now proved he's no ordinary man. I'll join forces with you. As long as we capture him, I'll help you heal your wounded men." "Fine, you said it yourself. It's a deal. Whether he's Madara or not, it doesn't matter. For the sake of the Raikage's name, one way or another, I'm bringing him in." The Raikage simply refused to believe the man was Madara. Even if he was, he felt no fear. The man's utter disregard for him, an even greater disregard for the title of Raikage, was what I could tolerate the least. Amidst the sea of flames, the man's silhouette began to emerge. Madara brushed dust off his shoulder with a casual flick of his hand, his demeanor light and unruffled. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, "Still not enough. The speed and effect of this jutsu are far too lacking. Looks like it'll be a few more years before I'm back to perfection." Now, Raikage and Tsunade exchanged a glance, then, in perfect sync, burst forward at full speed toward the man. "How foolish. To think you'd both dare challenge me." Madara lifted his head with a sneer, his eyes shifting with silent menace. "Then let's see how my eyes fare, using you two as a test." His crimson eyes morphed, rippling into an intense violet pattern. The Rinnegan had revealed itself. Bathed in the infernal glow, Madara's purple gaze blazed with an otherworldly brilliance. "Those eyes." Tsunade gasped, her feet freezing involuntarily. "What are you doing, Tsunade? Don't stop now," the Raikage shouted, glancing back. "Forget what kind of eyes he has. We've got one goal, beat him." "Huh." With a shout, the Raikage was the first to close the distance. Electric blue chakra crackled across his body as he launched himself forward, pulling his right fist high. "Take this. Move." Madara's lips curled with disdain. He calmly raised his right palm and spoke softly, "Foolish. Almighty push." Just as the Raikage was about to reach him, he felt a colossal, invisible force slam into him. With a thunderous crash, he was blasted backward, vanishing into the wall of flame. "Lord Raikage!" Amaui panicked and sprinted in the direction the Raikage was hurled, his hands rapidly weaving signs. Water style, surging wave, surging wave, surging wave. After unleashing the water jutsu several times, he finally found the Raikage amid the wreckage. "Lord Raikage, Are you all right? I'm fine. The Reikage struggled painfully to his feet amid the rubble. After just a brief moment to recover, lightning chakra once again surged around his body. Thankfully, your body is incredibly strong. If it had been an ordinary person struck by that force, they would have been smashed to pieces. Yeah. The Reikage nodded with lingering fear, clutching his side. As much as I hate to admit it, I think a few of my ribs are broken. What? Worried, Amy quickly stepped forward, but the lightning chakra swirling around the Reikage kept him at bay. Reikage-sama, please, you need to deactivate your lightning release chakra mode. I can't treat your injuries in this state. Treating wounds can wait. The fight isn't over yet. Reikage-sama, you can't go on fighting. Honestly, we're completely outmatched by that man. Enough. Amy, we of the Hidden Cloud have never feared anyone, and I am the Reikage. How could I possibly turn and run from the battlefield? But that man is the legendary Madara Uchiha. These eyes. While the Reikage and Madara Uchiha were locked in fierce combat, Tsunade had kept her gaze fixed on them, trying to analyze Madara's technique. Unfortunately, the Reikage was defeated so quickly that Tsunade couldn't figure out how he had been sent flying. But the transformation in Madara's eyes, Tsunade saw it clear as day. That color, that pattern, could it really be the legendary Rinnegan? How could that be possible? The giant creature in front of Tsunade rose and fell with each ragged breath. She could scarcely believe that those fabled eyes truly existed. No, this can't be real. Those were so clearly Sharingan. How could they suddenly turn into Rinnegan? Illusion. It must be some kind of ninjutsu. Tsunade, well-versed in the Uchiha's mastery of illusions, knew the stronger the wielder's ocular power, the more formidable their ninjutsu. She didn't care when she might have fallen under the spell. All she wanted was to break free as quickly as possible. Release. Tsunade pressed her palms together, attempting to dispel the illusion. To her surprise, she found her chakra flowing normally. There was no trace of ninjutsu at all. When she looked up, Madara was suddenly right in front of her, so close they were almost face to face. Gazing into his deep, shadowy eyes, Tsunade's senses began to fade. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed, unconscious. The Senju clan really has fallen a long way. With a cold sneer, Madara turned into a mere afterimage and vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, after much urgent pleading from Amy, the Reikage finally relented and released his lightning release chakra mode, allowing himself to be treated. Amy, make it quick. I'm worried Tsunade might not be able to hold out alone. She can't die before we heal Nakai. I understand, Reikage-sama. I'll just do some emergency first aid. The Reikage nodded, gritting his teeth and growling. In a moment, I'll go all out, unleashing my fastest, most decisive strike. I won't give him a single chance to react. Before his words had faded, Uchiha Madara's cold, mocking voice arose from behind the Reikage. I had wanted to test my eyes on you all, but I'm in a hurry. No time to play these games with you. Hand over what I've come for. Hearing the voice, the Reikage nearly jumped out of his skin. He hadn't sensed how Madara appeared behind him. Not even the faintest warning. As he turned to look, his eyes met Madara's gaze, but he had no time for shock. Darkness rushed in before his eyes, and he instantly collapsed into unconsciousness. Amaui suffered the same fate. Looking down at the two fainted shinobi, Madara sneered with disdain. So this is the strength of a Kage from a great nation. Perhaps I was being too cautious. I meant to wait until I regained my prime before returning to the world, but seeing the current state of these Kage-level ninja, they're not as strong as they used to be, not by a mile. Madara stooped, reaching into the Reikage's chest and pulling free the secret art scroll of the land of Sugi. He opened it for a cursory glance. Is this useless scrap really the secret jutsu a whole nation prizes so highly? Utterly pointless. He shook his head in disbelief, truly disappointed at the feeble strength of this era. From beneath Madara's feet, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged. White Zetsu spoke up in warning. Lord Madara, Shofuyu and Yakomi have just finished searching the town ahead. They're heading this way now. Shutting the scroll with a click, Madara's voice was icy. Understood. We're leaving. Black Zetsu added. Truly a hardship, Lord Madara, going this far just to personally teach your son a lesson for his growth. Madara gave a rare, quiet chuckle. No helping it. After all, I am his father. With nothing more to say, Madara's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Several minutes passed. The blaze engulfing the little town still raged on, its heat and smoke finally rousing Shizen from her drunken stupor. Ooh, my head, it's killing me. What's going on? Shizen snapped, fully awake, eyes wide as she surveyed the inferno all around her, shocked to her core. Desperately, she tried to piece together her memories, but no matter how hard she tried, everything ended at her last drink with Tsunade at the tavern. Just then, she noticed Tsunade lying unconscious nearby. Not far away, two unfamiliar men were also sprawled out, their fates uncertain. The attire of one made it clear. He was a shinobi from the Hidden Cloud. Sensei, damn it. What happened while I was drunk? Did Master Tsunade get into a fight with the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud? Shizen didn't have time to think. In a panic, she rushed over to Tsunade's side, placing her hands, glowing with green chakra, over Tsunade's chest. She's still alive, but her chakra flow is a complete mess. Could it be she's been caught in a ninjutsu? Release. As Shizen slowly channeled her chakra into Tsunade's body, Tsunade's eyelids flickered, and after a moment, she gradually came to. Thank goodness, Master. You're finally awake. Shizen gently helped Tsunade sit up, carefully brushing the beads of sweat from her mentor's forehead. Master, what exactly happened? Who put you under a ninjutsu? And who are those two men over there? Ninjutsu. Tsunade turned her head weakly and replied in a faint voice. That big man with the dark skin? I think he's the leader of the Hidden Cloud, the fourth Raikage. What? The fourth Raikage? At these words, Shizen was shocked. She never imagined that the man called Black Lightning was actually such an important figure. Master, was it him who did this to you? And is it the same people who destroyed this whole town? Despite the fact that he was the Raikage, the strongest from the Hidden Cloud, Shizen wasn't intimidated at all. Anyone who dared hurt her master would have to answer for it. I don't know. Tsunade felt utterly blank. It seemed like something had happened just now. Perhaps she'd even encountered someone else, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. She racked her memory frantically, but all she could recall was the Raikage seeking her out in the tavern to treat his subordinate. Everything after that was a total blur. Seeing that Shizen was about to lash out at the Raikage, Tsunade raised her hand to stop her. Shizen, don't be rash. This has nothing to do with the Raikage. I think something's wrong with my memory. Help me wake them up. I have questions for them. Wake them up? Master, we can't do that. You know how dangerous the people from the Hidden Cloud can be. What if they— Hurry up and do as I say. Tsunade, losing patience, suddenly barked the order. Yes, ma'am. Seeing Tsunade so insistent, Shizen had no choice but to approach the Raikage and Amy, pulling them one by one out from the ninjutsu. My head's killing me. Huh? What happened here? With the inferno raging all around, the Raikage and Amy were completely lost. As soon as he saw Tsunade and Shizen, the Raikage sprang to his feet, demanding in a sharp tone. Tsunade, what the hell happened here? What did you do to this town? At this, Tsunade could only shake her head helplessly. Sigh, I was hoping you could tell me. Looks like we're in the same boat. Not a clue between us. Shizen, put out the fire here. Yes. Shizen quickly pulled a water scroll from a robe and laid it on the ground. After forming a series of hand signs, torrents of water surged forth from the scroll, flooding out to both sides. Seeing this, the Raikage turned and ordered. Amy, go and help as well. Understood, Lord Raikage. Water style, multiple water surges. Thanks to the combined efforts of Shizen and Amy, the roaring flames throughout the village were finally extinguished. The scene fell silent. Aside from them, not a soul remained. The villagers were almost certainly all dead. A heavy sigh broke the silence. After hearing Shizen's report from her search, Tsunade's face darkened. Without so much as turning her head, she barked. Let's go, Shizen. All right. Shizen hurriedly scooped up the still soundly sleeping Tauntaun and rushed to catch up to Tsunade. Wait, you two. An angry shout echoed behind them. It was the Raikage. Tsunade, what exactly happened here? I want a clear explanation. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. His fists clenched tightly, and even a few trembling tears glimmered in his eyes. While Shizen was combing the town for survivors, Amy had not been idle. He rushed straight to the house where the wounded Nike had been hiding. It was nothing but ash. There would be no need for Tsunade's healing now. Death had claimed him in a single stroke. There was no time for grief. Amy quickly returned to the Raikage side and delivered the news of Nike's death. Hearing that his trusted comrade had died, the Raikage was stricken with grief. Confused and in pain, he turned his anger towards Tsunade, vowing to get answers for Nike. Feeling the force of the Raikage's fury, Tsunade did not waver. Turning calmly, she stated, Your subordinate's death has nothing to do with me. Impossible. This isn't a ninja village. Apart from my team, the only other ninja here are you all. No one here could have pulled this off except you. Tsunade replied coolly. I don't treat lives like they're worthless. Just like you, my memories were also erased. I have no idea what just happened. Damn it. Watching Tsunade's unwavering denial, the Raikage's anger threatened to boil over. He was just about to lash out and force the truth from her when, suddenly, something struck him. He quickly reached into his robe, searching frantically. No, this can't be. The secret ninja ledger of the land of Sugi, it's gone. The Reikage trembled all over, his eyes scanning the scorched scene with thunderous rage. What was meant to be a mission with certain success had turned into a disaster. Not only had he failed to recover the coveted object, but he had also lost a loyal follower. His mind, dazed by grief, slowly began to clear. Could it be that this was all the work of the Shinyuan group? Did I wrongly accuse Tsunade? Tsunade was never a fire release user. Reikage knew that perfectly well. She was, after all, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf, and the Hidden Cloud had quite a bit of intel on renowned shinobi. Besides, the patch of memory he had just lost was most likely erased by some kind of ability. And the only technique that could achieve something like that was Jinjutsu. But even in Jinjutsu, Tsunade was not particularly skilled. Pondering over it, Reikage was convinced this had to be the work of the Shinyuan clan. They were a mysterious lineage to begin with, their abilities and techniques shrouded in secrecy. Judging from everything that had just transpired, only they could make both him and Tsunade suffer such setbacks. Damn you, Shinyuan clan. I swear, I'll make you pay for this. Reikage clenched his teeth, his vows seething with vengeance. Tsunade looked at Reikage with disdain. Seeing that he seemed to have figured things out at last, she said nothing more and continued on her way, striding off into the distance. Tsunade, why don't you join me in hunting down the Shinyuan clan? Look what they put you through. Are you really just going to let that go? But Tsunade ignored his shouts entirely. Without so much as a glance, she walked away, vanishing from sight. TCH. Seeing Tsunade brush him off so completely, Reikage snorted in irritation. He turned to Amai and ordered, "Come, let's go track down the Shinyuan clan." Reikage-sama, please don't be so rash. I suggest we return to the village first to recuperate and gather more intel. There's no need to rush revenge. Shinyuan clan's powers are unpredictable. We've already suffered 2 losses, and 2 of our comrades have fallen. We can't afford to act recklessly again. Amai's words gradually eased Reikage's anger. He unclenched his tightly balled fists, exhaling a long, heavy breath, and said with a note of guilt, "You're right. I've been too hot-headed. The blame for this failed mission lies with me. If not for my poor judgment, our men wouldn't have died." Amai interjected quickly. "Reikage-sama, please don't take all the responsibility on yourself. That's not what I meant at all. It's all right. I understand." Reikage shook out his sleeves, glaring fiercely at the ruined surroundings. "Shinyuan clan, and Danzo from the Leaf, you just wait. This isn't over. I'll be coming for you both." With that, Reikage and Amai turned and left. Around them, nothing remained but the ruins. Gone was all the bustling prosperity of this place. 2 hours later, Feather and Yao arrived. Dawn was breaking, and it was already the following morning. Feather was dumbfounded, pointing at the ruins before him. "Are you sure this used to be a town?" Yao stood stunned for a moment, then collected himself and replied, "The location's right. Not long ago, this was a town, busy and thriving." How? How did it end up like this? Feiyu felt a jumble of emotions. This place was their last hope, but now, with things having come to this, finding Reikage and the others was next to impossible. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yahweh spoke up, "Lord Feiyu, the deadline for the mission we promised the Land of Cedar is almost here. I have a bad feeling. It looks like we're going to fail this time. It's my fault. If I hadn't lost track of that cloud ninja, maybe we would have gotten our hands on the secret jutsu scroll by now. Sigh. This will be the first mission failure in Banin Village since its founding, and I take full responsibility. Lord Feiyu, when we return, I'll be the first to report to Lord Ban and accept my punishment. You bear no blame at all." Feiyu shook his head. "No, this mission was assigned to both of us. Whatever happens, we shoulder this together." Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Tuanzong barked emphatically, meeting his master's gaze with a determined light, as if insisting that he, too, wanted to share in the responsibility. Seeing this, Feiyu could only offer a helpless, wry smile. "Let's go. We should head to the Cedar Daimyo's mansion first. Even if we failed, we owe them an explanation. Our village's honor is on the line." With that, the two of them gathered themselves, set their shoulders, and hurried off toward the daimyo's residence. Some time later, Cedar Country, inside the daimyo's mansion. Feiyu and Yao entered quietly. As soon as he spotted them, the daimyo of Cedar beamed with joy, scrambling down from the dais to greet them in haste. "Ah, you're the ninja from Banin Village, aren't you? At last you're here. So, did you bring back what I asked for?" "I'm sorry." Feiyu had just begun when a flash of white darted to his feet. Well, well, Uncle White Zetsu, what are you doing here?" "Hello, little Feiyu. Here, Lord Ban asked me to deliver this to you." With that, White Zetsu tossed a scroll marked with the character Cedar into Feiyu's hands. And Lord Ban also left you a message. He said, "Kid, you still have a lot to learn. Don't always think about running off. Stick with your real old man and train." My national treasure, at last, you've returned to Cedar. The daimyo trembled with emotion, almost in tears as he hugged the scroll to his chest. Bannon Village is as reliable as ever. I swear, from this day forward, all of Cedar's missions will go to Bannon Village. No exception. With reverence, he took the scroll from Feiyu's hands and cradled it carefully. Feiyu finally understood. After all, it was Lord Ban himself who had cleaned up his mess. It made sense, he supposed. That's what fathers are for. "This is perfect," Yahweh exclaimed, his excitement surpassing even the daimyos as he caught sight of the secret jutsu scroll. "Our reputation is safe. Lord Ban truly is unparalleled." After receiving their payment, the group had no intention of lingering. With a few brief courtesies exchanged, they set off back toward their base. Upon returning, Feiyu immediately went to find his father. When he saw Madara, Feiyu threw himself into his father's arms and said with an embarrassed grin, "Sorry, Dad. If it weren't for you, I almost would have ruined the reputation of the hidden Uchiha village." A faint smile lingered on Madara's face. When I asked White Zetsu to come along, did he relay my message?" "He did." Feiyu blushed shyly. "I understood what you meant, Dad. You wanted to let me know I'm still too young, inexperienced in the ways of the world, and I need more time to grow." "That's right." Madara nodded approvingly. "My good son, I know you're strong, but not yet strong enough to control everything. I hope you'll remember this failed mission. Don't rush off on adventures for now. Stay by my side, keep me company a little longer. When the time is right, we'll descend the mountain together." "Oh," Feiyu's eyes sparkled at the words. "Dad, are you planning to go down the mountain at last?" "Yes." Madara clenched his fist, his gaze stretching into the distance. "Judging by my current physical state, the day I've long awaited isn't far off. When that day comes, I will reclaim everything I've lost. Every last thing." In the days that followed, Feiyu settled down. No longer yearning for the world beyond, his heart was wholly devoted to accompanying Madara, training, living together, never leaving each other's side. This close companionship awakened the full power of Feiyu's rock-solid, innate gift, and Madara's body began to rejuvenate at an astonishing rate. In just 5 years, Madara's features and vitality had returned to that of a 26 or 27-year-old. Physically, he was in his absolute prime. A wild, triumphant laughter echoed atop the cliff. Madara held Feiyu, now a sturdy 13, embracing him under the hanging moon, laughing until the mountains trembled. "At last, the day has finally come, my dear son. To become what I am now, I owe you so much. Now, it's our turn to bring order to this broken world." Madara's laughter rolled on, fierce and exhilarating. Feiyu waited patiently, unwilling to interrupt his father's joy, until Madara's laughter finally subsided. Then, unable to hide his excitement, Feiyu asked, "Dad, are you really leaving the mountain this time?" A resolute nod from Madara. "Yes, tomorrow, I will officially descend the mountain. First, we start with the leaf. The village I founded with my own hands has been brainwashed, utterly numbed by that nauseating will of fire. It's time things changed." As he spoke, a spiky aloe emerged slowly from the ground. Baiju held a scroll in his hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. TSK, Lord Madara, little Feiyu, this is something Fugaku just gave me, and the contents are really quite interesting. It's an invitation letter. Can you guess who sent it?" Madara shot him a cold glance. "Stop playing games. Just say it. Who's it from?" "It's from Konoha, but you didn't see that coming." "Konoha?" Madara was a bit surprised. Why would Konoha send Fugaku an invitation letter? Baiju handed the scroll to Madara. "Take a look inside, and it'll all make sense." Madara put Feiyu down, unrolling the scroll. Feiyu curiously peeked over his shoulder and read aloud. "To the leadership of Madara's hidden village. In the spirit of peaceful coexistence, Konoha will be hosting the Chunin exams. We invite Madara's hidden village to select its elite genin to participate. This year's exam will be attended by major feudal lords and leaders from many nations, along with genin from villages across the world. It's a rare opportunity for each hidden village to show its strength on the international stage. So, it's an invitation to the Chunin exams." Reading the contents, Madara commented with growing interest. "How curious. They actually have the nerve to send an invitation to Madara's hidden village. Are they just looking to be humiliated? My first target after coming out of hiding is Konoha, after all. Instead of defeating them outright, why not shame them in front of the whole world?" Feiyu burst out excitedly. "Dad, does that mean you're sending a team? I want to go. I'm the perfect age." Baiju added, according to the exam rules, any team attending must have 3 genin and 1 instructor. Feiyu replied, then let's make it me, Sasuke, and Izumi as the 3-man squad. As for an instructor, just pick anyone from the village. There's no need to choose. I'll go with you, Madara said, folding his arms across his chest. We agreed before. This time, you and I will stick together the whole way. And I want to see Konoha's humiliation with my own eyes. Baiju hesitated. Lord Madara, you really plan to have Madara's hidden village participate? It's fine for little Feiyu, but if Sasuke and the others show up, the whole world will know the village was founded by the Uchiha. Surely Konoha won't sit still for that. That's not a given. Feiyu analyzed with a grin. If Konoha actually does something, that's just what Dad and I hope for. Let's see what happens. But with the way Konoha's leadership operates now, I doubt they'll dare do anything openly, even if they come face to face with the Uchiha. Besides, I think Konoha may already know our secret. Madara's hidden village has been around for quite some time, and our clan has completed countless missions. Mistakes were bound to happen. Konoha's intelligence network is top-notch. If they've chosen not to act, there must be another reason, maybe something they can't explain. Black Zetsu said, what little Feiyu said makes sense. I heard that the village hidden in sound, founded by Orochimaru, also received an invitation. Orochimaru is a well-known trader of the Leaf Village. Everyone knows this. Yet these days, the higher-ups in the Leaf don't seem to be doing anything about him. I really don't get what's going on in their heads. At this, Madara sneered with disdain. Cowards, that's what they are. Zetsu, tell me, who is the current Hokage? White Zetsu answered, it's the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Toby, an old geezer. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, voluntarily resigned after the Uchiha's rebellion, and ever since then, Sarutobi has been running the village. Hiruzen, that brat, has really clung to the position for quite a while, hasn't he? Reluctant to let go of his authority. That much is clear. The older people get, the more afraid they are to lose anything. Believe me, if anyone understands that, it's me. Humph. Madara's gaze grew cold and shadowed. This time, once the Chunin exams are over, I expect he'll stand to lose far more than just his power. A few days later, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the Hokage's desk, while Minato Namikaze, Kohyudatane, and Hamura Mitokado rested on the adjacent sofa. Gamashi Inui stepped forward, placing a scroll on Hiruzen's desk. Hokage-sama, the Hidden Mist Village has accepted our invitation and informed us they'll be sending a team of genin to participate in the Chunin exams. Here is the list of names. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. Thank you for your efforts, Genma. Did you discover anything noteworthy during your trip to Hidden Mist while delivering the invitation? I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. Genma shook his head apologetically. I wasn't able to actually enter the village. The sentries stopped me at the gate. They wore black cloaks, so I couldn't tell what they looked like. One of them simply took the invitation and carried it inside. They were extremely vigilant, so I had no chance to gather any intelligence from within. Well, there's nothing you could have done. Dismissed, Genma. You've done well already. I'll take my leave then, Hokage-san. After Genma left, Koharu spoke quietly. Those Uchiha traders truly are cunning. Hamura pushed up his glasses. Even the slyest fox can't escape the hunter's hand. They think they're hiding well, but they've long been uncovered by our intelligence network. He glanced at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, stop keeping things from us. You've never acted against the Uchiha clan. Are you inviting them this time for some special reason? And what about this sound village that Orochimaru created? Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke. With his eyes half open, he looked down at the list in his hand. Don't overthink it, Minyan. The reason I invited them isn't to settle accounts. Not yet, at least. I mean it. If I have to give a reason, it isn't that complicated. I simply want the village's genin to exchange ninjutsu and experiences with genin from other regions. It'll benefit their growth and future, too. The Uchiha clan must have realized we're onto them. Just look at the names on the list. They make no effort to hide. Those coming to take the exam are Sasuke Uchiha, Izumi Uchiha, and Feiyu Uchiha. Except for the last child, I've held all of them in my arms when they were little. Such memories. Hearing these familiar names, Kohyudatane became agitated. Sarutobi, you really need to think this through. This is the best opportunity we'll ever have. The fact that the Uchiha agreed to take part in the Chunin exams is already beyond my expectations. If we can keep an eye on the younger ones they're sending, given how tightly knit their clan is, the rest are sure to follow. And when they do, we'll have them all in one place. A single sweep, and... Before Koharu could finish, Minato Namikaze rose, interjecting. Lady Koharu, daimyos and other leaders from neighboring lands will be here to observe the Chunin exams. For their safety, And for Konoha's reputation, we absolutely cannot use this as an excuse to settle internal matters. If any conflict breaks out, the consequences would be disastrous. Hamura Midokado snapped back immediately. I've heard that argument 1,000 times. You're always saying we can't use force against the Uchiha, that we need to negotiate, but you know all too well what your approach has achieved so far. Minato, don't forget, you're no longer Hokage. You should know your place. That's enough. Stop the arguing. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his voice. Koharu, no matter what mistakes he's made, Minato was the 4th Hokage of Konoha. That's his position in this village. Chided by Hiruzen, Koharu turned away in anger, keeping her silence as she rose and left the room. Minato let out a quiet sigh of relief, glancing toward the 3rd Hokage, his eyes full of gratitude for the unwavering support. Hamura Midokado slowly shook his head and said helplessly, Hiruzen, you've truly disappointed me. If we leave these threats unresolved, there will never be a moment's peace. In the end, the village will pay a terrible price for letting the Uchiha and Orochimaru, both born from our own ranks, run unchecked. When that day comes, if none of us old men are left, what then? Sigh. As he spoke, Hamura looked directly at Minato. Are we supposed to entrust everything to these youngsters who cling to the ideals of friendship? Minato, I know you and Fugaku are close, but since he has betrayed the village, you really shouldn't feel any lingering attachment toward him. Minato quickly waved his hand, anxiously explaining, Lord Midokado, I think you've misunderstood me. My decision not to move against the Uchiha is entirely out of concern for the village's safety. It has nothing to do with personal feelings. I hope that's truly the case. Midokado Hamura brushed off his robes, then left the office as well. Just as he reached the doorway, he turned back and said, Sarutobi, if Danzo were still here, with his decisiveness and tenacity, perhaps the Uchiha clan would have been wiped out long ago. With those words hanging in the air, the office door shut firmly behind him, leaving only the 2 Hokage in the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep, weary sigh. His old companion Danzo had been missing for many years, and just hearing that name again filled his face with melancholy and nostalgia. Even though Danzo had crossed him in many ways, and their political views clashed relentlessly, the two had grown up together and shared an unbreakable bond. Not knowing Danzo's fate all these years, Hiruzen couldn't help but worry about him. Lord Third, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. Minato, you know how Hamura and Koharu are. They've always been this way. Don't take their words to heart. By the way, I hear your son will be participating in the Chunin exams this year. That's right. Young Naruto made it on a Kakashi's recommendation list. That rascal spends every day goofing off and stirring up trouble. Having him compete against so many rising talents from other villages should be good for him. If he gets knocked down a peg, maybe he'll settle down a bit. You're too modest, Minato. Naruto is quite gifted. But you know, you don't need to spend all your time keeping me company. Spend more time with Kushina and the boy. Lord Third, it's the run-up to the Chunin exams right now. Everything needs your attention. I worry you'll be overwhelmed handling it all by yourself. Just then, a hurried, panicked knocking sounded at the door. Lord Hokage, something's wrong. If it's urgent, come in and speak. Ibiki Marino rushed in, his expression stricken. Lord Third, Lord Fourth, someone has stolen the sealing jutsu from the Forbidden Techniques room. What? Hiruzen and Minato both froze in shock and quickly demanded, who did this? Has the culprit been apprehended? It was Naruto. He ran off with the scroll. No one knows where he's gone. Naruto. Minato's face went ashen with disbelief. This time his son had truly caused a disaster. Demands at work kept him away from home, leaving Naruto somewhat rebellious. But never did he imagine his son would have the nerve to sneak into the Forbidden Techniques room and steal the sealing scroll. Minato, what in the world is going on here? Why would Naruto do something like this? Sarutobi's gaze was pensive, hinting at deeper currents beneath. I don't know either. There must be some sort of misunderstanding here. Please rest assured, Lord Third. I promise you'll have an explanation. I placed a special jutsu mark on Naruto. I can locate him immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato wasted no time. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from the Hokage's office. With a weary sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and murmured, You may leave now, Leitong. Yes, sir. Leitong had only just turned to go when Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado returned. Koharu cut straight to the point. Leitong, take your squad and follow after Minato. Do nothing but watch his every move. Then report back to me exactly what you see. Leitong was startled. Understood. After Leitong left, Hamura and Koharu slumped onto the couch, their expressions grim as if the sky itself was falling. They began to urge Sarutobi. Sarutobi, did you see that innocent look Minato gave? You must be involved in all this. You need to open your eyes. Stop protecting him. That's right. Clearly, he's trying to study forbidden techniques to regain the position of Hokage. He may even turn against you someday. At these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened, his voice grave. Both of you, I've said it countless times, stop assuming the worst about Minato. There may be some misunderstanding at play here. A misunderstanding? Koharu sneered. All my life, I've never misjudged a person. The way he keeps getting close to the Uchiha clan lately, he clearly harbors secret ambitions. All right. Fugaku Hiruzen impatiently waved a hand, steering the topic away. But really, why did you return? Just to complain about Minato some more? Of course not. Hamura dropped a scroll into Hiruzen's hands. This is an urgent mission report sent back by Moonlight Hate from the Land of Lightning. Take a good look. Oh, Hiruzen's brows shot up in surprise. For this year's Chunin exams, Konoha had sent invitations to the Hidden Cloud as well. The ninja assigned that task was none other than Moonlight Hate. Though the man himself hadn't made it back yet, his intelligence report had arrived ahead. Something crucial must be in its pages. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi unrolled the scroll. Just as expected, the Raikage had rejected Konoha's invitation. Sarutobi wasn't surprised by that. Relations between their villages had been tense for some time. But what came next was another matter. The fourth Raikage, was demanding answers. And the reason left Hiruzen speechless with shock. It was about Danzo. Apparently, Danzo had been seen being ridden. Yes, literally ridden, by a young Uchiha, disrupting an S-rank mission in the Hidden Cloud. Because of their interference, 2 elite cloud ninja had been killed in action. What? Every character on the scroll was familiar to Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet, strung together like this, why did it feel like he couldn't make sense of it at all? If what the cloud had said was true, then was the real reason for Danzo's disappearance to join forces with the Uchiha? That was impossible. But on the scroll, Moonlight Hate had written it out in clear detail. The fourth Raikage had stated these things himself. As the leader of his village, he had no reason to lie. At this moment, Hiruzen's face was ashen as ever. After an extended silence, he finally spoke slowly. Koho, Hamura, you two were right. We must seize this opportunity. Now that the Uchiha have come knocking at our door, it's time to thoroughly investigate what has become of them. Near the Hidden Leaf Village, in a forest, Naruto slumped on the grass, gasping for air, looking absolutely worn out. Yet there was undeniable joy on his face, a smile that refused to leave. He serves him right for not spending time with me, for refusing to teach me any jutsu. Once I master everything in this sealing scroll, I'll definitely be able to beat Dad, and I'll be unstoppable in the Chunin exams. But now's no time to rest. I just learned the first one. I have to start on the next. Let's see, what's the second jutsu, Suddenly, a large hand swept in and snapped the sealing scroll shut. Naruto panicked, looking up with annoyance, shouting, "Who are you?" Dad! Standing before him, stern as ever, was Minato Namikaze. TCH. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then shouted in frustration, "Move! Don't get in the way of my training. Stop being so stubborn. Naruto, the jutsu on this scroll aren't something you're ready for." "Who asked you? Why are you here anyway?" "I'm your father, of course I care." "Oh, so you remember I'm your son now? Tell me, have you ever actually spent time with me? Ever properly taught me any jutsu? All you ever do is work, work, work. I've had enough." At these words, Minato's expression softened. Regret and helplessness shadowed his eyes. "Naruto, I'm a Hokage. Everything I do for the village, for everyone living here. Spare me the hero speech. Maybe that was true once, but you're not even Hokage anymore." Naruto yelled, voice cracking with emotion. "Do you even know what my friends say about you? They blame you for letting the Uchiha escape, for plunging the village into all this misery. You always claim you're protecting them, but the one everyone resents the most is you. Stop fooling yourself. If you really have so much free time, why not spend it with your own son?" Seeing Naruto on the verge of breaking down, Minato could only remain silent. Ever since the Uchiha abandoned the village, how could he not know the villagers' true feelings about him? Sometimes it's not ninjutsu that takes lives, but the human heart. The best example of this is the predecessor, Tsukumo Hatake. But he was determined not to follow in his predecessor's footsteps. Jiraiya-sensei's words had always stayed with Minato. A world where people truly understand each other would eventually come. As long as his conscience was clear, as long as he kept quietly giving and making sacrifices, he believed the villagers would one day see him differently. Perhaps He held on to this hope so tightly that he overlooked those closest to him. A gentle sigh escaped. Having worked it all out, Minato bent down, took a tissue from his pocket, and softly wiped away the tears from Naruto's face. Don't cry, son. Daddy knows he was wrong. Starting tomorrow, until the Chunin exams, I'll teach you a really powerful ninjutsu, all right? In an instant, the frustration vanished from Naruto's face. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Really? That was Naruto, quick to anger, and just as quick to cheer up. Minato knew his son all too well. Smiling, he nodded. Of course it's true, but first, you have to come home with me. Tell me everything that happened from start to finish, and apologize properly to Lord Third Hokage. No problem at all. Hith. Dad, what are you going to teach me? I want to learn your famous Flying Thunder God. It looks crazy cool. Haha, you're not quite ready for that yet. But I can start by teaching you something else like. Before Minato could finish, a sharp, angry voice burst in from the side, making father and son jump at the same time. Naruto, look at the mess you've made. Clearly, you're itching for a spanking, aren't you? Oh no, it's its mom. With Minato, Naruto was usually the stubborn one. Simply put, he refused to back down. After all, Minato had a gentle temperament, and most of the time, his discipline was all soft words. They didn't even get that much time together normally. But when it came to Kushina, that was nothing but pure, unfiltered bloodline intimidation. Forget talking back. When Kushina was angry, Naruto didn't even dare breathe too loudly. Mom never pampered him, and when she said she'd hit, she meant it. For as long as he could remember, Naruto had been on the receiving end more times than he could count. Dad, you got to save me this time. Naruto pleaded desperately, with no trace left of his earlier bravado. Minato's own knees started to shake as he managed a sheepish smile. Don't count on me, son. I don't think I can save myself either. Sigh. As they spoke, Kushina charged over, a thunderous fury in her stride. Naruto, getting bold now, are you? You actually snuck into the Forbidden Scroll room and took the sealing scroll. Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing is? If you lost it, even once, the whole family would be done for. Thud. The angrier Kushina got, the louder she became. With a swift motion, she brought her fist down right on Naruto's head. Ouch. Ow, ow, ow. I am sorry, Mom. I'll never do it again. Naruto wailed in agony. What? You'll never do it again? Are you saying you plan to make the same mistake in the future? Say that again. Mom, that's not what I meant at all. A loud whack echoed. The fiery red pepper, tonight it returns. Elsewhere, Sound Ninja Village, inside Orochimaru's base. After winding his way through a maze of corridors, Kabuto finally stopped before a tightly sealed door. Master, I've returned. It's you, Kabuto. Come. Kabuto pushed open the door. Inside, Orochimaru was standing by some equipment, reviewing data on a screen. On the bed lay a frail, white-haired boy. Orochimaru-sama, how is Kimimaro doing now? He's stable. With some luck, he'll be barely able to participate in our next move. By the way, did you take care of the job I assigned you? It's done. Kabuto pulled a scroll from his chest. All the details of the Kazekage's route to Konoha are recorded here. He leaves the day after tomorrow. Very good. Orochimaru took the scroll with satisfaction. Kabuto's efficiency never failed to please him. This time, I'll turn the windmill with my own hands. How delightful. After a sinister chuckle, Orochimaru put away the scroll and leaned over Kimimaro. Rest for now, child. The day after tomorrow, I will need you to accompany me to kill someone. Though I might be able to manage alone, it's always safer taking you along. The target is, after all, the village leader. I understand. Cough, cough. Kimimaro slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak. Orochimaru-sama, serving you is the greatest happiness of my life. Please, increase my medication, so there won't be any delay in carrying out your orders. Kabuto interjected. Are you sure? More medicine will only shorten your life. Kimimaro forced a weak smile, utterly calm. It doesn't matter. My life was pledged to Orochimaru-sama long ago. If I'm going to die, let it be for something worthwhile. Since you've made up your mind, so be it, Orochimaru agreed. He reached out and pressed a few keys on the equipment. The assassination the day after tomorrow is critical. It will determine whether the Konoha Crush plan succeeds or not. Do your best, Kimimaro. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day the Chunin exams would begin. Land of Fire, in front of the main gate to Konoha Village. Madara, Fiyu, Sasuke, and Izumi stood at the entrance, unable to bring themselves to step inside. Konoha, the Uchiha have returned. Izumi's expression was complicated, while an unmistakable hatred simmered in the depths of Sasuke's dark eyes. As for Madara, nothing could be read from his face. It was as if he had long since ceased to care. Stop standing around. Let's go. Uchiha Madara led the three through the wide gates. Before the guards at the entrance could say a word, Uchiha Izumi tossed the invitation letter straight onto the table. The guards examined the letter carefully, their expressions tightening. They're from Hidden Zon Village. So could that mean they're the Uchihas? Chill, not so loud. A companion quickly gave a warning, then turned to Fiyu and the others with a beaming smile. Welcome to Konoha for the exams. Head right in. The tall building over there is the first examination site. During the exams, your lodgings are all arranged at no cost. Hope you enjoy your stay. The four showed no response to the guards' enthusiastic greeting, walking into Konoha village with expressionless faces. When the group was finally out of sight, the guards instantly dropped their forced smiles, muttering angrily in barely audible voices, "Humph, a pack of traitors. Living wild out there has made them forget even the bare minimum of courtesy." A colleague tried to calm him down. "Don't waste your breath. Why get upset over people who are as good as dead? They won't last long." "That's true. After this exam, there'll be no more Uchihas in this world." Without a word along the way, the four arrived together before the designated building. This was to be the venue for the first round of exams. According to the rules, no instructors were allowed inside. Feiyu looked up and joked, "Dad, looks like you'll have to wait out here for us." Madara replied, "Fine by me. I suppose I'll go look up some old friends." With that, he vanished in a blur. Down the corridor, Feiyu, Sasuke, and Izumi made their way into the examination hall. Inside, genin from all over had gathered, each wearing a hardened, even menacing expression. It was clear these were not people to be messed with. As Feiyu and the others entered, the formerly rowdy assembly fell silent in an instant, with small pockets of secretive whispers breaking out. "Look, isn't that girl Izumi?" "Izumi? Could she really be Uchiha Izumi?" "The Uchiha have reappeared. I can't believe their nerve. A bunch of traitors. Just hope I get my hands on one of them." "Who are those two boys? They're both so handsome." "Oh wow, isn't that Sasuke? My god, he's even better looking than when he was a kid." "You think Sasuke's the handsomest?" "Please, the one in the middle is way more attractive. Seriously, I can't keep my eyes off him." "What's there to admire about traitors?" "My dad said the moment the Uchihas set foot in Konoha, their fate was sealed." "Get a grip, you lovesick fools." "Shoo, quiet. Don't let them hear you. You never know how a cornered animal might lash out." "Ah, here comes our chance. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to fight them. If you're just a genin, and you can beat them for the honor of Konoha, maybe you'll be promoted to Chunin right on the spot." "Oh, so there's actually an extra benefit like that? Well, now I'm wide awake." "Idiot. Can't you analyze things for yourself?" While everyone was quietly whispering, a blonde-haired boy suddenly burst into the room, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm not going to lose to any of you." "Hey, what is that guy doing?" Ino Yamanaka, furious, stormed over to Sakura, who was in the same team as Naruto, and whispered angrily, "What's he thinking, challenging everyone like that? Isn't he just making enemies out of us all? Does he really think he can get away with it just because he's the fourth Hokage's son?" Sakura replied sharply, "Don't look at me. I have no idea what's gotten into him either." Sai, off to the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind his hand. Now, he belonged to Team 7 led by Kakashi, teamed with both Sakura and Naruto. Since Danzo's disappearance, the Root organization had dissolved, and most of the members had scattered across other branches. With Sai being younger, he'd been reassigned to the genin ranks. Amid the crowd, Kankuro from the Sand Village scoffed. "So that's the legendary son of the fourth Hokage, huh? The weaker the dog, the louder the bark. I heard his father's already lost everything, yet he still has the nerve to make a scene. Someone ought to put him in his place." Temari smirked and reminded him, "You don't need to do a thing. Looks like someone's already making a move. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show." The air rippled as three mysterious figures darted through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 4 kunai came flying out of nowhere, heading straight for Naruto Uzumaki. "Watch out!" Sai instantly sensed the danger. He drew the long sword strapped on his back and deflected the kunai, protecting Naruto. "Who was it? Who did that?" Naruto yelled furiously, scanning the crowd, eyes blazing. Sai quietly warned him, "Naruto, stay alert. Whoever launched that sneak attack isn't weak." Well, you're pretty sharp, kid." Suddenly, 2 men and a woman appeared in front of Naruto and Sai. They were Zaku, Dosu, and Kin from the Sound Village. "Damn it, sneak attacking me? I'll pound you all with my new jutsu." Naruto instantly clapped his hands together to form a seal, but before he could complete it, Zaku swung his right arm, aiming straight at Naruto's face. "TCH, that's way too slow." Naruto dodged the attack with ease, but then a sudden wave of dizziness flooded his mind. A ringing pulse through his head. His limbs went numb, as if sapped of strength. Naruto staggered back a few steps, and Sakura quickly rushed to support him. She shouted angrily at the Sound Ninja trio. What do you think you're doing? Zaku sneered. What are we doing? He was acting all high and mighty, just putting him in his place. Kin followed up with a mocking tone. So this is the son of the Hokage? Turns out he's just like his father, a down-and-out stray dog. Tosu added, doesn't seem that strong to me. I actually thought you'd be something special. Next time you see ninja from the Sound Village, I suggest you keep your mouth shut and take a detour. What did you just say? Now that Naruto had regained himself, rage exploded inside him. He hated when people insulted his father most of all. His fury boiled over. Naruto ripped free from Sakura's grasp and shouted, say that again. I dare you. With a rush, 2 shadow clones popped up at his sides. Oh, Tosu was taken aback for a moment. These weren't ordinary clones. They were solid, tangible duplicates. Chuckling slyly, Tosu drawled, so, shadow clones, huh? I'm surprised you've got that up your sleeve. Naruto smirked. You think that's all I can do? Let me show you something better. His 2 clones closed in, their hands working together with Naruto's, compressing and concentrating energy between their palms. Within seconds, a wildly spinning ball of dense chakra materialized in Naruto's hand. What is that? The instant the chakra sphere appeared, everyone except for Feiyu was left stunned and speechless. Just looking at this technique, it was obviously in a league of its own. The orb in Naruto's hand hummed with a fierce, buzzing energy. Powerful, tightly packed chakra swirled within it. Anyone could tell, getting hit by that would mean certain injury, if not death. In the crowd, Temari's eyes widened in shock. This kid's got some real skill. No wonder he dares to talk big. Kankuro, sweat beading on his forehead, tried to sound tough. So what if it's impressive? Even if it's strong, I've got 100 ways to dodge it. Shut up. Gaara shot him a glare, then turned his attention back to Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes glinting as though he'd spotted his next prey. In a low, sinister whisper, he murmured, Naruto Uzumaki. It was the first time Sai and Sakura had seen Naruto unleash such a powerful ninjutsu. Still stunned, Sakura nervously asked, and Naruto, what is that technique? Naruto laughed, full of pride, his eyes shining. Surprised? My dad's been training me day and night to master this move. He calls it the Rasengan. It wasn't easy to learn, believe me. Sakura, Sai, I'm going to use this Rasengan of mine to teach these creeps a lesson. You two need to step aside. I wouldn't want you getting hurt by accident. With those words, under the cover of his shadow clones, Naruto charged straight toward the team of Sound Ninjas. Tosu's face was tense. Immediately, he took a defensive stance and murmured to his 2 companions behind him. Stay sharp, you two. Whatever happens, don't get caught by this trick, or you'll end up dead. Sakan and Jean swallowed nervously, watching Naruto rush at them. Just as they were about to bolt, a thick cloud of white smoke suddenly exploded between both sides. In the next instant, a large hand seized Naruto's arm, a cold voice barking. Not a bad jutsu, but you're way too slow. You still need more training. Oh, Naruto started in shock. He tried to break free, but the grip was iron strong. As the smoke slowly cleared, the silhouette of a tall man covered in scars began to emerge. Behind him stood a small squad of ninjas in Chunin uniforms. With a sweep of his broad hand, the scarred man flung Naruto aside, then cast a cold, sweeping glance over the exam hall, his tone dripping with mockery. Listen up, you little punks. Quiet down. You'll have plenty of time to mess around later. For now, keep your heads down and sit properly at your desks. TCH, another arrogant jerk. Sakan spat in defiance, bristling with resentment. Who do you think you are, anyway? The scarred man's gaze turned even more menacing. I'm Marino Ibiki, Chief Proctor for the first round of the Chunin exams. You sound shinobi. Don't let your tempers run wild. Cross me, and you'll regret it. And you, Naruto, show some respect. This is the sacred ground of the test, and as a leaf ninja, you'd better behave yourself. The moment those words fell, the whole room fell into a hush. Even Naruto quieted down. Who could have guessed this intimidating, scar-faced giant would be the proctor holding their fates in his hands? Tosu quickly retracted the weapon from his arm, mumbling with feigned remorse. Sorry, first exam jitters, I just got a bit carried away. Marino Ibiki replied, curtly. Never mind, I'll use this as a warning. From here on, no fighting without a proctor's permission. Even if permission is granted, you are forbidden from using lethal force. Is that clear? Anyone foolish enough to cross me is out. On the spot. With that short speech, mixed with his frightening demeanor and overwhelming presence, Marino Ibiki quickly put the entire group of genin in their place. Except for one team, the Uchiha trio. Since entering the room, Feiyu, Sasuke, and Izumi hadn't paid attention to anyone or anything else. Seated quietly, their expressions never shifted, unaffected by the chaos around them. Marino Abiki, of course, noticed them too. He made a mental note before turning to begin preparations for the exam. Now, the first stage of the Chunin exam selection will begin. Submit your application forms first, then take the numbered badges distributed by the examiners and sit in your assigned seats. After that, I'll hand out the written test papers. Move it, all of you. Hurry up. Naruto was completely baffled. A written test? A questionnaire? When he saw the examiners pull out thick stacks of test papers, Naruto was on the verge of losing it. Why a written test? My dad never told me there'd be a quiz in the Chunin exam. What am I supposed to do now? At school, Naruto was famous for being a troublemaker. While he wasn't exactly at the bottom when it came to ninjutsu, his theoretical knowledge was a different story. Forget answering questions, just recognizing most of the characters was already a miracle. After the papers were handed out, Naruto glanced through his own. Though he could recognize almost all the characters, none of the sentences made any sense to him when put together. I am doomed. Naruto sank into total despair. On the other side, Sasuke also stared blankly at his paper. He'd never attended ninja school. Ever since leaving the village, his main focus had been training in ninjutsu and physical skills. He knew a little theory, but as for how to actually answer a written exam, he had no clue. Yet, he didn't even flinch. Everything happening now was precisely what Feiyu had told Izumi and Sasuke in advance. The first stage of the exam would be a written test. They weren't to worry about it. All that mattered was answering the very last question. As for what that last question was, Feiyu had been mysterious and kept his secret. All he'd said was that he had a big move planned, and that their job was to stay put, take it easy, and win by doing nothing. Now that everyone has their papers, listen up. I'll explain the rules, so pay close attention. Ibiki Marino stood at the lectern, his expression stern as he pointed at the blackboard with a piece of chalk. This written test comes with several very important rules. First, each of you starts the exam with 10 points. There are 10 questions in total. For every question you get wrong, 1 point is taken off. So if you get 4 wrong, you'll only have 6 points left. Second, your team's result will be calculated as the combined score of all 3 members. At this, the room erupted in an uproar. How is that fair? This isn't right. Yeah, if one person drags the others down, the whole team is finished. That rule is terrible. The complaints from the examinees continued to build, but Ibiki roared them into silence. Shut up, you idiots. It's too early for whining. The rules aren't finished. Rule 3. If any examiner catches you cheating during the test, you'll lose 2 points every time you're caught. No exceptions. You should understand by now, some of you might not even make it to the final grading before being forced to drop out of this exam. You're all striving to become Chunin, aren't you? If you're worthy of that title, then approach this test with the spirit of a true ninja. And one more thing. If anyone in your squad scores a 0, your whole team will automatically fail. You'll be disqualified from this selection round immediately. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this some kind of joke? Was this even an exam anymore? These proctors from the Hidden Leaf Village clearly didn't want them to become Chunin. A genin from the Hidden Grass Village burst out in anger. What ridiculous rules! If I'd known it would be like this, I never would have bothered coming to your Leaf Village for this stupid exam. What a waste of time. Ibiki Marino just buried his face in a dark chuckle. If you're not interested in taking the test now, you and your teammates are welcome to get lost. No one's stopping you. Damn it. Feeling powerless in foreign territory, the grass genin clenched his teeth, warring with his frustration before finally forcing himself to calm down. Seeing this, Ibiki continued. Additionally, the final question will only be revealed 45 minutes after the exam begins. Don't ask me why. That's just how my rules work. The total test time is 1 hour. So let's begin. With that, the candidates all grabbed their exam papers and started writing. Whether they knew the answers or not, their intense, studious expressions could have fooled anyone into thinking they were all prodigies. But as they read through the questions, they quickly realized something was very wrong. These questions were impossibly hard. Hypothetical scenarios under uncertain conditions. Analytical applications of mechanical energy. Calculating the maximum range of shuriken thrown from various locations and at different heights. Were these even questions? It was more like deciphering an ancient script. Never mind genin. Even most jonin wouldn't be able to solve these. What do we do? What do we do? What are we supposed to do now? Some of the genin, desperate, began yanking at their own hair, struggling to recall anything from their school days. But no matter how hard they tried, it was clear none of these topics had ever been covered in class. A few minutes passed. Suddenly, a kunai shot from near the window and struck a candidate's exam sheet, embedding itself just inches from the student's head. The startled examinee cried out, What is going on?" A nearby proctor smiled and said, Number 23, since the exam started, you've been caught cheating 5 times. Congratulations, you're eliminated. And of course, your teammates, numbers 47 and 61, are eliminated along with you. The 3 of you, get out of this classroom now. What? You can't do this. I don't accept it. Where's your proof that my teammate cheated 5 times? Show me the evidence. If you don't, I'm not leaving. With a grunt, another proctor suddenly lunged forward and slammed the protesting candidate against the wall, gripping him by the throat. Kid, we were chosen as elites among the Chunin just for this exam. There's no way we'd turn a blind eye to your dirty tricks. If you're not convinced, go ahead and take me on, unless you're tired of living. I'm Sasori. Sensing the chilling presence of death, the examinee's earlier arrogance vanished immediately, replaced by a desperate plea for mercy. If you know you're wrong, then get lost now. Once those 3 left, Marino Ibiki announced to the room. Did you see that? This is what happens to cheaters. Remember, you're all ninjas. If you want to become Chunin, then take this exam like true ninjas. Show me your best. The testing hall fell silent again, but some of the sharper ninja began to move restlessly in their seats. From the point deduction rules and the examiner's not-so-subtle hints, a few clever candidates pieced together the real purpose of this test. It wasn't about cramming facts, but testing how flexibly they could use their abilities and how keenly they could observe the world around them. The first to take action was Garo of the Sand. A floating eyeball, conjured entirely from sand, hovered above, carefully watching every candidate's answer sheet below. Niji Hyuga activated his Byakugan. Tintin used ninja tool wires and reflected light from mirrors. Kiba enlisted Akamaru's help to find the answers, and Shino used his insects. One by one, the examinees unleashed their own unique methods, diving headlong into a frenzy of cheating. A chuckle escaped Marino Ibiki as he watched, a note of satisfaction playing in his mind. These kids this time around, they really do have some skills. But then, as Ibiki's eyes landed on Team Uchiha, he was taken aback. The 3 of them had spent the entire exam with their eyes closed, resting as if nothing was happening. They hadn't even picked up their pens, let alone attempted the questions. What's going on here? Ibiki muttered to himself, a bit puzzled. Are they just here to make up the numbers? The minutes slipped by. Before long, more than half an hour had passed. At that moment, Naruto's heart was sinking lower and lower. The end of the exam was looming, and he still hadn't managed to answer a single question. If things kept going like this, elimination was all but certain. Naruto was teetering on the edge of despair, when suddenly a gentle, hesitant voice reached him from the seat beside his. And Naruto, you can copy mine if you want. It was only then Naruto noticed that the girl sitting next to him was none other than Hinata Hyuga. Hinata? You're so quiet, I barely even noticed you. Naruto had just blurted out his surprise, when Hinata pressed her test sheet beneath her arm and subtly leaned toward him so he could see. Now the answers were plain as day for Naruto to read. Whoa, thank you so much, Hin. Naruto's face lit up with joy, and, without another word, he hurriedly grabbed his pen, eager to write down every single answer exactly as she'd written. But for some reason, something about the atmosphere just feels off. It's as if several pairs of eyes are fixed on him, watching his every move without the slightest pause. Naruto turns his head for a quick look, and sure enough, the proctors aren't just idling away. His brief glance at Hinata's paper seems to have already been registered by them. Damn it, Naruto mutters under his breath, lowering his head. Forcing a smile, he whispers, Hinata, you still don't get it. A ninja as amazing as me would never cheat. And besides, if you're not careful, even you, trying to help me, might get disqualified. Hinata freezes, her face flushing red. She murmurs, sorry Naruto, I almost got you in trouble. Naruto shrugs it off with his signature swagger. Haha, it's fine. Really, thanks for looking out for me. With that, he fixes his gaze on the blank space at the bottom of the test paper. The mysterious 10th question. The content of this question will only be announced after 45 minutes have passed. All hope rides on this. Naruto makes a silent vow to himself. He checks the time. It feels like the moment is near. Listen up, you idiots. Eyes on me. From the podium, Ibiki Marino suddenly calls out, 45 minutes are up. Now, it's time for the final question. With those words, Fiyu, who's been resting with his eyes closed this whole time, opens them just a crack. At last, the moment has arrived. I've waited so long, I could have watched flowers wither. A flicker of scarlet appears in his eyes, as Feiyu fixes his gaze on Ibiki Marino at the front of the room. Genjutsu. Ibiki Marino, who was speaking confidently a second ago, suddenly falls silent. A faint, unsettling smile creeps onto his lips as he pauses, then announces. The final question is this. if your clan, your parents, your loved ones, your comrades were endlessly exploited and abused by your village's leaders, and even faced the complete annihilation of your bloodline? What would you do? What? The proctors seated around the room are dumbstruck. What is happening? That wasn't in the plan. Isn't the final question supposed to test the candidate's willpower? Isn't it supposed to break them down psychologically? Why ask this all of a sudden? What is Lord Ibiki doing? The candidates look just as baffled. Even though they have no clue why the head examiner would ask something like this, since the question's out there, they have no choice but to answer if they want to pass. Just as they're about to put pen to paper, Ibiki's voice booms. Don't write it on your answer sheet. Stand up and say it out loud. Remember, I don't want the answer you think sounds good. I want to hear your truest decision from the bottom of your heart. Your truest decision. Isn't the answer obvious? Naruto sprang to his feet, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, I don't care about high-ups or whoever's in charge. If anyone bullies my family or friends, I'll stand against them to the very end. As such naivete, Niji Hyuga sneered coldly. Sometimes, for the so-called greater good, innocent sacrifices are inevitable. Sacrificing you, or even your entire clan, might mean saving the whole village. When that time comes, will you really stand your ground? Even if you bite back with stubborn words, it won't matter. The truth is, you can't win against them. This is reality. It's a reality you can't escape. As Niji spoke, his fists clenched tighter. Painful memories slowly resurfaced in his mind. Doesn't matter. Gaara spoke up in a low, unhurried tone. I don't care about so-called reality, or about family, or about those in power. All I know is, anyone who crosses me must die. At this, Temari and Kankuro couldn't help twitching at the corners of their mouths. They wanted to protest, but the words froze on their lips, never spoken aloud. Just then, Sakura raised her hand and stood up, her voice firm and unwavering. If the village leaders really do make such decisions, there must be a reason. They're probably doing it for the village's sake. If it were me, I think I would understand. The textbook correct answer. One for the people listening in. After finishing, Sakura sat down with a broad smile, instinctively straightening her back with pride. She was certain her answer was the rightest of all, the most rational too. She'd always understood how to ace a test from her earliest years. Watching over at Marino Ibiki, Sakura hoped the proctor would reward her answer with an approving look. But Marino Ibiki didn't so much as glance in her direction. Unexpectedly, Tosu craned his head and muttered, Examiner, can we pick another question? I never had any family, so I don't really get the feeling. As for friends, well, if they die, guess it's because they weren't strong enough. And anyway, the leadership of my village is only one person. Whatever he does, I'll always support him. No exceptions. One after another, the remaining candidates each shared their own beliefs and views, some more, some less. The old foxes had answers almost perfectly in line with Sakura's. Those who valued individuality gave answers that varied wildly, most putting themselves first. And a few unfiltered souls, reckless, fearless by habit, chose outright defiance. In the end, only the three Uchiha had yet to speak. Genin from Banin Village, have you nothing to say? Ibiki turned his gaze on Sasuke. From a moment Ibiki posed a question, Sasuke understood instantly. So this is what Feiyu meant by pulling a big stunt, using the unique Uchiha Genjutsu to control the proctor, drawing on this conversation to reveal the truth to everyone. Oomph. With a faint chuckle, Sasuke got to his feet and said, My choice is to betray the village. Then, one day in the future, I'll come back for revenge. My clan has the most say in this matter. After all, we've lived through it, and we've been doing exactly that all along. We betray the village? The moment he spoke those words, most of the genin were stunned. How could he have the courage to utter something so utterly rebellious? Feeling the odd stares and the murmurs rippling through the crowd, Sasuke's eyes grew cold. What? Do you think it's wrong? Forget it. You who've never been through anything like this couldn't possibly understand. That feeling of being driven to despair by your own village, of not even being treated as a human being. This is the true story of why the Uchiha clan defected. Impossible. Uchiha, do you have any shame? Your clan was the one that betrayed the village, and now you're claiming the village was targeting you. Do you have any idea how much damage you caused with what you did? No matter what the reason, betrayal is always wrong. The village raised us. We should be grateful. If not for the Leaf Village, would you even be who you are today? What a joke. Besides, we know better than anyone what the village is really like. I trust Lord Third Hokage and all the other elders. They love every one of us. There's no way they'd do something like that. Bring out your evidence that the village was targeting you. Anyone can talk, but clearly, you Uchihas have always been suspicious. A portion of the Leaf's genin bristled with anger. For them, This was the place where they'd grown up happy and safe. Their home, held sacred and beyond reproach. And what's more, there weren't just Leaf Ninja in the exam hall. All sorts of Genin and Chunin from other villages were present too. If outsiders heard these accusations, it would be utterly disgraceful. Insulting the Leaf village? Absolutely unacceptable. A few of them were even ready to start a fight. This is bad. The Chunin proctors started to panic. Though they were angry at Sasuke's words as well, now was not the moment for rage. Keeping the crowd under control was what mattered most. What in the world was Chief Ibiki thinking, asking a question like this? Chief Ibiki? Chief Ibiki. The proctors kept darting looks at Ibiki, but he remained utterly unmoved, keeping an air of total indifference. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from the window. Crash! A shadow burst through the glass, raising a flag and taking position in front of Marino Ibiki. Everyone look at me. I am the chief examiner for the second round of the Chunin exams, Anko Mitarashi. For special reasons, you all need to come with me to the next test site now. Shut your mouths and move immediately. If anyone asks another question, you'll be disqualified on the spot. With Anko's overwhelming presence, the candidates scrambled to their feet and hurried out of the classroom, one after another. After all the junior ninja had left, Anko Mitarashi turned her head, her gaze icy cold as she looked at Ibiki Marino. Big guy, I don't know what's gone wrong in your head, but one thing is clear. You're in real trouble now. The AMBU have the place surrounded, all waiting for you. The Hokage wants to see you. Ibiki Marino chuckled dryly, hands in his pockets, utterly unfazed. All I did was let everyone hear the truth. Is that such a problem for the Hokage? Anko snapped back, her voice sharp and forceful. The truth? Huh. The village already issued the official statement about the defection. Asterisk that asterisk is the truth. Besides, do you really believe what that brat from the Uchiha clan said? Ibiki simply shook his head. When it comes to facts, it's not about age. It's only about those in power and those without. Anko frowned, her suspicion deepening. Hold on. What's gotten into you? Did the Uchiha brainwash you or something? Ibiki replied coolly. I'm not the one who's been brainwashed. It's all of you. Enough. That's enough. The AMBU captain appeared suddenly between them, cutting them off. Ibiki Marino, whatever you do, don't say another word. You're coming with me. And you, Anko Mitarashi, just go do your job. TCH. Anko shot the AMBU captain a look of utter distaste. Watching the two of them walk away, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ibiki, what on earth happened to you? Half an hour later, a tall, circular iron fence loomed ahead. Chains dangled from above, and every meter or so, there were warning signs. Extremely dangerous. Do not enter. What is this place? It gives me the creeps. Several examinees swallowed hard, their nerves on edge. Anko Mitarashi flashed a wicked grin. This is the site of the second round of the Chunin exams, the 44th training grounds, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Oh yes, you'll soon have a chance to learn the meaning of that name for yourselves. At this, Naruto gave a mock snort, waving his arms and striking a fearless pose. Forest of Death, huh? No matter how you try to spook me, I'm not scared. Is that so? Anko's face at first wore a kindly smile, but in an instant, she whipped out a kunai and flung it with all her might. The blade slashed across Naruto's cheek, leaving a deep red cut. What the heck was that for? Hey, where did you go? Naruto barely had time to shout before realizing that, in a blink, Anko had vanished from sight. I'm right here, you dunce. Anko's voice came suddenly from behind Naruto. Kids like you're always the first to get killed. TSK, TSK. Anko extended her fragrant tongue, gently licking Naruto's wound. By the way, your blood actually tastes pretty good, ha ha ha. Just kidding, kid. All right, it's time to talk business. Anko quickly straightened her coat and pulled out a stack of papers from her pocket. I'll be handing these out. They're consent forms. Anyone who wants to participate in the exam must sign here first. Sakura was confused and looked worried. Why do we have to sign this? A hint of mystery flickered in Anko's smile. TSK Tisk, it's because some of you might not make it out alive. As examiners, we don't want to be held responsible for that, so we have to get your consent. Ahaha! At those words, the candidates fell silent. Anko's bold laughter only made their skin crawl. All right, don't just stand there staring. If you want in, come get a consent form. If you'd rather keep your life, then leave now. After a moment of tense silence, no one left. Very good. Now I'll explain the details. Anko nodded in satisfaction. In simple terms, this exam is an ultimate wilderness survival challenge, right here. This 44th training ground is a circular area, surrounded by 44 locked gates. Inside, you'll find rivers, forests, plains, and a tall tower. From the tower to the gate, it's about 10 kilometers. Within this contained area, you'll take on a survival mission, the essence of which is, well, nothing is off limits. Welcome to the scroll free-for-all. As she spoke, Anko pulled out 2 sets of scrolls from her chest. One was a heaven scroll, the other an earth scroll. Half your teams will receive a heaven scroll, the other half an earth scroll. Once inside, you must, before the time runs out, collect both types of scrolls and make it to the goal to pass. Is that clear? Wait, how much time do we have? Shikamaru frowned and asked, how long will this exam last? 5 days. 5 days. Choji looked dumbfounded. What about food and sleeping and all that? Isn't it obvious? You find it yourselves. Anko scolded. There's plenty to eat in the forest of death. If you have the skills, you won't starve. Oh, and one last thing. Until you reach the finish line, you absolutely must not open those scrolls to see what's inside. Huh? Kiba grumbled, unconvinced. What happens if we do? Geez, kids these days are so rebellious. Anko could barely be bothered to explain. If you're dying to know, go ahead. No one's stopping you. I've told you the rules, that's it. Kiba grumbled as he patted the red pill in his pocket, clearly dissatisfied. It's just an exam. Why are there so many rules? Shino Aburame, standing nearby, offered a reminder. Rather than seeing this as just an exam, I think it's better to picture it as undertaking a real mission. If you think about it, after we become Chunin, there's a good chance we'll take on higher-level missions and gain access to confidential information. Maybe all these rules are meant to test whether we can be trusted, to prevent leaks. Anko grinned and gave a nod of approval. Well said. It's good to see sharp minds here, she praised. Then, with a sweeping gesture toward the nearby hut, she added, that's all for the instructions. Take your 3 consent forms and your scroll over to that little shack for the exchange. Then decide with your teammates which entrance you'll use. When everything's ready, you can go in whenever you like. A word to the wise. If your team gets in first, you'll have the advantage of scouting the terrain and maybe even setting up an ambush for the others. Hokage Tower, Council Chamber. The village's senior officials sat in a circle around the table. Directly opposite them stood Ibiki Marino, looking utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why am I here? Wasn't I supposed to be proctoring the exam? Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a steady tone. Ibiki, you were caught in a genjutsu. I just released it. Ibiki was stunned. What? How could that be? As the head of the interrogation corps, he had no shortage of experience warding off illusions. His insight into genjutsu was second to none. Yet he hadn't noticed a thing this time. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him, and he called out at once. It must be those 3 Uchiha kids. Hiruzen's face grew serious, and he nodded. Yes. Those wicked brats. Kohyutane narrowed her eyes and cursed. Casting genjutsu on the exam proctor. Such a dirty trick. Only the Uchiha would come up with something like that. Hamuramito Kato adjusted his glasses and said, I propose we bring the 3 of them in for questioning immediately, figure out who used the genjutsu, and disqualify that candidate from the exams. But Hiruzen shook his head, looking helpless. No, we can't do that. Why not? Ask him yourself. Hiruzen looked pointedly at Ibiki. Ibiki scratched his head and explained, well, strictly speaking, this isn't really a dirty trick. In fact, my hidden rule for this first round of the Chunin exams is exactly this sort of thing. He then explained the special rules he had set for the first round of the Chunin exams to all the officials present. When he finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a long pause, Kohara muttered, obviously dissatisfied. Damn it, there's really nothing we can do about them, is there? Midaman in Flames spoke. The chief examiner of Konoha fell prey to a genjutsu cast by a Uchiha genin. Not only did most of the genin pass the exam with ease, but this incident also exposed the reason for the Uchiha clan's rebellion. If other villages were to learn about this, wouldn't Konoha lose all its standing? Kohyutane replied, genin can't keep secrets. Whatever the truth, they're bound to report all this to their instructors. Sigh. Enough. There's no point dwelling on it anymore. After a long silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. Let's consider it an unexpected twist. No matter what, everything proceeds as planned. Their fate is already sealed. Once they're gone from this world entirely, time itself will bury all the evidence. At Training Field 44. All right, brats, 1 minute until the exam begins. You all. Hold on, examiner. I have a question. A woman with waist-length hair, wearing a straw hat, slowly raised her head, a shadowy smile curling on her lips. Anko Mitarashi glanced at her, frowning. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be a genin from the hidden grass, but for some reason, Anko felt an odd sense of familiarity, like she'd seen her somewhere before, or had known her long ago. What's your question? Speak. TSK. If, say, while trying to snatch a scroll, someone accidentally gets killed, or I'm the one who gets killed, that's allowed, isn't it? Her words sent a hush through the crowd. All the candidates looked at Anko Mitarashi, swallowing nervously as they awaited her reply. Anko gave a cold, mirthless laugh. The ninja world has always been survival of the fittest. If you're here for the exam, you'd better be ready to risk your life. That's enough. Time's up. No more talk. The second round of the Chunin selection exam begins now. Before the echo of her words faded, the candidates split into groups of 3 and dashed into the testing ground at top speed. Seize the initiative and you seize the advantage. Every single team understood that truth. Suddenly, a scream of pure agony pierced the air. Nearby examinees spun around. On the ground lay a Konoha genin, his blood pooling beneath him. His body was crawling with venomous insects. Damn it! Help! Someone help me! Before his teammates could reach him, 3 figures dropped down beside him in a heartbeat, ransacking his belongings without a hint of mercy. TCH, he has the same Earth Scroll as we do. What a disappointment. Doesn't matter. Take it anyway. You really are ruthless, aren't you? The 3 bantered, wicked grins etched across their faces. Not one of them spared a thought for rescuing their fellow ninja. The Konoha ninja, gravely wounded by the venomous bite, pleaded desperately. Please, I beg you, take the scroll. Just save me. Save you? Is this your first time in the field? The 3 of them shot him a contemptuous glance and vanished from sight in a blink. Before long, every team of examinees had entered the forest of death. Most of the participants didn't dare linger in open spaces. One after another, they found places suited to their skills to hide, and then crept cautiously toward the final tower, moving forward with utmost caution. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga huddled behind a tree, whispering as they discussed their tactics. Feigning bravado, Kiba declared loudly, "Our first priority isn't snatching scrolls. We should make for the tower and save our strength, set traps there, and wait for those exhausted teams to walk right into them." Suddenly, Shino's tone shifted as if he'd sensed something. He murmured, "Careful, a team is about to stumble into our trap." A piercing cry rang out. How did Net get here? Drawn by Kiba's loud proclamation, 3 grass ninja had planned to ambush Hinata's team, but instead blundered into the dark net Akamaru had set in secret, wiping themselves out in an instant. Akamaru bounded back, tail wagging excitedly, a scroll clamped triumphantly in his jaws. Kiba's eyes lit up. What luck! It's the Heaven Scroll, the one we didn't have. Nice job, Akamaru. Hinata, anxiety etched on her face, whispered, Kiba, could you keep it down? Unfazed, Shino delivered a cool warning. Getting both scrolls is good, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you want to know why, it's simple. Keeping a low profile is the way to win. TCH. There you go again with your boring lectures, Kiba grumbled, rolling his eyes in annoyance. He stashed the Heaven Scroll, scooped up Akamaru, and waved dismissively. Yeah, I know. I got carried away before, but relax. I'll keep it low-key. Shino merely nodded. The 3 exchanged a quick glance, then melted away into the forest without a trace. Elsewhere, the Hidden Slate Village team moved as one. Feather was at the center, with Sasuke and Izumi flanking him on either side. They weren't bothering to conceal themselves. Instead, they raced openly through the forest, heading straight for the central tower with not a hint of stealth. Izumi spoke up. Lord Feather, are we really just going to keep running like this? At this pace, we'll reach the tower in an hour. Sasuke added, shouldn't we try to grab a scroll first? There's no point reaching the finish line if we don't have both. Feather reassured them, don't worry. With the Uchiha name as conspicuous as it is, you can be sure someone will come looking for us. Even as he finished speaking, a kunai whistled down from above, landing at Sasuke's feet. Who's there? Sasuke and Izumi instinctively closed ranks around Feather, eyes scanning the trees in every direction. Whoever could match their speed was no ordinary opponent. A slow, mocking tisk-tisk-tisk sounded from the shadows. 3 ninjas from the hidden grass village, each wearing a straw hat, slowly emerged from the trees, their sinister laughter echoing now and then. Well, little Uchiha brats, you sure run fast. I really had to put in some effort to catch up to you. The leader, a long-haired woman, flicked out her tongue, her eyes hungrily fixed on Sasuke as she continued. Do you remember me? Sasuke Izumi. With a wet, chilling sound, the woman pulled at the skin on her face, revealing a visage that Sasuke and Izumi could never forget for as long as they lived. Orochimaru. Years ago, Orochimaru had lured Itachi out, left the 2 of them gravely injured, and used their lives as leverage to threaten their brother. That incident was carved into Izumi and Sasuke's memories forever. At the sight of Orochimaru, Izumi's eyes blazed with undying hatred. What are you doing here? Wait, weren't you sealed away by my brother Itachi? A sly, hissing chuckle escaped Orochimaru as he shook off his straw hat, his tone brimming with arrogance. I'm the undying, eternal Orochimaru, after all. There are always ways to free myself from a seal. Feiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but give a grudging nod. Even the Totsuka blade couldn't hold you? Ha! We really underestimated you before, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru smiled slyly. I believe your name is Feiyu, isn't it? I should be more astonished by you. It's a surprise to see you in the Leaf Village. As he spoke, Orochimaru's gaze grew ever more chilling. The last time we met was with Akatsuki, remember? You made quite an impression on me back then. I must say, today's my lucky day. 3 pairs of Sharingan, and all of such fine quality. Disgusting. Sasuke snapped, unable to bottle up his murderous intent a moment longer. He cut Orochimaru off sharply. I don't care how you broke through your seal. Today, for my brother's sake, I'll cut you down again. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A massive orb of flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, roaring towards Orochimaru and his companions. Child's play. Orochimaru sneered, forming seals with one hand before unleashing a violent gust. Wind style, great breakthrough. With a violent blast, Sasuke's enormous fireball was snuffed out in an instant, vanishing into nothing but smoke and embers. Hey, Sasuke, why don't you all just surrender yourselves and chem? But suddenly, Orochimaru realized the 3 Uchiha were gone, vanished from right before his eyes. A chill, murderous intent crept up behind him. Oh! Orochimaru's eyes flicked backward in surprise, and only now did he realize that Sasuke and Izumi had already closed in behind him. Impressive. Just a few years, and your speed's become truly remarkable. No wonder you're Itachi's brother. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but praise them. Both of them gripped their kunai, ready to plunge the blades into Orochimaru's back. But at that critical moment, the 2 mysterious grass shinobi standing by Orochimaru's side suddenly intervened, blocking Izumi's and Sasuke's attacks. This Uchiha girl is pretty strong. Interesting. Ha ha ha. Lord Orochimaru, should we kill them for you? Don't worry, before these brats are dead, I'll dig out their Sharingan and offer them to you. Look at the hatred in their eyes, Lord Orochimaru. They burn with vengeance against you. But hatred alone isn't enough. You need strength to back it up. Izumi and Sasuke froze for a split second when they heard the voices of Orochimaru's 2 bodyguards. There were only 2 people, but somehow, 4 distinct voices echoed out. What on earth was going on? After their brief shock, Izumi and Sasuke snapped back to their senses. They quickly broke free from the grip that held them, leaping to one side, watching the 2 mysterious henchmen with cool, guarded eyes. Up above, Feiyu stood quietly atop a tree, observing the battle below. He'd planned to join the fight, but both Sasuke and Izumi had asked him not to intervene. They wanted to take revenge with their own hands, to personally destroy the monster who had relentlessly pursued Uchiha Itachi. Izumi, I'm sure you've noticed too. Those 2 are weird. Damn, is this some kind of illusion? Even with my Sharingan, I can't see through them. Sasuke, don't worry about that for now. I'm going to use Jinjutsu. When they're trapped in the illusion, you finish them off. Understood, Izumi. With that, a crimson light bloomed in her eyes. In an instant, Orochimaru sensed something was wrong. Nothing seemed to have changed around him, but an unshakable feeling of unease crept over Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, there's no need for you to step in. We'll handle them. Fools, don't rush in. There's another Uchiha up in the trees. Leave that one to me. I'll end this fight in 10 seconds flat. If you're serious, I suggest using your level 2 transformation. Don't you see? He's the strongest one here. As the 4 exchanged words, Orochimaru interrupted coldly. Jirobo, Sakan, you realize we're under a Genjutsu now. What did you say? That can't be. Damn it. When did this happen? The Sharingan really is a handy power. But I've got my flute. I'll break their Genjutsu and see whose technique is stronger. Release. Release again. What? Why isn't anything changing? This isn't some ordinary illusion. We really underestimated them. I never imagined Izumi's Sharingan had reached this level of mastery. Let me handle this, Taiyuya. I am counting on you, Lord Orochimaru. In the next instant, all 4 opened their eyes at once. To their shock, Sasuke was already upon them, brandishing a kunai, just a breath away from attack. Seeing that they had finally snapped out of it, Sasuke was momentarily surprised, but wasted no time. He flung a kunai straight into Orochimaru's heart, then spread his arms wide, slashing fiercely at the 2 mysterious underlings. The kunai struck true, piercing Orochimaru at a vital spot, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Sasuke's blades sliced open the clothes of the two grass ninja underlings, and in a flash, shadows burst out from within. This time, Sasuke saw it clearly. Damn it, just as I thought, there are 4 of them. Seeing Sasuke shift his focus, Izumi called out urgently. It doesn't matter how many there are. Finish him. Don't let Orochimaru live. Sasuke gave a confident smile. Don't worry, Izumi. My kunai struck his vital spot. There's no way he could survive. Before Sasuke could finish, the fallen Orochimaru's mouth suddenly gaped open, and a brand new, glistening Orochimaru, drenched in saliva, slid out, making a dramatic reappearance. Hey, kid, killing me isn't so simple. I'm an immortal being. You of all people should know that by now. Sasuke and Izumi were utterly dumbfounded at the bizarre scene before them. Could anyone be more revolting than this man? Both Sasuke and Izumi gagged, stomachs churning with disgust. Kidamaru snickered. That woman's illusion was strong. If not for Lord Orochimaru, we'd all be lost by now. Tia shot Izumi a cold glare, her fingers tightening around her flute. Both women were illusionists, and jealousy was rapidly bubbling up within her. Out of my way. I'm taking her down myself. Cursed markings erupted in swarms across Tayuya's skin in an instant. Noticing this, Sakan mocked her. Going straight for your stage 2 form. You're really losing your head over a few kids, Tayuya. Shut up. Tayuya snapped back at Sakan, her eyes locked hungrily on Uchiha Izumi. She raised her flute to her lips, ready to unleash her signature attack. But just then, a chill wind seemed to sweep past her, and a powerful hand pressed firmly down on her head. Stand down, Tayuya. I didn't bring you to throw your life away on this. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The icy authority in Orochimaru's command sent a wave of terror through Tayuya. Cold sweat poured down her face, and the cursed markings gradually faded. Sigh, no more fighting. That wasn't the point of my visit anyway. I just wanted to reminisce a little. As for your eyes, just a joke, don't take it seriously. I'm a man of principle, after all. I only have an interest in Itachi's eyes. The rest hold no appeal for me. Orochimaru chuckled as he donned his bamboo hat, ran a hand over his face, and transformed once more into the appearance of the female grass ninja. Sasuke shouted in anger. You think you can just walk away without a fight? Talking in front of me about coveting my brother. How could I possibly let you leave? Orochimaru responded with a sinister chuckle, giving Sasuke a cold, dismissive look. Sasuke, you'd better learn to watch your tongue in the future. Not everyone's as easygoing as I am. Until you have real strength, I suggest you keep a low profile, or you might meet a very miserable fate. Kidamaru chimed in mockingly. Now that's what they call an empty threat. Ha ha ha. Sasuke, forget about Lord Orochimaru. Even I'm willing to bet you couldn't beat me. What did you say? Furious, Sasuke was about to lunge forward, when Izumi Uchiha hurriedly stepped in front of him, lowering her voice to warn him. Calm down, Sasuke. We're nowhere near Orochimaru's level. Besides, Lord Feiyu hasn't given us any orders, nor does he seem willing to engage. We need to stay level-headed to avoid getting hurt. And don't forget, we have a much bigger purpose here. Orochimaru, clearly amused, licked his lips with interest. Oh, so you all have your own agenda, as well? Looks like I'm not the only one here in Konoha looking to stir things up. How intriguing. Izumi gasped in alarm. Damn it, how is his hearing so sharp? He picked up on even that. Orochimaru clicked his tongue mockingly. Well now, little Uchiha brats, I don't care what you're planning to do in Konoha. Let's just see who ends up being the first to set this momentous windmill spinning in history. With that, a series of eerie laughs echoed from Orochimaru as his body gradually sank and vanished into the ground. Seeing that Orochimaru had left, the 4 sound ninjas didn't dare linger. Each transformed into a swirl of smoke and disappeared from sight. Don't run, Sasuke shouted, about to give chase, but Feiyu dropped from a tree to block his way, quietly reminding him. Don't go after them. There's no point in getting drawn in. We don't have nearly enough power to kill Orochimaru. Izumi said, Lord Feiyu, I have a feeling that Orochimaru must have another purpose for being here. It might jeopardize our plans. Feiyu responded with calm assurance. It doesn't matter. With my father around, what is there to be afraid of? All we need to do is go through the motions as planned. Don't forget, our real goal is to make the elite Konoha Genin stumble in front of the leaders from all the nations. Let's move. Head for the finish line. We've got the Heaven Scroll. As soon as we swipe an Earth Scroll, the second exam is over. This forest is way too damp, bad for the skin, and miserable to stay in. Let's wrap it up quickly and go get some rest. Sound good? Yes. Understood. Meanwhile, just outside the walls of Konoha Village, in a place strewn with stone monuments, Konoha Chunin Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki stood, faces grim. In front of them lay the bodies of 3 grass village genin. Such cruelty! This must have been done with ninjutsu. Sigh. I never imagined we'd run into trouble right after getting started. What a headache. No point in just speculating here. Let's hurry and inform Anko, the chief examiner of the second round. Right. At the entrance to the Forest of Death, inside a tent. Anko Mitarashi, with 3 skewers of dango in one hand and a bowl of sweet red bean soup in the other, devoured her food with a look of pure bliss on her face. Hee, nothing beats having dango with red bean soup. Now that's the perfect combination. Once I'm done eating, it's about time I head to the tower and wait for those kids. Just then, a figure rushed in. Something's wrong. Chief Examiner Anko. Anko turned her head. Oh, it's Shirti. What happened? We found 3 bodies by the stone monument, and the way they died is extremely bizarre. You better come take a look right away. What? At these words, Anko set down her food at once and followed Shirti to the scene. Shingitsu Chiyun said, Lady Anko, thank goodness you're here. After a quick look, judging from the items and clothes on them, I believe these were grass ninja who had signed up for this year's Chunin exam. But their faces are completely gone. It looks as if they were melted away or something. A terrible suspicion began to take root in Anko's heart. She had seen such cruel methods before, and only one person was capable of this. Her former master, Orochimaru. Anko barked, Quick, show me their photos from before. Shirti hurriedly produced the photos, and the moment Anko saw the picture of the long-haired woman, a memory flashed. Of the grass ninja she'd just met at the forest's entrance, the one with the unnaturally long tongue. So it really was him. Panic surged through Anko. She had already felt something was off, but chose to brush it aside. Now, her fears were confirmed. Her old master, Orochimaru, had been in disguise. This is bad. Report this to Lord Hokage at once. And have Anbu send at least 2 full units into the Forest of Death. It's urgent. There's no time to explain. I'll start searching for him now. Inside the Forest of Death, Anko dashed through the trees, frantic, desperately searching for any sign of him. Damn it, it's almost dusk. I have to find him before dark. If night falls, things will only get worse for me. But still, why is he here? What is his true objective? Well, it doesn't matter. Since things have come to this, I might as well settle all our old scores tonight. A damp, cold wind whipped through the trees, and suddenly a metallic tang, a blood scent she knew all too well, drifted into Anko's nostrils. Hondo froze instantly where she stood, the moss beneath her feet glowing a ghostly green. She raised her right hand to clutch her left shoulder, the curse mark there searing with a burning pain. This feeling, cold sweat trickled down the back of Hondo's neck and slipped beneath her collar. As she turned, her gaze landed on some fresh snakeskin left beneath the tree roots, translucent scales shimmering with a dusky hue under the dead leaves. Even for me, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat you. But if I stake my life on it, maybe my chances get a little better. After all, you're the one who taught me all these things, Orochimaru. With a fierce motion, Hondo snapped her sleeve, sending 3 long needles shooting out without hesitation, zipping straight towards the massive tree behind her. Half concealed against the tree trunk, Orochimaru's form flickered into view. He evaded Hondo's attack effortlessly, his cold grin spreading as he murmured, My dear apprentice, there's no way you can stop me. Seeing that unforgettable face reappear, Hondo's pupils contracted fiercely. She forced down the fury burning in her chest, her voice a low, feral snarl. Why did you come back? Orochimaru straightened, his laughter soft but chilling. I returned to set the windmills spinning. Hondo's glare only grew icy. She knew her teacher's temperament all too well, always speaking with that infuriating, inscrutable air, just as he always had. Drop the nonsense. Give me a real answer. And what if I refuse to answer? Then don't blame me for what happens next. Hondo pressed the attack. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. A blazing stream of fire burst straight ahead at high speed, but it was only a ruse. While Orochimaru's attention remained fixed on evading the fiery blast, Hondo slipped in front of him in utter silence. Ninja art, twin snakes' mutual death. It was the forbidden art of snake against snake, once taught to Hondo by Orochimaru himself. The technique required grasping the enemy's hand and forming a special seal. Its ultimate result, mutual destruction. Its status as a forbidden jutsu came from the terrifying resolve of such a self-sacrificing attack. Let's go to the underworld together, Orochimaru. So you plan to die. Is that it, my precious apprentice? Orochimaru's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. What? Hondo whirled around in shock, only to realize she was grasping a mere snake surrogate. If not for Orochimaru's kind reminder, she might have followed that doppelganger into death. This is your flaw. Hondo, you're always so reckless. And besides, you're a special jounin of the village. You can't keep relying on the forbidden techniques I taught you. You only have one life. Don't throw it away. Take better care of yourself. As Orochimaru spoke, he raised his hand and began forming a hand seal with practiced ease. In the next instant, Anko suddenly felt a jolt of searing pain radiate from the cursed mark on her shoulder, numbing every nerve in her body. Her consciousness began to slip away, everything growing hazier. Orochimaru, are you here to assassinate Lord Hokage? No, not at all. I know exactly how powerful the old man is. With just a handful of subordinates, how could I possibly take him down? Then, what are you trying to? Before she could finish, Anko's numb body gave out. She crashed heavily to the ground. A low, mocking chuckle escaped Orochimaru. Seeing that Anko had completely lost consciousness, he allowed his face to blur and reform, shifting back into the appearance of a grass-hidden ninja. Then, with a rush like a passing wind, he vanished from sight. No one could say how much time had passed before Anko slowly opened her eyes. By now, night had already fallen. Damn it! Fighting to ignore the relentless pain, Anko forced herself to her feet and began to stumble, step by agonizing step, toward the edge of the forest. Because of the cursed mark, she couldn't draw upon any chakra, and the lingering paralysis left her without even the strength to run. Soft, menacing growls echoed from somewhere deep within the undergrowth. Before long, 3 enormous beasts, resembling tigers, emerged, circling slowly around her. Oomph! Such miserable creatures. The mighty, brought low, tormented by mongrels. Under normal circumstances, Anko wouldn't have given these beasts a second glance. But today was different. She was a shadow of her former self, helpless and depleted. As the monsters inched closer, saliva dripping from their jaws, she found herself backed up against a tree, out of options and out of room to retreat. From her pouch, she pulled out 3 kunai, bracing herself for a desperate last stand. With a chorus of thunderous roars, the beasts lunged at once. Anko hurled her kunai, but her strength was gone. Her weapons bounced harmlessly off their hides, not even piercing the skin. It wasn't enough to even make them flinch. It was over. Despair crashed over her. Anko shut her eyes, gave up all struggle, and waited in silence for death to claim her. But the biting jaws never came. Seconds dragged by, and yet nothing happened. Opening her eyes, Anko was astonished to see the 3 giant beasts frozen in their tracks, trembling, unable to move a muscle. No, that wasn't right. They truly couldn't move at all. Is this the binding jutsu? As she puzzled this out, a voice called down from the trees above. Anko, so this is where you've been hiding. Startled, Anko looked up, with relief flooding her chest as she saw 2 ANBU members landing on the branches overhead. Only then did her tension release. Letting herself collapse back on the ground, she gasped between breaths, scolding them. Honestly, what kind of ANBU takes this long to show up? It's exhausting. The 2 operatives leapt down, faces apologetic. Don't say that, Anko. Anko clutched her shoulder, a jagged groan twisting her face. Hey, are you alright? Wait a second. What's that? A curse mark. The curse mark just appeared. Did you run into Orochimaru? If that's true, then this is serious. We need to take you straight to the Hokage. Fighting back the pain, Anko shook her head. No, I have to go to the tower. Those kids are still taking the exam. Hearing this, the ANBU grew anxious. Don't be reckless. If Orochimaru is in the village, the lockdown order will go out at any moment. This is no time for exams. Anko ignored his warning entirely, her voice cold and commanding. Do as I say. I'll explain everything once we get to the tower. For now, just have the Hokage meet us there in person. The ANBU could only sigh in exasperation. Anko, you really are impossible sometimes. At the final point of the Forest of Death, inside the high tower, with the ANBU support, Anko was starting to recover, the numbness fading from her body. Anko, if we don't halt the exam, something catastrophic could happen. We'll regret it if we wait too long. There's no need to keep pressing me. I'm well aware of how serious this is. But ending the exam now is out of the question. No matter how much the ANBU pleaded, Anko's stance remained as unyielding as ever. She shot down their concerns without hesitation. Just then, an exam staffer burst into the room, calling out loudly, Anko, you're finally back. We've been waiting so long for you. Annoyed, Anko snapped. What are you shouting about? What could be so urgent? I'm discussing something critical with the ANBU. Don't interrupt. And the Hokage is on his way, But Lady Anko, this is urgent too. Please have a look at what I have here. The staffer hurriedly pulled out a videotape, hastily cramming it into the slot beneath the monitor. The TV flickered to life, and the staffer jabbed a finger at the display in the screen's upper left corner. Lady Anko, please look here at the time. Anko's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. That's right, the staffer pressed on. This footage was recorded inside the tower, an hour and 36 minutes after the exam began. It shows 3 genin from the Hidden Blades village. They've already cleared the second round. It only took them 96 minutes. That's never happened before. There's clearly something off here. I strongly urge we investigate. No need, Anko replied, fighting back her own surprise, though she strove to remain composed. They're Uchihas. Their skills may have already far surpassed that of ordinary genin. Anbu member, to think they actually broke the 4-hour record I held. Not bad at all. Oof. Those wretched Uchiha. Anko could only shake her head in resignation. I'm afraid it's not just that. A staff member paused, puzzled. HM? What do you mean? Anko pointed at Feiyu's figure on the screen. It's nearly 10 kilometers from the test field entrance to here, with wild beasts, poisonous insects, and treacherous forest paths the whole way. But look at them. Not a scratch, not a hint of trouble. And especially that kid in the center. He doesn't even look like he got a speck of dirt on him. Even you all at your current strength. No, even other elite Chunin wouldn't make it to this tower without so much as a bruise. It really shows just how strong they are. The Anbu folded his arms, scoffing. Humph. I'd wager it's all thanks to those Sharingan eyes. Disgusting things, they make my skin crawl just looking at them. I think we should send word to the Hokage about this. Analyze their strength now. Be proactive. When it's time for the 3rd or 4th round of exams, we should make sure they face some truly tough opponents. Can't risk embarrassing ourselves in front of the other nation's leaders. Before Anko could respond, the staff member suddenly cut in, breaking off the conversation. If you're looking for strong opponents, you might want to check the footage from a minute later. He pressed fast forward twice, then pointed back at the monitor. The 3 genin from the Sand Village. They reached the tower only a minute after the Uchiha. The competition is neck and neck. What? The Sand Village? Anko and the Anbu exchanged shocked glances. What is with this exam? How can there be so many monsters here? What's with all the commotion? What are you all talking about? The door swung open, and Hiruzen Toby, the 3rd Hokage, strolled in with his pipe clenched between his teeth. Hokage-sama. Everyone immediately rose to attention. Toby waved them back down, glancing at Anko with furrowed brows as he asked. Anko, the one who did this to you. You're certain it was Orochimaru, aren't you? Yes, I'm sure. Anko replied with conviction, nodding hard. I tried to take him down with me, to force out the reason he's returned to the village after all these years. But I'm just not strong enough yet. At this, she clenched her fist, jaw tight with frustration. The Anbu beside her offered a quiet consolation. It's nothing to blame yourself for. After all, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, the Hokage's prized disciple, and with that cursed seal on you, the odds were stacked against you from start. Hiruzen gave the Anbu a knowing glance, then turned back to Anko, pressing. Anko, did Orochimaru say anything unusual to you? Hondo pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped her palm and exclaimed, Yes. I asked him what he came back for, and he said he was here to spin the windmill. The windmill? The Anbu was momentarily baffled. What does that mean? Hondo shook her head and said helplessly, I don't really know. I'm guessing he was just messing with me again. He's always like that. Ever since we were young, all he does is trick me. No, maybe this time he's not lying to you. Hiruzen Toby revealed a knowing smile, as if he could see through everything. I know him well. He treasures his own time and life, never doing anything without purpose. When he says he's here to spin the windmill, it's his way of telling you that he's planning something big in Konoha. He really is a handful. What? Hondo was startled. Then, Lord Hokage, if that's the case, we need to strengthen our defenses right away. If necessary, we should recall all the shinobi currently on missions to reinforce the village. Orochimaru is just too dangerous. We have to be fully prepared. No. Toby exhaled a cloud of thick smoke. In a few days, the daimyos and leaders from various lands and villages will be arriving in Konoha one after another. If the village makes too big of a show, it could arouse their suspicions. And there's also the matter of Konoha's reputation. Causing a panic over a rogue ninja from our own ranks would be a stain on a great nation's name. At those words, Hondo became anxious. Lord Hokage, with all due respect, now is not the time to be worrying about appearances. Settle down, Hondo. Lord Hiruzen's decision is the right one. You'll understand once you reach a position of leadership yourself someday. From outside the door, an elderly voice rang out unexpectedly. A moment later, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Midokado entered the room. The two of them sat down on the sofa, and Koharu spoke first. As a great nation, we must exude confidence and composure. Keeping your cool in a crisis is key. But Hondo wanted to protest further, but the Anbu quickly pulled her back, signaling for her not to be impulsive. "Let go of me," Hondo said irritably, shaking off the Anbu's arm. Sensing the tension in the room, Hiruzen Toby stood up and came to her side, gently patting her on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be all right." Lord Hokage, looking at Hiruzen's composed and kindly face, Hondo finally calmed down after a long pause. She nodded reluctantly. "All right, you may go for now, Hondo. You're the chief examiner of the second round of the Chunin exam. You can't be absent from the site." I understand." With that, Hondo turned on her heel and swept out of the room, the rest of the staff following behind. Now, only Hiruzen Toby and his two advisors remained. Koru, Udatane, snorted. To think even Orochimaru wants to join in the festivities. Well, might as well settle everything in one stroke. Mito Gate Flame said, "All I can say is that his timing was unfortunate. But so be it. Fallen leaves must return to their roots." Everyone thinks Konoha's defenses are just as they always were, but they have no idea. All of the village's forces stationed outside have long since been recalled, solely to completely eradicate the evil Uchiha. A faint sigh escaped him. Hiruzen Toby gazed out the window, staring at the desolate moonlight. He let out a long, heavy sigh. "Don't worry," he said quietly. "For the peace of Konoha, I won't hesitate this time. It doesn't matter whether they were once my beloved students or the entire Uchiha clan. All the debts and grudges, I will settle them myself." Late at night, in Konoha's cemetery, an elderly man with a head of snow-white hair slowly made his way to the headstone of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He narrowed his eyes, holding a gourd of sake in one hand. "Old friend, I've come to see you." It was none other than Madara Uchiha. He had used a transformation technique to disguise himself in the appearance of his later years, just in case someone recognized him. The moonlight, pure and pale, poured over Hashirama's grave. Standing before the headstone, the sake in Madara's hand glimmered faintly in the night. He stared at the familiar name carved on the stone, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Hashirama," Madara spoke softly, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "So many years have passed, and still, now and then, I find myself thinking of those days when we skimmed stones by the river as children. Back then, you were so naive, always losing to me." He tipped his head back and took a swig of sake, then continued. "You know, sometimes I wonder, if you never founded Konoha, if I never walked away, what would we be now? Maybe we'd still be arguing over who gets to be Hokage." His fingers brushed lightly across the engraved characters. "You once said you wanted to create a world where children wouldn't have to go to war. But look at Konoha now. We're on the brink of yet another blood-soaked conflict. Your dream was always too innocent." "Enough. I won't dwell on all that." The night wind stirred Madara's long hair, and his gaze deepened. He crouched, pouring a slow stream of sake onto the grave. "This was the kind of drink we used to sneak as kids. I remember you always complained it was too strong, and every time you took a sip, you'd scrunch up your face. Looking back, maybe those days were the closest we ever got to peace." Madara straightened, eyes lifting toward the distant Hokage rock. "Hashirama, I'll keep chasing your dream, just in my own way. Maybe one day you'll understand why I made the choices I did. That's all I wanted to say. Farewell, old friend." He turned and walked away, his shadow stretched long in the moonlight. But after just a few steps, Madara paused, turning his head as some faint sensation, caught his attention. 1, 2, 5. 5 people. Wait, no, 6 of them. Relying on his refined chakra sense, Madara noticed that 6 figures were quietly sneaking into the graveyard. So late at night, coming to the cemetery, and not even using the front gate. Just what were these 6 planning? A man, true to his nature, remains a boy at heart. Curiosity is ever present. With a smirk of interest, Madara concealed himself deeper into the shadows. Soon, 5 figures made their way to the tombstones of the previous Hokage. These 5 were none other than Orochimaru and his subordinates, the 4 Sound Ninja. "This is the place," Orochimaru murmured, licking his lips. "The first, the second. What excellent experimental specimens. Oh, the thought of that old man soon having to face them. It gives me a bit of a thrill." "Orochimaru-sama," Sakon whispered anxiously. "Shouldn't we hurry? What if the AMBU patrol stumbles on us?" "Hey." Orochimaru let out his distinctive laugh. "Relax. I've already set up a barrier around here. Even if all chaos breaks loose, no one outside will hear a thing." As the 4 prepared to act, a voice rang out, low and aged, yet carrying surprising strength. "Youngsters digging up graves in the dead of night. Don't you think that's a bit out of line?" Startled, they turned to see a one-eyed old man in a gray kimono, leaning casually against the headstone. He held a wine flask in his hand. Under the moonlight, his wild, snow-white hair shone starkly against the darkness. Old man, this isn't a place for you, Jirobo growled impatiently. Get lost before. Before what? The old man took a slow swig of wine. You brats cause a ruckus here in the middle of the night, disturbing the peace of the dead, and you still think you're in the right? Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered warily as he asked. And who might you be? Me? The old man swung his flask with a teasing air. Just the caretaker here. This graveyard's under my watch. If you want to dig up graves, you'll need my say-so first. Tayuya gave a cold snort. You old fool, you're asking to die. With that, she began forming hand signs. Wait. Orochimaru raised his hand, restraining her. Something about this elder unsettled him. Sir, we're merely here to pay respects to the departed. We mean no harm. Pay respects. The old man gave a derisive chuckle. First I've heard of mourners who dig up the dead. What? Go to invite the dearly departed home for dinner. Kidamaru could hold back no longer. Orochimaru-sama, enough talk with this geezer. I'll handle him. All 6 of Kidamaru's arms moved in unison to form seals. Secret technique, Spidel nest unleashed. Countless webs shot toward the old man, but with just a gentle wave of his hand, every strand dissolved into ashes. What? The 4 sound ninja were all struck dumb. Orochimaru's pupils shrank abruptly. Who exactly are you? I already said, just a gardener, nothing more. The old man set down the sake bottle. My warning ends here. I had no intention of bloodshed today, but if you lay a finger on my old friend, then I don't mind getting my hands dirty. It felt as though the air itself had frozen. Orochimaru could clearly sense that the aura radiating from the old man was not the least bit inferior to that of Kage. What he didn't know was that Madara wasn't even using his full strength. He was holding back to the level he used when he and Hashirama used to spar in their youth. An old friend? But there's no one living here, is there? Could it be the departed Hokage was his friend? Orochimaru's face grew even darker. The more he thought, the more wrong it seemed. This old man was too mysterious. And what rattled him most was that he had never detected the presence of such a legendary figure in the Leaf Village before. We're leaving. At this, the 4 sound ninja were taken aback. Showing respect to elders was hardly something their lord was known for. Jirobo ventured, Lord Orochimaru? Are we just going to leave the bodies behind? Tayuya snapped back. Didn't you hear? Stop talking, you fat fool. Lord Orochimaru said, we're retreating. As the sound force scurried away like startled animals, Madara simply shook his head. He turned toward Hashirama's gravestone, gently brushing off the dust. Hashirama, Madara sighed. Even after your death, people still have their eyes on your grave. If you're still around, you'd probably be furious, jumping up and down, wouldn't you? This time, you owe me a favor. If fate lets us meet again, I'll make sure you pay me back, and I'll tell you every detail of this little fiasco. With that, Madara drained the last of the sake from his bottle. Oh yes, one more thing I forgot to mention. I have a son now. I'm not alone anymore. So you can rest in peace. I'm not without company. And another thing, Konoha is about to go through a change of era. Don't blame me. It's your brother's ideas that pushed me to this. If you've got complaints, take it up with him. You two aren't far apart. It should be easy enough. All right, if I truly leave this time, take care, old friend. Days slipped quickly by, 5 days in fact. The second round of the Chunin exams had, at last, drawn to a close. Those with neither strength nor luck were all eliminated in this stage. Only 8 squads remained, 24 genin in total. Inside the exam hall, those who had advanced now gathered together. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Toby, stood at the front, wearing a satisfied smile as he offered his congratulations. First off, let me congratulate you all on making it through the second round. Down below, the genin glanced around, each lost in their own thoughts. Shikamu Nara muttered, there's still this many left? What a drag. This is such a hassle. Koi Akimichi grumbled, I am starving. Can't we go eat something before we do anything else? Ino Yamanaka thought to herself. Honestly, should I choose Sasuke or Sai? Wait, what if they both pursue me? This is really confusing. Tintin mused. That white-haired guy next to Guy Sensei must be his arch-rival. He's totally outclassed by him in terms of style. Rock Lee declared. But among all these teachers, Guy Sensei is definitely the most fashionable. Look at him shine, like a beacon. Niji Hyuga remained silent. Kankuro grumbled. Those 3 from the Hidden Mist Village actually passed the exam even faster than we did. Seems like they're pretty tough characters. Gaara stated coldly, we'll kill them. Temari's eyes sparkled. They're all so handsome. Akamaru let out a low whine. Hinata Hyuga looked concerned. What's wrong, Akamaru? Kiba explained. The leader of the Sand Village team smells heavily of blood. Akamaru's a little scared of him. Damn, I've got a bad feeling about this. Naruto Uzumaki looked around in awe. Wow, look at all these people. Grandfather Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, and even the super bushy brow sensei are here too. Huh, where's my dad? All right, everyone quiet down. Anko Madarashi's voice rang out clearly and firmly. The Hokage will now announce important information regarding the third round of the exam. Everyone, pay close attention. Hiruzen Toby gave a small cough, lowering his pipe as he spoke. The next event will be the third round of the Chunin exams. Before I explain the rules, there's something I need to make very clear. And that is the true reason why we have invited our allied nations to participate in this exam. The young ninja below all look taken aback. A reason? Isn't the whole point to promote Genin to the rank of Chunin? Could there be another reason? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled gently. That is certainly one of the goals. But the most important reason is to reduce the likelihood of wars between our countries. If you look back at history, today's allies were once rival neighbors, always competing for strength. To avoid needless wars that waste resources and lead to mutual defeat, the Leaf Village decided to organize this unified exam. The candidates listened in genuine surprise. Even if they didn't fully understand, they nodded in agreement. Oh, so that's how it is. The Hokage-sama really thinks things through. Watching the awestruck faces of the young ninja, Feiyu sneered silently to herself. What a lovely excuse. The real reason is to show off our power in front of the other nation's leaders and to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Izumi and Sasuke exchanged glances with Feiyu, a silent understanding passing between them. That's all that needs to be said. Prepare yourselves. The third round of the Chunin exams is about to begin. Moonlight Hate stood at the center of the examination hall, letting out a few coughs, a flush of sickly red coloring his pale face. His eyes swept over the genin who had survived the forest of death, his gaze lingering on each person for a brief moment. I am Moonlight Hate, the proctor for the third round of the Chunin exams. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Because too many have passed, a preliminary round is required. The preliminaries will be one-on-one duels, and the winners advance to the finals. Hate coughed again. Now, please look at the main screen. The electronic display began to flicker as names scrolled across it at lightning speed. Soon enough, the screen froze. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. The first match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. Will the two participants please step forward? Sasuke let out a cold snort and strode confidently to the center of the arena. Yoroi pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, the lenses flashing with an eerie glint. This very first bout instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Sasuke, he's grown up so much now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew complicated with emotion. He clearly remembered the last time he'd seen Sasuke, when the boy was just a baby swaddled in blankets. Begin. The moment Hate finished speaking, Yoroi launched his attack. His speed was astonishing. He was upon Sasuke in the blink of an eye. Sasuke dodged the initial straight punch, but the second blow came immediately after. There was a heavy thud as Sasuke was sent flying, tumbling several times before regaining his balance. He wiped the blood from his lips, and his Sharingan flared to life in an instant. Not bad at all. Interesting, Yoroi murmured, licking his lips. Let's see just how powerful the legendary Sharingan really is. In a flash, Sasuke appeared behind Yoroi, delivering a powerful kick, yet Yoroi blocked it with ease. This guy's reactions are so fast. Sasuke was taken aback. No, wait. Why does this feel so strange? Too slow, Yoroi sneered. Your chakra. It's leaking away, isn't it? It was only then that Sasuke noticed. With every attack, Yoroi's hands formed bizarre signs. You're absorbing my chakra. Sasuke had never seen an ability like this before. His movements began to slow, and even the motion of his Sharingan lost its usual fluidity. Seizing the opening, Yoroi drove a heavy punch into Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke fell to his knees in pain, coughing up blood, his fingers digging into the ground so hard his knuckles turned white. Is that all? Yoroi looked down at him, a cruel smile on his face. Tise, I overestimated you. The Uchiha clan is nothing special, less impressive than some of Konoha's other genin. Seems like your clan's gone straight downhill since you stopped training in the village. Idiot, Sasuke slowly raised his head, sneering coldly. Don't compare me to those fools from the Leaf. With those words, his figure suddenly dissolved into a cloud of white mist and vanished. The next instant, the red bronze armored man's glasses shattered, and he was sent flying backward. What? The armored man stared in utter disbelief. Impossible. It was just a shadow clone. It's too late for you to realize that now. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. For blazing dragons burst forth from Sasuke's mouth, launching simultaneous attacks from above, below, left, and right. As an advanced fire-release jutsu with a sure hit rate, it offered absolutely no chance to evade. A guttural scream tore from the armored man's throat as the 4 fire dragons ravaged him mercilessly, instantly transforming the arena into an inferno. Remember this. Don't you dare criticize the Uchiha lightly. You still have a long way to go. The raging blaze showed no signs of dying out. In fact, it continued to spread with relentless ferocity. The Jonin instructors quickly performed water release techniques to contain the inferno, and only then did the sea of flames begin to recede. As the steam gradually lifted, there, in the center, lay the charred body of the red bronze armored man, barely clinging to life. Sasuke's display left everyone present utterly astonished, especially the genin. None of them had witnessed such an advanced fire technique before. It was a jutsu that locked onto its target, offering no hope of escape. So, this is the power of the Uchiha. Choji shivered at the railing, his round cheeks quivering in terror. Heaven help me. Please don't let me face one of them. Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Seems the rumors were true. The Uchiha clan really is on another level. Kiba spoke up. What gets me is how ruthless he was. No hesitation, deadly intent from the start. Just like those ruthless genin from the Sand Village. The very first battle had only just ended, yet already some of the examinees were considering dropping out. Losing your life over an exam. That was simply too great a price to pay. Watching as sword-wielding Misumi was carried off by medical nin, Asuma Sarutobi muttered quietly. I've never seen anything like that fire jutsu before. What kind of technique is that? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. It's no wonder you don't recognize it. That technique is called the Dragon Flame Song. Even I haven't seen it in many years. Deep in his memory, Hiruzen clearly recalled the last person who used this jutsu, Madara Uchiha. Back then, he himself had been a mere child. He'd thought the technique was lost to time, never expecting to witness it with his own eyes again. What has happened to the Uchiha clan over these years away from the village? Could it be that a true master is guiding them? Or have they been hiding their real strength among us all along? Fugaku Uchiha, you truly have exceeded all my expectations. A dark scheme, so shadowy that even the person hatching it felt uneasy, quietly took shape in his mind. Cough, cough. As the area was tidied up, the proctor, Hey Gecko, gave a few raspy coughs and, struggling to catch his breath, declared. The winner of the first match, Sasuke Uchiha. And now for the second round. As the large screen continued to scroll, 2 new names appeared side by side. Second match, Zaku Abumi versus Shino Aburame. Would both contestants please step forward? Zaku flexed his wrists, which cracked audibly with mechanical precision. His arms, modified for battle, could unleash formidable waves of compressed air. Shino Aburame, silent as always, kept most of his face hidden behind a high-collared jacket, revealing only his dark sunglasses. Begin. Zaku made the first move, leaping into the air and aiming his arms at Shino. Air cutter. A roaring blast of pressurized air shot toward Shino, but he remained motionless. From the cuff of his sleeve, a tide of black insects surged forth, forming a living shield that swallowed the force of the attack entirely. What? Zaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Bug sphere, Shino intoned softly. Instantly, the insects swept toward Zaku, encircling him. Zaku hurled attack after attack, barrage after barrage of air blades, but the insects absorbed each one. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the mechanisms in his altered arms began to shudder and whine with strain. It's useless. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his voice calm. My insects feed on chakra. The more you attack, the stronger they become. Gritting his teeth, Zaku abruptly changed tactics, darting around, trying to get behind Shino. But Shino, anticipating this, had already woven a net of insects underground. It's over, Shino declared, raising his hand. In a heartbeat, the insects swarmed and engulfed Zaku. Ar! Zaku wailed in agony as the insects gnawed away, the mechanical arms falling to pieces under their relentless assault. Seeing this, Hate Gecko quickly announced. The winner, Shino Aburame. For the third match, Misumi Tsurugi versus Kankuro. Please step forward. Misumi's lips curled into a twisted smile. His body could stretch and contort like rubber. Kankuro, meanwhile, strode forward with a puppet wrapped in bandages slung across his back. A puppeteer from the village hidden in the sand. Misumi licked his lips, voice tinged with curiosity. Let's see what you can do. Kankuro made no reply. In silence, he began unwrapping the bands from his back. The crow puppet emerged, its sinister face and gleaming, razor-sharp joints reflecting the light with a cold glint. Begin. Misumi struck first, his arm suddenly extending out like a whip, lashing toward Kankuro. Arm whip. Kankuro moved calmly, leaping lightly aside to avoid the strike. At that very moment, Crow had already crept silently behind Misumi. Too slow, Kankuro sneered. Crow now. The crow puppet opened its beak and unleashed a barrage of poison needles. Kinbisei quickly shrank his body, narrowly dodging the attack. Not bad, Kinbisei said, rolling his neck. But attacks of this level won't hurt me. Suddenly, his body twisted and shot toward Kankuro like a stretched rubber band. Body launch. Kankuro sprang backward, deftly maneuvering the crow puppet in front of himself as a shield. Kinbisei's fist slammed into the puppet, producing a muffled thud. Useless, Kinbisei boasted. My body absorbs any impact. Before the sentence could end, the crow puppet suddenly flung its arms wide, grabbing Kinbisei in an iron grip. What? Kinbisei struggled, but the puppet's strength far exceeded his expectations. A confident grin spread across Kankuro's face. Did you really think my puppet was just for show? With a swift series of hand signs, he triggered the mechanism. Razor-sharp blades snapped out from the crow's joints. Puppet art, laser shield lock. The blades whirled toward Kinbisei. He tried to contract his body defensively, but couldn't avoid being slashed, fresh wounds slicing across his skin. Damn it, Kinbisei roared, swelling his body until it ballooned to several times its normal size, forcibly breaking free from the puppet's grasp. Kankuro's brow furrowed faintly. Looks like I'll have to get serious. He manipulated the puppet with lightning speed. This time, when the crow opened its mouth, it released not needles, but a cloud of purple smoke. Poison gas. Kinbisei clamped his hand over his mouth and nose. That won't work. My body is. His words faltered. Suddenly, his limbs felt heavy and drained, the strength seeping away. Looking down, he saw purple blotches already forming on his skin. This is. He collapsed to his knees, staring incredulously at his stained hands. It's not just poison gas, Kankuro explained calmly. There's a paralytic dust mixed in. Your unique body actually allows the toxins to penetrate even more easily. Kinbisei struggled to stand, but his body refused to obey. With great effort, he lifted his head. You planned this all along. Kankuro didn't reply. With a final, precise movement, he sent the crow puppet to deliver the finishing blow. The winner, Kankuro, announced Hey, Gecko. Retracting his puppet, Kankuro quickly wrapped it back in its bandages. He glanced toward the stands at Gaara, who still wore that expressionless mask. Well done, Temari praised. Kankuro just shrugged. The opponent was too weak. It barely counts as a warm-up. The medical team carried Kinbisei away. His body had returned to its normal size, but he still lay completely inert. Kankuro's toxins had not only paralyzed his limbs, but also temporarily sealed away his special abilities. Sunagekyo's strength. It's still terrifying. The fourth match, Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Would both contestants please come forward? The two girls stepped onto the arena, locking eyes as they faced each other. Once, they had been the closest of friends, but now they were destined to become rivals in this contest. Begin. Ino was the first to make a hand sign. Mind-body switch technique. But Sakura was ready for her. She bit her fingers sharply, using the pain to keep herself aware. At the same time, her fist was already swinging toward Ino. A powerful thud echoed as Sakura's punch cut through the air. Ino barely managed to dodge, beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. She hadn't expected Sakura's physical prowess to have improved so much. Ino, we both know the extent of each other's abilities, Sakura said. Why not settle this in a single decisive move? Ino nodded, and the two girls formed hand signs in unison. Mind-body switch technique. Chakra control. Invisible currents of mental energy collided in the air, sending unseen ripples across the arena. In the end, both girls collapsed at the same time. It's a draw, announced Hey, Gecko. Both contestants have lost consciousness and are unable to continue. Therefore, neither advances to the next round. The medical team carried them off as a wave of sighs swept through the spectators. The fifth match, Tintin versus Temari. Please step forward. Tintin unrolled her scroll, summoning an impressive number of ninja tools. Temari, on the other hand, opened her enormous fan, her confident smile unwavering. Begin. Tintin struck first, launching a barrage of shuriken and kunai at Temari. But with a casual flick of her fan, Temari conjured a blast of wind that scattered every weapon effortlessly. Wind style, sickle weasel. Temari swept her fan again and again, stirring up a massive whirlwind. Tintin tried using wire to control her weapons, but in the howling gale, there was no way to aim. It's over. Suddenly, Temari appeared behind Tintin, her fan resting against Tintin's back. The winner, Temari. For Tintin, Temari was her natural counter. She never stood a chance. My guy shook his head in regret. Well, it just wasn't Tintin's lucky day. The sixth match, Shikamaru Nara versus Tsubaki-kin. Please step forward. Shikamaru strolled onto the field, hands in his pockets, looking thoroughly uninterested as he stifled a yawn. Kin clenched her fists, fixing Shikamaru with a fierce glare. Hey kid, Kin sneered. With that lazy look on your face, you might as well give up now and spare yourself the pain. Shikamaru scratched his head and heaved a sigh. What a drag. Why do I have to fight a woman from a sound village? Wouldn't it be easier if we just settled this peacefully? Kin scoffed. Enough talk. What's wrong with fighting a woman? You'll see just how tough I am soon. Hey, Gecko glanced at them and cleared his throat. Begin. Ninja art. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's shadow spread quickly at his feet. Kin dodged at once. She knew this technique well and figured that as long as she watched the shadow's movements carefully, there was nothing to fear. A flurry of swift movements broke out. 3 sunbon needles flicked out from Chin's hand. A tinkling sound of bells followed. Shikamaru jerked his head away to dodge, eyeing the tiny bells attached to the sunbon. He lowered his head with a faint smirk curling on his lips. I didn't expect you to use such an ancient fainting technique. My guess is you're about to shoot a pair of sunbon next, one with a bell and one without. When your enemy is distracted by the sound and tries to evade it, the silent one would strike true while they're unguarded. Am I right? Chin let out a cold chuckle, snapping her wrist. You've certainly got a lot to say, kid. The bell chimed again, but this time, to Shikamaru's surprise, the sound came from behind him. What's going on? He whirled around, expecting an attack from the rear, only to realize the sound was coming from the 2 sunbon already cast earlier. Wait, that's thread. Damn it. These sunbon are strung with steel wire. Only then did Shikamaru realize he had been tricked, but it was too late. In that brief hesitation, 3 fresh sunbon whistled from Chin's hand, all plunging firmly into his body. Gah! Shikamaru crashed heavily to the ground, fighting against the waves of pain. It's over. Chin flicked her hair and scoffed, dripping with contempt. As long as I steer clear of your shadow, you're absolutely powerless. Stop playing dead. Now comes my finishing move. But just as Chin raised her hand to strike, she suddenly realized her body wouldn't move. What's happening? Why can't I move? I'm an idiot. Shadow imitation jutsu. Success. Shikamaru struggled to his feet, wincing as he yanked the sunbon from his body. Impossible. Chin blurted. I never saw your shadow. Without a shadow, how could the jutsu work? Wait, don't tell me. You guessed it. Shikamaru raised a hand to clasp the fine wires still trailing from the sunbon. These steel wires, even as thin as they still cast shadows. Chin's face went ashen with defeat. Damn it, you actually managed to use my own wires against me. But don't get cocky. If we're imitating each other's actions, there's nothing you can do to me. Shikamaru ignored her protests, digging a shuriken from his pouch. You're crazy. With our actions linked, if you attack me, you'll get hurt too. Do you hear me? Before Chin could finish, Shikamaru flung his shuriken. At the same instant, Chin's hand involuntarily mirrored the motion, launching her own. If that's how it is, then we'll both go down together. I'm not that foolish. Behind you, there's only a wall. At the very moment when the shuriken was about to strike, Shikamaru bent backward, twisting his body to dodge the incoming attack. Bang! The two moved in perfect unison, but Chin's forehead slammed hard against the wall, and she collapsed instantly, completely unconscious. Straightening himself up, Shikamaru dusted off his clothes and remarked, A ninja has to understand the lay of the land before fighting. That's just common sense. As Shikamaru indulged in his moment of smug victory, Hey Gecko checked on Chin's condition, then announced quietly, Winner, Nara Shikamaru. Medical team, enter immediately. Yay! Ino Yamanaka threw her arms up in excitement. Shikamaru, that was so cool. Chuji Akimichi chimed in, people only think the Nara clan excels at shadow jutsu, but their real talent is brains. Meanwhile, in a corner, the trio from the Uchiha clan watched. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke Uchiha gave a dismissive snort. What a boring match. Izumi Uchiha's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, I really don't get it. What was the point of throwing that last shuriken? Since the shadow mimic technique already worked, why didn't Shikamaru just lean back? Either way, Chin would have crashed into the wall. Feiyu answered with a quiet chuckle. There's just one reason. He wouldn't look nearly as impressive if he didn't show off a bit. That makes sense. Ahem, now, let's move on to the next match. Izumi Uchiha versus Sai. Would the contestants whose names are on the screen please take your positions? Wow, another Uchiha match. And this time it's that pretty girl. I wonder if she's stronger or weaker than Sasuke. She's got to be weaker. Sasuke, just now, was almost on the level of an elite ninja. If every Uchiha could fight like that, what chance would anyone else have? Exactly. I don't believe that none of them in that team are deadweight. Oh, whatever. Don't worry. Sai is a genius. There's no way he'll lose. Go, Sai, doko no proud. Show those sinister Uchihas your amazing skills. On her side of the arena, Izumi Uchiha stood with her long black hair fluttering in the wind, the red Sharingan in her eyes spinning slowly. Sai flashed a faint smile, a brush held calmly in his hand. Izumi Uchiha, pleased to meet you. Izumi nodded slightly, her tone serene. Sai, pleased to meet you as well. Sai returned the greeting with a gentle smile as he swept his brush, unrolling a scroll before him. Standing at the edge, Hey Gecko cleared his throat. All right, let's begin. Sai moved first. He swiftly sketched a fierce black tiger across the scroll. Super Beast imitating drawing, tiger. A jet black tiger leapt out from the scroll, roaring as it charged straight at Izumi. Her Sharingan caught its movement in an instant, and with hands swiftly forming seals, she cried, Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from her mouth, colliding head-on with the inky tiger. In a split second, flames engulfed the beast completely. The black ink sizzled and vaporized under the intense heat. Impressive fire technique. Sai maintained his gentle smile, his brush never pausing. But I'm afraid that's not nearly enough. He flicked his brush again, this time sketching several ink blackbirds. Super Beast imitating drawing, birds. The birds streaked toward Izumi from all directions at tremendous speed. Her Sharingan spun rapidly. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several clones of Izumi materialized around the field, standing by her to intercept the birds. One by one, her clones destroyed the oncoming ink fowl. But then, all at once, Izumi sensed a chilling presence at her back. Jinjutsu ink flow. Sai's voice sounded from behind her. Izumi's world suddenly blurred, the scenery around her drowning in a flood of black ink. What Jinjutsu? Realizing she'd been caught in an illusion, her eyes flashed crimson, the red glow dispelling the technique at once. Izumi let out a cold chuckle. Huh, trying Jinjutsu on someone with these eyes. Did you really think I could be so easily fooled? Well, I suppose that's what sets the Uchiha apart. Illusions are wasted on you. Sai kept smiling, yet his brush hand quickened. Izumi didn't reply. Her Sharingan remained locked on his every move. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. With a breath, a volley of small fireballs burst from her lips, scattering like the petals of a blooming flower, all streaking towards Sai from every angle. Sai swiftly painted several shields onto his scroll. Super Beast imitating drawing, shields. The ink shields sprang up before him, blocking the fiery onslaught. But Izumi's attacks didn't cease. She had already closed the distance, a kunai flashing in her grip. Taijutsu Uchiha style. She moved with blinding speed, the kunai driving straight for Sai's throat. Sai's eyes widened in alarm. He jumped back hurriedly, whipping his brush through the air. Super Beast imitating drawing, snake. A monstrous, inky serpent burst from his scroll, jaws snapping open as it lunged for Izumi. Her Sharingan tracked its motion effortlessly. She spun to the side, narrowly dodging the attack, then slashed her kunai toward the snake's vital spot. The inky serpent dissipated under her assault, but Sai had already regained his distance. Izumi remarked quietly, Your jutsu really is rather convenient. That brush of yours is as versatile as any summoning technique. Sai wore a sly, measured smile. You're too kind. No matter how versatile, it still can't compare to your eyes. Oh, Izumi arched an eyebrow. Are you saying all I rely on is the Sharingan? Sai's chuckle was quietly mocking. Isn't that the Uchiha's trademark? What an audacious fellow. Izumi Uchiha slowly closed her eyes. Then, all of a sudden, she snapped them open again. The crimson glow vanished, her gaze returning to its ordinary look. In that case, I'll make sure you're utterly convinced of your defeat. From this moment on, I won't use my Sharingan, and I'll finish you in just 3 moves. The kind of finish that'll leave you half paralyzed. Think of it as punishment for your boldness. If I can't do it, I'll admit defeat right away. Are you serious? Sai narrowed his eyes. Defeat me in 3 moves without the Sharingan? Even elite Chunin couldn't pull that off. I'm well aware of that. Izumi murmured in reply. With your current skills, you're easily at the special Jonin level. Sai asked, if you know that, how can you make such bold claims? A soft, mocking laugh drifted from Izumi. Why not? I've already reached Jonin level in every way you can imagine. No sooner had the words left her lips than she vanished from Sai's view. A rush of wind swept past his side. Zulfust. Before Sai could react, a wave of searing, almost unbearable pain shot through his waist. How's my punch? Does it hurt? Damn it. Shock contorted Sai's face. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he forced himself to spring away, retreating to the farthest corner. His brush flickered quickly in his hand. In an instant, a swarm of dark, ink beasts surged from his scroll, stampeding toward Izumi Uchiha. A bunch of pretty but useless beasts. What could they possibly do to me? Izumi shook her head in disappointment. In only a few swift strikes, she shattered the attackers to splashes of ink. The easy smile on Sai's face had long faded, now replaced by ragged breaths. He hadn't expected Izumi Uchiha's taijutsu to be so formidable. What's more, he'd never seen such moves before and couldn't predict or even track them. His greatest weakness, taijutsu experts. This time, he'd run into real trouble. What kind of taijutsu is that? It's a style created by my clan's ancestors, Uchiha-style taijutsu. No wonder I've never seen it before. Still, there are 2 moves left. If I can just hold out, I'll win. Gritting his teeth, Sai knew it was no time for bravado. He resolved to pour the last of his chakra into defense. Super Giast imitating art, multilayered shield. Shield's as flimsy as paper. Even 100 won't help you. To be honest, I'm bored already. I won't even need all 3 moves. This one ends it. With a light tap of her toes, Izumi's figure blurred as if dancing with shadows. In the blink of an eye, shield after shield of ink shattered before Sai. The next instant, Izumi's fragrant fist slammed straight into his chest. Boom! This force was so fierce and heavy that Sai's body simply couldn't withstand it. He was hurled into the wall with a tremendous crash, shattering half of it in the process. A mouthful of blood gushed from Sai's lips as he collapsed to the ground. Moonlight Hate rushed to check his injuries, but Sai was already completely unconscious. Every bone in his chest had been crushed beyond repair. There was no way he could continue fighting. The victor, Izumi Uchiha. The arena fell utterly silent. Once again, the terrifying power of the Uchiha had overawed every genin present. Lee's eyes were wide and round. In his heart, apart from his own teacher, Might Guy, he had never acknowledged anyone's prowess in taijutsu above his own. Yet after witnessing Izumi Uchiha's performance, an invisible weight pressed down on his shoulders. Guy-sensei, if it came down to pure taijutsu, could I beat her? If Izumi didn't use her Sharingan, the odds would probably be even. Is that so? I see, Lee nodded, unwilling to accept it, but he understood. There's always someone stronger, always another peak beyond the last. He knew he still had to work even harder. Mike Guy's expression was solemn. He hadn't wanted to discourage Lee, but as a teacher, he couldn't lie. In his heart, he knew. When it came to speed, Izumi and Lee, with his leg weights removed, were well matched. But if the formidable inside of the Sharingan came into play, Lee simply stood no chance. Now, let's proceed to the next match. Uzumaki Naruto versus Kiba. The Chunin exam preliminaries arena in the Hidden Leaf Village was abuzz with excitement from the audience. The candidates focused intently on the big screen. The strength of the Uchiha clan had been witnessed by all, and nobody wanted to face Feiyu, who had yet to enter the fray. Once the display stopped scrolling, Moonlight Hate, sounding weary, announced, "Kiba, Naruto, it's your turn." Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru stood on one side of the field. Kiba wore a confident grin, while Akamaru barked excitedly. On the opposite side, Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "Naruto, don't let me down," Kiba said with a wide grin. "Akamaru and I are pretty tough opponents." Naruto shot back, undaunted, "Save your breath. I'm gonna beat you, just watch." Moonlight Hate stood by the edge of the arena, giving a quick cough. Match 8. Kiba Inuzuka versus Naruto Uzumaki begin. Kiba sprang into action and formed a hand seal. Beast mimicry, man-beast clone. Akamaru leaped onto Kiba's head and, in a flash, transformed into another Kiba. The two Kibas charged Naruto at blistering speed. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto quickly formed hand signs, and several clones burst into view, rushing to meet Kiba and Akamaru head-on. A fierce melee broke out between Kiba, Akamaru, and Naruto's shadow clones. Fists flew and chaos erupted for a moment. Suddenly, the real Kiba darted in from the flank and delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's stomach. With a heavy thud, Naruto was sent flying, rolling across the ground several times before managing to stagger back to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with even more fighting spirit. "Not bad, Naruto. You're still able to stand up." Kiba chuckled. "Looks like that traitor dad of yours really did toughen you up these past few days. But don't get cocky. I haven't even started fighting seriously yet. This was just a warm-up." Naruto snapped. "My father is not a traitor." Kiba scratched his head, indifferent. It's not up to you. Everyone in the village knows the Uchiha clan managed to escape because of your father. And to think he was once a Hokage. What a disgrace to the title. Shut up. Naruto was no longer just angry. He was furious. More shadow clones suddenly popped into existence, forming a tight ring around Kiba and Akamaru. What's the point of numbers? Watch me take down each and every one of your clones. Kiba scoffed. Akamaru, let's go. Get ready. Beast Human Taijutsu Secret Technique. Fong over Fong. You idiot, that's just the opening act. Hidden behind his clones, Naruto let a sly grin slip across his lips. With help from two nearby clones, a condensed ball of chakra began to spin in his palm. Oh, Kiba instantly recognized the technique. Naruto had already shown it once during the first Chunin exam. That's the Rasengan. Around the arena, every Jonin present, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Toby, couldn't hide their shock at the sight. Has Naruto really mastered the Rasengan? That's a jutsu designed to be lethal. He's just a kid. Does he even understand its true power? Was it the fourth who taught him? What was he thinking? This is bad. Someone stop Naruto. If Kiba takes a direct hit, he won't stand a chance. Worse yet, if the Inuzuka clan suffers because of the fourth's recklessness, there could be a rebellion. The Jonin's anxious whispers reached Hiruzen's ears. He took the pipe from his mouth and spoke calmly. Don't panic. The fight isn't over yet, and Kiba's no weakling. Interfering now would only hurt his pride. Let the match continue. If it comes to it, I'll step in myself. Back in the arena, Kiba bared his fangs in a cold grin when he saw the Rasengan appear. So you finally had to pull out your big move. Arf, arf, arf. Akamaru barked furiously. Kiba heard the warning in his partner's voice. Naruto's attack was extremely dangerous. Of course, he knew that already, but his stubborn pride refused to let him give in. Don't worry, Akamaru. I've got a plan. Smoke bombs. Kiba snatched 2 round smoke bombs from his belt pouch and flung them hard to the floor. Tricks like that won't fool me anymore, Kiba. I'm not the dead last I used to be. Naruto shouted, his voice ringing out. With Rasengan in hand, he and his clones charged headlong into the swirling smoke. I've got you now, Kiba. Take this. Naruto strode forward without a hint of hesitation, thrusting his Rasengan straight into Kiba's abdomen. Arg! Kiba cried out in pain, but suddenly, a smirk played at his lips as he sneered. Fool, that's just my clone. Naruto froze for an instant, quickly glancing back, only to see the real Kiba and Akamaru swinging their sharp claws directly at his face. You've lost, Naruto. Kiba and Akamaru attacked in unison, sure their victory. But to their shock, Naruto dissolved into a puff of white smoke right before their eyes. Oh no, this is bad. Kiba exclaimed in alarm, realizing too late that Naruto had kept a trump card up his sleeve. A faint sense of danger crept up from behind him. Kiba knew the real Naruto was closing in from the rear now. No matter how fast he was, there was no escaping. Am I really going to lose to Naruto? Bitterness churned in Kiba's chest, mixed with resignation. Closing his eyes, he steeled himself, bracing for the final blow. 5 seconds passed. Slowly, Kiba opened his eyes, bewildered. Naruto's attack never came. What's going on? Akamaru let out a sharp bark, drawing Kiba's attention. Turning around, Kiba saw Kakashi, Might Guy, and his own teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, had already managed to subdue Naruto, with the Rasengan in his hand now gone. Hey, Gecko, the proctor finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, he announced quietly, the winner of this round, Uzumaki Naruto. The stands were filled with stunned young ninja, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hadn't Naruto always been at the bottom? How did he become so powerful now? Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Rasengan. Indeed, having a powerful father makes all the difference, even if his reputation isn't the best. Well then, let's move on to the next match. Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Would both competitors whose names were called please come to the stage? Another highly anticipated showdown. The Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha, were among Konoha's strongest, known for their inherited ocular jutsu, the Byakugan. Standing on opposite ends of the arena, Neji appeared cold and detached, while Hinata seemed visibly nervous. Lady Hinata, Neji said icily, concede now? You're no match for me. Hinata clenched her fists. Her voice was quiet but firm. I want to prove myself. Hey, Gecko stepped to the sidelines and cleared his throat. 9th match, Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Begin. Neji made the first move, closing the distance in a flash and striking Hinata's chest with a palm. Hinata was knocked back, but she quickly pushed herself upright, a flicker of determination shining in her eyes. Neji, big brother, I won't give up. Niji responded with a cold chuckle. Then show me your resolve. He launched another attack, his palms slashing through the air with fierce precision, each strike landing squarely on Hinata's pressure points. Hinata struggled to dodge, but Niji was simply too fast. She couldn't completely evade his blows. With a dull thud, Hinata was sent flying once more, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet she still refused to fall. In her eyes flickered an undaunted light, unbroken by defeat. Why won't you admit defeat? Niji demanded. There's a piece of advice I've always wanted to give you. You're just too kind, always wishing for peace, hoping to avoid any conflict whatsoever. Even trying to accommodate others never seems to bother you. With a nature like that, you're simply not suited to be a ninja, so just surrender now. Hinata hung her head, as if she accepted what he said. Seeing this, Hyuga Niji pressed on. You have no confidence in yourself and often feel inferior. So in my view, just staying a Chunin would be enough for you. But the Chunin exams must be taken in teams of 3. In reality, you joined this round because you couldn't bring yourself to refuse your teammate's request, didn't you? Tell me I'm wrong. Hearing this, Hinata hurriedly protested. No, I only wanted to change myself with my own strength. Niji gave a cold, disdainful laugh. You, who haven't seen anything of the world, pampered member of the main branch, you're still so naive. Let me tell you, people cannot change. A dropout will always be a dropout, unless forced by circumstance, or unless something truly earth-shaking happens. A person's nature and strength can never grow from the comfort of an easy life. Niji's words grew sharper, his presence growing more oppressive by the second. Hinata, trembling all over in fear, clenched her hands tightly, rubbing her fingers together to calm herself. Miss Hinata, surely you know this. Nothing can escape these eyes of mine. The moment you felt the pressure from me, your gaze darted up and to the left. That tells me you were remembering the pain from our past training sessions, the physical agony etched into your body. Then your eyes shifted down to the right, meaning you started thinking about the mental torment and the burden of being heiress to the main family. Deep down, you already know how this battle will end. Defeat is the only outcome. And then, when you clutch your hands in front of your chest, it shows you're trying to put up a barrier between us, keep me from probing any deeper inside you. You can't bear that all your true thoughts are being laid bare. Touching your lips, even unconsciously, is a gesture of comfort, a habit when someone is anxious or insecure. In other words, you've realized deep down that you simply aren't able to change yourself. As the words fell, Hinata's tears were on the verge of spilling out. To wound both body and spirit, there's nothing crueler. So what if he was called dead last? Take that bastard down, Hinata! From a stands, Naruto's voice suddenly rang out. You can do it, just like I did a moment ago. Niji let out a chilly laugh. Naruto, to be honest, I've come to recognize your current strength. You've really outgrown that nickname of dead last. But you can thank your run of misfortune for that. If your father still held his lofty position, you would never have found the will to change. Just like I once couldn't. Whatever Niji was saying, Naruto couldn't make sense of it at all. And frankly, he had no desire to. Our fight isn't over yet. Stay focused, Niji. Hinata's expression shifted, her eyes now shining with unwavering resolve. Naruto's words had restored her courage. Oh, so you're not going to forfeit? Niji's eyes remained cold as ever. In that case, I can't be held responsible for what happens next. It's all right. Come at me. Hinata activated her Byakugan, her voice steady. This time, I won't run away. Not ever again. With those words, the two rushed at each other, fists and feet flying, exchanging blows in a flurry of movement. Their physical contest raged for nearly a full minute, each giving as good as they got, so fiercely matched one could barely tell who had the upper hand. But then, Hinata's movements suddenly faltered. A great surge of blood welled up and spilled from her lips. You've lost. Niji, expressionless, dropped his fighting stance and rolled up Hinata's sleeve. What's this? The crowd in the stands gasped to see several swollen crimson points on her arm. I blocked your chakra points. You can't fight any longer. I'll give you one last chance, concede. No. Hinata wiped the blood from her lips, raising a trembling hand. I want to keep fighting. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Rage finally crept in Niji's voice. You fool. You should know by now. Your feeble little attacks are worthless against me. With a resounding slap, Niji struck out, his palm landing squarely over Hinata's heart. Hinata's body pitched forward, and she crashed heavily to the ground. From the stands, Mike Guy shook his head. How tragic. That blow from Niji was a finishing move. I doubt Hinata will be standing again anytime soon. Hey, Gecko, having kept careful watch over every moment, made his ruling without hesitation. This match, Hokage is the victor. Medical team, moving quickly. As Hinata was carried off by the medical nin, Niji whispered coldly. See, this is reality. In the face of absolute power, someone as insignificant as myself can't change a thing. No matter how much you refuse to accept it, it won't make any difference. As Niji left the arena, the next match continued. Kankuro, sitting in the stands, spoke with boredom. What's with this little girl anyway? She's clearly so weak, yet still pretending. Sigh, these matches are just so dull. But that Hokage guy, he's pretty freakish strong, he added, glancing cautiously at the stoic Gaara beside him. Oh. Seeing the menacing glint in Gaara's eyes, Kankuro felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of unease gnawed at him. Inside Gaara, the monster began to stir. A cough broke the tension. The 10th match begins now. Gaara versus Rock Lee. Would the two contestants please step forward? As the words fell, Gaara formed a single seal with his hand, and in the next instant, his figure appeared in the center of the arena. Whoa, my opponent's clearly raring to go. Guess I'll need to show him just how fired up I am too. With a leap from the stands, Lee landed squarely in front of Gaara. Just call me Lee. I'm looking forward to our match. I've heard you're really tough. Can't believe I get to fight you this soon. It's so exciting. Tisk tsk tisk. On the stands, Kankuro smirked and muttered with a sneer. This bowl cut is way too loud. Picking Gaara as your opponent? Talk about rotten luck. Let the match begin. At Gecko Hiate's command, something unexpected shot through the air toward Lee. Lee caught it easily, only to see, in his palm, the stopper from the large gourd Gaara carried on his back. That gourd on your back feels awfully suspicious. Gaara, however, remained silent, those hostile eyes never leaving Lee for a second. Lee made his move first. Then I'll start things off. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Hurricane. Lee's right leg sliced through the air with a sharp kick, but before it could connect, a wall of sand surged up to devour the blow. Fragments scattered, and the sand swiftly patched itself up, healing the cracks in a blink, then reversing course to lunge at Lee. Sand! The crowd in the stand stared, dumbfounded. None of them had ever witnessed such a strange ninjutsu before. So the gourd's full of sand, and he can control it? That's crazy. Lee frowned, dodging the sand strike as he launched 3 more blows. Yet Gaara stood rooted to the spot, letting his sand effortlessly neutralize every one of Lee's punches. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. But that redhead, he isn't even doing anything. He's not even using hand signs. Even Lee's crazy speed isn't doing a thing. Haha, Kankuro said with a smug grin. You just don't get it, rookie. No physical attack works on Gaara. Those sands aren't even tied to his will. They act on their own, turning into a shield that protects Gaara's body. So up to now, not a single person has managed to injure Gaara. Naruto gulped in disbelief, unable to process what he'd just heard about how terrifying Gaara truly was. That's way too convenient. And that's not all. Kankuro kept going. It's more than just defense. The sand can even launch attacks on its own. Anyone who tries to stand against Gaara is doomed. That bowl-cut guy's only fate was to be tormented to death. Sakura immediately sensed a problem and quickly asked, if that's the case, then shouldn't you use long-range jutsu to deal with Gaara? From what I remember, Lee might act silly, but he's no fool. Why didn't he use any jutsu? It's not that he won't, it's that he can't. Guy, who had been listening from the side, let out a wry smile. Because of the way he was born, Lee can barely use any ninjutsu or jinjutsu at all. Huh. Sakura was dumbfounded. Then how can he even be considered a ninja? How did Lee pass the earlier exams? Guy explained, when I first met Lee, he didn't have a single ounce of talent. The only thing a would-be ninja like him could rely on was sheer taijutsu. I see. Sakura's face turned white with worry when she heard this. That's just too cruel. Gaara's defense is a perfect counter to taijutsu. If this keeps up, won't Lee? Don't worry. Guy flashed his signature confident smile, raised his thumb high, and shouted out to Lee in the arena, his voice ringing with authority. Take them off, Lee. Now's the time. Lee steadied himself, then respectfully asked, but didn't you say I could only do that when I needed to protect what I care about most? With his trademark grin, Guy reassured him, it's fine, take them off. This is a special case. A rush of excitement overcame Lee. He couldn't hide his thrill as he quickly sat down, folded his legs, and rolled up his pants to reveal metal devices strapped to his shins. It was only then that everyone realized Lee had been wearing heavy ankle weights all along. Kakashi looked on, speechless. Guy, what's the point of making your student train with something so useless? Guy shot him a look and said, keep your eyes open and watch closely. Try not to let your jaw hit the floor. Whoa, now I can move freely again. Lee beamed as he unfastened the weights and tossed them aside. The moment they hit the ground, two thunderous booms shook the arena, each weight smashing deep craters into the floor. What? What the heck? Now, this is where the real fight begins. In an instant, Lee's figure vanished without a trace. He moved so quickly that even Gaara's sand couldn't react in time. A loud thud rang out as Lee's fist smashed into Gaara's cheek, sending him flying. Gaara twisted midair to regain his footing and landed steadily, but a faint crack had already appeared on his face. Not bad. Gaara touched the crack on his cheek, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Now this is getting interesting. Before he could finish speaking, Lee's attack was upon him again. Gaara's sand, no matter how fast, could do nothing but chase shadows. His sand wall was toyed with, spinning uselessly as Lee darted around. A perfect opportunity! Lee seized the moment and planted a solid punch on Gaara's left cheek. Gaara was sent flying again and crashed heavily to the ground. A sinister, breathless laugh escaped Gaara as he slowly rose, his face twisting with malice. Bits of sand crumbled off his face while Lee stared, stunned by the sight. This is... A thin layer of sand was clinging to the surface of Gaara's skin. A chilling fear swept over Lee as he finally realized the true terror of his opponent. But he did not waver. Drawing a deep breath, he looked up at Might Guy in the spectator stands, a confident smile lighting his face. "Sensei, I'm going to use that technique." Might Guy instantly understood, his face set in grave seriousness. The enemy was dangerously powerful, and he couldn't help but worry about his beloved student. "Is this all you've got?" Gaara shrouded himself in sand once more, folding his arms across his chest, expressionless. "If you got any other moves, then by all means try them." "That's exactly what I had in mind." Lee wiped the sand from his lips, then began to slowly unwind the bandages from his wrists. Gaara yawned, sounding utterly bored. "How slow? Are you going to fight or not?" "I'm right here, idiot." Suddenly, Lee burst from beneath Gaara and launched him upward with a powerful kick. The white bandages uncoiled, snaring Gaara tightly. As the moment was ripe, Lee shouted with all he had. "Take this! Front Lotus!" An explosive impact followed, and Gaara was slammed into the ground with such force that a huge crater was carved into the floor. Lee fell to his haunches beside a wall, breathing raggedly. Just executing that move had taken a heavy toll on his body. He needed a moment to steady himself. "This time, I must have done it. No, wait, it's a shell." Lee could hardly believe his eyes. Inside the deep pit, nothing remained except for an abandoned shell of sand, instead of Gaara himself. When did you use a replacement technique?" Gaara emerged from behind Lee, a cold sneer on his lips. "While you were in midair, the pain racking your body slowed you down for just a heartbeat. That was the moment I seized my chance." "Well now, you've had your fun, haven't you? This time it's my turn." With a wicked smile, Gaara swept his hands, and a massive wave of sand surged toward Lee like a rolling tide. The sand came with incredible speed. Lee had no way to escape. All he could do was brace himself and endure it with sheer strength. A wrenching cry burst from Lee, echoing in the midst of the swirling sand. Naruto grew frantic. "Damn it! Lee, get out of there! Aren't you supposed to be fast?" "It's no use." Guy shook his head, the frustration clear in his voice. "That move, just now, Lotus, is a technique meant for mutual destruction. It's so dangerous it was supposed to be forbidden because such high-speed taijutsu puts tremendous strain on the ankles and the whole body. Right now, every inch of Lee's body must be screaming in pain. There's no way he can move freely for a while." As Guy's words hung in the air, Lee's anguished cries rang out across the arena. Naruto bit his lip and shouted in desperation. "If this goes on, Lee's going to..." "Wait, what?" Before he could finish, everyone was startled to see Lee's speed returning. His body had stopped trembling. What's more, a confident smile had appeared on his face. "Look, Lee's smiling. He's cornered, but why would he smile like that?" Guy took a deep breath, looking at the crowd's confusion. A glow of pride filled his face. "No, the Lee you see now is different from before. This time, he'll be the one to push his opponent to the brink. Open your eyes and watch carefully. The lotus of the leaf is about to bloom." Despite Lee's stunning transformation, Gaara's face remained absolutely unreadable. "Kid, I don't care what tricks you try. In the end, nothing changes. You're still going to die, and die miserably." "Oomph." Lee's eyes burned with determination as he faced Gaara. "Say whatever you want. I swear, next time I'll break through your attacks." "What a joke." Gaara swept his hand again, his gorge spewing an even greater torrent of sand than before. Its scope was monstrous. With a mighty roar, Lee unleashed a surge of energy pure from his own body, scattering all the sand away in a thunderous burst. "I won't be the only one defeated here." Right in this moment, It's time for me to follow my own shinobi path. Lee's skin flushed crimson, his body exuding an intense aura. Gate 3, the gate of life, open. And now, Gate 4, the gate of pain, open. Chakras surged like raging flames, and beneath Lee's skin, capillaries burst one after another, streaking the air with crimson trails. Launching himself from the falling rubble, he soared midair, the sand relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Take this. Aya! Lee's roar erupted amid flecks of blood, and the sand, unable to keep pace, fell further behind. Gaara, wide-eyed and alarmed, scanned the space around him. The very next instant, a flash of red appeared, kicking him aside like a rag doll, only to knock him back from the opposite end, back and forth in a dizzying volley. Gaara's armor of sand was forcibly stripped away by Lee's onslaught. Ugh! In the air, Lee bit down hard, letting out a muffled, agonized cry. Muscles in his arms had already torn. There wasn't much time left for him. This is my last blow. The 5th gate, gate of limit, open. Damn, my sand shield can't keep up at all, and my sand armor has nearly been shattered. Gaara, usually stoic and composed, was now panic-stricken. Lee's speed was simply too much. He couldn't even muster a defense. Hiawa, I'll end everything with this move. Primary Lotus. A thunderous blast shook the arena, smoke billowing out and filling every ear with a tremendous roar. What just happened? Lee's so fast, I can't even see their movements. Is it over? As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone's gaze locked on the ring. Lee and Gaara were both lying at opposite ends, chests heaving with exhaustion. Lee's condition was dire. From the visible tremors in his arms and legs, it was obvious his limbs had suffered severe damage. As for Gaara, he appeared completely unharmed. My guy was aghast. How could this be? Kakashi's brow furrowed. In the split second as he fell, that kid turned his gourd to sand and cushioned the blow. Wait, what's he trying to do now? Before he could finish, Gaara raised his arms, calling a great mass of sand to surround Lee. With a menacing snarl, he declared, I'm going to kill you. Sand coffin. Stop, Gaara. Lee is already unable to fight. You can't. Seeing that Gaara was about to deliver a fatal blow, Proctor Gecko hurriedly tried to intervene. But Gaara, high above, paid no heed. Just as his fist tightened, Might Guy suddenly appeared before Lee, swatting Gaara's sand aside with a single strike. Why did you save him? Because he is my cherished student. Oomph. Gaara straightened, his sand armor reforming over his frame. How dull. I'm done. Gecko breathed a sigh of relief and raised a hand in signal. The winner is Gaara. Emergency team, please come over immediately. The medical ninja rushed in with a stretcher, quickly assessing the situation. After a brief examination, the medic team leader spoke, his expression grave. Might Guy, it was fortunate you intervened with the final blow. Otherwise, this child might never be able to continue as a ninja. As it stands, his muscles are all torn, and he's suffering from multiple comminuted fractures. It will take a very, very long time for him to recover. I feel obligated to remind you. That taijutsu technique, let's have him use it as little as possible in the future. Not everyone is born with your physique. To truly master that move, he's still got a long road ahead of him. At the very least, now is not the time. Hearing this, Might Guy looked at Lee with heartache and nodded. All right, I understand. As Lee was carried out by the medical team, Gecko coughed twice and raised his hand to signal. All right, let's proceed to the last 2 matches. Match 11, Choji Akimichi vs. Dosu. Competitors, please enter the arena when your names are called. There were 4 contestants left, and the last Uchiha was still among them. Now that his opponent was confirmed to be that one-eyed sound ninja, and not the Uchiha, Choji shouted gleefully, Phew, I'm saved. Oomph. Dosu looked coldly at the plump boy and smirked sinisterly. So you're underestimating me, huh? Looks like I'll have to teach you a painful lesson, you fat pig. What did you say? Choji snapped. How dare you call me a fat pig? I'm just big bone, that's all. You, with all those bandages wrapped around you. You look like a cucumber sushi roll. I'm gonna knock your teeth out. Ninja art, partial expansion, jutsu. With a burst of energy, Choji's body instantly ballooned up. He tucked his head and limbs inside, turning himself into a giant ball, and then charged at Dosu like a runaway boulder. Human boulder. Dosu stood his ground, unimpressed. Oomph. Your speed is nothing compared to Lee's earlier. Taunting as he went, Dosu nimbly retreated step by step, with Choji rolling after him in hot pursuit, until he finally cornered Dosu. This time, let's see you get away. Choji hurled himself forward with all his might, confident that he'd hit Dosu. But to his surprise, Dosu leapt straight up, and when Choji crashed into the wall, his massive body got wedged firmly in place. What a simple-minded brute, strong arms, weak brain. Time to finish this. Dosu came dropping down, his palm humming with vibrational force, and struck Choji squarely in the body. Choji let out a howl of pain, then slumped over, unconscious. The winner is Dosu. With the results announced by Hate, the medical team rushed in once again. Hey, wake up. Are you all right? Choji regained his normal shape, stars spinning in his eyes as he said, I really want some meat right now. The medical ninja let out a weary sigh. What a glutton. Up next, we have the final match of the preliminary round. Uchiha Feiyu versus Kabuto Yakushi. Will both contestants please step into the arena? Everyone held their breath and watched as the two of them slowly walked onto the field. Kabuto pushed his glasses up, his face breaking into a friendly smile. Oh dear, I've lost count of how many times I've taken the Chunin exams. I really thought I'd pass this time, but it looks like I'm up against an Uchiha. Guess I won't become a Chunin this year either. Staring at Kabuto's false sincerity, Feiyu replied dryly, All right, drop the act. I'm almost embarrassed to call you out on it. If you want to fight, let's get on with it. If you'd rather stick to the script and forfeit, then do it already. Don't waste everyone's time. Kabuto paused, his smile fading. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, he muttered, You really are something else. No wonder Lord Orochimaru is so wary of you. How did you know I was planning to forfeit anyway? Feiyu pointed to his own eyes. Simple. I've got sharp eyes, that's all. According to the original plan, Kabuto entered every exam just to gather intelligence on Genin. As soon as he finished, he'd drop out, a routine he'd maintained for years. But this time was different. Before the preliminaries began, Orochimaru sought him out and insisted he stay in the match. There was only one reason, to fight Uchiha Feiyu with everything he had, and push the boy to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Orochimaru was deeply interested in Feiyu, eager to see just how strong he really was. To make this happen, he even covertly tampered with the matchups, ensuring that Kabuto and Feiyu would face each other, even at the risk of exposing Kabuto's hidden strength. Now Kabuto realized what he was dealing with. This kid was anything but ordinary. Ahem, let's begin. Hey, Gecko, the proctor declared with a wave of his hand, signaling the start of the match. Chakra scalpel. Kabuto's hands glowed with a thin blue light, sharp as a razor's edge. This medical technique was designed for precision surgery, slicing through flesh with ease, but in the right hands, it could be devastating in battle. Oh, watching the display, Hiruzen Toby raised an eyebrow and turned to the other examiners. This young man's chakra control is remarkable. Judging by his skills as a medical ninja, he's almost on par with a Jonin. Why, then, is someone so talented still ranked as a Genin? Anko Mitarashi spoke first. I've watched him compete in the exams several times over the last few years. As far as I remember, he always withdraws during the later rounds. I can't make sense of what he's after, to be honest. Ibiki Marino chimed in. Kabuto's records show he's failed the exam 6 times in a row. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow. What's his background like? Anko Mitarashi flipped through the files in her hands. Back in the academy, he was hardly a noticeable student. His grades were pretty average. Kabuto took the graduation exam 3 times before he finally managed to graduate and become a Genin. Since then, he completed 2 C-rank missions and 14 D-rank missions. Nothing particularly remarkable. But his origins are rather unusual. Lord Hokage, do you remember? After the battle on Kikyo Mountain, there was a young enemy, shinobi, who was brought back. Oh, I remember now. Hiruzen exhaled a thick puff of smoke. I heard he was adopted by a Jonin from the medical unit. So many years have passed. I hadn't realized he'd grown this much. The match is over. Uchiha Feiyu wins. What? While Hiruzen and the other proctors were still chatting, suddenly the voice of Hey Gecko echoed with the announcement of the result. It's over? That fast? Anko cried out in surprise. How did he do it? Ibiki Marino said. I was so focused on Kabuto's file I missed the whole match. It was just a few seconds. Who could have guessed he'd be that quick? It was Jinja. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, a tone of astonishment and wariness creeping into his voice. That illusion was terrifyingly powerful. Yet another Jinjutsu prodigy from the Uchiha clan. It's truly impressive. At his remark, everyone fell silent. Only shock could be seen written on their faces. Ahem. Well then, the 3rd round of the preliminaries concludes here. Next, Lord Hokage will announce the details going forward. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on the 3 Uchihas before his expression suddenly shifted. He smiled and said, First of all, congratulations on standing out from among all the Genin of the various villages and advancing to the final selection. The tournament will be held before the leaders of every nation. You represent the new blood of the shinobi villages. I hope you'll all give it your best and show everyone your true abilities. Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a deep, decisive draw, as if making up his mind, then spoke in a steady, resolute voice. That's all for now. The official final selection will be held tomorrow. I suggest you all get some good rest. What? The genin and the proctors looked around in confusion. Tomorrow? That wasn't the original plan, was it? According to the initial schedule, the finals were supposed to take place a month after the preliminaries. Some of the jonin, however, remained expressionless. The sharpest among them already understood why Lord Hokage had made such a sudden change. The reason behind it all, these three Uchiha genin, their strength is astonishing and beyond expectation. By advancing the main tournament, it means Konoha would have to clash with the Uchiha clan sooner than planned. Every extra day they are allowed to remain in this world is another day of heightened danger for Konoha. They must be eliminated as early as possible. After entering in an orderly fashion, the Uchiha trio made their way to a secluded spot. After making sure there was no one around, Izumi whispered, "What should we do now? The main round has been moved up, and now it's only us and Lord Madara left in the village. The clan head and the main forces are all away. Even if we notify them right away, who knows if they make it back in time? Even if they do, it's useless," Sasuke said angrily. "There's not even enough time to put together a strategy." That sly old Hokage must have gotten cold feet after seeing how strong we are. He's rushing to get rid of us. Feather, on the other hand, seemed nonchalant. He patted his stomach and grinned. "Aren't you too hungry?" "I sure am. Let's just go get something to eat first." "Lord Feather, why don't you and Sasuke go ahead and eat?" Izumi said anxiously. "I'm really worried about what Konoha's next move will be. I'll try to gather some intel and inform the clan head about the tournament change." She was just about to leave when Feather stopped her with a gentle smile. "There's no need to panic. Let the old man do whatever pleases him. No matter how hard Konoha tries to scheme, there's still dancing in the palm of my father's hand. And besides, you still have me, don't you? You two know my skills better than anyone. I may not be at my father's level, but taking on all the ANBU myself is no problem at all. You two can handle the other Genin and Chunin, and my father will take care of the Hokage and the Jonin. Doesn't that solve everything? Problem solved. Now come on, let's grab a bite." Night fell over the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood alone at the window, gazing out at a sea of shining lights from every home. Suddenly, the door flew open. A man and a woman stepped inside. Well, look who it is. Still got plenty of spirit for someone with one foot in the grave. Why bother worrying about things that don't concern you? Best retire soon, and don't go getting in the way of my busy days collecting material. If the ANBU hadn't been pestering me for days on end, warning of some so-called top-level incident about to hit the village, I would never have bothered coming back. They flopped down on the couch with casual disrespect, their words nothing but complaints to Sarutobi, paying him no deference at all. But Sarutobi only chuckled softly. Their pointed insults didn't bother him in the least. Instead, he smiled with genuine fondness. "If you two are back, it must mean you still care about this old relic after all, right? My two favorite pupils, Jiraiya, Tsunade." Ugh. Tsunade wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Can you stop being so sappy? If you have something to say, spit it out. Why were you so urgent to call us both back?" Jiraiya lounged comfortably against the back of the sofa and responded, "Go on, tell us. Does this have to do with Orochimaru? Or with the Uchiha? Or perhaps both headaches need to be dealt with?" "You certainly know a lot, Jiraiya." Never underestimate my network, old man." "In that case, are you aware of the origins of Uchiha Feiyu?" "Uchiha Feiyu?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, resting his chin in his hand as he thought it over. After a while, he shook his head. "Is there such a person among the Uchiha? I've never heard of him. If even you don't know, that alone proves how mysterious this person is." Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow was deeply furrowed. "I first encountered this child after the start of the Chunin exams. I'm genuinely curious which branch of the clan he comes from." Tsunade shrugged dismissively. "So what about his abilities? Is he strong?" "I honestly can't tell. I can't see through him at all." At these words, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a look, both momentarily stunned. Such a comment from the old man was nothing short of the highest praise. If even he couldn't gauge this person's powers, it was certainly worthy of curiosity. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to look into it." Jiraiya silently repeated the name Feiyu in his mind a few times. "That won't be necessary." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and shook his head. "Tomorrow is the day of the official Chunin exams. I intend to eliminate him at the arena." "What? Tomorrow? Are you serious?" Tsunade gasped. "As far as I know, dignitaries and leaders from every country are attending the finals. Are you really planning to act in front of all of them?" Jiraiya voiced his concern as well. "That doesn't sound like a wise decision, old man." "Relax. I'm not so senile as to strike outright. I have my own arrangements." With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi laid out his plan in detail to the two of them. Jiraiya and Tsunade listened in silence, both shaken by what they heard. Will this really work? Tsunade finally asked. We don't have a choice, but to make it work? Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed helplessly. Those three Uchiha genin are simply too strong. If we do nothing, Konoha's reputation will suffer far worse. Jiraiya asked, so, since you have a plan, why did you need Tsunade and me? I want to be absolutely certain. The Uchiha clan isn't just these three, and Orochimaru is here as well. If they decide to join forces, things could spiral out of control. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a slow, heavy drag of his pipe, then continued. With the two of you here, I can rest a lot easier.